A young boy named Ye Wuqian woke up in a scenic forest in a mountain valley. This place seemed like a paradise. The bright sunlight was beating directly into the guy's blue eyes. He had to cover himself with his hand. Because of the sudden awakening, the young man did not immediately realize where he was. He wanted to believe that this was paradise. Slowly, a recent memory surfaced in his mind. He had died as a result of an experiment. Ye Wuqian sat down on the ground and looked around. It didn't look like paradise. He was in a meadow with a lot of weeds. A sudden noise made Ye Wuqian alert. A pretty girl in pink sneakers was running down the forest path. Li Wan. Couldn't take it anymore. The young girl still hoped that she could make it home in time. Gradually, my bladder began to press unbearably, and the toilet was still very far away. Li Waner switched to a fast run, which further surprised the young lad. Ye Wuqian noticed the girl's strange outfit. This was how people dressed a couple decades ago. Waner looked around nervously. There were no signs of other people, and that was for the best. The girl's body wouldn't allow her to make it home. She decided to relieve herself right here. Li Wan didn't realize that a guy named Ye Wuqian was watching her actions. Exhausted from overexposure, the girl's bladder emptied its entire contents. The guy watching Li Wan became numb and couldn't even move. Gradually, a thin stream of warm liquid began to approach the surprised Ye Wuqian. The young man did not realize what it was, and it seemed to him that one touch of the jet could kill him. Suddenly, a foreign sound caught the boy's attention. Along with the murmuring, he heard a hissing sound. A hissing could be heard very close to the girl, who was still squatting next to the tree. The head of a dangerous snake appeared from behind the bushes. Ye Wuqian immediately realized that it was a cobra. The snake crawled out of the bushes, heading for the girl. Vanner continued squatting, unaware of the danger. Ye Wuqian was sweating with terror, wanting to protect the girl somehow. He shouted that there was a poisonous snake behind him. The sound of someone else's voice frightened the beauty extremely. She was completely sure that no one was around. At that moment, the snake attacked the defenseless victim, lightning fast biting the girl's buttock. Waner cried out in pain. The pretty girl was now experiencing a great shock. Someone had seen her. Deciding to flee, the girl ran away from the cursed place. Unfortunately, she was in such a hurry that she forgot to put on her shorts. Vanner's legs got tangled, and she fell. In intense fear during the fall, the girl was only able to give a short shriek. Watching what was happening, Ye Wuqian couldn't even utter a word. What had happened was beyond his comprehension. The guy saw Li Waner falling, but due to confusion and surprise, he couldn't help her. All that happened frightened some birds. Because of the girl's screams, they flew into the sky. Waner fell right on top of the young man. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes because of the intense pain. Gradually recovering from the shock, Ye Wuqian sensed the girl's close presence. The fallen Waner whispered that she was in a lot of pain. She was very shaken by what had happened. Ye Wuqian and the girl looked at each other for a few moments. They looked at each other in surprise and confusion. When she regained her senses, she slapped the guy hard. She thought that Ye Wuqian was intentionally watching her. Taking advantage of the young man's confusion, Waner began beating him with her fists. The thought crossed the boy's mind that all that had happened might be a favorable occasion for acquaintance. A bird sitting in a nest was watching everything that was happening on the ground. It was hatching eggs. Ye Wuqian shouted that he had no bad intentions. It was just an accident. His words had little effect on the girl. Her gaze continued to glow with disbelief and surprise. Waner asked the young man, what kind of bad person would voluntarily call himself bad? Justifying himself, Ye Wuqian told how a poisonous snake had crept up on the girl unnoticed. Bell angrily asked what he had been doing before the snake appeared and how he had ended up near her. Waner did not believe that Ye Wuqian happened to be nearby when the snake appeared. Feeling unwell, the girl stated that she felt dizzy. Ye Wuqian said that the poison was taking effect. He wanted to help Waner, but she waved him away even though her strength was gradually leaving her body. The beauty was getting worse, but even though she had a fever, she continued to accuse the young man. Ye Wuqian reported that this snake's venom was very strong, and he should help Li Waner get rid of it. She could no longer stand on her feet. The young man said that the girl's life was at stake, and she could die. Waner whispered that she was unwilling to accept help from him. The young man watched her anxiously. The effects of the poison had reached a critical point in the girl's body. She could no longer stand. Her legs gave out. Losing consciousness, Waner fell into the arms of the dazed and agitated Ye Wuqian. The guy remembered that not long ago, the two of them and the girl were already lying on the ground. Suddenly, a noise and rustling of leaves was heard from outside. Someone was making his way through the thicket toward the young men. The silhouette of an old man appeared in the distance. The old man's silhouette appeared in the distance, and it was obvious from his appearance that he was very excited and preoccupied. With a large, sharp machete, the man waded through the thicket trying to find his granddaughter. At the same moment, Li Wan was lying on the ground and Ye Wuqian was trying to bring her to her senses. The old man was enraged to find his granddaughter in the woods in the arms of a strange young man. Grandpa was still in great shock at what he had seen. He could not believe his eyes. The guy noticed the machete in the old man's hands and realized he needed to act immediately. The old man's anger was at its peak. He lunged at the boy with a machete, shouting and threatening. Yewutian was able to catch the machete blade between his palms. This saved the young man's life. He didn't give up trying to reason with the angry old man and tried to explain the situation. Warner saw through the veil as her grandfather tried to stab the young man with a machete. Gradually coming to her senses, the girl muttered in a weak voice to her grandfather that she was cold. The waking girl caught the attention of the grandfather and the young boy. They both turned toward her. The old man ran up to his waking granddaughter, who was still lying on the ground. Yewutian realized that he needed to act immediately and resolutely rushed towards Li Wan-er. What was happening shocked the old man. Yewutian began to unceremoniously undress the girl. Grandpa's feelings changed from anger to consternation. He asked in surprise what was going on. Yewutian continued to unceremoniously undress the girl, calmly replying that he was taking off Wan-er's clothes. The man couldn't believe his eyes. He was dazed with shock, not knowing what to do next. The guy stated that right now we need to figure out a way to save his granddaughter, or she will die. He confusedly explained that the girl had been bitten by a poisonous cobra. If they didn't hurry, Wan-er would die. The boy's words increasingly shocked the grandfather and pissed him off. He couldn't even say a word in anger. He shouted that he would suck out the poison himself if it needed to be done and pushed the young man aside. Yewutian faintly smiled. The old man was so determined to cure his granddaughter himself that he didn't ask where the snake had bitten her. Smiling, he stated that he would allow the man to suck out the venom, and added that the cobra had bitten her in the buttock. The option of sucking poison out of his granddaughter's ass completely confused the already shocked grandfather. The old man wanted to say something intelligible, but his thoughts were jumbled in his head. He realized that he could not do without help. Taking advantage of his grandfather's confusion, the guy decided to take the lead and asked him to step aside. The young man started to approach the girl, but the man grabbed him and asked him not to touch his granddaughter. Yewutian suggested sucking the poison off the old man himself. He warned that it might traumatize Li Wan-er. The old man stopped and thought hard. There were only two possible ways to save his granddaughter. Grandpa turned around and suggested in a shaky voice that it was better for the guy himself to do it. Meanwhile, the snake venom was penetrating deeper and deeper into the girl's body. The arguments between the boy and the old man were taking up the time so valuable for the rescue. Yewutian exclaimed that he could still save the girl, but there wasn't much time left. The young man recalled with apprehension that for all his medical experience, he had never sucked poison out of his buttocks. Only now did the old man realize that the boy could save his granddaughter, and he himself had already started begging to bring her back to life. For determination, Yewutian reassured himself and thought that saving human lives came first. There was no other way out. The young man bent down resolutely and began to suck the poison out of the girl's buttocks. After sucking a small amount of poison, the guy spat it out to the side. He repeated this behavior several times. Grandfather watched with anxiety and tension. His anger had already faded. The old man did not understand anything about medicinal herbs, and the young man had to do it himself. Once back, the young man set about preparing the medicinal herbs he had found. The young girl was still unconscious. The snake venom poisoning had exhausted Li Wan-er. The whole herbal treatment going on interested the grandfather. He assumed that the young man was really a doctor. Yewutian replied to the grandfather that he could stop helping his granddaughter if he didn't believe. The girl was lying unconscious. The old man immediately hurriedly excused himself and exclaimed that he was just curious about his abilities. The young man asked the man not to worry. He doesn't take people's lives lightly. The exhausted old man decided to thank the guy and thanked him profusely. Yewutian decided to take the opportunity to talk to the old man. He was tormented by one question. He asked what year it was and explained to the surprised man that their clothes had been worn a couple decades ago. The old man took some offense and stated that their clothes were modern despite living in the mountains. Surprised and shocked, Yewutian found out that he had been thrown back in time by as much as 70 years. The young man at first thought he had misheard and fearfully asked the old man again. The man calmly repeated that it was the year 2019. He had a calendar at home. Yewutian forcefully grabbed his grandfather by the scruff of the neck and prepared to rush to the old man's house. The man reminded him of his granddaughter. The young man no longer heard his grandfather's words. They came together to the house where the old man and his granddaughter lived. On a tear-off calendar in the man's house, the young man saw clearly the 5th day of the year 2019. The young guy was still standing in front of the calendar, refusing to believe what was happening. The young man still couldn't understand how he could have traveled back in time 70 years. Suddenly, a mirror caught the boy's eye. It hung next to the calendar. There was a comb on the shelf next to the mirror. Yewutian went to the mirror and saw his reflection there. He was amazed to see himself. The young man could not believe that he saw himself in the mirror. But the reflection in the mirror was exactly the same as his movements. Ye Wutian couldn't understand why he looked completely different. The old man decided that the young people were too narcissistic. The boy had another question. He asked who was the leader of the alliance now. Grandfather was amazed at the question he did not understand. He had never heard of a union, although there were many countries nearby. The old man said their country was called Huaxia. The boy had some thoughts and guesses. Ye Wutian remembered that there were many different countries before the alliance was formed. It seemed like he had traveled back in time after the explosion. Then suddenly the old man and the young man were attracted by Li Waner's weakened voice. The girl had already gained strength, and she pulled herself up on the bed. Her hand clutched frantically at the sheet. The grandfather was moved to tears by the awakening of his granddaughter. She was puzzled and asked what had happened to her, because they were in the mountains. The man said she was bitten by a poisonous snake, and the guy over there saved her life. The young man was extremely flattered by his grandfather's words. Ye Wutian was pleased that the girl would think of him as a savior. Waner recognized the young man and blushed. She started cursing the guy. The old man tried to calm her down. The girl indignantly asked why her grandfather was sticking up for the stranger. He was peeking at her. Ye Wutian stated that he would talk to his granddaughter himself, and he could bring the boiled medicinal herbs. Grandpa agreed with the young man. He realized that the herbal decoction was very much needed now. After the old man left, Ye Wutian and Li Wan were left alone. The girl was still looking at the guy with horror and disgust. Waner interrupted the silence. Embarrassed, she asked if he had really helped and pointed to the bandaged wound. The young man smiled and told her that he had indeed saved her and applied the cure. Moving a little closer to the girl, he added that he also sucked out all the poison with his mouth. Waner looked at Ye Wutian uninterruptedly. Her gaze was full of despair. Her entire life was lost. The guy was also looking at his interlocutor. Ye Wutian was satisfied that he had managed to save the girl. Stammering, Waner shouted that no one would marry her now. She frantically clutched at the sheet. The guy explained that he had to do it. Otherwise, the poison would have been sucked out by her grandfather. The girl was disgusted to imagine Ye Wutian sucking out her poison, but the grandfather in this role was more unpleasant. The guy meanwhile thought that the explosion in the lab might have taken him a few meters away, but no way back in time. Ye Wutian turned to the door and stated that Waner needed to rest. She hadn't fully recovered yet. The girl was about to agree with what he had said about the incident and asked embarrassedly what his name was. The young man identified himself. Waner looked at him in surprise as she continued to clutch the sheet. The girl gave her name and wondered what the guy was even doing on that mountain. He didn't look like a man from the village. Ye Wutian honestly admitted that he just woke up there and heard the characteristic sounds. Waner realized that he had seen everything. The girl kept trying to convince herself that the young man had seen nothing, for he himself had just woken up. Turning around, the guy smiled and stated that he always wakes up very quickly. Li Waner assumed that the young man had actually seen nothing. Ye Wutian turned around and said that he had seen absolutely everything. The girl's eyebrows rose upward, barely hearing that her savior had seen everything quite clearly. Li Waner angrily and threw herself at the young man. He advised her not to move, the wound would get worse. The girl made sure of that very quickly. She stretched out on the bed with a painful grimace because of the intense pain in her buttocks. Ye Wutian indignantly said, advising him to get better rest and not move around so much. Li Waner made attempts to get up from the floor, but was unable to do so due to the intense pain. Quite suddenly, the guy started undressing the lying Li Wan. He grabbed her buttock with his hands. The girl's outraged screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. She didn't want to be massaged. Just then, Grandpa came back into the room. He was holding a cup with fragrant herbal tea. The old man noticed that his granddaughter had her head covered with a blanket. He asked if she was afraid of suffocation. Li Waner stuck out her crying face and indignantly shouted that she didn't want to see Ye Wutian until the day she died. Old man Li turned to the young man in surprise and asked what had happened between them. The guy was sitting near the table with his legs draped over it. He explained that he was just getting a massage. Ye Wutian assumed that Waner didn't like having her pants taken off twice a day. The girl wailed that she would kill him if he dared tell a living soul about it. The young man turned to his grandfather standing nearby and asked him to give the medicine to his granddaughter, Wan. Shouted that she wouldn't drink it. There might be poison in it. Ye Wutian became angry. Her behavior was becoming unbearable. The boy took the cup from his grandfather's hands and began to hold it out to the girl, asking her to listen to him. She hid under the blanket again. The young man explained that he was only worried about his reputation as a doctor. The guy kept convincing the girl to take the healing tea. After her rescue, she must stay alive. Waner hummed and declared that she wouldn't drink anything. The categorical refusal discouraged Ye Wutian. The young man smiled faintly and replied that the medicine didn't necessarily need to be drunk. He could rub it into his body. He said that the patient was not pleasant enough during the massage. Her injury should be checked again. Hearing those words, the girl blushed even more. The prospect of a massage did not appeal to her. The guy pretended to try to grab Waner. She screamed that she would drink the medicine. Just don't go near her. The girl snatched the cup from Ye Wutian's hands with a lightning-fast movement and declared that she would drink the mixture. Wan'er drank the medicine with resentment. The young man gave her no choice but to threaten her with another massage. Old man Lee inquired about his granddaughter's condition and suggested that her injury was not very severe. Ye Wutian said she needed some follow-up treatment. He asked to stay in the house for a few days. Grandpa readily agreed to the boy's suggestion. He said the doctor could stay as long as necessary. So ended this unusual day full of adventures. Night shrouded the village and the house where the grandfather and his granddaughter lived. This night, Wan'er slept very uneasy. The events of the previous day had taken their toll on her weak and vulnerable psyche. Even in her worst nightmare, she felt like Ye Wutian wanted to undress her again. The young man, unlike his new acquaintance, could not fall asleep. He lay with his eyes open and looked away. The young man hung his shirt up to dry. He was lying on the bed without a blanket, his torso bare. The guy had a hard time coming to terms with his young appearance. He wondered who this body belonged to. Looking at his palm, Ye Wutian realized that this body was very weak due to the large doses of alcohol. The young man suddenly realized what was happening and sat up on the bed. It was exactly about alcohol and bodily pleasures. That was why he became highly aroused every time he saw Wan'er. There was no such lust before. The guy assumed that the original owner of this body had been murdered and the corpse had been dumped in the mountains. Ye Wutian firmly decided that he must clearly investigate the previous life of this body. The clear morning burst into the room where Ye Wutian was sleeping. The boy, through his sleep, heard some shouting. The shrieks woke the boy up. He didn't fully realize what was happening because he wanted to sleep. The old man was surrounded by a group of people who had come clearly not with good intentions. The ringleader with the smoking pipe offered to return the money or give him the girl. The man angrily asked Joe why he had brought so many people. He assumed that the guys wanted to kidnap Lee Wan'er. Old man Lee walked right up to Ryu and said that he had no money and he wouldn't give his granddaughter away either. Van Eyre came to the window. She decided to reassure the people who had come and promised to return the money soon. Joe declared that his son Huzi would be her husband. The big man with the gold chain around his neck promised to be good. The girl exclaimed that she had said many times before. She had no such feelings for the guy. Joe told the old man that he had already given them a chance. He demanded to break into the house and get Wan'er out. Huzi was especially happy. He exclaimed that at last he would have a beautiful girl. Grandpa stood bravely in front of the door of the house, intent on defending his home to the end. From the crowd, someone reached out a strong, muscular hand toward the old man. The bandits came closer and closer. Huzi grabbed his grandfather by the scruff of the neck and warned him that he'd better take care of himself. Suddenly, the door of the house opened. Ye Wutian came out. The appearance of a strange guy surprised the bandits. The young man stopped in the doorway and stated that Lee Wan'er was his patient right now. The crowd looked at Ye Wutian in amazement. He said that none of them would touch her until she recovered. The first to come to his senses was Huzi. He began to sternly ask the boy who he was and what his relationship with Wan'er was. The girl was watching everything that was going on from the window. She didn't understand why the guy was protecting her. Huzi approached the boy and started threatening him. He put a huge fist to the boy's face. Ye Wutian wasn't scared and clenched his fist as well. He said that they could fight if Huzi wasn't afraid. The boy suddenly brought his palm to the big man's face. There was a handful of earth in it. Huzi stared at the palm of his handful of earth in surprise, not understanding what his opponent was implying. Ye Wutian suddenly blew on his palm. A pile of dust flew into the big guy's face. Huzi wasn't prepared for something like this. The big man turned red with anger. The young man said that dealing with him was as easy as blowing off that dust. Huzi got angry and asked what was going on. He suspected that the boy was trying to do something to him. Ye Wutian turned around and started to walk away. The man swung his fist at the young man, but Joe stopped him. He approached Ye Wutian and assumed that the outsider was protecting the villagers because he also liked the girl. Ye Wutian replied that he didn't like that type of woman. Wan'er angrily asked what type of woman he meant. Ye Wutian asked Joe how much money the old man and girl owed him, and why he had brought so many people with him. The man hesitated, and after some calculations stated that the total amount was 20,000. Such information infuriated the young man. He couldn't believe that for a measly $20,000 the girl was going to be taken away. The guy came out in front of the crowd and said they were all from the same village. He shamed them for bullying the old man and his granddaughter. Huzi didn't care what he was told. He was completely confident and unwavering in his intentions. The big man shouted that he was going to get Van Eyre anyway and lunged at Wutian, intending to beat him up. The girl became worried. She was afraid for the boy's life and shouted that he was in danger. This kind of concern touched the guy. Ye Wutian smiled. He couldn't even imagine that Wan'er would be worried about him. She yelled that no one was worried about him, but warned the guy to duck the punch. The girl squealed fearfully, and her cry sent whole flocks of birds flying up into the sky. Lee Wan'er's face stiffened with terror. She was very worried about the boy's fate and didn't want him to be killed. The angry Huzi prepared to attack Yewutian. He knew that his opponent wouldn't escape anywhere. He was in a stalemate. The big guy's punch never reached Yewutian. Huzi's hand couldn't even touch the guy. The exhausted big man dropped to his knees on the ground. He mumbled that he couldn't even tense his arm. Yewutian turned around and firmly reminded him that he had already talked about it. Dealing with him was as easy as blowing dust. Everyone surrounded Huzi, who was lying on the ground. Ryujo asked the big man what was wrong with him and demanded that he get up. The young man's whole body was trembling. He confessed to his grandfather that he could not stand up, could not even tense his body. The crowd was greatly surprised by what was happening. The villagers began to suspect that Yewutian was to blame. Joe ran up to Yewutian and excitedly demanded for his health back, or the people wouldn't let him go. Old Man Lee timidly hinted that it would be a good idea to return the bully to his former appearance. They live in the same village. Yewutian angrily wrenched out his hand, almost hitting the surprised man, and headed towards the lying Huzi. The young man put his hand over the recumbent big man like a wizard and said he would forgive for the first time. The big man's condition changed immediately. He felt his energy begin to return to him. Huzi slowly rose to his feet and exclaimed in surprise that he had recovered and could move again. Yewutian decided that the conflict was over. He turned around and went into the house, asking to come back for the money in 3 days. Ryu supported his grandson from falling. The boy shouted that all the villagers could go home now. Huzi worriedly told Grandpa Joe that it couldn't be left behind. He couldn't give one heir to a stranger. Joe said they would demand the money in 3 days and see if he could raise 20,000. Ryu turned to the crowd and shouted that their work here was over. They were now dispersing to their homes. The people obediently turned around and began to disperse. They agreed with their leader's decision. The gang's departure pleased Wan-er. The girl still couldn't believe that everything had ended so well. Yewutian came into the room and assumed that she was worried about his health. The girl continued to look out the window. Turning around, Wan-er exclaimed that she wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, she wished he hadn't been beaten to a pulp. The young man replied that even a dozen guys like Huzi could kick his ass. Wan-er remembered what had happened to the young man and asked admiringly why the bandit had fallen. Yewutian winked at the girl and declared that he was a medical legend. It was nothing compared to what he could do. He remembered making different herbal powders at night. It had saved him, but more powders were needed for the future. The girl laughed. She said that such strong people simply did not exist. She did not believe him. Wan-er's words penetrated the boy's soul. He was saddened to realize that he was considered a liar in this decade. Yewutian walked over to the girl and pointed his finger at her breasts. He said he could enlarge her breasts if interested. Li Wan-er didn't say a word. This was her sore subject. She froze and didn't even move. Suddenly, the girl's body shook with resentment. Her lips trembled and tears flowed in rivulets. Yewutian suspected that he had said something wrong. He excitedly asked what was wrong. Sobbing, Wan-er confusedly explained that she was being teased at school, and now he was bullying her. The guy assured her that he was not lying or making fun of her. He really can increase breast volume. Wan-er continued to roar and said that everything was fine. She asked the young man to fulfill his promise. She clenched her teeth and looked at Yewutian with tears in her eyes. She was still in doubt. Li Wan-er unzipped his sports sweatshirt and showed off his jersey, asking if he could make them bigger. Such actions of the girl came as a surprise to Yewutian. He did not take his eyes off her breasts. This kind of girl's behavior was incomprehensible to the guy. He looked at Wan-er and remained silent. Burning with embarrassment, Yewutian couldn't bring himself to do anything. He and the girl went to their rooms. The morning sun illuminated the house where the granddaughter and grandfather lived. Wan-er had to go to school. Coming out of the house, the girl remembered that the guy yesterday promised to enlarge her breasts, but never did anything. Suddenly she blushed. She began to suspect that he really just wanted to take advantage of her body. As usual, the school continued to ridicule Wan-er and her appearance. She felt insulted. After running home and swinging open the door to the young man's room, the girl squealed that she needed a breast augmentation. As luck would have it, Wan-er's words were heard by the old man who was sweeping the room. They both stared at each other. It turned out that the boy went to gather herbs and the man decided to clean the room. He asked what the granddaughter was talking about. Li Wan-er automatically replied in an embarrassed manner that the conversation was about breast augmentation. Realizing that she had said too much, she shouted that she had said nothing of the sort and ran out of the room. The girl ran away quickly and did not look at her feet. Suddenly she tripped over a rock. To her horror, Li Wan-er realized that she couldn't keep her balance and flew forward. During her flight, the confused girl saw Yewutian walking carefree towards her. Due to the collision with Li Wan-er, who ran into him, the guy fell down and dropped his bag of herbs. Lying on the ground, Yewutian and Wan-er gradually came to their senses. The young man unhappily touched the back of his head. The girl wailed exhaustedly that she had bruised her buttocks again and was in a lot of pain. Ye Wuqian recalled that he had advised Li Wan-er to refrain from physical activity recently. The guy got up and walked over to the girl. He said that he would now have to get a massage again. She waved her hands. Having a good idea of what would happen next, the girl screamed, closing her eyes. Her face turned crimson. Despite her requests, the young man threw off the girl's shorts and gave her a preventative massage. After entering the house, Ye Wuqian found a suitable container and began to create a special composition from a set of herbs. The girl lay on the bed, tucked into her pillow, and sobbed at the offense. Turning her head for a moment, Li Wan-er began to insult him, just as she had done in the first minute of meeting him. Not paying much attention, the young man continued making the powder. He asked what the most expensive seafood was. The girl turned her back to him and replied that the crayfish were the most expensive, the price going up to several hundred yuan. The boy continued to prepare the potion in the bowl. He stated that in that case they would catch crayfish. Old man Li came into the room and said that he had brought what he had asked for. Wuqian turned to him. The man placed a large straw jug in the center of the room and asked if it was really necessary. Scooping up a dab of the green substance with his brush, the young man smiled and declared that he wanted just such an item. Ye Wuqian coated the neck of the jug. He knew that the crayfish wouldn't be able to be near his potion. All the guy's actions aroused surprise and genuine interest in the girl and her grandfather. The young man was very satisfied with his work. It was time to go for a walk and test the drug. Ye Wuqian took the straw jug and headed out. He smiled and invited his hosts to go fishing. They all came to the seashore and threw a pitcher into the water. It was tied on a rope to a post on the shore. Under the water, the jug was in an open state. It was standing on the seabed. The boy and girl sat on the bank, comfortably perched on the high rocks, and watched the pitcher. Ye Wuqian sat silently and occasionally glanced at Li Wan-er, admiring her beauty. The girl was also silent, her hand resting on her head. She looked thoughtfully at the blue waves. Looking at Wan-er, the young man realized that he really liked this kind of girl, innocent and beautiful. He remembered the provocatively dressed girls from his world. They smoked and swore, reeking of lust and violence. Ye Wuqian was so excited that he even wept. He began to believe that the girl had been sent by heaven just for him. From far away came the voice of the grandfather. The old man ran and shouted that a miracle had happened. They had become very rich. Ye Wuqian and Li Wan-er turned around to the man in surprise. The girl inquired what had happened. Grandpa excitedly shouted that they should both look at it. There were a lot of crayfish gathered on the shore. At the same time, equally interesting events were taking place in the Yinchuan building in the eastern city. On one of the upper floors, CEO Chen Kaishan sat in a chair and looked thoughtfully out the window. 3 whole days had passed since her fiancé had disappeared. There had been no news in all that time. The girl did not want to believe that he was really dead. Her gaze was fixed and detached. At that moment, a girl in a white shirt knocked demandingly on the office door. It was Xiaoman's assistant. She said that the bank had sent another notice. The CEO turned around in her chair toward the girl. She assumed it was about repaying a debt. Flipping through the papers, Chen Kaishin demanded to organize a dinner with President Zhu on her behalf. Xiaoman tried to dissuade her boss and stated that Zhu was not a good person. The general manager calmly remarked that she knew everything. Unfortunately, there is no other way out now. Xiaoman turned pale with horror when she imagined what could happen during dinner with that boor. Chen Kexin bowed her head and tiredly demanded to organize a meeting. This is out of the question. At this time, in the Li family home of Li Wan-er and grandfather, life was going on as usual. They had a nice seafood dinner. Grandpa also served a dish of crayfish caught earlier. The old man with tears in his eyes sincerely thanked the young man for saving his granddaughter. He said that after selling these crayfish, he was able to pay back the money he had borrowed from old man Joe. Wan-er asked in surprise as the young man managed to do so. The crayfish actually swam to the shore. Ye Wuqian turned to the Li family and asked if they would believe him if he called himself superhuman. Wan-er was skeptical of the guy's words and snorted, turning aside, making it clear that she wasn't interested. Suddenly she remembered that she owed the young man her life, and she blushed. He deserved attention after all. The girl thanked her guest, struggling to overcome her embarrassment. She shyly wrapped a curl around her finger. Ye Wuqian said that it was not necessary to thank him. It was enough not to kick him during the massage. Li Wan shouted resentfully that he was purposely making her angry the moment she tried to thank him. There was a sudden knock at the door. Everyone in the house was surprised. Frowning his eyebrows, old man Li loudly told the uninvited guest that the house was open. "You can come in." The door began to slowly open. In the silhouette between the door and the door jamb, old man Joe appeared. Li Wan-er, her grandfather, and Ye Wuqian were greatly surprised by the appearance of a recent bully in their home. A man entered the room and stated that there was a very good smell in here. He asked what they were celebrating. Old man Li jumped out from behind the table and shouted to the guest that he had already returned the money. He asked why Joe had come in the first place. The man stated that he had actually come to apologize and discuss something about Huzi. Since no one took the hint, Joe explained that Wan-er and Huzi could get married. The girl was visibly nervous. She realized that she was going to be forcibly handed over to that big Huzi man. Ye Wutian asked why Joe was still trying to set Wan-er up with his grandson. He took the perplexed girl by the arm, forcing her up from her chair, and said he had to explain himself. Pressing Wan-er against him, Ye Wuqian hugged her and looked at the guest. He glumly stated that it was his girlfriend. With a displeased look at Joe, the young man demanded that he force his grandson to give her up. Li Wan-er looked at him indignantly and demanded an explanation. She felt embarrassed. Stealthily, the young man pinched the girl's buttock. She went quiet in surprise. After realizing what happened a second ago, Li Wan-er blushed. She couldn't believe that Ye Wutian was hitting on her. Turning angrily towards the young man, the girl tearfully asked how he dared to do that. Ye Wutian turned to her and whispered that he was just acting out a play so that they wouldn't pester in the future. Li Wan-er fell silent. She realized that this would be the best solution to her situation. At this time, Joe looked carefully at the embrace of the boy and girl. They really did look like a couple. After standing for a while, the man realized that the wedding wasn't going to work out. He sighed heavily. Joe stated that the young ones had a lot to do. He said goodbye and left, citing urgent matters. Ye Wutian and Li Wan-er silently watched Joe leave. They were still standing hugging each other. After the old man left, the girl wailed that the young man had no right to grab her, and for that she would bite him to death. The outgoing Joe didn't know what was going on in the room. He was slightly surprised by the noise and shouting from the room on the second floor. Thus ended the day. Night descended on the village and on Li's house. The sky was lit by the month and the stars. During the evening, Li Wan-er and Ye Wutian sat on the bed and had long conversations about everything. First and foremost, the embarrassed girl still wanted her breasts enlarged. She continued to be teased at school. Li Wan-er asked what it would look like. She doesn't like silicone and hates pain. Ye Wutian proudly replied that he had enlarged the breasts of the president's own daughter in the past, so he could handle it too. Of course, the girl didn't believe Ye Wutian. She was willing to bet that the young man had never seen her before. The boy turned away and silently began stirring the dark substance in the bowl. He was completely focused. The smell of the potion caught the girl's attention. Li Wan-er came running over and said that it smelled really good. Ye Wutian replied that it wasn't food and scooped up the dark liquid with 2 fingers, leaving some on his palm. The young man stated that he had to massage this liquid on her and insisted on thinking again. Wan-er hesitated for a moment. Ye Wutian sat across from her and methodically rolled the dark substance between his palms. The girl even closed her eyes with excitement. She blushed and clenched her teeth, realizing that he would touch her. Gathering her courage, Wan-er lifted up her shirt and declared that she would just pretend like she was being touched by a dog. Ye Wutian turned red with anger. No one had ever called him names with impunity before. He would take revenge on the girl. The young man stated that he wouldn't be polite in that case either, and began rubbing the substance into the girl's body. The girl still wasn't ready for this. The color didn't come off her face, and Wan-er kept screaming. The girl was uncomfortable, but she was willing to endure any discomfort for the sake of breast augmentation. Closing her eyes, Wan-er tried to relax. Ye Wutian was vindictively crushing her breasts while rubbing the ointment into them. At the same time, he felt awkward and even closed his eyes in embarrassment, afraid to look at the girl's body. Daring to open his eyes, Ye Wutian was delighted and reproached himself for being shy to look before. The procedure went on for a long time. Wan-er and Ye Wutian sat opposite each other on the bed. Outside, evening was gradually coming on. Silence covered the neighborhood. You could hear the croaking of a frog in the nearest pond. After an hour, the breast augmentation procedure was over. The girl lay down and stretched tiredly on the bed. Walking away from the girl, Ye Wutian said that he would prepare a medicine for tomorrow. It should definitely be taken. Ye Wutian went outside. He was very tired from this unconventional procedure and sought rest in the evening coolness. The young man realized that his current body was very weak. He was gasping for breath from a simple massage. It was time to get to work on strengthening his body. The boy looked up at the sky. Thoughts were still swarming in his head. He thought about the previous owner of the body. Looking at the starry sky, Ye Wutian thought about the fact that controlling one's desires also required skill. The following morning in the eastern city, a conversation took place in one of the luxurious houses. A man was in his office going about his daily business. At that moment, Ye Guang's son came to see him. The young man was well dressed and considered himself a fashionista. He had an earring in his left ear. He claimed that his brother was dead. My father immediately pulled away from the papers and turned his head. At first he thought he had misheard. In response to the man's question, Ye Guang told about the rumors. Their relative was killed by a bunch of pathetic scum. The young man laughed gloatingly and said that this state of affairs was very favorable to them. Father turned around and asked him not to tell anyone about it. Ye Hendong doesn't know anything about it yet. Ye Guang promised that he wouldn't say a word to the second uncle. It was better to wait for further developments. Father asked how the relationship with Ouyang Xinwei was going. He wanted to hear the right answer. The young man froze. This was his sore spot. Justifying himself, the boy said that she was not like other women. Father stated that this girl wouldn't be Xinwei if she were like the others. They should merge with the Ouyang family. Ye Guang humbly bowed to the man and promised to try harder. He would do his best. A clear morning came to the house where Li Wan-er and her grandfather lived. Everyone woke up. As usual, Ye Wuqian sat at the table and leisurely stirred the herbs in his plate, preparing medicines. A girl ran into the room with a frightened look. She shouted that they had to hurry up and leave. With such unexpected words, Ye Wuqian dropped his potion bowl. It fell and shattered. The young man almost cried. He had wasted a lot of time. Wan-er shouted that this was not the time for medicine. The excited girl announced that a plague was raging in the village. The grandfather wants them to leave immediately. Ye Wuqian couldn't believe the girl's words and absent-mindedly asked her again, hoping that he had misheard her. There was no time for explanations. Wan-er grabbed the young man's arm and shouted that they had to run away. Ye Wuqian couldn't understand how a plague could appear in the village. It couldn't appear out of nowhere. As the young men ran out of the house, they were met on the way by people in white medical uniforms. Medics in bacteriologic protection suits ordered the young men to stop immediately. Ye Wuqian and Li Wan-er froze in bewilderment. They realized that they would not be able to escape. The senior of the medics sternly said that they were in quarantine and should go to the quarantine center. Ye Wuqian got angry and exclaimed that quarantine cannot be for everyone indiscriminately. They have no symptoms of disease. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in the medics' hands. On command, they took aim at Ye Wuqian and Li Wan-er. A senior medical officer stated that anyone resisting the quarantine rules would be tranquilized. The boy stood and looked at the armed doctors. He realized that resistance was useless. He could not cope. Li Wan-er walked up to Ye Wuqian from behind. She whispered that it was better not to argue and just go where they said. The boy was desperate. The medics with guns scared him, but he didn't want to go to the quarantine center. The quarantine center was a large building. There were many doctors in protective suits around. Opening the door of one of the rooms, the medics pushed Wan-er and Ye Wuqian inside, ordering them not to go anywhere. The young man was amazed at what was happening inside the room. Due to the lack of seats on the benches, many people were sitting on the floor. A few of the men against the wall looked worse than the others. With their heads bowed, they didn't even moan in pain. Standing off to the side were several young boys. They also looked unwell. Old Man Li saw his granddaughter and rebuked her. Wan-er only now realized that her grandfather was also here. The man said they should have run. She replied that the doctors came to their house too fast. An unfamiliar fellow confirmed that the village was cordoned off within hours of the plague breaking out. The old man said he had lived enough and was only worried about his granddaughter, who might have an accident. Van Eyre stated that the doctors would help. The man said doomfully that they wouldn't have to blockade the entire village if there was a way to treat it. At this time, Ye Wuqian was standing by the window. He looked thoughtfully at the people on the street. The young man noticed a group of doctors in white coats without protective suits on the street. It was quite strange. As he continued to stare out the window, the guy recalled the various symptoms found in the patients. He regretted that he knew virtually everything about herbs, but didn't understand medicine. Ye Wuqian decided to see what was going on. He told Li Wan-er that he wanted to handle the situation and asked the girl to stay indoors. The girl was frightened and grabbed the young man's arm, demanding that he not go outside. Li Wan-er speculated that her interlocutor might also be infected with this strange disease. Old Man Li supported his granddaughter. He was also sure that it was better to wait. There was no need to go there. Ye Wuqian faintly smiled. The man and his granddaughter treated him well, but there was no point in explaining. The boy was determined not to back down. As he walked out the door, he said that he would be fine. There was nothing to worry about. The incredible equanimity and calmness of mind greatly impressed Old Man Li and his granddaughter. Opening the door wide, Ye Wuqian bravely stepped outside. He didn't know exactly what awaited him, but he was ready for anything. There were many doctors outside the room with stretchers. Some of them were discussing the problem with each other. Suddenly, a medic in a hazmat suit appeared in front of the boy. He spread his arms wide apart and ordered him to stop. Removing the protective bandage from his face, the doctor stated that he warned the guy it was forbidden to leave the premises. Ye Wuqian offered his help. The medic angrily demanded that the guy go back and not interfere with the doctors. The medic's temper surprised the guy. He suggested that he mind his own business and ignore him. The doctor got even more angry. He shouted that he had made himself very clear. The boy needed to go back. Ye Wuqian glumly stated that he was responsible for his own body. No one has the right to give him orders. The medic couldn't argue anymore, his body trembling with indignation. The man declared that the boy had forced him to do it himself. He glared angrily at the young man, eyes blazing with hatred for the stubborn stranger who ignored the order. The man called out loudly for an officer to shoot the young man for spreading infection. Ye Wuqian became angry. He shouted that he had just offered to help. but instead he was shamelessly accused of spreading the plague. A senior doctor intervened in the conversation. He asked why they were talking so loudly. A bearded man with glasses approached the medic and Ye Wutian. He asked what was going on. The appearance of the senior doctor pleased the medic, who was already fed up with Ye Wutian. He declared that the boy could solve the problem. The elder frowningly stated to Wei Junzi that the young man didn't look like a doctor at all. Ye Wutian quipped that in Chinese, the medic's name translates to hypocrite. His parents are just geniuses. The man got angry and punched the young man on the arm. He did not like the stranger's behavior. Junzi angrily asked if the guy had a certificate and what his qualifications were. Ye Wutian cut him off halfway through and said that he wanted to know something. With their argument, they gathered a crowd of onlookers around them. Smiling, the young man asked what effect the Animarina rhizome and butterfly bush flower had. The medic was confused by the question. He didn't understand what it was about at all. He had never heard the names of herbs before. The guy explained the essence of the effect. According to him, it is ideal for people who insult others. Junji got angry after catching the hint and grabbed Ye Wutian by the scruff of his neck. He asked him to repeat it again. Not paying attention, the young man continued to talk about the benefits of healing herbs to strengthen the body. With a lightning-fast movement, Ye Wutian pulled his hand out of his pocket and struck his opponent on his arm. Out of surprise, Junji let go of the young man. His words had a magical effect on him. Ye Wutian stated that he knows herbs better than anyone else. If he is not qualified, the interlocutor is all the more so. Dr. Wu had been listening to the conversation the whole time. He assumed that the guy was a doctor of Chinese medicine. The guy admitted it wasn't like that at all. He has never been a doctor, just familiar with herbs. The man smiled and exclaimed that Ye Wutian is very humble. He is competent in prescribing medicines. Dr. Wu turned the guy around and led the way to the patient. This really surprised Wei Junji. They entered the hospital and went up to the second floor. On the way, they met several doctors. In Ye Wutian's room, he noticed several specialists. A nurse was adjusting the blanket on a patient's bed. The man opened his eyes and looked up with an unseeing gaze. The color of his face was an unhealthy gray. Dr. Wu asked Ye Wutian for his opinion. The young man asked the doctor what he himself thought about it. Junji laughed and said that he was just a quack. There was no need to bring him into the ward. Ye Wutian was annoyed by the medic's words. He turned around and demanded that the guy shut up. It was distracting. This kind of response made Wei Junzi angry. He was furious and simply couldn't believe that he was being humiliated by some stranger. Dr. Wu frowned at his subordinate and regretfully thought that he shouldn't have chosen him to be his disciple. He scrutinized the patient's diagnosis and said it would take some time to get an accurate result. Ye Wutian stated that he has a recipe. If he is given paper and pen, they can try it. After getting a pen and paper, the young man quickly began writing the prescription. He felt confident. The boy quickly scribbled a list of herbs on a piece of paper. Dr. Wu was surprised at the speed of the prescription. After a few seconds, Ye Wutian handed over the prescription and asked the stricken doctor to give 3 times a day. After a little thought, the boy proudly announced to the senior doctor that his recipe was called Life Extension Soup. The man rejoiced. This guy really was unusual. He would never have thought that a young man could know the recipe. He handed the prescription to the nurse and demanded that the patient's treatment be started immediately, strictly following the prescription. Wei Junzi quipped that the name of the prescription to cure the disease sounded too pathos. Ye Wutian turned to smile at the man, ignoring his claims. Junji couldn't understand his behavior. Young stated that as a doctor he was of little interest, but the sarcastic comments are top-notch. Ye Wutian asked if the guy had a wife. He asked him to leave her and stop hurting her. Wei Junzi turned red with anger. This arrogant doctor was starting to piss him off more and more. He shouted that Ye Wutian would not leave this room until he explained what he meant. The young man quickly spoke about his ailments. Wei Junzi machine-grabbed his groin. He really had a problem. The man could not believe it. It was his secret. He asked his interlocutor fearfully how he knew all this. Ye Wutian didn't reply, and with a smile he continued to voice out all the symptoms felt by his interlocutor. Wei Junzi was amazed at the absolutely accurate diagnosis. Without resorting to an examination, the guy was never once mistaken. The young man ended by talking about his sexual impotence. He explained that this was why he had asked to leave his wife. Wei Junzi blushed. All of this was true. His body trembled at the realization of everything. He shouted that it was all a lie. The doctor flushed with shame and anger. Trying to hide his feelings, he exclaimed that it was all just nonsense. The doctors who heard the conversation immediately realized that the guy was telling the truth and felt sorry for his colleague. At that time, the door to the room opened. A nurse appeared on the threshold. She was carrying a cup with a potion on a tray. The nurse's arrival pleased Dr. Wu. He hurried the nurse. The patient must be given it immediately. After opening the patient's mouth, the nurse poured the healing potion into the patient's mouth. The young man was very weak and could not eat on his own. Dr. Wu looked at all of this with disbelief. He wanted to help the patient. but he didn't know how effective the decoction would be. It took time to get results from the decoction. The doctors and nurses waited for an hour. In the past hour, the patient's appearance had improved. The medics leaned over his bed. The patient's face turned pink. His breathing evened out. It is hard to believe that the doctor comes from this small village. Wei Junzi was the most amazed by the patient's miraculous healing. He still thought that Ye Wuqian was a charlatan. His suspicions were only strengthened. If that guy really is a doctor, he's right about the disease too. Wei Junzi realized that he could get help from the stranger. With a pleading voice, he called out to the young man, calling him doctor. The man admitted that the reason for his rudeness was really his relationship with his wife. She kicked him out of bed. He thought the guy would forgive him given the circumstances. Ye Wuqian slightly turned his head in his direction and frowned, saying that he couldn't forgive the rough treatment. The young man exclaimed that he was only 30 years old. He promised to reward the doctor generously for his help. Ye Wuqian replied that lust and alcohol addiction destroys a guy's body. It's none of his business. He stated that he is not a real doctor and has no obligation to save others. He just does what he likes to do. Ye Wuqian frowned and said that the issue of the epidemic had been resolved. They need to treat the rest of the patients with the same prescription. All the doctors and medical staff looked after Ye Wuqian. They were amazed by his help in curing the patient. Wei Junzi was the one who reproached himself the most. He cursed himself for being rude. Now he wouldn't be able to cure his illness. Dr. Wu took a serious interest in the young man. His knowledge of medicine was incredible. Yet Yutena's help helped in curing the patients. No more new infections appeared in the village. The young man became known as a doctor. He became respected by everyone in the village. Oh modestly denied everything. Life went on as usual in Li's house. It had been a week since the epidemic had left the village. The time came and the guy realized that he could use his medical skills to help himself. Ye Wuqian decided to strengthen his physical strength. He smeared his body with a special solution of medicinal herbs. The special solution penetrated the young man's body, causing incredible pain. His screams were heard throughout the neighborhood. Feeling the increase in muscle growth, Ye Wuqian yelled louder and louder, urging his body to absorb the substance faster. The dark-colored substance accelerated muscle breakdown and stimulated muscle growth. After a few seconds, it was over. During the procedure, the guy sweated all over but improved his body. Ye Wuqian was overjoyed. After appearing in this world, his weak body was finally becoming stronger. Progress was evident. He felt an unprecedented lightness of his movements and strength of muscles of the whole body. All the cells of the body became rejuvenated and stronger. The young man felt a surge of sexual energy. Ye Wuqian smiled. The most important part of the body had made itself known. This was also something to pay attention to. At this time, Li Wan'er looked over to him. Smiling, she said that the reporters wanted an interview. She noticed that the guy's body had become strong and embossed. She shyly lowered her gaze. Only now did Wan'er notice Ye Wuqian's strong erection and blushed even more. She found an empty bottle and angrily threw it at the young man's groin area. The bottle ricocheted. Ye Wuqian was indignant. He didn't expect Li Wan'er to peek into a secluded corner and take him by surprise. The boy's body trembled with tension. He turned his back to the wall of the house, trying to take away the intense pain. The sun was shining brightly over the Li family's house. The day was in full swing. Reporters came to the village. The girl with the microphone smiled and introduced herself. Her name is Wang Fangxi. The journalist stated that she had been looking for a young man to interview for a long time and asked for her time. Ye Wuqian replied that he is not a doctor. Besides, he doesn't have time, so they can leave. In fact, the young man didn't want to reveal his identity. The killers of the body's owner may come again. He stated that it was better for the girl to interview Dr. Wu. He was only assisting him in his treatment. Wang Fangxi didn't believe it. The villagers told her that it was the young man who was the great doctor. She held the microphone up to Ye Wuqian and said that he would become world famous through the interview. The villagers began to cheer the boy up. After becoming famous, the young man will be swimming in money. Li Wan'er turned to the guy as well. She was delighted that her acquaintance would become world famous. Ye Wuqian glumly asked her to leave him alone and not to take an example from the others. She indignantly turned away. The reporter kept pestering the guy. Everyone in the neighborhood already knows he's a doctor. The young man smiled faintly and asked if she really believed everything she heard. Ye Wuqian asked if she would become his wife if the whole village said they were married. The crowd was outraged. The guy shamelessly flirted with journalist Wang in front of everyone. The girl embarrassedly replied that she would marry him, but would interview him first. The journalist's reply pleased Ye Wuqian. For some time they stood looking at each other in silence. The young man stated that she tolerates open harassment. He does not want a wife with no self-esteem. Perplexedly twirling her curls with her fingers, Li Wan'er wondered how Ye Wuqian was treating the journalist. At this time, Dr. Wu approached the crowd. He asked what was going on here. The young man was glad to see the man. This was the man he needed to clear things up. Ye Wutian glumly assumed that it was Dr. Wu who had told the entire village and the journalist about him. Dr. Wu smiled and pretended not to understand the question. He clarified exactly what the question was about. The doctor explained that he had hope in Chinese medicine. A genius like him could save many lives. Ye Wutian frowned and exclaimed that he had never been a doctor. He absolutely did not care about saving lives. Suddenly, the young man noticed that someone was videotaping. He approached the cameraman and demanded that he hand over the tape. He knew he couldn't live peacefully if this tape became public. Wang Fengxi stood up for her cameraman. She said she had the right to shoot. No one should listen to anyone. Ye Wutian shouted that he too had the right to refuse to be filmed, so let him hand over the tape and leave. Dr. Wu decided to defuse the situation. He suggested a compromise. They could be friends. The reporter angrily asked why the guy couldn't spare some time for an interview. One of the reporters said that the interview would be beneficial to his reputation. The young man remained silent. He actually wanted to stay in the village for a couple days and leave. But news travels fast, so he had to leave as soon as possible. Ye Wutian threateningly pointed his finger at Wang Fengxi and said that the two of them would go to the house alone. They needed to talk. The girl was frightened. She exclaimed that only a complete idiot would go into the house with him. Ye Wutian stopped and suggested that the reporter look at her own hand first. Wang Fengxi was confused. She didn't dare to comply with the guy's request and look at his hand. Overpowering herself, the journalist looked down and was horrified. This had never happened to her before. Her light-colored hands were getting darker right before her eyes. The girl's palms were covered with irregular spots. Wang Fengxi almost roared. She shouted indignantly, asking what was even going on. Ye Wutian stated that she needed to go inside. Otherwise, her hands might stay like this for the rest of her life. The girl wailed that no one dared threaten her. He wasn't the only doctor in the world. Turning away from the guy, the offended Wang Fengxi saw Dr. Wu. She decided to ask him for help. The girl excitedly asked to examine her hands and wondered if he knew how to treat it. Dr. Wu carefully examined the girl's hands. He couldn't understand what had happened to her. The man stated that the stain was caused by herbs mixed together. But he does not know their composition, let alone the treatment. How could it be? Even Uncle Wu has no idea, discouragedly thought the reporter. She clearly didn't trust Ye, but there was no way out. Just go with Mr. E. Even though he's boisterous and arrogant, he's still a good person. Don't forget that he solved the plague problem, said Wu. That bastard? Let's see what kind of dirty trick he wants to pull, said the reporter. Wutian led the girl to his apartment. He noticed two sloppily thrown brooms by the front door. Journalist Wang, can you do me a favor? In return, I'll heal your hands, asked E, standing with his back to the girl. But my hands are like this because of you. How could you think I would help you? The journalist replied angrily. She was still looking at the boy with suspicion. You have to listen to me. If your hands are not properly treated within 1 hour, they will remain like this forever, he said. He turned to her and said, I need you to find information about one person, and that person is me. What? Are you kidding me? You know exactly who you are. Why bother me to find out information about yourself? Besides, what makes you think I have the ability to verify a person? Don't play dumb. You're not an ordinary person. Otherwise, you would have been fired from your post as a journalist for having a temper. At least 10 times, Wutian said. From what I've heard from others, Dr. Wu is a respected man in the medical field. You call him Uncle Wu and even act like a spoiled child in front of him. That's not exactly what an ordinary journalist can do. This guy is not as simple as he looks. He knows and understands too much, thought the journalist. To be honest, I've lost my memory. I woke up in the vicinity of a fishing village, so maybe I was about to be thrown into the sea, suggested E. I planned to conceal my identity and secretly investigate the village. And you disrupted my plan. I've been killed once, and I don't want to be killed a second time. Are you telling the truth? Have you really lost your memory? Reporter Wang asked fearfully. The disbelief on her face gave way to astonishment. If he really was thrown into the sea by his enemies, they'll definitely want to kill him again. I just wanted to do an interview after all. I never thought that someone could die because of this, thought the girl. He put a bowl of water on the table and began to add something to it. He said, I have no reason to lie. Besides, if you hadn't made such a mess, I would never have been in such a dangerous situation. So you must help me. Is this really the antidote? Van thought incredulously, as she approached the bowl and saw the strange-looking liquid there. Put your hands in it and wait for 3 minutes, ordered Wutian. The girl reluctantly obeyed. The antidote turned a cloudy white color. 3 minutes later, Van stretched out her arms and found that they had returned to their original shade. Amazing, that's just wonderful, the girl rejoiced. Your hands are cured, said E, hinting that it was her turn to fulfill her part of the bargain. And the journalist could not admire her hands. Look at the journalist Wang's hands, shouted someone from the audience as they walked out to the others. Everyone stared in amazement at the miraculous healing. Oh my god, they are restored. He is worthy of the title Amazing Dr. E, the girl thought gratefully. Turning one last time to the guy standing in the doorway, Van said, "What you asked me to do will be done." "Come on, we're done here." With these words, the journalist left, taking the reporters and the camera crew with her. "Mr. E, let me ask you something. What did you talk to Wang about? What did you ask her to do?" Dr. Wu asked politely. No more than she could handle. "Why in fact do you ask?" The young man evaded a direct answer. "I'm just afraid that if your relationship goes sour, it will be very difficult to reach a compromise later." "You know who she is, don't you?" Wu asked. "Mr. E, do you have any plans for the future? There's a vacancy for a director in our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department. Would you like to try it?" Dr. Wu asked. "No, I don't. By the way, the interview is already over. You can go back if you have nothing else to do here," answered E, literally pushing him in the back. "Don't give up so quickly. Besides the position of director of the TCM department, I have good conditions for you, much better than here, and you can ask for anything you want, including an apartment, a car, and money." "Thank you for your offer. I appreciate it. But I'm not a doctor, so no matter how attractive the terms are, I can't say yes," said E. He emphatically escorted the last guest out, shoving him outside the courtyard, not forgetting to say, "Goodbye, Dr. Wu." At night, Ye was admiring the stars after going out on the balcony. Ye Wutian, Li Wan timidly approached him. It was in her house that Ye had found temporary shelter. "Do you really have to go? Can you stay?" the girl asked. After many hardships and worries, she didn't want to let the boy go. "So much has happened. It's not right for me to stay here. I was planning to stay here a little longer," said E. "I'm not afraid. If there is something dangerous, we can face it together." "I don't feel afraid," cried Li. Uchin looked at her regretfully and said, "Aha, silly girl. Even if I leave, I can still come back to see you at your school." "Do you promise? Pinky swear," Li demanded. "Okay," the boy agreed, and they crossed their little fingers. "Why does my heart feel so heavy? That feeling of being cared for? It's a great feeling," thought Uchan. "Mr. E, I'm old, and I may not be able to help you. So this is the world for young people like you. Do whatever it takes to reach your goals. No matter what decision you make, I will always be for you," said Grandpa Li. "Thank you," said E. At that moment, the door opened, and a shaven-headed man with a gold chain around his neck burst into the house. "Joe Huji, why have you come?" asked the master of the house. He was quite surprised by the unusual guest. "Miracle, Dr. E. Please take me as your disciple." Huji knelt down on his knees, showing his respect. "You come here to make him your teacher?" Li was no less impressed than her grandfather by Wuchin's influence. "You have good intuition. You realize that by following me you can stand out. But unfortunately, I'm not going to take on any student. Go away," said E. Teacher, is there something unsatisfactory about me?" "That's fine. As long as you point it out, I will fix it and make you satisfied," assured Joe. "Just go away. I really don't have any plans for you," said E. "What the hell? Did he even understand what I said? Did he even call me a teacher?" thought Wutian. "Master, I really want to learn from you. Please take me." Joe bowed. He didn't believe that there was an objective reason for refusal. With your IQ, how could you have come up with that idea? It must have been thought up by old man Joe. That old fox, Mr. Li exclaimed. "Huji, please stand up. He always stands on everything. It is absolutely useless to kneel right now," said Wan Er. "Yes, the teacher's mistress. You're the boss here," Joe readily replied, rising from his knees. "The mistress of a teacher? What's a teacher's mistress?" "Teacher's mistress? That is nonsense," said the girl indignantly, sitting on the floor. Teacher's mistress. Here's 20,000 yuan as my tuition fee," Joe said, laying out a tight wad of banknotes on the table. "If that's not enough, just say so. I have to go," he exclaimed, saying goodbye at the door. "Teacher's mistress. What a cool reference to me," thought the girl, looking at E with infinite love. "Mr. Lee's villa." "Reporter Wang, you are so quick. Is there any good news?" he asked the reporter. The girl with the folder in her hand just stood there looking at him. Why do you have that look on your face? Why are you looking at me like I'm some kind of pervert?" The journalist handed him a folder. "Here, look at the file on yourself." Utian touched the girl's hand lightly as he handed over the folder. "So disgusting. We must clean it quickly." She began to wipe the hand that the young man had touched with squeamishness. "Shit." As if I had done something offensive, he tearfully started pulling documents out of the folder. "Is it serious?" he asked, reading the writing on the sheet. "What the fuck?" The young man finally burst out and angrily threw the documents all over the room, knocking over the furniture. Journalist Wang? Are you sure these documents really refer to me?" he asked the girl. "Of course you do. So just shut up. I feel disgusting breathing the same air as you in this room. Damn it! These papers are really evidence of me!" Uchan shouted in his heart, holding a stack of sheets in his hands. How could he be called a human being? He's an absolute scumbag. How the earth only bears people like him. The questionnaire with E's biography and compromising photos was broadcasting. Fancy, wasteful, and unscrupulous, asking his family for money every day. The photo shows Yushin in a green jacket and sunglasses throwing money around, indulging in debauchery with dangerous gangs, meeting different girls for sex or whatever. Continued his discredited biography. Tried everything outrageous. Did it in nightclubs almost every night. A total pervert, summarized the questionnaire. No wonder I was very weak and fragile at first. Turns out it was caused by sexual excess. A pervert like this is definitely unprecedented. Based on that, he must have a strong penis. In that world, I wasn't sexualized. How could I have traveled through time and become such a person? No wonder I always wanted to sexually harass Li Wan. It's all the body's fault. Given your current facial expression, you really have lost your memory. But have you really forgotten everything? Wang asked. Of course. I'm a person with moral values. How could I be a person who was ruled by his lust? Justified E. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but the real owner of this body is also named Ye Wutian. That's good. This fact saves me from so much trouble in the future, thought the young man. While dozens of pages tell you information about the women you've dated, there's still something else useful here, said the reporter. You have company and finances. I noticed that too, replied the young man. I don't have a girlfriend in this world. Now I only have finances, he thought. I understand your company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and your finances are in trouble too, said the girl, holding a stack of documents in her hands. What kind of trouble? Asked E. It's a setup, replied the journalist confidently, flipping through the documents. A setup? Was the original owner of the body discarded into a barren wasteland? Is there any connection between the two problems? Thought Uchan. From who? Why should I tell you? I don't think I need to tell you, right? The girl asked. It's your own business, she said. He looked at the journalist perplexed and asked, Okay, what do you want to know? That's great. I love dealing with brilliant people. Before this, you had no knowledge of medicinal herbs. Tell me, how did you learn all this? She asked. Journalist Wang, what if I say I don't know? It's just the two of us in the house. Vanner and Grandpa went shopping. Aren't you afraid of me? Afraid? Why should I be afraid of you? You're the one in danger, and you're the one who could be killed at any moment, not me, replied the girl. Immediately, in a single leap, Yuchen crossed the distance that separated him and the journalist and threw her to the floor. Bastard! What are you doing? You want to use force because you can't speak up. Honestly, I was awarded a black belt in judo. You can't take advantage of me, the girl cried out in tears. He put his finger to his lips. Shh, shh, shh. Don't move, look at this. He showed the journalist the wall in which 2 holes appeared. The girl knew right away. Bullet holes. So that's why he attacked me. Turns out E was saving my life. I assume the killer is outside now, Yutian said. He and the journalist were sitting under the window so as not to attract attention. What are we going to do? The girl asked. How should I know? Utian snapped at her. The situation had made him very angry. Bastard, think of something quick. These people came here to kill you, stated reporter Wang. I'm not so sure. I mean, your father's in a high position. Who knows if he hurt anyone or not? Hurry up and call the police. Is this a good time to whisper and coo? Who's cooing? You shameless? The angry journalist started dialing a number on her phone. Suddenly, the barrel of a gun was jabbed into the back of her head. A man in a green vest through the window said, Take your hands off the phone. And he held out his hand. The girl had to hand over the phone. Thanks for the open window, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get in. Thanked the man. Now there were 3 of them, all 3 in brown pants, green vests, and branded caps. Their eyes were hidden under sunglasses. Who are you? Who sent you? What do you want? The journalist gibbered fearfully. It doesn't matter. The only point is that you're both going to die today, the man said, taking the phone from the girl. Are you going to her? Take all your resentment out on her. Just treat me like something transparent. I won't tell anyone about it. He tried to get away with it. The journalist threw her shoe at him. Ye Yuchen, are you even a man? You are the most disgraceful man of all men in the whole world. I'll remember that. You're fearless. They say you're a worthless scoundrel. It seems you are. I hate to kill a man like you, the man said, pointing the gun at the young man. Then don't kill me. Let me go and it won't be disgusting, laughed Yushin right in the man's face. He seemed to have no fear of death. After a moment's pause, the trio of attackers simultaneously burst into laughter. You are doomed to die today, the man with the gun said to E. Hell, if I had only known he was such a bastard, I would never have done him such a favor. Gritting her teeth, the girl was silently angry. Uchan said, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I will definitely survive because... Do you know who her father is? He asked, suddenly pointing at the journalist. Bastard, shut up! The journalist yelled at the top of her voice. She looked like an angry cat, her face red with anger. To be honest, her father is Dongchen City. You think you can get away with killing her like that? Wuqian didn't stop talking. Are you done? We already knew that. Anything else? One of the invaders asked. What? You really knew about this? Then how dare you? The young man was seriously afraid for his life, drops of sweat appearing on his face. We won't kill her, but we might kill you. Besides, you are our target for today, the long-haired guest said. Aha! Ah! Laughed through her tears. She was triumphant and genuinely pleased with the unexpected turn of events. That's great. You deserve it. This is retribution for your betrayal. I assure you, I will burn an incense candle in front of your grave on the anniversary of your death next year. Smiling, she gently placed her hand on Ye's shoulder. The young man abruptly ripped her arm off her shoulder, shoved the gag in her mouth and said, Okay, jokes aside. Bastard, what did you put in my mouth? The journalist cried out angrily. Tears were flowing. She hadn't been in so much pain in a long time. A powder used to neutralize medical properties, or simply an antidote. Antidote? Wang asked. Yuchen theatrically raised his hand and said, Fall down. All 3 bandits fell to the floor as if on cue. What the hell was that? He just raised his hand and all the weapons along with the bandits fell to the floor, thought the girl. What happened? I can't move, moaned one of the guests lying on the floor. I feel weak. Damn it. What have you done to us? A third intruder called out. How did you do it? The journalist shrieked. Quite simply. A little trick like rubbing and sprinkling can be done covertly. I was already doing that when they came in here. Yuchen showed how he prepared his clothes for the future trick. Mentioning your father to them was to buy me some time until my drug kicked in. I had no idea you were so smart. Hey you, tell me who appointed you to kill me. Tell me that and you will die without agony, offered E, standing over the long-haired man squirming in pain. Of course you can keep quiet. Worthless wretch. Don't imagine you can get any clue from us, was his answer. You must be used to using weapons when interrogating, but I am different from you, said E, smiling and unbuttoning his shirt. Guys, take your pick and tell me what you picked, Utyan offered. It seemed that the whole lining of his shirt consisted of pockets filled with all kinds of drugs. What's this? The journalist asked, pointing her finger at one of the medicines. The girl was surprised by the diverse arsenal of her acquaintance. Baby, this can cure you of constipation, answered E, smiling. He could tell her a lot about any drug. Who's constipated? Can you see it? Can you feel it? You're the one who's constipated. Your whole family is constipated, Wang cried out in tears. All right, forget I said anything. Let's get back to business. And Uchan turned to the uninvited guests, as if assessing them. Hurry up. Have you made your choice? Otherwise, I'll have to make my choice. I'd recommend this one. He took a bag out of his pocket. You're just a worthless scoundrel. You just want to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. The long-haired man gritted his teeth. Due to the fact that you are very brave, the choice will have to be made by me. Yuchen tore open the baggie and sprayed its contents directly on the bandit's head. I haven't had a chance to use this powder as it was made a long time ago. You are lucky to be my guinea pig. Some time passed. The attacker asked in surprise, So nothing happened? His partner saw more and said, All the scars on his face are gone. Stop bluffing. When we can move, we will kill you immediately. Really? You'd better take a closer look at how he's doing, Yuchen said. The bandit looked at his partner in bewilderment and realized everything. God damn it! What's wrong with you? He shrieked, glaring at the long-haired man. He didn't have a bit of threat on his face. Now he looked like an ordinary, cheerful guy. I don't know what happened. I was lonely for quite a long time. I suddenly felt that you were very nice. The ex-gangster spoke frankly. I can't help it. I can't help it, the second thug said softly, trying to kiss the third. He shoved him away and screamed, No, don't come near me. No, all right. I'll tell you everything. While the attackers were sorting things out among themselves, the journalist pulled out her phone. Wow, that's amazing. I need to videotape this right now. The drug is not fully effective now. It would be better to make the long story shorter, otherwise it will be very late after the rape, he remarked. It's Liu Fu. It's the guy from Liu's real estate group. He's the one who hired us, shouted the bandit who had already been flipped onto his stomach by the long-haired man. Did he hire you to kill me? Yuchen asked. He was determined to find out all the information he needed. We don't know. We're killers and we just kill people. Please set me free. I can already feel his penis on my back, the bandit shrieked. I know Liu Fu, the journalist suddenly replied, turning off the camera on her phone. She had already filmed everything she wanted. He handed the bag to the bandit and said, Eat the powder inside the bag and then you can move. I'll keep you alive this time. Get lost. Thank you for your graciousness. We promise this is the last time. The uninvited guests began to bow. Seeing them running away, the journalist asked, "And you just let them get away? They came here to kill you." "I didn't let them get away so easily. I left them a gift." The boy smiled enigmatically. He knew very well what was going to happen next. The bandits walked out onto the lawn, and one of them thought, "I don't know why, but I feel weird after eating the antidote," and started to undress. "It's so hot in here," came the thought to the second one. Uchin looked at the journalist with obvious desire, not even trying to hide his lust. She was surprised and looked perplexed at E. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you lusting after my beauty?" Van asked. Tears came to her eyes. "Now, give me your phone now," Wutian ordered. The girl asked fearfully, "But why do I have to give you my phone?" "So you want me to cure your constipation?" E asked, and reached out demandingly for the phone. The girl immediately remembered her angry outburst. "Who's constipated? Do you see it? Do you feel it? You're the one who's constipated." And she felt very ashamed. "Okay, forget it. Just keep the video to yourself when you get constipated. By the way, I'm not going to dwell on the video. Your legs will go numb if you sit on the toilet too long. Hey, wait, can you really help me?" The journalist gently took the sleeve of the shirt of the already departing E by the sleeve. "Oh, you are such a hypocrite. Why are you so eager to solve your problem right away? You should thank my abilities, otherwise I wouldn't bother diagnosing you. Okay, let me touch your belly." "Why do you want to touch my stomach?" the girl asked, offended. Uchan answered her question with a question. "Once again I ask you, do you want me to cure you of constipation?" Okay, just touch it. It's just a part of my stomach anyway. If you dare to touch any other part of my body, I promise I'll cut off your hand," she threatened, lifting her shirt and exposing her navel. As soon as E touched the journalist's stomach, she started screaming. It took a lot of effort for her to force herself. "Don't move," asked Yushin. He thought, "So if I can't even handle such a naughty girl, how will I be called amazing doctor? I can actually diagnose through clothes." The journalist wanted to leave quickly. She asked impatiently, "So are you done or not?" "It's just a shameful pose. Abdominal bloating, feeling incredibly heavy when touching, dry mouth and burnt tongue, sweaty hands and feet," said Yushin. "Medicinal rheumatism, 15G, unripe bitter orange 15G, medicinal magnolia 12G, Glauber salt." The guy started the prescription. "Add medicinal magnolia, 1 unripe bitter orange, boil 2,000 milliliters water and discard 1,000 milliliters waste. Add medicinal rheumatism, and boil it for 1 hour, then discard the waste. Finally add Glauber salt, boil it over low heat until it boils." "Is this sure to work?" the girl asked, reading the recipe with tears in her eyes. "Take it or leave it if you want. By the way, it's not for free. There are more than 20 rare Chinese herbs written on it. In total it will cost 20,000 yuan, said Ye. "Son of a bitch! This is a robbery! You're telling me some bullshit about 20,000 yuan for 20 ingredient names. One ingredient name is worth 1,000 yuan? Are you serious?" Wang was indignant. "Gee, Vanzi, you're here," Li said cheerfully, entering the room and seeing the crying journalist. "Ah, yes, Journalist Wang. You arrived just in time. I bought a lot of groceries. Stay and eat with us," said Grandpa Li. "Thank you." The girl smiled through her tears. "Warner, burn this," handed her the recipe to E. "What is it?" Li asked interestedly. "Just wait, I'll pay you, bastard!" the journalist shouted, abruptly snatching the expensive prescription from his hands. Wutian stood calmly and stared at her. "Van stay away from him. He's a ruthless and greedy guy. For 20 names of ingredients, he asks for 20,000 yuan. "He's mean and cruel," whispered Wang in her ear. 2,000 yuan for 20 ingredient names, 1,000 yuan for one ingredient name. This is too expensive," Li shouted. "That's still at a discount. Seriously, my recipe isn't that cheap," replied Ye. "Although it's still tomorrow. I'm leaving," Wuqian mumbled. Li Wanner couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes. The next day, all 3 of them saw Yutenya off. He stood outside the house with his suitcase. He would have liked to stay, but he couldn't. "I will not reveal the method of catching crayfish to the others. Otherwise it could lead to a lot of trouble," said Yushin. He was standing on a cobblestone and therefore seemed 2 heads taller than the journalist. "Yes, I know that." "Ye Wuqian, are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days?" Grandpa Li clarified. "Are you seriously leaving? You said yourself that it can't be this soon, right?" Waner was the most worried of all. She cried at the bitterness of the impending loss of her friend. "I've been away for so long and I need to go back," said the young man and thought. "Besides, hitmen have appeared. Anyway, I have to leave as soon as possible." "Go on, go right now," Li shouted and turned away from him defiantly, hugging herself around his shoulders. Uchan only snorted. Especially I'm not leaving forever. Don't feel reluctant to part, said the young man, comforting the girl. She was still standing with her back to him. When I'm free, I'll come to your school to see you, and check the injury, mumbled E. Don't remind me of my injury, Lee shouted, involuntarily grabbing the snakebite sight. Yeah, bye. The boy waved goodbye. Where are you going next? Are you going to meet your fiancé? The journalist asked him. Together with E, they walked down the alley and got farther and farther away from Lee's house. When I disappeared, she supported the company for so long and people set her up. I owe her a lot. The main thing is to find out who is behind all this, said E. Wu Tian and the journalist arrived in a huge metropolis. Candlestick houses, skyscrapers, and offices of 50 floors or more are the hallmarks of Dongcheng City. How do you like this place? The town is bustling and prosperous, right? You woke up in a small village after losing your memory, probably amazed by the bustling scene in the big city? Wang asked him. That's not bad, replied Yuchen, and noted for himself. Cars are running on the road. We don't have cars like this, and it's annoying when you talk under your breath on the street. Just wait and see for yourself, the girl promised him. Once in the Tianxin neighborhood, Ye noticed that the houses here were not so tall anymore. The tallest one had 20 floors. How's that? This is my apartment. Our picky miracle doctor, are you impressed? Wang asked, showing the spacious kitchen. Yep, every piece of furniture is very expensive. You must be surprised, thought the girl, watching Uchan examining the interior of the apartment. It's just an ordinary apartment. He tossed carelessly over his shoulder. It was obviously nothing new to him. How could that bastard be so stubborn? Would it kill him to say something nice? The journalist was angry. I'll just accept it and live here. No need to apologize. I'm not that fussy, Yuten said and flopped down on the couch. So you want to live in my apartment? Wang asked in surprise. Well, yes. Otherwise, why did I follow you all the way? I don't have any other place to stay, said Ye. You bastard! Do you want to live with me? The girl screamed. She clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. Of course, and I will defend myself well and not let you take advantage of me, uttered Yushin. Who would be so blind as to take advantage of you? I'm looking out for my own safety, thought the journalist. Okay, let's cut to the chase. In order for you to live here, you have to pay me, right? 10,000 yuan for 1 month, and pay me 20,000 for the security deposit. Not on credit. And no price negotiation, said the girl. Can the money I earned from my prescription be given as rent? You have a black heart, uttered Yuchin. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I learned that from you, said the journalist cheerfully. She was glad for the chance to get back at the young man. Crescent Nightclub, a 6-story building in the form of a cylinder with annexes. Many lighting fixtures around create a bizarre play of light and shadow. A corner sofa. 3 young men are sitting on it. There are 2 girls with each of them. 2 girls sit on the lap of one of the guys. He holds them by the shoulders. Mr. Liu, you're naughty, and you make me blush. The girls chuckle. The man on whose lap they are sitting is Liu Fu, a red-haired fat man. Chick, you should feel honored. So many beautiful girls are lusting after you. But unfortunately, they don't stand a chance, laments Qiu Hongsheng. Yes, you're right. How lucky you are to meet Mr. Liu. You must be pleased, echoed Zhu Yang. Qiu Hongsheng, Zhu Yang, you talk too much. Stop sucking up to me. Undereducated, said Liu, pointing his finger at them. Yes, thank you for your helpful advice, Mr. Liu. We will learn, said Zhu, and thought, heck, you bought your education from a diploma mill graduate with your father's money. And yet you talk about education in front of me. Shame on you. Suddenly, Liu's phone rang. He picked up the phone irritably. Who is it? Don't you know I'm having fun? Start talking or hang up. Yewutian is still alive. Someone saw him. Came from the tube. Okay, it's none of my business. What? He's still alive! Thought Liu, frightened. Zhu immediately kicked all the girls away. Go away. All of you go away. Hurry up. The party's over. Where was he seen? Continued questioning Liu's phone receiver. Only Qiu and Zhu remained seated on the couch. So find him and make him disappear. Otherwise, you disappear. With those words, Liu abruptly cut off the phone call. Mr. Liu, what's wrong? Qiu and Zhu asked him in one voice. Liu Fu suddenly changed. Tears started to appear in his eyes. Are you sure Yewutian is dead? He asked his subordinates, who were trembling with fear of reprisal. Of course we did it ourselves. It can't be a mistake, replied Zhu. But he's still alive, shrieked Liu. What? Alive? How can that be? I mean, we buried him. How did he survive? Joey tried to justify himself. It's the truth. Let him disappear no matter what measures you take. Otherwise your own days will be over. Do you understand? Do you understand me? Exclaimed Liu. Mr. Liu, what about Chang Kevin? What are we going to do? This Yewuchen has to go meet his bride. What we did to Chang Kevin, began Joe. Just find him first, shrieked Liu Fu, gritting his teeth in anger. Things didn't go as planned. Baby, did you hear what I said? A mother asked her daughter in one of the houses that evening. The interior was rich, with upholstered furniture and tables on chrome legs everywhere. Get out of the company. We don't need this. You've done a lot for that ignorant and incompetent bastard lately. That's quite enough, continued Kikyun. Mom, this is not the best time to leave the company. We just have to find him first, said the girl, chagrined. Listen to your mom. You don't have to look for him anymore. I'm meeting with the E family tomorrow to break the engagement. That bastard is dead. It's what he deserved, said the girl's father, Chung Pejong. Shame on you. If it was you who didn't establish a relationship with the Ye family, then how could our daughter suffer so much? Shouted Chi. I owe my achievements today to your support, but I never thought that our daughter would lead such a bitter life. Damn it, said Chang. Mom, Dad, put it off for a while. I thought he'd be mean to me because I've been running the company for so long, but right now, I want to do my job. Other things are not interesting to me, said the girl. Wang Fengxi's apartment. Wu Tian sits on a chair and stares thoughtfully at one point. On the table in front of him are some papers. Hey, these are the materials you wanted. What are your future plans? Wang asked. To go and see him, of course. By the way, you have to do me another favor, said Yi. The girl looked at him with surprise. Lend me some money, Uchan asked, embarrassed. It was completely unlike Yi, but in this situation he had to humiliate himself and ask for it. What the hell? You live in my apartment and you want me to lend you money? Do you think I'm your mommy? Wang got angry. If you hadn't made a mess of it, I could have fished in that village in peace, said Wuxian, and now I'm being chased by murderers. You need to be more responsible, he said, pointing a finger admonishingly in her direction. All right, I owe you one. Sorry about that. There's 8, spend it wisely, the girl exclaimed, handing him the credit card. This money has a special use, Yuqin said, smiling enigmatically. He was thinking about something again. In the center of the metropolis, in the middle of the skyscrapers, is Liu Fu's office. He sat at his desk and tensely thought about Ye Wutian. Damn, he's still alive. I feel anxious. And I have no news from those 2 idiots, whether they killed Ye Wutian or not. A secretary timidly entered the office. General Manager, please sign these documents. She leaned over the desk. Okay, give it to me. Took the papers, Liu took the papers. Women's magic didn't work on him today. General Manager, why are you so indifferent today? It's been quite a while since you last caressed me. Go away, growled Liu. Did I mishear? The pervert rubbed me every time and now he asked me to leave? Did you hear that? Get out of here! The general manager yelled at her. What a son of a bitch. Just a fat pig with premature ejaculation. Crying, thought the secretary. As she left the office, she slammed the door. Then she thought about it and went back inside, hoping that the situation had changed. Liu immediately started yelling at her. How do you even do poses? Go away, did you hear me? Why did you come back here? Aha, Mr. Liu is crazy today. Who dared to make Mr. Liu mad? Mockingly asked Wutian while embracing 2 not-so-attractive girls. Yeah, Wutian, but why are you here? Just came to console Mr. Liu for his hard work. Look at these 2 beauties. I brought them for you. Pretty girls? Liu questioned. The girls immediately started winking at him, making eye contact and wiggling their hips. No, I just went out with some girls last night and didn't stop until this morning. Mr. E, you can keep these beauties. Damn, how could that bastard find such orcs? I believe in your body, Mr. Liu. Last night was a piece of cake. Recover your strength soon, said Ye. What does he mean? Wait, what happened to me? I suddenly felt very hot, thought Liu. Mr. E, why are you locking the door? Liu asked worriedly. This situation was already starting to bother him. Mr. Liu, you don't want to make love in front of your employees, do you? Relax, I've locked the door. Now no one will stop you from enjoying this moment, said E. Hey, you 2, he's all yours, Wutian shouted. The girls were just waiting for this and pounced on Liu with joyful, glowing eyes. Stop it, come on. Do you even know who I am? Liu asked the girls, who started hugging and kissing him. Wutian was videotaping the whole thing. I had to pay a lot of money to serve you. Besides, Mr. Liu, you can't control yourself right now. Am I right? Don't hold back. Oh, what happened to my body? I can feel the heat. I can't take it anymore, thought Liu. He was just running out of sweat. Damn it! Liu tore his shirt to shreds. The admiring girls couldn't take their eyes off him. Yes, that's right, Yutian murmured as he continued filming the video broadcast. He was enjoying the process more and more. An hour later, a mass of people crowded under Liu's office. Through the ajar door, We could see that the girls were sitting on stools and smoking, and an exhausted Liu was lying on the floor in his underwear. "Oh hell, he can sleep with even women like that," the crowd murmured. "President Liu deserves his title because he has courage that we don't have." "Stop talking, I feel sick," Liu moaned. "Really? Great," said Ye. Hospital. Patients walk slowly along the corridor, and from time to time orderlies and doctors pass by. Only from behind the door of one of the wards comes a scream. "I'll kill him! I'll kill him!" Liu won't stop shouting. He has too much to do, and now he has to lie on this bed because of Wuqian. "Mr. Liu, calm down. The doctor asked you to rest. Besides, the doctor said you should take good care of your body and not take too much Viagra," said Q. "It's never too late for a gentleman to get revenge. Your body is more important right now. As for Ye Wutian, I will definitely teach him a good lesson," promised Ju. "I assure you," said the two of them. Wait, Ye Wuqian was just an ignorant scum who was only interested in women. How could he suddenly turn out to be such a cunning bastard? Asked Liu. "Nevertheless, I just have to find him and get the video. Otherwise, I'll go broke," Liu shouted. "Ye Wuqian obviously has something on me, so he won't leave it at that. What should I do next?" Liu thought tensely. His thoughts were cut short by a knock on the door. "Come in," Liu said. "Hello, Mr. Liu, it's me again." Yuten stood in the doorway and smiled.
"Son of a bitch! How dare you come here? Why are you bullying me?" Liu shouted.
He couldn't see E. "What are you talking about, Mr. Liu? I was just helping you blow off some steam. How can that be bullying? Besides, I have no money. I don't know if Mr. Liu, my dear friend, can do me a favor or not. I don't need too much, just, 30 million yuan, that's all." Yes smiled indulgently, showing the amount on his fingers. 30 million yuan? Are you kidding me? This is impossible. Go away. Liu was furious. "Okay, just forget about it. Take care of yourself and watch your health, Mr. Liu. Besides, since we've become friends, I'll help you call the police." "The police? Why? I don't want to call the police. Why are you calling the police? Bastard, are you trying to kill me?" Liu shouted hysterically. "As a bastard trying to kill you, I will hand over the video to the police as evidence at the police station. They should prosecute me and release the video to the media to expose my crime. How beautifully the circumstances are shaping up for you. Damn it. If the videotape is turned over to the police and exposed by the media, I'll be destroyed," thought Liu. I'll give you 30 million and you delete my video." Liu had to make a deal. "I got the check," he thought happily. But then the police appeared in the doorway of the room. "I'm Chang Xiaomei, a police officer. Here's my ID." "Who called the police?" A girl with a big bust asked. "My God, they're so big," Wutian thought. "It's a misunderstanding, a small misunderstanding. Dear officer, we don't need you right now, we're sorry," chuckled Liu and thought, "Son of a bitch, fucking bastard, how dare he call the police." "Do you know what you just did? You think you can call the police whenever you want? I have no idea if Wan'er has been taking her medicine lately. Her breasts must have gotten bigger now," thought Ye, glancing at Xiaomei. "What are you looking at? Calling for no reason is interfering with our work. You're coming to the police station with me," she shouted, catching his gaze.
"What? Come on! I was just looking at your breasts. It's not a big deal, is it? Can't other people look at your big boobs? Okay, I'll go with you to the police station. We have to clear this up. Why am I not allowed to look at your boobs?"
"You," shrieked Chan angrily. "Ah, calm down, relax. Dear police officer, it's just a simple misunderstanding. It's all right now. Please don't take my friend to the police station. Please," Liu said. With 30 million yuan, Chung Kexin could calm down for a while. Haha, although I've never met my so-called fiancée, I'm worried about her for some reason. Anyway, I have to go to the bank now. At Dongcheng Bank, a young man stood in front of him. "Shui, are you free tonight?" he asked the teller. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. Please don't distract me from my work. This guy has his eye on this girl? Interesting," thought Yushin and watched the events unfold further. "Sweet Shui, I want to make a contribution. By the way, are you free tonight? Can I take you out to dinner?" Zhou couldn't get enough of me. "Please wait," replied the cashier. "Mr. Zhou, your money has been deposited. Please take the check. I remembered that I need cash today. Please withdraw 100,000 yuan for me." "Mr. Zhou, you have already deposited and withdrawn your money many times. It's not advisable to do that," said the cashier. "Dude, it's useless. Try other ways," said E. "What? Do you have some problem? I have enough money and I can do whatever I want with it. And anyway, it's none of your business," said Zhou. "Are you showing off your meager fortune here? Aren't you ashamed?" Uchan asked. Zhou got angry and slapped the checkbook on the table. "Take out all the money from the deposit book. There's a total of 1 million in there. Open your eyes. Take a closer look at it." "Why are you asking me to look at your poor deposit?" Don't embarrass me, said Ye and stamped his check on top of Joe's deposit book. Four Eyes, look at this. Look at how much money is in this check, Wutian asked condescendingly. 30 million? Joe shrieked incredulously. Hey, you are in a bank. Don't make any noise, please, said the teller. She counted out the money and handed it to the customer. Mr. Joe, here is 300,000 yuan. Please take it. Who knows? Maybe it's a fake check. Look here, this is real money. Joe waved the wad of money in front of Ye's nose. Asshole. Have you even seen this much money? A group of robbers entered the bank. They were all carrying bags. One of them shot in the air as they walked by and said, "Nobody move. This is a robbery." "Don't move! If you try to call the police, I'll shoot you in the head," shouted Q. At the same time, Joe said to someone, "Sit down, on your knees." A bank robbery in broad daylight, thought Yushin. The bald robber noticed the wad of money on the table and thanked him. "Friend, you've helped me a lot. Thank you for preparing this money for us." "No, don't touch them. It's my money," Joe protested. "Now they are mine," aimed the gun at him robber. Yes, they are yours," confirmed Joe. "Ha, way to go, bro," exclaimed Wuqian. Seeing that E was standing still, the robber turned his attention to him. "You weren't scared? You guys just came here for the money. You're not going to kill anybody. I don't own the bank, so I have nothing to worry about." "Interesting. Good point, boy," laughs the bald man. "Attention, you're surrounded. Come out and surrender." The police arrived through a megaphone. "I didn't think the police would come so soon," said the robber. "Boy, I'm afraid you're going to have to become our hostage." The robber put the barrel of the gun to E's chin. "Dude, are you stupid? You can't pick a hostage like that, you know? Is it appropriate to choose a brave guy like me? As far as I can tell, a timid rascal like him is the perfect hostage." Wuqian happily pointed at Joe, who was shaking with fear. "Son of a bitch, what are you talking about? Why are you pointing at me?" "Who is the timid rascal?" Joe protested. The robber said to Wuqian, "You can leave now. It is no longer your business now." "Something is wrong with this guy. He looks dangerous," thought the bald mugger. "Look over there! Look over there!" a policeman shouted. Everyone turned there and saw Utenya walking slowly toward them with his hands up. Did someone go outside? Chang Xiaomei took aim at him. "Don't shoot! I'm a hostage! Don't shoot!" "You again?" said the police officer. "We meet again so soon. Robbing a bank? How dare you?" "Arrest him," she ordered it. What? What are you doing?" screamed E. "Let me go, you must have misunderstood. I am a hostage. Why are you arresting me?" Wutian was indignant. "Someone pretended to be a good citizen in the morning but turned into a robber at noon," Xiaomei said. "Honey, like I said the other day, I can't think of you as a good citizen," said her partner. "Who's in charge here? She is abusing her authority. Where's the justice?" shouted Yi at the top of his voice and thought, "Damn it! Woman, you have a grudge against me. I'm not worthy of my name if I don't make you love me." "I am Shu Yuanhua, her commanding officer. Why did the robbers let you go?" A police officer approached and asked. "I don't have money, and I'm not afraid of it." "Wait. Money," said Wutian. He suddenly remembered. "My $30 million check was left on the cash register. How could I have left it there?" "I'm sorry. Can you think of something so I can go back and be a hostage?" he asked with a strange expression on his face. "Going back to confront the robbers face to face? Are you a complete idiot? They have guns," said Xiaomei. "My check was left inside. If you let me go back, not only will I get my check back, but I'll also help you catch the robbers." "Why should I believe you?" Xiaomei asked. "There are some hostages in there. This is a difficult task for you guys. You don't have a choice. You can go back, but tell me, how many % are you sure of yourself?" asked Shu. "All 100%, Wutian replied confidently. "Why did you let him come back? What if he is one of the robbers?" Xiaomei asked her commander. "No, he's not a burglar, at least according to his outstanding personality. A womanizer can't be any outstanding personality." Xiaomei watched his papers, shouting after him, "Shameless! Scum! Pervert!" "Why did you go back?" wondered the bald robber. "He must have been sent by the police. Why don't we kill him?" asked Ju. "Please don't. I'm your friend. I just came back to pick up my check." "Damn it, where's my check?" shrieked Wutian. "Buddy, did you happen to take my check?" asked E, the bald raider. "I don't know where your check is. It's useless to me anyway." "Miss Shui, have you seen my check?" Wuqian turned to the cashier. Well," the girl hesitated. "That's him." She pointed at Joe. "Fuck! You're the one who took my check. I need to help my wife. Give it back. Hurry up!" Wooten jumped on the guy. The slide of a gun clicked behind him. "If you don't want to die, tell us why the police launched you back inside?" the bald man asked. "It's pretty simple. I'm here to detain you guys." Wuqian smiled, even though he was at gunpoint. The bald robber laughed. "Ha ha ha, you really are an interesting guy." Ye grabbed Joe by the collar and warned, "Kid, You better return the check right now or else. Hey, what do you want from me? I didn't take your check, he yelled. Talk fast. Where's my check? Wu-Tian got angry and kicked Joe in the stomach. I really didn't take it. He bent down in pain, and then a piece of paper fell out. What's inside your pockets? Ye asked worriedly and began to shake out the contents of Joe's pockets. A whole bunch of scraps of paper came out of them. No, 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 screamed E, trying to put his check together from the scraps. He realized there was no way to get it back. You fucking bitch. How dare you tear it up? Wu-Tian punched Joe in the face. The cops were watching the CCTV cameras in real time and were puzzled. What? What's going on out there? He's beating up a hostage. What should we do? Xiaomei asked. Let's watch some more anyway. The commander answered her. Asshole, give me my money back. It was 30 million. Why did you tear up my check? Wu-Tian kicked Joe with all his might. He fell to the floor screaming. That was very cruel, said the bald man, watching Ye drag Joe's legs. Aha, the raider agreed with him. No, please, no more. Maybe it can still be fixed, wailed Joe. What, Miss Shui, can this check still be exchanged? I'm afraid not, replied the cashier. That money was supposed to help my wife. You fucking bitch. Grabbing Joe by one leg, Wu-Tian kicked him in the groin. Aye! Stop it no more! Screamed the bespectacled man. This is too much. Should we send our men? He's not the greatest guy, but he's still a hostage, Xiaomei suggested. Wait a little longer. Even if we don't intervene, the robbers won't do anything unusual. This guy isn't easy. I think he can do something, said her commander Shu. Joe asked the bald man. Boss, what should we do next? What about this guy? This could end very badly. We're not here to kill, and everyone's ready to go. Let's take a few hostages. Then take it. The bald man hesitated and ordered the cashier. You, come here. I? The girl asked fearfully. The bald man shot into the air. If you don't want to die, come here. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. Okay. Trembling with fear, Zhu started to walk towards him. You look pretty good. If I'm not busy, I'll play with you later, the bald man said voluptuously and took the girl by the chin. I'm sorry, but she's mine. Wu-Tian suddenly intervened, intercepting the bandit's arm. He put his other hand on the cashier's shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? The bald man grinned in confusion. He was still holding the gun. She will come with me. I said it all, replied Wu-Tian, continuing to claw his arm. Are you trying to save her? The raider asked. Rescuing the girl is a matter of course. When I went inside, I told you. I came to detain you, uttered Wu-Tian, hugging the girl. She clung to him. Suddenly, one of the robbers started laughing shrilly. Mutu, what's wrong? His partner asked him worriedly. Oh no. Dad, why did you kill my dog? Just because its meat tasted good? Oh, why didn't you at least add more salt? Another gang member started rambling. Answer me. Why did you give me horns? I know I'm not very attractive, but aside from my looks, poverty, and gambling addiction, how is this bastard better than me? Clung to the flower vase of the third raider. What happened? The bald one didn't understand. Just then he flipped the plant vase over his head and shouted, Ha ha ha, my beautiful hair. Whose hair can compare to mine? My beautiful hair. Ha 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 ha. What happened to them? Did you do it? Shu asked. What do you think? Cool? Satisfied that he had succeeded in making an impression, Wu-Tian said. In the interrogation room, Wu-Tian sat with his feet on the table. Jerk! What's with the interrogation attitude? Xiaomei was indignant. I risked my life to save these people, but you arrested me for beating up a man who tore up my check. Pfft, woman, replied Ye. You think deliberately inflicting pain is tolerable? Besides, what happened to the muggers? They're laughing and crying. They could die if this continues. It's not my problem. I just said I could help keep them in line. But I didn't say I could detain them normally. In fact, I detained them, said Wu-Tian. You idiot! If they die, you'll be their killer. Get rid of them. Hurry up! Xiaomei yelled. Get rid of what? I'm good at ridding girls of their clothes, grinned Wu-Tian meaningfully. Do you want to try it? You! Screamed the officer. Okay, I don't want to be charged with murder. I can get them symptom-free. But you have to promise me one thing, said E. You have to be friends with me. Befriend you? Xiaomei questioned him in surprise. Crescent Moon Club. Xiaomei stands in a smart evening dress and asks, Didn't you say make friends? Why did you invite me here? If you ask me, a friendship ceremony should be accompanied by a dance. You promised me. What a bastard, Xiaomei thought. All right, I'm sure you won't try to grope me, she said, following Duck up the stairs. When they started to dance, Wu-Tian slid his hands down from her waist to her buttocks. Otherwise, I'll cut off your hands, Xiaomei promised. Seriously, yes, said E and thought as an amazing doctor. I can't handle a girl. And then she slapped him sharply, pushing him away from her. Shit, why did you hit me so hard? I thought we could be friends, didn't I? He asked the girl resentfully. Of course we could. I, Jiang Xiaomei, back up my words with actions. That's my principle. I'll continue to dance with you. But if you dare to grope me again, don't blame me for being rude. You showed the girl's long fingernails threateningly. Seriously, smiled Yushin, and they continued dancing. The girl with her dancing outfit attracted the eyes of everyone around her. God, said one of the dancers. What a chick, said another. I never thought there were such beauties. This guy was lucky to get such a girl, he said with sadness in his voice. Wait. This doesn't really sound like a dance, said the first one. There was indeed a mixture of dancing and fighting going on the dance floor. As soon as Wu Tian tried to touch the girl, she would immediately dodge to the side and slap him sharply. Are they fighting each other? Perplexed, one of the dancers asked the other. The girl was really wiggling and slapping so fast that it might have looked like a fight. Half an hour later, Xiaomei and Ye were already chatting outside. Don't forget who I work for. From now on, don't underestimate my strength, said the girl. Suddenly her phone rang. Hello, I'll be right there, Xiaomei shouted and went to the car. Wu Tian came over to her.
What are you doing here? Get out, Zhang said angrily. It's hard to find a cab in this neighborhood. You're not going to make me walk home, are you? What are you in such a hurry for? Did something happen?
The hell with you, we don't have much time. You can come with me, but don't get in my way. She pressed the gas pedal and the car sped away. Dr. Wei, what's wrong with my mom? Crying, she asked. Calm down. Her condition is not optimistic, replied the doctor. Can I see her? Xiaomei asked. Yes, but not for long. She needs to rest. Wu Tian looked at the doctor and thought, he looks extremely familiar. Is it just me, or have I seen him somewhere? God, what a small world! Here we meet again, you hypocritical bastard! He shouted, lunging at the doctor. Ya Wu Tian? Your mom is in room. I have very important things to do, so you'll have to go yourself, said the doctor, hurriedly retreating. He thought, it's better to stay away from that bastard. Mom, it's me, Xiaomei said as she entered the room. Wu Tian accompanied her and also came in to look at the patient. I'm not a little child, there's no need to worry so much. Compared to my illness, I'm more worried about your marriage. When are you going to find a man? I know you have a bad temper, said the mother. May, who is this guy? She asked. Nice to meet you, Auntie. My name is Ye Wu Tian. How long have you two known each other? Do you like her? The woman started to ask. Mom, stop it, Xiaomei asked. I think she is a great girl. Gentle, sweet, and beautiful. She also always says I'm the most handsome man in the world. Hugging Zhang's shoulders, Ye improvised on the fly. Good, I'm glad. May, Mr. E is a good man. Don't let him go. Mom, we have something to discuss outside the door. We'll be back soon, said the girl, leading the young man out of the room by the hand. Who said you're handsome? You're the prettiest, right? You're running around. There's no problem with cabs here, so go home. Xiaomei was furious. Auntie likes me. She wants me to be her son-in-law. I said that just to make her happy, because she's in serious condition. Without good treatment, she won't last 2 months. Uchan clarified the situation. For God's sake, she's my mom. You won't die if you don't talk nonsense for at least 5 minutes. May was angry. I'm serious, but it doesn't matter. Even if I can't cure her, I can prolong her life, Uchan said. You're not kidding, the girl asked. She remembered that the dossier also mentioned, known as the miracle doctor in the fishing village. He also stopped an epidemic. I swear on your goddamn feel-good ass that everything will be all right. What do you want in return? May asked. When this is over, give me another dance, said E. Moderate hematoma, weak spleen, began writing in his notebook as they walked back to the room. Diabetes, diarrhea, weak kidneys, numb limbs, pallor, malaise, undigested food in the feces, fibrosis, weak pulse, he continued. With only one look, he listed all the symptoms without a single mistake. With tears and astonishment, Xiaomei thought. The main thing right now is to relieve the diarrhea. The rest of the symptoms can wait. White root herbal balls 20G, Chinese angelica 20G, dried herbs 10G, enzyme peeling gel with mangosteen extract 5G. Even where I come from, this kind of thing is hard to cure. I can only extend her life by about 2 years, he thought. Put them in an earthen pot. Add 500 milliliters of water and boil them down to 300 milliliters. Let her take it morning and evening for 7 days. In the extended 2 years, my abilities will improve, and then I can cure her completely, thought Uchan. Mr. E, are you a doctor? The woman asked. No, but please trust me. I'll do my best to dance with your daughter. Pervert, May thought. clutching the prescription in her hands. Where'd you learn all this stuff? I saw your file. It says you're just a bum. Then how do you know all this? The girl asked him on the street, and I'm once again cornered by this question. Why are all women so nosy? Who's the nosy one? I'm just worried about my mom and the quality of your recipe. All the more reason to ask something yourself, said Xiao Mei. I'm sure 10 years ago you were as flat as a board, but now they're as big as my head, Yuchen said. Fuck you! Ho! Miracle doctor! What a meeting, exclaimed Wei, getting out of the car. Just get away like last time, or are you following me? Said Wu Tian. I really should have gone last time. By the way, Dr. E, about my ailment. He should help me this time. Don't worry about your reputation. The most important thing at the moment is my penis, thought Wei. I've already told you that I'm not a doctor. Your ailments are not my problem. Go away, shouted Wu Tian. I beg you, miracle doctor. Please help me. You know that my illness affects my whole life. Wei fell at his feet. For the last time, I'm not a doctor. I'm not in the mood or committed to treating you, so leave me alone. Come on, he said to the girl. Why didn't you help him? A surprised Xiao Mei asked. Why don't you let me touch you? Because I don't want you to touch me, asshole. I just don't want to help him. If I start helping everyone I meet, I'll get tired to death, admitted Yi. Wei was watching them, red with anger. His fingers were curled up. He said hatefully, Ya Wuchen, you'll answer for everything. What? What did you say? The check is invalid? Is it true? Asked Liu. He was still in the hospital room. Yes, absolutely true. The check was torn to shreds. He won't be able to withdraw a penny, said Ju. Q stood there smirking. Aha, my 30 million yuan is back. This is so great. With 30 million yuan I can date countless hotties. Why should I give it to him? By the way, Mr. Liu, should we do something about Miss Chung Kexin? Asked Ju. What are you suggesting? Of course I will continue to pursue her even if progress is slow. Ta-damn, said Ju pathosally, showing some kind of vial. I can help you speed up the process by simply dropping the spell potion into the bottle. Idiot. Ignorant asshole. To get a girl is to enjoy the feeling of excitement. Do you think I'm stupid enough to use a spell potion? Why don't I use money to hit on a hot chick directly? Idiot. Liu knocked the vial out of Joe's hands. What the hell, you've never left a drop before. And now you want to pretend to be a gentleman? Joey thought resentfully. I'll use it when my patience runs out. Liu handed him the vial back to him. By the way, how is Chen Kaixin doing? He asked. She owed the bank a lot of money, and now they are demanding that she pay it all back. If you lend her some money, perhaps she will be grateful. Maybe she'll attack you for it later, Chu answered him. I just got my 30 million yuan back. It would be nice to lend her some of that money. By the way, where is that bastard Ye Wutian now? I have to kill him, said Liu. Understood, Mr. Liu. We'll find him as soon as possible, Ju and Chu shouted with one voice, ready to show off in front of the boss. Did I hear someone's looking for me? So, I'm here. A young man entered the room. Ye Wutian. All three of them were confused. Ju, stepping back, sat down on the floor altogether. Bastard, how dare you come here, shouted Liu. Liu, calm down. It's okay. Take your lackeys away first. Hey, who's the lackey here? Angrily asked Ju. Go away, Yuchen ordered them. Let's go. After all, he's a child of the E. We can't hurt him now, said Q. As they left, slamming the door, E said, Liu, I assume you've already been informed about that accident with the check. So could you write another one for me?
No, you couldn't! You couldn't keep the check! Why are you asking me for another one? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Liu shouted indignantly.
Are you serious? Have you heard of something called a backup? If this video is released to the media, you won't ruin your reputation over 30 million yuan, right? Wu Tian asked. Shit, I'm not writing you another check. You want it? Over my dead body. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Yuchen was about to leave. Wait! The video backup! Give it to me, groaned Liu. Yi walked out of the room. Ju and Q looked at him with hatred. Walking past the guys, Wu Tian thought, Liu Fu, did you really think that 30 million yuan could calm me down after I found out that you hired people to kill me? I'm just keeping you alive for being my ATM. When I don't have any money left, I'll... With these thoughts, Yi left the hospital. Mr. Liu, started Q. Who the hell does he think I am? Does he think he can come and go as he pleases? Liu said angrily. Kill him. No matter who kills him, I'll pay 10 million yuan to whoever kills that bastard. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. We won't let you down. His assistants looked at each other with one voice. Dongchengye Mountain Villa. The man in the chair rattled the notebook on the table and asked, Are you sure the news is correct? Yeah, I'm sure. That bastard is still alive. Dad, let me hire some men to kill him, okay? Asked the young man with the earring in his ear. Don't act rashly. Just focus on your own problems. What about you and Ouyang Xinyue? The man asked. Xinyue is different from ordinary women. She ignores me and even rejects me outright. And I am a man with dignity, said the young man. Sometimes a person's dignity is as precious as gold, and sometimes as cheap as paper. You must realize that. Then how about drugging her, and then forcing her to become my woman? The young man asked. Are you sick of living? Asked the father unhappily. One of the side rooms of the family E. The young man's father talks to the patriarch of the family. I want to bring him home. Why don't you agree? He's my son. Because he doesn't deserve to be part of the Yi family, replies patriarch Ye Hu-teng, a sturdy gray-haired man wearing a red shirt with a dragon embroidered on it. Although Wirong is not his biological mother, he is still my only son. Daddy, I beg you, please let me bring him home. Ye Hendong, a member of Ye's family, begs me. Let you bring him home. Should I let that womanizer back? Let that ignorant shit come back? We, the E family, were disgraced because of him. This conversation is over. As long as I'm alive, that bastard has no chance of returning to our house, said the patriarch. Ye Haoteng was finishing his third bottle when Wirong came in. She took his hand and asked, Did he give it up completely? This is all my fault. It's because I couldn't give you a baby. It's not your fault. I feel sorry for my son. I am just indebted to his mother, said Haoteng. Okay, I have something to tell you. Your son's company seems to be in trouble. Someone's giving them trouble. You better check it out when you're free. Is someone giving my son's company a hard time? They must be tired of life. Is it them again? Haoteng asked. Nothing is known yet. We need to find proof, replied Wirong. Shit! Haoteng banged his fist on the table. Is everything ready for the meeting? Asked Chung. Yes. Maybe I should get you a companion to accompany you, suggested the secretary. A companion? Oh my god. Don't I have a fiancé? Why would I bring a companion? But your fiancé is missing in action. Besides, you know Manager Ju's character. He's a total asshole. What's the worst that can happen? Said the assistant. Don't say another word about it. Since I'm this jerk's fiancé, I don't need protection from another man. Let's go, Chang said. The secretary thought of Wutian. Yeah, Wutian, you asshole. Where are you now? Poor CEO. It's not her company after all. That idiot doesn't deserve her loyalty. At the Zhenhao restaurant, the girl was already waiting. Manager Ju, I apologize for being late. Chang apologized. It's okay, Miss Chang is a busy person. We all know that. Have a seat, Miss Chang. The strange man pulled her chair to the table, and she asked, And you? This is Manager Wang Lutian, was hired by our bank the day before yesterday. Introduced him to Ju. The manager poured tea for the girl. Aha, Miss Chang, you really are as strong a woman as Governor Ju said. It's really nice to meet you, said Lucian. I am honored. As for today, I really appreciate your help. Thanked him Chung and shook his hand. He won't let go of my hand, thought the girl, and said, Manager Wang, my hand. Just then her hand was released, and everyone laughed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry. I never realized Miss Chung's hand was so soft. Oh, don't mind me. I'm sorry. Lucian started licking his hand. Let's order something. Just while we're eating, we can discuss, Chang began. Miss Cheng, how about your secretary leaves the room? I think she shouldn't know some things, said Ju. Don't pay any attention to them. If you send me out the door, you'll be in an extremely dangerous situation, thought the secretary. My secretary is like a sister to me. How about letting her stay here and pour her some wine? Asked Chung. Don't you trust us? Since there is no sincerity, I think there is no need for us to continue our conversation, Ju said irritably. Shit, thought Chang. Mrs. Chung, Go away, the girl ordered the secretary. The secretary was very scared for Chung. Aha, finally we have successfully gotten rid of the last barrier. Manager Ju and Lucian looked at each other. The table was bursting with drinks and appetizers. Ju raised his glass. Miss Chung, cheers. Everyone clinked glasses and drank. Miss Chung, I thought you were a decent woman. I didn't expect you to be so sloppy, said Ju. Sloppy? Why? Look at this. After you drank, there was still some wine left in the glass. I guess you don't know all the rules of etiquette, said Lucian. It's just that this wine, I didn't like it very much. But you had to drink it all the way through, said Lucian. I think you are completely ignorant of the rules of etiquette. But that's where any cooperation begins, he continued. I made a mistake. Okay, never mind. As an apology, I'll drink another glass to finish. Ha, okay, said Ju. Miss Cheng, you're so smart, echoed Lucian. Miss Cheng, let me propose another toast, said Lucian. Okay, not quite confidently agreed the girl. Manager Ju, regarding the loan for our company, could you do me some favor? After so many glasses of wine, she's already getting a little tipsy. I'm full of temptation, thought Ju. Once Miss Chung keeps us company for this evening, there will be no more problems with extending credit. Ju poured her another glass. Thank you, Manager Ju. An hour later, there was already a battery of empty bottles lined up on the table. Miss Cheng, let's have another drink, Lucian suggested. Chung took a drink and realized, my alcohol tolerance has almost reached its limit. I can't keep drinking. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom, she said. The secretary said to her, Madam, please stop drinking. If you continue like this, you may lose control of yourself. It's okay, I can handle it, Chang said, standing over the wash basin. She was clearly not getting any better. God. Quote S so. I'm so angry. Chang's intoxication was making her mind confused. The secretary said, I'll be waiting for you outside. Is it worth it? To be an illiterate puppet, said Chang to her reflection in the mirror. Should you resent a fiancé you don't care about at all? No, wait. He owns this company, but I'm the one who runs it. Anyway, we have to settle things. Even if I have a stomach bleed today. Chang is determined. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, said the girl. Ju and Lucian looked at each other, and Lucian said, I just talked to Manager Ju. You're a woman, so it's not appropriate for us to get you drunk on alcohol. Okay, this is our last glass for today. We won't be drinking after this. He presented the glass to Chang. She was happy and took the glass. Really? Thank you, I'll drink it then, said the girl. Both managers watched with anticipation as Chang drank to the bottom. After we have stopped drinking, I suggest we start eating, said the girl cheerfully. But she suddenly felt sick. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with this wine. Those two pigs, she suddenly realized. But it was too late, everything was blurring before her eyes. Sorry, I have to go to the restroom again. Wobbling and barely standing on her feet, Chung left the room. She was followed by the undressing stares of the managers. She walked, struggling to move her feet and holding onto the wall with her hands. No, I need to leave, as fast as I can. When Chung was walking down the hallway and almost fell to the floor, someone picked her up. Oh, I didn't expect to meet you like this, said Wu Tian. She just went to the bathroom. But why did she want to go there again? Besides, she's not in a big hurry. Did she really run away? Said Lucian. If that's the case, she reacted very quickly. But the drugs should have already affected her, Ju replied. Hurry up, we have to find her. At this moment, she's completely powerless and couldn't run far. Let's go, hurry up. Lucian and Ju ran out of the office. Chung lay in the bathtub of a city hotel right in her clothes and only oohed and awed under Ye's watchful eye. You must feel awful. Don't pass out, said Yuchin, holding the girl's head. I don't have any medicine on hand to relieve your symptoms. I need special medicinal substances to do that. The courier is taking so long. In my past life, I didn't even have a girlfriend, but now I have a fiancé. It's so strange, thought Yi. Suddenly, Chang grabbed him by the neck and dragged him into her bathtub. Uchan resisted the temptation as best he could. Take me. Hurry, please, please, begged the flushed girl. Stop! No, I won't take this opportunity. Don't make me, said Uchan. Ye Wutian's past owed a lot to her. If I use her, she will be too pitiful, thought Ye while sitting in the hot bath with the girl. Inner peace. Like a miracle doctor, I have strong willpower. I won't be enamored with such a sexy little girl, he reassured himself. Woo! Howled the wolf inside him. It was getting harder and harder for him to resist. Oops, my dick! Ooh, calm down, now! The howling wolf immediately turned into a small dog, and Yutian was relieved. Phew. Turns out medication is more reliable than willpower. Good, I've made it through. This is so unbearable. Please, take me. I feel awful. Chang continued to pester him. How many drugs those bastards put her on. If this continues, she might die. I'll have to use the most primitive way to save her, thought Yi. Finally, the courier's here. There are no tools here to boil the medicine. I can only use the utensils I have on hand. Even if I can't cure her now, it will be enough to relieve her symptoms. The medicine is sprayed on the appropriate acupuncture points. I'll have to take off her clothes. I'm sorry, thought Uchan. Half an hour later, Chung was lying in bed, covered with a blanket. Ye realized that she was getting better and the crisis was over. If Wang Fangxi hadn't informed me in time, what would have happened tonight? Fucking Ye Wutian. How could he let a woman go through such a thing? Thought Wutian. He looked at the sleeping girl and said, Get a good night's rest. As for the rest, leave it to me. In the restaurant, one of the rooms is locked. The sign on it says it's Shuyun's office. Not catching up with the intoxicated girl, Manager Ju and Lucian returned to the site of their binge. After pouring himself and his business partner another glass, Lutian suggested that they finally get a bite to eat at least a little. He reasoned that whatever the case, they should fill their bellies, even if the girl ran away. The alcohol loosened his tongue and he admitted that he comes here to try new things. Ju decided to correct him and said that it's they who come here to try new things. Lucian agreed that they were coming here together to try something new, and they laughed disgustedly in one voice. The office door opened, and Ye Wutian, the strange doctor, appeared on the doorstep. They paid absolutely no attention to him, as they were already drunk. Yuchen allowed himself to laugh at them himself, smiled and asked why they were so funny. The managers immediately put on a businesslike demeanor. Ju asked Wutian who he was, and Lucian was simply rude. The doctor silently walked over to the table, picked up an empty wine bottle and began to examine the label. Ju had no way of knowing what he wanted. Wutian suddenly cracked Ju on the head with the bottle. Blood poured all over the manager's forehead. He clutched at his bruised spot, and Lucian looked on in amazement. He said they shouldn't have hurt his woman and they wouldn't just get away with it. Lucian immediately started shouting that it was none of his business. And who does he mean anyway? Ju sobered up a bit and started threatening Wutian. The manager was surprised to be hit on the head. He said that Ye did not yet know who he had messed with. Shifting his attention to Lucian, Yi began to look for something more massive on the table and settled on a large plate. Swinging around, he launched the plate, which was destined to become a flying saucer, directly at the aggressive Lucian. The manager's head was a mess of plate shards, scrambled eggs, blood, and God knows what else. This didn't seem like enough for Wutian, and he immediately gave Ju the same portion so that there would be no offense. Now both managers had their heads rested against the table, thoroughly smearing the tabletop with blood. Lucian didn't quite understand the situation, though, because he began to heave and ask how he even dared to raise his hand at him. He began to threaten E and lunged at him, one hand holding onto a bruised spot on his head. The alcohol seemed to be taking effect, and Lucian stopped hesitantly. His eyes were all double. Lucian could not take a step. His legs refused to go any further. All his muscles were stiff. Finally, he just collapsed on the floor, no longer reacting to his surroundings and just breathing heavily. Ju was still trying to crawl at this time, but he had similar symptoms. He complained that he couldn't move at all. Uchin walked around the room thinking of something else interesting to make. He found that the soup was still hot and looked salty. He approached the defeated opponents with a bowl full of soup. The soup was still very hot. It had not had time to cool down, and his opponents knew it. They stared in horror at the steam billowing over the plate. The bowl began to inexorably flip downward, and a thin stream of soup began to drip onto them. The deputies squealed and tried to dodge the stream of hot liquid, but in this situation they could only swivel their heads to the side. Yutian slowly poured the soup over them, making sure to get the liquid on the injured parts of their bodies. Lucian began to scream that he was in a lot of pain. He was yelling and swearing, the hot soup burning his chest and face. Besides, there was also soup on his back. So helpless Lucian could not even turn around, suffering from pain. Ju was just lying in the soup and he was screaming, resenting that Wuqian is a scoundrel and he won't just let him get away with it. He doesn't know who they are yet. At that moment another plate flew at Ju. The shards scattered all over the room. His face was covered in blood. Wutian took him by the scruff of the neck, shook him, put him on his knees, and asked him to answer the question if Ju knew who he was. Ju now looked frightened and muttered that he couldn't answer affirmatively to that question. Taking another plate, Yet tossed it and asked how it was that Ju didn't know who he was. No need to lie that he had never even heard of the great healer. Ju began to faint from the pain. His whole face was quickly drenched in blood. Yuchen looked at his hand, which had blood splattered on it, and said that this kind of bullying was really very tiring. Ju was fed up with him, so he turned to Lutian and asked him if he knew his rival. Lutian fearfully began to assure him that he knew him to be a great healer. Speaking rapidly and constantly interrupted, he began to beg to be let go, inserting great physician every 2 words. He grabbed Lucian by the hair, lifted his head and told him that the great healer was asking him if he liked guys. The one started shaking his head in all directions and yelling that no, of course not. He doesn't like guys. A plate flew in his face, and Lutian heard that it was the wrong answer. Lutian said that Lutian actually likes guys. Bleeding, Lutian rushed to confirm and assured that he just adores guys, yes. Yuchen defiantly pulled out one of his med packets and ripped it open over them. He raised his hand and lazily tossed the empty bag at their feet, looking at them squeamishly. As he left the office, the young man said that they would like it soon. They would like it very much. The waiter was carrying the food ordered by the head of the department. The door to the office was closed tightly, and moans were clearly coming from behind it. He knocked on the door and told Ju, the manager, that his order was ready and waiting outside the door. Of course, he wondered what those sounds were coming from the other side. Trying to make as little noise as possible, the steward began to slowly open the door to get a peek. From what he saw, he lost control of his actions and dropped the food he had brought from his hands. The dish shattered into tiny shards. The rumbling startled the girl, who was standing with a kettle and talking to her partner in the hallway. She asked him what was wrong, and the guy suggested we go see for ourselves. All 3 waiters were now standing in the doorway. They all had expressions of disgust and horror on their faces. There was a lot to be surprised about. The half-naked Lucian sat on the lap of the waist-naked Zhu, and they hugged each other happily. The girl's partner rather remarked that those two were so beautiful they could do it while bleeding. The girl blushed all red. She couldn't believe it could happen. The guy pulled out his phone and said they needed to take a quick picture of the two pigs and upload the photo to the internet. No doubt it would be very scandalous. Restaurant manager's room. Police and manager reviewing surveillance footage. The restaurant's general manager found a lead and asked the officer to review the snippet. She said the camera showed an unfamiliar man walking through the door. The image showed a man in a white shirt standing in front of the door. Zhang Xiaomei immediately recognized him and started cursing him, waving her fist in front of the computer monitor. Eastern City Bank. Same bank that Lu's men tried to rob, and the same pretty girl behind the counter. Walking over to the window, Wu Tian smiled and asked Miss Xu how she was doing. He assumed that the girl couldn't sleep at night. Zhu began to thank him heartily for saving her life. She was really in mortal danger. Wu Tian, smiling, told her that a casual thank you wasn't enough, and asked how she felt about keeping him company tonight. Zhu agreed and said, turning aside, that she was free after work. There was no hiding her embarrassment from Wu Tian, and he told the girl so. Zhu turned to him formally and asked if he had any more questions, or if she still had work to do. Wu Tian asked to be called simply E. He said it was very simple. Meanwhile, a line began to form behind him. The woman behind him said she wanted to call the main office of this bank. So let him deposit the money or take it out, but hurry up. Wu Tian apologized to her and told Miss Xu that they would talk after work, took out a check and asked her to cash it. Zue was surprised to find that it was a check for 30 million. She thought to herself that in front of such a rich guy, one should not skimp on politeness. Meanwhile, at the city hotel, Miss Chen had just started to wake up, lazily opening one eye. She realized she wasn't in her own home and tried to figure out where she'd gotten to. Pulling back the blanket and realizing that she was in just her shirt, Chen screamed exhaustedly in a voice that wasn't her own. She tried in a panic to remember why she found herself without clothes, but she couldn't. Crawling with her head under the blanket, Chen began to roar. She thought the supervisors had raped her. Sitting down on the bed and covering herself with a blanket, Chen cried for a long time. She was ashamed and hurt. She scolded everyone and cried again. It suddenly dawned on her that she felt no pain, and she had a little hope. Carefully examining the sheet, Chen didn't find a drop of blood on it, and she thought that someone had saved her. With difficulty remembering the events of the previous night, Chen tried to reconstruct the events. She dreamed of Uchan, who had picked her up in the hallway. The girl thought that most likely it was Uchan who had pulled her out of the clutches of the sneaky bankers. Her head was splitting from the horrible pain, and there was no Uchan around. Chen couldn't believe it was him. She remembered she was alert, and turned on the sound recording on her phone so she could just listen to the recordings. With great interest, the girl pulled out her phone and pressed the play button on the recording. On the recording, she recognized her voice, questioning whether it was worth it for the company. Another voice was ordering phytotherapeutic drugs, bitter ginseng, and big yellow slipstone over the phone, and asking for them to be delivered urgently. Chen hesitated for a moment. The man's voice was very similar to her fiancé Wu Tian's, but it was like he was a little different. Meanwhile, the voice on the recording said that he needed those herbs fast and couldn't wait that long. Uchan's voice came from the phone. He asked the girl to hold on and assured her that she should not lose consciousness. It would kill her. With surprise, Chen recognized her own passionate voice, begging to take her immediately, and Uchan's voice. He waved her away and demanded her to stop, saying he couldn't take this opportunity. Chen cried with shame and happiness as she continued to hear his voice. She was under the influence of the drug and could not disengage from Uchian. Chen grabbed her head. She didn't want to believe it was that jerk who had saved her. She convinced herself that it was definitely not him. He was a womanizer and couldn't refuse any woman who came on to him. Finally, she was tired of finding out who it was. Chen remembered that she had offended Manager Zhu and began to worry that now she wouldn't be able to pay the bank. The door to the hotel room suddenly opened, and her secretary flew into the room, panting. She asked Chen what she was doing here, and told her that she had been trying to reach her all night. The secretary asked if she had been abused by the superintendents, and indicated her intentions to call the police. Chen smiled and, crying with happiness, said that everything turned out well. Someone had saved her. The secretary rejoiced and said that was just great news, but there was one more thing. She pulled out her phone and opened the news. A close-up of the bank managers kissing each other. The caption under the photo, 2 gay governors, and that was not all. The secretary leafed on, and on every page was a new photo and new captions. Real love between governors, the Claymores and their political affairs, and so on. Chen was trying to figure out who had done this. Is it possible that her savior? The secretary added that, on top of that, their company received a certain amount of money, 29 million yuan. Chen, not believing her ears, asked where they were from. She suggested that they were from customers, but the secretary assured her that was impossible. The transfer was done by one person. The girl wondered who it could be. She came to the conclusion that her knight's savior could be the incognito. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Chen broke away from her long contemplation and invited her in. They were police officers. After introducing themselves and showing their official IDs, they asked for assistance in investigating the attack on Zhulun last night. Qianshan District, Wang Fengshi's house, a gray, dull high-rise building surrounded by the same. Someone knocked on the door and woke Yutina, who clearly had no intention of getting up since morning. He stretched lazily and muttered that he didn't know who it could be since morning had just come. He opened the door while standing in just his underwear. Standing outside the door was Zhang Xiaomei in the uniform of a police officer. A little embarrassed, she called Yi a pervert and said he could have put some of his clothes on. Smiling, Yutian asked the girl why she was blushing so much, and if it was because she was fascinated by his gorgeous body. Xiaomei shouted that he had nothing to brag about and demanded to follow her to the police station. They have suspicions that he was involved in the attack at night. Uchan asked for time and asked why she was the one who always accompanied him to the police station. He reminded her that they were related and asked her to be more polite to him. This enraged her and she demanded to get dressed. She said she needed to get evidence, not put him behind bars. Very slowly walking away to another room, Wutian paused, showing off his back, and said that he was going to get dressed. Xiaomei could barely contain herself. He took his pants and started to put them on right in front of her. Xiaomei couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at him that he was doing it on purpose. She demanded he change in the other room or she'd smack him right here. A posh black executive car was parked near the sidewalk. Xiaomei stood near the door and invited Wutian to take the passenger seat in the Mercedes. He turned the other way and declared that he didn't like this car and had his own car. Mei gritted her teeth in anger. She kept wondering why he might not have liked her car. Soon Yuqian himself appeared from around the corner. He walked proudly and drove an ordinary bicycle that shone in the sun with its polished parts. Xiaomei couldn't believe her eyes and asked Ye if this was really his car. Wutian was glad that he was able to impress Xiaomei. The young man said that it was a really cool thing. He could barely find it for a lot of money. Ye admitted that he wouldn't even sell it for 5 million yuan. Mei repeated his words, and nothing he said was beyond common sense. Getting on the bicycle, Wushan thought that the girl just didn't understand anything. After all, in the place where he came from, a bicycle is a very precious antique. He waved her goodbye and said they would see each other later. Xiaomei tried to stop him, but it was useless. She only looked helplessly at Ye's white back and started her car. That's how they drove down the road. Wutian was driving leisurely in the center of the lane, and Xiaomei was cautiously following him in the car. There were 2 guys watching them. One of them said it was relevant 10 years ago. His companion called the bike a wreck and the driver crazy. The first guy noticed that the driver of the car apparently knows the cyclist. Xiaomei tried to drive as slowly and carefully as possible. She just gripped onto the steering wheel. She was uncomfortable. Finally, they arrived at the police station. It was a tall yellow brick building. Stopping, Yuqin got off his bike and pulled out a bicycle cable with a lock, securing it to the rear wheel of his means of transportation. Mei asked him how he could be afraid that his bicycle might be stolen outside the police station. Uchan replied that she couldn't even imagine the true value of the thing, and added that he didn't want to argue with her further. The girl was simply shocked by his beliefs. After escorting Wutian to the interrogation room, Xiaomei opened the door and invited him in. She warned him that there was a man in the room who may have also been involved in the night's incident. Ye walked into the room and saw Miss Chen. She recognized him immediately and was startled. The girl obviously didn't expect to see him here. Wutian was also surprised and called the girl by her name, Chen Kaixin. Uchan approached the girl. They stared at each other in silence for a long time, an ocean of thoughts swirling in their heads. Finally, Wushan broke the silence and asked Miss Chen how she was feeling. A note of tenderness could be heard in his voice. The girl smiled and looked at him happily, and then asked him what he himself thought about it. Yutian scratched his head and said that he was actually just asking, and there was nothing wrong with it. The girl's face changed. The smile disappeared. She became a serious businesswoman again. Chen angrily asked what Ye meant. She had just knocked herself down and still couldn't find it anywhere. Does Wutian really take her for a toy? Chen demanded to immediately explain who Wutian took her for and what she meant to him. Yushin couldn't explain anything to her. It wouldn't seem true anyway. So he just gave a pathetic attempt at an apology. The girl with tears in her eyes stood looking at him. It wasn't long ago that she hated him, and she wasn't the only one. But now she wanted to go back to the old relationship. Zhang Xiaomei brought the papers and asked them to put aside the family squabbles as they were here for business. After a while, Wutian and Chen left the police station and headed to a cafe. They sat at a table on the luxurious couches opposite each other and were just as silent, hesitant to start a conversation. Finally, Wushin asked first if Chen was happy that she was engaged to him. Kexin looked at him carefully, her eyes starting to water. Her gaze became sad. The girl says she will only tell when E answers the question of whether they rescued her last night, and she demands an honest answer. Yuchen said it was really him and saved her completely by accident. Chen wondered how Ye knew that was where she was. And besides, given the circumstances, why didn't Wutian take her up on her offer? Ye said he discovered her completely by accident, and Chen would hate him for the rest of his life if he did. He said he felt sorry for the girl. She had been through a lot. Miss Chen, hesitating, thanked him. He had saved her honor anyway, and that meant a lot to her. She was surprised to think that Ye had never apologized before, and this wasn't like him at all. Thinking back, she asked Yuchen why he was using those Chinese phytotherapeutic herbs and doubted that he had basic medical skills. Yuchen explained that he happened to come across a folk remedy that is an antidote to the aphrodisiac. Wushan said that Chen hadn't answered his question yet, and voiced it again in case she had managed to forget, whether Miss Chen was happy to be engaged to him. The girl immediately cried and asked how she could be happy. After all, he's always gambled in casinos, and now he's run off somewhere, leaving his fiancée alone. Uchin closed his eyes and sat for a while, thinking about something. Did he regret what he had done? Without raising his eyes, he told Kexen that he was sorry, but they would have to break their engagement. Chen cried even more. She didn't understand why Wu Tian felt this way about her. After all, they had just found each other. Uchin stood up from the table, showing that his decision was final and irrevocable. Ye explained that Kexen wouldn't be happy with him. After breaking the engagement, the company will belong to her personally. Wu Tian thinks she deserves it more than he does. The girl couldn't say a word. Yi added that he would find time and come to her house to talk about it in about a couple of days. Chen was sad. As she followed his back with her gaze, she kept crying. No, this was not the meeting she had expected. Chen family mansion. It's late evening, the sky with a beautiful dark blue hue. Chen sat in her home on the spacious couch and was silent. She didn't feel like talking to anyone. The parents were sitting right there. Chi Chiyun, the girl's mother, asked what was wrong, as Chen hadn't been so glum and depressed in a long time. Chi asked if she was sick. Cheng Peizhong also asked his daughter what was bothering her. He wanted to help. Finally, Chen started talking and revealed that the young man wanted to break their engagement. Qi asked who she meant. Chang interjected that he had really said that and asked what would happen to the company now. The girl said that by mutual decision, the company would stay with her. Peizhong rejoiced at the news and exclaimed that it was great. When he realized that he looked very happy, he faltered and asked him to ignore it. Of course, the company had nothing to do with it. But he was just happy that his daughter was finally rid of that cretin. Qiyun informed Chen that her sister was coming back tonight and suggested we celebrate. Even though her parents were happy, Chen still said that she was in absolutely no mood and went to her room. Watching her, Qi noticed her sadness and asked her husband if he thought Chen was being overly sad. Peizhong confirmed that she really should be happy, but she looked very disappointed. The girl retired to the shower. Here she could finally put her thoughts in complete order. As she adjusted the right temperature, Chen thought about the fact that Wu Tian looked completely different now, not like before. Even though she had managed to get rid of Yushin, the girl still couldn't lift her spirits, and that made her even sadder. Wu Tian arrived at Miss Chen's house the very next day, on a bicycle. He looked sad, too. When the girl's parents saw him, they were stunned. Peizhong exclaimed how he could have come on a bicycle. Chen thought he had become a different person, and didn't even look at the car worth less than $1 million. She was amazed that Ye arrived on a bicycle. Wu Tian sat across from Chen's parents and decided not to sit around for long. Turning to Mr. and Mrs. Chen, he offered to get right down to business. Ye explained that he had come to break off his engagement to Keishin. Wu Chen said he wasn't good enough for Kexen, and she has suffered a lot since their engagement. And now it's finally time to end this strange relationship. It's for the best. The girl's parents interjected. Yi had managed to evoke positive emotions in them. Peizhong remarked that he seemed to know his place and asked about his future plans. Chung asked if he was going to return to the Ye family. Uchin said dismissively that he would not do what he was told to do, much less intend to return. He has his own principles. Peizhong resented not being welcomed back into the family and asked why he was leaving Keishin's company then. Wu Tian replied that the girl deserved it much more. After all, she had put a lot of effort into the development of the company, while Ye had done nothing for the company or for Keishin. Turning to Miss Chen, the young man asked her to sign her documents. Immediately afterward, the company would be taken over by her. Keishin asked for the papers to be left for her, saying she would read them at her leisure and then sign them. Seeing Chen's hesitation, Peizhong immediately started to press her and persuade her that this is a big chance, and they still want to break the engagement. She won't lose anything, and Ye will never touch her again. The girl responded by saying that she knew perfectly well how to act, and asked Yi if he had transferred that huge sum of money for the company. Uchan had to admit that he was the one who had saved the company from collapse. Chen watched him sadly. She shouted at him and asked him for what reason he wanted to break the engagement and why to do so. Uthion asked to consider it as compensation or atonement. She exclaimed, "What redemption can we talk about if he just gave her 29 million without hesitation?" Pejong clearly wasn't prepared to hear such an amount, and he immediately felt sick. He clutched at his heart, tried to stay on his feet, but still slowly settled to the floor. Ki asked her to bring the pills as soon as possible, while she herself was trying to support her husband at this moment. Chen looked at her father excitedly. She was also very worried about him. On the table in a special case were 4 kinds of pills, each in its own box. There was a glass of water next to it. Pejong was put on the bed and covered with a blanket. Ki reproached him for being so overexcited and asked him what was the reason. Pejong exclaimed that it was 29 million, as much as 29 million, and grabbed his heart again. He had another seizure, and Chen said in a firm voice that did not tolerate objections that they would take him to the hospital. Yuchen asked them not to worry, assured them he could handle himself, and rolled up his sleeves. The girl's parents looked at him dumbfounded. They didn't know how Yi could help them. Clasping 3 fingers into a fist, Yi left only his middle and index fingers. Making intricate movements with those fingers, and as if striking Pejong from afar, Wutian began to rapidly recite something between incantations and gibberish. Huajai, Yutang, Zigong, Zhongwen. His fingers made lightning-fast movements that no one could follow. Pejong closed his eyes in pain. Mother and daughter were very anxious and clung to each other's hands. Uchi began to make pinpoint jabs, going from the caddy lower down to the ribcage. Finally, a satisfied Pejong said he felt great. A stunned Chen S caught herself thinking that Ye knew how to give a massage and she didn't even know it. Wutian nonchalantly listed the symptoms: lumbago, coldness in the extremities, drowsiness, and weakness. He said that Pejong needed careful care and began to write a prescription: 10 grams of ginseng, atractylodes, ginger root, licorice or bear licorice. Giving the recipe to Kexen, Yi asked her to boil 1,500 milliliters of water to a volume of 500 milliliters. He said that this remedy should be taken 3 times a day for a week. Both mother and daughter were utterly amazed at the talents of the man they had just recently called a jerk, and now looked at him with grateful eyes. Yuchen, on the other hand, asked them what the big deal was and asked them to look at the prescription, not at him. Ki asked him in surprise when it was that he had time to become a doctor. Yi replied that he just picked up a medical book and learned it by himself. The young man apologized and said he had to go. Pejong thought about the fact that perhaps all this time Ye had just been playing dumb. The girl's parents were left to stare astonished at the back of their failed son-in-law. Kaysen picked up the company documents from the table and twirled them in her hands. She wondered what would happen next if she left things the way they were. She thought it was a nice try on Yi's part, but she still wouldn't sign the papers and threw them on the table. Wang Fangxi's house, a dull gray high-rise building that didn't stand out from the others. Wu Tian plugged the phone charger into the outlet and sat down to study the documents. He was surprised to find that the Ye family was well known in Dongcheng. Yi analyzed the data. It turned out that the original owner of his body looked like a popular playboy, but he was bullied and looked down upon by his family. Yu Tian decided he just had to get justice for exploiting his body. He was sure that even if he did nothing, someone from Yi's family could still make a claim. After all, it was a matter of inheritance. Wu Qin lay back and pondered that now the company had disappeared along with the bride. But coping with Yi's family without money was just a waste of time. Making money is the main problem at the moment. Chen Kaishin Company, a large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. That's where Mr. Yuchen was headed, having picked up some fancy dressy clothes and fancy shoes. He walked leisurely, hands in his pockets. Over his shirt was a green jacket with yellow lining, his favorite. Upon seeing him, the staff immediately started discussing his appearance. One waiter said that Mr. E was back, which was cool. The other guy remarked that he hadn't seen Mr. E for a long time either. One girl asked why Wu Tian was not having fun at the casino, but had come to the headquarters. Paying no attention to anyone, Yuchen walked down the hallway until he reached the door he needed. In the office were Miss Chen and her secretary. Both of them were surprised by the appearance of the young man. Without saying hello, Ye asked if Kexen had signed the documents and said that he had come to get them. Immediately he held out his hand for them. Kexen intercepted his hand and squeezed his fingers. He didn't understand why she did that. The girl admitted that she didn't have those papers right now and continued to hold his hand. Chen said she had to meet an important client and invited him to follow her. Yuchen couldn't understand what had gotten into her head. She never explained anything. Kaishin was literally pulling him along and didn't want to hear any excuses. Wuqian thought for a moment that she had lost her mind and didn't want to accept the company. The secretary was also quite surprised. She knew very well that her general manager simply hated this loser, so why introduce him to important clients? The 3 of them arrived at the hotel, a high-rise glassed-in building with bizarre asymmetrical shapes. Kaishin and the secretary walked ahead, Wu Tian trailing the procession, wondering why they had come here. Engrossed in his thoughts, he glanced at the exquisite figure of his former fiancée. He only now realized how good-looking Kexen was. When it was too late, Wu Tian stared at her luscious buttocks and long legs and realized he had rushed in. Closing his eyes, he followed the girls and regretted breaking the engagement. Kexen caught his gaze and asked him to stop staring at her and explained that he should help her today since he knew how to drink a lot and not get drunk. She reminded him that Ye used to drink wine and pick up girls with his friends. Walking in the door, Chen happily told Jun that here they were. There were 3 men sitting around a round table. In the center sat Zhong Jian, the CEO of an international group in China. Jun told Miss Chen that she looked absolutely gorgeous and invited everyone to the table. A terrible thought occurred to Yutina that he just couldn't get rid of. Ye noticed the 8 bottles on the table and began to suspect that the fat man just wanted to get Chen drunk and rape her. John said that since Miss Chen is ready, he suggests getting right down to business. He demanded a drink with him in order to deal with him. It was the only way Jian recognized people's character. Kexen whispered in Ye's ear that it was necessary to have a drink with him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do business with him. Wu Tian thought that he was acting as a drunkard here. Jian said that he decided to make an exception, and he would agree to a deal if the 3 of them would drink more for him. Kexen lit up, but Ye slowed her down. He had his own considerations. He asked the girl to take her time deciding and asked how much was at stake. Kexen replied that 10 million, and without that, the company would be doomed. She is confident that they will succeed. Ye's brain started frantically regenerating ideas. He had to beat Jian by any means necessary. Wu Tian smirked. His own idea was clearly more interesting than the one he had proposed. He asked John if he wanted to play a bigger game. Wu Tian said that 10 million was too little, and he wanted to play for 50 million. Kaixin turned white with horror. She figured E would definitely ruin the company, and she shouldn't have brought that idiot here. Jian smiled and was interested in the offer. He was starting to get into the excitement. Yu Chen offered to drink him 2 bottles of liquor, and then E would add 5 million for each new glass. Kexen tried to stop it all and told Jian that Ye was just joking, and not to take him seriously. She thought that Ye was definitely an idiot, and there was no need to bring him. Jian asked Chen if she doubted his sincerity. His eyes were wary. Chen said she just knows him very well, and he can't drink that much. He would fall down from 1 bottle, let alone 2. Wu Tian grudgingly thought that he didn't seem to be that bad. Why else would they have called him here? Yu Chen put his arm around her shoulders and asked her to give him a chance. They should take a chance. The girl froze. She didn't have the words to express her emotions. She didn't know how to exit with dignity. Chewing his food, Jian asked who Miss Chen was to the young man. Ahead of Kexen's answer, Ye smiled and said that he was her fiancé, Ye Wu Tian, and immediately added that it wouldn't be soon, as he would break their engagement tomorrow. This was news to the secretary, and she wondered why they would break off the engagement. Kaixin was distressed and lost in speculation as to what was wrong with her. She didn't know why Ye was in such a hurry to break off the engagement and suspected that he had another woman. Wu Tian ordered Wang Man to prepare a new contract, and he himself apologized that he needed to go to the bathroom and promised to return soon. He stepped out and closed the door firmly behind him. He looked around to make sure no one was watching him. Wu Tian pulled a small envelope of powder from his pocket, fastened with 2 pins. He poured the entire contents of the envelope into his mouth. Now he was a part of any drinking party. I carefully licked the powder residue from my lips. It was time to go and defeat the enemy. Wu Tian entered the hall and apologized to the audience for keeping them waiting. Taking one of the liquor bottles in his hand, he asked John to watch carefully. Immediately he grabbed the bottle, drained it in a volley as if it were a bottle of plain water. Jian was very surprised. He had never seen such a thing before, even opening his mouth. Kexen still didn't believe in him and eyed him with suspicion. She was afraid he would fall under the table immediately. Wu Tian calmly finished the 2nd bottle to the bottom and loudly placed the empty bottle on the table. Wiping his mouth, he said he hadn't had such delicious liquor in a very long time. Kexen walked over to him, took his hand, and asked him worriedly if he was okay. His hand went to the hollow of Chen's breasts, and he felt how soft they were. Yu Chen said he'd be fine if she didn't let him go. They stood back to back, and Chen wondered if it was time he stopped pretending to be innocent. John was delighted. He praised Ye in every way possible and suggested an innovation. A bottle now counted as 3 glasses. Wu Shen didn't mind and took the bottle. He said he would do as Jun wanted. Kexen asked him to be very careful and not to force himself. She thought that he might die if he continued like this. Opening the bottle, Ye turned to her and asked if Chen was worried about him. She was indignant and thought it was bullshit and it would be better if he died of drunkenness. Wu Chen drank the 3rd bottle standing up. John was very satisfied with what he saw. He turned the bottle upside down, showing that he had drunk it all and was not withholding a drop of liquor. Kexen exclaimed joyfully that they were saved and earned 15 million. The secretary also praised Wu Tian, but here E takes another bottle of liquor, drinks it calmly, and puts the empty container on the table. A minute passes, and Wu Chen reaches for the next bottle, pours it down his throat, and finishes the rest of the liquor with his last strength. With a clatter, E joins the empty bottle to the ones already standing earlier. The liquor is gone. He looks at Jian with a victorious smile. His breath has turned into alcoholic vapors. Leaning over to Jun, Ye demands his 50 million and expresses his hope that he won't regret it. Jian laughed and thanked him for his excellent work. He said he was sincerely convinced today and asked him to give him the contract to sign. Both Kexin and the secretary were thrilled that it was so simple. As they left, they bowed to Jian. Wutian remained standing and didn't even tilt his head. Chen threw herself around his neck and exclaimed that it was amazing. She asked how he did it. The secretary was more restrained in her emotions and just thanked him warmly. Wutian, holding his bride in his arms, confessed that he was obsessed with Bacchus. Kaishin did not understand him. Chen Kaishin Company. A large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. Chen was sitting in her office filling out paperwork. She thought about the fact that could Ye be her fiancé. After all, he didn't take advantage of the moment when she was in a drunken state. He has great medical skills and seems to have become an adequate person. Leafing through the document, the girl thought she had to sign this agreement to break the engagement. She started to sign the contract, and then the phone on the table rang. Kexin happily picked up the phone. She was very happy that Hao had returned. Kexin and Hao met at a large 2-story restaurant. Hao could afford it. They sat across from each other at a comfortable table on the second floor. A vase of plants stood beside them. Ouyang Hao told her that he had heard about what happened to her and asked if everything was fine now. Kexin cried and couldn't say a word. She was tormented by doubts. On the one hand, she should break off her relationship with Ye. But on the other hand, this was already a completely different kind man with healing skills. Hao said that she can cry all she wants. She shouldn't be killed so much. Chen covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Hao sat silently and waited. Finally, Kexin began to tell, sobbing every now and then, that Ye had suddenly disappeared, leaving her alone in this company, and she was really upset. Hao took out a handkerchief from his pocket and stood up, intending to wipe Chen's face. Suddenly, she intercepted his hand, thanked him for the handkerchief, and told him she could handle it herself. Hao first thought that she was amidst the stress. She was refusing him unconsciously. He said he came back just for her and asked her to go with him and forget about that jerk finally. Hao offered to live with him exactly as they had imagined it before. The girl hesitated a bit and didn't know what to say to her companion. Seeing her confusion, Hao continued to press her and told her that he knows her fiancé and that he doesn't deserve her. Chen swiveled her head in all directions and couldn't find a comfortable position anywhere, and simply asked to change the subject. Hao insisted that they should talk about it. He didn't take advantage of expressing his feelings on campus then, but he wouldn't give up this time. Hao asked if Kexin loved him. In tears, Chen asked Hao to leave. She was starting to get fed up with this topic. Hao started yelling at the girl and proving that her whole life will be ruined if this continues. Was she really hoping for a happy life with Ye? Kexin got up from the table and, stammering, said that she didn't know anything, and she had to go. Hao rushed after her and tried to stop her, but she silently walked away from him. Finally, he stopped resentfully, realizing it wasn't going to work anyway. It's late evening. All the windows in the Chen family's mansion were lit. Chen came home. Qi cheerfully said that Hao came by this afternoon and was supposed to call her. She was just putting flowers in a vase. Kexin didn't react in any way to the message about Hao, only throwing in a glimpse that she would go take a shower. Qi told Peijong that their daughter looked unhappy, though she should be happy that Hao was back. Her husband replied that she just needed time. Kaixin sat in the bathtub and thought that Hao was right and should have ended this absurd relationship. But she refused him, and she doesn't know for what reason. She thought she might have fallen in love with Eutenia, but then she dismissed the thought, telling herself that she couldn't fall in love with such a womanizer. The next day, Miss Chen approached the large building where her office was located. She wasn't feeling quite right, as she hadn't slept well, and was trying to set herself up for work. While thinking about her own thoughts, Kexin almost collided with an enormous bouquet of roses. Hao himself was rushing towards the girl from the office building, holding flowers in his hand. Chen was surprised to ask Hao what on earth he was doing here. She looked confused. With a smile, Hao handed her a bouquet of roses and told her it was for her, and at the same time asked if she was free at noon to have lunch with him. The girl staggered back. She wasn't ready to accept his offer, certainly not now. Wu Tian rode up to them on a bicycle glistening in the sun and asked what they were doing here. Smiling, Yi clarified, not interrupting them by accident. He was wearing his favorite yellow-green jacket. Kexin was embarrassed. She was almost crying and couldn't say a word. She didn't dare to make a choice. Hao approached Wu Tian and asked him to step aside for business negotiations. Wu Tian asked if he knew that Kexin had a fiancée. He thought it was very brazen of Hao to flirt with his fiancée. After all, he could have waited for a spat. Hao felt right about the situation, so he started being rude and said that it didn't change anything. He told Yi that he was not thinking straight and had done nothing for the girl in the last year. On that basis, he is hardly worthy of being her fiancé. Wu Tian replied that it was none of his business and advised him to stay away from her. Then he asked who he was that he had come here. Hao replied that he had no right to tell him what to do, but he himself was not forbidden from courting Kaixin. He asked him to leave the girl alone so that she could be happy. Leaning his face closer to Hao's head, Ye confidingly informed him that it was the girl's choice, in case he wasn't aware. He added that Hao wasn't that good since the girl still hadn't agreed to be with him. This infuriated Hao, and he warned Ye that he forbade touching the girl or he might regret it greatly. Rolling up his sleeves, Ye shrieked that he didn't know who he was messing with and offered to punch him if Hao had any courage. Kexin couldn't watch the growing conflict any longer and screamed, demanding that it stop immediately. Wu Tian slowly turned to her, looking at her face for several seconds with a studying gaze. Suddenly, he unclenched his fists and said she was mistaken to think he was really willing to fight for her. Quickly turning around, he walked out of the building, causing the stunned girl and Hao to stare at his back. He walked away with his hands shoved carelessly in his pockets, showing that he didn't care about what was going on. Miss Chen looked after him and wondered why Wu Chen looked so disappointed and why she herself was having such a hard time going through all of this. Hao just hummed and asked the girl again if she could have lunch with him today at noon. Kexin apologized and said she'd be busy, most likely. Chen then said she had some things piling up and asked him to leave the building. When she went into her office, she was surprised to see Eugenia there. He was sitting in her seat. Pretending to fill out some paperwork, he motioned for her to enter as a regular visitor. Chen was very surprised by the young man's behavior and asked if he was drunk by any chance. Ye replied that she was right. He'd had a few drinks, but he wouldn't want to have a conversation on the subject. Kexin said that she meant something completely different. Wu Qian said it was none of his business at all, and he just wanted to know when she would sign the agreement. He added that today is his last visit to the office and he will not set foot here again. Kexin looked at him with sadness in her eyes, and thought about how Yi didn't need to do this if he just wanted to hide from her. In Kexin's office, Wu Qian stood up, stretched, and said that the work was finally finished and could go home. Chen was already ready and stood with her purse in the office doorway. Hao wasn't going anywhere. He waited for them near the exit of the building with his hands in his pants pockets. As he passed by, Wu Tian threw carelessly in Hao's direction that this guy annoyed him a lot, and he didn't understand what Hao was keeping here. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a red sports car rapidly approaching. The Ferrari braked sharply at the sidewalk, making a circle on the spot. The smell of burnt rubber spread quickly through the air. Wu Tian looked at the car driver in surprise, not understanding what he wanted here. The driver got out of the sports car and cheerfully said it was the scum of Yi's family, and remembered that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Hao bowed to the driver and said that he was happy to see Mr. Ye and welcomed him. He replied cheerfully that he had not expected to see Mr. Ouyang here. After pointing his finger at Kexin, Mr. Ye asked Hao if he had come for her. Miss Chen held Ye's hand and was just outraged that things were being decided for her just like that. Duckling let go of her hands, hummed, and turned around, intending to leave. The girl immediately rushed after him and grabbed Yi by the sleeve, trying to stop him. Ye turned around. Kexin asked why he was going to just pick up and leave. Wu Tian said he had no business being here anyway, unless she wanted him to be the third extra. The driver of the car approached him and asked him to wait, calling him a loser. He said that Wu Tian sees the future heir of the Yi family in front of him, and wanted to know what Wu Tian thought about it. Wu Tian asked if he was really the future heir of the family and said that he didn't care at all. He added that they were wrong to think that the Ye family was so powerful, and he was very worried about leaving. So he asked Yi to tell them that Yi's family would soon be taken over, and it will be in Wu Tian's hands, and will be completely under his control. Kexin watched Wu Tian's behavior and was surprised. After all, he used to hide every time he saw people from the family, but now he was talking to Ye Guang in such a tone. Hao also found Wu Tian's actions unusual, and he decided to find out what was going on. Guan started yelling that Ye is crazy, and the family will never go under his control. Wu Tian mumbled that Guan had made a good point, but they would soon realize on their own that they were the ones who had been thrown out of the Yi family by the losers. Guan clenched his teeth in anger and said that he would look forward to that moment to see his desperate look. Wu Tian said that he would take back everything that the topic rightfully belongs to, and added that the Yi family belongs to him. Kexin thought admiringly that he was nothing like that Ye Wu Tian, and he was really so cool. Guan hummed and threatened Ye that he would answer for his words someday. He decided to return to the original purpose of the visit, and thought it was very important for him to make a good relationship with Hao, and this loser wasn't going to run anywhere. Ouyang continued to press on Kexin and forced her to make her choice here and now. Chen said she forgot to do something, so she had to go back to work. A disgruntled Hao tried to detain the girl and shouted after her, but Guang told him that he knew some things about Wu Tian. He said that he had heard about Ye's impending breakup of his engagement to Kaixin, and that he had given her his company. Guang friendly offered to arrange a date with Kaixin. Hao should only tell him. Ouyang was immediately interested in the offer and accepted it, asking for more details. Kexin stood in her office and watched the scene through the large office window. She asked aloud, as if she were talking to Yutina, about his life's journey and what he had experienced during that year. Remembering the way he had proudly walked away from her in the distance, Chen thought of Ye going to break off the engagement. As if understanding her thoughts, the secretary tried to reason with her boss and asked her to just get over it. She said that Ye Wutian was no match for Chen at all, and Ouyang Hao was much better. Even though Ye had changed a lot, he was still a womanizer. The secretary said he could have done it just on a whim and she'd better make a decision before he changes his mind. Kexin didn't know what to do anymore. She was very confused lately. Chen went to the window again, looked thoughtfully into the distance, and said she needed to think. Duck, meanwhile, was approaching his two-wheeled means of transportation. Taking the bike for a spin, he ordered the previous owner of the body to calm down and said that he would bring back Yi's family for him. However, he added that his fiancée seems to be involved with another man, and Yi is not sure if he can keep her. Getting on his bike, Wutian told himself it was time to become a miracle doctor, and rode off into the distance. Soon a great many people were gathered in one place. Some came with interest, some out of curiosity. There were some who asked him to stop. On the cross hung a white cloth with a large print inscription. The banner offered a variety of services to those who wanted them. You could kill the enemy. You could be cured and become perfectly healthy. You could be cured of impotence. You could give birth to a girl or a boy. And in all this, only he, the miracle-working doctor, the one and only one, will help. At a small table, with only a notepad and pen on it, sat Wutian, wearing dark glasses, nonchalantly. He attracted a lot of attention, and soon there was a long line to his makeshift office. With his glasses down on his nose, he gazed into the eyes of potential clients, arousing even more interest. The table was immediately overrun with visitors, asking what hospital he represented and whether he was licensed. Wutian replied that he does not belong to any hospital as his services are too expensive for any hospital. People started shouting from the crowd that he had escaped from a mental institution altogether, and no one would believe him anyway. He said that freedom is always for volunteers, and people who trust him treat him as a priceless treasure and nothing less. A small minibus was driving slowly down the street. Those sitting in it noticed a large crowd of people. The girl was interested in the noise and asked to stop the van and said she had to check it out. Pushing through the crowd, journalist Wang walked towards the future sensation. Immediately, she recognized the wonderful doctor even with dark glasses and was surprised. She laughed and asked Yuqian what he was doing here, the fool that he was. He replied that it was fine and he could safely call it a panacea or something, and asked her to mind her own business. Wang said no one would approach him if he kept this up and offered to help. A journalist interviewed him and he was quickly launched on television. Wutian stood in the frame and was asked if clients would come to him. Smiling, he said that soon everyone would know about his miraculous powers. The journalist asked if Wutian considers himself a special person. He replied simply, and said that while others laugh at his insanity, he laughs at their short-sightedness. Kexin watched the broadcast in her office and choked on her water with laughter. She started laughing loudly and called her secretary to laugh at Yutina. The secretary asked if Kexin was angry, because Ye is her ex-fiancé and he should be ashamed. Kexin replied that it looked interesting, and she wanted to see how it would all end. The secretary shrugged and left, thinking that Kexin and Wutian had changed a lot, and Chen would have gone crazy if this had happened sooner. The large 4-story mountain villa of the Yi family was also watching the video broadcast. Wutian stood right in the frame and revealed that he wears dark glasses to get a better view of the beauties. He noted that girls usually wore dark silk stockings under his dark sunglasses. Guan urged his father to look at Ye and see what a moron he really was. The Ye Hengchai family's eldest son asked his younger brother with a smile if his son was now on the screen. Wutian's father thought that Ye hadn't contacted him since he returned to Dongcheng, and couldn't understand what he was doing now. The patriarch of the Yi family smashed his 5 fingers on the table with a swing, unable to contain his emotions. He started cursing and cursing Wutian, what a lousy sheep he was. The patriarch told Hendon that he was aware of his secret funding and asked him to stop supporting Yushin from now on, as it had gone too far. Hendon tried to persuade the patriarch and pleaded that it was his son. Guan added fuel to the fire and told his grandfather that he had seen Wutian yesterday, and the latter had promised to throw everyone out on the street. The patriarch flushed with indignation that Yi had dared to say such a thing and asked Hendon to stop supporting him or he would regret it himself. Turning to Hendong, Guang said that he would be left without a daughter-in-law apparently, and explained that Ye Wutian had proposed breaking off his engagement to Chen Kaixin. Hendon couldn't stand it himself after that. He had spent too much effort to choose the perfect wife for his son, and he simply breaks off the engagement. His wife Weirong gently took his hand and asked him to calm down. Hendong's youngest daughter, Ye Feqiao, gently hugged his other hand, and said that her brother must have some reason for doing so. She asked him not to be angry with him. Guang revealed that he also saw Ouyang Hao, who likes Chen Kaixin, and this is their chance to get along with the Ouyang family. The patriarch angrily replied that Ye was the most influential family in Dongcheng, and you can't compare their family and the Ouyang family. He said that Guan could do Hao a favor if necessary. Ye Dongshuan, Wu Tian's aunt, told the patriarch that Chen Kaixin now owned the company and cleaned up the mess left by Wu Tian, and she knew how to deal with such a businessman. Hendon couldn't take it anymore and demanded that everyone calm down. He reminded them that she was his daughter-in-law and demanded that they stay away from her. The patriarch of the family slapped his hand loudly on the table again. He was finally fed up with this. Sitting down on the couch, he asked Fendon what he wanted, and told him that Wu Tian would not return to this house as long as he himself was alive. Wu Tian stood at his desk, inviting everyone to use the services of the miracle doctor. The journalist was sitting next to him. She reminded him that it was noon and no one had approached him yet, and asked if he was sure of what he was doing. Wu Tian replied that it's always difficult at first and sooner or later someone will come up anyway. A man approached him, pushing through the crowd. There were cheers from the crowd, and they immediately recognized the man as Dr. Wu, a famous professor. Happy to have finally found Wu Tian, he said that he had a suitable patient for Yi and he should be interested. Yi said he was interested in whether he would be paid, and asked about the patient's symptoms. A fellow in the crowd remarked that Dr. Wu was familiar with the quack. His companion remarked that he might be able to do something. The doctor called Yi the patient's symptoms: hemiplegia, numbness of limbs, slurred speech. He also added that it had been 2 days. Yuchen assumed it was a stroke and said that 2 days wasn't that bad, not all was lost. An obese man started making his way to the table. He shouted that he had to see the doctor. Utian pulled his glasses down on his nose to better assess the customer and began to gaze at him. He quickly assessed the client's symptoms and ability to pay based on basic features. Bald and fat. Wears a huge gold necklace, an expensive watch, and a fancy suit. He thought the fat man should have a rich man tag on his head. He liked rich customers like that. A man ran up to the table and said his name was Shen Ding, and asked to tell the doctor what was wrong with him. After throwing a fleeting glance at him, Yi said quickly and without hesitation that he had swelling, fatigue and weakness, bad stools, and kidney failure. Tink rejoiced, recognized that he was indeed a miracle doctor, and asked for help, shaking his hand with his own too. Wujin said it's no problem, but we should discuss the cost of treatment, as his services are not cheap. Holding out the promissory note, Ding cheerfully said that he only needed to help, and the 100,000 yuan check would become Ye's property. Wuqian showed a look of surprise on his face, and said that 100,000 yuan was too little. His services cost 1 million yuan. The man was amazed. It was very expensive, but health is more expensive, so he agreed. He shouted that he would agree if Ye could really cure his illness, and hurriedly wrote a check for 1 million yuan. Wuqian laughed and said that he was happy with their deal, and the fat man wouldn't regret it. He began to quickly write out a prescription: Zog medicinal dogwood, Poria coconut, Tuchung, Frustus brucinetti, fennel, medicinal morinda, polygala root, Chinese magnolia fruit, etc. He handed over the prescription and said that the man should mix the Fructus brucinetti with liquor and soak the medicinal morinda in the liquor. At the drugstore, one should make pills of these at 10 grams per pill. You need to take this twice a day, and then Tink will feel rested and energetic. He added that there is no problem with the prescription, the man just needs to take it. Fatty thanked him and thought that if even Dr. Wu thought the prescription was effective, then this guy really is a miracle doctor. Wang looked at Wuqian with envy and thought how easy it was for him to make 1 million, and asked herself how much she as a journalist had to work to get 1 million. Wuqian told Wang that she should now realize that 20,000 yuan for a prescription is not much at all, and asked her how she was feeling. Wang hummed that she wasn't feeling so good. She was in a frustrated state of mind. It was late evening. All the windows in the Chen family's house were lit. Kexin was lying on the couch reading the latest city news on her laptop. A cell phone was lying next to her. The news posted a large photo of Ye and wrote that the first patient was treated at a cost of 1 million yuan. No one knew whether he was a quack or really a miracle doctor. Keishin smiled and decided that Wuqian was indeed an unusual young man. He was becoming interesting to watch. The phone rang and vibrated. The display showed Hao's name. Chen didn't want to talk to him, so she waited for him to disconnect the call himself. But the phone wouldn't stop ringing, so Kexin shoved it under her pillow. Even from there, it buzzed annoyingly. Ouyang sat in the car and called Chen's phone while watching her windows. He knew the girl was home. Finally, Hao got tired of the girl ignoring him, opened the car door and got out. The look was very sad. He couldn't understand why Chen was ignoring him. Hao looked at the window the girl was hiding behind and exclaimed that she wouldn't be able to hide from him forever. Qi went up to the second floor and knocked gently on her daughter's door. When she opened the door, she cheerfully said that Hao had come and asked her to come out and say hello to him. It was news to Kexin that Ouyang was already here, and she flashed downstairs. Appearing in the living room, she greeted Hao as if nothing had happened. Hao first asked the girl why she hadn't returned his calls and if she was sick. Chen assured him that everything was fine and not to worry, she was just a little tired. Chi said she was working too hard and suggested that Hao go to the movies or something with her, just as long as they didn't stay home. Keishin started to refuse. But Hao had already taken the lead and said it was a good idea, and for the sake of propriety asked what Kexin thought. Chen had to agree. Soon she was ready for an evening stroll. Walking through the night city, they soon reached a large square with a beautiful cascading fountain. Hao said the square was a great place for a walk. But Chen looked as glum as before, and Ouyang wondered if Wu Tian was the reason for her sadness. Chen began to deny in every possible way that she had nothing to do with Wu Tian, and that it was a bad joke in general. From behind them came the ringing voice of a little girl, asking her uncle to hurry up. Behind them, Ye Wu Tian was riding a bicycle. He held the handlebars with one hand and held the little girl close to him with the other hand, holding her higher. The little girl was having a good time, and she was laughing and asking him to go faster. Uchan told her to hold on tight. He began driving in circles, changing hands as he went and grabbing the steering wheel alternately with his right and left hands. Kexin was surprised and wondered if this was definitely the same Ye Wuqian who had always been a womanizer. The girl's mother walked over to them and told Qianqian's daughter that it was getting late. They have to go home, so it's time to say goodbye to her uncle. Ouyang also recognized Wu Tian and asked Kexin what he could be doing here. Chen tugged his arm. She wanted to leave quickly, but it was too late. The lantern illuminated their faces and Wu Tian recognized them too. He immediately approached Chen Kaixin and asked what she was doing here. The girl turned away. She was excited and didn't want to blame or make excuses right now. Hao angrily asked him what was wrong and didn't he see that they were on a date. Ye turned around and left, but told Kexin lastly that he didn't mind if she met someone else, but she should remember that she was still his fiancée. After that, he asked to do all this after the official signing of the agreement. Wu Tian added that he hopes to still get the signed breakup agreement in his hands tomorrow. Tears came to Keishin's eyes and she tried to justify herself to Wu Tian. She said that he had just misunderstood her and it wasn't what he thought. Kexin immediately returned home. She was angry at the whole world, especially since Hao meant absolutely nothing to her. Without even undressing, she tossed her bag onto the bed and immediately buried her nose into the pillow herself. She cried bitter tears and seemed to be having a conversation with Wu Tian, proving to him that he had misunderstood everything. Qi asked her husband if he knew why Chen returned so quickly. She looked very worried. Pei-jung replied that it was better for her to find out for herself. Kai yelled at him that after all, she was his daughter too and he could take some interest in her life. As she continued yelling, she said that she didn't understand why she didn't like Hao, because Wu Tian was much worse. Pei-jung asked Qi to keep her cool, because it's her daughter's decision, not hers. The next day, the alarm clock on her phone rang merrily in Chen's room, waking her up with the phrase, "Lazy piggy, time to get up." The girl sat up on the bed and realized that she had overslept again. The alarm clock kept blaring. Chen put her phone in her purse and yawned sweetly. She still had to wash her face and go to work. Opening her purse, she noticed it was missing and instantly woke up completely. She felt uneasy. She quickly shoveled through the contents of her purse, but she couldn't find what she was looking for. It was strange, because just yesterday the separation agreement had been in her purse, and now it wasn't. Keishin was angry and crying and sad. She just couldn't understand where it had disappeared to. Chen Kaixin Company, a large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. Chen rushed to the office and searched through all the nightstands and filing cabinets, but she couldn't find him anywhere, not even in the office. A cheerful secretary came running into the office and said she had good news. She handed Kexin a business card and informed her that someone was looking for her to cooperate. With just a glimpse of the business card, Chen was stunned. It belonged to Ye Dongxuan. After making herself comfortable, Ye Dongxuan III, Wu Tian's aunt, expressed her confidence that Chen was not surprised by her visit. Kexin assured her that everything was fine, and said that she was welcome in the company. Dongxuan mumbled that she was a straightforward person and didn't like to beat around the bush. She was willing to cooperate with the girl on one small condition. Holding out the document to Chen, she asked for a break in her engagement to Ye Wutian. Dongxuan looked straight in front of her, studying the girl's reaction. Kexin nervously stood up from the table, intending to speak her mind. Dongxuan calmly asked her not to worry and look at the contract first. After a quick read of the terms of the engagement breakup, Chen stumbled over the numbers. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was being offered 300 million, a huge sum of money, and that was just for one signature. Dongxuan said that they would soon break the engagement anyway, and she was well aware of that. She said that as an intelligent person, Kexin should clearly understand the pros and cons. Chen was in no hurry to sign. She said she wanted to know what Dongxuan was after, and until she knew, she wouldn't sign the contract. Dongxuan replied to her that she was surprised by Chen's concern for her fiancé. She had thought that the girl didn't care. Kexin said that it's her personal business, and she shouldn't talk about personal relationships. Chen asked if she was doing it because she wanted to hurt Wu Tian. Dongshuan replied that the girl has personality but no weight in society, so she asks for a reply before lunch. She doesn't like to wait. Chen hesitated, holding the potential 300 million in her hand. She wondered why exactly Ye Dongshuan was coming to her after the agreement to break the engagement disappeared. She realized she had to rush home and find an agreement as quickly as possible. In the doorway, she faced her secretary. Behind her stood 2 men. The secretary asked if she was going home. The secretary said that Chen was being sought by 2 lawyers. The men approached Kexin. They said hello and said they were acting on behalf of Ye Wutian and were conducting a company handover. One of them held out a business card with the Tianjin Trading logo on it. Kexin asked what kind of transmission they were referring to. She didn't understand anything. The lawyer explained that since she had signed an agreement to break her engagement with his client Yutian, the company should be rewritten in her name. Chen screamed that she hadn't signed any agreement and it was a mistake. The second lawyer handed the first lawyer the documents, and the latter handed them to Kexin. He said it was an agreement that she had personally signed. She quickly snatched the document from the lawyer's hands and wondered where they could have gotten this agreement. Looking at the end of the document, she saw her signature. But Kexin knew for sure that she hadn't signed it, and she couldn't figure out where they'd gotten the agreement. Kexin started yelling that it's impossible and she didn't sign anything at all, so the document is fake. The lawyer politely told her that if Chen doubted the authenticity of the report, she could apply for a handwriting expert. Kexin scowled and ran out of the office, nearly knocking the lawyers to the ground. Chen had tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. After all, it was impossible. The document was nowhere to be found. When Kexin ran out of the building, it was raining heavily outside. But Chen didn't care. She ran down the sidewalk and called out to Yutian, urging him to come back and explain the situation. The enraged Chen never tired of screaming. She ran on her heels and called out to her fiancé. Her screams were being confused into sobs and cries, and Chen was just asking him to show up and explain everything. While running, Kexin didn't look down and got caught on a rock sticking straight up in the sidewalk. Chen couldn't keep her balance, started to fall, and hit her face on the ground painfully. Kexin didn't care about anything now. She sat in her office clothes in the pouring rain, her hands resting on the sidewalk. Crying, the girl asked herself the same question. How could this have happened? She knew for sure that she hadn't signed anything. She hadn't signed, that's all. It was in this position that Hao found Chen. He ran to her rescue with an open umbrella and asked what had happened. Wu Tian stood on the other side of the street and watched Hao drop to one knee to help Kaixin to her feet. He told himself that this was the end, and she was no longer his fiancée as of today. Continuing his monologue, he added that this relationship might not have happened and apologized. Suddenly someone stopped him, putting his hands out in the middle of the sidewalk. Wu Tian slowed down. The secretary asked him why he was doing that and why he was treating the principal that way. He asked why she cared, since everyone around her wanted a rift, including her. The secretary started yelling at him that she was on the principal's side and that Wu Tian made her look sad all the time. She added that Kexin didn't sign the document and she was curious about what happened. Yutian asked in surprise about the signature and said he was sent the contract this morning. The agreement had Chen Kaixin's signature on it, so Yes signed it as well, that's all. He hummed and said he was leaving anyway, much to everyone else's delight. The secretary laughed after him and said that she now had a tape recorder and would solve any misunderstandings. Wu Tian arrived on the grounds of the private clinic with Dr. W. There were armed men standing near the facade and guarding the entrance. There were also fighters with machine guns everywhere in the building, and Ye reminded the doctor that he had promised to pay him after he arrived at the place. Wu Tian admitted that the place was a little scary for him. The doctor was silent, and he wondered who his patient was. Dr. Wu says his last name is Ning, and that's all the information he can give. Before entering the room, the doctor paused and asked me to watch my words inside and not to talk nonsense. There was a patient lying on a bed in the ward. There was a table with a chair next to it. There were also 2 men in the room. It looked like a father and son. They looked like each other, visually separated by about 20 years. The patient was an elderly, toothless grandfather. His eyes were closed and he was barely breathing. Coming closer and taking a closer look at him, E asked the doctor if this was the man they had been talking about. W replied in the affirmative. Wu Tian looked thoughtfully and listed the symptoms: numb limbs, crooked eyes, powerlessness, purple horrible tongue. It was very serious, he said. The older man looked at him respectfully and thought he must be a very capable doctor. Grabbing Ye by the shoulder, he asked how much Wu Tian could be trusted. Wu Tian said that if he uses his medicine and special massage technique, he can be 70% sure. Getting to his favorite point about relating to clients, Ye said medical expenses will run into a penny. Dr. Wu turned pale after all he had warned E. He mentally advised Wu Tian to shut up. Had he forgotten about the armed men outside? But it all worked out. The guy handed Yu Tenyu a check for 5 million and the man said he would get a little more later. Wu Tian almost snatched the check out of the young man's hands and asked him to prepare a pen and papers, noting that he liked to talk to people who understood. At the table, Yi was quickly scribbling down a recipe. White snake flour, black snake, narcissus, turtle meal, white cardamom, dead silkworm, black aconite, dissected crocodile brain, Chinese clematis root, ephedra, cardamom, Chinese celery root. Finished with the prescription, he handed it to the man and asked him to bring clean towels. After 2 hours, he would wet the towels in a bowl of special solution. Wu Tian was applying lotions to the patient and thought that this disease required special treatment, and it was very likely that there would be complications. After finishing the towel treatment, Wu Tian was satisfied with the result and began the massage. When Ye finished all the necessary preparations, it was already midnight. The moon was shining brightly. Wu Tian started yawning and said he would appear here 3 times a day to make sure he knew the patient was taking everything on time. The man carefully wrote everything down in a notebook. He added that only in a month, perhaps 2, would his condition improve. The man continued to write down his every word in his notebook. Wu Tian and Dr. Wu walked through the city, strolling leisurely. The work was already behind them. The doctor praised Ye and said that Wu Tian's skills were much better than his own, and added that he was sorry to hear about the guy's fiancée. Wu Tian questioned the doctor if he meant the engagement, and said he didn't think the rumor would spread so quickly through the city. The doctor hinted that he has a granddaughter who is a stewardess, and she is a beauty. He asked Yi if he was interested. Wu Tian gasped with excitement. He didn't expect the doctor to have such a wonderful granddaughter. Wu Tian was already dreaming rosy dreams of a beautiful, long-legged and lush-breasted girl. Putting his arm around the doctor's shoulders, he said it sounded great. Dr. Wu promised that he would invite him to dinner when the time came. He would make all the arrangements. The doctor thought that Yi was too talented, and he just couldn't afford to lose him. Another night had fallen in the city. There was not a soul in the streets, only the wind rustling the signs of the buildings. He tossed and turned in bed for a long time and couldn't sleep. He even threw his pillow on the floor. At last, Wu Tian got what he wanted. 4 beautiful women appeared in his dream, and all of them wanted him. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the idyll, and the beauties disappeared in a flash. Wu Tian was even a little startled by the uninvited guests, but he didn't show it. He started yelling, why was there so much banging on the door, and who was up there at night? He could barely sleep as it was. Putting on his room slippers, Yi grudgingly started to open the front door, saying that he was dreaming about beautiful girls and shouldn't have been disturbed. A girl police officer stood outside the door. She looked silently at Yi, who came out in his underwear. She stood in front of the door and ordered him to dress immediately and follow her. He started to resent that it was actually his house, and if she's okay with it, he'll decide when he wants to get dressed. The officer repeated her request in a serious tone. She didn't like this naughty boy. Wu Tian said it was the first time he saw her at all and didn't understand why he would take her orders. Unexpectedly, he flew back into the apartment. His uninvited guest stood on the doorstep and demonstrated stretching. She said that no matter how humiliating it was for him, he couldn't afford to be lenient. Wu Tian sat under the wall and couldn't understand what was actually going on at all. The uncomprehending Utanon lifted himself, lurching onto his knee. He asked the girl who she was and told her she was finished. She got angry, got into a fighting stance, and told him to shut up immediately. Angry, Yi shrieked again that he was seeing her for the first time at all and scolded her. Wu Tian tried to close the door and pulled on the doorknob, but the girl held the door with her hand. To make it more secure, she rested the heel of her boot on the floor and pulled the door toward her. Wu Tian realized that this girl was indeed very strong, and it was difficult to resist her. Immediately, she kicked him hard in the head area, turning Yi the other way. Putting her foot down, the girl said he'd better watch his tongue more. He said that she might even kill him if he had the courage. But if the girl fell into his hands, she would regret it a lot. Wu Tian couldn't understand what was going on. After all, he was just sleeping in his house. Why was it necessary to attack him? The enraged girl took acceleration and ran at Yi with the speed of a cheetah. Running up, she jumped and hit ducking in the face with her knee. The moment Yi was already rapidly falling on his back, the guest ran up to him again. This time, she motioned him hard with her fist, just to be sure. Yi was lying on his back and grunting from the beatings. His body was all sore and painful, and he couldn't even move. But the bitterest truth was that he, the miracle doctor, had been beaten by some wench. This thought gnawed at him the most. Wu Tian continued to lie on the floor, moaning in pain. The guest asked him not to say anything stupid, or she would beat him to a pulp. After a couple of minutes, Yi finally managed to lean on his trembling arm, and he realized that not all was lost yet. Mobilizing all the resources of his body, he managed to sit down on the floor with great difficulty. Wu Tian stood up and said that she would soon be unfortunate. Just let her wait for a while. It didn't take long for the girl to react, and she took another swing at him. The very next second, she swung her fist at his body. He sat on the floor and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The girl had already bored him to tears. Wu Tian showed his steadfastness in every way possible and pretended not to care. She stood over him with clenched fists. Wu Tian just sat on the floor and laughed that he wasn't afraid of her in the slightest. She asked Yi if he was afraid that she could easily kill him. Wu Tian said she could kill him if she had the courage. But if the girl caught his eye again, Yi would make her march down the street naked. To reinforce his words, he showed an expressive gesture signifying non-cooperation. Wu Tian thought he could make her sleep with him, but right now he was without miracle drugs. The gesture had a sobering effect on the girl, and she asked Yi in a different tone what her grandfather's condition was and whether he was sure he could cure him. Wu Tian smiled. Naturally, that explained everything, and he told the girl that he could have told her earlier that she was his patient's granddaughter. He now had a different attitude and said he would definitely not treat him now. She instantly put a gun to Eutenya's forehead and pulled the trigger. The girl said he should dress immediately and follow her. A private clinic where a VIP patient is lying in bed. No security guards anywhere in sight. As soon as Wu Tian stepped out of the house, the girl immediately kicked him straight into a minibus parked nearby. Accelerating to top speed, the armored minibus raced through the night city. The clinic was no better. With a similar kick in the back, Yi found himself in a patient's room. His granddaughter was standing behind him. Walking over to the man sitting at the table, Wu Tian apologized and refused to treat the patient. The man immediately jumped up and asked what the reason for the refusal was. He had just begun to believe in his father's recovery. Seeing the bruises on Yi's face, he inquired as to the nature of their origin. Wu Tian couldn't stand it and shouted that he shouldn't have beaten him up. Everything is fair, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, so he is not going to treat this man. The man turned purple and asked who dared to beat him up. The girl stepped out of the shadows and timidly admitted that it was her. Wu Tian could barely stand on his feet. The man asked why Sitsi had done it. With a frown, she replied that it was a mistake. Wu Tian couldn't believe his ears. He questioned whether it was a mistake and showed the numerous bruises and abrasions on his body by lifting his shirt. He said he wouldn't charge them for yesterday's treatment and would return the check. Tossing the check across his back, he said they should find someone more qualified. The man begged him to stop and apologized for his daughter's foolish transgression. In response, Wu Tian remarked that he should have given his daughter a good upbringing. Siki stood in front of her father with her gaze lowered. She didn't look victorious now. The man punched her face with all his might. Siki immediately fell down. The uniform headdress fell off her head. The man shouted that she was an idiot and swung again. Sitsi was lying on her back, turned sideways. The fallen bangs hit her eyes. Wu Tian stood with his back to the father and daughter near the door of the chamber and watched them. He asked me not to hurry and not to make a family scene in his presence. Nothing would change his decision anyway. He left with a sharp slam of the door. Shiki asked if Ye was even capable of curing Grandpa. The father replied that he was better than the previous doctor, and Wu Kunsheng speaks very well of him. The girl said that she learned everything about Ye. He's just an ordinary major from Ye's family, and a womanizer with no medical skills. Father hesitated and said that it wasn't as simple as she thought, and he didn't care how, but Sitsi should bring Wu Tian back. The daughter obediently agreed. There was an impressive abrasion on her cheek. Chen Kaixin's office. A large metropolis with bridges and many high-rise buildings can be seen from the window. I think all the stuff is packed. The only thing on the table is the laptop. Everything else is packed in boxes and bags that stand nearby. The secretary came running in and asked Kexen what she was going to do. Chen told her that she had recently learned the truth. As it turned out, it was her mother who had signed that unfortunate agreement, and she had already rented a new house. She would never go back to that house again. Kexen asked the girl if she had learned anything about Wu Tian. The secretary replied that he did not have a phone, and therefore the young man was not easy to find. The secretary thought that Kexen had become much more worried about Wu Tian since she had listened to the tape recorder. The sun was slowly rising over the city, blinding all the oncoming windows with its rays. Wu Tian stretched and said that he had finally managed to get some sleep and come to his senses. Remembering the night's incident, he vowed to kill last night's guest as soon as he saw her again. Wu Tian got out of bed and pulled back the curtains, letting more sunlight into the windows. He stood contemplating the neighboring house, illuminated by the sun. Suddenly, he saw a girl in a short robe at one of the windows, and couldn't help noting that she was very pretty. The girl stretched and began to exercise. It made Yi think that the beautiful girl living in the house across the street had a perfect figure and perfect breasts. He wished he had a telescope. Meanwhile, another girl appeared in the room that Wu Tian was watching. She was similar to the first, and possessed the same figure. Unable to contain himself, Yi exclaimed with delight. He was pleased that there were already two girls, and they were sisters. Something confused the second girl, and she looked intently in the direction of the young man. Then she hummed and wrinkled her nose dismissively, not forgetting to shoot her eyes. Wu Tian immediately realized that the girls had discovered a secret watcher. They stood in front of the windows, whispering and laughing merrily, looking out the window. He thought, mentally addressing the girls, that they should know that being naked in the fresh air strengthens the body. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, hoping they would understand him and undress as well. Laughing, the roommates pulled off their robes in a single motion, leaving only their bathing suits on. This infuriated and frustrated Yushin, and he yelled that there is no such thing, and no one wears a bikini under their robe and they are just messing with him. The girls stood looking at their neighbor through the window and just burst out laughing. One of them showed him her tongue and clenched her fists, leaving only her index fingers. Uchan smiled back at her and promised her that he would show them again who the miracle doctor was. He got dressed and ran out of the apartment, kicking open the door with his foot. On the way out, he shouted that stupid girls had no right to bully him. Going down quickly, jumping over several steps, E threatened to get to them and show them what he had. On the street, he almost ran into his overnight guest, Sitsi. She was just walking toward him. He ran past with clenched fists and turned his attention to the girl. She looked at him sadly. There was no trace of her recent hatred left. Yudian hummed in lieu of a greeting and ran on. The girl was disappointed. From that moment on, she followed E wherever he went. She wanted results. They walked around the city all day, and everywhere Siki just followed him. Uchin sat in the cafe and broke the chopstick with anger, making 2 of them. He had ordered himself some noodle soup and was now eating it with 2 chopsticks. There was a glass of water on the table. Sitsi sat down beside E next to him without waiting for a special invitation, and he was getting terribly tense about it. Wutian asked why Shiki was pursuing him. He added that she wouldn't be able to atone for her sins with her body since she was totally not his type. The girl turned to him and bluntly asked him what she had to do for E to cure her grandfather. Wutian asked if she meant that she would follow him around until he agreed. He had an idea and he told Siki that he needed to go to the bathroom. He asked the girl what she was going to do. Sitsi fiddled and hesitated, but still decided not to back down from her decision. She went to the restroom with Duck and stopped behind him in front of the stall. Wuchen told her that she had better move farther away as he might stain her new dress. The girl said she still wouldn't get off his back until he agreed to treat her grandfather and asked if he needed help. Yuchen laughed loudly, thinking she was joking, offering her help. Siki smirked and remained silent. She walked right up to Uchan. She held her hand out to the side, indicating what the healer should do. At the same moment, the girl pressed herself tightly against Yushin so that he could feel her charms with his hand. She repeated that she would accompany Ye until he cured her grandfather. Wutian gritted his teeth, resisting the temptation. He was getting pretty fed up with it all, but he didn't know how to get rid of the annoying girl. Wuchen turned around and yelled that if she was trying to take advantage of him, it wasn't a bad attempt. Walking out of the cafe, the first thing E did was pull out his binoculars and smirk. He thought about his gorgeous neighbors from across the street. What else he would show them? Turning back, he saw Sitsi. She was watching him with a strange expression on her face. Wuchen asked why she was looking at him like that, as if something had happened to his binoculars, and asked her not to gawk at him like he was a pervert. The girl said she had some military HD binoculars and offered to lend them to him. Wutian proudly refused and said that this was enough for him. Evening came. Sitsi walked Utenya all the way to the apartment, hesitant to go inside. Wooten told her that he likes to walk around the house naked if she's interested in seeing it. The girl replied that he was a pervert and walked out of the building. Wuchen sat down comfortably on the bed that stood under the window and armed himself with binoculars. Unfortunately, the windows of the beauties from the sister's house were already tightly shuttered. E was not happy. He told himself that he would have to wait until next time now, since it was over for today. Wuchen began to move the binoculars in different directions, hoping that somewhere else there were girls who would show him their bodies. Through his binoculars, he saw a girl who was just standing on the street, and she looked just like Sitsi. Bringing the image closer, E saw that the girl was watching him through binoculars. When Sitsi realized she was exposed, she smirked and hid the binoculars. Yuchen was angry. He didn't think the girl carried binoculars with her. Meanwhile, Siki went to the hospital to check on her seriously ill grandfather. She asked Father how Grandpa was feeling, and he said the doctor was making an examination. Father asked if she had been able to persuade E to resume treatment. Sitsi faltered and said she was moving in that direction. Dr. Wu finished his examination and said that Mr. Bin was even worse than yesterday because Wutian didn't give him a special massage today. The man asked if the doctor was referring to a special massage technique. The doctor confirmed and said that it should be continued as soon as possible, as the patient was getting worse every day. Shiki looked at her with a sad gaze. She felt her father's mute reproach, because she was the reason why Wutian had gotten angry and stopped treating her seriously ill grandfather. Bright day. Dongcheng University is a low but multi-story building. Riding past on his bike, Wutian caught a glimpse of the female students walking with their bow nearby. Ye remembered the girl from the village and thought that Waner had already started attending classes. Wutian realized that he hadn't seen her in a long time and missed her a lot, and began to imagine what Wang might look like now. Catching the first beauty he saw, he ran up to her and stretched his arms out to the sides, asking if she knew a girl named Li Wan-er. The girl smirked and hummed, not answering him anything. Wu-chan looked perplexed at the departing girl. It was strange to him that she didn't say a word. Overtaking another girl, Yi said hello and asked her the same thing. The girl suggested that he back off quickly. After letting the girl and her boyfriend pass, Wu-tian made a third attempt. But barely had he had time to say hello to the third girl before she blew him off in a rude manner. Wu-tian was completely disappointed to find that the students in this era were very rude. He was finally fed up with this, so he called out to the first young man he saw. Yi asked him where Li Wan-er was. The fat man laughed and asked how he hoped to date the prettiest girl on campus while riding a bicycle. He called Yi stupid and showed him a famous gesture. Duck got angry and jumped on the bike with all his might, almost breaking the pedal. He drove around town cursing everyone around him and said he would find her himself. An hour later, Wu-chan still met Li. She was smiling and looking at him with big eyes. He had been so out of breath during the ride on the hot day that he was now running out of sweat. Was wearing a jacket and shorts. She grinned, told him she was glad to see him, the rascal, and laughed. Wu-tian grudgingly remarked that he had asked not to be called by that word. You could say, little brother. Li Wan-er wrinkled her face, showed her tongue, and agreed with him, still adding rascal at the end. She enjoyed watching Wu-tian get angry. Wu-tian began to look at Li's figure, and thought that she looked different now than before with such large breasts. He noticed that the girl seemed quite mature, and it was not at all surprising that she was considered the first beauty on campus. Li saw that he had arrived on his bicycle and asked if he had time to get home, since it would soon be evening. Wu-tian seized on the thought and said that he might not be back until tonight. Yi asked if he could sleep over at her dormitory tonight. Li instantly felt sorry for him, tears welling up in her eyes. She said with some hesitation that he could certainly sleep over at her dormitory. They were walking down a campus corridor. There was a sign near the entrance, urging male visitors to stop. Ignoring the sign, Li and Wu-tian were soon standing in front of the door to her room. Once inside, Yi noticed the absolute mess. The girls' belongings were scattered all over the room and were even lying on their beds. Wu-tian admired, and said that this girl's dormitory looked pretty good. Ye thought Li was very naive to let him in so easily, or asked him to stop looking at everything around him, and just behave. Wu-tian sniffed and noticed that she smelled like perfume, hinting that her body actually smelled better than perfume. Li bounced away from him and demanded silence, putting her hands out in front of her as if defending herself against him. Wu-tian lay down in his clothes on one of the beds and offered to get straight to the point. He said that he had come to examine her about cobra venom and tried to convince the girl that the latent phase of cobra venom was quite long. Li started yelling at him that he was bullying her and thought she was stupid. Wu-tian said she'd better hurry up before anyone else is gone. Ye assured her that he would do it quickly. Besides, he had already seen her buttocks, so it was no big deal. Li turned purple with anger and told him that she had specifically searched the internet and verified that the latent phase of the poison wasn't that long, so she didn't need an examination. Wu-chan smirked and noted that the girl wasn't as stupid as she seemed. Immediately, she slurred and said that unlike her butt, her breasts had gotten much bigger. She told me that many people stare at her, and some even suspect that she has enlarged her breasts through surgery, and asked Yi if he could reduce her breasts a little. Wu-chan smirked contentedly. This was just what he needed. He said that the girl needed a special massage technique. Li hesitantly agreed and said she was quite happy with the massage. Wu-chan looked at the girl, assessing the figure and the amount of work. Li threw the scissors on the bed beside her. They caught Ye's attention. He looked perplexed at the scissors and wondered why Li had brought them. Picked up the scissors and explained that it was for self-defense, just in case he decided to molest her. Wu-chan smirked and said they could begin the procedure. From behind the door of the room came the moans of a girl. With her arms around Ye's neck, Li lamented that she was in pain, and Wu-chan said she needed to be patient for a while. He would try to be more gentle. Wu-chan sat at the girl's back and hugged her bottom to her breasts and started rubbing them against each other. Moving a little higher, he continued to massage her breasts. Hugging the girl, Wu-chan assured her that he was trying his best to make it as painless as possible. Getting to her nipples, he began to gently stimulate from. Wu-chan assured Li that the first time always hurts so much, you just have to be patient. At first, the girl behaved with dignity and restraint, investing herself within the bounds of propriety. Suddenly, she realized that she could no longer contain herself. She began to moan with pleasure. The sensations were completely new. Li couldn't take it, and soon enough her panties were wet. She exclaimed, asking how much longer. Wu-chan assured her that it was just a little longer. He was already on edge himself and could barely contain himself. He remembered the scissors the girl had used to scare him, and that cooled his ardor. He forced himself to just not think about it and do his job. Duck managed to distract himself from sinful thoughts and just massaged onward. From outside the door came the voices of the girls and their ringing laughter. A couple minutes later, their footsteps were already under the door. It turned out to be the girls from Li's room. Opening the door, the three girls stopped in the doorway and silently watched the massage. They were clearly surprised. One of them even opened her mouth in surprise. They were exposed to the large breasts of the campus' first female beauty being massaged by a guy they didn't know. Hitting Wu-Tian's chin and pushing him away from her, Lee shouted that it wasn't what they thought at all. The girls closed the door behind them, leaving a small gap, however, and apologized for the disturbance. Jumped up from the bed and grabbed one of the girls by the arm, pulling her back into the room. She asked the girls if they knew why her breasts had gotten bigger. The girls took the hint and started pelting her with questions. They were interested in absolutely everything. How much bigger her breasts had become, and how long they had been dating. Lee started making excuses right away that he wasn't her boyfriend at all, but just a doctor who knew how to enlarge her breasts. So he made her breasts bigger. The girls became animated and started whispering that he was an amazing doctor and also beautiful. One of the girls went straight to the question of price. Wu-Tian was surprised to note that the girls were so frivolous that they would ask for a massage themselves. After thinking for a while, he concluded that girls in his time were even more naive. Realizing the situation correctly, Lee waved her hands and tried to explain to her friends that they wouldn't need the procedure, because they already had gorgeous breasts. But the girls only laughed at her. One of them looked at her thoughtfully and said that she was jealous now, most likely. Wu-Tian told them that they were most likely Li Waner's classmates, and he was her acquaintance. He said his name was Ye Wu-Tian, and he was very happy to meet her. The other girl said that she will call him Brother Ye. Her very name is Zhang Guanjing, and Zhang Chuxin and Chen Xiaoyan are standing next to her. Zhang asked him how he enlarges his breasts, also calling him brother. She asked him to make their charms a little bigger too, adding that they would pay him well. Wu-Chan stood in the middle of the room and thought about the fact that women were never shy about investing in their appearance, but now was not the time to start a business. He could revisit the matter later when he returned to the city and set up an official company. Lee sat there and was sad. She saw pictures of the future that she didn't like at all. She imagined girls undressing, and a voice from a loudspeaker urging patients to head to the cosmetology department to see Dr. E. Clad in a white robe, Ye Wu-Tian would tell the next client with a smile that they could begin their treatments. With horror, Lee imagined her classmates would experience the same thing she did. She quickly jumped up, slammed the heel of both hands on the floor with all her might and screamed, "No," with all her might. Lee held her head in her hands, uncomfortable at the thought. The girls were watching her, or said that they were students first and foremost, and should focus on their studies. It wasn't quite right to think about such things now. Zhang looked carefully at the girl's eyes and asked if was jealous. Chen took a closer look and smirked, confirming Zhang's guess. Zhang laughed loudly and said that she was jealous naturally. Wu-Tian expressed his gratitude for their kindness, and said there was nothing he could do to help right now. Zhang pressed herself tightly against him with all her strength, and asked him why he shouldn't think about it. She would cover all the costs of the operation if he agreed. Besides, she would treat him to dinner so they could talk about it. Yu-Chin said he would be greatly embarrassed and pay the bill himself. He figured she wasn't just going to give up and could just chat anyway. They were walking through the daytime city, heading towards the center of the metropolis. The weather was nice outside, and it would be wrong to miss the chance to go for a walk. In front of them stood a large U-shaped building with a small plaza and a gazebo inside. They walked all 5 of them. Wu-Tian led the bicycle along the road. Jun was surprised that they were going to such a fancy restaurant and noticed that it was very expensive. Chen remarked that she had no idea how rich he was. Meanwhile, Wu-Tian and Li Wan-er were walking and chatting merrily along the way. They were watched by a girl from family E. She was surprised to recognize Wu-Tian. She herself was sitting in a spacious white sedan parked in the restaurant's paid parking lot. She couldn't believe her eyes that her brother showed up here on a bicycle. The girls entered the restaurant premises and were amazed at the abundance of food on the table. A disgruntled Li asked Wu-Tian why he ordered so much food. Zhang said that Ye really shouldn't have ordered so much food. After all, it was an unnecessary waste of money. Chewing his food, Wu-Tian raised his hand with his knife and assured them that it was fine. He could afford it. Zhang felt bad. She quickly calculated in her mind that this money could buy several bicycles. Zhang wondered if each of the dishes cost at least 1,000 yuan, and if he could really afford it. While disposing of another bite of food, Wu-Tian asked Li how her grandfather was feeling. Replied that he was fine, but she didn't want him to continue fishing. He's too old to pull the net. He told the girl not to let him go to sea. He would find time and return to the village, and then Grandpa could make a living from fish farming instead of fishing. Li asked how that would work out for Grandpa. Yu-Chin smiled that there was no need for her to worry, and he would personally take care of it. Zhang asked him in a whisper what about them, if he wanted to think about it, since they would pay him well. He reported that this requires special massage, and it is not enough to use only medical remedies. Massage strengthens acupuncture points, and a person can get hurt because of improper technique. Therefore, the procedure is very complicated. At that moment, both sashes of the front door began to slowly open, attracting the attention of those present. Opening both halves of the doors fully, the girl stopped on the threshold, examining the restaurant's clientele. Wu Tian turned around and squinted his eye. He recognized her immediately. He wouldn't mistake his sister for anyone else. The girl recognized him too and was surprised to call him brother. This caused a commotion at the table. Jian tried to figure out what was wrong. Zhang was surprised that Ye Feiqiao was calling Ye Wutian a brother, and only Chen quickly guessed that they belonged to the same family. Pouring himself some wine, Yuchen asked the girl as if nothing had happened what she was doing here. Feiqiao replied that she had just seen him and asked for permission to join them. Ye said she could sit down, as long as she wasn't being such a nerd as usual. Li said she and the girls also don't mind, of course. She immediately yelled at Yushin for being a jerk and being too mean to her sister. Wu Qin covered his eyes and asked just to tell him what happened. He doesn't like to beat around the bush. Feiqiao replied that his parents wanted to see him and asked him to come home. And in general, not everyone in the Ye family is bad. She added that they are biologically related for what it's worth. After finishing the wine, Wu Tian said that he no longer had anything to do with Ye's family. Tears came to the girl's eyes. Ye coldly asked her to leave them alone and let them eat dinner. Feiqiao was astonished. She didn't expect this kind of behavior from her brother. Taking out her business card, the girl placed it on the table. She said that it was her number and Wu Tian could call her if she needed anything suddenly. Seeing that Ye didn't even turn to her, she resentfully said she was leaving. Li was surprised to see Feiqiao leaving the restaurant hall. Wu Tian leaned over his empty glass and empty plate in thought. He looked at Fei's business card. Her number was written on the back, only the first 3 digits, the rest encrypted. Wu Tian closed his eyes. It was a shame he had hurt the girl so much, but right now she would only be in his way. Walking out of the hall, Chow ran into some man. He said he was about to see who dared to invite his little girl to dinner. Pushing Fei back to the door riser, the fat man piled into the hall with a group of attendants and shouted where was his Wan-er. Li told Chung Shuhong to stop talking nonsense and not to call her that. Shuhong smiled obsequiously and noticed that Miss Feiqiao was also here, happy to see her. He thought that such a chance to show off in front of 2 beauties from the university at once was very rare. Utian was lazily sliding his fork around his plate and did not participate in the conversation in any way. Feiqiao didn't leave anymore. She stood there and looked at Shuhong attentively. Fatty told Wan-er that he had found out about her lunch, so he quickly put on his 46,000 yuan leather shoes and drove here in a 3 million yuan luxury car. Suddenly he turned to Uchan and shouted that he didn't know him or who he even was. Li resentfully replied that she didn't have to tell him anything at all. Yushin called security and asked them to throw that mud out. He reminded them that they were in an elite restaurant and they shouldn't let any scum in. Shuhong shouted and asked Wu Tian to repeat his insult. Fei turned to Shuhong and ordered him to leave the restaurant. Chang immediately fell silent. He saw Feiqiao standing next to the stranger and realized that he couldn't offend the Ye family. As he left, Shuhong threatened Wu Tian that he would get even with him soon. Very soon. Wu Tian was leaving the restaurant together with the girls. There was nothing for them to do here either. He said it was for nothing that idiot ruined their dinner. Wu Tian said he could give them a ride to the university campus. To leave no doubt in anyone's mind, Yi showed the girls his bike. Jian laughed and folded her arms as a sign of refusal. She said that the university was not far away and they could walk there. She thought, of course she didn't mind, but there wasn't enough room for everyone anyway. At that moment, they heard Shuhong's voice. When he saw the bicycle, he laughed at Ye and said that he had a better opinion of him. Staring out the car window, the fat man said that Yi turned out to be just a pathetic worm. Wu Chen squeezed Li's hand tightly and dragged her behind him. He said he would take Wang back to the university. The girl got excited and said she hadn't ridden a bike in a long time. Shuhong began to ride in circles around them, preventing them from making their way to the bike. He got out of the car and said he didn't mind at all if she found someone better than him. But not this pathetic asshole. Li shouted that it was none of his business at all. Holding on to Wu Tian's hand, the girl blurted out that she loved him, and Shuhong better get off her back. The girls watched on the sidelines, hesitant to intervene. Chen thought that Shuhong was the biggest bully of their college, and no one would dare to make him angry. Jiang didn't know how they should act either. Hiding around the corner of the building, Fei stealthily filmed everything with a video camera. She wondered what Uchan would do in such a situation. He was rumored to have changed a lot. Shuhong was boiling. He was all over Li, proving to him that Wu Tian was trash and it was disgusting for Jun to even be standing next to him. He asked Wu Tian if he was going to run away from him. Li couldn't stand it and demanded that she shut up. She said that Wu Tian was the kind of person who was better off not getting angry. Shuhong started taunting Ye and said that if he was protected by a woman, he'd better die. Wu Tian smiled and answered him that he was mistaken. Leaning on the roof of the car, he interrogated Shuhong if he was correct that the car was worth 3 million. The fat man laughed and said that Yi wouldn't be able to afford one in 10 years. Wuchen took out one of his miracle vials and opened it with one finger. He drank the contents of the small bottle in one gulp and immediately felt a surge of strength. Muscles repeatedly enlarged, the shirt began to crack right before my eyes. The veins on his arms swelled, and a wooden club appeared in his hand from some unknown source. With terrifying force, he landed the first blow on the windshield of the car. The windshield shattered, and Shuhong held his head. A few minutes passed, during which nothing could be seen in the cloud of dust. Then Ye Wutian came out of there. He smiled and held a baton on his shoulder, muttering to himself that he liked it better this way. Shuhong was left standing in a pile of shards from the windshield of his prestigious car. And another blow on the glass. That wasn't good enough for Duck. So for the next blow, he accelerated properly, jumped up and hit the glass with his baton with all his might. Shuhong couldn't look at it calmly and shouted that it was E doing to his car and demanded that the outrage stop. Chen thought that Ye Wutian had created a very big trouble for himself. John assessed the damages and concluded that a sports car worth more than 6 million rubles was too much for Ye, and he would not be able to recover all the damages. Li tried to hold him back and screaming that he was crazy. Asked E when he would stop already. Wuchen whispered in her ear that she didn't have to worry and he knew exactly what he was doing. The girl only gasped in surprise. Wuchen took out and gave her the elite gold card. He asked her to come back quickly. Li Wan-er ran to the bank as fast as she could while Wuchen contemplated his destruction thoughtfully. Suddenly he threw away the baton and, as if remembering something important, said that he had forgotten that such cars are very strong and one blow is obviously not enough. Walking over to the car, Wuchen opened the car door and clicked the ignition switch. Immediately I shifted the gearbox, depressed the clutch and stood there, enjoying the rumble of the powerful engine. Immediately he pressed the gas pedal, locked it, and leaped out of the car with the speed of the wind. The car was rushing in a straight line, gaining speed faster and faster. At full speed, the reinforced vehicle crashed into a concrete pole that was in its path. A crack appeared in the pole and it immediately collapsed. Shuhong was overwhelmed with resentment and hatred, and he vowed to kill Wutian for the wrecked car. I leisurely approached the car. The radiator was smashed. Smoke was billowing from under the hood. Wutian opened the door and sprawled out on the front seat, closing his eyes in bliss. He told Shuhong that he had wrecked his car and asked what the man was going to do. Hearing no response, Yi shook his opponent and repeated his question. Soon they were surrounded by gawkers, almost all of them filming the aftermath of the accident on their phones. One of them said he had never seen a luxury car dented before. Wutian and Shuhong stood near the wrecked car and shouted at each other. Someone in the crowd said the police had already been called and they would be here soon. Just a minute later, a police car pulled up next to it. With a slam of the car door, police officer Xiaomei jumped out of the car with a bullet. After running out of the car, she immediately went towards Ye Wutian as if she knew he was the culprit of the accident. She asked him what he had done again and told him that he couldn't do what he wanted just because of the opinion that the whole world was in his hands. Shuhong spat and demanded that Wutian be arrested immediately. He should be held accountable for the property damage and pay every penny of it. Xiaomei twirled the handcuffs on her finger and told Wutian that they were going to the station. But Ye wasn't going anywhere. He asked the girl to wait, because Shuhong wanted compensation for the damaged property. Wutian intercepted Xiaomei's hand, took it off his shoulder, and slowed her down. He clarified with the officer that if he paid for the damages, would Shuhong let him leave. The recent owner of the car shouted at him that let Yi try to do it, because he was a beggar and had not a penny to his name. He said that as soon as he got the money, he would let Uchan go. Otherwise, he would put him in jail. Ye gently hugged Lieutenant Zhang's arm and said that he could leave once he paid the car owner. She jerked her hand away sharply, glaring at him with indignation. Uchan smirked and asked if she understood. Zhang looked at him, and the only thing she could think of was that he was an idiot. Shuhong kept pushing at Ye and said that he had to pay him now, or he wouldn't leave so easily. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere at the back of the crowd. A woman's voice demanding to be let through immediately. Li rushed over with the bank employees. They were carrying 4 large bags. Out of breath, they dropped the bags on the pavement with a huge noise. Li took a breath, and she struggled to utter that this was exactly what he needed. Fei Qiao was simply surprised to see as many as 4 bank bags. She hadn't seen so much money at once in her entire life. Xiaomei held her head and thought that Wutian was definitely crazy. Shuhong laughed and asked if these were all the bags he could accumulate and demanded that they be given to him. Wutian smiled. He opened the zipper on one of the bags and turned out its contents. Neatly packed bank wrappers of money instantly sprinkled onto the pavement. Taking the 3 packs in his hands, Yi advised him to look at the situation more closely. Wutian walked up to Shuhong and just flicked him on the nose with a wad of money and told him it was money he owed. Shuhong was humiliated and insulted. He realized that he had been left a fool in this situation. Wutian took out 3 packs and raised them as high above his head as possible for everyone to see. Showing them to Shuhong, he held out the money to him and asked him to count it. Shuhong stood there not knowing what to do or say. Wuchen threw the money in his face and shouted that he could choke on his 5,200,000 on top. Gawkers looked around the battlefield in surprise. Wads of money were lying everywhere. One of the guys easily calculated that there were 10,000 yuan in one stack. The second one wondered how a person felt when a stack of money flew at him. The third one thought with envy that he would like that too. John opened her mouth in astonishment. She hadn't realized such wealth. Chen was a little sad. She said it was normal. After all, he belongs to the E. Of course he is rich. Zhang added that this is why he rides a bicycle to pretend to be poor. And only Wan was angry at Wu Tian. She shouted that it was a pointless waste of money, yet only smiled back as he continued to throw money left and right. Shu Hong shouted to Xiao Mei that Wu Tian had damaged his car and humiliated him, so he should be arrested immediately. The lieutenant just plugged her ears. After waiting for a pause, Mei asked Yi if he had heard that. In any case, he should go to the police station with her. Wu Tian countered that Shu Hong himself had said that he would waive the claims if Ye paid everything, especially since there are plenty of witnesses who can easily confirm it. Ye turned to the crowd of gawkers and asked if they had heard their arrangement with Shu Hong, but no one in the crowd responded to his call. Who would want to deal with rich Shu Hong, who was also the first bully in college? Duckling didn't like all this very much, and he began to think how he could get out of it. Finally, with a thumbs up, he said that there was just as much money here as this trough was worth. The crowd exploded, and everyone started shouting at each other that it was wrong, and the fatty had broken his word. Somebody said that if Shu Hong was his son, he would give him a good spanking. He turned around, satisfied with himself, and Shu Hong indignantly shouted after him that this wasn't the end, and that he would get even with Wu Tian. However, this did not save Ye from reprisal, and Lieutenant Xiaomei still took him to the station. Having given the necessary indications, Wu Tian taxied the bike in the desired direction. He laughed at everyone because even though he was taken to the police station, it was a very fun adventure for him. Suddenly, he heard a familiar female voice saying something about throwing money around. Sitsi stood right behind him and wondered how he could even think of that. Wu Tian stood on the road and held the bicycle by the handlebars. He asked the girl if she was following him. The girl replied that it didn't matter, because she would do anything for him to help cure her grandfather. Wu Tian asked what would happen if he asked her to undress to give him pleasure. Looking at Sitsi's lush breasts, Ye added that it would be great. The girl hesitated and said she could do it, but she had a husband. Wu Tian laughed and said that he really liked married ladies. However, after Ye learned that Siki's husband was a professional MMA fighter, the smile fell off his face and he wondered. Wu Tian said that in that case, he wouldn't waste his precious time on it, and would just go home. Shiki shouted, demanding that he stop. She fell on her knees in front of him and began to beg him to help her grandfather. Wu Tian asked why she would humiliate herself like that and said she hates it when others threaten me with pity. Without getting up from her knees, the girl replied that her grandfather was getting worse every day and that he had done nothing to hurt E. It was only her fault, and she was very much asking for her grandfather's help. Wu Tian told her that he was not a doctor at all and had no medical credentials. He asked the girl if she believed that begging could work. Sitsi says she can only promise one thing if he agrees. She agrees to do whatever he says and for as long as she can. The girl added that this is very hard on their family, and this hardness cannot be measured in money. An interesting thought occurred to Wu Tian that the Ning family had a lot of influence here, and it was indeed a tempting offer. He recalled that he had spent almost 7 million, and to reach his goal, he needed to continue saving. Wu Tian voiced his sum of 10 million and 3 more conditions and no bidding. The girl was resentful in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. After hearing about the terms of the deal, Shiki's father said that 10 million wasn't that much for them, but he was a bit alarmed by those 3 conditions, and asked if there was anything else. The girl replied that those were all the conditions Wu Tian said. The father asked to speak to Yi to see if he could waive these conditions. If he refused, they would be forced to accept them. The girl agreed and assured that she would do her best. Chen Kaishin's office, a large high-rise glass building with an asymmetrical shape. Someone knocked on Miss Chen's office door. It was her secretary. She brought a bag of documents and said that Liu Fu had arrived. Kexin asked the secretary what Liu wanted here. The secretary replied that he had come with a proposal for cooperation. Chen replied that cooperating with him was ridiculous, and asked her to tell Liu that she was sorry. At that minute, someone crossed the threshold of the office and laughed. Liu walked in with a huge bouquet of roses and asked Chen if she was willing to turn down such a sincere potential client who was willing to work with her. Kexin reminded him that being uninvited was a sign of rude behavior. She said they wouldn't cooperate, it wasn't even a stipulation, and asked him to take the flowers back. Fu said she doesn't need to jump to conclusions, as Liu is aware that the company has been experiencing some difficulties lately, and he really wants to help her. Chen called over Secretary Man and asked her to throw the flowers in the trash. Liu's face changed and became indignant. He asked Kaishin to be more polite to him. Chen asked how he became aware of the financial problems with the company. Liu smiled and said that he has reliable sources that he trusts. And Fu is a rich client who wants to spend his money. He added that there is no need to turn him down even if things are going well. Kexin said that she herself considers him a big client, but her fiancé has a different opinion. Liu exclaimed in surprise that she had broken off her engagement to Wu-tian, as far as he knew. Chen said that Liu knew too much about her and asked if he was really that bored in his spare time. Pausing, Kexin said she had to get back to work. That pissed Liu off. He didn't want to believe such a quick rejection. He started shouting until hoarse and proving his feelings for Chen. Unwilling to listen to him any longer, Kexin summoned the secretary and demanded that Liu be escorted out of the office. In the end, Liu threatened her that he would now destroy her company and make it bankrupt, and she, Chen Kaixin, is to blame for not being able to distinguish between good and bad. Kexin made a parting gesture to him with her hand and assured him that she wasn't the least bit afraid of him. The enraged Liu turned around. He was very angry. It wasn't going to be nice. He slammed the door so hard that it was a miracle it didn't fly off its hinges. Zhou's faithful footman was waiting for him in the hallway. Smiling obligingly, he asked Liu to calm down and said that they could find another way out of the situation. The angered Liu showed the well-known gesture to everyone and shouted that he had spent a lot on such a big bouquet of roses, but it didn't work at all. They should have used those pills right away. Smiling, Zhou answered him that this was the correct conclusion. He himself thought about his master in a completely different way, that everything happens like this, precisely because he is just a disgusting person and does not know how to communicate with people normally. Liu asked Zhou if he had learned the whereabouts of that cretin. Zhou replied that Wu-tian lived in Tianxin district and clarified if the chief wanted to do it now. Liu hesitated for a moment. This way was too easy. He told Zhou he would do it a little differently. It was a sunny summer day in a large metropolis. Kaixin's office stood proudly among the other buildings, taking in more sunlight. The video footage clearly showed Ye Wu-tian throwing wads of money in the face of his abuser. It was a family viewing from the Fei Qiao camera at the Yi family's mountain villa. The patriarch thought about it and asked Fei Qiao if he could add anything to it. She exclaimed that her brother had changed a great deal and did not look like his old self. Guan melancholically said that Wu-tian was an idiot who wasted money. Grandpa asked Fei Qiao if she had any proof that Wu-tian had changed. She faltered and said she didn't have any hard evidence yet. Guang said what Fei meant was that Wu-tian had become even more insolent and laughed. Fei took offense at him. Turning to her mother, she told her that she sensed a change in her brother's behavior but could not prove it and asked her to believe her. His mother replied that in any case his grandfather would not accept him back into the family, whether he had changed or not. Fei turned to her father then and tried to talk to him at least. Tears came to her eyes from the resentment that no one believed her. The girl thought that she had to convince her grandfather to bring Utena back by any means necessary. A sunny day. Tianxin district. Wang Fengxi's house where Ye Wu-tian now lives. There was that awful rattling at the door again, as if someone was trying to blow them off their hinges. Wu-tian grudgingly fiddled. He had a sense of déjà vu. He shouted who was there, banging on the door. Standing outside the door was Siki. She looked at Ye carefully, as if she wanted to tell him something. Wu-tian opened the door and stared at her intently, as if asking why Shiki had come. A swarm of thoughts swirled in his head, and Wu-tian couldn't control them. Immediately, Yi walked back into the apartment and slammed the door behind him, leaving his guest in the hallway. She was taken aback by this attitude and took great offense to Wu-tian. Sitsi pulled out her pistol and took the safety off it, putting it in the fighting position. She began to quickly shoot the lock of the front door at point-blank range, and Wu-tian was very surprised. Now the girl could safely enter the apartment, which she did immediately. The muzzle of the gun was still smoking. Wu-tian sat with his back to her at this time and pondered, swaying back and forth. He turned to the girl and shouted that his door was in no way his fault and he shouldn't have shot at it. As proof, he showed her a very eloquent gesture, which in many cultures means non-cooperation. Sitsi put the gun away and said she just came to talk to him. Wu-tian didn't say a word. He only repeated his gesture. Smiling, he asked if Sitsi dared to undress and give him pleasure. The girl slowly took off her jacket and said he had to help her grandfather. Wu-tian yelled in panic that she must be joking. After all, they had already agreed on 3 conditions, and besides she has a husband, what would he say to this? Shiki said that it's already his problem. If he comes to Wu-tian, Ye will have to take care of himself. Smirking, Wu-tian told her to continue, and said that he hadn't promised her anything anyway. Sitsi protested angrily because they had agreed on everything. Wang Fengxi started yelling that he was letting himself go too much, and taking girls to her apartment was too much. She was amazed at what she saw. Wu-tian offered her a cool down, and said that not a word had been said about the girls. So why can't he bring them to the apartment? Ye said she had no right to say such a thing. Fancy yelled that he was being too rude, and it was her apartment in the first place. Wu-tian countered that he was paying her crazy money in rent, and she was restricting him. Wang said he shouldn't be so rude to her. After all, she had learned it from him. Shiki was trying to talk on the phone at the time. She turned to them and ordered them to shut up. then informed Wu Tian that she had bad news and bride Ye had been kidnapped. Wang Fangxi and Wu Tian interrogated Shiki in one voice if this was true. Wu Tian asked Shiki to tell him what had happened and where she was now. The girl asked why he wanted to know. She hinted that he wanted something from her. She smirked and said they were now in the same position. Wu Tian said she'd better not make him angry and looked at her angrily. Immediately, a hard kick to the body knocked him to the floor. Wu Tian sat on the floor, clutching his heart. Fancy stood beside him and sympathized with him, she thought, seeing this girl for the first time, and it's actually very cruel. Wu Tian started to get up from the floor and said he really disliked being beaten, especially by women. Siki laughed and said that she was directly relieved, and if Yi wanted to save her bride, let her save her grandfather first. Wu Tian began to loom over her and said with a threatening tone that Shiki had better tell her where Chen was right away. Otherwise, she would regret it very much. Fancy was fed up with this, and she stepped between them, demanding that the beating stop. But Sitsi was already on the move and realized with horror that she wouldn't be able to stop. And she kicked Fancy with her foot. Wang was able to block the kick at the last moment. Wu Tian looked at this with sad eyes. Now Wang Fangxi had also suffered because of him. Still, Fancy was very hurt and offended. Wu Tian put his arm around her shoulders and asked if she was okay. Wang replied that everything was fine, but it hurt a lot. An exasperated Wu Tian got up from the couch and said that he didn't like hitting girls, and Shiki should just apologize to Wang Fangxi and tell her where Chen Kaixin is. Then Ye will forgive her for last time. The girl said she wouldn't do that and crossed her arms over her chest. Suddenly she realized that something was happening to her, but she couldn't figure out what. As Wu Tian approached her, she had already knelt down exhaustedly. Sitsi strained to figure out what was going on here. At that time, Ye walked up to her and kicked her in the ribs. Shiki screamed in pain. Yu Chen looked at her with pity and said she could congratulate herself, for she was the first woman he had ever raised his hand to. Kneeling down and resting her hands on her knees to keep from falling, Siki shouted angrily and asked what he had done to her. Wu Tian looked at her carefully and asked where Chen Kaixin was now. Siki cried out in tears that as long as Ye didn't agree to her terms, he wouldn't know anything. Wu Shen smiled and said that he didn't think so. Ye took out one of his miracle packets and said that the girl from the Ning family was very fond of seducing men, and he wondered what she would tell him now. He added that this should be very interesting, and chemical vapors flew out of the torn bag and enveloped the girl. Sitsi wondered if he was trying to intimidate her that way. She was getting stuffy. Fancy replied to her that Yushin doesn't bully. He just does whatever it takes to get what he wants. At this time, Shiki was kneeling under the influence of the drug. She began to realize the meaning of Fancy's words, and she looked at Ye angrily with threat in her eyes. But immediately her eyes dimmed and something began to happen to her. Sitsi was thrown from hot to cold. She was gradually losing control of her body. Feeling a sudden rush of passion, the girl screamed and asked Yi what he had done to her. Wu Tian looked at her with pity and asked her to tell him where Chen Kaixin was now, and added that if anything bad happened to her, the Ning family would regret it greatly. Only now did Sitsi realize that this guy wasn't that simple and was now completely serious. Wu Tian suddenly softened and said that he was willing to change the previous 3 conditions into 2. The girl was only required to tell him where Chen Kaixin was. Weary of desire, Sitsi said that she had already sent her men. They would rescue his bride. Soon they arrived at an old abandoned factory. It was already overgrown with grass. They walked through the old empty workshops. Nothing had been produced for a long time. Centuries of dust crackled beneath their feet. When they entered one of the rooms, they saw Liu. He was on his knees in his underwear, his hands and feet bound. His mouth was covered with plaster. The guards were standing on either side of him. Chen Kaixin was sitting under the wall in one of the rooms with her head down on her knees. She no longer believed in her salvation. Suddenly someone walked up to her and gently lifted her head. It was Ye Wu Tian. As if appearing out of nowhere, he asked if she was all right. Chen thought she was dreaming at first and couldn't believe her eyes. Tears came to her eyes, and she began to cry at once, both from the offense and from happiness that it was all over. Throwing herself on Wu Tian's neck, Kexin finally cried and started telling Liu all about how he had kidnapped and hurt her. Wu Tian asked her to calm down and told her that he was there for her. Everything will be fine now. He added that she shouldn't cry, or her beautiful eyes would swell up. Kaixin asked in surprise if Ye cared about her. Wu Tian didn't say anything. His actions were more eloquent than any words. Chen asked how he knew about her and why he was in this place. Yu Chen smiled and said it was a very long story and asked him to wait for him outside. He had unfinished business here. Chen grabbed his hand and wouldn't let go. She kept saying she was scared. Wu Tian smiled and said it wouldn't take long. Shiki came to the rescue, took Chen with her, and returned alone after a while. Together with Wu Tian, they came to Liu and his escorts. Liu was trembling with fear. He had not expected this kind of situation at all. Ye asked Ning Shiki to deal with Fu. He added that it was one of the conditions of their agreement. The four of them stood looking at Liu. He felt worse than a hunted animal. Sitsi told the escorts that they could be free for the time being. They bowed and left. Shiki looked at Wutian thoughtfully with some new feeling. She couldn't understand why this strange young man had given them 3 conditions, and was now using one of them for some girl. Wutian ripped the band-aid off Liu's mouth and waved it in front of his nose. Ye said he was going to let him go, but after playing with fire like that, Fu trembled in fear. Liu immediately started making excuses that there had been a mistake, and he would pay for it, begging to be spared. Wutian looked at him and interrogated him, as if considering whether or not to pardon him. Not far away, a decent scrap of water pipe caught his eye. Wutian bent down, picked it up and twirled it in his hands, assessing its combat suitability. Liu continued to babble and beg. He vowed to him that he would never, ever, ever commit such a transgression again. He assured him that he wouldn't be able to do that either, and asked Siki to untie the bully. The girl gave orders to the escorts, and they came to release Liu. Fu didn't trust Wutian and was wary of what was on his mind. As soon as the last rope hit the ground, Liu jumped up and burst from his seat. He didn't believe they would let him go so easily, so he knew his only chance of escape was to run, as fast as he could. Running past Wutian, Liu managed to notice the gloating smirk on his face, and he really didn't like it. Fu ran away from the evil place and kept looking back to see if Wutian was chasing him, but his enemy had his back to Liu. Wutian waited a couple seconds and turned around to see how far Liu had managed to run. The result pleased him, and he swung a scrap of pipe. Taking good aim, he threw it with all his might, intending to knock Liu to the ground. Fu turned around and at the same moment realized that he could not escape. The piece of metal was so close that there was no way to dodge it. Liu realized his only chance was to speed up, and then maybe he wouldn't get it. But his hopes were not realized. A heavy piece of pipe slammed into Liu's leg, and he fell down, pulling a tendon in the process. Liu lay there and tried to crawl away. He didn't want to believe that this was the end. When he turned around, he saw Yutenya. He was standing over him, laughing with his hands in his pants pockets. Reluctantly, Wutian bent down for a scrap of pipe and began methodically beating Liu, breaking his bones. Even Shiki couldn't watch this and just walked out of the factory building. She thought that Wutian was actually very cruel. The girl thought of Ye breaking his legs, one arm, and damaging his genitals. The thought occurred to Shiki that, with his injuries, Liu would rather just die because he had been treated so cruelly. Throwing away the bent and bloody piece of pipe, Yutian walked out to the girl. His white shirt was also splattered with blood. Ye asked her for Liu Fu's father's number. Sitsi looked in horror at the abandoned piece of metal, just drenched in blood. Yutian smiled and said she had the right contacts, he was sure of it. Liu's father's organization was housed in one of the high-rise buildings that towered over the metropolis. Suddenly the phone rang in his office. Liu's father sat sprawled out in a comfortable chair and dreamed of the company's prosperity. It was in this blissful mood that he picked up the phone. Wutian introduced himself and confessed that he had beaten his son badly. Therefore, he should come there immediately. Liu's father became furious. If it had been in the study, he would have killed him immediately. After getting the town on its ear, he drove a police squad and an emergency vehicle to the abandoned building. Soon he showed up. Zhang Xiaomei watched with the police chief as the medics ran out of the building with a stretcher. The sheet on the stretcher was soaked with blood. It was hard for her to look at it. Father Liu almost fell to his knees in front of the stretcher. He himself was in great pain to see this. He turned and screamed, asking who could have dared to do such a thing. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Wutian calmly said that he did it, because Liu kidnapped his fiancée and tried to rape her. Ye smiled and said that as a father, he should be grateful that Ye didn't kill him. The man became completely enraged. He was ready to tear Yi apart with his bare hands. He yelled at the police chief that he was in charge of the police in the city and was just standing by, and ordered Wutian's immediate arrest. The police were well aware of which side the truth was on, so the police chief ordered Captain Zhang to handcuff the young man. Xiaomei walked up to Ye and half-heartedly began to tell him off, that she had asked him to stop, that he should have behaved with more restraint, and what had come of it all. Strangely enough, this time Wutian didn't resist. He just put his hands up and said that there was nothing to stare at. He would go to the police station with her. Zhang immediately suspected that there was a reason he surrendered without a fight, and Ye must be up to something. As Xiaomei was handcuffing Wutian, the doctor told Liu's father that his son was very badly injured and could not recover. He immediately grabbed the doctor by the scruff of the neck. This turn of events did not suit him. Liu's father ordered him to do something immediately, or he would kill the doctor. Liu began to moan, slowly regaining consciousness. He asked his father to help him. Fu didn't want to die. Wutian sat in handcuffs and smirked. That's when everyone turned their attention to him and started yelling. Liu groaned and begged his father to help him quickly. He was too young to die. Both the doctor and Liu's father stood by the stretcher helplessly. None of them could alleviate Liu's suffering. Suddenly, Liu, covered in blood, got up from the stretcher, threw off his bloody sheet and asked for help. He puzzled everyone. No one could say a word. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaomei freaked out and climbed onto Wu Tian's neck, yelling that Liu had turned into a zombie. Liu's father was even more frightened and hysterically asked everyone around him what had happened to his son. The doctor was amazed. He reported that Liu's legs were broken and there was no way he would be able to stand up. Father Liu summoned all the doctors and orderlies and asked them to do something. Xiaomei still sat on Ye's neck and clung to his hair. Wu Tian asked if it was true what they said about Mr. Liu being rich. Finally, everyone sorted out the situation, and Wu Tian and Chen left the city's industrial zone together. Ye decided to move Kexin to Fangji's apartment, which was in Tianshan district. Chen was still not well. She needed constant care, so Wu Tian spoon-fed her and gave her the right formula. He said that she should take a mixture, and Chen would feel better immediately. She just needed to get a good rest, and everything would be fine. Kexin tried her best to smile, but she only managed to smirk. She thanked Wu Tian, her eyes just glowing with happiness. Chen managed to fall asleep. Wu Tian remained seated on the stool beside the bed in case she needed anything. He sat beside the bed and held a cup of medicine in his hand, guarding Chen's sleep. Kexin was sleeping serenely. She was finally able to relax. Duckling began to slowly get up from his chair so as not to wake her up with any accidental noise. Some sound came from behind, and Yi was alert. Someone gently tugged him from behind by his shirt. Wu Tian didn't even turn around. He realized it was Siki. She stood under the wall and watched Wu Tian's procedures. The girl said that Kaishin trusted him. Wu Tian absent-mindedly agreed with her, thinking about something of his own. He remained silent for a while. Yi finally thanked Sitsi without turning around. Siki was surprised. She had never seen such a display of care and warmth in Uchian before. She felt sad for some reason. Wu Tian said he would visit Shiki's grandfather and he wouldn't die, not forgetting to add that the price was the same. The girl said that he had just cheated Liu Kongyu out of 10 million, and Ye shouldn't hope that he could just take the money and walk away with impunity. Wu Tian smirked, and corrected her that he was the one who wouldn't let him go so easily. After all, he had kept Liu Fu alive not to give him another chance, but to make his life a living hell. Shiki was very surprised, for she thought Uchan had done all this for money. Yuken replied to her that it wasn't just for money, and once he reached his goal, it would no longer be a matter of money. 3 hours later, Chen Kaishin began to show signs of life. Her eyelashes fluttered. Chen opened her eyes to get used to the daylight, then closed them again. Finally, she opened her eyes again, and it was as if she had begun to live again, looking at everything around her. Wuqian was sitting right there on the chair beside her, and Chen tugged at Ye's shirt. It was as if she wanted to make sure that Wuqian was real and hadn't disappeared anywhere like a ghost. Something was bothering her. The girl fidgeted in different directions. Finally, Kexin, frightened by something, asked him how long she had slept. Wuqian replied that she had slept for 3 hours. He asked if Chen was hungry and said he had prepared a couple of dishes for her. She needs to eat a little. Kexin was surprised that Wuqian knew how to cook. After all, he had only been fed by various pretty girls before, and had almost forgotten how to use chopsticks. But there were indeed a few dishes on the table, and it amazed Chen. She ate with such gusto that she hesitated and sucked on even the chopsticks. Keishin sat and thought about Wuqian, how much he had changed in the past year. Different habits and character, more caring and warm. Yuchen got up from the table and asked with a smile if his cooking was good. Kexin replied that it was quite edible, oddly enough. They were silent for a while, and Chen continued to devour the food. Then she put her wands aside and said that she had wanted to tell him something for a long time. Chen admitted that she hadn't signed any agreement, but her mother had done it behind Kexin's back, and she wasn't even going to sign it herself. Yuchen looked at her as if with regret that things had turned out this way. However, he quickly pulled himself together and said that it was already over anyway. Yuchen turned away and sat on the back of the table in protest. Kexin couldn't eat anymore, tears overflowing her eyes. She was very hurt. After a few minutes, there were so many tears that a whole puddle had formed on the table. Chen roared and sobbed that she hadn't signed it and was asking for a chance to explain. Yuchen calmly told her that it didn't matter at all who signed the agreement. It was already in force anyway, and she should just forget about it. Kexin realized that the conversation was not going to go any further and stood up from the table. As it turned out, she still didn't have enough strength. Her legs gave out and Chen began to fall. She couldn't help herself and fell to the floor with a clatter, finding herself unconscious. The young man reacted instantly and jumped up from the table, turning around at the sound. Wuqian immediately ran up to Kexin and gently took her in his arms. He immediately took her pulse and was amazed. The pulse was barely palpable on her wrist. Wuqian couldn't believe that it was because of him and his selfishness that the girl had become so weak. Wuqian gently moved Chen Kaishin onto the bed and began to massage her. Having finished with the lower back, the doctor moved on to the shoulder girdle. The girl didn't react. Wuqian began to realize little by little that it was because of him. But he still didn't believe it as he thought that Kaishin hated him. He closed his eyes and pondered the strange and incomprehensible logic of women. Chen began to slowly come to her senses and lazily opened her left eye. He continued to massage her back and neck. Kexin turned around to Wuqian. She was driven into a blush by this procedure. The young man's eyes darted in different directions like a caught thief. He began to make excuses that the girl had misunderstood him. Kexin kept lying down, turning away unhappily. Suddenly, the girl felt Yushin touch her chest. He quickly lifted Chen in his arms, and she asked indignantly what that meant. Ye didn't say a word, just carried Kexin, and she fell silent. The young man brought her into the kitchen. The table was already set for the girl. Gently sitting Kexin down on a chair, Ye said that she needed to eat better, or she wouldn't be able to run the company. Uchan noticed that she wasn't eating, and assumed she didn't like the food. Kexin was confused. She kept remembering that past Wutian. He didn't look like Ye at all, and Chen asked if it was definitely him. Yuqian asked what exactly she meant. Kexin clarified that she feels a very strong change in him. He asked to say exactly what it is that makes him different. The young man realized that Chen had noticed everything. She said she just felt it and couldn't describe it in words. He smiled and said he hadn't changed at all, and she was just imagining things. He asked her to hurry up with her food, then he would take her home. Chen asked him if he really disliked her that much. Yuqian said she was beautiful and he didn't mean that at all. Kexin exclaimed that he was always trying to stay away from her. Yuqian remained silent. He couldn't explain anything anyway. Kexin asked what made him sign the prenup dissolution agreement. Ye asked if she hated him. The girl absent-mindedly replied that she definitely used to hate it. But now she didn't know. Wuxian said she should hate him, because their engagement was a big mistake. Chen asked why then now, and not before all this. The young man replied that he probably just didn't realize it all before. Kexin put her foot down and asked him about his future plans. The young man interjected and hesitated. Just then he replied that he had simply grand plans for the future. Kexin said that right now Ye doesn't have a stable job. Besides, Ye's family doesn't want to see him. Summarizing, Chen asked if Wutian wanted to return to the company. The young man excitedly asked why she was worried about him. It seems the irreparable had happened and he really liked the girl. Chen sat back and pondered his words. Uchan asked her to hurry up and eat more. Then he would write the girl a recipe for a few dishes. He reflected that Chen didn't bother to refute his words. It turns out that he managed to charm the fiancée of the first owner of the body. Kexin clarified whether the food prepared was his family's signature recipe. Yutian said that he had told her earlier about his family having many secret recipes for various dishes. Suddenly, there was a quiet knock at the door. Kexin turned around in surprise. She wondered who it could be. She got up leisurely and went to open the door. On the other side of the door stood Hao, and the girl was very surprised. He was worried about Chen and asked if she was okay. Kexin replied that she was fine. Hao looked at the girl carefully. He was finally able to relax. Chen was fine. He walked past Kexin and went into the hotel room. Placing his hand on Wutian's shoulder, Hao praised him and told him that he had done everything right this time. Yuqian dismissed his hand with a careless gesture and said that was what anyone would do in his place. Kexin came back and asked what they were talking about. Hao assured the girl that she had nothing to worry about now. Wutian had beaten the fat man badly, and now he would never come near her again. Hao offered to drive Chen home. He also said that the girl should go home soon, and he was a little tired himself. Kexin said she needed to talk to Wuqian for a bit so he could go. Hao frowned. He tried to figure out what was in Kexin's mind. Covering his eyes for a moment, the young man assessed his chances and decided to leave after all. Leaving the room, he slammed the door with all his might. Wuxian said he's actually not a bad guy and would be a decent man for Chen. Kexin stared at him for a long time, eyes wide. Finally, she asked Uchan if he believed in fate. The young man asked what exactly she meant. The girl smiled and said that since he didn't understand, she was going home. Uchan was a little late in his thinking and asked what it meant. Kexin walked out of the room into the hallway, closing the door behind her. Then she moved to the door opposite and stood there for a moment, as if in doubt. Kexin rummaged in her pockets and found the right key. Turning the key in the keyhole, Chen opened the door. Once in the room across the hall, Kexin slammed the door. Private clinic. Yutian was doing a procedure in the corner of the room. Stepping out from behind the screen, he wiped his forehead with relief. He held up a towel and assured me he would be fine. Cici asked when her grandfather would make a full recovery. Her father said everyone in Ning's family hopes the man will recover soon. Yutian said it wouldn't be that fast and recalled a famous proverb. Cici and his father stood waiting impatiently for the doctor's verdict. Professor Wu came to the ward for a checkup and said that Ning Lao would be able to get back on his feet in a month at the latest. The man looked happily at his daughter and said it was much faster than they expected. He clarified that he could speed up several times and put him on his feet much faster. Cici lit up at the idea and rejoiced. Yuqian smiled and said his price per month is 10 million. If they need it faster, they know what to do. A frightened Wu clasped his hand over his mouth and said that neither had agreed with him not to mention money at all. The man squinted his eyes and asked what amount would suit him. Uthian said that if he gets 25 million, their relative will be out of bed in 5 days. He believes that this is insignificant money for their family. Sitsi was outraged and prepared to kill him immediately, but her father held her back and said he would pay Uchan. Dr. E smiled. Things were working out pretty well. When Sitsi approached him, Uchan said she needed to learn to contain her anger. Siki rebuked her father that he shouldn't have promised 25 million to Uchan. She was sure that even 100 million wouldn't be able to get her grandfather out of bed. Uchan was riding his bicycle, whistling a song merrily. Suddenly he smelled danger and turned around. A large truck was coming straight at him. Uchan tried to figure out what was going on. The dump truck was driving right behind him, trying to pull him under, and E had to swerve in different directions. The truck driver did not give up and tried to run over the cyclist. Soon the truck, gaining speed, was right behind E's back. Uchan finally realized that this was no accident, and the driver was trying to run him down and jumped off his bike into the bushes. The dump truck had slowed down and was now driving straight at the doctor. Utian lay in the bushes and realized that he had nowhere to run. The bike would not hold up the dump truck. The truck driver was smiling. He was about to fulfill an expensive order. He didn't see the laser sight on his forehead. At the moment when he was supposed to run over the bike and then its owner, everything happened. A bullet fired from a sniper rifle ended his existence. The truck lost control and crashed at full speed into a pole nearby. The concrete pillar snapped and tilted slightly to the side. Uchin looked around the truck thoughtfully. The pillar meanwhile bowed even lower. Uchin wondered who could have wished him dead. Xiaomei jumped out of the police car and asked Ye if he needed to go to the hospital. Uchin says he's fine, but the truck is dead and he's asking for help finding out who's behind it all. Zhang said she would take it from there and let her know when she knew something. She added that the bald bank robber was able to escape. Wutian was very annoyed because the robber could come and take revenge on him. He asked Zhang why she was so useless. Xiaomei tried to justify that she didn't mean it at all and the intruder had killed one of her co-workers. He said that it was her own fault for being poorly guarded. Only one person had died, and she should be glad that no others had been killed. The young man yelled that he wouldn't have helped if he had known this would happen. Mei squealed back, wondering what he wanted now. Uchin said he needed round-the-clock protection and warned that her mother would get no treatment if anything happened to him. Xiaomei was indignant and could barely contain herself. She hummed and said she would report his request to her superior. Uchin walked down the alley, habitually shoving his hands in his pockets. Before reaching the end of the corner, he stopped and motioned for the girl to come out of there. Sitsi did wait for him around the corner and asked how he knew. Uchan said he guessed and asked if she had sent snipers to protect him. Sitsi confirmed the information and said they would soon find out who was behind it. She suggested that the main suspect is the Liu family. However, it is unlikely that Liu Kongyu himself was involved. Wuxian wondered who it could be, if not Liu, and asked if anyone else knew what had happened to her grandfather. Siki said that it was known to many people. Ye speculated that he might be being hunted to keep the patient on his feet and asked the girl to find the culprits. Siki wasn't entirely happy about it, but said she understood. The country villa of the E family. The E family patriarch asked about Yuchin's departure from the sanitarium. He interrogated his granddaughter if she was sure of that. The girl replied that he was seen coming out of there with Wu Kunsheng. Waving his hands, the son told the patriarch that E had beaten the guy. He cried out that Ye beat up Liu Fu, and everyone is just talking about it. And some people slander their family and say that they are bullying others. The girl told her uncle that he was her brother after all, and besides, he was the son of his younger brother. The patriarch asked Fei Chao how many times she had seen Ye since his return. Fei remembered that once he was in a very bad mood and didn't want to see anyone from the Ye family. The girl added that Ye really changed and gave Chen Kaixin 29 million. The girl's uncle said he had received bad news. Someone intended to kill Uchian, but he was shot by someone else. The patriarch thought for a moment. Someone causes an accident to kill Ye and dies himself from a stray bullet. Very few people shoot each other in Dongcheng. Then he remembered the sanitarium and wondered what the big shot was there. He asked Fei to find out more about the sanitarium and the VIP patient. He figured that if Ye Wutian was connected to some big family, it would be in the patriarch's favor, and they could take the guy back to Ye's family. The next day in the city center, a local cafeteria offered Lanzhou-style beef noodles. There wasn't much of an audience in the room. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves in a low voice. He greedily devoured the noodles, sprinkling them all over the table. The journalist looked at him sullenly and listened to him slurp. Unable to stand it, the girl asked to cover her mouth. He splattered his entire face. Uchan said that she could have invited him to dinner herself instead of eating at his expense. After all, she was the one who had business with him. The journalist smirked and asked if he didn't want to spend the evening with a pretty girl. She asked him to say more about the assassination attempt. Yutian sighed that she knew everything, as expected from the daughter of the city's mayor. He added that he wasn't going to tell her anything. The girl rebuked him that she had done so much for him, and moreover, they were friends. Uchan thought that surely the mayor of the city must have too many enemies, and so his friendship with his daughter would sooner or later come out sideways. The cafeteria doors creaked open, announcing the arrival of new customers. An irritated Shu Hong and his companion broke through the door. The journalist and Yushin recognized him at once. The guy immediately flew up to Utina and started yelling for him to confess what he had done to him. The woman gently placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him that she had to talk to Uchan herself first. He carelessly told the journalist that this was the scoop. The guy he had personally smashed up an expensive car. The girl smiled and pulled out a notepad and pen, saying that would do as well. The woman introduced herself as Liu Shenyu and asked if she could address Wu Tian. Wu Tian looked at her carefully and caught himself thinking that Chang Shuhong had a very pretty mother. Shuhong turned purple and shouted that he had to stop staring at his mother, and that it was time to tell him what Ye had done to him. Shenyu handed Utian a check for the trouble he had caused and asked for an apology on Shuhong's behalf. After examining the check, the amount in which exceeded the value of the car by 7.5 million, Yi said he was willing to listen to them. Yuchen asked what the visitors needed from him. Liu said her son hasn't been himself lately, waking up in the middle of the night screaming and twitching. Yuchen said that with these symptoms, the guy needs to go to the hospital, not him. Shuhong pounced on Ye and demanded to tell him what happened to him, since Wu Tian had already been paid. Ye smiled and said that Shuhong was clearly overestimating him and he really had nothing to do with it. Wu Tian advised him to see a doctor. Shenyu began to beg him and lament that she had not heard much about him. She tearfully asked him to take pity on the unfortunate child. Uchan assured her that he had nothing to do with it and would confess if he was guilty. He said it would be better to consult a specialist. He called out to the journalist, saying they had to go. The girl caught up with him at the door. Angry Shuhong asked his mother if they could let the young man go so easily. Shenyu said they should go home, and then it would be up to them to see what to do. Shuhong grabbed his head and shouted that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night then. These nightmares were simply unbearable for him. Shenyu convinces her son that she will try to negotiate with Yutian some more. Yuchen was watching his neighbor's apartment from across the street with binoculars. Unfortunately, she wasn't home today. The young man reproached himself that there was no need to buy binoculars. There was no one to peep at anyway. There were some strange noises at his door. Yuchen turned and went to see what it was all about. He opened the front door lock and pushed the handle. He cautiously looked out into the hallway to see who had come in. He had to be very surprised. Zhang Xiaomei stood outside the door, leaning on her traveling suitcase. He asked the girl what she was doing here. She silently entered the apartment. Xiaomei revealed that she had made an agreement with her superiors and would be providing security for him around the clock from this day forward. Yuchen said it was just a joke. Zhang carelessly let go of the handle of the travel suitcase. The valise rolled onward by inertia. The girl immediately noticed Yi's bed under the window. She climbed onto it, got down on all fours, and began to admire the view from the window. Xiaomei noted that the bed was quite soft and this room would suit her quite well. Uchan wasted no time and enjoyed the sight of her buttocks, noting that the girl's figure suited him very well. Mei noticed that her landlord was giving her a hard look. She immediately sat on the bed and said that Yeo was letting himself get too much. Zhang explained that she would just be his bodyguard and nothing else. Yuchen asked if that meant they would be sleeping in the same bed. Xiaomei said he might as well not even think about it. Yes smiled and asked what would happen if they never found a customer, if the girl would stay at his place. Zhang said she wouldn't begrudge him even if he was the last man in the world. Yuchen frowned and thought he didn't really feel like it. The young man said she was on time and he wanted to discuss something with her. Yuchen is about to start his own company and he needs advice. Zhang shouted that he was crazy because he didn't even know how to run a business. Yuchen calmly replied to her that this was why he needed advice. Xiaomei resentfully said that his fiancé was better at these things, would have approached her better. He had an epiphany, and he agreed that Chen Kaixin was a pro and should have gone straight to her instead of pestering Xiaomei. Zhang said she did, and waved her hand at him. Since the girl herself was already lying under the blanket, she wished Yi a good night. Uchan walked over to her and said the bed was wide. There was enough room for two. Mei yawned and said she didn't mind. At the same second, she defiantly retrieved a gun from under the blanket. Xiaomei wondered if he had the guts for it. Yuchen waved it off and said it was too cool for him. The next day in Chen Kaixin's office, Chen remembered how Uchan had literally carried her in his arms. The thought alone made her smile happily. The secretary was surprised and asked the principal why she was so pleased. She said that Chen was acting very suspicious. Kexin immediately waved her hands and said that she was just imagining things. The secretary immediately chided her and said she had never allowed herself to giggle in the workplace before. The girl thought that perhaps it was because of Ouyang Hao's colors, but on the other hand, the headmaster doesn't really enjoy his visits. The lock on the handle clicked and the door to the study opened. Uchan stood on the threshold, leaning against the door jamb. He greeted Chen. Kexin stood up from her chair in a flash and relinquished it to Mr. Ye. Just then, Chen asked the secretary to arrange a cup of tea for the guest. Man was gone, and her mind was a mess. She knew that Chen hated Ye, so why was she serving him now? Xiaomei was also standing in the doorway, and Chen Kaixin asked who she was. Ye carelessly said that Chen could ignore her. Yuchen sat down in the director's chair and put his hands on his knees. He said that he was going to start a small business, 30 million. But he didn't know anything about business, so he came for advice. Kexon asked in surprise where he got that kind of money from. Utian indignantly replied as she thought to herself, he didn't steal them. Chen was embarrassed and started to apologize that no, of course she didn't think anything of the sort. She assured him that such an amount would be enough for a small or even medium-sized company. Chen asked what exactly he was going to do. Kaixin thought with envy that he had a lot of money. She had never seen a doctor with such an income before. Utian replied that it would be the production of cosmetics. Women pay well for it. And he also needs a manager. He is not going to manage the company's affairs himself. Chen said she'd prepare a list of everything he needed to know specifically for him, and added that she'd find a manager for him no problem too. Yuchen smiled and thanked her. It bothered him a bit that Kaixin kept helping him instead of hating him. You couldn't understand the reason for this attitude. Wutian said goodbye to Kaixin and gave her his hand. He didn't want to leave Chen's office, but he had to keep his distance. Kaixin gently took his hand by the wrist of her hand. She asked Yi if he was in a hurry to get somewhere. Uchen was just stunned. Chen had never done such a thing before. He wrenched his hand away and Kaixin remained standing with her arm pulled. Embarrassed, the girl wrapped one of her arms around the other as if Yi's wrist was still there. Kexon said she wanted to know when Yi was going to continue her treatment. Suddenly, the office door opened. A radiant Hao appeared on the doorstep and started telling Chen that his grandfather was having a party soon and he would like to invite her. Only now did he see that Uchen was present. He instantly turned purple and asked Yi what on earth he was doing here. Wutian said it was none of his business and got ready to leave, taking Xiaomei with him. Ouyang whispered in Wutian's ear to stay away from Chen, or better yet, leave town. Ye responded by warning Hao that he'd better watch himself. Hao warned Wutian that he would regret it yet. Ye smiled disdainfully and declared that he wasn't afraid of him at all. Together with Xiaomei, Wutian walked through the Tianxin district. He said this guy is clearly not doing well at home. Why would he even pick on him? Xiaomei objected that Ye was asking for it. After all, it was Ouyang Hao from the same Ouyang family, and there was no reason for Wutian to quarrel with such a famous person. He exploded and shouted that this still didn't make him a demigod. Zhang said instructively that there are 4 ancient families in the country that have accumulated enormous human and financial resources over the centuries, namely the Gongsun family with a huge 3-story villa in the mountains, the Situ family with a large mansion and outbuildings among the cliffs, Nangong family with a large estate near the lake, and the Ouyang family. You could say the Ouyang family controls a quarter of the state. Wuchen listened to the brief excursion and frowned. Hao clearly had a lot of money. He turned around and told Xiaomei that Hao was a mere mortal after all. Wutian was so engrossed that he didn't immediately notice the fire truck and the crowd of gawkers. He added that Hao is not a deity by any means. And then Yi turned his attention to a fire in a high-rise building. He had a thought that began to grow into a vague suspicion. The gawkers were filming the fire on their cell phones, and Yi kept thinking. Suddenly the young man realized everything. It was his apartment on fire. Wuchen snapped out of his seat and ran swiftly towards the multi-story building. Xiaomei asked what he was up to. He had quickly covered the distance to the house and was now running up the driveway. A fire brigade was on the floor trying to extinguish the fire. Utian asked what happened and why his apartment was on fire, as his bank cards and checks were there. Fancy exclaimed why exactly her house had caught fire. The journalist took Yi by the scruff of his shirt and said that this was her first apartment and it was dear to her as a memory. Utian grabbed her hand and asked if she happened to know if bank cards burned in fires. Wang irritably asked Ye what he himself thought about it. Utian let go of her hand and waved the journalist away. Seeing Yi rushing into the burning apartment, Fancy yelled for him to stay out of there. Covering his eyes with his hands from the acrid smoke, Utian rummaged through his nightstands for documents. The fire had already managed to engulf both the curtains and the bed by the window. He didn't spare the nightstand with the checks either. Wutian opened the drawer and realized that everything was gone. He thought angrily that those checks had been worth millions, and now they were a pile of ashes. He hadn't even begun to spend them. He felt bad that all his efforts had been wasted. Utian flew out of the apartment, nearly knocking Fancy and the firefighter off their feet. On the way, Yi had time to think that bank cards could be restored, and he would not be left without livelihood at all. Fancy cried out where he was going, for they had not yet agreed. She yelled that the apartment burned down and Yi should make up for it. Utian stated that it was a deliberate arson. Thick smoke was still billowing from the burning apartment. Wang Fengxi and Wu Qian came to Xiaomei, who was waiting outside. Zhang asked the young man if he had managed to salvage anything. He said that all of his belongings were burned to the ground, and so Xiaomei should mind her own business and find out who was behind it. With a wave of her hand, Xiaomei said she would do him a favor and investigate. Behind Yuqian's back, someone said it was a cool fire. The young man turned around. Behind him stood the smiling Hao. Wuxian said it would be much better for Ouyang if he wasn't involved. Hao scornfully asked him what he could do. Utian looked at the young man with a studying look and warned him that he would see for himself. Ouyang continued to stare at him disdainfully and only hummed in return. Wang Fengxi asked if Wu Tianhao suspected that the apartment had been set on fire. He said regretfully that he thought a lot of things, but there was no proof. Fancy absent-mindedly repeated that there was no proof. Wu Tian said Hao burned down her apartment, and she doesn't even want to look at him badly. Apparently, even her father can't deal with the Ouyang family. The journalist hesitated, twirling her curls on her finger. Wu Tian said that if she didn't want her family involved, she didn't have to. It would be better for everyone. Immediately, he headed for the business center of the city. Soon, Uqian reached the place he needed. It was the central bank of Xiaozong City. He was disappointed at the bank, and he stood at the cashier's desk and shouted that it couldn't be. The bank employee smiled politely at him, portraying honesty on her face. Uqian was tearing up and throwing up, proving that there must be tens of millions on the map and it absolutely cannot be empty. The girl at the checkout apologized and said the balance on the card was 38 yuan. He fell on the counter near the cash register in frustration and started crying that 30 million had gone nowhere. The young man quickly pulled himself together and sighed. The business center of the city. The building with Chen Kexen's office. It was a normal day in the offices, and the employees were laboring in their seats. Kexen reproachfully asked Yi how he had gotten to this life. Yutian was wearing wrinkled clothes with traces of soot. He said resentfully that his apartment had burned down and his bank card had been cleaned out, leaving him penniless. Chen anxiously asked where Ye would live now. The young man said he would rent a hotel room as he had no other options, and asked to borrow a couple thousand. Chen Kaishin thought for a while. She closed her eyes, contemplating something. Then she offered to let Uchun stay with her for a while. Chen said she had a spare room. Uchun was indignant and cried out that this was a bad idea. After all, Kexen hadn't thought about what would happen to her reputation if they were to live under the same roof. At this point, Yushin was the very morality, and was ready to sleep outside, just so that no one would think badly of the lady. Kexen suggested that in that case, she should just say that Ye was renting a room from her. Wuchen smiled and said that would do. He was satisfied that he had fooled Chen so easily. Kexen also felt like she was being played for a fool, but she didn't show it. She said to start by stopping by the store on the way and picking out some appropriate clothes. Having negotiated all the nuances, Chen and Wutian left the office building. There was only one car parked in the office parking lot. Kexen hugged Yi's arm and expressed her desire to ride the bike with him. Wutian was surprised, and thought that Chen was definitely not right in the head if she refused to ride in a car. Seeing his confusion, Kexen asked if he was okay with it himself. He said he didn't mind and asked to hold on tight so he wouldn't fall. The young man pulled up the bicycle and put his arm around Chen, saying that she was the first passenger. Kexen laughed and happily climbed onto the trunk, holding Ye by the shoulders. Wuqian made sure the girl was holding onto him securely and pressed down on the pedal. It was scary for Kexen to drive at such a speed with only his shoulders to hold onto. The girl instinctively pressed herself tighter against the driver and wrapped her arms around his waist. Wuqian felt how hard Chen's firm breasts pressed against him, and it pleased him. He realized that riding a bike with a girl is very enjoyable. They rode merrily through the city, and Yutian thought that if he had known, he would have done that a long time ago. Soon they pulled into the main streets. The traffic here was brisk. A large SUV appeared at one of the stoplights. He was going pretty fast and braked at a red light with a distinctive tire squeal. Wutian was crossing the zebra, and Hao Ouyang jumped out of the jeep. He asked Kexen where she was going like that, and what had happened to her car. He replied that the girl herself wanted to ride with him and asked what he didn't like. Hao grabbed the girl's arm and wanted to pull her off the bike. He told Chen to get into the car and assured her that he would take her wherever she needed to go. Hao explained that it was very life-threatening to ride a bicycle like that. Kexen threw up her hand and asked him not to worry, for she herself came from a poor family and often rode a bicycle as a child. Ye rejoiced and said that if Hao needed him, Ouyang could find him at Kexen's place from this day forward. He smirked and said they would be living together now. Hao frowned and asked what he was implying. Chen covered Wutian's mouth and said that Yi's apartment burned down and he was left without money, so she temporarily provided him with lodging. Hao was tearing up and throwing up. He was sorry that things had turned out this way. Ouyang had a life-saving thought and shouted that he could borrow money if he needed to. He tried to stop Wutian and asked him how much money would suit him. The gawkers were watching this spectacle. They were clearly enjoying it. He replied that he could give as much as he could spare and showed his little finger, hinting that he was going to his mistress. Kexen nudged him and told him it was time to move on. Wutian pushed off, and the couple on the bike slowly pulled away from the observers on the sidewalk. Hao looked at them unhappily. With anger, Hao struck his car with his fist. He hurt his fist and had to lean on the car door. Now Ouyang waited for the pain to subside a little. But it still didn't help, and he was shaking like he had a fever. Ouyang Hao glared at the offending person, thundering his fist and spewing curses. Two guys were discussing since when did pretty girls fall for bicyclists. While seeing off Uchin with an envious look, one guy in the crowd said he would get his grandfather's bicycle out of the garage. Maybe he'd get lucky. When they drove some distance away, Ye said he had to apologize to Chen. He recognized that it wasn't nice to use the girl to piss Hao off. Kexin was pleased that the young man understood that, and she said she owed him a debt of gratitude. Wuxian said that he and Hao have their own squabbles, and Chen has absolutely nothing to do with it. The young man added that the girl and Hao seem to have a mutual liking. Kexin starts making excuses that nothing brings them together, and Hao is like a brother to her. Then, as if remembering, Chen asked what kind of showdown with Hao Wuxian was referring to. Young replied that he suspected Ouyang of setting the apartment on fire. Kexin looked back confusedly as if Hao was still there. Now she understood why he was acting so brazenly. A short time later they arrived at the hotel. Finally went up to the floor where Kexin lived. Chen stopped outside her room door in a friendly manner. The girl stood and smiled. Yudian was simply amazed at the fact that all this time the girl had been living across the street. Chen admitted that when she moved out of her parents' house, she couldn't imagine that she and Yuchen would end up as neighbors. The girl studied him and thought it was fate itself trying for them. Wutian said that it was now clear to him why Ouyang Hao had gotten this far. He smirked and said that Hao's devious plan backfired on himself as he and Kexin grew even closer. Chen laughed and said that now Yi didn't even have money for a rented apartment and invited him inside. The first thing Kexin did was to pull off her heavy and hot-heeled shoes. She hopped onto the couch, crossing her long legs. The young man's blood pressure rose and his nose bled at the sight of it. Yuchen got angry with himself and clamped his nostril with the palm of his hand. Kexin lowered her feet to the floor and began to scoff that the doctor didn't know how to treat a nosebleed. He got angry and replied that he was not interested in her opinion. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this body, bleeding too often. Kexin asked what he thought of doing now, since he wanted to start his own business. Utian sat down on the couch and it squeaked resentfully. The young man said that it was not the time to talk about plans, and it would be good to earn money first. But in general, he was thinking of going back to that fishing village. This was news to Kexin, and she asked which village was meant. Utian recalled the fact that he had gone missing a year ago. The young man was being hunted, and after one incident, he ended up in a small fishing village. Ye added that that was where he met little Li Wan-er and her grandfather. Chen got excited and said she would keep him company. Yuchen objected that she is the director and the whole company hangs on her. Kexin smiled and said that the company was fine, and a couple days wouldn't affect anything. Utian tried to object some more, but didn't have time. Chen gently touched her index finger to his lips, urging him to shut up. Kexin said firmly that she doesn't accept any objections. She just wants to go there, and that's not even a stipulation. After a moment's pause, Chen moved away from the young man, looking at him intently. She jumped off the couch, inquired about the young man's cell phone, and pulled the phone out of her purse. Chen said she had bought it recently. Yuchen scrutinized a large smartphone with a bank card on it. Chen cheerfully said that the map was his too and said goodnight, adding that he could choose any available room. Wutian sat on the couch and thought about the fact that he was in Chen's good graces. Now, he couldn't decide what to do with Kexin. There was only one PO number on the contact list, ex-fiancé. Ye paid attention to this and felt guilty in front of the real Ye Wutian. Kexin didn't sleep at all that night. First, she covered herself with a blanket with her head. Chen didn't think that was enough, so she covered her head with a pillow, reproaching herself for everything that was going on. But nothing helped, and soon her crying head emerged from under the pillow. Kexin sadly realized that she had a crush, and she felt ashamed. The next morning, Uchan found breakfast on the table, his room key and pocket money waiting for him. He thought Chen was treating him like a small child. Immediately, he customized a message and sent it to Kexin. Seeing the text message from the young man, Chen instantly grabbed the phone in her hands. Ye Wutian thanked the girl for breakfast and pocket money. Kexin looked with boundless warmth at the phone. She was almost crying with happiness when Secretary Man entered the office and saw her extremely excited. Wutian walked with Dr. Wu to the grounds of the private clinic. He asked the patient to turn onto his stomach and began massaging his back. He pressed harder and harder on his shoulder blades, then moved to his spine. Sitsi asked how her grandfather was feeling. Yuchen said everything is going well, and barring anything unpredictable happening, should recover today. The man cheerfully interrogated him. He was pleased that soon everything would be over and he would take his father home. Sitsi screamed why Grandpa hadn't woken up yet. Ye called her a fool and explained that the treatment had not been completed yet. He held out the medicine, which had to be drunk in one gulp. The girl walked over to the bunk and began to feed her relative from a spoon. Yushin squealed that he needed everything at once, he'd said so. Sitsi hesitated and stiffened. She was clearly hesitant. The young man yelled that she was deaf in general and asked if she wanted her grandfather to wake up. The girl yelled that he could take his anger out on her, but she wouldn't let her grandfather get hurt. She can't let him get choked up. Utian angrily snatched the mixture from her and shouted that she was a useless woman, and it was useless to teach her. She would do everything wrong anyway. The man quietly asked the doctor if Yuchen was sure of what he was doing. The professor scratched his beard. hesitated, and admitted that he didn't know the answer. Uchan walked over to the bunk and lifted the old man with one hand, holding him by the neck. In his other hand he held the medicine tightly. Lifting his grandfather's head a little higher, E quickly poured the entire contents of the container into his mouth. Sitsi couldn't bear to watch this, and demanded to calm down. She was ready to kill him and clenched her fists in anger. Siki shrieked that she had made herself clear enough and grabbed Ye's hand. Dr. Wu held the man's shoulder and asked him not to interfere. He said that the boy would be able to figure it out on his own. Wutian told Siki that if the girl touched him again, she would be forced to find another doctor. She squealed and called for her father's help to calm E down. The man asked her to stop worrying herself. Yuchen poured into the old man in one fell swoop whatever was left over from last time. Then he tossed the empty plate aside and let go of his grandfather's head, and he slumped back onto the pillow. Shiki couldn't stand it and pointed a gun at him. She shouted that Ye had had enough of life. The man tried to stop her, but it was too late. The girl pulled the trigger and the bullet flew out of the barrel of the gun. Fortunately, Yutian dodged and the bullet hit his arm. Streams of blood immediately ran down his arm, flowing down to his palm. Now the man was angry, and very seriously so. He grabbed the gun out of his daughter's hands and hit her. The man tossed the gun to one side and Sitsi to the other, and shouted that she was always making trouble from her. Dr. Wu came running in with a medical case, and said that he would patch E up in no time. Yuchen grudgingly said he could handle it himself, and asked for the tweezers. The professor quickly found and handed over the required item. He looked at the young man in disbelief, and wondered how he would be able to get the bullet out himself. Duck calmly reached into the wound with tweezers and began picking at it, extracting the bullet. The young man struggled to endure the pain. No one would help him. After a few minutes that seemed like an eternity, a bloody bullet showed on the tip of the tweezers. Only now did Uchan exhale calmly, and the man was very surprised that the young man didn't even raise an eyebrow as he picked at the gunshot wound. The young man reached into his pocket with his hand and searched for something for a long time. Finally found what I was looking for. It was one of his powders. Uhan began to powder the wound, and the man watched his actions from behind him with interest. Soon the bleeding stopped and the wound began to heal before my eyes. The man couldn't believe his eyes that it could happen so quickly. Dr. Wu was sure it was a miracle, the man exclaimed and asked what this healing powder was. Dr. Wu thought about the fact that this medicine could save many soldiers on the battlefield if its production was put into mass production. Uchin taped the wound, wrapped a bandage around his arm, and said he would not tell them anything. Angrily looking at Siki, Ye said that for Old Man W's sake, he would pretend that nothing happened, but she had better not get caught by the young man. He added that this was the first and last time he took on the task of helping their Ning family. Yutian walked over to the old man's bunk, clenched his fingers into a fist and swung from his head, standing for a while, calibrating the right direction of the blow. Then he punched the patient in the chest area with all his might. He immediately spat out the potion he had recently swallowed. Father and daughter looked at Yuchin's actions with suspicion. Suddenly Grandpa sat up in his bunk and coughed. Relatives ran up to him with tears in their eyes. Sitsi roared and was glad that Grandpa had finally woken up. Grandfather said stop crying and let her better tell me if she had behaved well. Turning to the doctor, the grandfather asked where the guy who hit him had gone. Quansheng said that the young man had already left. Suddenly he realized everything and it was all about Uchan hitting his grandfather. The man asked what exactly Dr. Wu meant by that. Dr. Wu said he should have known right away, because he heard about this method just a couple of years ago. The medicine and subsequent mechanical action were needed to stimulate Ning Lao's bodily functions, because otherwise his nervous system wouldn't have worked due to the long coma. The old man said he owed everything to him alone. He added that he heard absolutely everything they said, even though he couldn't open his eyes. He told Sitsi that she would need to apologize to the doctor. She countered that there was nothing to mess with him. You should just pay him, that's all. The man asked her what was more important in life, money or power, and told her that neither would give her good health and longevity. He added that this is why people with outstanding medical skills are so valuable. Not to mention that Yuqian is special even by medical standards. One of the city's neighborhoods, Day. Wutian rode his bike and regretted that the Ning family's money had disappeared along with the cards, so he had cured the old man for free, and even got shot. He couldn't take it anymore and started yelling into space that he was all out of luck. There was Xiaomei standing near the sidewalk, and she was clearly waiting for the young man. The girl screamed that he was a scumbag, because a long time ago you could have gotten a cell phone. Her cries brought Wuqian back to the real world, and he finally saw Xiaomei. He hit the brakes and twisted the steering wheel, swerving toward the sidewalk. Yutian smoothly rolled up to the girl and said hello to her. Smirking, the young man asked if she had taken too long to find him and apologized. Xiaomei demanded his current residence address. She pinched his nose lightly and reminded him that she had promised to protect him. There was little that could happen if he was attacked. Yutian pulled his phone out of his pocket and asked to hold on. He was getting a call. The call came from Chen and he decided to reject it. He thought that he was almost home anyway, so he could have a normal conversation there. Xiaomei freaks out and says she's been looking all over town for him, and then it turns out Yi has a cell phone. She demanded that Yi immediately tell her PO number. The young man raised his hand up with the phone and wondered if Xiaomei was going to hit on him. Yutian said he's a very humble guy and is not ready for such big decisions yet. Xiaomei got angry, said stop braying, and snatched the phone from him. The girl said a lot of guys in his shoes wouldn't mind exchanging phone numbers with her. A car pulled up neatly beside the sidewalk. Mr. Liu came out of the car and said he wanted to talk about his son's injuries. Uchan objected that one should go to the hospital with such questions. Besides, they were feuding and had nothing to talk about. Liu says that he has talked to all the famous doctors in the area and no one can help, but Yi is the most extraordinary doctor, and Liu asks him to name a price. Uthian got on his bike and said his son had overflowed the cup of patience and asked him not to look for him anymore. He cannot save everyone in need. Liu shouted back that he was willing to give 100 million yuan. He stopped and thought. It was worth abandoning principles for such a sum of money. He turned around and shouted that he was willing to cooperate with Liu for 120 million. Wutian waved at the departing car and said that Mr. Liu was a pleasure to deal with. The guy smirked and told Liu to remember to prepare the money in advance. Xiaomei looked at him judgmentally and twisted his words about the cup of patience. Wutian told her that Liu Fu had already gotten what he deserved, so why would he kick someone lying down? The young man asked how long she would be following him around and clarified what was going on with the investigation. Xiaomei said that it was officially written off as a short circuit. Yutian was furious. He shouted that they had wasted so much time just to bullshit him and accused them of not doing anything about the police. The young man squealed that he didn't need such a bodyguard, and she'd better find out who was behind the arson of his apartment. Xiaomei was angry with Ye. She ran away and muttered to herself that she didn't really want to look after him. Yutian watched the girl rush quickly down the road that was going upward, and he thought about it. After all, there was still nothing Xiaomei could do to Hao. The Ouyang family was beyond her. Soon he was already in the hotel and walking quickly down the hallway. The young man said he was at home and found several pairs of shoes near the door. Chen Kaishin and Hao's parents were sitting on the couch, the girl herself standing beside them. Chen cheerfully said that it was a pleasant surprise. Now he understood why the girl had called him. Chen saw his bandaged hand and asked fearfully what was wrong with his hand. The young man replied that it was just a minor scratch. The girl shrieked it couldn't be a scratch, the whole bandage was soaked with blood. The parents thought about the change in Chen. They saw that their daughter cared for Wutian. Only Hao sat frowning. He realized that it wouldn't be easy to win the girl's affection back. Father Chen asked Wutian if he had broken the engagement agreement with Kaishin. Smiling, Ye replied that he was. He said he wouldn't stay long anyway, since his house had burned down and Chen invited him to stay with her for now. Hao said that no one is stopping him from renting a hotel room. After all, his family is quite rich. Wutian replied that he didn't even have money for a hotel. But it was wrong of Hao to involve Chen's parents in the quarrel. Ouyang replied that it doesn't matter, because what matters to him is the result. Ye replied that everyone around him was doing nothing but praising the Ouyang family. But judging from Hao's behavior, they are all doing it in vain. Hao was getting angry. He had run out of arguments and was ready to move to a fight. The girl's father said that if she and Chen were not in a relationship, it was not appropriate for them to live under the same roof, and he would find another place for Yushin to live. Ye remained silent and looked sad. There was nothing he could do. Yushin closed his eyes and said he would. Okay. Kexin suddenly squealed and shrieked in surprise that nothing was all right. She told her father that it was her own business and it was none of her parents' business. The mother said that if her daughter is cohabiting with a man, then of course it's a matter of concern. Hao managed to agree and said that she was right. Chen angrily said that it was none of Hao's business and he didn't need to get involved. She grabbed Yushin's hand and showed him that she wouldn't let him go anywhere. Kexin firmly said that Wuqian is not going anywhere from here, period. The parents were shocked at such an act. Hao hesitated and yet cheered, celebrating the victory. Qi asked Chen to answer one question honestly. She asked if Kexin loves Wutian. The girl faltered, blushed, and began to fumble nervously with her fingers. Chen wasn't quite sure, but admitted that she liked Wutian a little. Kexin said that she's not quite sure how she feels, but she definitely knows that she doesn't want to break up with Wutian. Qi yelled at the girl and reminded her that Yi was walking around behind her back. She resented that Chen would just forgive him like that and asked what about Ouyang Hao. Hao realized that this was his chance. He pondered the best way to strike. He got up from the couch and gently told Kexin that he loved her very much. Chen was confused and didn't know what she should do. She apologized to Hao and said she was sorry, but he had always been like an older brother to her. Ouyang immediately changed his face and was now looking at Kexin with a sad look. To put a bold point on it, Chen left the room and told Yi that they would go and change the bandage right away. Utanan stumbled a bit and couldn't say a word. They came to the bedroom and Chen lit the nightlight. The girl slowly and carefully unwrapped his bandage. Wuqian said that Kaishin shouldn't have quarreled with his parents over him. Chen replied that he was now starting to care about her. She said that she did what she did, and had no intention of changing her mind. Wu Tian cheerfully said that he would obey Her Majesty. The next day, downtown. Chen Kexin Company. Work is in full swing, and all employees are engaged in business. Chen herself was studying last month's chart. A secretary sat beside her. Kexin asked Secretary Xiaoman to open the office door. Just then, the door swung open, and an angry woman appeared on the threshold. She asked what was the meaning of this, since they had already made an agreement with Chen, if she had not forgotten. Kexin said that she didn't break any agreements. Miss Yi reminded that she should stop supporting Ye Wutian. And now it has come to her attention that Wuqian and Kexin are living under the same roof. Chen said that she doesn't understand why Miss Ye is meddling in her personal life. As for Ye Wutian, he is no longer the owner of this company and can be left alone. The woman replied that she was too brazen for the head of a small firm, and asked what she would do without the support of the Yi family and their millions. She demanded that Yushin be thrown out on the street immediately, or the contract would be null and void. Kexin shouted that no one could make decisions for her about who she should be with, and added in a firm voice that was definitely not Mrs. E. The woman couldn't stand it and slapped her palm on the table with anger. She shouted that Kexin might regret her decision. She wouldn't be able to manage alone. Kexin said he wouldn't fall for her threats. Even if he had to lose the company, there was nothing to regret. Mrs. E wails that her family can both support the business and ruin it, and Chen just doesn't understand the risks. Kexin slammed the laptop lid shut and looked at the woman carefully. Chen said Ye Wutian is her blood relative, and if Wuqian is a disgrace to the entire family, then Madame Ye herself is even worse. With that, she finally pissed off her guest, and she promised that she would make Kexin choke on her words. Chen Kaixin asked Xiaoman to escort her guest out in a calm voice. 4 hours had passed. The working day was nearing its end. Suddenly, one of the employees ran somewhere and spoke quickly on the phone. Soon another employee's phone rang. Mr. Wang demanded that the 3-year contract be terminated immediately. Now all the staff were already busy on the phone. Many clients refused the services provided. Xiaoman ran into the office and shouted from the doorstep that they were in trouble. She said investors found out about the termination of the contract with the Yi family, and it was as if they went crazy. Ye Dongshuan's revenge didn't take long to arrive. She smiled gloatingly. The same night, Chen Kaixin's office building. The lawyer said that YIP Group suspends all cooperation with Jianxing Trading Company on the basis of the latter's non-compliance with an earlier agreement. Although Chen Kaixin was prepared for such a turn, she was worried beyond belief. Her company would lose at least 20 million. When this news reached the staff, there was sheer panic. Now they could all forget about the annual bonus. All contracts were broken and a crisis seemed inevitable. The receptionist said the situation is worse than ever. They keep getting calls from disgruntled customers asking what's going on. Kexin asked Xiaoman to calm them down with all her might. The secretary thought that only a miracle could save their company. Chen told Man to just do as she commands, no need to think too much. The phone on the table rang. It was Ye Dongshuan. Chen looked at the ringing phone with exasperation. Standing up from the table, the girl pulled the phone closer to her. Kexin saw that Mrs. Yi was calling and pressed the call acceptance button. Dongshuan said hello to Miss Chen in a satisfied voice. After waiting for a pause, she wondered what Kaixin would tell her now. Chen stood her ground and replied that Dongshuan might as well not try. She wouldn't change her mind. Curses began spewing from the phone, and Chen pinned it to the table with her fist. Ye Dongshuan was tearing up. Out of anger, she clutched her phone hard. The country house of the Yi family. Ye Wutian's brother expressed doubt that Chen Kaixin would give up so easily. Dongshuan laughed and said that she had no choice. She would either accept it or lose her company. The patriarch of the Ye family sat across from Dongshuan. He had been listening intently and now began to state his opinion. The patriarch's eldest son said that they shouldn't go that far. After all, if they quarreled with the Ouyang family, Dongshuan's whole plan would backfire on them. Missy said everything is under control, and she knows what she's doing. They're just going to parrot her a little bit, that's all. Ye Wutian's father asked them if they themselves were disgusted. Dongshuan was surprised and questioned why he thought so. Hengdong explained that neither Wuqian nor Kaixin had any connection with the Ye family. Moreover, they might fall into their own trap. Dongshuan shrieked that he had misunderstood everything, and she was now trying for the sake of the family. He shouted back that she was only trying for her own sake. Hengdong added that he understood her desire to gain the favor of the Ouyang family, and suggested that Kexin could later strike them through Hao. Dongshuan took offense and said that Ouyang's favor meant little to her. He asked why she would even want Ouyang Hao in that case. His brother shrieked at him that if you listen to him, his family means nothing to him. Hendong was about to leave, but he was stopped by the patriarch of the Yi family. He wondered if his words meant nothing to Hendong. The latter assured the patriarch that he had always been a faithful son to him. After all, he told Hendong not to help Yuchen, so the man doesn't help him, and what questions could there be for him?
The patriarch turned purple and was ready to explode immediately.
He shouted that Hendong should watch his tone. His granddaughter asked him not to yell at her father and told him that being nervous was bad for your health. One of the servants reported that a certain lady had come to them and introduced herself as Chen Kaixin. Dongchuan was glad that Kexin had finally made the right decision. Brother Wutian was also satisfied and said that everything was going just as Dongchuan had said. A man brought a girl into the house. It really was Miss Chen. Upon entering the house, she said hello to everyone present. Hendong inquired of the girl why she had come. Kexin said she came to discuss something with him. Dongchuan smiled greedily. Now Kexin wasn't going anywhere. Miss E stated that the company should be addressed to her, not her older brother. Chen smiled and said that she was only dealing with Mr. Ye. She handed Hendong some kind of package. He asked what was inside. The girl asked him to open it and see for himself. Dongchuan couldn't believe that there was any business with just Hendong. While the man opened the package, Chen turned away to avoid looking at Dongchuan. Hendong was very surprised by this package of documents. He anxiously asked Kexin what it all meant. Chen said that her company owes everything to the Hendong once gave her money to start the business, and now she is giving the firm back to him. All the paperwork is in place. Even the patriarch was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Chen said that all Hendong had to do was put his signature on it. The man asked why she was doing that. Kexin replied that no matter how hard you try, you still won't be rich as a stranger. Hendong said that Chen had put a lot of effort into her company. The girl countered that the company had never been her own. Lastly, she said that the Yi family might be influential, but that didn't mean the whole world was on her. Dongchuan and his brother were simply furious. Just like that, Chen Kaixin stomped on the pride of the Ye family without scaring anyone. Although in Ye Dongchuan's view, it should have been the exact opposite. Already near the exit, the girl remembered something, tossed a bunch of keys and said that Ye Wutian had asked for them to be returned. They were car keys. Dongchuan grabbed them, clutched them in her hand, and shouted that Wutian had put her up to it. The girl replied that the young man only asked to take the keys, and she decided to get rid of the company herself. Hendong said that she created this company from scratch, and he can't take it away. Kexin replied that the company is related to the Ye family, and she doesn't want that kind of happiness. Wutian's brother asked why she was playing the insulted innocence card. Kexin replied that it might be her fault, but she's not making a big deal out of herself. She's just the way she is. Hendong said irritably, not everyone was ready to bow at their feet. His nephew asked him not to believe Kaixin. He was sure the girl was up to something. The second brother cut into the conversation and asked why Chen would take Wutian's side, since she used to hate him. The patriarch sat silently wondering what to do now. He couldn't believe there were young people who didn't care about money. Chen Kaixin Company's office building. The employees looked sadly at the walls of the company that had become home for many. Chen had packed almost all of her things and looked sadly at the collective photo. In the center were Kaixin and Wuqian. Xiaoman asked if it was true that Director Chen was leaving the company. Kexin replied that it was cramped for two heads on the same shoulders, so she decided to leave on her own. The secretary assured her that she wanted to continue working with Chen. The girl replied that she was now unemployed and didn't know what she would do. Kexin cheerfully said that if she needed an assistant in the future, she knew who to turn to. The secretary had a lively light in her eyes, and she said, catching Chen's eye. The whole company went out to see Director Chen Kaixin off. The cab was already parked under the building. Turning around to the collective, Chen smiled and waved cheerfully at them. The staff stood at the entrance and held one arm raised and bent at the elbow as a sign of honorable farewell. Kexin couldn't look at it calmly and turned aside. Unable to bear it, she burst into tears. It seemed like enough to fill a whole sea. Soon, a cab brought the girl to Tianxin District. Chen set the scotch-taped box on the table with a clatter. The girl leaned on her and said they were both unemployed now. Wuqian knew nothing, and Chen revealed that she had returned the company to the Yi family's hands and had nothing more to do with them. The young man put his palm to her forehead and asked if she was sick by any chance. Kexin took offense and cried out that he himself was sick. Wuqian finally realized that the girl wasn't joking and interrogated Chen. The young man said that he had purposely handed the company over to Kexin specifically, and she had taken it and abandoned it. Chen explained that the shadow of the Yi family would always hang over the company. Further questioning yielded nothing, and Kexin said she had already returned the documents to his relatives, so it was a done deal. Wutian asked Her Majesty how she was going to support him. Kexin seriously said that it was his turn to take care of her. The young man smirked and said that it was too troublesome for him. He'd rather keep chilling at her expense. Chen fell into a stupor. She couldn't say a word out of anger. A new day has dawned. Chen Kaixin came out of the house and Wutian rode up on his bicycle saying that the carriage was served. Chen was already uncomfortable, so she asked him to shut up. Crossing her legs, the girl sat on the bike rack. Making herself comfortable, she put her arm around the young man's waist. After making sure everything was okay, Chen said they could go. All over again, Kaixin pressed herself tighter against him. Wuqian felt the girl's firm charms and immediately became cheerful. He smiled and said he was ready to do her bidding. They drove merrily through the center of town, teasing each other. It was nice and pleasant for Kexen to ride with Wuchen just like that. Near one of the buildings, he turned around and asked how about payment for his labors. Chen smiled and replied that she was officially raising his salary 100 times from today. The young man laughed and thanked Her Majesty for her kindness. They drove past a police post and drew the attention of the officers of the law. The guard immediately ran out of the booth and asked his partner what these miracles were. He wondered what such a pretty girl would be doing on a rusty piece of iron, and the other cop told him that the young man was probably from a wealthy family. The policeman looked at the couple enviously. They all thought at the same time that they could at least have chosen a newer bicycle. They reached the Tianxin area. Kexen had to get off the bike. A girl blocked their way and told Wuchen that she had a conversation to have with Wuchen. The young man ordered her out of the way, and Chen asked who she was. Wuchen replied that she was just that, a bitch of one. Sitsi took great offense at him. She ran around them and blocked their path, urging them to stop. Sitsi said she had come to apologize to him. Wuchen said he didn't need to do that. He didn't need anything more from the Ning family. The girl said she had already mentioned that she was sorry and asked what else E needed. She thought that she had never met such a greedy and unscrupulous hubbub in her life. Wuchen asked her to get off at last. She asked him what he wanted from her, but he couldn't help but insult her. He said that if she was done, he wanted her out of his sight. Sitsi tilted her head and asked what she had to do for Wuchen to forgive her. The young man asked what she cared and why she was even picking on him. The girl asked simply to tell her how to get his forgiveness. Wuchen said that he absolutely didn't care what she was up to, but he wouldn't go anywhere near their Ning family. To strengthen his argument, the young man showed his middle finger to Shiki. The girl lost her temper and screamed, "How can he call himself a man after that? She doesn't understand how one can be so vindictive." Wuchen smirked and asked if he must necessarily have memory problems if he was a guy. That made Shiki even angrier. She said she wasn't going anywhere until Yutian accepted her apology. He got fed up with it and told the girl that he forgives her and now she can leave. Sitsi grabbed his hand and stated that they were now going to his grandfather's house. He wanted to see E. Yuchen pulled his arm out and said she could get away. He said he wasn't going to have any more dealings with the girl or her family. She slapped him hard. She said that if he insulted her again, she would not be responsible for herself. Yuchen smirked and said he could tell her the same thing. Kexen was fed up with the conflict and asked why not discuss things peacefully. The young man said there was nothing to discuss. Sitsi turned purple with anger. Wuchen turned around and told Kexen that they were leaving. Sitsi blocked the young man's path again and declared that he must forgive her first. Yuchen said she was a fool for not understanding and asked when it would finally get to her. Immediately, Siki slapped him and wailed that she had warned him and he shouldn't have insulted her. Chen immediately flew up to her and shrieked. Who did she think she was that she was allowing herself to do such a thing? Wuchen imperiously put his hand on Kexen's shoulder and said that he was talking about the same thing, and that it applied to him too. The air around me has changed. Sitsi sensed it too late to react adequately. The girl's legs gave a jerk and she sank to her knees helplessly, asking E what he had done. Wuchen gently took her by the temples and said that it wasn't as if she didn't expect him to be scared of her family. Sitsi was frightened herself and asked what he was up to. Wuchen grabbed her by the waist with one hand and lifted her onto his shoulder. The girl struggled and demanded to be released immediately. The young man slapped her hard on the soft part of her body below her back. Sitsi squealed with both anger and pain at the same time. Kexen watched with satisfaction as Wu Tian headed for the trash containers. He chose a hazardous waste container for his revenge. He walked over there and threw the annoying girl there with a swing. After shaking his hands off the dust, the young man exhaled and walked over to Chen. The girl looked at him with undisguised surprise. Sitsi was sitting in the waste container. She was stuck in there and was yelling that Uchian had better get her out now. Kexen looked at him sadly. Her hands were behind her back. Ushan folded her fingers into the likeness of a heart. Even though they had moved quite far away, Sitsi's curses could still be heard. Ye asked Kexen why she was looking at him like that. Maybe he was going a little overboard. Chen replied that it's okay. That's what that leftist broad should do. Yuchen thought the words about the left baba sounded a little strange. Kexen asked if he was going to pull her out of the trash. Ye laughed and said that nothing would happen to her, except that she would stink of stink. Chen smiled and wondered if he didn't feel sorry for the girl at all. The young man replied that there was nothing to pity her for except her smarmy face, but Kexen was still prettier. Chen got excited. Yushin started complimenting her. Ning family's large and luxurious house. Siki wiped her head while wrapped in a towel and threatened that she would kill him with her own hands. The old man laughed that the lad appeared to have a temper. Siki asked her grandfather in surprise why he wasn't on her side. The latter replied that she herself was to blame for the situation. The grandfather added that she never understood anything, for the young man was very gentle with her. The girl said angrily that all she realized was that this pervert had finally gotten cocky. Her father asked her to remember her sudden weakness and asked if she didn't realize what it meant. Sitsi strained all her wits and finally began to understand something. The girl remembered that the wound on her arm no longer bothered the young man. Her father told her that she had no idea how valuable his knowledge was to military medicine. The old man said he would drop in on Yutina himself one of these days. For the next few days, Yewutian was very busy. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that he finally gathered all the necessary ingredients. Yuchen put the special container on the gas stove and turned it on. Chen Kexen had just as much to do, as she was the one who procured the ingredients ordered by Ye. Clean water was needed first and foremost, and Chen was just tired of carrying bags of it. Throughout these days, Chen Kaishin wondered more than once what he wanted to do, but Yewutian answered the girl each time that it was a secret. Chen was sitting in front of the TV in the evening watching a humor show. Uchen walked over to the back of the couch and watched with her for a while too. Then the young man walked around the couch, sat down next to Chen and offered her something to eat. She asked what he brought. Wutian said it was poison. He set his palm up, and Kexen obediently ate whatever the young man brought. Yuchen worriedly asked what would happen if there really was poison in there. Chen replied that he had no motive to poison her. Wushin said it was up to her. Chen clarified that it wasn't an attempt to hit on her. He confirmed that this was the case. After all, no one in his place could resist such a beauty. Keishin felt something wrong happening to her. Wushin smirked and said that she should start to smell soon. Chen shouldn't be frightened, it was perfectly normal. She got angry and said that it was Yutian himself who smelled it. And she, by the way, had recently bathed, and if he didn't believe it, he could smell it. The young man leaned over Kexen's head and breathed in the scent of her hair. She blushed and said she was joking. E replied that she had asked for a sniff. A large tub of clean water was already stocked in the bathroom. Uchan immediately splashed 2 more bottles of clear liquid into it. Kassen asked, wondering what the end result should be after all. Yi explained that as soon as Chen had a foul discharge on her skin, she should wash it off and then climb into the vat and soak in it for half an hour. Keishin asked what it was all for. The young man replied that she would figure it out for herself later, and added that it was his thanks for letting Chen stay with her. After a while, the girl's hands began to be covered in purple spots. She screamed at what had happened to her hands. Uchin thought it had finally begun. The drug worked as it should, but the effect was slower and weaker than expected. He decided that it was all about poor quality ingredients, and it was worth growing it yourself in the future. The young man asked Chen to prepare water for himself and strictly forbade the use of soap and shampoo. He added that mineral water would come in handy. Kaishin would obviously be thirsty. The girl undressed in a flash and dumped all her clothes into the laundry basket. Wuqian said from behind the door for the girl to take her time. He wasn't going to peek. She yelled for Yi to stop distracting her and asked how she got so much dirt on her. Uchin said it's okay, it's just Her Majesty's toxins coming out of Her Majesty that way. Chen asked indignantly if he was sure that was the way it was supposed to be. The young man replied that he didn't know that for sure, since he couldn't see, and asked for permission to enter. Kaishin shouted for him not to even think about it. Yutian made his way to the living room and sat down on the couch, muttering that women were very difficult. The young man made himself comfortable on the couch and waited for the girl to return. The translucent door to the bathroom was closed, and only the silhouette of the girl was visible to the young man. This was enough for another bleeding, and Ye apologized to the original Wutian, for he really likes the former body owner's fiancée. Uchan said that they were no longer engaged anyway, so who cares? Especially better him than another man. It was already 11 o'clock on the clock. Uchan estimated that he'd gotten here about an hour ago. He asked himself what Kexen could be doing there for so long. A wild cry from the apartment was heard by many on the street, and they were surprised. Yutian immediately ran into the bathroom and asked what was wrong. Kexen blinked and wrapped herself in a towel and turned her back to him. The young man lost control of himself, and the absorbent cotton plug in his nostril flew out under the pressure of the new hemorrhage. Chen rejoiced like a child. She said it was incredible. Her skin was as soft as a baby's now. Yuchen took it as personal praise and said that the girl was shining like a fairy. He thought that he had never seriously done this before, but he was very happy with the result, because Chen had been beautiful before, and now she was a beauty. But now she couldn't take her eyes off. Kexen cheerfully asked Ye if he really thought so. Yuchen nodded his head happily. The girl was embarrassed and hesitated. Then she leaned over and kissed Yi on the cheek. Kexen thanked the young man sincerely. Yuchen was amazed, and he wanted a repeat. He told Chen that it wouldn't work that way. He just wasn't ready and needed to do it again. Yuchen reached for the girl, demanding a reward. She jokingly displayed her fingernails and told him not to even dream of it. Kexen suggested going to town. She'd rather treat him to something tasty. It really wasn't bad weather outside. Soon, Chen and Wutian took the elevator down and were crossing the hotel lobby. Standing in the doorway was Ouyang Hao. It was as if he was waiting for Kaishin to leave the room. Kexen looked at him thoughtfully with a slight tinge of sadness. Hao told her that she looked stunning. He noticed Chen's transformation. Chen coldly asked what Brother Hao needed. Hao replied that tomorrow was his grandfather's birthday and asked if she could come. The next day, the space outside the Ouyang family's villa was jammed with cars. Keishin asked Ye if he wanted to go with her, since she could invite him as a friend. Wu Tian refused and said that Hao would definitely go crazy if he did. He added that she doesn't have to worry about the gift. It will definitely be among the best. Chen became agitated and tried to object. Wu Chen said it was all right. She should go, and the young man would just wait for her outside. Buffet tables with food and drinks were set up in the room, and there were plenty of guests. Hao smiled and asked the girl if she was worried. He admitted that he was worried too. Today is a very important day for him. Yi's family members were also invited to Ouyang's birthday party. Hendong's brother and his son were watching Chen Kaixin. She was more beautiful than ever, wearing a gorgeous purple dress, and talking cheerfully with Hao about something. The young man looked at Kexin incredulously. He didn't recall Chen always being this good. Henkai told the young man that he should be nicer to her in the future. He was referring to Chen Kaixin. Guan Yanli said that she was honored to attend Mr. Ouyang's birthday party. Heng Cai asked his son how things were going with Shen Yue and if there was any progress. The one didn't have any shifts, and he replied that he didn't even know. Heng Kai sighed tiredly. It had been a long time since his son had been unable to win a girl's heart. An entertainer appeared on stage and caught everyone's attention. He solemnly announced that from this point on, the gala was officially declared open. Hao walked over to the villa owner Ouyang Anan, folded his hands in deference and bowed. Kneeling before his grandfather, the young man wished him long life. He added that he wished him health as strong as a rock and a gaze as clear as a water surface. Anan told him to get up and asked him where the girl he had brought with him was. Hao introduced Chen Kaixin to him. He said that they had studied in the same group in the United States. Many guests were mesmerized by Chen's beauty. Some of them thought they had seen her before. Ouyang Xianyu glanced at Kexin, realized it was the same one, and thought that Big Brother had succeeded in seducing her after all. Chen said she was very happy to have the opportunity to meet Anan. Kexin would like to wish him health and great success. She bowed. Anan asked where the girl was from and who her parents were. Kexin replied that her father Chung Pejong and mother Kikyun are ordinary businessmen. Anan thanked the girl for coming to his birthday party. Naturally, he immediately thought that a girl from a mediocre family did not belong near his grandson. Hao got a little flustered and said that Kexin hadn't given him her gift yet. Opening her purse, Chen pulled out a small wooden box, asked to accept the gift, and said that Anan might need it in the future. Xiang Yu whispered in his grandfather's ear that he should open the gift right now. He added that the woman had already been engaged before. Anan asked Miss Chen if she'd been engaged before. Hao shouted that Grandpa had gotten it all wrong. Anan frowned and replied that he wasn't addressing him. Kexin blushed and said it was true, but they had nothing to worry about since she was just a guest and had come to wish her good health. Xian Yu asked the girl to show everyone present her gift. Kexin began to lift the lid of the box, carefully holding it from the bottom. On a soft pad in the center of the box was a small balloon. Anan was surprised that a girl was giving him medicine for his birthday. The guest didn't know whether to take it as a hint, or she just wanted to jinx him either. Anan looked carefully at the girl and at the open gift. Kexin said it was a special drug and he might need it someday. Chen thought with chagrin that Wu Qian had spent a great deal of effort to prepare this pill. Anan thanked her for her concern and said he did not need medication for now. Ouyang Anan publicly refused Chung Kexin's gift, which can be considered an unconcealed insult to her. Ouyang Zhenren, Hao's father, ordered to take Madam somewhere to rest. Kexin apologized for taking up the birthday boy's time and said she had to go. Hao accompanied the girl with his arm around her shoulder. When Hao returned, Zhenren jumped on him and shouted at him about what had gotten into him. His father had always had the best opinion of him, and now Hao had disappointed him. Hao tried to prove he was serious, and said he was going to marry Chen Kaixin. His father advised him to get that stuff out of his head, and the sooner the better. He recalled Chen's origins and the high position of the Ouyang family. Zhenren said that this was even without taking into account that Kexin was already engaged. Chung Kexin couldn't find herself in any corner of the hall. The gazes of the people around her literally drove her crazy. No matter what she did, she was still only Cinderella to those present. Cinderella, who'd already been rejected by her fiancé once before. Suddenly some toothless old man approached Chen. He had his hat pulled down over his eyes. The old man asked permission to look at the box in her hands. She laughed and said the old man could keep her. The man could not believe his happiness and questioned the girl. She replied that she was not joking. The old man thanked the girl fervently. He was very happy. The man said he owed him a favor in that case and handed Chen a business card. He said if Kaixin needed anything in the future, she could just call him. While Chen looked at him in surprise, the old man apologized and said he had to go. Kexin followed the old man's gaze as he walked away. He was supported by a young man. Suddenly, the old man seemed to remember something and turned back to the girl. He said he wanted to talk to the girl about something and asked him to wait. Kexin leisurely walked down the deserted corridor. There was some other woman in comfortable fancy shoes walking behind. The girl with purple hair caught up with Chen and called out to her. She said she apologized. The girl added that she would like to apologize to Kexin on behalf of her grandfather. She casually gave Keishin a hand to introduce herself. Chen was pleased by this. The girl said her name was Ouyang Xinwei, and she was really sorry for what happened. Kexin shook the outstretched hand and said she was glad to meet you. Xinwei inquired about the effect of that medicine. Chen replied that this pill is a treasure that no money can buy. She doesn't know all the details, but the properties of the medicine are truly miraculous. Xinwei asked if she could raise the dead. Chen said that at least the medicine gives 1 year of life to a hopelessly sick person. Xinwei found it too unbelievable. But if the girl is telling the truth, this unsightly pill really can do a lot of things. Noticing her confusion, Chen said that it's okay if Miss Ouyang doesn't believe her. She might think it was just a joke. Someone approached them from the side and called out to Xinwei. It was Hengtse Ouyang's son. He smiled and started a conversation about the good weather. The girl was clearly not inclined to him and only mumbled in response. Kexin stepped aside and told Miss Ouyang that she wouldn't bother them. The young man, meanwhile, suggested that Xinwei introduce her to his parents. She waved him off and left. The girl said that she was very busy now and he should do something for himself. The young man first smirked at Xinwei in return. Gradually, his expression changed to a more angry one. He felt resentful of the world. The earth is full of rumors. Soon Chen was nowhere to be found. Everyone was pointing their fingers at her and whispering about how Chung Kexin disrespected the Ouyang family, and her gift was returned back. In their eyes, Chung Kexin appeared as a woman who simply hoped to increase her own social status through a favorable marriage. The girl pulled out her phone, flipped through the address book and found Yuqian's number. With tears in her eyes, she pressed the call button for her loved one. Yuqian immediately answered the call. Kexin asked in a sad voice if he could pick her up and said she wanted to go home. Yuqian asked what was wrong. He heard the girl sobbing. Chung replied that everything was fine. She just felt out of place here, so she called him. Yuqian assured that he would come for her right away. Meanwhile, a conversation was going on in the room. Birthday boy Anan thanked the old man of the Ning family for being able to come to his party. The man replied that he was the one who should thank Anan, as he had learned a lot today. Anan was very surprised and asked what exactly Nin meant. Anan was very surprised and frowned, for in the hands of his old friend was a suspiciously familiar box. Smiling, Ning showed him Chen's gift. Anan grudgingly asked him if he was referring to Chen Kaixin. Reverently holding the box in his hands, Ning said he had to go. There was still so much to do. Anan was surprised that Ning was already leaving. The old man replied that he was no longer young, and it was difficult for him to stay on his feet for long periods of time. Besides, he was already expected. Anan, along with Xinwei, saw the old man off, and Anan assured him that he would definitely find time to visit him sometime. Ning thanked him and said he was very lucky to have a granddaughter. She was so beautiful and clever. His own only knows how to swing her fists. Xinwei was embarrassed. In fact, Anan couldn't be happy with his granddaughter either. Graceful and decent, intelligent and courteous, she was his greatest treasure. Despite her young age, she has already proven herself to be a financial genius and has managed to add significant value to the family business. Old man Ning sighed heavily. He stood near the door of the villa and whirled his head in different ones trying to find the girl. Anan and his granddaughter looked at him in surprise. Kexin was standing and talking to Hao outside his car. The young man sincerely apologized for what had happened. He didn't think it would happen like this. Chen said she understands perfectly well and it's not his fault. Hao offered to take her for a walk, but Kexin said she shouldn't and she was on her way out. The young man was surprised that she wanted to leave right now. Chen replied that she was tired and needed to rest. Hao said he would give her a ride home. Kexin thanked him and told him she would be picked up. Hao frowned and disdainfully asked if Wutian was about to arrive. Their conversation was cut short by old man Ning coming up. He was glad he had found the girl. Nin said he looked everywhere for her and barely found her. Anan wondered how Chung Kexin could possibly know Ning Peng. Xinwei knew Peng as a very powerful person, and if he knew Chung Kexin, there must be a reason for that. The dear guests were thinking about the same thing. They all agreed that Chung and Peng had known each other for a long time. Peng approached the girl and offered to walk a bit and talk at the same time. Anan asked his old buddy who the girl was. Ning smirked and said that the woman was with him. Xinwei and Anan were simply dumbfounded with surprise. Kexin asked him since when she had been with him. Ning clarified that some time ago, this girl's friend had helped him a lot. Anan didn't believe his words. He didn't know what the girl's mysterious friend could do to help, but he was well aware that Ning Peng was not the type to throw words to the wind. Anan suddenly realized that the pill he had refused and made the girl look like a fool was real. Anan prepared to bite his elbows, but it was too late. He remembered the unassuming box, but he couldn't turn back the clock. Anan asked for the name of that friend, and Ning said he was from Ye's family. Kexin guessed that the old man knew Ye Wutian. Anan reflected. Chung Kexin and the Yi family. Heng Tsai and his wife and son were standing nearby. They could hear everything. Heng Tsai and Guan realized that old man Ning was referring to Ye Wutian. Anan asked the old man where his friend was now and asked if he could introduce them. Ning replied that he would like to meet him himself. Ning offered to give Chen a ride. She thanked him and said she was waiting for someone. Anin looked sadly at Kexin and at his missed chance. Shin-Yue suggested that the girl not crowd outside and wait for all of her friend inside. Kexin proudly refused and said they shouldn't bother. She could wait for him on her own. The attendant whispered something in old man Ning's ear. He seemed worried. He apologized to Chen and said he had some urgent business to attend to. Kexin said goodbye to him cheerfully and wished him well. For a while, Chang stood in the parking lot waiting for Wu Tian, finally looked at her watch and told Hao that she had to go too. She took off her gemstone pendant and said she was returning it to him. Hao confusedly replied to Kaixin that it was a gift. Chen stated that she could not accept such a valuable gift. She turned her back to him, and Hao clutched the pendant in her fist, looking at the stone. He looked sadly at Kexin and thought that it didn't end the way he wanted it to. Suddenly, from around the corner came the squeak of pedals, and everyone instinctively turned their heads there. Kexin looked at the approaching bicycle. She looked rather sad. Yuchen was approaching on his bicycle and was about to pull up. Kexin couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears. It had been too hard a day. Security blocked the path of the uninvited cyclist. The guests were just shocked to see a guest on a bicycle. The guard wouldn't let Yutina in and said he could have looked for a newer bike. Yi's relatives were also happy to see Wu Tian and asked each other what burrow he had crawled out of. Chen Kaixin walked over to Wu Chen. She seemed very excited. Ye asked Chen why she was crying. The girl replied that something had gotten into her eye. Wu Tian immediately swooped down on Hao and shouted what he had done to the girl. Ouyang Hao himself looked at Kexin with very sad eyes. He realized that this was the end. Uchan didn't like the bodyguard's attitude towards him and asked him to disappear. Kexin took the young man under her arm and asked him to just get out of there. Yuchen looked at the girl with warmth in his eyes. Kexin looked so pleadingly into his eyes that he had to back away. He reluctantly agreed and told the bodyguard that they still had the last word. He reminded the guards to get out of his way. They stared at the guy dumbfounded. They had no idea who this intruder had decided to chase away. Yuchen pulled out a powder and scattered it directly into the bodyguards' faces. The potion began to take effect instantly, and one of them all started to get triple vision. Another one of the bodyguards slumped on his heel. The bald guard knelt down exhaustedly. He felt suddenly weak. The guests were discouraged by the fact that the security were of absolutely no use at all, even though they were all rumored to be recruited from former special forces. Shin-Yue and her brother were also surprised that the bodyguards were falling flat on their feet. Anan tensed a little, looking at all this. Yuchen said that he doesn't know what happened, but he knows that she was crying because of them. And he doesn't like that very much. He doesn't like the Ouyang family either. Kexin turned the young man around to leave, and he said goodbye that he had something to say. In the whole world, he is the only one who can afford to offend Chung Kexin, and no one else. The guests were just shocked. No one here thought to offend the girl. Kaixin also pondered his words. Shan Yu shrieked that he himself did not realize whose house he was in, and thought he was unknown. Yuchen said he doesn't care at all. He just wants something returned to him. The gift the girl was supposed to give him. Ye asked for the gift back and said they would leave right away. Shan Yu was surprised that everything had come down to that box again. He dismissively replied that they didn't have the box. His grandfather doesn't need that garbage. Yuchen was surprised and asked why they didn't even deign to accept the gift. Shan Yu said they don't need any junk. Anan thought that the young man was now ruining his reputation, and people might think that the Ouyang family didn't give a damn about their guests. Yuchen laughed and said that everything was clear to him now. He smirked and said that if they didn't want to, that was their business, and it was worse for them. Shin-Yue walked over to the arguing men and clarified to the young man that he must be young Master Ye. Annan's pretty granddaughter introduced herself and offered her hand for introductions. Utian paid attention to her and thought that she was a pretty girl who could be on the catwalk. The young man said he just wanted his property back. Shin-Yue smirked. She could see that Ye was being very impudent, but she couldn't afford to bicker with him in front of the guests. The girl replied that the Ouyang family didn't have his belongings, and that Mr. Ning had taken them with him. Wutian asked if he was talking about Peng and asked where he was now. By this point, Ouyang Anan thought it best to withdraw. He had no desire to humiliate himself by taking part in the disputes of the younger generation. Besides, he was confident in his granddaughter's ability to work things out. Shin-Yue recalled Grandpa Ning's words and realized that he was talking about this particular young man. The girl guessed that the old man's lip wasn't stupid, and he wouldn't admire for nothing. Shin-Yue asked Ye what his pill was for. He turned his head to her and said it was no big deal, just useless garbage. The young man told Kexin that it was time for them to hit the road. Shin-Yue turned black with anger. Xiang Yu shouted to his back that Wutian couldn't just turn around and leave after all this. He smirked and asked what other suggestions he had. Xiang Yu was angry. His fingers clenched into fists by themselves, and the young man moved towards Ye. Wutian waited calmly for him. He stood straight and didn't move from his seat. Ye said that Xiang Yu was ignorant. The bodyguards of the distinguished guests indignantly asked him to repeat his words. Wutian turned his back to his opponent, about to leave, and Jian Yu shouted to the guards to hold the young man back. Ouyang Hao raised his voice and told him not to touch Wu Tian, let him go wherever he wanted to go. Xian Yu looked at his older brother in surprise. Hao had a stony expression on his face, and Xian Yu realized that it was best not to argue with him right now. Xiang Yu relented and said he would see how Grandpa would look at it. Jin Yue tried to hand Wu Tian her business card and assured him that she would apologize to him personally. Ye turned his back to her and said he didn't want to contact them anymore. By this he really offended the girl, and she thought Yi was a very haughty type. There was a scream in the mansion, something irreparable had happened and Anan had been shot. The distinguished guests froze. They didn't know how this could have happened. Yuchen said that fate has played a trick on him again. So what should he do this time? Bodyguards rushed in different directions to look for the shooter. Wu Tian was leading a bicycle along the road. Chen Kai-shin was walking beside him. They saw that everyone around them stirred and paused. Soon several police crews pulled up. They were followed by an intensive care vehicle. It turned out that Ouyang Anan was seriously wounded as a result of the shooting in his own mansion. This event not only deprived the chief of the police department of peace, but also caused widespread public outcry. Yutian sat by the small fountain outside the mansion and smirked at how ironic everything was. Xiaomei angrily asked the young man what exactly he found amusing here. She said that once something happens in the city, Yuchen is sure to be at the center of events. The young man noticed that he didn't look for trouble himself. They found him on their own. Mei yelled that she didn't believe him, and she needed to take Yi's statement. Ouyang asked if she would let him go afterward. Xiaomei assumed that Ye was the one who shot Ouyang Anan. The young man was offended and asked to be careful with accusations, because the word is not a sparrow, fly out. Cannot catch. Xiaomei smiled and asked why he was nervous and what he was doing at the scene in the first place. The young man pointed at Cheng and said that he was accompanying his queen. She blushed with embarrassment and said, rascal. The Ouyang family's villa grounds were quite lively. Xian Yu also gave a statement to the police officers. They carefully recorded his words. Zhang Xiaomei had already filled out her interrogation form, putting a stop to it. He said sadly that Yushin hadn't visited her mom in a long time. Young said he is confident in his work and her mom will be fine. Xiaomei countered that she wasn't sure herself and asked to check when she had time. Wu Tian promised to stop by the other day. He asked if he and Cheng could go. Xiaomei said not yet. While Xiaomei was taking statements from the other witnesses, Wu Tian turned in the other direction. He walked down the alley at a brisk pace, knowing exactly what he needed. Soon the young man discovered Xinyue. She was saddened. Yuchen asked the girl how long they were going to keep him here. Xinyue exclaimed insultedly that no one was keeping him and he could fuck off if he wanted. That was all Duckling needed, and the satisfied young man ran back to the fountain. Xinyue belatedly extended her hand as if trying to stop him. The girl looked sadly at ducking after her. Heng Tsai and his wife and son saw all of this and looked at the girl in silence. None of the trio knew how to react to the changes that had happened to their troublemaking relative. What was clear was that they could not allow him to return to the Yi family. The young man asked Heng Tsai what he thought about who might have sent the assassin. The man told him to shut up and said that such things were not to be talked about in the street. Guan speculated that it could have been someone from the other three great families. Heng Tsai asked if she had any idea what could be done to her for talking like that. The young man could not calm down and asked his father if the half-wit of their family had really changed. Ye Wutian has always been a carefree moth and a party animal. Such a drastic change is definitely not good. Ye Guang was used to looking down on his cousin, but he couldn't afford more, apparently. Ye Hengkai was also puzzled. Mr. Ning wouldn't lie, so Ye Wutian's medical ability must have been real. He remembered that he had recently heard about the famous Dr. Wu's meeting with Wuqian. Heng Tai suggested that it might be related to Mr. Ning. Wutian leisurely wheeled his bicycle along with Cheng. They had just passed the business center of the city and entered the Tianxin district. Kexen was silent the whole way. She was very sad about the whole thing. Yuchen turned to her and asked if her bad mood had changed. The girl thanked him for today. Yes smirked and said that he was catching Chang's eye and let her not complain when he reminded her of it. Keishin said she wouldn't allow it. He had made fun of her enough already, and now it was her turn to make fun of the boy. Yuchen noticed that a purple sports car was speeding after them. As the car picked up speed, it quickly overtook the travelers. Suddenly, the brakes squealed, and the car made a semicircle and blocked Utian's path. Xinyue opened the door and apologized for stopping so abruptly. She admits that their family made a big mistake and undeservedly hurt the young man. Xinyue asks her not to hold a grudge and begs for her grandfather's help. Yutian smirked and said that with their options they could afford any doctor. Why would they need one? The girl assured that in the event that Wutian helped them, the Ouyang family would not be indebted to him. Wutian exhaled and said that he actually had nothing against the Ouyang family. But they blew their own chance, so he had nothing to do with it. Xinyue finally realized that that pill could have saved Grandpa and asked if she could buy another pill. Wutian explained that it was not about money, He simply does not want to help someone who refused his services on principle. The young man said goodbye to the girl and took Chang further. Shin sadly watched the departing couple. She thought that Yuqian really did hate their family very much. The phone rang in the car. It was Genren calling her. From her father's words, the girl realized that her grandfather had undergone surgery and assured him that he would be in the hospital soon. Annan was in the city's central hospital. It was a large 6-story building. An assistant surgeon came out of the operating room. The old man's relatives were standing under the door. The surgeon reported that they were able to remove the bullet, but Annan's artery was nicked, causing a lot of blood loss. They should prepare for the worst. Genren shrieked that he would pay any money, but the surgeon was obligated to get his father out. The doctor explained that he understood his feelings, but they had already done all they could. Genren took out his cell phone and started flipping through it looking for the contacts he wanted. He said they would find the best doctors and assemble a team of specialists as soon as possible, and the sooner the better. Shin suggested looking for Ning's grandfather and asking him for a pill. Genren mockingly asked if she believed in magic pills. The girl said it obviously wouldn't make things worse. Ouyang Gongan agreed with the girl, and added that Mr. Ning had spoken kindly of that medicine. Genren thought it was still better than nothing. He said that he didn't have Mr. Ning's number, and he didn't know how to find the old man. Gongan said that their salvation is in Yutian, and they can turn to him. Shin assured him that she had already asked him, and Wutian replied with an emphatic refusal. Gongan was surprised that the young man refused, and said they could pay him well. The girl replied that the reason was because of his hatred for the Ouyang family. Genren and Gongan fell silent. They had to think about the information they had received. Genren sadly said that doctors really shouldn't be angry, fraught with consequences. How Ouyang stood under the wall the entire time and only listened to his little sister. He thought that the rogue Yushin was just padding his own price. Breaking away from the hustle and bustle of the city, Wuqian and Chung arrived at the fishing village. The girl admired the beautiful view. She remembered that Yi had said something about the village earlier. Wuqian told Chung that locals found and rescued him. The young man thought about the fact that if Liu Fu hadn't killed the real Ye Wutian, he wouldn't have been able to be reborn in this body, so in a way, he was even grateful to him. Kexen smiled and asked Ye to tell what exactly happened to him. Yuchen blanched and said it was like he was flirting with a beautiful middle-aged lady. Chung laughed at his juxtaposition and assumed he liked older women. A thunderous cry echoed behind their backs. The young man ran towards them and called Wuqian as his mentor. It was the same guy who had offered big money to the miracle doctor for his tuition. He threw himself into Yi's arms and cried out that he had missed him very much. Yutian rushed in front of the guy and kicked him in the face with his foot, yelling at him to get off. Chung was very surprised that Ye was called a mentor. Old Man Li walked by and said hello to Wuqian. The young man responded to his greeting. He still had his foot on the back of the guy's head, keeping him on the ground. Wuqian smiled and introduced Chung Kexen to the old man. The young man said he had it as a kind of ration card. The angry Chung immediately slapped him on the cheeks. She shrieked that she had gone from queen to ration card for him too quickly. Wuqian rubbed his cheeks in pain. Old Man Li smirked and decided that the two were close enough. Li asked Wuqian if he had brought Wan'er with him. Ye replied that the girl was very busy with her studies and couldn't get out. Yuchen added that he himself had come to deal with their problem at the girl's request. Li smirked and said the girl was always giving everyone around her a hard time. The old man thought that Wan'er was still dear to the young man's heart. Wuxian said that at Li's age there is no need to overwork himself and he can handle everything on his own. The old man asked if he had a plan. Wuqian raised his index finger and solemnly called him Old Man Li. He promised that he would definitely make him the first grandfather in the village. The next day the weather was beautiful and the birds were basking in the sunshine. The sudden noise scared them away, and they flew away, losing their prey. A construction crew arrived and they started digging an excavation. Wuqian was here, wearing a construction helmet. He was supervising the work and asked to fill the excavation with water. A powerful pump with a compressor was immediately delivered, and work began. Soon the excavation was filled to the brim, forming an artificial lake. The builders reviewed the work plan and discussed it. Li calculated that he had paid 40,000 yuan for one day's work, and figured that he needed to catch a lot of fish to pay it all off. A guy who was applying to be an apprentice came to Utena and asked if he was satisfied with the workers. Ye assured him that there was no need to worry. If the young man recognizes him as his mentor, he won't be left out of pocket. At this rate, they would become millionaires by the end of the year. The boy laughed out loud. He liked the prospect. He laughed so infectiously that Yushin followed suit. Kexen took a picture of him and thought the young man was very cute when he was busy working. She decided to take a couple more photos and immediately started clicking her camera. One evening in a fishing village, Yuchen grinned happily and said that they had completed the job. The artificial reservoir was divided into several parts by concrete bulkheads. The young man asked his mentor why he wanted to do all this. Yuchen smiled and said he needed the pool for lobster farming. The guy objected that they were very difficult to keep. The village had tried to breed them before. He recalled the villagers who had failed. All the lobsters had died off. Yuchen got a little angry and told the young man that he didn't care about those losers. The young man inquired if Wutian knew some secret method. Old Man Lee wasn't sure if this was a good idea, because now he didn't have to worry about Wanner's debts and education. Yuchen smirked and assured that if he promised to lead the old man to success, he would. Lee just needed to rely on him. Yuchen started talking about his secret method and stuck his hand in his pocket. He retrieved one of his marvelous sachets. He printed out an envelope, sprayed the contents, and asked those present to look at the result. The water in the reservoir instantly took on a pinkish hue. Chen Kaixin said it was like dry ice. Taking a closer look, she said, "Dry ice doesn't come in red." Kexin noticed another change and asked why the water had become crystal clear. The young man began to idolize Wutian and exclaimed that the mentor had once again performed a miracle. Yi objected that it's actually called science, not a miracle. He asked me to buy some lobster larvae tomorrow and release them into the pond. Ukan asked me to remember his words and not to throw anything unnecessary into the pond. Only his powder should be added every 3 days for 2 weeks. The young man asked if there would be any side effects. He wanted the lobsters to grow normally. Uchan was indignant and said that he never had any side effects. He assured that the lobsters fed on his powder would be perfectly healthy. In addition, they will grow larger and more presentable than usual. Duck told the guy he just needed to buy some grubs. For the next 2 weeks, the pond and lobsters are on him. E added that this is his contribution to future millions. The young man swore to his mentor that for his sake, he was willing to forget even food and sleep. Yudian said the dietary regimen should not be broken and asked to do his business away from the lobster pond. He handed Old Man Lee a recipe for a medicinal powder. He warned that many people would want to get their hands on this formula when they heard about the lobsters. Lee assured the young man that he would memorize it by heart and commit it to the fire that very night. Chung Kexin watched the men's conversation and listened attentively. She was surprised that Wushin knew so much. There didn't seem to be anything in the whole world that he couldn't handle. Kexin happily caught herself thinking that Ye was very cute, and she couldn't resist taking another picture of him. A notification flashed in the corner of her phone that Chung had 23 unread messages. The girl thought that it had only been 2 days, and she had already received over 24 messages. One of the messages was from an unknown number. Xinyue wondered if Wutian was with her since they couldn't find him. She asked to be informed. Wutian looked at his phone and was surprised that Ouyang Xinyue had Kexin's number. Chung replied that not only Xinyue is looking for him, but also Ouyang Hao and the entire Ouyang family in general. She added that the Ye family is also looking for him. According to Xiaoman, Ye's relatives almost kicked in all the doors in the company while they were looking for him. Wutian said they were only trying to talk him into saving old man Ouyang and should be ignored. That same evening, Ye Wutian set up security cameras around the pond to ensure that the lobsters were safe for sure. This was not enough for the young man, and he additionally installed an alarm system. In total, more than 100,000 yuan was spent in 2 days. Most of this money came from Chung Kexin's pockets. Uthian would come to his queen with a petition and report that the state treasury was empty and needed replenishing. Adopting a majestic pose, Chen condescendingly held out a gold card. While Ye Wutian was busy with his countryside project, the Ouyang family was falling deeper and deeper into chaos. The Ouyang family managed to track down Patriarch Ning, but they were unable to obtain the miracle pill. Ning said that if they needed that medicine, he had already given it to his old friend. On the other hand, the Ye family simply couldn't miss such an opportunity to suck up to the Ouyang family. The patriarch of the Yi family sparked an idea to deliver the cure to the Ouyans and save Annan's life. In that case, the Ouyang family would be greatly indebted to him, and the Ye family would have a bright future ahead of them. Heng Chai said that Heng Dong could just ask Ye Wutian for this medicine. After all, he is his father. Heng Dong was indignant and reminded that everyone was against his interaction with his son before, and now he has to go to him and beg for a pill. He said he wouldn't do it and suggested the others try it. The patriarch stated that in the event that Yi gave them the cure, he would consider returning him to his family. The patriarch and his sons bickered for quite some time. Evening came. The sky was quickly covered with clouds. Yuchen looked out the window and said it would rain most likely. He turned around and asked Chung Kexin if it was time for her to go to her room. The girl hesitated and asked what was the big deal. She didn't want to leave. Chang reminded Ye that it had been quite some time. He might as well turn on his phone too. Yuchen replied that he wanted a couple more days of peace and quiet. The young man sat on the bed next to Chang and asked if she was going to her room or not, as he was tired and wanted to go to bed early tonight. Keishin blushed and was about to say something to him. Suddenly there was a rumble of thunder. It seemed to be very near. The windows of the house immediately lit up with lightning discharges and Kexin screamed in fear. Yuchen looked at her in surprise. Chung Kexin sat on the bed and wrapped her arms around her head in fear. Yuchen asked her what that was now. Cheng was still wiping the tears in her eyes. She said it was all the thunder's fault. Wuqian couldn't believe that a girl like Cheng was afraid of thunder. It was somehow not serious. Keishin asked permission to spend the night with him. Wu Tian replied that it was one thing to spend time together, but it might not be safe to sleep in the same bed. Once again there was a mighty roll of thunder. Cheng jumped toward Wu Tian with fear. The girl snuggled her face into his chest and hid from the thunder. Wu Tian looked at the girl confused, not knowing what to do with her. He noticed her well-built figure. His body betrayed Wu Tian again, and he began to bleed. Wu Tian said that it looked like the thunderstorm wouldn't stop soon. Kaishin asked to stay with her. The young man smiled and said he had an idea. Kessin asked what that idea was. Wu Tian winked at her and asked her to sleep with him. Immediately a black eye appeared under his eye, shining brighter than the sun. Wu Tian tried to justify that he meant literally. Just sleep and nothing more. If she didn't trust it, let her come up with something on her own. The young man turned away and said he would lie down first and Chang could wait until he fell asleep. The girl didn't particularly like that prospect, and she eyed the guy suspiciously. Unfortunately, there was nothing to do, and she skirted under the blanket, turning to face the young man. Duckling was awake, peeking covertly at the girl. Chang was awake too. She smiled and looked at the guy. Wu Tian couldn't stand it any longer and turned to the girl. She smiled and Wu Tian hugged her gently. He was faced with the eternal question of whether to give vent to his inner beast or to remain human. The choice was not an easy one. Kaisen wailed resentfully that he wouldn't make a gentleman out of him. Wu Tian asked if she wanted an ordinary guy like him to pretend to be a gentleman. He said it's very simple. Wu Tian explained that he didn't really intend to break his word. It was just that some things were beyond him. He smiled and offered to let Chang herself finish for him. Just then he was brought down by another hard fist punch. The next day, early morning. Old man Li saw Wu Tian and Kexin leave the room. He asked Wu Tian what was wrong with his eyes. Wu Tian joked back and said he was walking and fell and woke up with a black eye. Li wondered how the guy had managed to fall over both eyes at once. Kexin looked away so as not to give herself away. Wu Tian said he and Li had better go and check out the pond. Li said he fell, which is not what comes to mind. Kexin apologized to Yi. He thought that the old man didn't have to voice it out loud. Wu Tian said she didn't have to apologize. Just have her warn him next time. At least he'd stock up on painkillers. Chang smiled and hesitated for a while. He thought he actually meant what he said about the painkillers. A red car began to pull into the yard. Wu Tian kept a close eye on the approaching car. The car stopped and Wang Fangxi jumped out. She asked him how he was doing and noticed the bruises under his eyes. Ye Wu Tian, pretending to correct his glasses pathetically, told reporter Wang that he had a better opinion of her. Wu Tian looked at the girl and sarcastically remarked how she might not know the latest fashion trends. Not confused, reporter Wang Fangxi, pointing his thumb down, also sarcastically responds to Wu Tian's outburst. Quickly changing her mood and placing her hand at her side, Fangxi resented how long she had been looking for a guy. Smearing ointment on his bruises, Wu Tian wonders if reporter Wang told the Ouyang and Ye families about his whereabouts. Fangxi spread her hands to the side and sighed heavily. She assured that she had not told anyone, but also reminded her of the capabilities of the Ouyang family and Ye Wu Tian's relatives. Wu Tian couldn't understand what the Ye family wanted from him. Fangxi replied that the Ye family wanted to please the Ouyang family. Reporter Wang explains that the Yi family's power is limited to Dongcheng. The map shows a designated area of Huaxia country run by the Ouyang family. The Ye family wants their support to reach the national level. Ye Wu Tian ironically pointed out that with the Ye family's calculating nature, they wouldn't have any problems. A car drives up to the house. The men of the Yi family get out. Kessin stands saddened by the end of their quiet days. The men look around, studying the area and surveying the surroundings. Kessin calls out to Wu Tian's father with a shy smile. Mr. Ye confusedly scratches his cheek, not expecting to see Quesine. His gaze catches Ye Wu Tian's eye. Wu Tian looks at his father haughtily with a dose of annoyance, crossing his arms. Mr. Ye turns serious in an instant, turning to Wu Tian. Duck, standing surrounded by reporter Wang and Quesine, asks to repeat what Mr. Ye said as he doesn't think the latter has the right to call him by name. Mr. Ye's older brother raised his voice at Wu Tian out of disrespect for his own father, reminding him that it was Mr. Ye who gave him that name. Wu Tian, still standing with his arms folded, points out that he doesn't know him, and he has no right to interfere in another's conversation. The eldest brother of the Yi family can't find the words to express his indignation. Pointing a finger of rebuke, the elder continues to shout that Wu Tian has done nothing for the family. Wu Tian calmly, but with obvious irritation, reminds Elder Master Yi that he is nothing to him at the moment. Senior Master Yi's son gets involved in the dispute, demanding respect from Wu Tian for the elder. Wu Tian threatens Senior Master Ye's son to shut up, swinging at him. Mr. Ye's son is frightened into silence. Wu Tian recalls that it was Ye's family who wanted him to renounce the inheritance. The men look at him. The son and father avoidantly avert their eyes as Wu Tian rebukes them for their fickleness. Wu Tian's father asks the man to listen to him, but Wu Tian rudely interrupts him. Turning around and getting ready to leave, Wu Tian drops the phrase that he doesn't want anything from them and asks them to get out. Reporter Wang and Quesine were shocked by Wu Tian's actions. The older brother of the Ye family does not sincerely ask for Wu Tian's forgiveness. saying that they did not come here empty-handed. The Yi family's older brother puts his hand on Wu Tian's shoulder and tries to explain that some circumstances might justify their behavior. With a strained smile, he clarifies that this is Wu Tian's chance to return to his family. Hearing this, Wu Tian smiles and looks over his shoulder at the uninvited guests and offers his terms. Standing proudly in front of Ye's family members, Wu Tian demands half of the entire property. Wu Tian asked the relatives why they were suddenly silent. If there was nothing to say, they could roll on all four sides. Heng Qian stared at him, various thoughts troubling him. Kexin walked over to Heng Dong and said that it would be best for them not to bother Wu Tian anymore. Heng Dong asked the girl what he had done wrong. Chung said that she didn't think she had the right to discuss such things. She assured that she would try to talk to Wu Tian herself later. Han Dong sighed and said that it was time to go back. Heng Qian cried out that his own son had completely lost his way and was not listening to his own father. Guan also tried to convince him and said that this might be their last chance. Heng Dong admitted that he was a bad father and asked if it was his fault. The man recalled that they themselves had done everything they could to separate Han Dong from their son. Han Dong said as he walked away. The brother and nephew stood and watched in silence. Ye Guan asked what they should do now, since uncle was leaving. Heng Qian said that since Wu Tian didn't even listen to his father, he wouldn't listen to them all the more. The white car sped away and Wu Tian's relatives drove away. Heng Qian drove the car and asked Guan how things were with Xinyue. Guan smirked and said that Xinyue was a strong woman and would not be approached so easily. The young man added that Xinyue is very careful about his behavior and does not make close acquaintances. Heng Qian said that it didn't work out amicably, and all he has to do is give away Wu Tian's location to the girl and let her solve the problem herself. Looking at his son, he added that it would be a chance for him to get closer to Xinyue. Ouyang family villa, day. Xinyue sat on the couch and asked Xiao Ai how the negotiations with Ji Hao were going. The girl replied that progress was slower than planned, but it should be resolved in a few days. Xinyue said she was worried that everyone concerned already knew about the misfortune that had befallen their family. The girl's phone rang. It was Ye Guang. Xinyue thought about how many people would benefit from her grandfather's death. Xiao waited the whole time for Madame to talk on the phone. The girl ended the conversation and said that they had managed to find Ye Wutian. Ye Guang stood outside the white car and waited for Xinyue. Soon the girl pulled up beside him and Guan stared at her. Xinyue apologized for keeping Mr. Guan waiting. Guan said it was no big deal and volunteered to show the way, reaching for the doorknob. Xinyue quickly slammed her hand on the handle and motioned for Ye to drive forward. If one were to believe what was said, no man had ever traveled with Ouyang Xinyue in the same car, including her father. Guan thought that this seemed to be true. The white car roared to life, and soon they were moving out of town. Xiao asked how much Xinyue believed in Ye Wutian's abilities. All she herself had heard was that Wu Tian was just a hustler with a bad temper who no one took seriously. Xinyue replied that she knew everything, since they had met in person, but it gives at least some chance. Xiao said that there was no way she could understand how Ye Wutian could have changed so suddenly. It's like he became a completely different person overnight. They stopped at a stoplight, and Xinyue asked Ai if she was hinting at his switch. She admitted that she had similar suspicions too, but all indications are that the guy is the real Ye Wuchen. Besides, all that matters to her is that he can help her grandfather. Xinyue added that according to the information she had received, Ye Wutian not only had a trashy temper, but also had marvelous medicinal techniques. Ye Guang stopped and got out of the car. Xinyue followed suit. Guang courteously said that they had arrived at the place and he would escort the girl out. Xinyue proudly walked past, thanked Ye, and said she didn't wish to annoy him anymore. Guan was furious. The girl just decided to get rid of him like that. He smiled his best and said he didn't mind at all. Guang assured him that it was easy to get lost here and asked where he should wait for the girl. Xinyue dropped his hand from her shoulder and said that she shouldn't be kept waiting. If she needed help, she would contact Guan. Seeing her proud gait, the young man grew angrier and angrier. He screwed himself up enough to hit the glass of his car with all his might. Guan was angry that this woman was simply unapproachable to him. Chung sat with Fancy and Wuqian and discussed the future of the case. Kexin said that the first batch of lobsters would soon be ready for sale. She checked with Wutian to see if he had found a buyer. Ye said that they have a famous reporter with them, so the customers are not to worry about. He asked Wang Fangxi to do a little promotion. The girl resented that he was always disappearing, and when he needed help, he went straight to Wang Fangxi. She asked why she had to help him. At this moment, Ouyang Xinyue walked into the patio. Wuqian and Kexin looked at her warily. The young man smirked that this girl would be their customer. Wang Fangxi recognized Xinyue and was surprised. He didn't think the girl would come in person. Xinyue bowed and greeted Mr. Ye. He smiled and said that her appearance here was very unexpected. Xinyue stated that she wanted to apologize again for the misunderstanding with Mrs. Chung. Wuqian objected that he didn't know of any misunderstanding. Xinyue bowed her head in deference and thanked Wuqian for his generosity. Ye smirked and admired Xinyue. She now reminded him of a girl from a good family. All polite and cultured and successful. She doesn't even hold her nose. Too bad the same can't be said for her family. And a rich one at that. Wu-chan knew very well that she and Shin Yue were like heaven and earth. The young man said that Miss Ouyang had hardly come a long way for no reason. He asked Kexen to tell Hu-ji to bring him some lobsters. He put on a chef's hat and said that he was in charge of lunch today. Shin Yue couldn't understand what kind of lobsters and lunch this guy was talking about. Some time passed. The girls found something to talk about. At last, Yu-chan solemnly brought in a large lobster occupying the whole dish. Assistant E asked the young man if he used any special ingredients, because it smells very appetizing. Wang Fangxi hesitantly took a bite of the dish and sent it into her mouth. To her surprise, it turned out to be very tasty. At that moment, Wu-chan seemed like the greatest culinary expert of all time to her. But she still roughly said that of course Wu-tian had used something special. After all, otherwise this geezer wouldn't have been able to cook something so delicious. Wu-tian promised to take Fancy's portion along with her chopsticks if she didn't shut up, so the journalist decided to keep quiet for a while. Chung confessed that Ye is actually a very good cook, and he has his own spices. Kexen said that she can't imagine life without his dishes anymore. Wu-tian offered Miss Ouyang a taste of lobster. He assured her that he hadn't seasoned it with anything special. Shin Yue didn't refuse and elegantly grabbed the lobster with her chopsticks. The girl tasted it carefully, savoring the flavor. Suddenly, she realized that these lobsters were the best thing she had tasted in a while. Shin Yue recognized that the lobster was tender and tasted good. Yu-chan smiled and said, by the way, lobsters are good for women's beauty. Shin Yue lit up and asked if the master had any more of these lobsters for sale. Yu-chan hesitated and said he didn't know. He'd have to think about it. Wu-tian said that the cultivation technology of his lobsters is unique and the price is quite high. Therefore, he cannot immediately agree to Shin Yue's proposal. The girl said they would easily come to an agreement if it was only a matter of price. Yu-tian squinted his eyes and was glad that his guest had been caught in the act. Shin Yue wasn't surprised that Ye didn't name a price right away. She noticed that these lobsters were good enough to haggle over. Wu-tian said that since Mrs. Ouyang asked him, he wouldn't bend the price too much. The young man said he would sell her the lobsters for only twice the market price. Shin Yue said she was fine with the proposal. In fact, the girl was willing to buy them even at triple the price. All the more so because a couple of lobsters wouldn't ruin her. Wu-chan smiled and said that Mrs. Ouyang could pick up the lobsters anytime she wanted. He added that there are not that many of them, only 300 pieces. Shin Yue was dumbfounded that she herself had jumped into the trap and would have to buy 300 lobsters. Chang was also surprised that Wu-tian just took 300 lobsters and sold them so easily. Wang Fangxi was again jealous that Ye was able to make money so easily. The partner was excited about the success and said they could grow 300 lobsters at a time. If they dug another pond, that would yield 600 lobsters next month. He shouted that at this rate Mr. Li would become the richest man in the village, and he himself would earn more than his annual salary. Shin Yue offered to sign a formal contract. She said that the Ouyang family was willing to buy up all their lobsters in the future. At this moment, Old Man Li burst into the house shouting. Yu-in said he was supposed to keep an eye on the pond and asked what happened. The old man squealed that all their lobsters were being bought. Wu-chan asked who the buyer was. He knew that rumors of their lobster hadn't had to spread so quickly yet. A pretty girl with pink hair walked in and said she was the one buying the lobsters. Shin Yue stared at the newly arrived guest for a while. Wu-chan couldn't resist the temptation and stared at her charms, clamping his nostrils shut in advance. He knew his body couldn't take it, and the bleeding would resume. Fancy and Chang could see perfectly well where Wu-tian was staring at and looked at him with resentment. The female customers walked out to each other and faced each other chest to chest. Shin Yue recognized Sister Wei, and she said that she didn't expect to see Shin Yue here. Yu-chan was surprised that the girls knew each other and flashed a picture of them. Shin Yue introduced Situ Wei. This girl is the richest member of Situ's family. Kexen understood in a flash. She remembered that Situ was one of the 4 great families. But Cheng didn't know what Situ was doing here or how she knew about the lobsters. Wei laughed and said that she was being too stiff. Situ inquired about Mr. Ouyang's health. Shin Yue said he was much better, and she thanked Wei for her concern. Situ said Enan's recovery is good news. She told Wu-chan that she wanted to buy all his lobsters and pulled out a check for 10 million yuan as collateral for their long-term partnership. Wu-tian was simply stunned by this amount. As much as 10 million fell into his hands just out of thin air. Shin Yue watched this scene with sadness. It looked like she wouldn't get the lobsters. However, Wu-chan was in no hurry to accept the check. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked the girl how she knew about the lobsters. Wei first hesitated, then smiled a dazzling smile. The girl immediately laughed out loud. Her blouse began to crack suspiciously right in front of Yi's eyes. He frowned at the girl's charms. Duck felt like her breasts were about to pop out of her blouse. When his fantasy reached its peak, the young man had to turn away and cover his nose with the palm of his hand. Wei laughed and said that Wu-tian might not have heard of her, but she had heard a lot about him. The young man asked if the girl had been following him. Wei replied that he had nothing to worry about and that no one was following him, just that his name had been on everyone's lips lately. Wutian was surprised to think that he was already famous. The girl added that his acquaintance Zhang Xiaomei was her cousin. Only now did Ye notice a slight resemblance between them. Wutian looked at her intently, trying to figure out if she was lying or not. He said that Zhang's mother was seriously ill, and he had never seen Wei visit her. If she was telling the truth, she's not a very good cousin. The girl was embarrassed and explained that they used to be much closer to each other. She asked to get back to the lobster issue. Meanwhile, Li and Yuchin's partner were already celebrating the favorable deal and shaking hands. The young man mentally prodded Yushin and asked him to hurry up and accept the ill-fated check. Wutian stated that Wei was a little late, as he had already promised to sell the lobsters to Xinyue. As tempting as the offer sounded, a deal is a deal. Xinyue reported that she and Ye were just discussing the details of their partnership, and this time Wei would have to leave empty-handed. Wei was not embarrassed in the slightest and took Wutian gently by the chin. She said that there were many more opportunities for them to work closely together in the future. She dropped the check down by the scruff of his shirt and asked him to keep the $10 million as collateral from a future relationship. At the same time, Wei whispered in his ear in a languorous voice that she would be looking forward to their next meeting with great anticipation. Yuchin rubbed his ear and asked if the girl was afraid he'd just run off with the money. She looked at him carefully and said he didn't look like that kind of person. Wutian realized that she had figured out a lot about him and was surprised at the scope of her activities. The young man took out a check, and Wei said she would leave the two of them with Xinyue. Wutian asked the girl to wait and demanded to pick up the check. She smiled. It was obvious that she'd considered that option too. Wei said that Ye is not as simple as he seems and asked to accept at least her business card. She passed her business card into his hands and smiled slyly. She said that since Wuchen knew her number, he could return the favor. Wutian understood the girl's train of thought without much difficulty. She tried to make him her debtor first, then partner with him. And when that didn't work, she decided to just get Yutena's number. That's how Situe got Ye Wutian's phone number. She waved goodbye and promised they would call again. Seeing that Wuchen was uncomfortable and trembling, Chang angrily called him a pervert. Meanwhile, Xinyue took Yi aside and asked him to talk privately. Wutian and Xinyue strolled along the shore, and Ye clarified if she was here because of her grandfather. Xinyue said that she hoped very much for his help. Wutian said her grandfather looks at everyone with prejudice despite his venerable age. More importantly, he humiliated Chung in public. Ye can't turn a blind eye. Xinyue bowed her head and apologized for Anan. Wuchen simply waved it away. He said he did not answer the phone because he has no desire to cross the path of someone who had the audacity to organize an assassination attempt on her grandfather. Xinyue assured him that if he agreed, she would guarantee his safety. Wutian smirked. How could she guarantee his safety? He clarified that they are not even able to provide security to their own family. How can we talk about anyone else? He added that the medicine is not that miraculous. It is meant to keep the patient from dying. Anan is already in a coma and the pill will not help him. Xinyue was surprised that Wutian wouldn't be able to wake up her grandfather. He looked at her carefully and asked if she was disappointed in his abilities. Xinyue clarified whether Wutianu liked Miss Chung. The young man blushed, and the expression in his eyes was very eloquent. He said that Xinyue himself has a clue what happened between them. Chen Kai-shin had done a lot for him in the past. Now the young man just wants the girl to be happy, Xinyue interjected, asking if he would agree to help his grandfather if she guaranteed their safety. Ye caught himself thinking that he hadn't said such a thing at all, and Xinyue was no better than Situe. The next day, Wutian, Chung, and Fancy prepared to leave and bid farewell to the village. Old Man Li asked if Wutian wanted to stay a little longer. Yuchin's partner remembered that Yi never stopped by to visit him. Wutian explained that he had just promised Wan Er to make it so that Li wouldn't need to go to sea. Now they have a lobster pond, and Ye's promise has been fulfilled. The old man cried out that he just couldn't sit still and do nothing. Wuchen told the young man that he had asked Li to pay him 100,000 monthly from the sale of lobsters. He exclaimed joyfully that he would soon be a millionaire. The guy immediately began to make endless bows and thank yous. Wuchen told him that it was his share of the proceeds, and asked him not to let old man Li go to sea, or even to take care of him. The young man reported without a backward glance that he had already broken his grandfather's boat, just as Wuchen had asked him to do. Li heard that it was him, and chased after him with a stick. Wuchen actually hoped Li would never find out about it. But what happened was what happened. Fancy started sucking up to Wuchen, and said that she had heard that he was going to start his own business. She asked him if he needed an investment. She smiled and said that money was sticking to him, and any investment was just doomed to success. Fancy suggested that make money together. This angered the young man, and he said that he would pay her rent, but that she should not try to take credit for his success. The girl shrieked resentfully that she would pay, of course. The next day, they arrived in the Tianshan area. Chang blinked as she made herself comfortable on the couch and said that it was good to be home. Yutian reminded her that he'd offered to stay home, but she hadn't wanted to. The young man asked Kexen if she had thought of anything for company. Chang smiled and said that he would need employees to start, and she suggested starting with her own candidacy. Wushin hung the shirt on the rack and turned around surprised. He asked Cheng why start with her. Kexen shrieked indignantly. What was the problem? Cheng reminded Uchian that she had already raised the firm alone once before, and asked why it didn't meet the young man's requirements. Wushin said it's fine, but he's curious as to why Kexen wants to work with him. Chang asked what she was dissatisfied with him, and added that she didn't want to be hired just because of pity. Wushin said that with her experience and ability, Cheng would be hired by any company. Ye asked why Kaishin wanted to work with him. Kaishin hesitated, not knowing what to say. She tilted her head and pondered the answer for a while. Chang straightened up and firmly told Wutian that she just wanted to be with him. Ye's heart began to beat harder and harder. He was glad to hear the words more and more. Without waiting for an answer, Kexen turned around and left, saying that they had an agreement. Yuchin was embarrassed and blushed. He had a lot to think about. Ye threw his hands behind his head and dreamily thought that Chang had really fallen in love with him. Suddenly the phone rang in my pocket. Yuchin took the call asking who he had the honor of speaking to. It was his acquaintance Dr. Wu Quansheng. Yuchin was angry that everyone was getting his number from somewhere despite the confidentiality. He asked what the doctor needed. The doctor said he had very important news and asked me to come to him. Soon, the young man arrived at Professor Quansheng's house. They sat at the coffee table and chatted. Wushin asked Dr. Wu how much of his information could be trusted. Wu replied that this is a very important event for the whole of Chinese medicine, and their professional prestige is at stake. Yuyan asked what this had to do with him, since he didn't even have a diploma. The doctor replied that none really, but that they needed the young man himself very much. Yutian asked why he should help them in that case. Let them manage on their own as best they could. Dr. Wu asked him not to get heated and said that he may not have explained things correctly. Quansheng suggested having a little snack and thoroughly discussing everything again. He said that Wutian could pass the time in his office if he wished, while he tooled around in the kitchen. He strode to the office and muttered that the doctor was tempting him. After a quick look through the bookcase, Uchan concluded that the doctor had a lot of all sorts of books, but most of them were lowbrow medical nonsense. He told himself that it was not easy to become a real expert. He wasn't sure if there would be any worthwhile books in this mass of books. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a book that stood unremarkable and seemed to be lost in the background. The young man said it could be a needle in a haystack, and immediately reached for it. The cover of the book indicated that it was dedicated to the collection of Peach Blossom. The title of the book puzzled Yushin, and he began flipping through it with interest. He concluded that the contents of the book were not obvious, and the old man might not have realized its true value. Dr. Wu came into the library, announced that the food was ready, and invited Wutian to the table. He showed him a book he had recently found and asked what it was about. Quansheng brushed off that it was a fake martial arts book bought at a flea market for $5. Wutian interrogated the doctor as to why he thought it was fake. He said that for his years, the doctor is in pretty good health as it is, and for his own good, he will confiscate the book. Quansheng smiled and repeated that it was just a fake. If Ye needs this book, he can take it away. Suddenly, the doctor's phone rang. The voice became very anxious, and Wu assured his interlocutor that he would get there as fast as he could. The doctor said he had to go back to the hospital right away, and so did Yutenya. It was about their mutual acquaintance. The young man asked again who this common acquaintance was. Quansheng replied that it was about Zhang Xiaomei. Wutian cried out and asked what happened to her. The doctor said that Zhang had a gunshot wound to the head and was in critical condition. The young man grunted. He never would have thought this could happen. He rushed to the door and shouted to the doctor that they were on their way now. They rushed to the city's central hospital as fast as they could. The entrance to the operating room was securely guarded by 2 police officers. Just then, Wuqian spotted Chief Zhang. He recognized him too. Wuqian ran up to Principal Shu. With a shriek, he asked for an account of what had happened. The chief narrated that Zhang was investigating the attempted assassination of Ouyang Anan and received information that the suspect was hiding in a commercial district. Shu added that Zhang Xiaomei was seriously injured and doctors are currently fighting for her life. Wutian bowed his head and asked why Zhang had acted so recklessly. She knew the criminal was armed after all. Shu grabs Ye by the shoulders and yells that he just has to save her. He recognizes that the girl has a bad temper, but she is selfless in her duties. Soon the door of the operating room opened. A surgeon emerged from the room, removing his mask as he went. He said he was sorry, and they did everything they could. Shu and Wutian looked at him. They were both overwhelmed with emotion. Shu shouted that the doctor just had to save her and grabbed him by the shoulders. The surgeon replied that he understood his feelings, but the girl's wound was too serious. The bullet had entered from the right side of her chest. Principal Shu slammed his fist into the wall with all his might and said that there was no such thing. While the police officers comforted the officer, Yi asked Dr. Wu what he intended to do. Quan Sheng said that this man is the best surgeon in the hospital, and if he says something, it's true. Wu Tian shouted indignantly, what other top surgeon and what other specialist? He exclaimed that a real specialist would not have given up. Pushing the doctor away, Yi headed toward the operating room. Yu Chen promised that he would now show them all a real expert. Before entering the room, he stopped and turned around. Yi asked Quan Sheng not to let anyone in and to find 2 nurses. He also demanded 2 boxes of silver needles and some large container. Everyone watched the young man walk confidently into the operating room. Quan Sheng told the surgeon that the patient could still be saved if Wu Tian took over, so we should hurry up and carry out all his instructions. The first thing Wu Tian did was to prepare a large vat of clean water. The young man quickly changed into the proper clothes and pulled open the sheet that covered Zhang. He realized that in addition to the gunshot wound to the chest, Xiaomei's face was damaged. Even if she survived, the wounds would surely leave a mark. He pulled out one of his powders and thought he could heal the wound with his powder, but it would clearly not be enough. He stared at the naked Zhang like a conspiratorial man. Yu Chen thought she looked very seductive. The young man decided that with such a woman one must behave with great restraint, otherwise there would be trouble. Yu Tian finally caught himself thinking completely out of the box and began to fiercely whip his cheeks, trying to focus. He commanded the nurses to lower Zhang into a prepared vat of water. One of them objected that in that case water would get into her chest. Wu Chan explained that nothing would happen. The water had dissolved medicine in it. They just needed to follow his orders. The nurses hurriedly carried Xiaomei into the water tank. Wu Tian anxiously thought that he had little knowledge of surgery, and after all, such wounds were dangerous even in his time. He concluded that there was only hope for the previously studied method of acupuncture. The door to the operating room was heavily guarded. Director Xu asked Wu why there was no news of the patient. After all, it had been almost 4 hours. Quan Sheng replied that he himself did not know what Wu Chen was doing. They could only wait. Meanwhile, members of the Ouyang family approached them. Xian Yu told the officer that Xu had indeed been in the hospital all this time, and asked him what the status of catching the culprit was. Principal Xu shouted out what Ouyang Xian Yu wanted from him. The young man smirked and said he wanted the killer's whereabouts. He asked what good the law enforcement officers were to him, noting that they were just sitting around doing nothing. One of the police officers couldn't take it anymore and yelled that they were investigating days and nights on end, and the captain was between life and death because of it. This surprised the young man, and he asked if they thought the captain's life was more important than his father's. The second officer said he was talking nonsense. How could he think their captain's life was worthless? Xian Yu asked the man how he got so smart and boasted that all it took was one word and the officer would immediately fly off the force. Director Xu shouted that he shouldn't burrow in, and it wasn't for Xian Yu to decide which of his men to fire. Xian Yu asked Director Yuanhua if the police chief's epaulets were too tight for him. He promised that he would be thrown out on the street within 3 days too. Xu said that might be a possibility, but he should hold his tongue until then. Dr. Wu watched the altercation and thought that this young man was a total disappointment to the family. Xu asked Dr. Wu to check on things in the operating room. Quan Sheng recalled that Ye Wutian had repeatedly said that he should not be distracted. They had better be patient. Xian Yu smirked and asked if he was referring to the same Ye Wutian. It turns out that the very same doctor from the Yi family that's been wanted all over town is just here in the operating room right now. Principal Xu asked Xian Yu what he cared about. Xiang Yu sicked his bodyguards and demanded that the young man be brought to him immediately. He shouted that a patient was waiting for him. Dr. Wu blocked their way and said there was an operation going on. He asked if they wanted to kill the injured girl. He shouted that no one should disturb Ye Wutian while the operation was going on. No one at all. Xian Yu contemptuously asked whose life could be more important than his grandfather's, and what interest they had in it. One of the bodyguards hit Dr. Wu. He fell down. Squatting beside the door, Quan Sheng demanded the principal to stop them. Xu was getting angrier and angrier by the second. He decided that he would rather tear off his epaulets himself than let a subordinate die. Xu quickly pulled out his gun, aimed at the nearest bodyguard, and ordered everyone away from the operating room door. All the guards turned pale with fear and froze. Xiang Yu also clearly did not expect this turn of events and recoiled to the side. He asked how dare they point guns at him and said they could shoot if they had the guts. Xu reiterated that no one would enter the operating room without his authorization and demanded to stay put. Xian Yu turned pale. He didn't expect such a backlash from the police chief. Xin Yue appeared in the corridor. The girl walked at a brisk pace. She squealed at what was going on here and what Xiang Yu was allowing herself to do. The young man replied that he only wanted to ask Ye Wutian to cure his grandfather. He added that she herself should watch her tone when he addressed her brother. Xin Yue remarked in surprise that the request seemed very strange, and assured the young man that his uncle would find out what had happened. Xian Yu asked if she was threatening him. Xin Yue replied that she can't threaten her own brother. She just puts it in front of the fact. She told Dr. Wu that he didn't have to worry. No one would dare to pressure him in her presence. Police Chief Shu ordered everyone to put their weapons away. Xiangyu said he was doing it for their grandfather and she'd better not interfere. Xinyu rebuked the young man for thinking he was smarter than the rest. He greatly overestimates his ingenuity. Dr. Wu watched the family squabble in amazement. He thought that the Ouyang family members were not afraid of making a mess. Xinyue looked hopefully at the doors of the operating room. She wondered if Wu Qian could perform another miracle. Suddenly the doors swung open. 2 nurses led the exhausted Dr. Yi out under his arms. They held him gently with both hands and watched his every move. Quan Sheng asked Wu Tian how the operation went. The nurse cheerfully exclaimed that the patient's condition had stabilized. The second nurse said that the doctor had performed a miracle. A real miracle. Wu Tian modestly said that he has to live up to expectations after all. The police were very surprised. He managed to save a patient who even a famous surgeon considered hopeless. They started shouting that the young man was a miracle worker, and he was actually a miracle doctor. The agitated Principal Shu put his hand on the guy's shoulder and thanked him fervently. Dr. Wu ran off somewhere and promised to bring a doctor who could further take care of Zhang Xiaomei's health. Xianyu frowned and thought that what happened here would definitely attract the attention of the world. He pushed the bodyguards aside and told Wu Tian that he was asking to cure his grandfather. Xianyu asked how much the miracle doctor's services cost. Yuten sat on the floor in the hallway and drank water greedily. He said caustically that the Ouyang family had such a loyal grandson. Ye asked if he really cared so much about his grandfather. Xianyu frowned and asked Wu Tian what he was implying. Wu Tian explained that judging from his actions, Xianyu had come to anger him, not to ask for help. Xianyu asked for the show to stop and demanded to be told the cost of his grandfather's treatment. Wu Tian stood up and said that he certainly didn't like Ouyang Hao, but in hypocrisy, he was far from his brother standing here. Xiangyu became furious and shouted that Wu Tian knew of his capabilities and still dared to talk to him like that. Wu Tian told the principal that Zhang's life was out of danger, but that they needed to keep a better eye on her from now on. Principal Shu put his fist to his chest and assured the young man that he would take care of everything. After finishing all the important matters, Wu Tian left the hospital. Xinyue ran behind and asked him to wait for a while. She showered him with compliments and said his medical skills were truly amazing. Wu Tian smiled and wondered if she was only running to flatter him. Xinyue looked sadly at the doctor and said that she was really counting on his help. The young man said that she saw everything herself. If he agrees, he will make enemies who don't want the old man to get well, including Ouyang's family members. Yuchen said he just can't afford to take that kind of risk. He added that if you get involved with a big family like theirs, and then there will be a lot of problems. Xiang Yu watched his sister and Wu Tian's conversation from the window and realized that the negotiations had failed. He pulled out his phone, found the right contact, and dialed Elon's number. From that day forward, Ye Wu Tian's peaceful life was finally shattered in a most unforeseen way. He became very famous in no time, and all the paparazzi in the country started hunting him. On the city news, the newscaster was talking about saving the life of a patient whom doctors recognized as hopelessly ill. On another TV channel, an anchor asked viewers what mystery lies behind the medical talents of a young boy from the Yi family. Plasma panels on major buildings in Dongcheng showed round-the-clock reports about the miracle-working doctor expelled from the Yi family. After hearing the news, many rich people and tycoons began to seek a meeting with Ye Wu Tian. One of them said on live TV that he would pay 10 million to the person who would find Ye Wu Tian for him. Soon a whole crowd of journalists and correspondents formed outside his house. They noisily asked the doctor to come out and promised they would only ask a few questions. Journalists knocked on his door and begged for interviews. One of them shouted out that if the young man needed a spouse, their Lover P channel was ready to provide their services. Wu Tian sneaked past them at that time. He wore a dust mask, goggles, and a hood for concealment. Yi thought uneasily that in a few days they had managed to find out all his details. Yuchen concluded that at this rate, he would soon have to hide his underwear. The phone vibrated. A new message came through. Chung Kexen was worried that everyone would soon find out about their life together. Yuchen wrote her back and offered to use this for a PR campaign. He notified her of his visit to the hospital and asked her to keep reporters out. Ouyang family villa. Patriarch Anan lay in a coma under IV fluids. On the bed beside him sat Ye Gongren. Xinyue stood beside him. Gongan shouted that day after day, quack doctors do nothing but confer. Xinyue was careful to say that not everyone in their family wanted Grandpa's recovery. Gongan said sadly that there are 3 other families besides this one. The father added that Nangong's family is entirely focused on show business, but he is not sure about the other 2 at all, especially Situ's family. Xinyue said that she had seen Sita Wei not long ago, and they were clearly up to something. The girl added that Ye Wu Tian doesn't want to help them because she is worried about her life. Gongan said the most important thing is the doctor's approval, and then he'll figure something out. The country house of the Yi family. Fei Chao sat on the sofa, hugging her knees, watching TV. The news announcer was broadcasting about a miracle doctor who had appeared in Dongcheng. The girl sobbed and asked Yi where he was now, as if he could hear her. Fei couldn't stand it and cried after all. All she wanted was for Wu Tian to come home. Wu Tian arrived at the hospital to check on Zhang Xiaomei. Dr. Wu and Police Chief Shu were already in the room. Ye looked at Xiaomei. Shu couldn't stand the oppressive silence and asked what he could say. Wu Tian assured that the girl was on the mend and should wake up as early as tomorrow. The young man asked if anything could be done to Zhang Xiaomei's face and complained that he was fed up with the reporters. He just doesn't know how to get rid of them. Quan Sheng said that this was his chance to become famous, because with his medical skills, Wu Tian wouldn't be able to stay in the shadows for long anyway. The young man said he just wanted to get away from those journos. Shu suggested two options. Wu Tian had to either continue hiding or wait for the public to lose interest in him. He said that makes sense, but he might be old by then. Suddenly, the door opened and Sitsi appeared on the doorstep. She announced that she had a proposal. Wu Shen said that here comes Ning's family and asked what she was offering. Sitsi replied that she would help Yi if he went with her. Soon the dark car pulled away from the hospital. They drove in complete silence. Wu Tian first looked at the road and considered everything around him. Soon the young man got bored and turned to the window, but nothing interesting was happening there either. Then Yi began to scrutinize his driver. Sitsi didn't like that and asked her not to look at her like that. The young man reminded her that she had promised to tell him something, so he was waiting. Wu-chen said that she probably meant her old man Nina, because she didn't have enough brains for anything. Sitsi asked him to shut up and promised to repay him for everything sooner or later. He asked where she would shoot now, in the chest, or straight to the head to be sure. Sitsi resented that she had already apologized. It was time to let it go. Uten asked how she herself would have acted if he had raped her, then apologized. The girl couldn't stand it, squealed that he was a pervert and added speed. Yu-chen continued to piss her off and said he would teach her another lesson since her fiancé didn't have time. He asked her to keep her pocket wide open. Sitsi did her best not to immediately lose her temper. The girl pressed the gas pedal to the floor. She was starting to get annoyed. The engine roared at maximum RPM. Sitsi squeezed out maximum speed. Yu-tian was scared and shouted that there was no need to put so much pressure on the gas. He only had one life. Ning family home. Armed bodyguards in army uniforms guard the perimeter. Patriarch Ning happily told Wu-chen that they had met again. He replied that he was glad to see the old man in good health. He laughed and said he was glad to hear that. It had been a long time since anyone had said that about him. Shiki got angry and asked Yi to be a little more respectful. Wu-chen asked how the future son-in-law was doing and when he would find a solution for the bride. Nin asked what he meant. Yi replied that we just need to see how Sitsi behaves. That said it all. Shiki shouted and asked her grandfather not to listen to Wu-tian. Ning smiled and said that in that case, let her tell first. Siki felt wronged and fell silent, looking away. Then she ran out and slammed the door. Nin and Wu-tian looked after her. There was a pause. Grandpa Ning asked if Wu-tian was seeking his granddaughter's hand in marriage. Yi got scared and shouted that he shouldn't joke like that. He wouldn't marry Siki for any money. Nin chuckled and suggested getting to the point of how to keep him safe from reporters. Wu-tian asked what Ning wanted for his help. The old man said he was interested in the powder the young man used to heal the gunshot wound. He said that the importance of the powder to military medicine cannot be overemphasized. Of course, Wu-tian will not be spared. Ning added that Wu-tian himself should understand everything. Many soldiers die on the battlefield just because they were not given first aid in time. Yi admitted that the old man was right, but reminded him that he himself was first and foremost a businessman. Wu-tian said that his medicines are available to anyone who can pay for them. Ning said he understood him perfectly and offered 2 ways to cooperate. Wu-tian can choose to make either a one-time sale of the manufacturing patent or a percentage of the profits. The young man said he chooses the third option. He takes over both production and delivery. He can offer Nina a discount in honor of his friendship. The old man squinted his eyes and appreciated Wu-tian's commercial acumen. He asked to test the effectiveness of the remedy, and the young man readily agreed to provide samples. The old man added that he couldn't make the decision by himself. There were high-ranking people above him. Ning said he would not make concessions until the last. Wu-tian said that since they had a deal, something should be done about the journos. Old man Nin agreed now to talk about the press problem. He asked if Wu-tian was going to help Ouyang Anon. He replied that this was not his intention. Ning asked if the young man was sure of that. In his opinion, Ouyang had already paid enough for his behavior. Wu-chen said it wasn't his problem. He didn't personally shoot him, and he doesn't have a doctor's license, so he doesn't have to help him. Siki quietly entered the study and told the old man that the guests had already arrived. Ning stood up from the table and motioned for Wu-chan to follow him. They were already waiting for them. It was a sunny day. There was an important conversation to be had at the Ning family's villa. Gongan and Xinyue turned out to be important guests. Old man Ning smiled slightly at the guests while Wu-tian squinted at them glumly. Gongan introduced himself and said that he was Xinyue's father. He added that he came to ask him as a famous doctor that Yi help his father. Ning said that Gongan and his daughter are having a hard time right now. He asked to at least listen to them. Wu-tian frowned. He didn't think the old man would be helpful in mediating. He told Gongen that there was nothing he could do to help him. Gongen told the young man that he was familiar with his terms from Xinyue's words and personally guaranteed his safety. He bowed his head and said that he apologized for his father's behavior. He was also willing to apologize to Madame Chung and prepare proper compensation. Yutian replied that he believed in Gongen's sincerity, but there was nothing he could do. Ye thought that Gongen was making him feel awkward now. Yuchen asked to bring him CT scans and all the patient's health information down to the last detail. Xinyue immediately took out a bag of documents and pictures. She smiled and handed the package to the doctor. The girl said it had everything in it. Unwrapping the package, Wutian realized that Xinyue had prepared everything in advance, and he himself had jumped into the trap set up. 10 minutes passed. Everyone waited patiently. Yutian took his time to review all the documents and the patient's medical records. He clarified whether old Ouyang had suffered a severe injury before. Gongen confirmed that he hit his head at age 40, and then spent a year recovering. He thought the doctor was justified in spotting the old injury at a glance. Yuchen told him that Anan had recovered, but the blood clot that formed in his head never dissolved. He assumed that the injured Ouyang had fallen headfirst to the ground and disturbed an old injury. Gongen countered that no doctor had been able to find the clot and asked the reason for their oversight. Yuten replied that the clot was hidden just behind the frontal bone and was not visible on the scans. He added that he personally had his own secrets. He thought about the fact that he had learned it thanks to a technique that would be invented much later. And they wouldn't understand anything anyway. Gongen asked Utian what their chances were of saving the patient. Wuchen hesitated, calculating the odds. Xinyue and Gongen were very weighed down by this pause. They wanted to cure Anan as soon as possible. He finally said he was giving 10%. No one expected such a response, neither Gongen nor Xinyue. Even old man Ning, who had seen a lot of things in life, was surprised. Xinyue exclaimed why the doctor only gives 10%. She realized that if Ye Wuchen only gave 10 chances out of 100, then the rest of them were not even worth counting on. Yutian admitted that even that 10% is a very optimistic projection. He said Anan was just unlucky, and the old injury caused a complication of the new one. Ning asked the young man if it was really that bad and there was nothing he could do. Uthian replied that he was only a doctor, not the Lord God, so he was not omnipotent. He thought about the fact that even in the future, not all diseases have been defeated. Suddenly, Ye Wutian's cell phone rang. He got a call from Chang Keksen. She asked him to come home as soon as possible. They had an emergency. Yutian plugged one ear with a finger for better hearing and asked what was wrong. Chang had already hung up, and Wuqian never found out what happened. Sitsi had just entered the room, and Uchan asked if she would give him a ride home. Sitsi replied glumly that she wasn't in the mood today and advised her to find someone else. Yuchen was pissed. He would have torn her right there. Suddenly, Xinyue stood up and said she could drop him off. She wasn't busy anyway. Gongen asked Xinyue if she was sure, and the girl answered in the affirmative. Yuchen said that a ride in a car is not that difficult. There is no need to go around. He grabbed Xinyue's hand and dragged her with a confident stride towards the exit. The door swung open, letting Ye and Xinyue out, and slammed loudly. Gongen remained silent. He had his own thoughts on the matter. Old man Ning thought hard. He was well aware of Xinyue's habits. Ning interrogated Gongen to see if he had misheard and Xinyue had decided to give him a ride in her car. Gongen said he was shocked himself. After all, Xinyue never lets men into his car, including even him and Anan, and this is well known to everyone. He added that if anyone found out about it, the sensation would be explosive. The pink car pulled out of the garage. Xinyue tensely looked at the road and drove the car. Wutian asked if everything was okay. He added that the girl was acting strangely and asked if he was interrupting. Gritting her teeth, Xinyue replied that she was fine, no need to worry. They pulled off the busy road onto the highway. There was more space here. Xinyue pressed the pedal to the floor and squeezed out the top speed. They were entering the business center of the city. Soon Xinyue reached the Tianshan neighborhood. Smoke was billowing in one of the apartments. Yushin said this fire truck reminds him of something. He looked out of the car and said the building also evokes memories. He looked at the puffs of smoke and the association came of itself. He squealed that this just couldn't be happening and jumped out of the car without even thanking the girl. He raced toward the house, yelling on the way that it couldn't happen again. When Yutian ran to his floor, firefighters were flooding the apartment with water. Chang Keksen stood there. She threw herself into Yi's arms and cried that their apartment was on fire. Ushan reassured her that everything would be fine, since he was already here. He said he was not used to it and offered to wait while the fire was put out. Wuchen thought angrily to the arsonists that once wasn't enough for them, and they decided to do it again. Wuchen thought that this was Ouyang Hao's job and that their family was in trouble. He caught himself thinking that he didn't care about the apartment, but he didn't want Kaishin to suffer. Wutian and Keksen stood and watched the fire being put out. After 2 hours, the smoke began to fade away little by little. It seemed like just a little while longer, and it would be safe to go into the apartment. Wuchen asked Xinyue not to wait for her, and said that he didn't care about her grandfather right now. He assured that he would think of ways to help their family. Shinue looked at him warmly and asked him to take care of himself. Immediately, the landlady showed up and screamed that she had agreed to rent the apartment to the tenants for nothing. They had started a fire. She screamed that they had no right to do whatever they wanted with that apartment. Yuchin shouted back that it wasn't their fault, and the apartment burned down, and so did their belongings. He added that this is an entrepreneurial risk and the landlady cannot pass the buck to them. The woman gasped that she didn't know what to do now, as the repair cost her nearly 4 million yen. Yuchin assured that he would bring the money tomorrow and buy the apartment. The woman cheered up and said that was different, as long as he had enough money. Wuchin frowned, thinking that the landlady was right. He really didn't have any money right now, and Keishin had invested everything in the lobster pond. A helping hand with a life-saving check appeared from behind his back. Shinue handed the woman a check for 4 million and asked her not to bother her tenants again. The satisfied woman said she could do whatever she wanted with the apartment now, even burn it or drown it. She ran off, jumping for joy as she went, and contemplated a check for a large sum of money. Yuchin said he was accepting the money with the intention of paying off the debt at the earliest opportunity. Shinue smiled and said that there was no need to worry about little things. The door to the apartment was barely holding, it was only hanging on the top hinge. Yuchin entered the apartment with the girls and assessed the signs of mayhem. All the furniture had been turned over, the closets empty. The upholstered sofa in the center of the room was a pitiful sight. Kexen sobbed that there was nothing left, no clothes or jewelry. Yuchin looked at the charred ceiling and walls and grew angrier and angrier. He thought angrily that the arsonist had mistaken him for the wrong man and would show him where the crawfish were. Shinue offered to help with the cleaning, but the young man politely declined and said there was nothing left to clean. Suddenly, the young man's keen eye noticed something foreign. There was some kind of piece of paper on the table, and it was still intact. Yuchin wondered how that piece of paper didn't burn in the flames. He couldn't remember leaving a piece of paper in that spot. Now the young man understood. Here was a fake martial arts book. It turns out that the whole book was burned, but the piece of paper that was in the book was still intact. Shinue noticed the paper and asked what it was, but Wutian had already put it in his pocket and turned his back to the girl. Standing with his back to Shinue, Wutian turned around and smiled slyly. Shinue looked at him and couldn't help but smile back. Soon the three of them descended into the courtyard of Tianshin District. Shinue's pink car was parked right under the driveway. Yuchin suggested that the girl go about her business and said that he and Chung would look for a hotel to check into in the meantime. Shinue apologized for the untimely request and reminded him that she was really counting on his help. Wutian said that right now he couldn't tell her how to save her grandfather. He will definitely let you know when he thinks of something. Shinue bowed and indicated that she would look forward to hearing from him. The girl opened the door of her car and began to sit down. Uchan waved her goodbye happily. He appreciated the girl and realized what the cream of the high society was. She seemed to be in the same circle, but Ningshiki wasn't even close to her. Chung turned away from Ye and muttered that Shinue was being too nice to him. She was like a lady of the upper class, and she was just wagging her tail in front of the young man. Wuchin wondered why Kaishin was so excited. She stubbornly didn't look in his direction. Turning her head, Chang angrily said that Shinue never let men into her car, not even her own father, unless Wuchin knew about it. The young man smirked and said he was honored if so. Kexen stated that he must have made a certain impression on her. Wutian laughed and said that he was like that. After getting into character, the young man said through laughter that he would have to ask Shinue if she liked him. He added that it would be a good idea to join such a rich family. Chang got even more angry and opened her car door. Getting behind the wheel, she slammed the door shut noisily. The white car tore off, and the young man only shouted back that he hadn't gotten into the car yet. Wutian ran after the car and squealed that Chung had forgotten him, and now he had to walk to the hotel. By the time the young man reached the inn, it was late evening. He strode down the hallway and stopped at the door. Wutian lay on the bed and scrutinized the piece of paper that had survived the fire. The young man wondered what kind of page it was. After all, he had carefully studied the whole book, but he did not remember such a page. Yuchin concluded that the paper was hiding a secret and decided to check for light. He thought that the temperature of the open flame was not enough to damage the material, so he decided to heat the sheet. Half an hour passed, but nothing happened. Yuchin was surprised that his experiment was unsuccessful. Now he decided to sprinkle the page with blood, see if that would do anything. He pricked the thumb of his left hand with a needle and put the bloody imprint on the sheet. A bloody mark was left on the sheet, but nothing drastically changed. Uchan reproached himself for engaging in such nonsense with scientific knowledge. The young man did not give up and decided to try the water test this time. He did not believe that it was an ordinary blank sheet of paper. Corking the basin, Yushin put a sheet in it and began to fill it with water. The sheet of paper began to change as soon as the first drops of water hit it. The next moment, the text was clearly visible on the sheet. Uchan recognized in these lines the famous healing technique and realized that he had a real treasure in his hands. He suddenly laughed and said he couldn't believe his eyes. Chung went into the room and asked if Ye was hungry, if she could bring him some dinner. Uchan was like a man possessed. He was laughing like a madman and saying something about the treasure. Kaishin pounced on him, and the young man was slightly confused. Chang snuggled up to him happily, and Ye closed his eyes. The girl started to kiss him passionately, but Uchan gently removed her hand from his shoulder. Chang realized that something was wrong here, and tears appeared in her eyes. Utian pulled back a little from the girl and looked at her. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, realizing it was better to tell the truth. Chang froze as well. She watched and tried to understand what Wuqian was feeling right now. The young man exclaimed and asked Chang not to get angry. After all, he didn't do it on purpose. Kexin's face instantly became serious, and she asked what his words meant. Yuchen mewed and mumbled that he didn't mean anything of the sort. Chang got angry and squealed that Wuqian was a complete idiot. However, Kaishin quickly cooled down and asked to be told what had gotten him so excited. Wuqian showed a piece of paper and solemnly said that this was the technique he had always wanted to get his hands on. He smiled and said that he was angry at the arsonist, but a burned-down house doesn't compare in value to that knowledge. Chang looked at Wuqian suspiciously and at first thought he had swallowed some smoke. The young man admiringly offered to test the miraculous technique together. Kexin left and said it was already without her. She would only be in the way. Chang said one last time that it was enough for her to just be near him. The young man didn't react properly, and she slammed the door in her heart. Wuqian didn't care about Chang right now. He was scrutinizing the ancient technique. From it, Ye realized that Xuanyan Qi had 5 stages: strengthening the body, rebuilding bones, expelling gases, removing diseases, and prolonging life. Significant changes will be noticeable at every stage, but the method is not suitable for everyone. It requires knowledge of the acupuncture points of the human body. To begin with, it was necessary to visualize the energy running within the body, and Wuqian sat down in the lotus posture, trying to concentrate as much as possible. The qi energy was to circle around the acupuncture points that needed to be pressed at the right moment. The young man imagined the organism as a tangle of nodes from which branches spread out in different directions. With 2 fingers folded, he repeated all the movements clearly according to the technique and repeated everything described, memorizing it to the point of automaticity. The first movements were Qihai, Shenchuhe, and Xiaowang. They were followed by Zhongwang, Tianqi, and Tianquan. The complex ended with the movements of Kutse, Xiameng, and Neiguan. After completing the ancient technique exercises, Wuqian realized that his whole body was aching. A new day came. Wuqian woke up with difficulty, so he sat frowning and angry at breakfast. Kexin ate with gusto and looked satisfied. She asked Yi what happened to him and if it was because of a piece of paper that he stayed up all night. Wuqian admitted that he was very surprised. He's been testing the technique all night, but feels no change except for pain all over his body. He couldn't stand it and yelled that he couldn't believe it, but he had spent a lot of time on it. After eating, Wuqian returned to the bedroom. He exercised to the point of exhaustion and expired in sweat. He imagined the organism over and over again as a single network of nodes and branches. Not feeling any change, the young man thought that he had been trying the legendary method of pressing these points for a long time. Wuqian concluded that at this rate, he would rather mutilate his acupuncture points than learn the technique. The points he was fishing for hurt more and more each time. It was hard for the young man to bear the pain of the exercise, but he didn't give up and kept going. Wuqian angrily pressed his fingers against the piece of paper in front of him. Suddenly, Yi felt a change. The pain disappeared and he could clearly see what he needed to see. His heart began to pound harder and everything in his eyes began to double. His screams were heard by all the occupants of the inn. Chang came running in and asked what happened to him. Wuqian was lying on the floor and holding onto his ribs. He gave Kaishin a big scare. She wailed that he should stop torturing himself, because he was strong without this technique. Wuqian caught himself thinking that he could no longer hear anything because of the intense pain. Chang's image was becoming more cloudy. He got the idea that he was hurting himself by being a specialist. Chang laid him on the bed, and Wuqian thought he had hurt his acupuncture points. As he fell asleep, he reproached himself that he would never have gone for it if he had known the result beforehand. The light went out for Wuqian, and the whole world turned into darkness. Chang stood over him and begged him to wake up. Wuqian could barely see, he could only distinguish a small streak of light. Kexin asked Ye what was wrong and asked him to stop scaring him. Chang started crying and begged Wuqian to wake up. The girl promised not to be angry at his antics anymore, and assured him that she would cook dinner every day at the young man's first call. Chang asked him to open his eyes, and Wuqian slowly complied with her request. He said that Kexin doesn't need to cry. Tears don't suit her at all. Chang couldn't stand it, roared and hugged his neck. Wuqian was glad that there were people in the world who were worried about him. He told Chang that he was fine, and there was no need to cry. Wuqian smiled and added that he was as healthy as an ox. Kexin looked at Ye with disbelief and asked if he was telling the truth. Wuqian replied that he wasn't lying and said he had heard something interesting. He said cheerfully that someone had promised to turn a blind eye to his antics from now on. Chang blushed. She didn't think the young man had heard all that. Kexin jumped off the bed and shouted that it was right. He had heard exactly what he had heard. She said that the young man was dreaming too much. Chang spoke so seriously that Wu Tian hesitated. Maybe he was imagining things. Be that as it may, he felt no pain now. In addition, the technique had finally borne fruit, and Wu Tian had reached the first stage of Xuanyuanqi. The phone vibrated, notifying me of a new message received. Wu Tian sat down on the bed more comfortably and opened the letter. Wu Quansheng informed him that Zhang Xiaomei had regained consciousness 2 days ago, but was still not feeling well, and asked him to come to the hospital. At the same time, there was a conversation going on in the Ouyang family's estate. Xinyue chatted with Xiao Ai over a cup of tea. Xinyue's face was very sad. She was constantly thinking about her grandfather's health. Xiao reported to her that according to the information she received, Wu Tian's previous apartment was also burned down. Ouyang Hao was most likely behind the arson. The aide assumed that Hao had a hand in it this time too. Xinyue exhaled loudly. Everything was coming together. She said that Ouyang Hao is in love with Cheng Kexin, who lives with Wu Tian. In addition, Hao has already set fire to the young man's first apartment. Xiao assumed that now Wu Tian would surely hold a grudge against the entire Ouyang family, and after all, they needed his favor right now. Xinyue said that it was too early to draw conclusions. The girl asked to check again. She really wanted to believe that Ouyang Hao had nothing to do with it. Xinyue turned to the window and saw a satisfied Situue. She cheerfully asked Xinyue the reason for her sadness, and said that it wouldn't take long to get wrinkles like that. Xinyue leaned out the window and asked what had honored her with the attention of such a guest. Wei said she hadn't visited Grandpa Ouyang in a while, so she thought she'd drop by. She asked to be let in and said she was just going to check on him. Xinyue replied that Grandpa had stayed up late last night playing chess and was still asleep. She asked Wei not to disturb him. The girl added that she was always willing to keep her company if Wei felt lonely. Situ smiled and waved goodbye. She said she wasn't particularly enamored of the other woman's company. Xinyue and Xiao watched the departing Wei. Xiao Ai said that the Situ family was preparing to make their move. Xinyue concluded that the Nangong and Situ families had joined forces against them, and the situation was unfavorable. Late evening, Central Hospital of the city. Yu Tian walked confidently down the hospital corridor. He reproached himself that Zhang Xiaomei had completely slipped his mind. Yu Tian thought that one could not think of anything worse than a beauty who suddenly appears disfigured. Near one of the chambers, he heard a shout that praised the Lord. The same voice was praising Satan. Duckling was very surprised by this, and he carefully looked inside. Liu Fu was lying on the floor of the ward, and an orderly was clasping his hands behind his back. The nurse begged Liu not to rage and to go back to her bed. Liu laughed and squealed that he wasn't going back anywhere. He was fine on the floor. A syringe needle glinted in the orderly's hand. He thrust it with all his might into the buttock of the troublemaker. Liu yelped in surprise. In a second, the young man was already snoring serenely. Wu Tian watched as an orderly and a nurse pulled Liu's legs to the bunk. He came in and asked what was wrong with that guy. It was scary to even look at. The orderly admitted that they don't know themselves. The patient does not sleep well at night and may jump out into the corridor and scare away other patients. Wu Tian asked about Liu's family and why they don't do anything. The nurse said that he was already in the hospital and there was nothing more the parents could do. The nurse added that the mother was making arrangements for treatment abroad. Wu Tian thought for a while, then turned around and wished them good luck in parting. Yu Tian continued on his way through the hospital corridors and looked for the right room number. Soon he stopped in front of room number. Wu Tian cautiously started to open the door of the ward where Zhang Xiaomei was lying. He carefully peered inside. The bright moon illuminated the ward. Zhang sat on the bed and touched her face. Yu Tian stood in the doorway and watched the girl. Xiaomei's eyes and forehead were bandaged, tears pouring out in rivers from under the bandage. He walked resolutely into the room and turned on the lights. Zhang immediately turned around and shrieked fearfully at who was here. Uthian replied that her Prince Charming had arrived and asked if she was ready to run away with him. Zhang Xiaomei shouted for him to get lost. Uchan said pitifully that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time, and he had grown exhausted to the point of tears. He added that it felt like an eternity had passed. Wuqian walked over to Zhang, stopped in front of her, and mimicked a heart with his fingers. The young man asked her to at least smile. Otherwise, it was getting kind of awkward. Zhang Xiaomei kept silent and waited for Wuqian to stop talking. The girl finally asked why he had saved her and what he wanted to accomplish by doing so, whether it was his revenge for Zhang's constant clinging to him. She roared and screamed that she would rather die than be left to live like this. Yuqian looked at the girl with pity. He couldn't help her. The young man said it was very easy to die if she really wanted to. He said since he can save lives, he knows the other side. Wuqian said he could help if she was tired of living. Xiaomei shouted that he was an insensitive bastard. The young man put one foot on the windowsill and said that they were on the 6th floor. If Mei jumped out the window, he wouldn't pick up any bones. The girl squealed that she would do it, and Yuqian could rest assured. Uchin assured the girl that it was really not difficult to end her life. He offered to help her out of bed. The young man added that only her mother felt sorry for her, for she would not last long after learning of her daughter's death. Xiaomei sobbed and cried again. She said that she herself knew that she had to live. The girl, through her crying, asked Wutian if the young man could imagine how she felt when she realized what she had under her blindfold. Yuchen assumed that she was afraid of remaining unmarried. He said that Zhang Xiaomei was very lucky and he was not picky. The girl went a little quiet and asked me to repeat it again. Wutian shrieked that he had already said his intention to marry her if she didn't find a mate. Zhang shouted that he hadn't even seen what was wrong with her face, and might be scared. Yuchen recalled that he had personally operated on her and asked what he didn't see there. The young man stated that he was not recanting his words. Xiaomei incredulously asked Ye if he was sure, since she was really scary now. Wuqian said that his wife should be a beauty, and this is an indisputable fact. The young man exclaimed that Xiaomei had forgotten what he did for a living. Xiaomei only began to understand now, smiled finally, and clarified if there was hope. Yuchen said their chances are 50% out of 100. He asked Xiaomei if Xiaomei would marry him at this rate. The girl said she needed at least 80% and then she would think about it. Wutian replied that this was not a bazaar auction and offered to raise it by 10%. Xiaomei hummed and turned away from him to the side. Wuxian said he knew from Dr. Wu about her bad mood and insomnia. He agreed to stay with her that night to help her get used to her new surroundings. Zhang Xiaomei squealed that he wouldn't dare molest her. Yuchen asked if the girl would threaten him with a gun again. He sat down next to her on the bunk and said she was unlikely to have a gun with her in the hospital. Xiaomei snorted disdainfully again and dragged the blanket over herself. She climbed under the blanket and defiantly turned away from the young man. Wuqian said he had more good news. He had figured out how to beat her mother's illness. Young added that he could have her on her feet by the end of the year. The girl peeked out from under the edge of the blanket with interest. Wuqian said that it was true, so she herself needed a good rest. He asked her not to aggravate her serious condition and said goodnight. Jiang thanked him. She looked at him with gratitude. Xiaomei fell asleep almost immediately. Half an hour passed. Wuqian decided that the girl would sleep well. He stood up and looked at Zhang Xiaomei's serene slumber. Yutian told himself that he could leave since the girl had already fallen asleep. Suddenly Xiaomei's fingers grabbed his hand. Yutian turned around. The girl seemed to be asleep. He said he wasn't going anywhere, I guess. The next day at the hospital, Director Xu was walking down the hall with Dr. Wu and asked how Zhang was feeling. Guansheng replied that Ye had promised to stop by to see her, so everything should be fine. He offered to come by and check. Soon they approached room. Xu opened the door and asked Xiaomei how she had rested. Dr. Wu said that Brother Yi was supposed to take care of everything. Upon entering the ward, both visitors were very surprised. Zhang Xiaomei and Wuqian were lying in an embrace. Duckling mumbled that he wanted to try the puffy buns. Xiaomei mentioned through her sleep that Mao Mao had become very fat. Xu and Wu couldn't believe their eyes and stared at Zhang Xiaomei's bunk. Wuqian wished himself a pleasant appetite and aimed at the girl's breast through his sleep. She woke up from the bite and reacted immediately. A powerful slap finally woke Duckling up. He didn't quite realize what had happened, but the red imprint of the heel on his cheek reminded him of what had happened. Zhang Xiaomei blushed and covered her chest with her hands. She didn't know what to call Wutian anymore. The young man clutched his cheek and asked what she had hit him for. She kicked him with her foot so that he flew off the bunk and screamed who let him on the bed in the first place. Wutian asked resentfully where the justice was, because the girl had dragged him in and wouldn't let him go. He added that it was uncomfortable to sleep on the floor, if anything. Wu asked to know what it was they were doing all night long, because he had no idea they had such a close relationship. Jiang and Wutian looked at him silently. Xu laughed and said that it was pretty good to hit on the bestie holding the entire police department in terror. Yuchen suggested they laugh further, and explained that they were just sleeping, and that was all. He yelled at Xiaomei as well. Where did she get so much anger in her? It wasn't like there was anything. She angrily asked to explain the bite mark on her chest. Yuchen looked at the mark of his teeth and wondered what he had been doing during the night. He thought about the fact that he had been dreaming about some pretty good buns, and now there was only one thing left for him to do. He ran out of the room and shouted that he had forgotten to turn off the iron at home, saying goodbye as he went. The door slammed shut behind Wutian. Xiaomei's screams could be heard from the ward. She was yelling that she didn't want to see that jerk anymore. The young man looked into the room again and asked if she had changed her mind about treating her face. Xiaomei grabbed the pillow and clutched it in her hand more comfortably. She threw it right at Wuqian and said only exceptionally. The young man caught her deftly at the very door. He threw it back at Xiaomei and shouted that they had a deal. The pillow hit the girl exactly in the face. She blushed and hugged the pillow with both arms, then told Yuchen that he was a very brash type. Another day has passed. Wutian stood at the entrance of the inn and thought that the first stage of Xuanyanqi was complete. He could now, in theory, use the Qixing needle. In truth, the young man himself didn't know how effective it would be. Yuchen descended the steps leading to the entrance of the inn. Standing in the parking lot was Ouyang Hao. He leaned on the door of his car. Hao told Wutian that he had a conversation to have with the young man. Ye asked Hao what else the conversation was about and clarified if the conversation was about Chung Kexin. Wu Tian asked Hao to remember once and for all one simple thing. He put a hand on Ouyang's shoulder and told him that he was getting himself into trouble. Ouyang Hao said that if he didn't leave her, he would be in trouble. He warned that it wouldn't be difficult for the Hao family to deal with a young man with a temper. Wu Tian only hummed contemptuously. He was no longer afraid of anyone from the Ouyang family. He smiled sympathetically and said that he was clear with the Hao family. Hao got angry and asked what he had said that was funny. Wu Tian said that while old man Anan lies dying, one of his grandsons can't wait for him to pass away. The other one's going crazy over a woman. Wu Tian recognized that only Shinjue was trying to make things right, and that the Ouyang family was all on her own, and the others were not worth mentioning. The young man added as for Hao personally, he was willing to deal with him even now. Wu Tian said that if he were Hao, he would prepare for the fact that it wouldn't take long for them to be called a great family. Ouyang Hao turned pale. He was very angry, but he couldn't help but admit that Wu Tian was right. The next day, the main character was walking around the city. After the incident at the hospital, he decided to go to a hotel. Wu Tian wanted to check in at the inn and help his familiar girl. When he came into her room, she asked him where he was and why his phone was off. The guy cheerfully replied that he had something to do. He added that his phone battery was dead. He asked his girlfriend why her eyes were red. Had she been waiting for him all night? The girl turned her back on him and said she wouldn't stay up all night because of him. The boy sat on the bed and said that he was much more comfortable here than in the hospital. The girl smiled at him and offered to bring him some delicious fruit. The guy told her that he had just been met by an old acquaintance of the girl named Ouyang. He told the protagonist to stay away from the girl. Here the girl with the big dismissal asked what Wu Tian answered to this threat to Ouyang. The guy looked at the girl carefully, and he realized that his current answer would be very important to her. Wu Tian hesitated before answering. He had to say it in such a way that she wouldn't be offended. The main character said that he agreed to Ouyang's terms. He wouldn't dare to cross him since his family is rich and powerful. Apparently this answer upset the girl very much. She was silent and thoughtful. The girl stood up and said confidently that she would be checking out of the hotel today. Wu Tian grabbed her confidently by the arm. He didn't want her to leave. The guy said he actually told Owen to go to hell. The main character likes it here with this girl. The girl had grown soft. She kindly and very affectionately called her interlocutor a joker. She told the guy excitedly and apprehensively that he had disappeared from the news channels. The guy took a smartphone and started watching video news on different channels with video broadcasts. The first news story he came across was a video of a guy cooking some food. The following news video showed a guy telling the news about soccer. The guy thought to himself that he'd really disappeared from the headlines. The protagonist thought to himself that old man Ning had done a quick job. The girl was looking at her phone and showed the guy some interesting and funny article. Wu Tian was sitting and thinking about his relationship with this girl named Chung Kexin. He couldn't understand who they were to each other. Listening to his girlfriend, he kept thinking that they didn't seem to be a couple, but they were acting like lovers. The next day, there was a serious incident with a patient in the hospital. In one of the wards, a patient became very agitated. He ran out and started running. The patient screamed at the doctors that he didn't want to sleep and couldn't sleep. He was afraid he would turn into a monster. His mother came over and told him excitedly that he needed to sleep. The patient even more aggressively started yelling that he wouldn't sleep because he didn't want to become a monster. The woman once again told him to obey her and go to bed. The guy yelled to her with fear that he didn't want to sleep and wouldn't sleep. The woman told the nurse that she was leaving this patient in their care. The nurse prepared a special injection. It was supposed to calm the patient down. He forcefully caught the patient and injected him with a special syringe of sedative. At the same moment, the effect of the drug paralyzed the patient, and he collapsed to the floor. The nurse began to pull the unconscious patient aside. Wu Tian entered the room. The woman was happy to see him. She called him a wonderful doctor. She was glad he would help them. The guy called the woman Mrs. Liu and told her she overestimated him. The woman called him the best doctor she had ever seen. She asked him not to leave her in trouble. She pressed herself closely to the protagonist and added that she would do anything for him. Wu Tian thought she wanted to seduce. It was hard for him to hold back his emotions. The protagonist realized that he was suffering from his body, which could not resist female charms. A guy asked a woman to describe the symptoms of her son's illness. He asked if he had a sleep disorder. He decided for himself that this would be a good opportunity for him to practice medicine. Mrs. Liu said that as soon as my son falls asleep, he dreams about beating people up. A woman said that at first her son had nightmares only at night, but now he can't sleep during the day. The guy thought to himself that he could heal this patient with Xuanyan Qi, but this patient named Li Fu doesn't deserve to be healed. Wu Tian gave the prescription to the woman and told her to follow it strictly. He hoped that the patient would get better. The woman was very happy to have such help from the guy, and she thanked the protagonist. Mrs. Liu gave the guy her card. She promised that if his medicine helped, she would thank him well. Wu Tian smiled happily. He thought that he would not refuse a different kind of payment. The boy was heading towards room at the same time. He wondered how old Mrs. Liu was. He approached the right room. Immediately, he wondered if he was attracted to older women. He knocked on the girl's room and told her that the best doctor in the world had arrived. He asked her if she was ready for treatment. The guy opened the door to the room. The girl didn't expect him to come in. She was getting changed. Ye Wuqian was surprised he didn't expect to catch the girl like that. He realized his timing was off. The patient angrily shouted back at him that hadn't he been taught to knock. The guy came into her room and said it was no big deal. He added that she would have had to take it all off anyway. She was pissed off by that excuse. Immediately, he placed a box on her bed. There was supposed to be medicine for her. The girl asked what was inside the box. There was a special potion to remove it. The guy told her that he brought a cure to help her get her beauty back. It might hurt at first, but she'll have to be patient. The protagonist unwrapped the bandages from her face. He was preparing to put medicine on her face. The boy carefully applied the potion to her face. The girl was nervous but patient. She felt incredible and good. She felt so much better. The patient told him that she was not in any pain at all, and only felt a slight numbness. After the procedure, the girl asked excitedly to the guy if it would help the cure. The protagonist assured her that everything would be fine or he wouldn't be called the miracle doctor. The guy went to the door and locked it. He didn't want anything to disturb them. Then he commanded directly to the girl to undress completely now. The girl was surprised and shy. She didn't understand what he wanted from her now. Ye Wuqian added seriously that she has a serious scar on her chest that needs to be treated too. The guy said she'd be breastfeeding a baby someday, and he'd be sick of the sight of her. The girl said she needs a little more time to get her act together. She's not mentally ready. The main character went up to her and said it was his duty to help the sick. He said he had to do everything now. The girl yelled at him not to come any closer. She was very scared. The girl shouted loudly and desperately to the guy to stay away from her. The protagonist took out a magic potion and its scent spread through the room. The girl didn't understand what happened. She said that she felt that she could not move. The guy yelled that he had to do his medical duty. She reminded him that he didn't even have a doctor's license. Ye Wuqian said that there is no difference between a man and a woman for a doctor. The girl shouted at him to stop immediately. The main character told her not to complain since he was trying for her. The patient realized that it was useless to resist and decided to be patient. The guy smeared the potion on her breasts. She clarified how long to wait and endure. The protagonist said with pleasure that he was just enjoying a rare moment. Ye Wuqian continued to dab his magic and healing potion. The girl was very ashamed, but she realized that she had to endure for healing. The main character says she has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, and everything is fine. The patient angrily yelled that if he was a doctor, he couldn't afford it. Wuqian added and said that besides being a doctor, he is also a man. The guy said that he doesn't get any gratitude from the girl. He added that if she didn't want to get treatment, then let her get dressed. The main character says it's okay since she is his girlfriend. The patient asked him since when she became his girlfriend. Ye Wuqian explained that no one else would love her but him. The guy told her to forget about other guys from now on. She should only think about him from now on. The girl said she was fed up and why the guy wouldn't give up. The guy said he saved the girl's mom first. Now it's her, and how she wants to pay him back. The patient asked that if she agreed to be his girlfriend, what he would say to his other girlfriend. Ye Wuqian said it was not a simple question. He told her his dream that he would buy a big house where they would all live happily ever after together. The girl asked her angrily if he had decided to get a harem. The guy said with confidence and joy in his voice that they were going to make it. The girl was not satisfied with this answer, but she decided to keep silent. The guy reminded her to keep the bandage on and not to wet the wound for healing. Eventually, the guy specified that she keep the blindfold on, even in front of male doctors. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The protagonist hesitated in surprise. The patient tapped his foot and told him to get off of her because she needed to get dressed. The main character opened the door and saw a guy standing there with a bouquet of flowers. The guy who came in approached the girl named Xiao Mei and said that he had come to visit her. The patient addressed him by the name Bai Fu and asked why he was here. Bai Fu walked into the ward and looked around. He asked Xiao Mei why her door was closed. The protagonist explained to the guy who came in that the door was closed. Ye Wuqian asked him why he didn't recognize him as a doctor. Bai Fu told him that he wasn't wearing a gown. Bai Fu asked Xiao Mei why she didn't tell him she was in the hospital. The girl told him that she didn't want to make a fuss over nothing. Bai Fu asked her with great excitement how serious her wound was. The girl replied fearfully that she didn't know exactly. She didn't expect the boy to come. Ye Wuqian told Bai Fu that he was on time. He added that the girl was worried about a minor scratch, but Bai Fu would still love her. The protagonist looked at Yao Mei silently. He showed her with his gaze to keep her silent. The girl understood. She thought the guy wanted to test Bai Fu's feelings for her. The main character went to Bai Fu and told him to talk to the girl, or she almost jumped out of the window. Bai Fu asked the girl if it was true. Tam didn't speak and sat silently. Xiao Mei continued to sit silently. Bai Fu kept looking at her and getting more and more worried. Here Bai Fu got very excited because the girl didn't deny anything Ye Wuqian said. Bai Fu looked at the girl and wondered if the scar behind the bandage was so terrible. The protagonist told Bai Fu to hurry up and comfort the unfortunate girl. Ye Wuqian said to the guy that it's not the outside that counts, but what's inside. Bai Fu decided not to deny it and added that he agreed that what's inside is important. After a bit of thought, he then said that plastic surgery is very advanced these days and it might help. The main character replied to the guy that even the best plastic surgeon would be powerless. The girl would have to live with it for the rest of her life. Ye Wuqian told Bai Fu that he himself should figure out how to calm the girl down. He also added that Xiao Mei had scars on her chest and stomach. Bai Fu was horrified, for he had heard about the scars on the girl's body. Ye Wuqian continued to tell in a confident voice that the scars are the smallest, only the size of a plate. He ended up yelling to Bai Fu that someone should explain to Xiao Mei that it was no big deal. Bai Fu replied that he would talk to her. The protagonist was delighted with this answer. The main character suggested that the guy should propose to Xiao Mei right now. She needs his support right now. Bai Fu was very worried when he heard such words. He didn't want to marry an ugly woman. Ye Wuqian told the boy that it was time for him to swear his eternal love for Xiao Mei. The protagonist added that the girl no longer has absolutely nothing to live for. Xiao Mei was silent and didn't speak. She waited for Bai Fu's boyfriend to answer her. At this time, Bai Fu was very confused. He didn't know what to say. After some thought, he realized that with his money, he could get any pretty girl he wanted. Why would he tie his life to this disfigured girl? Bai Fu turned around and started to leave. He told his girlfriend that he had to leave because he had an important matter to take care of. Xiao Mei realized that this guy had no real love for her. After thinking for a while, the girl said that she had no feelings for Bai Fu. He was just another boyfriend to her. Xiao Mei asked the protagonist if he was satisfied. Ye Wuqian was silent in response. After a little thought, the guy said he wanted to show the girl that he was the best in the whole world for her. Xiao Mei answered him capriciously that Bai Fu swore love to her almost daily. The girl replied that all men are the same. He told her that he didn't think he was a good guy. The main character said confidently that if he loves a woman, he loves her always no matter what. He will never give up his feelings. Xiao Mei asked dreamily what she should do if she liked several men at once. She asked with interest to the protagonist how he would feel about such a thing. The main character said that he takes care of her. Xiao Mei will always have friends to play mahjong with. The girl shouted angrily to the guy that such a shameless man like him would still have to be found. After a moment's thought, Ye Wuqian asked the girl if she knew Situ Wei. She claimed to be Xiao Mei's cousin. The girl fell silent. She looked piercingly and angrily at the protagonist. After waiting a little, she asked rudely and demandingly what Sita Mei had said to him. Ye Wuqian answered her reassuringly that it was nothing. He asked her why she was so nervous at the mention of Shita Mei. Xiao Mei said angrily that someone decided that she should at least have something to do with Shita Mei. The girl told the guy angrily not to mention Sita Mei's name again in her presence, stay away from her. The boy hesitated. He was silent. He was struck by the girl's reaction to her cousin's name. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang shrilly in his pocket. He saw on the phone that an old man named Wu Quansheng was calling him now. The protagonist picked up the phone and asked why old man Wu was calling him. Wu Quansheng told the protagonist that they didn't talk so well last time. He invited him to come to Weiju this evening. Evening descended on the city and the protagonist arrived instead of the one my old man Wu was talking about. Weiju was one of the most luxurious clubs in the city. The guy went to the entrance and was met by a security guard. He said that only membership cards were allowed to enter the club. The protagonist wondered why the old man didn't warn him he needed a card. While the guy was standing there talking to the guard, an expensive gold-colored car pulled up. A beautiful girl was sitting in the car. She looked at the protagonist from the cabin. A security guard outside the club saw the girl and addressed her as Mrs. Sita. The girl called the guy Dr. E. Mrs. Situ told the boy confidently that she could help him get into the club. The guy was still standing with his bicycle. The girl told him that he could leave his bike on the street and no one would steal it. The guy walked up to the car and opened the door. He liked the car. He also looked at the girl and thought he liked her style of dress as well. Mrs. Situ told the boy not to be afraid and to get in boldly. The guy got into the car and he and the girl drove right up to the gate of the club. One of the guards said that Ye Wuqian knew Madame Situ. He had no idea who it could be. The other guard said that it was the first time he had seen Miss Situ give someone a ride. The car with the protagonist and the girl was still standing still near the entrance. Situ told the protagonist that they were already there. In response, the guy continued to remain silent. The main character was in a car with his girlfriend Situ. They were still standing outside the club. Situ turned around at the guy and asked why he was looking at her so intently. Does he want to know what's under her dress? The guy called her Mrs. Sita and told her to be careful with such suggestions or he might not be able to resist. The girl asked to be called her sister. Ye Wuqian only looked and looked at the girl. He couldn't take his eyes off her breasts. A guy was sitting right next to a girl. He thought he was sitting very close to her. Suddenly, Situ pushed him away roughly. She never let the guy kiss her. Here she asked slyly at the guy, is he really that eager to get to know her better? Ye Wutian thought to himself why a guy like him should have to endure harassment from a girl. He told the girl that she looked like a fairy. The girl liked those words. She said she would love to be a personal fairy. Ye Wutian jumped out of the car and started to run away. He shouted to the girl to stop tempting him. Situ yelled at him to call her. She wanted to talk to him alone. The guy ran with all his might. He didn't think anyone could take it if it were him. Ye Wutian was able to get to the club where he had a meeting with Mr. Wu. There were already many people there. The boy saw Mr. Wu sitting on the sofa. He greeted the protagonist. Ye Wutian told him he didn't have a membership card, but Mr. Wu told him to pass anyway. Mr. Wu answered him cheerfully that he simply forgot to warn him. Mr. Wu introduced the protagonist to Zhou Huanzhang. He was the regional secretary in charge of healthcare in Dongcheng City. Zhou said that he would immediately meet the famous Dr. Ye Wutian in person. The boy asked him what he owed to such an acquaintance. Mr. Wu said that in 4 days there will be an exchange of medical knowledge between China and country H. He wants the protagonist and Zhou to participate in this event. Ye Wutian asked him what exactly he wanted him to do. The guy said unequivocally that he had nothing to do with it. Mr. Wu said they suffered a big loss last year and now they have to bounce back. Zhao told the protagonist that Dr. Wu thinks very highly of him. For this reason, he wants to see Ye Wutian together with his specialists. The guy replies that he is not even a licensed doctor. Zhao replied cheerfully and confidently that he could organize all the necessary papers. Dr. Wu said the events would last a couple of days and the protagonist wouldn't lose much time. Ye Wutian said it's just a medical exchange meeting. It's okay if Dr. Wu loses. The old man shouted at him that he wanted to douse the arrogant scoundrels from N country in mud. The doctor was told that one of the representatives of country H said that their medicine is orthodox and Chinese medicine is just an imitation. The doctor summarized only China's honor is at stake. It would be a battle they could not lose again. The protagonist realized it was all about pride. Ye Wutian thought that it was hard for him to refuse when he was asked so sincerely. He also remembered that he owed Old Man Wu for the Xuanyang Qi technique. The guy agreed and said he'd go, but he said not to expect too much from him. Dr. Wu said he'd increase their chances of winning many times over. The protagonist replied that he would definitely be all ready if he promised. Then the phone rang in his pocket. Situe called him. She told the guy she missed him. She said on the phone that she would come by in 5 minutes so he wouldn't run away. The main character told her on the phone not to talk to him like he was a virgin. He told her on the phone that he would find her and show her what a real man can do. After some time, the protagonist arrived at the house where Sita lived. Ye Wutian was pissed off. He decided to show his girlfriend how to mess with him. The guy knocked hard and confidently on the door, and the girl opened it for him immediately. She was happy to see him. Situ stood in the doorway and looked at the protagonist. Ye Huyan stared back at the girl with unwavering and bright attention. Situ told him romantically and seductively that she longed for him very much. Ye Wutian told his girlfriend strictly that she was playing with fire. She was surprised at such words. The guy hugged her and started whispering something to her. It had absolutely no effect on her. The protagonist decides to himself that he needs to get a grip and outplay this hottie. Otherwise, the initiative might stay on her side. The guy, full of determination, passed the door where the girl was standing and went into the room. The main character sat down on the couch and asked strictly for the girl to tell her what she needed. Situ took a club card out of her pocket and said she was giving it to the boy. Now he can enter the club whenever he wants. Ye Wuchen told her caustically and clearly that she is the owner of the club after all. The girl was glad he finally figured it out. The guy said he couldn't take the card because he didn't want to owe her anything. Situ swiped his card and told him how he was going to date her without the card. The girl called herself lovingly Sis and said she was free now. Ye Wutian said he was sure he could make a good couple with her. He asked the girl why she needed her. Situ told him meaningfully that it was not up to her but directly to him. The girl added that she wants to get to know him better and have the protagonist become her personal doctor. The guy told her that if she needed a doctor, he would help her. Situ said she just wanted to hire him as her personal doctor for 100 million a year. The guy was surprised, and he once again asked the girl about the amount. Situ answered him cheerfully that there was no need to look at her like that since she was embarrassed. After waiting a bit, the girl said it was important that she had a special condition. The guy didn't say a word. He was ready for the girl to tell him a very unacceptable condition. Situ told him strictly that he was not allowed to treat any other member of the 4 families except her. Ye Wutian told the girl that she wanted to use him to break up the other 3 great families. The girl told him she wasn't asking him to poison them, just not to treat them. She said it's perfectly healthy competition. The protagonist said it's nice to get 100 million just for sitting on his hands, but he can't agree to such terms. Situ asked why. The guy replied that he had promised Ouyang Xinyue that he would definitely save her grandfather. Ye Wutian added that it didn't mean he was on their side. He just decided to help Ouyang Xinyue for personal reasons. He doesn't want to get involved in any kind of fight. Situ told the guy judiciously that staying on no one's side would not be easy. She pointed her finger at the main character and said she wanted to borrow him for the night. Later they arrived at the Wei-ju nightclub. It was full of people. Mr. Situ walked confidently and silently through the hall, accompanied by the protagonist. The guys around her were surprised that Sita-wei was on a date. They couldn't understand who the guy next to her was. The girl was walking along with the main character. Everyone else around them was looking back at them. The guy said that after she said she wanted to borrow it, he thought it would be another harassment. Situ got jokingly angry and cheerfully called the protagonist a rascal. The guests at the banquet where they were held were the richest and most important cream of society. The girl told the guy that such parties are good for making new connections. He replied that she and her family didn't need any extra connections. Situ told the guy that he was underestimated by many people, but not by her. Ye Wutian thought to himself that he was becoming more and more amazed at this girl. The girl asked him if he had already fallen in love with her, and she reminded him that she was completely single. The guy replied that she was very unpredictable, and he asked her how old she was. Situ jokingly patted his cheek and called him cheerfully varmint. The girl said she had to go to the restroom and asked the guy to wait for her. She asked him not to have contact with other girls. Ye Wutian thought pitifully and absent-mindedly to himself who else he had given up. Then the guy heard some girl suddenly call out to him from the side. It was Ouyang Xinyue. She asked the protagonist if he had come alone. The guests at the party were surprised that the main character knew this girl. Someone was surprised that Ye Wutian was in a relationship with all four families. At the same time, Ye Wutian replied that he did not come alone, but his girlfriend had gone away for a while. Ouyang Xinyue good. Naturedly suggested that the guy sit down and talk. The protagonist said he would have gladly accepted her invitation. That's when Situ came up. She grabbed the guy's hand. She also turned to Xinyue. Ouyang Xinyue was very surprised. She was silent and didn't even know what to say. All the people present at the party were surprised and overwhelmed. Situ held the protagonist's hand and said that this evening he belongs only to her. At the party, everyone stood and remained silent. Situ didn't let go of Ye Wutianya's embrace. Ouyang Xinyue silently and astonishedly looked at the protagonist along with the girl Situ. Xinyue didn't understand how it could happen that the main character came along with Situ-wei. She couldn't imagine when the two of them could get close. Situ asked Xinyue if she was at a loss for words after seeing how good she and Ye Wutian looked together. Situ added that she has a date with the main character tonight. Therefore, Xinyue can wait until the next time. The protagonist was silent. He didn't like being thought of as some exotic toy to brag about. Pulling herself together a bit, Xinyue said that she would borrow a boyfriend sometime next time from Situ. Such words pleased Sita. She said that she didn't mind at all. Ye Wutian was unpleasantly startled by the conversation. He didn't like the fact that no one asked him anything. Situ asked the guy if he had a crush on Xinyue. She added that Xinyue didn't have a boyfriend. The main character sharply replied that it's very funny to introduce him and Xinyue. Situ told the guy he was in Xinyue's car. She doesn't just let anyone into her car. Ye Wutian replied that the girl was just giving him a ride. Situ approached the protagonist and prepared to tell him something important. She told him she'd never given a guy a ride before. Situ pointed her finger at Ye Wutian and said confidently that he was her first. The protagonist hesitated. He didn't know what to say. Too much had happened this evening. Then suddenly a live orchestra in the hall played cheerful and dancing music. Situ grabbed the guy's hand and asked him to dance to the music. He told her that he was not dancing. All the guests around were having fun and dancing. Couples were circling the hall. The boy danced slowly and uncertainly along with Situ. They looked at each other. Xinyue was sitting at the table at this time. She was watching the protagonist the whole time. Xinyue thought to herself that the Situ family had decided to act openly. Then suddenly, during the dance, a guy stepped heavily on Sita's foot with his foot. The girl put up with it, and then angrily and squeezily shouted at him that she was in pain. Ye Wutian, as an excuse, said that's why he doesn't dance. He wanted to offer the girl something different. Situ hugged the protagonist and said that they still have a lot of dancing ahead of them. She took the guy's hand with her own and drew it up and put it on her back. They continued to dance silently for a long time in their arms to the surrounding music. They looked piercingly at each other, but they remained silent. The girl hugged the boy harder and harder. He felt her clinging to him. Ye Wutian thought to himself what kind of dance this was. He felt that he would die before it was over. The guys standing around were deeply jealous of the protagonist. Every one of them would like to be in Ye Wutian's shoes. The main character told Sita that they dance very closely together. He wanted to offer her something. Situ looked closely at the guy and asked if he didn't like their dance. He was starting to get bored with everything. He even closed his eyes and looked away. The girl looked at him fearfully. Situ slyly told him that he was a rascal. The protagonist remained silent the whole time. The guy thought to himself that if this hottie wanted to play with him, he had nothing to fear. They all danced and danced. Situ was hugging him and not giving him a chance to move away. Suddenly, during the dance, Situ smiled mysteriously at him, but the guy didn't understand why. Ye Wutian squeezed himself harder and harder against the girl. He became more and more careless. Suddenly, he felt the girl knock him hard in the groin. The guy was overcome with pain. The guy grabbed his groin and silently ran towards the direction of the exit. Immediately, he ran with all his might in the direction of the restroom. Ye Wutian was running, and at the same time felt great pain. Finally, he ran to the toilet. All the guests at the party didn't understand why he ran so fast to the restroom. Only Situ smiled enigmatically. She understood why the guy was feeling so bad right now. The protagonist had recovered a little from the pain. He washed himself in the wash basin with cold water. Ye Wutian thought about what had happened during the dance. He was very angry. The guy was annoyed, but he realized he couldn't leave the party now. Then he returned to the hall. At the same time, Situ was sitting at the table drinking wine as if nothing had happened. The guy walked over to the table where the girl was sitting. He suggested that she admit to a mutual defeat. The girl slyly offered him another dance. She wanted to see how long he would last. Ye Wutian humbled himself. He sat down at the table and said that he recognized that he had lost. The protagonist sat there thinking that Situ Wei was a really dangerous person. He realized why Chang Xiaomei had advised him to stay away from Situ. A guy was sitting silently alone at a table at a party, and then Xinyue came up to him. She very respectfully and gently invited Ye Wutian to dance with her. The protagonist cheerfully and delicately replies to her that he doesn't dance. Xinyue decided that the guy didn't want to dance with her, and after that she sadly turned away. Ye Wutian told the cheerful girl that he didn't know how to dance. He asked if she could teach him. The girl first timidly and then confidently put her hand in the guy's hand. Xinyue took him to the dance with her and said he owed her a debt. From the side, Sita was watching everything going on with great attention. Situ didn't feel annoyed. She watched her dancing protagonist. Ye Wutian softly and leisurely danced in the very center of the hall, paired with Xinyue. The surrounding guys were surprised because the main character was already dancing with Ouyang Xinyue. Suddenly, the guy stepped his foot on the girl's leg and she cried out. Xinyue said a little resentfully that the main character really can't dance. Wutian apologized to her and told them to stop now. Xinyue sternly told him that if she promised to teach him how to dance, she meant she would. They kept dancing. Suddenly, the boy stepped on the girl's foot again. Xinyue wanted to scream but restrained herself. The guy was looking at her cheerfully. The girl decided not to back down and she told the main character that they would continue. Ye Wutian and further stepped on his girlfriend's feet. She kept shrieking, which attracted the attention of other people. The next time he stepped on her foot, Xinyue nearly fell off. 20 minutes of the party passed and gradually they danced better and better. The guy became more careful, precise, accurate, and attentive in dancing with the girl. Ye Wutian and Xinyue were completely distracted from their surroundings. They danced without seeing anything around them. All the surrounding guests enjoyed their dance. They applauded wildly. The main character was very excited because he could dance like a normal person. Xinyue asked him if she was a good dance teacher for him. The guy said she was a good dance teacher, but it was a big price to pay. The two of them looked at the girl's legs, which were bruised and scratched. The guy said he was a massage therapist. Xinyue remembered that he was a doctor. They reached the back room. Xinyue took off her shoes and the guy got ready to start massaging her feet. Only now did the protagonist notice how beautiful and well-groomed Xinyue's legs are. Ye Wutian was still unable to start the massage. He was amazed by the girl's beautiful legs. Xinyue angrily shouted at the guy to stop gawking already and help her stop the pain. The guy began to massage her feet gently and tenderly with his hand. He was giving a massage and asked the girl if she was in pain or in a certain place. He told her to be patient because it would stop soon. Xinyue sat silent and patient. She realized that she would have to wait. The guy was totally into it. He kneaded her feet and toes gently and professionally. Ye Wutian was completely absorbed in the process. He was silent. Xinyue was also silent and realized that she had to endure for the pain to disappear. Then suddenly, at the most inopportune moment, the main character's phone rang. It was Situ who called him. She told the guy it wasn't fair. He spent a lot of time with her, but he won't break up with Xinyue. The girl asked him if she was ugly to him and he didn't like her. The guy replied into the phone that it was just a massage, and there was no need to create a misunderstanding. The protagonist turned off his phone, and he thought to himself what kind of nonsense Sita was talking about. Situ suggested that he come back so as not to keep Xinyue waiting. The guy told her to ignore it. He thought to himself that Xinyue was easier for him than Situ Wei. After thinking for a bit, Xinyue asked the guy seriously if he liked Situ. The guy asked the girl if it looked like he liked Situ Wei. Xinyue told him that she was worried about him, and it would be better for the guy if he didn't get close to Situ. Guy thought to himself in his relationship with Xiaomei and now Xinyue. As the protagonist thought about it, he realized that Situ Wei had some kind of dark side. Then Ye Wutian happily shouted to the girl that he had already finished the massage. After that, Xinyue looked down at her feet. The guy said it was a good workout for his skills. The girl swiped his Moonstring Club membership card. The guy realized that the owner of the Moonland Club was Xinyue. He told the girl that he had a present for her too. He handed her a pill box, and the girl was glad. She asked if it was medicine for her grandfather. The guy told her it was medicine for her. She took it right away. The protagonist shouted loudly to her not to take it now. The boy frightenedly asked the girl where he could get water. Shinue said the bathroom was next door. The girl was very surprised, and the guy immediately grabbed her in his arms and carried her. Yewutian ran with all his might, holding the girl in his arms. She didn't understand anything. Shinue was in the bathtub, and she was screaming in fright and didn't know what was going on. She didn't know why there was so much dirt on her. Yewutian told her to just wash off the dirt. The girl looked in the mirror and didn't know if it was her. She looked at her face with interest. She noticed that her skin was soft and clean. She couldn't understand how she had been transformed. Shinue had already calmed down and ran out of the bathroom. The guy was waiting for her near the entrance. She ran up to the main character and said she wanted more. The guy didn't say a word. After a little thought, he answered her sternly to quit this nonsense. Shinue told the main character that she wanted a little more to look even prettier. Ye Wuqian told her that one pill would be enough. If she ate more than that, it would have no effect. The girl thought about it. She was a little disappointed and annoyed. At the same time, dancing continued at the party. The guests were enjoying themselves in every possible way. Those present noticed the protagonist and Shinue walking alone down the hallway. As they walked past the other people, everyone was really eyeing the girl. No one could figure out exactly what happened to this girl, but she changed. The surrounding guys noticed that Shinue was absent for half an hour at most, but managed to look very much better. One guy couldn't believe his eyes. He definitely noticed that Ouyang Shinue had become even more beautiful. His friend said there was a similar case with Chung Kexin. She suddenly got prettier the day before the banquet. Situ immediately realized that the main character's girlfriend had become more beautiful thanks to the magic remedy. Situ realized that she was not imagining things. She noticed that Ouyang Shinue was now a sight to behold. Situ approached Ye Wuqian and asked how he could be so infatuated with Shinue that he forgot about her. The boy and his girlfriend stopped silently. The two of them looked at Sita. Here she immediately grabbed the guy's arm and said she'd give him a ride. Situ was still very interested in the magic beauty remedy. She realized that such a remedy was invaluable. Situ led the protagonist away by the hand. Shinue looked at them silently. Shinue thought to herself that she had to get the protagonist to side with the Ouyang family at all costs. The secret of the rejuvenation pill was as important as the guy's medical skills. At the same time, the protagonist was already sitting in the car with Situ. Ye Wuqian looked at his girlfriend with interest. He noted that she was wearing a tight dress today. The guy noted to himself that he could see every curve on her beautiful body. Situ saw from the outside that the guy was looking at her, but she didn't say anything. She asked him with feigned surprise why he was looking at her as if he wanted to undress her with his gaze. Ye Wuqian told her they were almost there and prepared to get out of the car. Situ asked the guy if he wanted to tell her something last. She added that he had completely forgotten about her, and she was sad because of that. She added that Shinue had become very nice thanks to the guy's efforts. The guy said he had nothing to do with Shinue getting prettier. Situ told him she wanted to go back on her offer. She gave him a new sum of 200 million a year. Ye Wuqian said surprised that Situ offered him 200 million just for not curing old man Ouyang. He promised to think about such an offer. The girl told the guy to keep Shinue around him all the time. She noted that the protagonist was kind to her but indifferent to Situ. She asked him if he didn't like her. Ye Wuqian answered her excitedly that he was very much afraid of burning himself against her. Sita asked excitedly, "Is she really that scary?" to the protagonist. She hugged him and told him that there was nothing scary going on. The guy replied that he might not be able to take it. Situ asked him in surprise what could be the matter that he was holding back. The protagonist and his girlfriend felt someone staring at them. A friend of the protagonist was standing on the sidewalk. She asked the guy to explain everything to her in detail. Ye Wuqian was silent, and he could think of absolutely nothing to justify himself. Sita indicated to him firmly to get out of the car immediately. At the same moment, Sita drove off at a very high speed. She shouted to the guy to remember her. The protagonist's girlfriend, named Chung Kexin, shouted after him that Situ-Wei really pissed her off. The guy wanted to sneak out. The girl asked him sternly if he wanted to explain to her what it all meant. Ye Wuqian said good, naturedly, that he had met Sita for the second time. She wants to give him money for nothing. The girl didn't really believe him. The guy started to tell her that Situ simply wanted to take advantage of him. Chung told him that he would tell her more at home. Ye Wuqian spent the whole evening explaining. In the end, his words reassured Chung Kexin. For the next couple of days, the protagonist was practicing the Xuan Qi technique. He had almost reached the second stage in it. At the same time, Sita-Wei repeatedly called to him. She kept making attempts to tempt him. The protagonist did not give in. After that, Chung Kexin found a new rented apartment for them. After that, Ye Wuqian moved there together with her from the hotel. At the same time, Chang Xiaomei's girlfriend was preparing to be discharged from the hospital. The protagonist visited her. He watched her recover. The girl's acquaintance, who was the chief of police, told Eduk to take off her blindfold. The protagonist said that the girl should be fine by now. The guy replied calmly to the supervisor that he needed to learn patience. The Xiaomei girl said fearfully that one should panic then. The guy had told her earlier that he was only half-confident. Ye Wutian told her cheerfully so that the girl would be completely sure that his love for her would remain the same. Xiaomei took his cheek affectionately and told him not to tease her and to take off the bandage. The guy very carefully and gently began to unwind the bandage from the girl's face. The girl was very worried. She was still afraid to open her eye. She didn't know the results of the treatment. In the end, Xiaomei gathered her courage and opened her eye with full confidence. The chief of police and the doctor nearby looked at her in surprise and interest. She asked them to tell her back why they had such a strange reaction. The doctor was very excited. He said he couldn't believe it. Xiaomei didn't understand what had happened to her. She wanted to see for herself and reached for the mirror. Ye Wutian himself grabbed the mirror and told the patient to promise to be his girlfriend. Xiaomei told the boy that when she was a child, her mother told her that her future husband would never get away from her. The boy replied that he had also been told a hard fate when he was a child. The guy added that he had seen her naked. Xiaomei asked the guy how he could ask her to be his girlfriend if he was already living with Chung Kexin. The guy replied that one girl is good, and two girls are better. The doctor and the chief of police were watching the whole conversation. They thought the protagonist was up to his old tricks. The girl Xiaomei shouted to the guy that she would not talk to him. She demanded that he give back the mirror. The guy wanted her consent first. Ye Yutian went to the police chief and told him to witness the girl's consent. She agreed and demanded that the guy give her a mirror. The policeman said that when he returned to the station, he would tell the guys to ignore Chang Xiaomei's weirdness. The guy told the girl that if it's settled, he's giving her the mirror. The girl picked up the mirror and looked at it eagerly. She saw that she was normal again. Xiaomei was very happy, and she was pleased that her face had recovered. Ye Yutian suggested that she immediately check how her breasts were after yesterday. In response, the girl tapped him in the face with her foot and told him he couldn't wait to undress her after all. The girl kicked everyone out of the office and said she would remove the bandage herself. The guy said, reasoning to himself, that he didn't see anything special in the girl. The doctor told the guy that if the girl recovered, they could finally go. Then the guy agreed with him. The policeman asked them, wondering where they were going to go now. Ye Yutian replied that they were going to the country of N. There they would teach the local population wisdom. The doctor and the protagonist got on a plane to the right country and flew. Immediately after landing, they packed their bags and went out to the airport. Then the guy and the doctor left the airport building to meet their delegation. The main character wasn't feeling well, and the doctor asked him why he hadn't said he was afraid of flying before. Ye Wuqian replied that he didn't know that this winged old thing still existed. The doctor was surprised that the guy couldn't be pleased. The doctor added that a car was supposed to come for them. They did. After the airport, they went to the hotel, and there the delegation representatives were waiting for them near the entrance. The boy and the doctor noticed the members of their delegation meeting them. The head of the delegation greeted Dr. Wu. He called him Mr. Quanshin. The head of the delegation was called Mr. Hanja. He was surprised to see the protagonist. The guy greeted Mr. Hanja and said he was glad to meet him here. A doctor with glasses came over. He was from country N. He was surprised that Mr. Wei had been sent from China. He skeptically and derisively called Wei of China a beat general. Mr. Hanja called this doctor by the name of Kim Jae-jen. He added that in any competition there is a winner or a loser. He added that Kim should not be proud of one single victory. Kim JJ reminded Mr. Hanja that he lost last year and promised to smash him to smithereens this year. Dr. Wu and Mr. Hanja were embittered, and they looked at Dr. Kim in silence. Guy remarked to himself that just like Old Man Wu had said, Dr. Kim was completely unbearable. Kim approached Mr. Wei and offered him a small wager this year. The protagonist thought to himself that he represents the whole of China today, and if he concludes the couples loses, it will affect the whole country. Dr. Kim said there's no need to be frightened about him putting his career on the line. He added that China is full of cowards. Mr. Hanja was very agitated. He said he agreed to the money. Dr. Kim said that if the prude loses, he will kneel before him. Also, the prude would have to admit that Chinese medicine is not comparable to that of the N. Dr. Kim asked his opponent for consent. Hanja was silent for the time being. The doctor asked if he had lost confidence in his abilities or had gotten cold feet. Suddenly, the main character intervened in the conversation. He asked Dr. Kim what he would do if he lost. The doctor's quiet. The guy asked him again what would happen if he lost. The representatives of Country H began to scold Yeo Tian. They called him an amateur. Dr. Kim said that if they lose, they will apologize to the Chinese representatives. The protagonist said that an apology would not be enough. He immediately added that Country H is known for its porn and silicone hotties. The doctor was surprised to hear such words. Ye Wutian told his opponent that if Dr. Kim loses, he will have to make it with his colleagues on video and show it to him. Also, Dr. Kim would have to crawl on his hands and knees between the guy's legs. Dr. Wu and his colleagues liked what the main character said. They thought he was peerless. Dr. Kim was angry. Ye Wutian told him that he didn't care who he was. He asked the doctor if he agreed. The doctor said he had a condition. He made another request. The protagonist, if he loses, will have to break both of his arms and never practice medicine again. The boy thought for a moment. He realized to himself that Dr. Kim would not intimidate him. The protagonist agreed. He gave the doctor his name and told him he could get the hell out of here. Mr. Hanja happily thanked the protagonist for everything. Ye Wutian told Hanza not to forget that he represents not only himself, but also the whole of China. He added that they should believe in themselves. A representative of the Chinese delegation told the guy that they had no choice but to believe in his abilities. The main character told him not to worry. He promised to show all the competitors at tomorrow's competition what it's all about. The competition began the next day. Everyone gathered in the hospital payroom where a patient was lying on a bed. The doctor judge said you have to win 2 out of 3 rounds to win the contest. There will be 1 round each day, and contestants are unlimited in methods. All competitions are fair. None of the contestants know anything about the patients. The doctor judge voiced that the first task is to diagnose the patient next to them. The participants can all act together, and then the judges will determine who was most effective. Ye Wutian and Dr. Wu started the competition. They scrutinized the patient on the couch. The patient was lying silent and his eyes were closed. Judging by his facial expressions, he was in severe pain. Country H representatives also looked very closely at the patient. There was silence everywhere. Time flowed inexorably. Soon it was over. The doctor judge says time is up. The participants should go with him to the conference room. They will have an hour to present their findings and offer treatment. The participants sat down at the table and began to think. They had sheets of paper in front of them. Time passed inexorably. The protagonist asked his opponents what their thoughts were. The representatives of Country H said that they did not understand much without dialogue with the patient and examination. They could not make a diagnosis in this way. All these words were listened to by Dr. Wu. He was silent and very happy. Mr. Hanja went to Dr. Wu and said that the patient he saw had migraine symptoms. He suggested reducing the influence of fire and air elements on the body and supporting the vital energy of the liver and kidney. The doctor agreed that the patient had migraine. Dr. Wu asked the protagonist if he had any objections. The guy agreed and offered to write a prescription. One of the prescriptions was taken to the doctor judge. He examined it carefully and studied it. The doctor judge looked at it and said that the first prescription was written in Western style and it was good. Dr. Kim said to the protagonist that his self-confidence from yesterday won't last long. The guy told him to think better of his own ego. At this time, the doctor judge was examining another prescription. He asked the participants who the author was. One of the physician participants said that the author of the prescription is Ye Wutian. Dr. Kim suggested that the protagonist had written nonsense in the prescription, which even made the doctor judge angry. The main character wondered who couldn't figure out what he had misspelled in the recipe. The doctor judge was indignant, and he said strictly that even a chicken with its paw would write clearer. Dr. Wu thought it would be difficult for mere mortals to read the main character's handwriting. Ye Wutian relaxed. He said that if the doctor's Chinese was bad, he could read aloud. One participant took umbrage at such a suggestion from the protagonist. Dr. Kim shouted to the protagonist that no cheap tricks would help him win. The boy took his prescription from the judge's doctor at that time. He immediately asked Dr. Kim if he had forgotten his promise. The main character started to tell that the patient is in severe pain and has a red face. The tip of his tongue and his skin is dry and yellowish, and he has problems with his pulse. This proves that the patient has kidney problems. Then he started to read the prescription for cure. The doctor judge was very surprised. He realized that the protagonist had found out everything correctly. The fellow indicated that his potion should be prepared in a vat of water and taken by the glass 3 times a day. The doctor judge hesitated. He read the prescription once more and delved into it. The judge thought to himself that although he represents Country H, he must remain impartial and evaluate both sides objectively. After a little thought, Dr. Judge said that in this contest, China would win. Mr. Hanja was surprised. He couldn't believe that the main character had won. The other contestants were talking amongst themselves. They discussed that the organizers of the competition would not test the proposed treatment on the patient. Dr. Kim went to the judge and asked how they could lose. He resented the fact that the method could not be evaluated without seeing the result. Late at night, the protagonist and members of his country's delegation were celebrating their victory. They went to a nice and expensive restaurant and ordered a fancy dinner with lots of wine. Overjoyed by the current victories, they continued to consume food and socialize among themselves. Mr. Hanja told the main character that he helped them a lot today. After a little thought, The protagonist told everyone present that this was their common victory. The guy thought to himself that there was no room for medical talk at this banquet, so he could drink all night with the others. Dr. Wu laughed and said that no one could compete with Ye Wutian's medical knowledge. He turned to Joe and asked if he knew any local beauties for the protagonist. Joe laughed and said that the ladies he knew would be too old for Ye Wutian. After saying these words, Joe turned to the main character and asked for him to confirm them. The main character was already quite drunk. He said that the best women are married. A little tired, Ye Wutian decided that he should go for a walk and got up from the table and went to the door. It was already night outside. It was very quiet around. The boy was walking by himself down the street. The excessive consumption of wine made it difficult for him to walk. He swayed from side to side. Eventually, he hit a wall and realized he couldn't walk straight. He decided to take some medication to keep him from getting even sicker. Then suddenly, the protagonist was very attracted to something up ahead. Looking ahead, he saw a very recognizable silhouette of a girl dear to him. Ye Wutian couldn't believe his eyes. He saw Xinyue in front of him. He didn't understand where she could have come from. The main character decided to say hello to her, and he called her by name and said she was beautiful. Suddenly, someone hit him very hard on the head with a truncheon. The guy fell silently to the ground. An unknown man with a baton stood next to him. The night flew by, and the next morning the guy woke up in a hotel somewhere. Sea was high, and it was shining through his window, and he was lying on his bed. When the protagonist came to his senses, he felt that his head was splitting. He kept wondering who had hit him like that yesterday. He decided it wasn't who hit him that mattered, it was why. He didn't realize where his clothes were. Then he remembered that he'd had a badass romantic dream last night. At night, he dreamed that he spent time with a beautiful and familiar girl. The guy remembered perfectly well during the lovemaking. Then suddenly a very strange and shocking realization struck him. He froze. Only now the guy noticed that he wasn't alone on the bed. There was a girl lying silently next to him. He looked to the side and was finally convinced that a familiar Xinyue was lying next to him. He couldn't understand how come he slept with her, what she was doing in N country. Ye Wutian thought deeply about what had happened, and he didn't understand who could have set it all up. Then the phone rang shrilly and the guy even flinched in surprise. He picked up the phone and was answered on the other end by a voice unfamiliar to him. After a short pause, the interlocutor asked the protagonist caustically if he liked his gift. The guy shouted angrily into the receiver and asked the caller why he had arranged all this and how Xinyue had ended up with him. The interlocutor immediately hung up and the protagonist found himself alone in complete silence. The guy was really pissed off. He threw the pipe on the floor with all his might. He turned to the girl and said with an excuse that it was some kind of setup. He asked her how she ended up in his room. Xinyue sat and said softly to the guy to forget about today. The guy was taken aback by the request. He reminded the girl that she doesn't even let men into her car. He demanded that she tell him in detail what had happened. Suddenly the girl shouted to him nervously that she didn't know anything herself. The girl cried and confirmed that she knew nothing. She confirmed that someone had played a cruel trick on them. The guy asked her if she would like to find the culprit behind everything that had happened to them. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. She decided to herself that she would find the bastard. The silence lasted a very long time. The girl was preparing to get up and leave the room. She started to get dressed. The protagonist apologized to her in return. The girl stood up and said that the guy had absolutely no reason to apologize. He had nothing to do with it. Xinyue told the guy to act like nothing happened from now on. She added that things would stay the same between them. After waiting a bit, the guy asked the girl seriously if she was okay with all this. The guy thought to himself that the girl was so cold-blooded that he felt uncomfortable. Xinyue asked him if he would want her to resent and cry, and what would it change. She added that you can't go back to the past. The girl went to the door and grabbed the handle. She told the guy once again that nothing had happened between them today. Opening the door, she said goodbye. The door closed behind her. The boy thought hard. He didn't know what to do. He kept repeating the girl's words to himself. He realized it would be very hard to forget. Then he noticed several bloodstains on the sheet beside him. The boy decided to himself that a number of things could not be forgotten even if he wanted to. He took a pair of scissors and with a confident motion cut a blood-dot-covered piece out of the sheet. Ye Wutian walked down the corridor of the hotel. He could not understand which slippery bastard had set things up so that even Ouyang Xinyue did not know anything. The guy decided to himself that if the intruder had photos or videos of him having fun with the girl in bed at night, it could be a fatal blow to her. He met Dr. Wu in the hallway. He said that the competition was about to start and they should hurry up. Mr. Hanja ran into the hallway and greeted the protagonist. Hanja came closer and looked at Yeduk and realized that something was wrong. The prude asked the guy suspiciously why he reeked of expensive perfume. Then Hanja said cheerfully that the protagonist had been out with the ladies. He asked how he spent the night. The protagonist answered him angrily to keep his mouth shut. Hanja asked Dr. Wu what happened to the main character. The doctor told him that something bad happened to Ye Chuan during the night, and that's why he was freaking out. A little later they arrived at the hospital to continue the competition. All the participants sat silently and concentrated on their couches and waited for the beginning. Ye Wutian sat silent and looked very sad. This was immediately noticed by the others. The other contestants couldn't figure out why the protagonist was so gloomy. They thought it was because he had too much to drink last night. There were footsteps. Dr. Kim and his assistant approached. Dr. Kim said the fool can't wait to be taught a lesson. This is when Dr. Kim turned to the main character and told him that there would be no mercy today. Dr. Wu heard that. He thought to himself that this would be the end for the boy. Ye Wuqian looked angrily at his interlocutor and said very rudely for him to disappear. Dr. Kim said that China should not get complacent because they won one round. He added that China has lost the competition a couple years in a row. The main character recovered and told Dr. Kim that he had something important to say. The guy asked the interlocutor that country H is famous for its plastic surgery. Ye Wutian shouted loudly to Dr. Kim that he was challenging him in front of everyone. The guy threateningly said he'd prove that country H plastic surgery is a total waste. After these words of the protagonist, there was complete silence in the room. The country H representatives laughed. They were surprised that the guy decided as if he knew better than them about cosmetic surgery. Dr. Kim interrogated the protagonist. Does he really want to challenge them once again? Ye Wutian threatened his interlocutor that he would trample him on his own field. Dr. Kim was very angry at these words. He did not know what to say in response. Mr. Hanja yelled that there was no way they could beat plastic surgery. He demanded that the protagonist be stopped. Then Hanja felt a hand on his shoulder from behind. When he turned around, he saw Dr. Wu. He said that the protagonist didn't raise a fuss for no reason. The judge said that if both sides agree, the topic for round 2 will be cosmetic surgery. The referee added to the country representatives to begin preparations for the second round. The contest has begun. Another patient entered the room. He was very weak. The judge told all the participants that their assignment today was to help this patient. He added that the patient has severe scoliosis. He cannot straighten his back. The participating doctors are obliged to alleviate the patient's symptoms. Dr. Wu said that scoliosis itself is not dangerous if treated in time. He added that the patient had an advanced case. The judge added that scoliosis at this stage cannot be cured. Therefore, he specified that the participants should only alleviate the symptoms. Mr. Hanja looked closely at the X-ray of the patient's back. Hanja pointed out that the human spinal cord is important in the motor process. He indicated that if they made a mistake, the patient could become completely paralyzed. Dr. Kim gave his conclusion. He advised not to take risks and to use an orthopedic back brace. Yuchin was silent at this time. He opened a packet of some potion and consumed it. The boy thought to himself that the powder would make him stronger for a while. Immediately afterwards, he went to the patient. The boy went up to the sick man and tapped him on the back with his hand. He fell to the floor immediately. This method of treatment horrified all the participants. They did not know what to say. Everyone stood there and couldn't move. The patient with the bad back was still lying on the floor. Dr. Kim was stunned, he shouted angrily, not realizing what the protagonist had just done. Dr. Kim added that you can't hit the spine like that because it is attempted murder. Gradually, the patient came to his senses. He could not understand who had hit him so hard. Then the people around him noticed that the sick man was able to straighten up on his own. They couldn't believe their eyes. The patient himself was surprised that he was able to straighten his back and stand up on his own. He rejoiced and said with tears in his eyes that he could stand again. Ye Wutian won this competition. The participants were amazed that the protagonist was able to cure an incurable disease with a single blow. The main character pointed at his rival Dr. Kim and began to tell him. Ye Wutian told Dr. Kim that they would see each other during the next trial. The protagonist turned around and left. The representatives of Country H looked at him angrily. Ye Wuqian together with Dr. Wu were leaving as winners. But there were still challenges left. Dr. Kim looked at the protagonist and wished he would die soon. That's when the referee doctor came over. He told Dr. Kim that even though they lost now, the final test would be cosmetic surgery. They can't lose at home or they'll embarrass themselves in N country. The referee added angrily that an ordinary victory would not be enough. They must completely trample their opponents. Dr. Kim slyly and angrily said he had an idea. Afterwards, Dr. Kim told the press about his bet with Kutian. This was meant to undermine the Chinese team's confidence in winning. After such words, the N country was outraged. Dr. Kim, speaking on television, specifically pointed out that the Chinese have challenged their plastic surgery. The people were indignant. They didn't believe that Ye Wutian could defeat them on their own field. The next day, the protagonist arrived at the hospital and was met by reporters. They asked him if he was the upstart from China that everyone was talking about. Reporters asked Ye Wutian realistically decided to challenge the country's famed cosmetic surgery N. The media workers told the protagonist to prepare for his inevitable defeat. Dr. Wu and Mr. Hanja were surprised to see the reporters. They couldn't understand why they were here. The protagonist said that the reporters were here because of the efforts of their competitors in the competition. Dr. Wu was surprised by this answer. He asked the guy why their competitors always have media workers here. Ye Yutian said that reporters would make his eventual defeat public. As a result, no one else will be able to challenge the superiority of N-country medicine. That's when Dr. Kim showed up. He invited everyone into the operating room with him, and it was time to start the competition. Mr. Hanja shouted to him why Dr. Kim had gone so far. After all, it was only supposed to be an exchange of experiences. Dr. Kim judiciously said that in his opinion, people have a right to know the competition. The rules do not prohibit the media from being involved. Dr. Kim came out to the reporters and said that he would report the results of the competition as soon as he was ready. The protagonist watched from the sidelines as Dr. Kim interacted with reporters. Ye Wutian's mind was filled with various thoughts. He thought it would be a good idea to have Smee at the competition. The next stage of the competition took place in the operating room. The whole process was live streamed. The reporter announced that there were 2 patients in the operating room with serious facial injuries. The outcome of this test depends directly only on the personal skills of the physician. Each of the participants was given time in the operating room to show their skills. The reporter said that after a 3-hour operation, Dr. Kim Jen, an expert in standard medicine, managed successfully. Dr. Kim said the surgery was successful and the bandages will be removed in 10 days. Then we'll see the result. Dr. Kim tells Ye Wuqian that his defeat won't be very graphic, or people will say that the doctor is bullying the protagonist. Mr. Hanja revealed that even if Dr. Kim wins this competition, Country H will have 1 win against China's 2 wins. Ye Wuqian told Hanji that their opponent would never learn anything until he himself fell into the mud. Dr. Kim was very angry to hear such talk from the opponents. Kim walked up to the main character, pointed his finger at him, and said it was his turn. Ye Wuqian didn't answer him anything. He was ready to go and show off his skills in the operating room. Ye Wuqian replied to Dr. Kim that he would help him screw up in front of his whole country. Dr. Wu asked the guy if he needed an assistant. The protagonist said that he didn't need anyone for such a routine operation and the others could be as observers. The opponents were annoyed at the guy's word. They called him an upstart and said he overestimated himself. The guy walked into the operating room. He was in there all by himself. He was ready to do everything right without any help. The patient he was to operate on was lying unconscious on a bed, and there was a table with an instrument nearby. Ye Wuqian was in full medical gear. He put on gloves and got ready. The patient lay unconscious on the bed as before. China's success in the competition depended on this operation. The protagonist decided to use one of his potions. He poured it out of the bag into a cup. The black powder was gradually dissolved in water. This is how the medicine was prepared. The main character's assistants watched the preparation with interest. They noticed that the black powder had completely dissolved in the water. They did not know its composition. Ye Wuqian took a small piece of absorbent cotton and carefully soaked it in the composition in the bowl. Next, the protagonist began wiping the patient's face with this absorbent cotton in the areas of the scars. The patient was lying completely still on the pillow as if nothing had happened. This methodology of the protagonist surprised the opponents. Dr. Kim said that it was more like a poultice than plastic surgery. Dr. Wu said that the main character's medical techniques were always mysterious. His actions are similar to traditional Chinese medicine, but with great effectiveness. The protagonist, after smearing a special preparation on the patient's face, prepared for surgery. After waiting a bit, the protagonist took a scalpel and approached the patient. The guy began to operate carefully and professionally. He threw the already unnecessary parts of skin from his face on the floor. Opponents were surprised that the operation was done without anesthesia. The patient was completely unresponsive. They realized that the powder in the bowl was an anesthetic. After the operation, Ye Wuqian took flaps of bandages and began to wrap the patient's face. At the end of the operation, the patient continued to lie quietly wrapped on the bed. After the operation, Ye Wuqian said that the patient's bandage could be removed the day after tomorrow. Dr. Kim laughed. He couldn't believe that the procedure could be done so quickly. Kim didn't believe the guy could successfully finish everything in 5 minutes, and the patient would have recovered in 3 days. Ye Wuqian decided that he didn't want to fight with Dr. Kim. He decided to wait for the results of the competition. Soon 3 days passed. Many reporters came to the hospital, including journalists from H country and foreign media. Everyone was waiting for the results of the operation. All reporters were interested in the topic that a foreign young man from China decided to challenge the country's cosmetic surgery, N. 2 patients appeared before the eyes of all the participants and the media. They were sitting on chairs and their faces were covered with bandages. The main character, accompanied by Dr. Wu and Dr. Kim, approached the patients. The medics began to carefully remove and unwind bandages from the patients' faces. The first patient's face looked good. The scars were starting to heal. Dr. Wu said the middle wounds are completely healed. After that, there will be no trace of the scars. This surgery was successfully performed by Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim cheerfully said it was just a routine surgery for him. Here, Dr. Kim added that he was interested to see how Ye Wuqian was able to perform his surgery. The guy didn't say anything back to him. He walked over to his patient. The protagonist began to carefully unwind the bandages from the patient's face. After he took off the bandages, everyone around him was surprised. They couldn't believe their eyes. The people around her could not believe that it could be possible for a girl to be completely scarless. Dr. Kim was the most indignant of all. He couldn't understand how Ye Wutian had successfully performed a major facial surgery so quickly. The representatives of Country H could not believe that scars could heal in 3 days. It seemed unreal to them. This outcome of the operation completely stunned the doctor judge, and he called it a total rout. Dr. Kim felt broken. He realized that it was the end. The cosmetic industry of Country H had failed. The protagonist told his rivals that thanks to the reporters they called here, the whole world would know about their humiliation. The referee doctor told one of the doctors to make sure that the information about the defeat did not reach the media. The doctor immediately ran to carry out his supervisor's instructions. The protagonist noticed this. Gritting his teeth, a physician judge said the medical experience won China. The Chinese representatives were very happy. He all thanked the main character. Dr. Wu told the protagonist that they would celebrate their victory well today. The current visit to Country H for the Chinese doctors brought them a great victory. That night they partied till they dropped. Zhou Huaichang repeatedly thanked the protagonist during the sumptuous dinner. On behalf of himself, Wei Junzi sent a separate request to Ye Wutian. He had a health problem. The protagonist recorded that Wei Junzi was suffering from kidney failure. He promised to write him a prescription. Wei Junzi was very happy. He was glad that thanks to the treatment, his wife would no longer kick him out of bed. Wei Junzi went on and on thanking the protagonist. Dr. Wu was also very happy. The next day, the protagonist and representatives of the losing country arrived at the movie studio. At the same time, Dr. Kim Jang kept his word to Ye Wutian and starred in a movie. When Dr. Kim saw the actor he was going to be cast with, he knew something was wrong. The protagonist replied to Dr. Kim that he would not let him enjoy himself, and that he should not count on the cute girl. Ye Wutian himself personally commanded the shooting and supervised the entire process. Late one night, the protagonist was sitting in his hotel room at home. Ye Wutian sat on the bed and deeply reflected on all the events of the past day. He was reminiscing about the last shoot. He couldn't believe how energetic that guy was. Ye Wutian decided never to do that kind of filming again. The guy looked at his phone. He remembered that Ouyang Xinyue hadn't called him since the last time they met, as if nothing had happened between them. He wanted to talk to the girl again. He just didn't know if he should call her himself. Eventually, he decided he was a man and couldn't wait for a woman to work up the courage. After that, he dialed her number confidently. He listened to the dial tone. After waiting a bit, the guy disconnected the phone and realized that the girl wasn't answering. Just then, the door opened and Dr. Wu walked into the room. He looked angry and pissed off. He looked at the protagonist and said someone has no shame or conscience. The main character was very shocked by such a change. He asked his colleagues what had happened. His colleague told him that Country H had faked the results of the competition and announced that they had won the plastic surgery competition. Ye Wutian could not understand how this could happen and how the losers could win. A colleague explained to him that the rivals took the lead at the conference and said they had won. They bribed the patients treated by the protagonist to say that Dr. Kim Jong had won. The protagonist clarified whether Country H had officially won in the current exchange. The colleague replied that it did not. Their colleagues are not that unscrupulous. Dr. Wu was very angry. He didn't understand how such people could treat people and claim that they had won after a defeat. Ye Wutian hesitated and said that the representatives of Country H could not let their national medicine lose. The protagonist addressed his colleague as Secretary Zhou and added that he could turn things around. Secretary Zhou liked those words. He realized that the protagonist was not so simple. Ye Wutian said that if all business was finished, he would return to China. Zhou replied that they would do the rest themselves. The main character boarded an airplane and flew to his place back in China. After landing, Ye Wutian thought to himself that he still couldn't get used to flying on an ancient, broken airplane. He decided to himself that if he had the opportunity, he would use other modes of transportation as much as possible. At the airport, he was met by his girlfriend Chung Keksin. He happily told her he was back. Ye Wutian hugged his familiar girl. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and missed each other a lot. Chang grabbed his hand and led him behind her. She said she wanted to show him something. Then they got into the girl's car and drove to the company building. As the ride ended, they arrived at a large and tall skyscraper. The main character was very impressed with this building. It was a company office. Entering the skyscraper, the guy saw the inscription of Qianxin Hongyan Group Company. Cheng asked the guy if he liked the company. She clarified that he is now the head and director of the company. Ye Wutian was greatly amazed. He couldn't believe that this company belonged to him. After a bit of thought, he realized that the company name consisted of his name and the girl's name. He hugged Chung Keksin and told her cheerfully that he liked it a lot. He asked her why they were doing all this. The girl answered him modestly and frankly, then she wants to see him grow and how he becomes a wealthy man. The guy looked at the financial document the girl had given him. He realized that it was probably all of her savings. Ye Wuqian said, I said with confidence in my voice that I would definitely pay her back. Chang felt a little sad. She asked the guy why he treated her like a stranger. The protagonist told her confidently that she was never a stranger to him. The guy answered her with inspiration. Then he will create a paradise on earth for the girl for her. He also promised to create a business empire. Chang told him happily that the company was already registered to him, so it's up to him. The protagonist entered the office and noticed that the company is well organized, but lacks equipment. $10 million is not enough to set up production. Chang said if 10 million wasn't enough, she had more. The guy replied that he didn't need the money. He could handle it himself. Chung told him that there were still unresolved issues at the company. She got ready to leave. The guy thought to himself that he couldn't call Ouyang Xinyue right now. In the end, he could only rely on Situwei. He thought of Sita, and the image of the enchanting beauty surfaced in his mind. Situwei got a phone call and saw that Ye Wuqian was calling her. The girl was very amazed. She liked that the guy finally remembered her. Situ picked up the phone and told the main character that he was very heartless, and only now decided to remind himself. Ye Wuqian said he was busy but kept thinking about her. The girl told him shrewdly that he was calling her for money, but she was very happy to have him call. The guy wondered how she realized it. Situ told him that his girlfriend had set up a company and appointed him director. Now he needed money. He noted to himself that the girl knew him very well. He asked her to state her terms. Situ said she was willing to invest 500 million for only 1% of the company. The guy thought to himself that the girl had the rest of his nerves and wanted to break him with money. The guy told her to forget about the company's stock, even for $1 billion. Situ slyly replied that if he did not agree to such terms, then let him offer something in return. The guy told the girl clearly into the phone that except for Ouyang Xinyue and her grandfather, he wouldn't treat anyone from other families for the rest of the year. There was a short pause. Situ looked at the wine on her table and thought. The guy heard on the phone that the money will be in his account tomorrow in the amount of 200 million. The protagonist was overjoyed. This money would help him in running the company. Situ thought to herself that the guy was always taking advantage of her. Could it be that she owed him a debt from a past life? The next day, there was a meeting of the directors of Ouyang Group in the office in the big building. At a large table sat the participants of the meeting. Ouyang Xinyue was also there. The chairman was her uncle. He asked Xinyue if she had anything to say to him. Xinyue answered him that she had already said everything. She asked her uncle what else he wanted to hear. The uncle banged his hand on the table and yelled at the girl that she had lost her virginity to Eduk and had dishonored the family and continued to act arrogant. Xinyue was completely silent. She sat quietly at the table. The others didn't say anything either. One of the people present said to Zhen that the decision was now entirely up to him. The guy sitting at the table thought his father had a big chance and he shouldn't miss it. The presiding uncle stood up and said that following family rules, Xinyue is suspended. The girl agreed that she was suspended. She just clarified how everyone found out about her incident. Uncle replied that everything is on the surface. You have to have ears to hear everything. He clarified that Xinyue would go to work as before, but would not have the right to interfere in the company's affairs. One guy jumped up and said he was protesting. He added that the girl had contributed a lot to the family, and it would be unfair to her. The guy sitting next to him thought he'd really regret it. The uncle became very angry at such protests. He thought about what to say. After a brief pause, the uncle said the guy's grandfather made the rules and they had no right to change them. The guy said the grandfather was still in a coma. He suggested delaying the punishment until he wakes up. Xinyue thought of the guy who was protecting her. His name was Ouyang Hao. She remembered that she wasn't that close to him. Uncle continued to get angry. He yelled that no one knows when Grandpa will wake up. He suggested that Ouyang Hao either shut up or get out of here. A little later, the girl was sitting in her father's office at the Ouyang Group office. The father thought about it for a long time. He told his daughter that he did not believe that she was such a woman who did not know her own worth. Xinyue told him that she was set up as a trap, but she has no proof. Father asked what Ye Wuqian had said. He should have taken care of it. The father added that he would demand an explanation from the boy. The girl said that the main character is a victim like her. Xinyue doesn't want to involve Ye Wuqian in all this. The father said rudely to the girl that because of the protagonist she was dishonored. Xinyue sat there and remained silent. She didn't know what to answer or what to do. After sitting for a while, her father sighed sadly and got up and prepared to leave. Father walked out of the door. Xinyue was left completely alone. She wondered what she should do next. The girl sat on the couch and pondered how she could get out of such a situation. She remembered the main character and thought that if only he knew about all this. Xinyue looked up at the ceiling and wondered if the main character would help her now. The girl looked at her phone and saw a missed call from Ye Wuqian. She thought there was no point in calling him. Xinyue thought for a while and decided that there was no relationship between her and the main character. At the same time, Ye Wutian held a meeting with Ouyang Hao at the company office. Ouyang Hao told the protagonist that Xinyue was suspended by the company department because of Ye Wutian. He asked how the situation could be changed, since the girl had already broken the rules. Ouyang Hao said that he is the eldest son and can help Xinyue regain her status in the family. The protagonist asked Ouyang Hao how he wanted to help him and what he wanted in return. Ouyang Hao demanded that the boy return Kexing's girlfriend to him. He recalled that Xinyue had made a great contribution to the family. Ye Wutian liked that the interlocutor immediately voiced his conditions. But in any case, Ouyang Hao is still thinking about personal gain, even though he wants to help Xinyue. Ouyang Hao replied to the guy that he had no right to judge him. He is only waiting for a specific answer. Ye Wutian replied that he himself could help Xinyue. He also told Ouyang Hao to forget about Kexing. Ouyang Hao got up and started to leave. He told the protagonist that he would regret it. Ye Wuchen was left sitting alone at the table. He pondered over his next steps. After a brief pause, he picked up his cell phone and prepared to make a call. The guy dialed Ouyang Xinyue's number. He decided he had to help her. The protagonist called and waited for an answer. He already had some thoughts. The main character heard only a dial tone in the phone. Then he heard that the subscriber was unavailable and that he should call later. Ye Wutian decided to go to the Ouyang group office himself and find the girl there. Xinyue received a messenger message from Ye Wutian. He asked her to meet him at a cafe near the office. The girl silently read the message and did not react in any way. A little while later, the guy texted again. He threatened to call the police if she didn't show up. She realized that seeing Ye Duck was inevitable for her sooner or later. Xinyue walked confidently out of her office for her inevitable meeting with her boyfriend. She came to the cafe next to the office. There were hardly any customers inside. She sat at the same table next to Ye Wutian. They were silent for a long time and just drank coffee. After a bit of thought, the protagonist told her that he had learned everything from Ouyang Hao about the events in her company. The girl replied to him that Ouyang Hao protects her demands that Ye Wutian leave Chung Kexing. The boy remarked to himself that Xinyue was extremely intelligent. He asked her if she knew who was behind all this. Xinyue told the guy that everything that happened to them that night in H-Land all made the news a long time ago. Ye Wutian was surprised and dumbfounded. He asked the girl how it could have come up. Xinyue said there are many versions. The main character is described in the media as a rapist and pervert. The girl apologized to the guy for pulling him into this. The guy replied that many people in the Ouyang family are happy about the current situation. Xinyue said that a woman is always vulnerable in things of this nature. She pointed out that she is not an exception either. The guy told her the good news that he could cure her grandfather. If the old man comes out of his coma, things are bound to change. Xinyue asked him cheerfully why he was so eager to help her. The boy told her that it was time for him to meet Elder Ouyang. The girl said she would make the arrangements. Ye Wutian watched her leave. He thought to himself that she was an unhappy woman. The guy thought about it and realized that if only Xinyue was the target, the Ouyang family would have done everything by themselves and not put anything on public display. After thinking about it, the protagonist realized that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes in the Xinyue situation. At the same time, a meeting about current events was taking place at the Yi family's estate. The head of the family asked his son if he had heard the news about Ouyang Xinyue. Father said that if they could form an alliance with the Ouyang family, it would greatly strengthen their family's position. The son replied to his father that they could use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Ye Wutian. Another person present said that Xinyue has already been suspended from the company. If Ye's family were to side with the girl, it would be a fatal mistake for them. The father instructed his son to set aside a time in his schedule to meet with Yi-Duck in person. The son was excited that his father would allow the protagonist to return. One of the people present said that Ye Wutian was very hostile to their family. The father of the family said that even if he hated Ye Wutian, he was still his grandson. He once again reminded his son named Hengdong to prepare everything. At the same time, its owner was vacationing at a luxury villa in the village of C. He was enjoying himself. The young master sat thinking about his own thoughts. He sipped wine from his glass leisurely. There was a young girl next to him. The guy said dreamily that a beautiful woman and good wine cannot be one without the other. The young master was sitting and resting quietly. Then some thought distracted him. The guy didn't change the pose in any way, but ordered the girl to get out. Then he sat in silence. The guy finished his wine and was thinking about something of his own. Slowly he decided to do something. He took out his phone and said they could play again. At the same time in the house, Yi's family was preparing to meet Yi-Duck. He arrived. The father of the family, along with other members of the family, stood near the door. One of the family members thought that the protagonist hated the Ye family. He didn't understand why the protagonist came to meet the family elder. Was Ye Wutian really going to return to their family? The father asked his son how he had persuaded Ye Wutian to come. He replied that he had told the boy that his grandfather wanted to talk to him. In the end, the boy agreed to come. Another member of the family suspiciously thought that everything was going very smoothly. At the same time, the grandfather had a meeting with his grandson. He asked Ye Utian if there was anything he wanted to tell him. The guy replied that he recognized him as a grandfather but thought him unworthy to tell him anything. Such an answer made the old man very angry. He shouted angrily and emotionally to the boy. Ye Utian replied that at his age one should not be nervous. He added that he was not afraid of his grandfather's anger. The old man said prima facie they should talk business. He asked the boy where he learned his medical skills. The old man thought to himself that if the guy had told him earlier that he had medical skills, he wouldn't have thrown him out of the house. The protagonist replied that it was none of his grandfather's business to know about his medical skills. He added that he would not return to the family. The old man thought to himself that if he had known how talented his grandson was, he would never have sent him away. Out loud he told the boy that he was still his grandson. The grandfather told the grandson that he knew about the incident between him and Ouyang Xinyue. He told the boy something should take care of this girl. Ye Utian got to his feet and shouted at the old man to stay out of his life. He reminded his grandfather that he had once kicked him out into the street. The old man remained silent. He didn't know what to say to the boy in such a situation. The protagonist told his grandfather that just because he didn't see him doesn't mean he will return to the family. He could only return if the family belonged to him. Ye Utian pointed his finger menacingly at the grandfather and said that when the moment came, he would throw them all into the garbage. The old man was silent. He was greatly affected by the boy's threats and words. As the protagonist left, he said confidently that the day would soon come. The boy opened the door and left. The rest of the family looked at him with indignation. The son walked into the room and asked his father what had just happened between him and the main character. Father said judiciously that Ye Utian was very hostile toward them. He did not agree to return to the family. He instructed his son to find a way to persuade the boy. The son realized he had to do something about it immediately. The situation in the family doesn't suit the boy. The protagonist took to the streets of the city. He pondered the results of the previous meeting. The guy was very angry that his grandfather invited him over just to learn about his medical skills. The protagonist reproached himself for going to his relatives and getting nothing, and he decided never to trust them again. Something distracted the protagonist's attention, and he stopped and took a closer look. Not far away, a girl stood beside him. She looked at him intently and was silent. Ye Utian knew this girl. He just couldn't believe he'd met her here. The guy headed towards the girl. He called her by her name Ning Shiki. She was silent in response. Ning Shiki told the protagonist that she had heard about his success in the country of N. She praised him for his excellent work. Such words alarmed the protagonist. He remembered that earlier this girl had thrown herself at him, but now she decided to congratulate him. Ye Utian asked the girl if she had accidentally fallen in love with him. It was already very unusual for him to hear her praise him. Ning Shiki rudely replied to him that she wouldn't look in his direction even if he was the last man on earth. She told the guy to get in her car since his grandfather wants to see him. After a while, the protagonist arrived for a meeting at Ning's residence. The protagonist sat silently on the sofa. Opposite him sat his grandfather and his granddaughter Ning Shiki. Grandfather asked the girl if she had a fight with the duck again. She didn't say anything. Ning Shiki recalled how she had just ridden in the same car as the protagonist. She thought to herself that the guy had been staring at her breasts and ass the whole way. The protagonist said that the girl didn't appreciate the attention she received. He asked old man Nina what was wrong. Grandpa tells her at night to go away as he wants to discuss something with the main character. The old man told the guy that the medicine they talked about last time had passed all the tests. He added that a number of high-ranking people wanted to buy the protagonist's stake in the company. After a little thought, the guy asked how much he was being offered. The grandfather said 100 million. The guy got angry. He called the amount of 100 million ridiculous. He recalled that Situ Wei was willing to pay him 500 million for a percentage of his share. The old man laughed and told the protagonist to treat it as charity. Ye Utian thought a little and asked who would give him charity. After a little thought, the guy told the old man to tell his superiors that he didn't agree to their proposal. The old man said cautiously that the boy was refusing those people with whom he could not spoil relations. He urged him to think again. Ye Utian said that he could not accept injustice. The old man thought about it. He himself realized that the bosses were wrong to offer a low price to the protagonist. Ye Utian thought for a while and told the old man to tell the boss something else. He asked if they wanted to know the composition of his medications. He told the old man confidently that no one could analyze the composition of his drugs. A little while later, the protagonist arrived at his company's office. He continued his work. Ye Utian was writing something on a piece of paper, saying to himself that there were only intrigues and conspiracies around. A girl, Chung Kexing, came up to him. The guy worked focused. He decided it was best to promote his business on his own. Cheng asked him if someone was giving him a hard time again. Ye Utian replied that he had everything under control. He told the girl that she should buy the required amount of raw materials according to this list. The girl looked at the document and asked the guy what he was up to. She calculated that the herbs she bought would fill the warehouse. Ye Wuqian told her they would need publicity. He instructed her to find more journalists, even if it wasn't cheap. Their company would treat one heavy patient every day for free. The girl was surprised because they do not have the product ready yet, and they already promised to treat a sick person every day. The guy gave her a confident wink and said it was called aggressive marketing. A conference was scheduled for the next day at Tianjin Hongyuan's office. There were a lot of participants at the meeting. There were also many media workers. The female reporter gave the microphone to Chung Kexin to make an announcement. Chung, on behalf of the company, thanked everyone for coming today. She declared the conference open. Ye Wuqian noticed that Situ had appeared at the conference. He told her angrily that he was not happy to see her. Situ answered him slyly and cheerfully that this was exactly what he wanted. Situ took the guy's hand and told him that her older sister was also interested in Ye Wuqian cosmetics. The guy told her to get off her back. Situ sat down with the guy and said that his heart was pounding really fast. She added that Chung Kaisen is looking at them right now. The reporter asked Chung whether her company's product is not only cosmetic, but also has medicinal properties. Chung replied evasively that everyone would soon see for themselves. Another reporter asked Chung if it was true that her corporation would treat one patient every day for a month for free. The girl replied that the free treatment will be only for a month. Their commercial enterprise cannot exist without profit. The reporter went on to create a quota for free care. He pointed out that many people do not go to the doctor because they cannot afford it. Cheng told the reporter that before she answered him, she wanted to ask her question. The girl asked the reporter if he was willing to work just for an idea without a salary. The reporter was silent. Such a competent answer of the girl really liked the main character. Situ also said she liked Chang. She told the protagonist that he had the whole place to himself. The reporter asked Chung if their corporation could withstand the competition in cosmetics with Country H. Chung replied that the advantage of their drugs is that no surgery is needed for the effect, and the result is much faster. The reporters didn't believe her. They thought Chung was exaggerating. It was hard for them to imagine that plastic surgery could be replaced by half an hour of therapy. Suddenly a side door opened. The silhouettes of several people appeared there. A guy came into the room, and next to him walked his assistant, who was carrying a man in a wheelchair. The disabled man was wrapped in bandages. Gradually, the assistant brought the wheelchair with the disabled person to the very center of the hall. The reporter thought sadly to herself that this time, too, there was no problem. The guy turned to Chang and proceeded to give her a look at his friend in the wheelchair. He added that a friend's face was injured in the fire. He asked Chung if she could help him. The people around me didn't believe in such a quick cure. They didn't believe that they could treat severe burns in half an hour. The girl remained completely silent. They didn't know what to say in response. There was silence all around. The guy once again asked Chung if she was not responsible for her words, and her company's product was a fake. The girl replied that she understood his feelings for his injured friend, but that there was a press conference going on, and his request was inappropriate. Chang thought to herself that she needed to get away from this patient couple immediately. The guy told her seriously that he didn't believe in her miracle cure and came to laugh at her. A man in a wheelchair asked Chang to help him. It wouldn't be a problem for her company. Chung said judiciously that they cannot yet prove the efficacy of their remedy. Situ told the protagonist that the situation was escalating and asked what he wanted to do. Ye Wuqian asked her sternly if she was doing any business with Ye's family. Situ wondered why he was asking. The boy told her that she'd better break off all business with the family before it's too late, or she'll get it too. Situ told the protagonist that he was angry. She promised to take his warnings seriously. The reporters were discussing among themselves the dialogue between Chang and the guy who came in. They decided that the girl had backed out. One of the journalists decided that if the company was actually deceiving people, he should report it. A guy and his disabled friend asked loudly to the girl if she had shown all she could do. That's when the guy noticed Ye Yuqian and asked him how much longer he was going to hide behind the girl. The protagonist walked up to the guy who came and called him by the name Ye Guang. Ye Guang told the protagonist to prove he wasn't a bullshitter and show him his cure. Ye Wuqian said he would do it without any problem. He promised to cure the burn in front of the audience. The sick man wrapped in bandages was still sitting in the wheelchair. The protagonist turned to Chung Kexin and told someone to remove the bandages from the disabled man. The girl promised to call someone. She picked up the phone and called the paramedics. Very soon the doctors arrived with their equipment. They were preparing to help the protagonist. A guy sitting in a wheelchair asked the doctors if they really wanted to take the bandages off right there. Ye Wuqian told him he couldn't cure him any other way. It's too late to change anything now. A disabled person told his friend that there are a lot of journalists here and his face will be shown on TV. The disabled man said to his friend that there were a lot of journalists here and his face would be shown on TV. Here the nurse approached the patient. The protagonist waited for her to finish. The nurse carefully removed the bandages from the patient, unwinding them from his face. The disabled man's appearance amazed the people around him. Some even said that he looked like a character from a horror movie. The man was very disfigured. He could have frightened anyone who met him. One of the journalists was very frightened. She wanted to run away from the place. Ye Wutian told the patient that he was lucky. He knows how to treat such facial scars. The protagonist took a scalpel and got to work. He began to operate. A Yudian professionally removed damaged skin from the patient's face. Surrounding people were surprised that the guy cuts without anesthesia, and the patient feels nothing. One journalist noted that the movements of the scalpel are very fast, which he had never seen before. Half an hour later, the guy finished. He indicated that the bandages could be removed in 4 days. The patient was very surprised. He did not believe that in 4 days he would be completely healed. Ye Wutian replied that he would not lie in front of the cameras or the whole world would notice his lies. The patient sat quietly on the wheelchair, still not believing he would be healed. Suddenly, the patient fell to his knees and began to thank the protagonist for giving him the opportunity to be a normal person. After all that had happened, Ye Guang went to his sick acquaintance and asked why he believed Ye Wutian. The sick man was very amazed at his healing. He called the protagonist a benefactor and replied that he didn't need any more money from Ye Guang. Their conversation was overheard by Ye Wutian from outside. He told Ye Guang that he would reap what he sowed. Ye Guang was very angry. He looked with anger at the main character. Ye Guang ended up pointing his finger at the guy and saying that he would somehow get back at him later. The main character grabs him by the scruff of the neck and says he forgives him this time because there are cameras around. Ye Guang became silent. He was glad that he was free and wanted to get out of here. Someone from the press approached the main character and called him a brilliant doctor. A reporter came up and asked the guy what panacea he used to make the patient feel no pain. The protagonist liked the fact that this journalist can grasp everything on the fly. The guy took out a pillbox from his pocket and said that he used the best products of a firm called Qingchengshan. Reporters asked the guy if his drug could become popular with customers. The journalist looked in the direction of the protagonist and hinted that he should invite her to dinner. Chen came out and said that she was using Qingchengshan pills herself. She urged all doubters to try it for themselves. A girl came up and wanted to try it and asked how many pills to swallow. Chen gave her the box and told her to take only 1 pill. The reporter was then taken to the hotel bathroom and given a pill. After consuming the medication, she needed to wash herself a lot in the shower room. An hour later, a miracle happened. The girl finished her water treatment and prepared to go out. Here, the people present were amazed at the change in her. They could not believe their eyes. The girl herself was very amazed. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her face was perfectly clean. The journalists were most excited and decided to record the healing process in detail. One of the people present decided that Qingchengshan pills would turn the world upside down. Thanks to a competent PR campaign, Tianjin Hongyuan Manufacturing Corporation has become a household name. There were constant advertisements on TV, and the drug was called unique without any analogs in the world. One of Ye Wutian's relatives was very happy to see him on TV. Ye Guang was sitting next to me. He said he was at that conference. Ye Wutian threatened to let them go around the world. The girl resentfully said that the protagonist couldn't have said such a thing. If he did, it was only because Ye Guang had offended him. Someone sitting there said that Ye Wutian had turned into a real scoundrel. The head of the family said that if they could get the pill, it would be good for their family. The head of the family asked one of the underlings if he had recently spoken to the protagonist and what the latter said. The handyman replied that he had a business conversation. He offered Duck a favorable partnership. The guy turned down an offer of 600 million for his company. He agreed to consider it only if he got all the family's assets. The father of the family was very annoyed at this answer. He thought deeply. He called the protagonist an arrogant boy and promised to get to him. Apparently, the father of Ye's family was ready to fully carry out his threat against Ye Wutian as soon as possible. 4 days later, reporters gathered to see the result of the treatment of Burns ducking. The protagonist saw that Secretary Joe and Old Man Wu had come. Joe told him that Country H was ready to pay the protagonist 10 million. The guy was surprised by such an amount. After that, he asked for a favor from Secretary Joe. Joe replied that he would help the boy. Ye Wutian said he needed land to grow his own medicinal herbs. The main character was thinking. He decided to calculate how much land he needed. After a short pause, he said that he needed 1,600 acres of land. Such a request surprised Secretary Joe. After thinking for a while, Joe said that an acre of land in Dongcheng was worth its weight in gold. He advised him to look for land in the suburbs. Ye Wuqian thought about this proposal. He said he had an idea. Dr. Wu clarified with the protagonist whether he used the same drug in H country and for Cheng Xiaomei's transformation. The guy confirmed what he said. He said that they will remove the bandages now. Chung Kwesine said that today was a very important day for their company. She thanked everyone here. She said they had already seen the effectiveness of their medication a couple days ago. The girl said that Qingchengshan is more than just cosmetics. All the reporters were really waiting. They were preparing to capture the moment when the bandage was removed. Photographers were preparing to photograph every detail so as not to miss a single frame. Chung told the nurse to remove the bandages from the sick patient. The nurse began to carefully and gradually unwind the patient's face. Everyone saw a young and healthy man. They couldn't believe it was the same man as 4 days ago. All the reporters were very surprised and shouted that it was an unreal miracle. Cheng Kissing added that her company has taken its first step towards global recognition. Dr. Wu said the main character impressed him. He suggested what would happen if his drug was mass-produced. Ye Wutian answered him that from that moment on, his company would become world-famous. After the past healing press conference, the news traveled the front pages of the world's media. In the end, the world's attention was only on Tianxin Hongyuan Company. It was believed that the invention of the pill would go down in history. For China, the invention was a major revolution in cosmetology. The invention began to be massively and successfully used by medical professionals everywhere. Very quickly, China overtook a number of competing countries and became a leader in this field. Ye Wutian was called the father of charms due to his success in inventing the pill. One journalist was glad that with E-Duck, she would never lack for interesting stories. One of the main character's girlfriends was glad he was so universally famous. Another of his acquaintances was always excited to read news about Ye Wutian. Sita was also happy. She thought to herself that she liked the main character more and more. The positive stories about Ye Wutian did not please only the girl Shiki. She showed her grandfather a newspaper about the main character. The grandfather asked his granddaughter why she keeps talking about Ye Wutian lately. Ziqi replied judiciously that she was simply looking out for his weak spot. After a little thought, her grandfather told her to invite the main character over to his place. The old man wondered how the protagonist had stirred up the water this time. The business in Tianxin Hongyuan was going very well, and there were many orders. There were times when a customer called, and due to the large number of orders, it was difficult to determine the time when his order would be fulfilled. People called en masse and ordered the miracle remedy even in bulk. Chung Kwesin asked the guy when he would set a price for his drug. The company received calls from hospitals and entrepreneurs who wanted to buy a share of the profits. Ye Wutian said thoughtfully that they were in no hurry to go anywhere. He said that they should wait until the customers were hungry. The protagonist hugged the girl and said that the more the customers were willing to pay, the higher their profits would be. After a little thought, the guy said we should wait for potential buyers to start drooling. Then he got a message on his phone. Ye Hengdong warned him that someone in the Ye family was plotting against him. The guy didn't like Ye Hengdong acting like a caring father. The receptionist came in and said that their company had been fined by the Ministry of Health, Industry and Trade. She specified that they want to impose a fine of 4 million for non-compliance with the requirements. Also, the license will be revoked until the re-inspection. Ye Wutian took the secretary's papers and told her to go back to her seat. The secretary left and closed the door behind her. The guy pondered the solution to the problem. Chung Kwesin was outraged and shouted so loudly that even the workers in the next room could hear. Chung yelled that they hadn't started selling yet, and they were already being fined and shut down. Chang said that the company would not survive this, and that someone was definitely behind it. The guy calmed her down and said he had it all covered. The main character came to the door and said he would take a walk and let the girl stay in charge. Chung told him that he treats this company as a part-time job, even though he is a director. Cheng went into the workroom and told all the female employees that they were all on paid vacation from today. Chung thought to herself that the protagonist had better hurry up. A guy was walking down the street and he saw a lot of people going about their business. Ye Wutian thought to himself that he knew that flies stick to honey, but he didn't expect them to fly so quickly. Suddenly a car stopped in front of him. It was a large jeep. Shichi looked at him from the cabin. She told the protagonist to get in because her grandfather wanted to see him. She proudly thought to herself that this guy had a lot of courage. Ye Wutian looked into the cabin and told Shichi to act more feminine. He compared her to a dock worker. Shichi told him to behave like a gentleman. She accused him of being disloyal. The guy replied that he would not behave like a gentleman since the girl was not his wife. Seikii told him back that she would not be feminine since he is not her husband yet. During the trip, the protagonist kept persistently arguing with the girl Shichi. The guy said he would only treat her nicely after she became his wife. The girl rudely told him she wouldn't marry him. He can't play the gentleman. Suddenly the girl thought deeply and intensely. She was silent. The car stopped abruptly when she pressed the brake pedal with all her might. The girl rudely and sharply answered the guy that no one would want to be his wife. After that, they arrived at Ning's residence to meet the protagonist and grandfather. The old man was quietly practicing calligraphy when Ye Wutian walked in. Grandpa looked at the main character and saw that he was angry. He asked him what was wrong. Ye Wutian pointed at the girl and said that she had driven all the way so fast that he was almost twisted. Shiki replied that the guy was exaggerating. After thinking for a while, the old man said that she should get along with the main character. Then he asked the girl to go, as he had something to discuss with E-Duck. The girl was angry. She left the room and slammed the door behind her. She remained standing outside the door. Suki wondered what was wrong with the main character. She hoped that he was serious about asking her to marry him. The girl wondered if the main character was courting her. She remembered that she had a fiancé. The girl sat on the floor and wondered if what the protagonist was saying to her was serious. She remembered that Ye Wutian wasn't someone who refused to go back on his word. The old man was practicing calligraphy at this time. He was concentrating on drawing hieroglyphics. He wrote out one character on a piece of paper and told the main character that it was for him. The guy asked his grandfather what it meant. The old man told him that he greatly underestimated the resonance of his pill. He added that any country would like to have such a medicine. After a little thought, the old man asked the boy how he was going to defend his invention. Ye Wutian thought hard and seriously. He had never thought of such things before. Grandpa pointed out that the protagonist needs to think about his personal safety. He recommended that the guy should not rush with pills, but take care of the rear. The protagonist said his pills will be on sale any day now. The old man pointed out to the boy that he didn't have the patience to listen to his advice. He said that the desire to get everything at once rarely leads to good. After some thought, the guy agreed that he could not guarantee either the safety of the drugs or his own life. The old man said that the guy should agree to his offer, and as long as he was under the cover of the Ministry of Defense, no one would touch him. The boy promised to think about it. The old man told him not to hesitate to answer. He also asked if he could help him with his company's problems. Ye Wutian said it was nothing important. He promised to deal with Ye's family with his own hands. The old man thought to himself that the guy was very unpredictable, and that he would get a lot of bumps in the road. The next day, the management of the company where Xinyue worked asked her to return to her duties. Zhenren told Xinyue that they conferred amicably and decided not to remove her from the family's affairs. They recognized the past decision as unfair. Zhenren smiled at his daughter and wished her good luck from the bottom of his heart. Xinyue was left sitting alone and placed her hands on the table, crossing them. The girl looked at her father incredulously. He walked away with his hands folded behind his back. Xinyue didn't like it. She had always been an eyesore to them. After reaching their goal, the family immediately brought her back. The girl decided that they were clearly plotting something against her. Yuchen frowned as he sat on the couch in front of him. He came to the conclusion that Ningpeng was right, and he would not be able to fight off the huge number of people wanting to get their hands on the Qingchangshan pills alone. At the same time, Wutian understood that the old man's offer was very dangerous and he couldn't sign a contract with the Ministry of Defense. They would just get rid of him. Chung Kexin ran into the office and said that there was an incident in the Ye family. A young man asked what else had gone wrong with them. Chung replied that the shopping center they owned had burned down and the hotel had been vandalized. Uchen took the remote control and turned on the TV. There was another news report on. Kexin said that there was a riot in the city and it was being broadcast on all the channels. One channel showed a close-up of the blazing hotel. A man on another channel angrily accused the Ye family that the Tianxin Hongyuan company could have cured his face if not for them. A young man on channel 3 showed the scars he was about to be rid of, but Yi's family got in the way, and now he's going to make life difficult for them. Wutian watched the news and laughed. He didn't expect that the first move against the Ye family would be made by ordinary townspeople. Now he just cheered and watched his family crumble. Chung sadly said that he seemed calm during the closing of his company. The girl thought Ye was prepared for such a denouement. Wutian continued to chuckle and said through his laughter that they had taken him by surprise. After all, he had only expected the big families to hitch a ride with the Ye family for market share. The young man finally laughed it off and wondered what Yi's family would do now. In the villa of the Yi family, there was a heated discussion of recent events. Heng Qian told the family patriarch that the protesters are demanding the reopening of Tianxin Hongyuan Company, or they will not stop the unrest. The old man became angry and slapped his hand on the table in his heart. He shouted that the unwashed brats had no right to threaten his family. He added that arson is already a serious crime in itself. The patriarch demanded that the police be contacted and the perpetrators be caught. Heng Qian said that Dongchen is a city of millions, and it would be difficult to find everyone. He added that there are too many people who want to get their hands on the miracle pill. The old man got angry and yelled that he knew everything himself, but he wouldn't let a bunch of psychopaths intimidate Yi's family. Contrary to the patriarch's expectations, the despair of the crowd far exceeded that of Yi's family. People with disfigured appearance would gather together and go out into the street, scaring random passers-by. The appearance of the pill gave them hope, but the Yi family had hopelessly ruined everything. Naturally, people were desperate. The rioting continued. The police were constantly catching violators, but there were always new followers, despite the risk of going to jail. Wang Fangxi said wistfully that these people are already so exhausted that they are not afraid of anything. The journalist added that it was all out of desperation. She slyly asked Yushin if he had planned the whole thing. Fancy asked him to elaborate. She needed a front-page story. The young man replied that he was very happy now. because the people had made their will known and the E family had gotten what they deserved. The journalist disappointedly said that she could not put such a phrase in the article and asked to say something else. Yuchen cheerfully said that he would do that easily. The young man asked Fancy if she could write in the article that all those affected were guaranteed a 50% discount on his goods. The journalist was outraged and said that such phrases encourage riots, and after such an article comes out, everyone will think that he was behind the pogroms. The young man was not at all embarrassed by this, and told Fancy that he was willing to take such a step. When the interview with Yuchen finally came out, the pogrom participants felt like martyrs and redoubled their efforts. The riots even involved people from other regions who had come specifically to raid the E family's property. Within 2 days, more than 300 people were arrested, but new participants kept coming and kept coming. After committing a pogrom, they sometimes did not even try to escape, but stayed at the scene of the crime, protesting in this way. The patriarch of the E family arranged for a new gathering of family members. Hung Qian held the report in front of him and called the rioters lunatics. The patriarch asked what their losses were. Heng Qian checked the financial report and replied that they had lost almost 2 billion. Naturally, it won't bankrupt them, but the loss is very significant. The patriarch became enraged and shouted how a couple hundred lunatics were able to rake in 2 billion worth of property. Heng Qian clarified that in addition to pogroms, the troublemakers also block their businesses and scare away employees and customers. Heng Dong added that their hotel and shopping malls were incurring more losses every day. He asked his father if it was time for them to leave Wuqian alone. Fei Qiao confirmed that they are now afraid to even leave the house because the situation has long been out of control and is getting worse. She asked them to stop interfering with Wutian's business. The patriarch frowned and thought for a moment. He couldn't help but admit that it made sense. He said that it would probably be better this way. Heng Qian was stubbornly unwilling to accept the loss of the money because that would damage their reputation. The old man said the damage was too great. He had already calculated everything, and the family had no choice but to admit defeat. Heng Qian was angry, but he couldn't go against his father's decision. The business center of the metropolis. Lucian and Zhu were sitting at a table in the corner. They were enjoying the wine. Liu Tian asked Deputy Zhu how Wolf was doing. Zhu assured the man that everything had been ready for a long time, and all that was needed was a wave, and asked his partner if he was sure, since this was about murder. Liu Tian shouted that Ye Wuqian had destroyed them and taken away everything, and even if he died 1,000 times, it would still not be enough. He smirked and added that he had done his own investigation. There was no one behind Utian, and they wouldn't grieve for him too much. Tianqin residential area. Uchan lay on the couch and watched the news. He was pleased that even the Yi family had been forced to retreat in front of the maddened mob and surrender. Chung Kexin asked Ye what price he would sell his medicine for, since it was time to put a price tag on it. Wu Tian lazily raised his index finger and said 100,000. The girl was very surprised and cried out that 100,000 yuan for one pill was too expensive and no one would buy. Wu Tian replied that plastic surgery in country H costs many times more. Especially if he didn't produce pills for the mass market, the price would be at least 300,000 yuan. Chung pointed out that even at a price of 100,000, it would be difficult to sell in large quantities, and many people would not be able to afford it. She suggested lowering the price. He replied that he had already taken care of this and deliberately weakened the medicine by categorizing the pills by quality into 3 categories. The lowest category medicines will have a price tag of 29,999 yuan. The medium quality medicine will go for 69,999. As for the maximum effect, this pill will be sold at an exclusive price of 99,999 yuan. Chung said it was up to Wu Tian, since he was in charge, and asked when Ye planned to start production. The young man asked her not to hurry, as they would still have time to do it. Chung said that after their conference and the riots in the city, the popularity of Qingchengshan medicines skyrocketed. She remarked that they could already be making a profit. Yuchen slowly enjoyed his coffee and scrutinized the reports. He replied that the reason was very simple, it would be safer that way. Chung agreed that it would indeed be difficult for them with their current capabilities to guarantee production security, and the great families would not be left out. Kexin thought sadly that they had nothing to oppose these giants. Uchan seemed to sense her uncertainty and squeezed her hand tightly. Ye assured Chung that he would keep his promise and elevate Kexin to the top of her own financial empire. He asked her to just trust him. The girl shyly countered that she didn't need fame and fortune. She just wanted to help Yushin, that's all. The young man recalled that she lost her company because of him, and wasn't afraid to say no to Yi's family. Wu Tian said that he wouldn't just let it go. Chung replied that she just didn't want to be indebted to Ye's family. Besides, she doesn't like others prying into her personal life. It only took a simple glance at Kexin for her to get embarrassed and blush again. Their lips reached for each other, and Chung caught herself thinking she couldn't say a word again. At the most crucial moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Kexin immediately pushed the young man away and said that he needed to open the door quickly. Smiling, she waved her hand at E and said she was going to bed. Wu-Tian was very displeased with the uninvited guests and was angry that they could have come later. As he approached the door, the young man indignantly asked who had come. Wang Fengxi was standing outside the door. She told me that her aunt had been admitted to the hospital and tearfully asked to see what was wrong with her. Yu-Chen asked how pretty her aunt was. Fancy grabbed his arm and dragged him behind her, saying she was not in the mood for jokes and promised to pay all expenses. E asked to let him get ready. The journalist didn't listen to him, and in a minute they were both in Fancy's car. The girl burst from her seat, scaring away the gawkers standing nearby. Yu-Tian asked them not to go so fast or they might need medical attention themselves. Fancy assured E that he needn't worry. The car she drives is better than it looks. Wu-Tian thought doomedly that he would help Fancy one last time, especially since he owed her for her help with the promotion of the company, and he had recently asked her for help himself. The car shook violently, and Yu-Chen was torn from his thoughts. The heavy impact caused the car to skid, and Wang Fengxi barely managed to straighten it out. Looking in the rearview mirror, she saw a truck catching up to them. Wu-Chen started screaming that truck had rammed them on purpose and was shouting for Fancy to go faster. Fancy squealed back that she was already going the speed limit, and asked Duckling what was even going on and why the truck was chasing them. E shouted that he didn't know, and clarified if the journalist had any enemies. Fancy replied that he shouldn't judge people by himself, only he could have many enemies. Yu-Tian thought that Fancy was unlikely to have mortal enemies, despite her noxious nature. The only question was whether it was hunting him or drunken driving. Suddenly the journalist's car skidded and the truck hit her at speed. From the violent side impact, the car flew into the air, losing parts along the way. Fancy's car flipped in the air and landed on its roof with a clang. Yu-Tian tried to get out of the car and complained about the hard landing. He said his eyes went black. The journalist was unconscious and the young man asked if she was unharmed. Wu-Tian unclipped his seatbelt, putting his hand under his head beforehand to avoid breaking his neck. With a lurch, he got out of his seat and climbed over to Wang Fengxi. Unbuckling the journalist and putting his arms around her neck, Yu-Tian reached for the door. He tried to kick the door with his foot several times, but E was unsuccessful. No amount of shouting helped. Wu-Tian realized that the door was jammed and there was no way out. Seeing movement in the car, the truck turned around and drove straight at him. In my side mirror, I saw the same truck. He was picking up speed and was getting closer by the minute. Yu-Tian realized that he was no longer going to make it out in time, and prepared for the worst. The truck slammed into the car, turning it around once more. The glass fell in different directions. The driver in the dark glasses cheerfully told himself that the deed was done. The blue car gave no sign of life, and the truck slowly drove on. Meanwhile, in Dongcheng's business district, Zhu and Lucian realized that things had not gone according to plan. Zhu walked in circles around the room and wrung his hands, asking what to do now. Lucian replied that they shouldn't panic right now. If they lost their composure, then things would be very bad indeed. Zhu shouted that because the executor was only ordered to run over Wu-Tian, and the daughter of the city's mayor was also there. So now they were definitely finished. Lucian asked if he had been able to contact Wolf. Zhu replied that his phone was constantly off, and then a hunch struck him. The man said that so far they have kept a conspiracy and no outsiders have been involved. Thus, they have only one weak link. Zhu thought about it and said that it should work. But after all, Wild Wolf is ex-military, and he doubts that he would be easy to deal with. Lucian assured him that they would not go straight ahead. They would have to be more cunning. Dongcheng Central Hospital. Yu-Tian suffered a head injury and slept for some time. Finally, he regained consciousness and opened his eyes. The young man asked in a sluggish voice where he was. It turned out that his arm was also broken. It was in a cast. Chung was sitting on the cot next to Wu-Tian. Kexin joyfully rushed over to him and cried out that the young man had finally woken up. She was very worried about his health. He managed to sit up on the bed and he asked glumly how long he'd been unconscious and what was wrong with Fancy. Chung said that it has been 2 days. As for Wang Fengxi, the girl has suffered more and has multiple leg fractures. Kexin said that there was an accident involving several cars. It happened very quickly, and they arrived at the scene when it was already over. Wu-Tian then managed to carry Wang Fengxi out of the overturned car. Fortunately, there was no damage to her head. It could have been much worse. Chung assured the young man that this time very high-ranking people were interested in the investigation, so the culprit would soon be figured out and caught. Wu-Tian thought that it was very strange to make an attempt on the life of the mayor of Dongcheng City in his own city. He apologized to Chung for making her worry and suggested that the girl go see Wang Fengxi. Kaysen helped him up, and soon they were outside room number 503. Fancy had both her legs in a cast. She grumbled that Wu-Tian had finally come to see her. The young man reproached her that they had never gotten to her aunt, but had gone to the hospital themselves. Wang Fengxi unhappily replied that he always has a bunch of killers or an accident, and every time it happens when she meets E, she is already sick of it. Wu-Tian smirked and asked why she was blaming him. Maybe the journalist's own enemies had done their best in this case. Fancy shouted that he must help her. The doctor said the girl had a month to lie down, but she had a lot of material unprinted. People would go crazy without her news. The journalist smiled and told Wu-Tian that he could heal her legs faster, right? Wu-Tian asked me to tell him who the coolest guy in the world is, and then would do her a favor and cure her. Fancy grabbed his hand, winked, and exclaimed that he was Wu-Tian. After all, he is the coolest, most awesome, nicest, most stylish and wonderful person in the world. The young man was satisfied with the praise and said she had her tongue set just right. The journalist showed him her tongue and said she almost choked while she was saying all that, so it was about time to start a quick healing. This scene made even Chung laugh. She smiled and thought that Wu-Tian had almost died, but was already teasing the people around him. Suddenly the chamber door swung open. Zhang Xiaomei ran into the room. She shouted that she had heard that he had regained consciousness, and asked how he was feeling. Kexin looked at Ye anxiously. He sensed it and couldn't say a word, only thinking that it was an awkward situation. Wu-Tian asked Chung what was wrong and why she was looking at him like that. Embodying innocence, the young man added that he had done nothing to be ashamed of, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Wu-Tian thanked Captain Zhang for her concern and asked if she had managed to find out anything about those behind the incident. Xiaomei said that nothing is known yet, but they promised to catch the culprit as soon as possible. Zhang was very unhappy with the young man's behavior. He usually tried to flirt with her every chance he got, but in Chung's presence, he immediately clenched his hands. Wu-Tian tilted his head slightly to avoid looking her in the eye and thanked Zhang. He said he had no doubts about the quick capture of the culprit. However, Xiaomei quickly pulled herself together. Now she needed to close the case as soon as possible. They would surely be pressured from above. She asked the young man to describe the culprit. Xiaomei thought that the evidence collected at the accident scene showed that Wu-Tian had saved the journalist's life. She was glad to see Ye acting like a man once in a while. Wu-Tian replied that the intruder was wearing a cap and sunglasses, but he's not sure how the police would benefit from that data. Just then, Situ Wei rushed into the room and asked how Ye was feeling. Sita was the only thing Utanu needed here. She hugged him and said that Ye was fine on his feet. Fancy wondered how many mistresses this duckling could have. Wei affectionately asked if Yi was hurting anywhere. She said that all it took was one word, and her little sister would take care of him. Cheng was finally fed up with this, and she wedged herself between Wu-Tian and Situ. Kexin blocked Wei's path and pushed her back, marking her territory. She looked firmly at her rival. Sith had to look away. Dongcheng's Central Hospital. Chung thanked Madame Situ for showing concern for Ye Wu-Tian's health. Wei explained that Kexin misunderstood her. Wu-Tian is her dear brother. She said resentfully that the little sister was just worried about her little brother. Nothing wrong with that. Kexin turned to Wu-Tian and demanded clarification. The young man hesitated and said that he and Wei were just acquaintances and nothing more. Zhang Xiaomei asked Situ Wei why he had actually come. Situ replied that she didn't have to report to her every time she wanted to check on someone in the hospital and asked if the police had found the killer. Zhang bowed her head and replied that they were working on it. Situ pulled out her phone and dialed the number she needed. Calling the caller Uncle Lee, she said that Wu-Tian was her friend, and she would really appreciate it if they caught the culprit as soon as possible. Zhang immediately thought that she was referring to Uncle Lee as the head of Shu's police department. Situ replied into the phone that he is not her boyfriend. He and Wu-Tian are just friends. Kexin and Xiaomei frowned. They seemed to be experiencing the same feelings. They looked at Wu-Tian at the same time and thought that Situ was only adding fuel to the fire. The door rattled open. Sitsi appeared on the doorstep and shouted that the pervert had finally woken up. She asked how he was feeling. Everyone present froze. Another girl came to Wu-Tian's side. Yi asked Mrs. Ning not to call him a pervert, at least today. He thanked her for the visit and asked her to tell Ping that he would visit him in the next few days. She said resentfully that Grandpa had nothing to do with it, and she had only come because she wanted to visit him herself. Wu-Chun smirked and reminded Sitsi that she hated him. He couldn't figure out what the girl was up to this time. Asiki folded her hands behind her back and said quietly, "Used to annoy her a lot, it's true. But things have changed a bit now, and she herself doesn't know." Sitsi blushed and reminded Wu-Tian that he himself had promised to take her as his wife, and now she didn't know what to think. Wu-Tian turned white and reproached himself for not keeping his mouth shut. He blanched and told Chiki that everything in his life was very complicated. All the girls reacted differently to the new fling. Chung asked Ye if he really liked Chiki that much. Wei smirked and said that Wu-Tian was in his repertoire. Wang Fangxi told Ye that he was really a scoundrel. Zhang Xiaomei vindictively told Wu-Tian that it was his own fault, that what you sow is what you reap. Wu-Tian felt like a hunted beast and asked why everyone was against him. Sitsi quickly extricated herself from the situation and said that her grandfather had gotten the Defense Department involved in finding the perpetrator and asked if she would pass on anything to him in return. Xiaomei wondered, since when the Ministry of Defense was involved in assassination attempts on civilians, and concluded that the intruder would definitely be taken now. Yuchen was pleased that they had changed the subject and asked him to convey his thanks to the old man. Someone's heels clattered quickly down the corridor. Ouyang Xinyue appeared in the open door. Wutian realized that things were very bad. It was hard for him to turn away before, but with Xinyue's appearance, he was definitely finished. While Wutian was looking at Xinyue with tension, feverishly coming up with a new excuse on the fly, Chung revealed that Mrs. Ouyang had visited him twice while he was unconscious. She added that Xinyue did absolutely nothing, just standing there and silently looking at the young man. She was very worried about him. After waiting for her turn, Ouyang Xinyue walked over to Wutian. She looked at him with a sad gaze. Xinyue asked the young man if he was doing well. Uchan was a little shocked at the crowd of girls he knew, and so he didn't answer her right away. Yi thanked her for worrying about him. Xinyue replied that he didn't have to worry. The girl had already sent someone to deal with what had happened, so they would catch the intruder soon. Ouyang Xinyue winked at Wutian, smiled, and waved goodbye. The girl said she had to go. If Wutian needed help, he knew who to call. With a proud gait, Xinyue left the room. The young man thought that it had been a long time, but he still didn't know how to behave with this woman. Situwei moved closer to Wutian and whispered in his ear that Brother Ye cared for Xinyue. Wutian replied to the girl that she herself had not forgotten him. Situ blushed and smiled shyly. She readily confirmed his words and said that she was always ready to take care of Uchian. Wei smiled slyly at Kexin and said that her little brother was a prankster. Cheng smirked back at her and said she trusted Wutian. He would still be her soulmate. Uchin put his hand to his chin with a frown. He gloomily watched the girls, who had returned to the subject of marriage and were already in charge of his future life. Footsteps rumbled in the hospital corridor. Someone was running quickly down the corridor. Another pair of boots appeared on the threshold. It was Wu Tianye's sister, Fei Qiao. She was the only one in the family who loved her brother fiercely and trusted everything he did. She came running as soon as she heard that he had woken up. Fei Qiao threw herself into Wu Tian's arms and asked what happened to his arm. The girl was very worried about her brother and wanted to make sure he wasn't badly hurt. Zhang Xiaomei was quite surprised to see Fei Qiao. She asked Cheng if Wu Tian couldn't establish a relationship with her family. Kexin replied that she doubted it very much. Uchian rudely pushed the girl away and asked why she had come. The young man said that he didn't need the Ye family's help. Fei could go and give them these words. The girl from Smiling instantly turned into a confused girl. She couldn't understand why Wutian had insulted her, right in the middle of nowhere. Fei Qiao couldn't hold back her tears. She was very hurt. Through her sobs, she could barely say that she had come on her own, and the Ye family had absolutely nothing to do with it. Wuchen recoiled from her and coldly said that in that case he thanked the girl. Her mission was over, and Fei could go home. The girl's face flushed with tears. She cried out that Wutian had always been her only brother, despite everything that had happened between her and the Yi family. Zhang Xiaomei gently took the sobbing girl by the shoulder and asked Wuchen why he had driven his little sister to tears. Xiaomei tried to comfort Fei Qiao and said that she shouldn't pay attention to this insensitive jerk. After all, he absolutely acts like this with everyone. Wuchen heard him being accused of being selfish. Zhang was telling the girl that he was an ungrateful chump and turned his back on people. That got him on edge. Suddenly, Shiki's and Situwei's phones rang at the same time. Shiki snatched the phone from her pocket with lightning speed. Situ, on the other hand, wouldn't even let go of her phone. After quickly talking to the caller, Sitsi became more serious and promised to be there soon. Situwei's conversation was even shorter. The girl told her interlocutor that she was on her way out. Her face also changed and took on strong-willed features. Simultaneously finishing their conversation, the girls reported to everyone else in the room that the interested parties had found the suspect. At this time, only Waner, an ordinary student with no special connections, was unaware of Yewuqian's incident. She was absorbed in her studies. Clear day, a large yellow 3-story country villa with a spacious garage. This is where the conspirators of the crime met. On one side of the table sat Wild Wolf, the truck driver. Across from him sat Ju and his partner. They were enjoying wine and delicacies from the best restaurant in town. The two companions raised their glasses filled to the top. They invited the assassin to join the toast and drink to success with them. The wolf looked at them sullenly. He advised his friends not to shy away from the conversation. The broad-shouldered bandit was interested in the rest of his fee. Ju smiled and assured him that the money had been ready for a long time and it wouldn't be a matter of that. He suggested celebrating the completion of the work first. Wang confirmed that everything was fine. Grabbing a small piece of meat with his fork, Wolf asked for another 5 million on top. After all, he hadn't been warned that the client had such great connections. Zhu couldn't take it anymore and shouted that they couldn't put 5 million on the table because he didn't print money. It was his own fault for not investigating the matter to the end. The mercenary jammed the fork he'd freed from his meal into the tablecloth at the edge of the table. His muscles tensed, his face flushed with anger. The assassin demonstrated a fork in his clenched fist, which bent in several places. He grinned wickedly and said he was professional enough to kill Ju. Ju turned pale and instantly backtracked. He said that they didn't have that kind of money with them. The 5 million would only be ready in a few days. Wolf thought that Ju had a pretty good tongue. He said through gritted teeth that Ju shouldn't even think of trying to deceive him. The mercenary got up from the table and told his partners that he was only giving them 1 day. Either he gets his money tomorrow, or both of them go straight to the graveyard. Ju nodded contentedly and said that they had agreed, and he would bring Wolf his honestly earned reward himself tomorrow, but now he offered to have a drink. Killer didn't like it, and asked Ju why he was so insistent on getting him drunk. Ju waved his hands and said that it was just that they had prepared this whole dinner especially for him. The wolf turned his back and threw them over his shoulder angrily that they could gobble their own dinner. Suddenly a terrible pain seized him. The mercenary knelt down and started spitting blood. Unable to speak, he whispered that they had decided to poison him. Ju shouted that they had absolutely nothing to do with it. The mercenary grabbed a cleaver from his belt and shouted that he would take them to the grave with him. Ju started to run away, calling for help. But Wolf's special training had paid off. He caught up to Ju in one leap and stabbed him in the back. Ju almost choked on his blood. In a minute, he was already lying breathless on the floor. Pulling the knife from the body, Wolf told the man that it was his turn. He could barely stand on his own 2 feet, but he had to avenge himself. Van squealed that he would pay the mercenary every last dollar. Perhaps there had just been a misunderstanding. He grabbed a heavy wooden chair as his last hope and threw it at the mercenary, screaming at him to stay away. Van closed his eyes in fear, but nothing was happening. He realized he had hit the mercenary with a chair and he went down. The man rejoiced and told the wolf that he was barely on his feet, which meant that the poison had worked after all. Van grabbed a chair and hit the mercenary in the head with all his might, wishing him dead. The wolf smirked and told him he'd better kill him, or he'd get up and finish off his attacker. The man swung around again and shouted that he could laugh all he wanted. There was nothing he could do about it anyway. He roused the mercenary and invited him to stand up and fight, calling him a bald puppy. The wolf was already barely on his knees. It seemed that nothing could save him. And then he noticed the glint of a knife 1/2 meter away from him. From his last strength, the mercenary made a dash, and he managed to reach for the murderous steel. At the same moment, Wang attacked him. Wolf quickly swung the knife in his direction. This was very unexpected for Ju's partner. The glint of the blade reflected in his glasses. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and something whistled through the air. The man watched with frightened eyes. The mercenary watched his agony patiently and cheered. The mercenary dropped the phone from his hands from the sharp pain, and it softened the blow. The knife had stabbed Van just above the knee, and he was now squirming in pain under the wall. The mercenary was a little short of strength and fell to the floor immediately. As it turned out, Situ threw her phone at his back and knocked him unconscious. Wu Tian now understood why Situ didn't need guards, and was surprised that she was proficient in martial arts. Shiki frowned, thinking that even she couldn't throw a cell phone instead of a knife. It turned out that Situ hid her abilities well. Wai got embarrassed and said that she was just a weak woman and there was nothing wrong with learning a couple of self-defense techniques. Uchan entered the room and looked around for signs of the carnage. There was broken glass everywhere. Fei Qiao shrank back in fear, and Chang pressed her to her side, asking her to turn away and forget everything she had seen. Zhang Xiaomei examined Wild Wolf and said that he had no pulse. The man yelled and asked Captain Zhang to help him. He yelled that he was in a lot of pain. Wu Tian smirked. He recognized Manager Zhu and asked what happened to Liu Tian. Zhu started begging for Ye Wu Tian to call an ambulance. He doesn't want to die. Wu Tian stepped on the knife and drove it even deeper into Zhu's leg. That one howled like a wild, wounded animal. Wu Tian assured Zhu that he would not let him die, even if the man wanted it badly. Xiaomei ran up to Wu Tian and demanded that the bullying stop. She said that at this rate, he would soon be behind bars himself. Wu Tian said that wouldn't do. After all, he was the reason he and Fancy were barely alive, and he had every right to blow off a little steam. Zhang shouted that he should stop. Zhu wouldn't get away with retribution as it was. Wu Tian turned to Shiki and Situ Wei and said that he would owe that girl who would hold Zhang Xiaomei back. They both grinned happily and readily complied with the young man's request. Zhang was held by her arms, and all she could do was scream that she was a police officer, and Wu Tian should be a law-abiding citizen once in a while. He scornfully replied that a law-abiding citizen in his place would have died at least a dozen times over. He approached Manager Zhu and asked him what would happen if he pulled the knife out of his leg. Wu Tian suggested that a small geyser would come out. Zhu shouted that it was all Wang Lucian's fault. He himself had nothing to do with it. Zhang Xiaomei was finally released. She squatted down beside Zhu and called an ambulance for the badly injured man. Wu Tian put down his folding knife and said that they were done here. Captain Zhang could handle the rest. Cheng assured Fei Chao that everything would be fine and offered to drive her home. Siki told Yuchen that he owes him a debt now and he must not forget it. Situe looked at her opponent unhappily. She told Yuchen that she sacrificed a lot for him. Even the phone can be thrown in the trash. He can't pretend it never happened. The young man asked what kind of phone she had and said he would buy a new one later. He asked if it would hurt Situ's reputation if she followed him around, since she was from a powerful family. Wei replied that she wanted to choose a new phone with him. She smiled vindictively and said that others would yet see what diamond she had found. The next day, Wutian and Wei visited a cell phone store. One model caught Sita's eye, and she said with a smile that he seemed fine, just right for couples. Wuxian asked Wei how she got such knowledge of martial arts. She replied evasively that she was not just a member of Situ's wealthy family, but also had some connections. It was better not to ask Yutenya what kind of connections. Situe asked Wutian to give her the phone. He complied with her request and asked why the girl wanted his phone. Situ swiped some kind of object on his phone. After that, she threw him away. Wutian was shocked. The girl walked over to the display case and picked out two couples' phones. Wutian was perplexed as to why Wei had thrown away her phone and what had gotten into her. Situ gave him the new phone and asked him to accept as a token of her favor. Wei added that it was from the bottom of his heart, so he couldn't refuse. Wuchen said that it didn't need to be done. That phone was also a gift from Chung Kexin. Situ said it's already his problem. He should only use this phone. Wei added that his life will be in constant danger when the medicine goes on sale. Situ's family can keep him safe for 40% of the profits. Yuchen replied that for that kind of money, he would get a Defense Department guarantee, and he didn't need Situ. Wei reminded him that she had helped him out many times, and now she was asking him to return the favor. If it was just a matter of price, they could bargain. Uchan replied that it wasn't about money at all. He doesn't want to share it with anyone. Suddenly, the young man's cell phone rang. It was Ouyang Xinyue. She told him about an opportunity. Situ immediately lit up and asked what the opportunity was. She said she wanted to participate. Wutian grudgingly told Wei that she was already all over the place. If the girl wanted it so badly, they could go together. After a while, they arrived at the Ouyang family's large mansion. Xinyue greeted the arriving guests and looked at Wei with dislike. Situ asked if Xinyue was offended by the uninvited guest. The girl replied that it was fine, but she wouldn't be able to pay much attention to Miss Situ. Wei said goodbye with a smile and stated that she had actually just dropped Ye Wutian off. Frowning, Situe wondered what Xinyue might be up to. She slammed the front door with all her might in protest. Xinyue wasn't the least bit embarrassed by this, and she motioned for Ye to go upstairs in an even voice. They went into the bedroom. Ouyang Anan was lying on a large double bed. Xinyue warned that her uncle and the others wouldn't let anyone in to see her grandfather, and they only had an hour to spare. After taking a quick look at the patient, Wutian noticed that his muscles had already started to atrophy. He concentrated and began preparing for the ancient technique. Wuchen applied pinpoint strikes to the appropriate nodes. That should have helped. Wuchen was afraid of hurting the patient and was now a bit anxious. Waiting for the result, half an hour passed. Wutian told Xinyue that the massage was only the first stage of treatment, and he needed more time. He gave the girl instructions for the next 2 weeks. The young man said he would have to come again afterward. Xinyue was pleased that Grandpa had a chance to wake up. Wutian was so tired and nervous that he had to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Xinyue did that for him with her handkerchief. She thanked him profusely. Wutian was embarrassed and told himself that this massage was definitely worth the effort. He told Xinyue that Grandpa couldn't take any other medicine, or else all the healing effect would be lost. The girl asked if Wutian had been able to find out anything more about the assassination attempt. The young man replied that someone had poisoned him. This poison causes damage to internal organs, triggering their accelerated aging. Xinyue asked if it was possible to prove it somehow. Wutian replied that it could. He clarified whether the girl herself was ready for the evidence to lead her to the Ouyang family. Ouyang Xinyue froze for a moment, weighing the pros and cons of such an investigation. Lifting her head up, she exclaimed that she wasn't intimidated by this and was ready to learn the truth. Uchin said he would take a blood test from Anan in that case. The result would be ready in a couple of days. Suddenly, someone behind his back laughed and said that he didn't expect Wutian to sneak in for a date with Xinyue. It was Zhenren. He brought Xianyu and some policemen with him. Zhenren said that the lovebirds had chosen an inappropriate place to coup. Zhenren looked at his niece. She turned pale. Hiding the girl behind his back, Wutian said that in such matters, the most important thing is not where, but with whom. Zhenren laughed and said that he had nothing to be embarrassed about, and an old man like himself would only be envious. Wutian looked at him carefully and said that he could give him 10 years off if he was interested. Zhenren was surprised that the young man could do such a thing. Xinyue couldn't understand what Wutian was up to this time. Wutian explained that if someone could create a drug that could age a person, he could perform the reverse operation. Zhenren asked what he was implying. The young man replied that some people have very little conscience. Even the last mongrel would not bite its own parent. The girl smiled and noted to herself that Yu-tian could scratch his tongue. Genrin squealed, wondering if Xinyu had brought him here. The girl replied that she had asked Wuqian to examine the patriarch. Genrin called her rudely and yelled that no one enters the room without his permission. Xinyu replied that she was just very worried about her grandfather. The uncle kept yelling that they were all worried, but it was no use. He was still in a coma. And until Anan gets better, he is the head of the family. Changing his tone, Genrin said, Anan is already at an advanced age. Dr. Zhang is doing his best, and no one should interfere with his treatment. Xinyu realized that it was Dr. Zhang who had poisoned Grandpa, if Wuqian's guess was correct. Wuqian smirked and thought that Genrin wasn't watching his words at all. He asked the man why he was suddenly so agitated, and if he was hiding something from everyone. Genrin got angry and asked why he even cared. Wuqian replied that he was just an ordinary guy who didn't like things like cruelty and ingratitude. The young man added that he has no patience for the types who go easy on their heads. This finally pissed Genrin off, and he ordered Wuqian out the door immediately. The bodyguards immediately rushed towards Wuqian. Xinyu stepped forward and hid Wuqian at her back. She ordered the guards not to touch the young man. He was her friend. Xianyu mockingly said that the girl and Wuqian just started dating and Xinyu is already covering him with her breasts. This is how they can gain power over the Ouyang family. Xinyu shouted that Ouyang Xianyu was not concerned with her personal matters. Xianyu was angry that the girl raised her voice at him and swung around. The girl instinctively recoiled to the side in fear. Genrin's bodyguards were surprised. Everything happened very quickly. Wuqian suddenly intercepted Xianyu's hand and clasped it. He shrieked that Xinyu was doing everything for his grandfather, and he had no right to slander his sister. Xianyu indignantly turned to the guards and asked why they were staring. One of the policemen said that there was something wrong with his arm. Xianyu looked at his hand. It was covered in red spots and nodules appeared on the back of his hand. The young man was frightened and asked what Wuqian had done to his hand. Xianyu yelled and demanded that a doctor be called soon. Wuqian began to quietly back away, and Xianyu demanded that he stop. He roared that Wuqian had poisoned him, and told his father that the young man should give him the antidote as soon as possible. Genrin ordered him to shut up and told him that Xianyu had messed up enough as it was. He bowed his head to the couple and apologized for his son and what he was trying to do. Genrin begged for Xianyu's forgiveness. Wuqian disdainfully said, even the temporary head of the Ouyang family himself bows to him. Unfortunately, there is nothing he can do. Wuqian stated that he really disliked Xianyu and that said it all. Genrin exclaimed and asked what the young man wanted then. Wuqian demanded Xianyu to fall on his knees in front of Xinyu and apologize in person. Otherwise he might lose his hand. Genrin stated that the young man had forced him himself, and now Wuqian would not be able to leave this house. The bodyguards drew their weapons. They quickly surrounded the young man in a tight ring and pointed their pistols at him. Xinyu blocked Wuqian once again with her body and shouted for them not to even think of messing with him. Wuqian said that he directly felt important and said that Xianyu had less than an hour left. Then the blood poisoning would start. Xianyu wailed for Ye to give him the antidote, or else he wouldn't get out of here alive. Genrin said that Xianyu would rather lose one arm than his life. Besides, Xianyu is not his only son. Wuqian stated that he had been visiting Situ before visiting Ouyang. If he died, Situ would get the recipe for his Qingchengshan pills from Chengkexin, and then the Ouyang family would be finished. The bodyguard whispered in Genrin's ear that Situ had indeed come with Wuqian today. Genrin thought with annoyance that without Anan, their family wouldn't be able to resist Situ, especially if they had the recipe to make Qingchengshan pills. Wuqian looked at Xianyu and gloatingly asked him if he had thought it over. The man yelled that he didn't want to become an invalid. Genrin tried to feign a smile and said they were just joking. He ordered the guards to put away their weapons and said the joke had gone too far. Genrin explained that his son couldn't bow to Xinyu. The family structure would be disrupted, and asked to settle on something else. Wuqian laughed and said that so-and-so would agree to relent if no outsider came into the room with Anan for 3 months. Genrin happily agreed that for those 3 months, Xinyu would take care of Grandpa by herself. Wuqian carelessly tossed an envelope of powder to one of the bodyguards. He said that all he had to do was apply it to his hand, and it would go away. Wuqian and Genrin said goodbye. The man smirked and asked him to stop by for a visit. Xianyu began to protest that they couldn't just let Wuqian go after all the humiliation. Genrin looked at him glumly. He urgently needed to take out his anger on someone. He kicked his son in the face with all his might. He immediately fell to the floor. Genrin started shouting that it was because of him that the whole mess had been started. His father kept beating Xianyu and asked why he was such a useless dumbass. Wuqian and Xinyu stood outside the gates of the mansion. Wuqian sat down on the pavement in relief and admitted that he had already mentally said goodbye to his life. Xinyu asked if he hadn't made arrangements with Situ and Chengkexin beforehand. Uchin replied tiredly that he was a doctor, not a seer, and was just bluffing. He was just lucky that Genrin had believed him and not buried him right there. Xinyue realized that all her guesses about Wei and Wuqian's connection were false. The girl immediately threw herself joyfully around the young man's neck. Xinyue apologized, because she didn't think it would be so dangerous. Wuqian said that he was the one who should apologize, because he was the reason Xinyue was in trouble with her family. And so they sat, Wuqian on the pavement and Xinyue hugging him around the neck and kneeling on his knees. 5 minutes passed. They hugged each other in silence, taking advantage of the rare moment. Even after 10 minutes, their bodies remained in the same pose. Finally, Xinyue couldn't stand it any longer and asked how long Wuqian would keep her. The young man replied that it would be another hour and a half. Seizing the rare chance, Wuqian furtively lowered his hand from his back and moved lower. Xinyue's eyes immediately changed in surprise. She instantly recoiled and cried out, wondering why Wuqian was getting so handsy. He joked that he was just checking to see if she had lost weight, and everything seemed fine. Xinyue glared angrily at him and demanded that he keep his hands to himself from now on. Wuqian said he would be in touch and asked her not to ignore his calls anymore. The girl didn't answer him anything and waved her hand from behind. Wang Fangxi exclaimed that there was no need to touch her there. She blushed and said she was very ticklish. Wuqian was afraid that Chang would hear them, so he asked the reporter if it was necessary to make all those provocative noises, since he was just treating her feet. The journalist said she was really ticklish and couldn't help herself. Wuqian said it was nothing, and ordered the girl to lie still, or she would learn to walk on her hands for the rest of her life. The young man looked at Wang Fangxi's long legs and found them very even attractive. The journalist immediately noticed his lustful gaze, and regretfully noted that she had to get to her feet quickly. Otherwise, Wuqian would have flown off the bed by now. The young man said he applied the ointment. She should not get her feet wet and try to walk for at least 1 week. The journalist asked how she should then take a shower. Duckling readily volunteered to help her and said he was good at back soaping. Fancy immediately kicked him with her foot and shouted out that the attempt counted. Unfortunately, from the blow, the journalist moved something on her leg and a crunch was heard. Wang Fangxi grimaced in pain, and Wuqian rebuked the girl for asking her not to move unnecessarily. She shrieked that a week was too long and asked if the great doctor couldn't cut it down a couple more days. Wuqian asked her not to flatter her. It was a bad influence on him. The young man asked her where she got her harmfulness from. Fancy confessed that he had taught her everything. Wuqian said he was joking, and actually 3 days should be enough. The journalist happily threw herself on his neck and said that she suspected him of lying. She was very pleased that she would soon be back on her feet. A voice was heard outside the chamber door. The mayor of the city wondered what had amused his daughter. He opened the door and asked to tell his father so he could laugh himself. Wang Fangxi excitedly asked him what he was doing here. Wuqian didn't expect to see the mayor of Dongcheng City in the hospital either. The mayor asked the reporter to introduce her boyfriend. Fancy objected that Wuqian was only an attending physician. The mayor laughed and said that was fine too, and could help reduce medical expenses. Wang Fangxi blushed and exclaimed that there was nothing between them, and she was being serious. The mayor noted that his daughter had always had a feisty temper, and this was the first time he had seen her embarrassed. The mayor asked the young man to introduce himself. Wuqian introduced himself to Secretary Wang and gave him a polite handshake. Wang's face immediately changed. He realized that this young man was the creator of the pill. He looked at Wuqian and studied him, but simply ignored the young man's outstretched hand. Wuqian became angry. He didn't realize that he disliked the mayor so much. Wuqian thought that the mayor was a very petty person. Wang Fangxi noticed the tense moment and tried to ask what was going on, but the mayor asked her to stay out of other people's conversation. The mayor thanked Wuqian for saving his daughter and suggested we have dinner together sometime. The young man replied that Wang was a very busy man and he dared not distract him from his duties. Waving goodbye, Wuqian slammed the door and walked out. Fancy asked why his father had provoked him so, for the young man had done him no wrong. Secretary Wang asked what her feelings were for the young man. The journalist replied that it wasn't like that at all and he just did a lot for her. Now Wuqian took up the task of quickly healing her legs. Wang replied that it wasn't that simple. He knew a lot about Wuqian, so he had his own reasons for doing this to him. Wuqian walked down the hospital corridor and pondered why the mayor needed to insult him. The phone vibrated, notifying me of a new message delivered. The letter was from Wang Fangxi. She apologized for her father's behavior. Wuqian told himself that the girl was already embarrassed enough to be present, and she was also apologizing for her father. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door of the ward. Someone was shouting at the top of their lungs and threatening to kill Ye Wuqian by all means. The young man carefully opened the ward door and peeked in. He needed to find out who he had displeased this time. Liu Fu was hysterical and threatening Wuqian, while his mother Luo Shenyu stood by his side. She asked the young man to calm down and sleep a little longer. Yudian opened the door fully and stepped into the room. Lo asked Dr. E why he had come. She said his prescription had helped and she would like to invite Wutian to dinner. Ye replied that he shouldn't do that and asked what was wrong with her son, why he was threatening to kill him. The woman said that he had heard him and asked Liu to give her a chance to start her life over. Wutian approached Liu and said he was jealous of him. He had a good mother. He asked why Liu was cursing him. Liu clearly didn't see him. He looked straight ahead and threatened the invisible Wutian that he would finish him off. Luo Shenyu exclaimed that here was Wutian. He was standing right in front of him. It was as if Liu had come out of hypnosis. His eyes changed slightly. Suddenly his vision returned to the real world for a second, and Liu saw his enemy. He immediately covered himself with his hands, not wanting to admit that Ushin was here, right next to him. Liu hugged the pillow and asked what Wutian was forgetting here and told him to leave. Shenyu took Wutian by the forearm and asked him not to take her son's words to heart. Wutian gently pushed her away and said that she didn't have to worry. He had his own head on his shoulders. Liu wailed for Wutian not to dare touch his mother and to leave the room altogether. Wutian approached him and asked if the guy was only going to yell at him. Liu wailed that not only was he going to yell, he was going to finish him off. He shouted that he hated Wutian and began to wish him death in various manifestations. Luo Shenyu couldn't take it anymore and slapped her hard. She shouted that she was done repeating the same thing. Liu started whimpering like a little child and asked how she could hit him in front of a stranger. His mother hugged him and whispered in his ear that the doctor was the only one who could help Liu. She just couldn't do otherwise. Liu got angry and pushed his mother aside. He shouted to Wutian that they are mortal enemies, and sooner or later Liu will definitely finish him off. And Ye's presence doesn't solve anything. Liu isn't afraid of him. Wutian smirked and said that he was about to check if Liu was afraid of him or not. He sprayed the powder directly into Liu's face, and the young man was as if in a trance. He couldn't see anything in front of him. Liu screamed that he was in a lot of pain and twirled around in different directions. The young man groaned and moaned. He clasped his head with his hands and started banging his head against the wall, still screaming in pain. Shenyu put her hand on his back and told him to stop because he would break his head. Wutian looked at Liu, and the mother began to plead with him to help her only son. Wutian turned aside, thought for a moment, and smirked. He pulled out a baggie and said it would stop the pain. Wutian said he wouldn't go to see them again. The young man added that the next time he hears threats against him, Liu will not get off that easy. He can't just ignore such threats. Wutian closed the door and thought he had gone too soft. He couldn't resist his mother's pleas. He thought of the proverb that said that what a man is on the outside is what he is on the inside. He thought proudly that a handsome man like him must have a good heart. Suddenly, screams and strange noises were heard outside the chamber door. Wutian immediately swung the door open and returned to the chamber. The window was broken by a nearby chair. The wind shook the curtains violently. Luo Shenyu sat on her knees by the window and wailed and oohed bitterly. Wutian couldn't believe his hunch, and asked if her son had jumped out of the window. Liu's fall caused many gawkers to appear. They urged each other to call for help and the police. Wutian looked out of the window and wondered why he had to freak out like that. Suddenly, Shenyu pushed him away from the window. She climbed out onto the windowsill and screamed that she had nothing more to live for. Wutian grabbed her shoulder. Lo lashed out and screamed that she had nothing more to live for. The young man said she needed to calm down and shoved a sleeping powder into her mouth. Tears came to Luo Shenyu's eyes. After a few seconds, she fell asleep. 10 minutes later, the poor mother was already lying on the couch and Wutian was testifying. He told Captain Zhang Xiaomei that this was exactly what happened. Ye had no idea that Liu would throw himself out of the window. The officer asked if Wutian had withheld anything from the investigation. Luo Shenyu finally woke up and began to perceive the world. She started screaming frantically that Wutian was a murderer and he had killed her son. The young man snapped back and yelled that he hadn't killed anyone, and she was just mad. Lo shouted that the police should not wait. Let them arrest Wutian and put him in jail. He should rot behind bars. Zhang ordered her men to handcuff Wutian. He stood quietly and waited, believing until the last minute that everything would turn out all right. Wutian shouted, whether Xiaomei was really going to handcuff him or not. Zhang looked at him and tears came to her eyes. But it was her duty, they would sort it out later. She told Wutian that he would be released quickly if he wasn't guilty of anything. Zhang asked Ye not to hold a grudge against her. The handcuffs on the young man's arms slammed shut and Lo was pleased with that. Wutian told Shenyu that she had no conscience at all, for she was guilty of everything herself. Luo indulged Liu in everything, which led him to commit suicide. She screamed that it didn't matter now. He had killed her son and would now pay for it with a prison sentence. News of Ye Wutian's murder hit the front pages almost faster than news of his pillory. All the major news outlets were competing to be the first to dig up as many details of the incident as possible. The yellow press also added fuel to the fire by inventing non-existent details of the case. Soon Chung Kexin arrived at the public security department. She assured the clerks that Yi could not have done it. He was not a murderer. Chung said that she had a lawyer with her and asked him to let them in. The lawyer replied that they could not go to Wutian. Chung immediately realized that something was wrong. Even a murder suspect is always allowed a lawyer. Zhang Xiaomei came to Department Director Xu and said that someone was trying to defame Wu Tian, and the longer it lasted, the worse it would get. Xu agreed that it was necessary to take things seriously and not worry about outside pressure. He promised that he would take care of it. Someone knocked on the door. Xu and Zhang turned their heads there at the same time. An officer entered the office and said he had brought the report the captain had asked him for. Xiaomei quickly looked over the case report and couldn't help herself. Seeing the evidence of Yu Tian's involvement, she reprimanded herself. Xiaomei reported to the commander that the situation was even worse than they thought. Ye Wu Tian's fingerprints were found on the body of the deceased. Xu asked the officer how much his report could be trusted. He assured him that he had checked everything personally. Xu thought for a moment. Ye Wu Tian claimed that he hadn't touched the deceased with a finger, but his fingerprints were found on the body, and it was on the wrist. The principal said he was clear and asked Xiaomei what she intended to do now. Zhang asked to question Luo Shenyu again. She assured that she would definitely dig up something. The Yi family mansion. Today there was a heated discussion about a wayward family member. Fei Qiao knelt at her grandfather's side and tearfully begged him to help Wu Tian. After all, he was his grandson. The patriarch of the Yi family ordered her to shut up and told her that it was Wu Tian's own fault. He was not worthy to be called his grandson and carry the Ye surname. Heng Qian grabbed the girl's hand so hard that she was frightened. He told Fei that Grandpa was right and Wu Tian was the blacksmith of his own misfortune. Ye Guang was happiest that they had tried to settle things amicably with Wu Tian, and now he had just gotten what he deserved. Fei Qiao was indignant. She didn't understand how they could make fun of her innocent brother. She roared and wanted to say something to her grandfather, but she couldn't. Someone placed a hand on her shoulder affectionately but imperiously. Fei immediately realized that it was Handong. She asked her father to talk to her grandfather. After all, if they didn't do anything, something bad might happen to her brother. Handong wanted to explain the complex intricacies of the family to her, but changed his mind. He put his arm around his daughter's shoulders and said they had better leave. Begging the others was useless. Guan exclaimed joyfully that finally the heavens were on their side and Wu Tian was finally finished. Heng Qian thoughtfully said that he was underestimating the enemy. As long as he had the secret of the medicine, there would always be someone to help him get out of prison. Guan exclaimed that it was impossible. He checked personally, and all the evidence points to Ye Wu Tian. The law would not be on his side. Heng Qian told his son that the law doesn't count. Only money decides everything in this world. There is a loophole in every law, and the more money there is, the wider the loophole. He added that it didn't matter which family would try to get him out. It could be Ouyang or Ning, but they will definitely get Uqiang out. At this time in the interrogation, Luo Shenyu pretended to be an innocent angel and shed a sea of tears. Without saying anything thick, she only repeated that Wu Tian was a murderer and had killed her poor boy. Zhang Xiaomei told her sternly that she was just fine, and the surveillance camera showed it. But as soon as the officer walked in, the woman burst into tears. Shenyu screamed that she had no right to say such a thing. After all, Lo had just lost her only son, and how could she not cry? Zhang condescendingly allowed her to cry further, and said that the police had waited for the autopsy results. Xiaomei said that according to the report, Liu had indeed died as a result of a fall from a great height, just as Shenyu had said. But now they are interested in the question of why there are no fingerprints on the young man's body if he pushed him out of the window. She looked questioningly at the woman, waiting for an answer. Shenyu said that there was some mistake, because she had seen with her own eyes how Wu Tian threw her son out of the window. Xiaomei smirked and asked why Luo had stopped sobbing. She looked at the woman with a gleeful smile. Xiaomei assumed that Luo was so interested in the autopsy results that she forgot about her pretense. Zhang Xiaomei smiled and asked Shenyu why she was silent. Shenyu whimpered again that someone wanted to let her son's death go unpunished. Zhang said they were done for the day and Luo could go. Xiaomei realized that she wouldn't find anything if Luo cried. Shenyu continued to roar and walked out of the interrogation room. Xiaomei told the officer on duty that Luo was hiding something and asked him to follow her. The officer stealthily went after Shenya. Xiaomei was glad that some progress was being made, and promised herself that she would get Ushin out of this mess. The officer on duty came running in and yelled that they were in trouble. Someone at the entrance was giving them trouble. Xiaomei turned pale and ordered to bring Wu Tian over now. Wu Tian was at this time trying to kick open the door of his den. He was angry that he'd been locked up for 10 hours, and he'd just recovered from the accident. After unsuccessfully trying to get out, Wu Tian sat down on the bed and began to think about who was behind all this and what they wanted. The young man resentfully thought that no one had visited him in these 10 hours, not even Chang, and it was too strange. The solitary door clicked, and it began to open slowly. Ouyang, Xinyue, and Xiaoman stood on the threshold. Wu Tian was happy to see this girl, but he was also a little angry with Chang. Xinyue asked the accompanying girl to wait for her outside. Wu Tian unhappily thanked her for the visit. He hoped in his heart that Kexen would be the first to arrive. Xinyue sat down next to him on the bed and asked how he was feeling. The young man replied that he was fine. Wu Tian asked if Xinyue thought the same as the others that he killed that guy. Xinyue closed her eyes and quietly mouthed that she thought he was innocent. Wu Tian was surprised at such warm concern for him and opened his eyes wide. He was ready to throw himself into Xinyue's arms and cry with happiness. Xinyue revealed that she had a hard time getting in, which was strange in itself. She speculated that it might be because of the Qingchangshan pill. Wu Tian realized that history was repeating itself. Xinyue's agents can't find the culprit, and he himself doesn't know who to suspect either. Suddenly, the door to the detention cell opened. Zhang Xiaomei flew in and said that Wu Tian was coming with her. She grabbed his hand and said they would go through the back door. Wu Tian asked why she was panicking, since it was her station. She yelled for him not to ask anything and just follow her. At this moment, Ouyang Xinyue's phone rang. The caller told the girl about the raid outside the precinct. Xiaomei was getting angrier and angrier. Wu Tian resisted and wouldn't let himself be dragged. He demanded to be shown those suicides who had come for his soul. Wu Tian said he would never hide behind a woman. Xiaomei blocked the path and said that he was not allowed to leave the cell. Wu Tian couldn't understand anything at all now. He thought they were trying to get him out of the station, but it turned out that Mei was trying to keep him inside. The girl said she couldn't explain anything to him, and it was a superior's order. Wu Tian said he was very curious as to who had scared their valiant police so much. Zhang shouted that they weren't scared at all. There were just too many of them. She tried to stop the young man, but Wu Tian had already run towards the exit. Xiaomei ran after him down the hallway and tried to stop him, showering him with curses in the process. Wu Tian opened the door and stopped in surprise. The department building was surrounded by military vehicles. A man with a megaphone demanded that Utena be handed over to them in 30 seconds, or they would storm the building. Wu Tian was just shocked and asked when the war had time to start. Xiaomei thought that this was the end of a peaceful life. The voice from the megaphone belonged to Sitsi. She stood at full height in the jeep and announced that there were 10 seconds left. Suddenly, she saw Duckling near the entrance and breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Tian asked Principal Shu in his ear what was going on. A joyful Shiki was already running to him, waving her arms and shouting that they had come to rescue him. Shu decided that if they gave Wu Tian away for nothing, the police would lose their reputation. He delicately told Miss Nin that they couldn't do that and take the boy away. Shiki firmly replied that Wu Tian was their man, and it was an internal matter of the Ministry of Defense. Wu Tian tried to remember when he had time to enlist. An irritated Shu retired to his room and shouted that he was waiting for official clarification from the ministry. Siki grabbed Wu Tian by the arm and led him away from the police department building. Suddenly, the front door swung open and an angry Zhang Xiaomei stood on the doorstep. She promised that she would skin Wu Tian as soon as he was back in her sight. Wu Tian showed her tongue and said contemptuously that he would not let himself be arrested now. Zhang lost control of herself with rage and snatched the gun. The officer asked her to lower her weapon. Xiaomei was angrier than ever. After all, she had gone out of her way to help Wu Tian, and he had just run away like a coward. The officer asked Xiaomei if he still needed to keep an eye on Luo Shenyu. Zhang barked that he could do whatever he wanted. She didn't care anymore. Xinyue smirked. Be that as it may, Wu Tian was free again. Recent events have shown that the Department of Defense has not been shy about cracking down on the police department, all because of one drug. Xiaoman asked Xinyue if she should continue investigating. Xinyue told her to keep digging, but noticed that the result was no longer that important. Man thought there was no need to interfere since the Defense Ministry had already snatched Wu Tian away from under their noses. It's evening, Ningpeng's big mansion. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and had to admit that he was grateful for the old man's intervention. Ning was pleased that Wu Tian appreciated his efforts a little and asked how he had been. Wu Tian replied that everything was fine. He was only worried that Peng might get into trouble. Ning assured him that there was nothing he couldn't handle. The young man asked if Peng happened to know who was trying so hard to get rid of him. The old man said that he would have reported if he had known. He assured me that he would get the information very soon. Wu Tian smirked and thought that the enemy had burrowed so deep that even Ning couldn't see him. Ye decided that it would be too boring otherwise. Old man Ning said they had to lie, and they told the police he was a soldier. He offered to join the army for real. That way, it would be easier for them to protect the guy. Peng began to describe the advantages of the army, and said that every young man dreams of becoming a mighty warrior. Besides, with the support of the ministry, no one would be able to touch him. Wu Tian smiled and asked not to be tempted. He valued his freedom, and there were many different restrictions in the army. The young man asked Peng when his evil granddaughter's wedding was. The old man asked for what purpose Wu Tian was inquiring and if he wanted to interfere. Wu Tian was embarrassed and replied that it was nothing of the sort. It's just that Sitsi really helped him out today, and he'd like to return the favor. Wu Tian remembered Shiki and was embarrassed. Today she was so cool, strong, and beautiful. Ning smiled and asked why Wu Tian wanted to repay Shiki. After all, old man Ning had sent her, so Wu Tian owed a favor to Peng himself. Wu Tian said that since this was the case, He wouldn't beat around the bush either. The young man asked what kind of man Shiki's fiancé was. He offered to marry Shiki himself. The old man couldn't make out anything, whether it was that this young man liked Shiki, or whether he had jokes like this. Wutian asked Peng who he would choose, him or Shiki's fiancé. Old man Ning said that he would stick to neutrality at a time like this. Peng added that there was no need to play with his granddaughter's feelings. Despite Wutian's favor to the Ning family, the old man would just smear him. Uchan assured Peng that he had nothing to worry about. He was a one-woman man. The old man grumbled that he trusted Uchian no more than he trusted ghosts. One of the bodyguards ran into the office with a report. He whispered something in the old man's ear, and Peng said indignantly that he would take all the blame. Wuqian said that Ning didn't need to get involved. He could handle his own problems. The old man replied that the young man was the patron of the Ning family and would help him. Wuqian thought warmly that the old man knew how to pay for kindness. Peng said he would be away for a while. He asked the young man not to sit idly by and find out how his fingerprints ended up on Qian Shuhong's body. The old man warned Wuqian that Luo Shenyu was a very suspicious person. The young man thought for a moment. Luo Shenyu loved her son so much that she was willing to kill Qian Shuhong in order to put Wuqian away. Shiki excitedly asked where her grandfather was going at this late hour. Peng replied that he was going for a short walk and suggested that his granddaughter talk to the young man for the time being. The old man exclaimed without turning around that it was not good to tease the old man at all. Wuqian asked Shiki where she had gotten herself into trouble again. She angrily replied that he was always the one in trouble and asked what Ye was talking to his grandfather about. Wuqian pathetically replied that he had asked for her old man's blessing. Shiki was a little confused and asked if Wuqian was joking. He said it was true. The girl blushed and wondered if Wuqian really liked her. But it was too late anyway, and she had a fiancé. Wuqian poked her shoulder with his finger and asked why Shiki was silent. The girl jumped away from him, covering herself with her arms. She was still embarrassed, and from the excess of feeling could not say a word. Shiki shouted what he wanted from her and walked away. Wuqian realized that he had overreacted. It suddenly came to him that he was alone in the house. Ning Peng and Shiki are gone, and now there is no one to take him back. Wuqian approached one of the bodyguards and asked for a ride home. He replied that he was on duty and could not do so. Wuqian walked on foot and told himself that it was his own fault. He shouldn't have encouraged Tsitsi. The old man had settled in a remote place. No stores, no cabs, and the telephone was dead. A klaxon sounded from behind. Wuqian turned around in surprise. A red sports car quickly pulled up to him. At the wheel of the two-seater car was a girl. She made a virtuoso circle on the spot and stopped in front of Wuqian. The beautiful stranger clarified that the young man was most likely Ye Wuqian. Wuqian instantly noted that the girl looked juicy and mature. Not even Situ Wei was her equal. Wuqian replied that it was he, bowed gallantly, and said that he had not expected to be recognized by such a beautiful lady. The girl smiled and informed him that he could call her little sister. She offered to give Yushin a ride. The young man thanked him for his help and asked to be dropped off at the security office. The girl smiled and said he was pretty outgoing. As soon as Wuqian closed the door behind him, the car tore off, quickly gaining speed. Wuqian said he didn't know the girl and clarified how she knew him. She explained that it's hard not to know the name of the creator of the beauty pill. She's not giving him a ride for free. The girl remarked that she was very fond of beauty. She worked hard to give him a ride, and it would be unfair not to thank her in return. Wuqian said that she was beautiful even without the pill, and after using it, she would just blow everyone away with her beauty. The girl pointed out that she doesn't like dodgy people and said she knows about 3 kinds of pills. She asked if Wuqian would give her the lowest level. The young man replied that he could give her a discount for a better one, but it would still cost money. The car suddenly slowed down. Wuqian asked why the girl had stopped the car. She asked if he was sure he wanted to charge her. After all, it was still a long way from the city, and people were rarely seen here. Wuqian squeezed out a smile and acknowledged that she had won. Soon the red car was racing down the deserted highway toward the tunnel. Wuqian thought that there was clearly something wrong with the girl. He didn't understand why the girl needed a pill. After a while, the car stopped in front of the police department. Wuqian said that a pill worth 100,000 yuan is a bit expensive as a car fare. He added that it was fate and asked the girl to introduce herself. Having gotten what she wanted, the driver snorted contemptuously and said that, in case they met again on the road, she would believe in fate. Wuqian shouted that he wouldn't be late when the time came, and the girl rolled off into the night. The young man began to reproach himself. How could one lose 100,000 yuan on the spot? The girl driver meanwhile dialed someone's number and reported that the goods were in place. Chung Kexin finally managed to break through to the security bureau. To her utmost surprise, Zhang Xiaomei reported that Wuqian had been pulled out by the military. Zhang said that Wuqian had dishonored the security bureau. If he came here again, he would be in trouble. As if on cue, Wuqian appeared in the doorway and cheerfully asked the girls why they were so grumpy. Kexen couldn't say a word, and just threw herself on his neck. She was very happy that the young man was alive and well. Wutian regretfully thought that he had made poor Chung worry again. Kexen cried and asked if he was hurt. Wutian smiled and replied that with his talents, no one could hurt him. Zhang Riley said that he could flirt with 4 women of the main families at the same time and ditch the security bureau. Of course, nothing could happen to him. Wuxian smiled and said that he had gone to visit Ning's family to talk about life and found that the security bureau was better, so he decided to come back. Xiaomei indignantly said that in that case he should go back to his cell. There was nothing for him to do in the office. Wutian admitted that he had actually come to Zhang's house to find out Luo Shenyu's residential address. Xiaomei asked what he intended to do to her and said she didn't know anything. Wuxian replied that he just wanted to talk. If Zhang doesn't believe him, he can take the gun and go with him. The young man realized from Xiaomei's reaction that she knew something. Zhang agreed to go with him and warned him that she would be very angry if Wutian messed up again. Soon, Zhang and Wutian were standing under Luo Shenyu's door. Chung Kexin was standing a little farther away on the porch. Yuchen knocked, said hello, and said that a food delivery had arrived. Shenyu opened the door and announced that she hadn't ordered anything. Immediately, she recognized Wutian and squealed in a voice that was not her own. Duck wedged the toe of his shoe between the door and the door jamb. The young man smirked and told Shenyu that there was no need to rush to close the door. Wuchen stated to the woman that they had a lot to talk about. He pushed Shenya back indoors and was slightly surprised. Taking a closer look at the surroundings, he realized everything. Chung Kexin and Zhang Xiaomei were simply dumbfounded by what they saw. In the room Lo flew into were 2 guys in the same underwear. One of them was holding a bottle of alcohol. The girls flushed and looked away. They were ashamed of Luo Shenyu. Wuchen asked Lo what was going on here. After all, her son is dead and she is in the mood to party and go out. She blushed and shouted that he wanted to be here himself. After all, he had killed her son. How could he walk free? Wutian said in surprise. If Shenyu has someone who can put him away, the young man will have someone who can take him out. He winked at the guys and said it looked good. Her son is dead and she threw a party with teenagers. Her son would be really pissed off. Wutian added that it was no surprise that Qianshu Hong was not himself. With a mother like that, anyone would go crazy. Shenyu shouted that they had just come to fix the bathtub. The young man turned to the boys and asked what they did for a living. The frightened young man replied that they were in the service business. Wuchen pulled out a credit card and said that there were 200,000 yuan in there. He dictated the card password and asked the guy the real reason they were here. The half-naked gigolos looked at each other, hesitant to confess. Eventually, greed won out, and the young man informed them that they were call boys and had come to please Miss Lo. Wuchen laughed loudly. He was celebrating his victory over injustice. The disgraced Luo Shenyu flushed and didn't know where to go in shame. Wutian pulled out another credit card and asked the other guy how many men Lo was taking at one time, whether they worked together or switched. The young man took out a credit card and unabashedly admitted that he and his partner worked together. Wutian was pouring with laughter and told Shenyu that she was just a machine, not a person. Lo became enraged and demanded that everyone leave her house immediately. Wuchen's hand swept up lightning fast and grabbed Shenya's cheeks, pinning her against the wall. He informed the woman that he had a journalist friend who always needed a new and exciting story. Luo Shenyu begged to be left alone. She seemed willing to cooperate. Shenyu asked Xiaomei if she had a duty to protect her, since the young man was being violent. Zhang thought that she wouldn't have shown up here if she had known in advance. Nevertheless, she told Luo that she didn't see any violence here. Chung Kexin added that her son's death was clearly not worth it all. Wutian ordered to say who ordered him to be framed and how his fingerprints ended up on Qianshu Hong's body. Kexin asked Luo to pull herself together and tell the truth, because sooner or later they would find out anyway. Shenyu shrieked that no one had given her orders and she only knew that Wuchen had killed her son. Suddenly there was a clinking of glass, and shards of the window sprinkled on the floor. The sniper's bullet took out Luo Shenyu, hitting her right in the eye. A splash of blood splashed onto Chung Kexin's face. She stared dumbfoundedly at the collapsed body. Gigolo both screamed in surprise and fear. Kexin couldn't believe this was how it happened. She wanted to wake up. Zhang Xiaomei grabbed Wutian and Chung's hands and commanded them to leave. They hid away from the door under the stairs leading to the second floor. Xiaomei took the gun off the safety and assured them that they were safe here. She yelled to the teens to stay put too. Their sniper wouldn't get them there. Wuchen asked Kexin not to worry. Everything would be fine. The young man realized that the enemy was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. In the late afternoon, Chung and Wutian returned to the inn. Wutian asked the girl not to think about what had happened and to sleep well. He assured Chung that it was much safer at home. But Kexin couldn't calm down. She was shaking from the experience. Wutian handed the girl a pill and said it was a sedative. It would help her sleep. Chang swallowed the pill and immediately started yawning. Ducking gently carried the girl over to the bed. He covered Chang with a blanket and thought that not everyone could bear what he saw. Wuqian turned off the lights in the girl's room and thought she should feel better in the morning. 3 hours had passed. The clock was peacefully ticking away. Suddenly, wild screams erupted from Keishin's room. Wuqian instantly jumped out of bed. He ran to Chang and fearfully asked her what was wrong. Keishin couldn't sleep. She was sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, shivering. Wuqian hugged the girl and told her not to be afraid. He would stay here and everything would be fine. Keishin's eyes were wide with fear. A little time passed. Chang calmed down and closed her eyes. Wuqian frowned, thinking that he hadn't even touched Shenyu, but everyone was sure he was the killer. Now all he has to do is wait. The morning came. Chung Keishin woke up and saw that she was alone in the room. The girl came into the kitchen. Wuqian was already working on the stove and assured Chung that breakfast would be ready soon. The young man quickly set the table, tasted the dish, and said he expected nothing less from himself. Wuqian invited the girl to the table and asked her to eat before the food got cold. Chung Keishin asked him not to sell Qingchengshan pills. Wuqian took a bite of his toast and asked what the problem was. Keishin promised to find a new job and support them as long as he didn't sell pills. She expressed her fear that one day Ye Wuqian might take Luo's place. The young man gently placed his hand on her head and asked her to calm down. Wuqian said that he was blinded by his lust for profit and just didn't think his enemies would do such a thing. Now that he had thought it over, they had nothing to worry about. Chung Keishin raised her head and looked at the young man questioningly. Wuqian asked her to enjoy her breakfast and take her time. He needed to visit old man Ning. Wuqian thought it over carefully and said to himself that the lot had been cast. In a large mansion, the stunning girl who obtained the pill sample and a certain young man were talking. He was comfortably seated on a sofa, his neck and shoulders being massaged by 2 slave girls. The young man ordered them to try harder, or he would send them to the doghouse for a show. The girls were frightened and babbled that they would try harder. They begged to be spared. The young man smirked, closed his eyes in bliss, and said it was considerably better. The guest couldn't look at it, she just cursed him in her thoughts. The young man asked how she was doing. The girl said that the analysis of the pill was not yet complete, because he had heard about the Dongcheng incident. The young man slammed the wine glass on the table with such force that the stem of the glass cracked in his hands. The young man was very angry. After he taught the Ouyang family a lesson, the Ning family suddenly appeared on the scene. The girl said she was done for the day. The young man smirked and assured her that after he dealt with the Ning family, all the problems would disappear by themselves. The girl asked to be kept informed of any developments. The young man gazed dreamily at her receding figure and decided that sooner or later he would conquer her. At the same time in the Ning family mansion, Old Man Peng asked to repeat the words he said. He didn't believe that the young man was actually capable of extending the lives of all the members of the Ning family by more than a century. Wuqian admitted that he didn't want to reveal all the cards, but he was forced to. However, Peng himself knows that these are hard times for the young man. The old man still couldn't believe that every member of the Ning family would be able to live for over 100 years unless unforeseen events happened. Wuqian smiled and said that he was the only one in the entire world who could do such a thing, and Peng understood perfectly well what that meant. Ning clutched his crutch tightly and thought that with this medicine the Ning family would prosper and no other family could compete with them. The old man looked into Wuqian's eyes and asked him how much he could trust the young man. Wuqian exclaimed that he was putting the title of Miracle Doctor on the line. He would be able to do it in no time. Besides, he swears on his honorable name. Ning Peng said that was all understandable, and asked what would happen if the young man failed. Wuqian promised to give away half of the shares of the miracle pills if he failed. The old man whistled in surprise. It smelled like a huge sum of money. Ning Peng asked Wuqian why he chose the Ning family. As far as he knows, the young man is on good terms with the Ouyang and Situ families. Wuqian said there were 3 reasons and said that Peng was a good man and his family was very influential. The 3rd reason was the stunning Shiki. Peng asked what would be required of the Ning family if they cooperated. Wuqian admitted that he doesn't like fights and intrigue, so all Ning needs to do is rid the young man of his enemies. Wuqian stood up and declared to Peng that he would surpass the major family sooner or later, and his strength was beyond the old man's imagination. Ning Peng had a lot to think about. He couldn't give a quick answer. Wuqian left and said he was giving a couple days to think about it. He stated that other families would also want to cooperate with him. Old Man Ning said that it wouldn't take a couple days. 1 day would suffice. Wuqian rode his bicycle through the city. The wind ripped the leaves off the trees. The young man thought that with such a generous offer, Nin would have a day to think about it. But considering the level of the enemies, their family should be cautious. On the other hand, if things were simple, the young man would just be bored. Suddenly, a police car blocked his path and Yuchen stopped. Zhang Xiaomei announced to him that he was detained. If he tries to resist, the police will use force. Wuqian didn't believe what she said. He couldn't be arrested just like that. He wasn't guilty. Soon he was taken to an interrogation room. On the other side of the table sat Zhang and another officer. Wu Tian told Zhang Xiaomei that he needed a convincing explanation. Mei asked Xiao Li to provide the case file. Xiao Li thought that she was doing a bad thing. The whole precinct knows that she and Wu Tian are feuding, and there was no reason to set him up. Xiaomei shouted that she had repeatedly asked for less trouble. Luo's assassin turned up to confess and claimed that Wu Tian had hired him. She shrieked that this time the young man had hit it big, and now he would not escape punishment. Wu Tian calmly asked what she intended to do next. Xiaomei kept yelling that he didn't realize the gravity of the situation. The shooter has come forward and testifies against Ye despite the fact that he is facing the death penalty. Wu Tian said that Captain Zhang was on duty and asked her not to mix work with personal emotions. Xiaomei asked Xiao Li to continue her questioning. Li said the rules say they have to hold him pending trial. Besides, the guys on the call also pointed him out. This news confused Wu Tian, and he asked why they would have testified against him. Xiaomei said their testimony was that Wu Tian intentionally shocked the woman and held her in a comfortable position for the shooter. Wu Tian asked if she herself believed such nonsense. Xiaomei bowed her head and said that they could have been coaxed by someone, but Wu Tian himself also humiliated them with money. Yu Qin pondered the situation. Just then he smirked and said that it was all very interesting. He didn't even think that because of some pill people would push each other to do such things. Wu Tian couldn't stand it and laughed. He just burst out laughing and said that this world wouldn't let him get bored. Xiaomei couldn't understand what was wrong with him. After all, he has to curse everyone and prove his innocence. Wu Tian asked Captain Zhang for an audience with his charges and assured him that it would help the investigation. He also asked to be informed of any new details about the case. Xiaomei squealed that she was already taking a big risk investigating this case, and there was nothing more to ask for. Wu Tian looked at the girl sternly and demanded simply to tell him. Zhang looked at the young man and was very frightened. He had the typical look of a killer. She remembered that a similar feeling had visited her when Zhang had been around those convicted of murder. But Wu Tian's aura was stronger than either of them. Xiaomei couldn't believe it was even possible. She had personally reviewed the young man's file and found nothing criminal. Wu Tian asked Xiaomei if he needed to repeat it a third time. Xiaomei explained that she had to request instructions from the security bureau. Talking over the phone, Zhang Xiaomei expressed her willingness. The girl hung up the phone and informed Wu Tian that she would take him. They soon arrived at the prison and stopped outside one of the solitary confinement cells. Zhang said that this was Zhao Fengnai, the assassin. She asked Wu Tian to do without any nonsense. Wu Tian walked into the cell and asked Zhao why he was setting him up. Keeler replied that he was just telling the truth. Wu Tian said it's okay, they can leave. Xiaomei was surprised. Wu Tian explained that he was a law-abiding citizen and could not extract confessions by force. The girl asked if he could do without violence at all. Wu Tian assured that he just wanted to know who wanted to kill him before he himself died. The young man asked to go look at those two guys. They both immediately squealed in horror and asked what Wu Tian was doing here. The young man smirked and said he just really missed them. Wu Tian slowly began to walk up to the guys. They shrieked for him to stay back and began to stagger back. The teens fell to the floor, hugged each other with fear, and screamed for him not to dare come near them again. Wu Tian snickered that they were both the ultimate slugs and their lives were worthless. The young man turned around and told Xiaomei that he was done here. Zhang had no way of knowing what Wu Tian was doing and why. The young man himself just smirked, and no one could figure out what he was thinking right now. Zhang Xiaomei came to report to Principal Xu and said that was the end of it. The principal immediately realized that something was wrong here and some type of pressure was taking place. If Wu Tian had beaten them up, it would make sense, but his behavior was too strange. Zhang Xiaomei said that she thought the same thing, but nothing suspicious happened. Director Xu said that only one thing is clear: Wu Tian wants to be taken out. Xiaomei recalled that first Qian Shu Hong, then Luo Shenyu, and now the gunner had been added as well. The director asked Xiaomei to calm down and work only on the basis of evidence and no other way. He added that information about the shooter was spreading at fire speed. Because of Qian Shu Hong and Luo Shengyu, Ye Wuqian was in big trouble, so killing Luo Shengyu made sense. The mass media simply drowned Yushin in filth and vices. Xiaomei said that journalists first sucked up to him and nicknamed him the father of pills, but now the wind has blown the other way. Xu replied that this is how the world works, and as long as the situation entertains them, it will continue. 12 hours before the trial, a knock sounded in Wang Fengxi's apartment. The journalist came out and asked who had come. Fei Qiao roared under her apartment and whined that Wu Tian had been arrested for murder. Fancy said she already knew. She invited the girl to sit down and calm down. Wang Fengxi turned around and looked at her father. He was serenely looking through the newspaper. Fei Qiao was so worried about her brother that she clutched at the hem of her dress and squeezed her fingers. She said through her tears that although Wu Tian was a jerk, he had a good heart, and he definitely couldn't kill anyone. Fancy said she believed in him too. Fancy slammed the door of her room. The girl went downstairs and called out to her father. Seeing that his daughter had approached him, The mayor warned that he would not be able to help Ye Wutian. She shouted that Wutian had saved her life and made the whole country famous, and why couldn't the city's mayor help him? Father calmly replied that the law would acquit Wutian if he was innocent. Otherwise, he would be punished, and there was nothing she could do. It's 10 hours until the trial. Ning family villa. Peng's son told his father that Wutian's terms were incredibly generous, and he didn't want to miss the chance. He asked what the old man thought about it. Peng replied that they had to cooperate with outside forces, but there were great risks involved. Mistakes of this kind could crush their entire family. The man said he didn't think so, and in case of a mistake, Ning's family should be able to defend themselves. Peng asked if Siki was aware of the latest developments. The man replied that last night she popped out all red and headed toward the military station. Peng asked his son if Shiki was still engaged. He clarified what the old man meant. The old man replied that they were still young and could chafe. As long as Ye Wutian was able to overcome difficulties, they could cooperate with him. The man puzzledly asked what would happen if Wutian failed this time. Peng replied that the young man had become part of the Ning family, and that was another reason to cooperate with him. The old man wanted to believe that this guy could surprise him, or at least give him confidence that he had made the right choice. 8 hours to trial. Chung Kexin's house. Young Hao came to her, and the girl asked him the purpose of his visit. Hao asked if she had heard that Wutian had been arrested again. Chung replied that she was sure he had been framed. He added that Wutian is not as simple as he seems. She can't know what he's really like. Chung asked Hao what he meant. Yang handed her a folder of papers and said that he got them completely by accident. Kexin asked what it was and opened the bag of papers. The girl was very, very surprised. The package contained photos compromising Wuqian and Xinyue's relationship. Chang turned pale. She didn't want to believe this abomination. Yang said he sincerely didn't mean it, and it's a very huge blow to both of them. Regardless, Kexin said in a firm voice that she believed Wutian. Hao was angry that even at the sight of evidence, Chang was unwilling to accept reality. The girl repeated that she believed Wutian, and that was it. Yang Hao turned pale. He had counted on a quick victory. He couldn't say a word out of anger and had to leave. Hao angrily thought that he would see who would defeat whom. There were 5 hours left before the trial. Xinyue went to Wutian and said that she wanted to come and see him, but it was impossible. Wutian smirked and said that Xinyue liked a date through the meeting room, he thought. Xinyue assured him that he looked good. Wutian explained that it couldn't be otherwise. The enemies in the shadows were just waiting for him to break down. The girl asked how she could help him. The young man replied that she could sit down and wait for the show like everyone else, and when it was over, Xinyue could give him a banquet. The girl agreed to give him a big banquet in honor of his victory. 3 hours before the trial, the door to the detention room opened. A spectacular female driver appeared on the doorstep and rebuked Wutian that her heels were burning with fire, looking for him everywhere. Wutian said that a woman as greedy as her couldn't sit still, but she showed up at the last moment. She jumped into Duckling's arms and assumed he must have a plan since he was being so carefree. The young man replied that a mere civilian can only believe in law and justice. The hour of trial had come. The guards brought Utena in handcuffs into the courtroom. Zhang Xiaomei whispered to Kai Xin that she hadn't found a single piece of evidence in favor of the young man, and he was all smiles. Chung replied that he must have his own plan of action. Fei Qiao clung to the reporter, and Wang Fangxi told her that everything would be fine. Xinyue sat apart and calculated that it had only been 2 days since the arrest. No trial had ever started so quickly, and someone very powerful must be behind it. The judge banged the gavel and announced that the trial was about to begin. The man behind the podium said he was Luo Shenyu's lawyer and asked if he would confess to killing Luo Shenyu. Wutian asked if the lawyer was an idiot. The lawyer angrily said he should only choose between yes and no answers. Wutian said he did not. The man asked if he had a relationship with the late Luo Shenyu. Wuxian noticed that he had a conflict with his lawyer too, and if he was found dead tomorrow with stinky feet, would it really be Wuxian's fault again? The whole room couldn't stand it and burst into laughter. The lawyer got angry and shouted that only Utenya's feet stink here and demanded to answer only yes or no. The young man repeated that he didn't do it. The lawyer suggested that the young man's plan was originally to throw Qianshu Hong out of the window and then deal with Luo Shenyu. Wooten asked how he was able to get a license in the first place. The young man asked if the lawyer at home sniffed his feet and died. Would that be considered a plan to kill him? The lawyer wailed that one more such prank and he would sue Yushin. Judge X asked Yushin to take the case more seriously. It's a court of law. Wuxian said it doesn't matter at all what the lawyer says. He won't confess to the murder anyway because he's innocent. The lawyer smirked and said he'd find a fix for him. The lawyer approached the gunman and asked several questions about the case, particularly his type of activity, name, and connection to Luo Shengyu. The man replied that his name was Zhao Fengnai. He has been working as a professional hitman for 10 years. Luo Shengyu was his target, and the man killed her. Journalists marveled at his cold-bloodedness and the fact that he talked about the murder like it was his cup of tea. The lawyer cheerfully asked him how he killed Luo Shengyu and why. He had already closed the case for himself. Feng Nai said he shot her in the head from an apartment window across the street from her house. Someone gave him 200,000 yuan for her head. The lawyer asked who ordered him to kill Luo Shengyu and asked if that person was present in the courtroom. Feng Nai said the man is now in the audience. The reporters stirred. The denouement was near and the murderer was about to give up the customer. All 4 girls sat and cried. They realized that everything was too smoothly constructed. The lawyer asked Fanny to show the hall the murderer's client. The killer started to raise his hand. He started to say a phrase about the man who had hired him to kill him, and couldn't finish it. Wu Tian looked at him, and Feng Nai cut off the phrase halfway through and didn't finish it. His hand also didn't reach Wu Tian. The lawyer shouted and demanded to show his employer who had paid him to kill Luo Shengyu. The man tried to speak but couldn't get a word out. His hand froze. Suddenly, blood spurted from the corner of Fanny's mouth and he coughed. The man began to spurt blood and cry out in terrible pain. The killer's consciousness faded, and he immediately collapsed to the floor. Someone asked for an ambulance. Wu Tian smirked and thought that the best way to solve the problem was to poison the problem itself. The lawyer exclaimed that they had a dead body in court. The policeman stated that he did not understand how he could have died so suddenly. Someone called for a doctor. A medical team ran out immediately. The doctor groped him and said it was a specific case of death, needed to be studied in more detail. Zhang Xiaomei doubted that a key witness in the case had died so easily. The lawyer grudgingly said that Yuqin was lucky, but it was too early to rejoice because there were 2 other witnesses in the case. A policeman ran into the hall and shouted that they had a problem. Those 2 witnesses were also dead. The lawyer was in complete shock. The death of 3 witnesses at once could not but arouse suspicion. Zhang Xiaomei began to suspect something. After all, Wu Qian had requested a meeting with the witnesses earlier. Judge X announced that due to the unexpected deaths of 3 key witnesses, the case was adjourned for reconsideration. There was a horrible shriek, and the cell phone shattered. That wasn't enough for the rich young man, so he trashed the coffee table as well. The young man continued to spew curses, and the slave girls decided to remove the shards of glass from the floor. He looked angrily at the girls and shouted who asked them to clean the room. The young man kicked the nearest girl. Both of them trembled with fear and begged for forgiveness. The young man said he was upset. He added that he was very upset. The young man took a knife from the table, its blade reflecting the frightened faces of the girls. They were all begging to be spared. The young man smiled gloatingly and offered to have a little fun. The death of the witnesses shocked many people. The incident made people believe in a higher power, as if God himself had helped Ye Yutina avoid the disaster. Other people believed that there were more sinister forces behind it that were backing Ye Wutian. Crescent Nightclub. Ye Wutian's closest friends were invited to the banquet. The culprit took a drink from the bottle and said happily that he no longer had to stay in the detention room. Zhang Xiaomei objected that their room was up to all standards and there was nothing to complain about. Wu Qin laughed that he had gibbered too much and punished himself with a shot or 2. Suddenly someone knocked on the premises. Many people appeared on the doorstep. They all congratulated Yutian. One man said they would have a chance to get to know each other better at the banquet. Wu Qin asked Xin Yue who all these people were. The girl replied that they probably wanted to befriend him, and Ye could do as he wished. Wu Tian stood up from the table with his bottle raised and proclaimed that all who came to the banquet were his guests, and invited everyone to drink together. Duck sat on the couch and mumbled nonsense, demanding a drink. All his girlfriends came to him when the young man was already snoring profusely. Xin Yue said he was in no condition to get home and asked for permission to take care of Wu Tian since it was her establishment. Night had fallen. The moon rose high and came out from behind the clouds. Xin Yue dragged Wu Tian to bed and lamented that he was heavy. He kept saying he was thirsty. She led Duckling to the bed and tossed him there, telling him he needed to sleep. Somehow, Wu Tian managed to grab her hand and didn't want to let go. He pulled Xin Yue toward him and she fell right into Ye's arms. The girl was embarrassed and begged to be let go. Immediately, she realized that Yi was too strong and she could not escape. Xin Yue calmed down finally and lay down on Wu Tianu's chest. She decided that what's to come is what's to go. Ning Peng read the news and couldn't help but laugh. Wu Tian had actually silenced 3 witnesses at once. His son noticed that he was becoming more and more interested in Wooten. He said he didn't even understand how the guy managed to pull it off. Peng said that he was not the only one interested in Ye Wutian. Many people are trying to approach him. The man asked if the Ouyang family's father was referring to Situ. Peng said that it was a disgrace to them. The families let the 2 adorable girls get close to the kid, but it's really unknown which one is more cunning. The man said that Ye Wutian is not just a doctor, and now the families will evaluate him in a different way. Peng said that this is the case, so they should get ahead of the competition. The old man asked me to invite Wutian to his place tomorrow. He wants to reward him well. New buildings in the city. It's morning. Xin Yue barely waited for morning. Wutian sprawled out as he wished, and Xin Yue had to lie under his back. The girl slept very badly throughout the night. She realized that Wutian was even sleeping in a nightmarish posture. Wutian was sleeping very soundly, and Xinyue knew that he was the one who had been exhausted from a few days in prison. She looked at him and smiled at the fact that Yi had a pretty face in her sleep. Suddenly the phone rang. The signal announced that someone was calling Master Yao Sheng. Xinyue remembered that Yi had his phone in his pants. It kept buzzing and ringing. The girl was fumbling under the blanket and couldn't find her phone. Wuqian groaned through his sleep. Xinyue decided that Ye had stuck the phone too deep, and that's why she couldn't find it. Wuqian muttered through his sleep that he didn't need to do that. Xinyue began to realize that she wasn't exactly fumbling for a phone, judging by its shape. A horrible guess flashed through her brain. The girl blushed and cried out that she could not have done it. Wuqian began to mutter that she had to stop or he would break. Xinyue immediately yanked her hand away and didn't know where to go in shame. Wuqian woke up and asked what would happen if she broke it. Xinyue faded away and didn't know what to answer. Wuqian smiled and assumed that she specifically wanted revenge for that long-ago incident. Xinyue grabbed a pillow and started hitting him. She called him a moron. Duck went to the kitchen and poured a full bowl of water. He washed his face well and said that since Xinyue took the initiative today, they were even. Xinyue resentfully said that Wuqian should believe her. That was not at all what he thought. Wuqian got a taste for it and declared that she wasn't the only girl who craved his body. Xinyue warned that one more word on the subject, and he would be very sorry. Wuqian realized the joke was over and promised not to bring it up again. Xinyue offered to talk about the case. She said Wuqian needs to hire some bodyguards. Their opponents are secretive, and Ye needs to keep himself safe. Wuqian said that they can only play dirty. But since the other side still wants to cooperate with him, the opponents will reveal themselves sooner or later. Xinyue asked if he had been able to find out which drug was harming her grandfather. Wuqian replied that he had a busy schedule and didn't have a chance to check. Xinyue smirked and stated that there was no need to check anything anymore. Wuqian was surprised and asked why the girl had changed her mind. Xinyue replied that they wouldn't be able to find out anything. The Ouyang family can't be tainted. Wuqian thought that it was very likely that the Ouyang family was involved. Even if they figured him out, this scandal would attract the attention of other families. Xinyue told Wuqian that she should thank him anyway. Her grandfather was feeling much better. She asked if Anan would be able to get up. Wuqian said he wouldn't have risked saying that before, but now he is confident. He asked the girl to take the time to thank him and said he had a big gift for her. Xinyue wondered what the big gift was. Genren was stunned. Wuqian wants to give Xinyue 10% of the shares. In a private meeting of the Ouyang Xinyue family, Xinyue confirmed that Wuqian intends to give her 10% of Qingchen pill shares. All the family members were very happy, because even Situ's family had offered huge money for 5% shares and were turned down. Genren rejoiced the most. He hoped to regain his position in the family and thanked Xinyue for a job well done. Xinyue recalled being stigmatized by her family when she lost her virginity to Wuqian, and now they were all sucking up to her. Genren stated that 10% is a little low, but better than nothing. He asked whose idea it was. Xinyue assured that he offered her 10% of the shares and demanded nothing in return. There was a heated discussion around the table. Someone suggested that this was just the beginning. Xianyu suggested that his father buy a house for Wuqian and let Xinyue and him live in it together, and then he would definitely give them more shares. Genren said he had already thought about it. Genren asked Xinyue if Wuqian had said anything else. Xinyue shocked everyone with her answer. She said that the 10% would go to her personally and had nothing to do with the Ouyang family or their Ouyang company. Everyone turned pale. Genren sat frowning. Xinyue asked them what had happened to them. After all, it was good news. Genren resented and asked what Ye Wuqian meant by this. Xinyue assured them that Wuqian had no plans to join their family from the beginning. It was all their fantasies. Genren thought it would be unfair if a huge amount of money fell into Xinyue's pocket alone and asked to sign on behalf of the Ouyang family. Xinyue asked her to apologize and said she couldn't do that. Xiangyu insulted the girl and said that she only gets money because she makes love to that skank. Xinyue looked at him and said that he wouldn't say anything like that again. Xiangyu saw her serious intentions and decided to back off. Xinyue said she only reported the shares because they are one family, but not to discuss it at the table. The girl said goodbye and walked out of the house. Meanwhile, a gray car raced through the city, raising clouds of dust. Wuqian asked Shiki what kind of surprise Elder Ning was talking about. She replied that Wuqian would find out about everything on the spot and asked him not to call her that. The car slowed down and Sitsi said they had arrived. Opening the door, Wuqian asked the girl why everything was so mysterious. He saw his surprise and marveled. They arrived at a large formation with many military personnel. A team of girls in green uniforms was lined up in front of him. When Wuqian approached them, they shouted in unison to greet their commander. Ye Wuqian was very amazed that the soldiers addressed him as commander. The old man Ning came out and asked the protagonist if he was happy with his gift. The guy asked the old man if he was being serious and not joking around. The old man said that these soldiers were good on the battlefield. He thanked the protagonist for all the good things he had done for him. Ning turned to the soldiers and said that they should make the right decision themselves. One of the soldiers turned to old Ning and wanted to contradict him very much. Ning shouted to the soldier not to whine. He turned to the others and told them not to let him be scorned. The soldiers unanimously said that from now on, they would obey the orders of the new commander-in-chief. The old man told the soldiers proudly that they were well-trained warriors. Yewutian thought to himself that he had asked the old man for a couple of good bodyguards, but he had not expected such a large number of soldiers. The old man told the guy that he would not forgive. He would allow immoral and harmful acts to be committed by the soldiers. The boy replied to the old man that he would never mistreat soldiers. The main character stood in front of the soldiers and told them his name. He urged them to stick together no matter what. Silence reigned. The soldiers stood and looked at the protagonist in silence. Yewutian thought that the new commander's speech should cheer up the soldiers. He didn't understand why they didn't react. The Shichi girl was standing next to him. She realized that it was useless to talk idly to make contacts. Yewutian told the soldiers that if he personally disliked any of them, each of them could fight him. The soldiers were surprised. They thought the main character wanted to go to the hospital and looked down on them. Yewutian told them that the fight would not be one-on-one, but he would fight with all of them. The girl and her grandfather were very surprised. They thought the guy was out of his mind. One of the soldiers timidly asked the guy if he alone wanted to fight 24 soldiers. The protagonist replied that he was ready to fight even against 40 opponents. He encouraged them all to attack him. The guy also said that he would reward them if they won. One soldier called himself Chen Li and told the protagonist that he was extremely good to deal with. Ye Wuchen told the soldiers to attack him to end the fight quickly. Chen Li got angry. He shouted at the protagonist that he had asked for it. The soldiers shouted to each other that they would make a chop out of the main character because he looks down on them. The protagonist was not afraid of anything, and soldiers were running at him from all sides. He just raised his hand. Yewutian absolutely did not worry at all and put his finger on his hand down. This had an effect on the soldiers. All the soldiers were paralyzed. They collapsed and could not stand up or even move. The protagonist cheerfully asked the soldiers if they thought he couldn't handle them. Yewutian felt a strong blow on his face. It was painful and completely unexpected for him. Chen Li stood in front of him. He was full of strength. He was not affected by the main character's magical methods. Yewutian was very angry, but he didn't understand how this soldier could stand after a large dose of the drug. The protagonist was greatly astonished. He couldn't understand how Chen Li could stand when the other soldiers fell down. Chen Li realized that he wouldn't be able to handle the protagonist with only a small part of his power. Yewutian thought that his opponent's physical stats were much higher than the others. The girl Sachi realized for sure that the protagonist used drugs. The guy was standing, and there were soldiers lying on the ground around him. He told them that they all together could not defeat him. Chen Li shouted to the protagonist that he didn't defeat them by force. The protagonist told Chen Li that in any battle with the enemy, any means are good, and not to make excuses for losing. Chen Li sat on the ground. He couldn't get up. He didn't answer anything to the protagonist. Yewutian told the soldiers that there is no justice in real combat. There will be a winner, no matter what means he uses. Then the soldiers felt their strength returning to them. They were able to stand on their feet. Old Man Ning thought to himself unhappily that the protagonist not only dishonors his people, but also leads them astray. Yewutian told the soldiers that in time they would understand him. He also said that he would not give them the glory of a warrior. The protagonist gave Chen Li the money. There was 10 million. 5 million was for him personally, and the other 5 million was to be used to buy equipment. The guy said that if the money wasn't enough, they should ask him for more. Chen Li liked the commander's decision. He said he would do everything. Yewutian told Chen Li that he would be the leader since he stood up to it. The protagonist gave this soldier the right to lead the future training. He also asked the soldiers to call him young master instead of commander. The servicemen responded to the protagonist in a friendly and coherent manner with agreement. The protagonist was very happy. He realized that with such power, no one could touch him. Chen Li asked him if they could still use guns. Yewutian went to Old Man Ning and told him to give each soldier a gun license. The old man replied that he could only get a few licenses. The soldiers realized that they would have to go unarmed for the time being. Someone said that after serving in the army without weapons, they would feel unreliable. The protagonist told the old man that he could give 1 million for each license. The old man said he'd do it, but only if it was 5 million for the license. One of the servicewomen thought that 5 million for a license would be very expensive. Yetian thought that the old man was really pulling all his money. In the end, he said he agreed to 5 million, but each gun must be equipped with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Old Man Ning said that he completely agreed. He thought to himself that he could raise more than 100 million. Chen Li was very amazed. He couldn't believe that the protagonist would spend over 100 million on them. The soldiers rushed to the protagonist and started thanking him. They called him the best young master. The guy said they would never regret leaving the army and followed him. Late at night, a guy went to rest at his girlfriend's place. He lay down next to her on the bed and fell asleep. The girl woke up in Ye Wutian's arms. She couldn't understand why the guy was in her bed. The girl was surprised that the guy stayed quietly on her bed all night. She thought maybe she lacked charm or he didn't like her. It occurred to the girl to take a couple more beauty pills. Ye Wutian lay on the bed and slept. He snored and felt nothing. The girl thought to herself that the main character most often sleeps with women, and she is probably not interested in him personally. Here she remembered the important thing that Ouyang Xinyue had already taken a step ahead of her. The girl didn't like that the guy didn't take her seriously and didn't give her a sense of reliability. After a while, the guy woke up. He asked the girl if she was awake yet. The girl threw him off the bed with her foot and asked him what he was doing in bed and why he hadn't done anything during the night. Ye Wutian replied to the girl that he thought Luo Shen's death had a great psychological effect on her. Because of that, she was afraid to sleep alone. The guy told the girl that if she didn't want him to come anymore, he wouldn't come. The girl got scared. She said she didn't mean it. She wanted to justify herself. The guy took a pillow with him and said he wasn't coming to the girl's house next time. The girl was almost hurt to the point of tears. She grabbed a pillow and wanted to justify herself. She threw a pillow at the guy and said she wasn't mad at him for coming to her here. The next day, the guy visited the training ground of his soldiers. The boy came accompanied by his girlfriend. He explained to her that these are the soldiers Elder Ning gave him. These soldiers are completely reliable. The guy asked Chen Li how he and the soldiers were doing. The protagonist thought to himself that renting this place wasn't cheap, but it was convenient. Chen Li responded to the guy that he has some expense reports for rent and occupancy. The protagonist said the big expense was expected. He thought to himself that he should appreciate his guys. Ye Wutian told Chen Li to select a few of their guys to protect his girlfriend around the clock. From the line of soldiers came out voluntarily 2 girls. Their names were Zhuan Honglin and Sun Feng. Zhuan Honglin and Sun Feng came out and told the protagonist to make sure his girlfriend's safety was assured. Chen Li said that these girls have experience as bodyguards. The guy replied that he trusted his judgment. The main character's girlfriend, named Chen Kexin, said that there was no need for her protection. The boyfriend replied that her safety is still at risk. Chen Kexin asked her boyfriend not to call her miss since it's weird for her. Ye Wutian suggested to the girl to call her princess. She replied that it was even weirder for her. A guy asked his girlfriend what she would prefer to be called. The protagonist decided that 20 people were not enough for his plan. He asked Chen if he knew anyone else who had retired from the army. He asked Chung how many people he needed. The guy said he needed 50 people to get started. All the people he wanted had to have good skills and a pleasant personality. Chen Li replied in agreement. He said he would bring him such people. Ye Wutian decided that the company would have little money left in its account because of the large expenditures for raw materials for Ching Chung pills and for the maintenance of soldiers. Finally, the boy decided that today he had to do something daring. He went to Situ Wei's house. A guy knocked on her door. She went to the door to answer it. The girl opened the door and was amazed. The guy brought her a huge bouquet of flowers. Ye Wutian wished her good morning and called her beautiful. She was very surprised. The girl asked him if he had really come to see her of his own accord, or if he was short of money again. Ye Wutian told the girl that he couldn't hide anything from her. Situ said guessingly that the guy has hired a lot of bodyguards and plans to sell Ching Chung pills. That's why he has a lot of expenses. The guy told the girl he knew everything. He asked her for his salary for being her personal doctor. Situ agreed to pay him right away. She took out the money. The girl told the guy that if he was short of money, she would always help him. She asked him why he gave 10% of Xinyue's shares. She accused him of being biased. The guy replied to Situ that Ouyang Xinyue is simply his woman. Situ reminded the guy that she had helped him in all the incidents, yet he had always been cold to her. Situ suggested to the guy that he give her some shares. She said she would buy them with her own money. The guy thought about it. Eventually, he told Sita that he couldn't promise her anything. The girl almost tearfully clarified whether he would really do that after all she had done to him. Ye Wutian thought of this girl as a cunning fox. Suddenly, the guy's cell phone rang in his pocket. It distracted him. A girl he knows called. She tearfully told him that Grandpa E had been beaten up and that the lobsters and everything else had been robbed too. The boy was stunned by this news. He realized that he had to act immediately. Ye Wutian snapped out of his seat. He told the girl that they had urgent business and would talk later. The door slammed behind the protagonist. Situ said to herself that he didn't want to give her even a small part of it. After waiting for a while, Situ picked up the phone and said it was time to start the second plan. At this time, a guy and a girl were driving a car very fast. He asked her what was wrong. The girl said that she got a call from Hu Tzu saying that someone wanted to steal lobster from them and that Grandpa wouldn't let them. Grandpa ended up getting beaten up. After a while, they arrived at the house. The beaten grandfather was there. The granddaughter ran into the room together with the main character. The old man was lying on the bed. Grandpa apologized to the protagonist for the stolen lobsters. The boy saw Hu Tzu standing next to him. He apologized and said that he couldn't protect his grandfather and didn't save the lobsters. Ye Wuqian told Grandpa that he would first cure him, and then the old man could say whatever he wanted. An hour later, the old man was still asleep on the bed. The treatment process continued. The girl asked the guy how the grandfather was doing. He told her that the old man would soon get back on his feet. He told the girl to leave while he wanted to discuss something with Hu Tzu. The protagonist asked Huzi who did it for such a purpose and how many people came here. Huzi replied that the attackers were hooligans from the neighboring village, more than 20 of them, and their leader's name was Wang Shun. In all, nearly 100 lobsters were stolen. Ye Wuqian thought to himself what kind of hooligans they might be. It was interesting to him. The protagonist gave Hu Tzu a pill and told him to dissolve it in water and treat the wound. He thanked him. A little later, 2 military vehicles pulled up to the mansion where the protagonist was. It was the girl Chung Kasin. Her bodyguards were with her. She asked the guy how the situation was. Ye Wuqian said it was okay and asked the girl why she was here. Chung said she was worried about the guy. She asked if they had called the police. Hu Tzu said it's all useless. The police are related to Wang Shun. The protagonist realized it was time to act. He called Chung Li. Ye Wuqian told him to leave 2 guys here for observation and the rest were to go with him. The next moment they were driving fast down the road in military jeeps. Hu Tzu told the whole story to Chen Li. He replied that barren lands breed cunning people. Chen Li shouted angrily at the hooligans that they would have a good time. Chung Kasin, sitting in the car, said that dissemination of information in poor areas is difficult. One of the bodyguard girls said that after she joined Ye Wuqian's service, she planned to do some miscellaneous work like killing business rivals. Those words didn't sit well with the guy. He realized that his image in the minds of the bodyguards was very bad. Very soon the protagonist, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at the Wangkan village committee. After arriving, Ye Wuqian and Li Chung went to the door of the village head's building. The mayor of Wangkun, named Wang Tuozi, asked them who they were and what they wanted. He urged them to obey the law. Ye Wuqian told the mayor that a resident of his town named Wang Shun had stolen lobsters from him and cleaned people's wounds. He demanded that Wang Shun come to him. The mayor then responded that his son is a good and decent guy. The main character told the mayor that if he thought he was lying, he could get his son here. The mayor said he would call Wang Shun immediately. Then he got worried when he saw people near the protagonist. Ye Wuqian heard a voice from outside. Someone was asking who was looking for Shun. A group of hooligans came up and asked why they wanted to disturb Shun. They asked the protagonist and his friends if they knew where they had come and who owned the territory. One of the hooligans approached Chung Kasin. He asked the guests why they had brought such a nice girl here. In the next instant, one of Chung's guards punched the bully in the face with all her might. The bodyguard told him that if he ever stared at that lady again, he'd lose a few more teeth. The hooligans were scared, and they thought they had messed with the wrong people. One of the hooligans said that their opponents were very powerful. Another said that the guests could not do anything on their territory. Ye Wuqian approached the leader of the hooligans, stepped on him with his foot, and asked where Wang Shun was. The bully replied that he was very scared. He said that Shun had gone to the city and said he would earn some money while he was still away. The mayor came out of the gate. He said he had called Wang Shun and said he would be here soon. Ye Wuqian told the mayor to admire the beaten friend of his decent son. The mayor was outraged. He shouted at the hooligans that they had come to embarrass him. The boy wondered if Mayor Tuotsu was blatantly lying. He didn't understand why he was doing it. The battered bully said he didn't want to be bullied. He asked the mayor to help him. The mayor responded to past visitors that he is the head of the village and they will not intimidate him. The mayor further added that he, as the head of this village, would restore justice. The hooligans rejoiced at these words. The hooligans pulled out knives and said decisively that they would take over. The protagonist wasn't afraid. He told Chen whether to deal with the bullies in 10 minutes. Chen Li, along with the female bodyguards, said that 3 minutes would be enough for them. The female bodyguards began to beat the hooligans vigorously with their feet and hands. The hooligans couldn't do anything even with knives. The girls finished them off. Very soon all the hooligans were neutralized and lay motionless on the ground. The bullies ended up asking the protagonist for him to spare them and not hit them again. Ye Wuqian took one beaten bully by the head and asked the mayor if the man was his trump card. The mayor replied calmly that he had just seen people arriving to beat up children from his village. There came from outside a loud noise of footsteps and the shouting of many people. It was a group of villagers who came, and they were outraged that someone had beaten their children. Wang Shun's friends immediately started acting like innocent kids. The 3 of them were crying and screaming, convincing their relatives that they had almost been beaten to death. The enraged villagers assured the boys that no one could harm Wangkun village with impunity, and they would take revenge on those who had allowed themselves to do this to their children. Chen Kexen speculated that Wang Tuozi did not call his son, but simply warned his men, before provoking a conflict between them and the gang. Chen Li asked what the instructions would be. He feared that the girls might get hurt in the big one. Besides, he didn't want to beat up the entire village. Ye Wutian regretfully admitted that he had underestimated Tuozi. After all, he clearly wants to further inflame relations with the villagers, and they should not respond to their provocations. The leader of the hooligans, sobbing, pointed the villagers to Dr. Ye's team and exclaimed that it was those outsiders who had stormed into the village and beaten them to a bloody pulp. The angry residents lashed out at the outsiders and started yelling that those guys were always polite and well-meaning, and they had just come and intimidated them to death. Ye Wutian frowned and introduced himself. He told the residents the truth about the stolen lobsters and the beaten people, and asked if they thought what he did was wrong. All three of them started making excuses, saying that the young man was making things up. They couldn't beat up grown men. Wang Shun was a decent man. He would never do such a thing. The peasants ran out of patience and rushed at the strangers with pitchforks and shovels. They started shouting that Ye Wutian was lying, and that such a thing could not have happened. Suddenly, a growing roar of engines was heard in the distance, and a minute later, several men on motorcycles approached the house of the village head. The first to jump off his bike was Wang Shun. He shouted happily to his father that he was able to sell dozens of lobsters and had earned tens of thousands. They were in for a nice dinner tonight. Wang Tuozi panicked and irritatedly thought that his son had chosen a very bad time for his return, and now there would definitely be no conflict. Wang Shun seemed to have only now noticed that there were many people gathered near the courtyard. He was surprised to see the menacing villagers threatening the uninvited guests. Wang Shun approached his father and asked who all these people were and why they had come here. He had a look of genuine amazement on his face. Ye Wutian smiled at the peasants and said that they had seen everything for themselves, so he thought it was pointless to continue arguing. The truth had come out. The peasants were only now beginning to suspect bad things. A woman asked Shun if he had stolen someone else's lobsters. One of the men turned pale and asked if it was true. Wang Tuozi put his hand on Wang Shun's shoulder reassuringly and suggested that he had bought the lobsters himself in the city, rather than stealing them. The young man incomprehensively tried to understand what his father meant. At last the boy understood the hint. He realized what Wang Tuozi was hinting at, and he immediately cheered up and looked proudly at the outsiders. After scratching his head, Wang Shun smiled at his fellow villagers and said that he had bought up all those lobsters from the fishermen in town. Of course, he had no thought of robbing anyone. The villagers who had trusted Utina again turned against him and shouted that he was an impudent deceiver and that they would not leave the village alive and unharmed. Chung Kexin hid behind the young man's back. The girl was worried that things had gone too far. Ye Wutian reassured her and said that there was nothing to be afraid of because Chung Li and the others had come with them. Ye Wutian tried one last time to break up amicably. He held his hands up peacefully and assured the villagers that he wasn't going to cause any unnecessary trouble for anyone. One of the men looked lustfully at Chen Kaishin and said that she was very pretty. He suggested that she go inside and talk privately for a while. This was the last straw for Wutian. The enraged young man shouted that they had brought this on themselves and ordered Chen Li to break the legs of all those insolent people. The bodyguard was just waiting for this. Turning around, he kicked the unsuspecting Wang Shun in the stomach with all his might. The surprised young man flew backwards a few meters. Before he realized what had happened, Chen Li was next to him and kicked his leg a little below the kneecap. The bone crunched loudly, breaking in several places. Wang Shun wailed loudly. Tears streamed from his frightened eyes. He grabbed his knee as if it would do something to help him. Only now did Wang Tuozi realize that these people were not joking, and he turned pale. He was beginning to regret having started to deny everything. The village head was scared for his son and called out to him. Sun Feng offered to give the fake gangsters a little beating. Zhuang Henglin's fists were also itchy, and she happily agreed to beat up those little rascals. Cutting through the air with a whoosh, Sun Feng's heavy boot slammed into the face of one of Wang Shun's comrades and turned his head slightly. Teeth spilled out of his mouth. Zhuang Hengling ran up to the other guy and hit him in the face with all her might with her fist. The young man lost his balance and fell down. His eyes reflected fear. The peasants began to resent the strangers beating the locals in front of their eyes. The woman shouted that the men should respond by beating the intruders to death. A loud pistol shot sobered the angry crowd, and they drew back fearfully. None of them wanted to die because of a prank by the locals. A light smoke was dispersing from Chen Li's gun. The young man explained that they were not going to harm innocent people. He hoped they could keep calm and keep their distance. The woman, who a moment ago had been riling up her fellow villagers and calling for the strangers to be beaten to death, was now shaking with fear and screaming that they had a real gun. Ye Wutian asked if they could now calm down and have a normal conversation with him. The man with the pitchfork estimated that a gun license costs a lot of money. Meanwhile, Wang Shun couldn't find a place to sit because of his broken leg and turned from side to side screaming wildly. He begged for someone to take him to the hospital. Wang Tuozi was stubbornly unwilling to admit his son's mistake and shouted that having a gun didn't solve anything, and they wouldn't be able to get rid of the villagers so easily. The woman cheered up and shouted that they could shoot the whole village and urged her fellow villagers to smash the cars in which the strangers had come. Chen Li asked Ye what they should do now. Wu Tian replied that there was no need to fight unnecessarily because all these village scum were just being used. Chen Li thought with satisfaction that he really didn't want to shoot innocent people. Apparently his boss is actually a sensible person. Meanwhile, Ye Wuqian put a hand on Chen Li's shoulder and winked conspiratorially. He promised to show something more effective than firearms. He peacefully put his hands up and asked that his car not be broken. The young man said he was giving up and assured the villagers that they could still come to an agreement. Wang Tuotsu urged his fellow villagers to leave the outsiders alone because it wouldn't change anything anyway, and their children right now need funds for medical care. The woman screamed that the boy's leg should be treated and the uninvited guests should pay for the medical care. The man added that otherwise they would not be able to leave the village. He said the medical expenses would be 500,000 yuan. The village head demanded another 800,000 yuan as compensation for moral damages. Yao Wutian smiled slyly and said that he didn't expect to pay extra for justice to be served. The young man pulled a blue credit card out of his pocket with 2 fingers and explained to the villagers that the money was on this card. They could go to town and check to see if the money was there. Elder Wang Tuozi's expression immediately changed. He greedily reached for the card and said, "This is already a completely different conversation." His fingers fumbled for some kind of obscure white substance on the back of the credit card, and the village head asked in surprise what it was. At the same moment, a loud rumbling sound came from his stomach, but the headman didn't pay much attention to it. He leaned on his crutch and began to look at the credit card. Suddenly, Elder Tuozi smelled a foul odor. He immediately realized that someone nearby had a body problem, so he asked who did it. But, in fact, he was the problem. The people around him were choking, and one man said that Tuotsu was not so old that he could not control his intestines. Only now did the headman realize that he had allowed himself to be seriously embarrassed in front of everyone and shit his pants. He blushed and shouted that he didn't know what was going on around him. Ye Wutian smirked and said that the village head was so worried that he crapped his pants as soon as he managed to get free medical care. Wang Tuozi realized who was the culprit behind his misfortune and rushed to the young man, angrily accusing him of something the young man had done to him. The young man stepped aside and deftly tripped him. The village head couldn't hold on and fell down. Yawutian said that he did not want such a headman to touch him with his dirty hands. Some men laughed that the head of their Wangkun village couldn't handle his incontinence and pissed his pants. He added that the headman was not trying hard to save his face. Hearing these taunts, Wang Tuozi turned green with anger. No one had ever mocked him like this before. The elder didn't want to accept all of this so easily and ran up to Yawutian again. The pale and angry elder immediately demanded that everything be taken back. Without much effort, the young man kicked him in the face and reminded him that Wang Tuozi stinks, and the guy asked him to stay away from him. Falling to his knees, the elder suddenly felt that his whole body was trembling and he couldn't bring himself to stand up. He couldn't find a single reason that would make things clearer. Ye Wuqian smirked and walked over to the village head. He picked up his blue credit card that had fallen out of Wang Tuozi's hands. The young man approached the next victim. Wang Shun immediately squealed in fear as soon as he realized Ye was approaching him and tried to cover himself with his hand. He was sure that he was going to be beaten. Ye Wutian said that his father's condition did not allow him to take the money, so Wang Shun would take the compensation payment for himself. With these words, Ye held out the credit card to the young man. Wang Shun fearfully shouted that he didn't need anything. He was even willing to give up the entire 45,000 lobster sale proceeds. He begged to just let him go. Ye Wutian smirked contemptuously and told the hapless businessman that his lobsters were actually worth millions of dollars, and he had managed to sell them for a measly 40,000. Wutian said that Wang Shun's business management was perfect, so he should be the one to be compensated. He walked over and handed the blue credit card to the young man. At the same second, the situation repeated itself. After the characteristic rumbling of the stomach, everyone present began to plug their nostrils. They were short of air. Wang Shun got down on all fours as far as his broken leg would allow. He shared his father's fate and also considered himself disgraced forever. He was so ashamed that he had shat his pants in front of everyone that he just roared without hiding his tears. This life was worth nothing to him. Everyone was already laughing at them. The villagers looked at the disgraced boy with undisguised horror. The woman opened her mouth in astonishment and could not take a step. Ye Wutian was now walking straight toward the villagers with a credit card in hand. He reminded them that they themselves had just been clamoring for monetary compensation, so they could have it. The young man raised his hand with his credit card and said that the money was on that card. The frightened residents immediately parted in different directions, no one wanting to share the fate of the head. Yutian hid the credit card, smirked, and asked them to remember that they had refused the compensation themselves. After all, he had offered them money, it was just that the villagers hadn't taken it. The rising sound of a police siren was heard in the distance, and a minute later a police car arrived on the scene. The car door swung open, and Police Captain Jiang Xiaomei and her partner ran out of there. He left the entire case to her and modestly accompanied the girl. The villagers were happy that the police had finally arrived. The woman regained her voice and shouted that those criminals must be apprehended. They were breaking children's legs. Jiang Xiaomei looked at Ye Wutian and Chen Kaixin carefully. Then she shifted her gaze to the crowd, threatening them with pitchforks and shovels, and asked what was going on here. Ye Wutian explained that these people stole his lobsters, beat up his student and Wang Er's grandfather. He reminded Xiaomei that this area was beyond the control of the police, and asked why she was here. The girls said that they had received information about a city dweller, Ye Wutian, who was causing trouble in the village, so she came to see if he happened to be here. Xiaomei couldn't stand it anymore, and began to yell that he hadn't had time to get free, and was already looking for trouble again. She reminded him that he was being secretly watched. Ye Wutian smirked and said that he was done here. She could call the ambulance and send those creeps away. The young man felt that he had fairly chosen the punishment for those guys. Xiaomei exhaled and angrily said that she was already calling the ambulance anyway, and Ye Wutian should tell her absolutely everything that happened here. After 10 minutes, Xiaomei finished writing down his statement, and rebuked that even so, he should have called the police and waited for her to handle it all herself. The young man showed her the farm equipment scattered along the road and explained to the girl that they would lose a lot of people if they waited for the police to arrive. Jiang Xiaomei realized that Ye Wutian was right. She frowned and told the officer to also interview the victims and listen to their version of what happened. At that moment, the phone in the girl's pocket rang annoyingly. She immediately reached for it and answered the caller. Jiang Xiaomei listened to her interlocutor and turned pale. Her eyes were filled with genuine horror. She didn't believe it and asked the speaker again. Jiang Xiaomei hung up the phone and looked at the young man carefully. Ye Wutian asked what was wrong with her, since he was actually passing as a victim here. The captain pondered what she had heard over the phone and said thoughtfully that in this case he was indeed an innocent victim. Naturally, the confused young man couldn't understand what Xiaomei meant, and he asked the girl to tell him everything in detail. An ambulance convoy was injured in a recent road accident. 10 dead and 7 injured were found, and traces of Ye Wutian's involvement were found in the dump truck that caused the accident. Upon hearing this shocking news, Ye Wutian and Chen Kaixin froze in horror. Tears were streaming down the girl's cheeks. This was too cruel an act, no matter who did it. Xiaomei assumed that it was a premeditated assassination. The enemies were clearly targeting Ye Wutian. It was most likely the same person who had tried to kill him before. The young man immediately rushed to his SUV with an arrow and called out to Chen Li and Chen Kexin. He said that they needed to arrive at the scene as soon as possible. The car doors slammed shut and the 2 jeeps, accompanied by a police car, rushed to the scene of the accident. Ye Wutian realized that the man had been following him and knew absolutely everything about the young man. It seemed that he had deliberately provoked that conflict with the fishing village. Remembering the brazen bandits, the young man guessed that his enemies, having studied his methods and personality, had purposely spread rumors among Wang Shun's comrades. The lobsters were guarded by only 2 men, which is why poor old man Van Er ended up in a hospital bed after the beating. A frightened Li Wan Er calls Ye Wutian. Thus, he is cunningly lured back to the fishing village and provokes a series of events. After analyzing all of this, the young man couldn't help but admit that Wang Tuozi was very shrewd and could be at the head of the entire criminal plot. Chen Li realized that they were being set up by someone and offered old man Ning's help. Ye Wutian replied that there was no need to do that yet. They would try to handle it themselves. They were driving very fast and slowed down after only a few minutes near the scene of the accident. The picture was a terrible sight. The ambulance was overturned on its side, all the windows smashed out. The ambulance was overturned on its side with all the windows smashed out. In the other car, a female paramedic was screaming for help. A patient was lying in the intensive care vehicle, and a doctor was giving her first aid. A dump truck lay nearby, flipped over on its side by the violent impact. Screams could be heard from all sides, begging for help. One of the police officers tried to turn the vehicle over. Jiang Xiaomei and Ye Wutian and their group arrived on the scene and were frozen in horror. It was simply unimaginable, and no one could look at it calmly. Ye Wutian angrily thought that there was no need to do this. Innocent people had been hurt. The young man ran as fast as he could to the scene of the accident. Ye Wutian shouted to Chen Li and Sun Feng, who were rushing after him, that they should find everyone alive as soon as possible. They couldn't let them die. The young man asked Chen Kexin to dissolve all the pills the girl had with her in water, and then apply this viscous mixture to the patient's wounds. The first priority was to save the people. Chen Kexin listened to the young man and ran in the other direction with Zhan Henling. The girl was determined. She would do her best. Ye Wutian warned Xiao Mei that the ambulance should not be called, because someone else might get hurt, especially people who are very badly injured and a regular ambulance can't help them anymore. The officer was surprised at how quickly and accurately Ye Wutian gave orders. The girl asked him to call her if the young man needed anything. The first thing Ye Wutian did was to run over to the emergency vehicle, which had fallen on its side. The leg of one of the doctors had been crushed by the weight of the vehicle, and he was moaning in a pool of his own blood, begging for help. The young man crouched down beside him and asked him not to say anything more and to save his strength. He began to perform the ritual of treatment. The patient clenched his teeth and tried not to moan. The young man tried his best to heal him quickly. Ye Wutian felt uncomfortable when he saw everything. After all, it was really because of him that all these innocent people had suffered. Jiang Xiaomei was giving orders to an officer at this moment. She shouted that they needed clear pictures. Not a single clue in this case could be missed. The girl thought that someone must hate Ye Wutian very much to set him up so badly for the third time using harsh methods. She realized that with such capabilities, Ye Wutian could have been killed a long time ago, not just framed. They were probably dealing with a psycho who was just playing around with Ye Wutian. 3 hours had passed since they had arrived at the scene of the accident. The exhausted Ye Wutian sat in the middle of the road, breathing heavily. His clothes were splattered with the blood of the rescued patients. Jiang Xiaomei handed him a bottle of water and said that she was impressed. After all, the young man had previously assured her that he couldn't save people, but only produced pills. The young man gratefully took the bottle from her hands and smiled. He asked the girl if she believed that people were actually born good from the beginning. Jiang Xiaomei pondered over his words. She had nothing to object to the young man, so the officer simply remained silent. The girl knew that he would explain everything now. Ye Wutian unscrewed the cork from the bottle and began to drink the water greedily. The water spilled past his lips in thin streams, but the young man didn't care. He was too tired. After dispensing with the contents of the bottle, Ye Wutian threw away the empty container and said that there was absolutely no need for him to become a doctor if he could help the whole world. After all, a big disaster just happened today, and that's the only reason he helped these people. But Ye Wutian is not going to position himself as a doctor. Xiao Mei took out another bottle with the image of a red cross on it and began to pour a lot of water on her hands. The girl looked very sad and had her own thoughts. Ye Wutian was surprised and asked what the vial was and why Jiang Xiaomei was doing this. After all, she hadn't gotten into any trouble and clearly didn't need any help. The girl replied that it was an antiseptic. She often gets her hands dirty, so she carries it with her. Xiao Mei gently took the young man's hand and applied the antiseptic to the damaged areas. Ye Wutian was touched by the girl's attentiveness and asked why Jiang Xiaomei cared about him. He was just doing his job, and was therefore genuinely surprised at Xiao Mei's show of kindness. Jiang Xiaomei immediately blushed like a boiled cancer. This conversation was getting dangerous, and she shouted out whether the young man would wash his hands or if he didn't need to. Ye Wutian put his hands up and peacefully replied that he would wash his hands naturally and put them at the girl's disposal. Xiao Mei calmed down a bit and let off some steam. At this moment, Chen Kexin came up to them from the back with a bottle of water. She almost roared when she saw her Ye Wutian laughing with Captain Jiang Xiaomei. Gritting her teeth in anger, Kexin thought that Ye Wutian was very quick to find common ground with everyone, especially since she and Jiang Xiaomei were more like a couple, unfortunately. Ye Wutian meanwhile put up his bloody hands, and Jiang Xiaomei began to pour antiseptic on them liberally. The young man washed them well, and they didn't look so horrible now. Wiping his hands, Wutian asked what evidence in the dump truck was in question. Xiao Mei replied that the bank records showed a transfer of 5 million to a man named Luo Hongxing. Jiang added that the dump truck that crashed into the ambulance convoy and caused several deaths was registered to this man. Ye Wuqian gritted his teeth. He pondered who could have set this up and what steps he should take next to get to his enemies as quickly as possible. Jiang Xiaomei assumed that his enemy would obviously incite reporters to interview him, and it seems to her that no later than tomorrow, his reputation will suffer again. To her surprise, Uchan found the situation amusing and he chuckled, saying that it would be okay to pin him once, but the third time in a row only makes him laugh. The girl was worried about Ye Wutian and asked him not to take everything that was happening to heart. She explained that the young man's anger would only make his enemy happy. Ye Wutian smirked unkindly and said that in that case he would recommend his enemy to have a little fun. as he wouldn't be laughing very soon. Xiaomei was right. The very next day, the news was all about it. Moreover, Kexen reported that someone had taken a video of Chen Li beating up the villagers. Ye Wutian assumed that his opponent was doing all this for the sake of the miracle beauty pills. In that case, he would learn what it meant to be a real villain. The young man asked Kexen to arrange to start selling the pills. This news should be publicized, as the limited edition will be distributed through a lottery. Chen Kexen was surprised that the buyers would be chosen randomly, and even have to pay half the cost of the product in advance. Suddenly, she realized. This way, no one would be offended, because the pills would be distributed randomly, and no one would be able to say that Ye Wutian had deprived him of the medicine. The girl excitedly told Ye Wutian that by doing so, it was as if they were declaring to their enemies that they wouldn't even dream of getting their miracle beauty pills. Wutian closed his eyes and smirked smugly. He informed the girl that he had a lot to say to his enemies and was literally counting the remaining hours until retribution. The news of the selective sale of beauty pills disappointed many people. Among them were 3 speculators who cursed the young man for his inability to make a profit. A girl in purple clothes was sitting on a spacious armchair and tasting wine. The man across from her held a glass of red wine in his hand. Enjoying the taste of the excellent wine, the young man in the open shirt sprawled on the couch and asked the girl if she had analyzed the ingredients. 2 slave girls stood behind him. The girl with brown hair and purple tips lowered her eyes as she finished the rest of her wine and informed him that her men weren't done with it yet. The enraged young man ran up to her and knocked the glass out of her hands, spilling wine all over the room. He shouted that he'd already given her too much time, and it was time to call it a day. The glass clinked and crackled as it flew into the wall, shattering into dozens of shards. The wine slowly spread across the light-colored wall, leaving a red stain. The young man stood in front of the girl with clenched fists. He warned her not to keep him waiting long. His patience was not limitless. The girl finally opened her light brown eyes, which seemed violet, and looked at the young man, reminding him that she didn't work for him. They are only cooperating. Lowering her head down, the girl added that due to the technical processing, Ye Wutian's innocence had been proven. The young man asked in surprise what she meant. The girl explained that the pill production is ahead of schedule because Ye Wutian sees right through him and starts to get defensive. The young man frowned and wondered if the girl had decided to make fun of him. He was not accustomed to jokes in his direction, so he looked at her sternly now. The girl smirked and replied that she could not and would not laugh at him, for there were few people in the world who had the courage to do so. The young man looked at her intently. At that moment, the girl's cell phone rang, and she was forced to rise slightly from her comfortable green chair to retrieve it from her pocket. After picking up the phone and talking to the caller, the girl smiled and interrogated the interlocutor. She told him that the information received was very interesting. After finishing the conversation, she asked the young man to check his phone. The girl reported that their acquaintance had retaliated, and not in the way they had hoped. The young man turned to his slave girls and demanded of the girl in pink lingerie that she hand him the phone. The girl immediately bowed and ran to get the phone. In a few seconds, she was already standing with the young man's phone, holding it in her palms. He snatched the phone from her hands and turned away. The whole internet was abuzz with news about Ye Wutian and his video, which garnered many views. One of the links offered to watch the video and learn more. The young man frowned at the screen and decided to watch the video to see what else his opponent was capable of. He pressed the interactive button and started the video. In the video, Ye Wutian suggested that his opponent finally showed himself, and accused the young man of only knowing how to play dirty and of being cowardly because he was sitting in his hole. The young man said that his abuser was wasting his time. Apparently his mind is possessed by obsessions, otherwise the world would not have seen such a psychopath. Ye Wutian suggested that it was all because of the beauty pills. Showing the unknown opponent his middle finger, the young man assured that he would never be able to get his hands on them. After watching the video to the end, the young man became nervous and started swearing harshly. In anger, he squeezed the phone in his hand so hard that it began to crack and fall apart in front of his eyes. The young man was out of his mind. No one had ever insulted him so badly before. He swore to himself that the games were over now. After this, he had to find Ye Wutian and finish him off. The girl couldn't help but laugh. She couldn't calm down for a long time, and then she noticed that this Ye Wutian was actually quite funny. She asked the young man if he was sure he didn't want to laugh with her. The young man looked at the girl furtively. He was so angry that lightning flashed in his eyes. The girl said that the broadcast of the recording clearly involved the Situ family's media company. Otherwise, the video could not have spread so quickly. This only made the young man angrier. He growled menacingly that the Situ family was also involved, and looked at his fierce face in the mirror screen of the phone. The young man started running around the room and breaking furniture, shouting the name of his blood enemy. The round table flew to the other corner of the room. Running up to the large 4-meter-high arched window, the young man pounded his fist on it with all his might, and shouted that Ye Wutian was seeking death since he dared to do such a thing. Despite the fact that the window was made of shatterproof glass, it began to crack and crumble right before our eyes. The slaves clung to each other fearfully. The young man immediately ran to another window and repeated the procedure, shouting that he would definitely find and kill Ye Wutian. The glass rang loudly, shattering into thousands of shards. The building complex owned by the Ouyang family occupies a large area. There are tree sculptures in front of the high-rise office buildings. Ouyang Xinyue sat in her office and laughed at the same video. She found it very funny that Ye Wutian had actually made a public statement over the internet. One of her staff members entered the office and reported that the media company that released the video to the web is actually owned by the Situ family. Xinyue immediately became sad. This explained a lot of things. The powerful Situ family could afford to run a few minutes' worth of commercials across the country. Situe beat her to it and helped Ye Wutian with the roller, though the young man might as well have turned to her. In the evening of that day, Ye Wutian arrived to visit Situe. He stood in her room and looked around the penthouse. The girl herself was nowhere to be seen, which surprised the young man. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded behind him. Ye Wutian turned around and saw Sita wearing a short black negligee. She looked at the young man slyly. Ye Wutian was embarrassed and asked Situe what was wrong and why she was looking at him like that. The young man couldn't understand what she wanted, as her revealing outfit was driving him crazy. Situ lifted the hem of her clothes slightly, and asked with a smile if the young man wanted to see what color her underwear was. A flushed Ye Wutian offered to get straight to the point, and said that he had only come to thank the girl for her favor. Situ continued to tease the young man and said she wouldn't let him watch. She offered to guess the color of her underwear, and then she would accept Ye Wutian's apology. The young man agreed to play with her and said he would try to guess, but asked her to prompt him if it proved too difficult for him. Situe put her index finger to her lips and said languorously that the young man could try his hand at their game. Ye Wutian couldn't help but admit that the girl had very beautiful legs. The mere thought of the black stockings that Situe could wear with this outfit made him blush. The young man lifted the hem of his negligee a little and said that he really didn't mind looking, but if he saw more than he should, it wasn't his fault. Ye Wutian asked if the guessing attempt would count if he saw the color of the underwear directly. The girl blushed and said she would only let him see it after he guessed the color. The young man's throat was dry from emotion, and he swallowed convulsively. There was nothing to do because otherwise Situe would not accept his apology. The girl gently put her hand on his shoulder, and Ye Wutian said that she had suggested such a game herself. He assumed that Situ had white lace underwear. Situe laughed and admitted that she very rarely wore white-colored underwear. Ye Wutian saw that she liked this game. She even closed her eyes in pleasure. He wanted to get this over with quickly, and the young man assumed that the girl had black lace underwear on under her dress. Situ reacted instantly and replied that the young man had failed to guess again. Her eyes were still closed, as if she was giving him a chance to peek. Ye Wutian hesitated with the color choice for a long time, and finally suggested that the girl should be wearing pink lace lingerie today. Situe opened her eyes and said that he was wrong again. She didn't have to wear lacy lingerie. Ye Wutian gave up and lowered his head. He invited the girl to tell the right answer herself. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat on the sofa and moved so close to the young man that he could kiss her if he wanted to. Ye Wutian didn't realize what was happening to her. Situe blushed and languidly whispered in his ear that all his choices were wrong. The only correct answer was that she was not wearing underwear today. As a result, Ye Wutian's earthly body once again couldn't withstand the temptations, and he suffered a nosebleed. Situe grinned gloatingly. She was satisfied with her game. Clasping his nose with his hand, the young man exclaimed that his patience had a limit, and Situe should behave more carefully with him playing such provocative games. The girl smiled and informed him that it would be difficult for the young man to overpower her. She offered to talk about business, and asked if he was satisfied with the results of her activities. Ye Wutian smirked and said that he was already imagining the face of that person who had watched his video message, and promised to definitely return the favor. Situ sadly reported that at least the young man had a conscience. Her media company, on the other hand, suffered retaliation and almost closed down. This news stunned the young man, and he cried out in surprise at what could have happened to her company. Ye Wutian did not yet know what forces were involved in his game. The young man was upset that Situe had lost his company because of him as soon as the video of him appeared on the web. Before that, he had no idea of the power of his enemy. Situ closed her eyes and pretended not to worry. She said it was just a loss of face and nothing to worry about. Anyway, it was all over now. Ye Wutian worriedly asked who could have done this to her and who might be behind it all. The girl smiled and rubbed her cheek affectionately. Situ explained that there was no need to worry about her. Yewutian couldn't do anything anyway. He hadn't grown to that level yet. The young man said thoughtfully that he did not want to be indebted to Situ Wei, as she had helped him many times. He took the girl's hand and asked how he could repay her for her kindness. Situ Wei smiled dazzlingly and replied to the young man that she was only interested in his beauty pills right now. But he wouldn't give them anyway, so none of that mattered. Yewutian thought puzzledly and exclaimed that it was within his power to extend the life of any member of the Situ family by another century. That was all he could offer right now. The girl was surprised and immediately stopped smiling. Her eyes opened wide in amazement. Situ wondered if she had misheard because it sounded more like a joke. Yewutian looked at the girl completely seriously and confirmed that he could do it before it was too late, and all her family members were alive. Situ Wei still couldn't believe his words. She froze in surprise, her chin held up thoughtfully. Her common sense told her that it was simply impossible. Nevertheless, Situ turned around and exclaimed on the run that she needed to hurry back home. Too much had happened in one day. Since Situ's house was far away, the young man offered to book a plane ticket for her. The girl laughed and replied that she had her own plane and that all flights were booked. Yewutian was getting more and more surprised. He asked why there were no free flights and what caused the popularity of their destination. Turning around over her shoulder, Situ Wei gave the young man one of her dazzling smiles and said that the effects of his beauty pills were far greater than he realized. Since Situ Wei had run away and said goodbye, the young man had nothing else to do there, so he headed to his old friend's house. Peng Ning lived in a large country mansion. He was happy to see the guy, but he knew he had a lot of work to do, so he asked about the purpose of his visit, because Yewutian was supposed to be busy with the medicine. The young man asked Peng how his investigation was going, and if they had managed to get on the trail of the man who had thwarted his plans several times already. Ning Peng immediately turned gloomy. At his powerful level, he knew that person's name. But the old man had no right to interfere or give Yewutian his name. Ning sternly said that the young man should not dwell on it. He should better continue to build up his own strength. Sometimes patience was more important than anything else. Sitting on the comfortable sofa, Yewutian pondered. Two people from different strong families had advised him to back off, and that unknown person who was beyond him was even more interesting. Ning said he'd better think about his beauty pills. They are so popular that foreign players have also started to act. Already dozens of spies have been caught. The young man didn't expect to hear this, and jumped up from the sofa when he heard about foreign spies. He asked the old man in surprise if he was sure. Ning Peng explained that this is the reason why he keeps telling the young man about the pills. Many governments are pressuring China in hopes of exporting the pills to their countries. The old man added that there are many spies in the country. He himself does not know how to identify them, but he is sure that they have all come for his beauty pills. Peng asked if the young man had noticed the large influx of people to Dongcheng from other provinces, especially foreigners. The old man said that among those spies who had been caught, most of them were Japanese. Peng angrily declared that they wanted to lead their China into disorder. The young man jumped up from the couch and joined the old man in insulting the Japanese. He indignantly said that the Japanese had been in their country since the beginning of this era, and it was really disgusting. Old man Peng paid attention to his words and asked him what he meant when he said era. Yewutian smiled and pretended that he was just very tired and misspoke. The young man thought that in the future, the Asian alliance, which would include Japan, would dominate China. They would seek European integration with the West. The old man rummaged through his desk and placed a puffy envelope on the table. He said that inside were pictures of suspected spies, and that it might be of use to him. Peng warned that the young man should be extremely careful, especially with foreigners. His first concern should be for his safety. Wuqian agreed with his wise friend. The young man suggested changing the subject to a more cheerful one. He showed me a transparent bag containing a pink pill and reminded me that he had promised to extend his life for another 100 years. Ning Peng incredulously asked what one pill could do. Ye Wuqian promised to teach the old man a set of exercises a little later, and it wouldn't be a problem for him. Handing the pill to Peng, the young man said that he must first draw a large barrel of hot water and sit in it. He had to keep the temperature at 40 degrees for an hour. Ning Peng looked at the pill and wondered. He asked if Ye Wuqian was going to sell such pills as well as beauty pills. The young man closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously in different directions. He said firmly that he would not do it under any circumstances. Ning Peng was very surprised and asked what was the reason for such a decision. In the old man's opinion, selling these pills could help the whole of humanity. The young man explained that he was already going against God's will. The weather was good in one of Dongcheng's suburbs. Birds were chirping in the bright sky. There was a wide road in the midst of a green forest belt, and there was no sign of trouble. At one moment, several police crews led by Jiang Xiaomei arrived at the small, inconspicuous house. They jumped out of their vehicles and surrounded the building. With the safety off, the captain gave the order to storm the cabin. The soldiers immediately rushed in that direction. With a powerful kick of her foot, Jiang Xiaomei broke the lock of the door and kicked it open with a terrifying rumble. Behind her were the fighters ready to open fire if necessary. The captain shouted to the man named Luo Hongxing that he was arrested, and resistance was useless. She was very angry. It was because of him that many people were hurt. The room was a terrible sight, with plaster missing in places and only a wooden plank instead of a bed and a small table. Lo said they had arrived earlier than he had expected. The unshaven man put the uneaten cucumber aside and raised his hands in the air. Luo Hongxing said that they didn't have to worry. He wasn't going to resist the authorities. Jiang Xiaomei quickly pulled out the handcuffs from behind her belt and slammed the metal bracelets on the suspect's wrists with lightning speed. The girl recalled that he had been responsible for many deaths among doctors and civilians while framing Ye Yutian. The captain asked who was the person who ordered the crime. Luo Hongxing smiled and replied that Ye Wutian was the one who ordered him to do it, and the man was very grateful to him for this opportunity to kill people. His arrest was worth it. His eyes were running like a madman's. Hongxin shouted that they could throw him in jail. He was already ready for that. He had nothing to lose for a long time now. Jiang Xiaomei listened to him calmly. She had seen a lot of things during her years as a police officer, and it was not the first time she had heard this kind of shouting. Turning to the fighters, the girl orders everyone out of the room. She forbids entering the room, whatever they might hear. The officers were a little puzzled by such an order, but orders are orders. And the surprised soldiers, one by one, began to leave the building. As soon as the door slammed loudly behind the last of them, there was a terrible rumbling and cracking sound in the house. Xiaomei's blows made the whole house shake. After kicking the man once again in the face, the girl screamed that those doctors were innocent people and saved many lives. She was hammering him so hard that she knocked his knuckles to blood. Jiang Xiaomei yelled that all those doctors had families with children, and it would be hard for them to survive now. Luo Hongxing was on all fours. A lot of blood had already come out of his mouth. He smiled and asked me to hit him even harder, because it was wonderful to feel such pain. Soon a beaten Luo Hongxing was sitting in the interrogation room. Even though he had almost lost an eye, he still kept smiling, and Jiang Xiaomei walked out of the room. She called Li Shuang over and explained that that man's case was very important. He had to be watched closely because of his tendency to masochism. Besides, we can't let him commit suicide. As she walked down the corridor, Jiang Xiaomei thought about the fact that Ye Wutian was uninvolved in opening the bank account. He would soon be cleared of all suspicions. Police Chief Xu thanked the captain for her hard work. Jiang Xiaomei replied that it wasn't hard at all and asked if anything suspicious had happened. The boss said that she had an assignment to escort a person. It's one of Jiang Xiaomei's acquaintances. A short time later, a police motorcade escorting the truck raced through the city with the roar of sirens. At the head of the convoy was a shiny sports car. The people of the city looked back at the column in amazement. One young man said that even the governor himself had not been escorted with such honor. One of the men remarked that the boys were wrong. Today is the day of the beauty pill sale, and the truck is full of them. The other man said it was a huge amount of money. The armored silver car was carrying Ye Wutian, as the man had assumed. He was accompanied by his bodyguard Jiang Xiaomei. The girl told the young man on the way that she had managed to capture Luo Hongxin. If everything went well, Ye Wutian would soon be cleared of suspicion. The young man smiled and said the girl worked hard and deserved a kiss. He reached for her, but Xiaomei pushed him away and told him to watch his tongue. She was at work. Uchan said resentfully that his lips were hurting and needed to be kissed to heal them. He reminded him that a bodyguard has a duty to protect his target. Jiang Xiaomei asked to remind her in the sales office in front of Chen Kaixin. She promised that she would take care of him then. The young man's heart instantly squeezed. The girl smiled and offered to call her affectionately baby in front of Chen Kaixin instead of formally addressing the captain. Let Kaixin know how close they were to each other. Wutian turned pale at the mere thought of their meeting and said that it was impossible for now. A little later, he would definitely persuade Kaixin to let Jiang Xiaomei become his concubine. The angry girl hit Ye Wutian with her fist with all her might, and he banged his head into the reinforced glass. Although the young man managed to put his hands out, he earned a bump. Jianjing Trading Group occupied a huge complex in the center of the city, consisting of many covered pavilions arranged in a circle. Inside it was a stadium. A large awning was put up there today. The pretty anchorwoman said she was happy to welcome everyone who had come here from all corners of the country and those watching on air. Several policemen stood in front of her, guarding against the crowd. The girl exclaimed that today was a special day, and she greeted everyone on behalf of the Tianjin group. Camera lenses clicked from all sides. Cameramen, one after another, quickly adjusted their equipment. The girl in the purple dress continued to open the party. One of the men among the audience realized with amazement that representatives of China's most famous TV stations had come to the event. Ye Wutian and Chen Kaixin watched from afar. The young man was surprised to say that the girl had managed to completely fill the 80,000-seat stadium. Kexin smiled and said that it was quite an expected reaction after a public conference. She added that she did not aim to choose the biggest stadium in the city. The presenter continued to whet the audience's appetite and said that the boxes behind her back were full of beauty pills. The drawing of the pills was linked to the number of the audience's seat. The girl exclaimed that they were starting to sell the first batch of pills in the amount of 10,000 units. Multicolored pieces of paper flew into the air like streamers. The audience rose joyfully from their seats. All of them raised their hands in excitement and welcomed the beginning of the sales. Everyone wanted to get one of the beauty pills. Ye Wutian remembered his long and painstaking labor to create those 10,000 pills. Only now, looking at the excitement around the pills, did the young man realize that his efforts had not been in vain. Xiao Mei grudgingly remarked that he would make $1 billion on the sale of 10,000 pills. The girl demanded to buy her dinner, since she works for a few thousand. Ye Wutian turned to Xiao Mei and smiled. He said that the girl had nothing to worry about since he would take care of her for the rest of her life. Zhang Xiaomei immediately blushed and turned away from the young man. She shouted that absolutely no one would believe such nonsense. Tens of thousands of people came to the stadium to get at least one pill. There was a catastrophic shortage of police officers to maintain order. The whole country was watching the broadcast from the stadium where representatives from the provinces and other countries had gathered. Situ Wei watched the broadcast thoughtfully while enjoying her wine. Journalist Wang Fengxi watched the broadcast with rapt attention, plugging headphones into her phone and lying on her bed. There was another girl among those who were closely following the live broadcast. She was sitting at a computer. Her face was hidden under a mask and a hood. Her left arm was bandaged. Within 2 hours, all 10,000 pills were sold. In addition, Chen Kexin gave away 50 pills for free to keep up the interest, and sales broke out with renewed vigor. The stadium was very lively. All the stands were roaring enthusiastically. The patriarch of the Ye family stood in one of the front rows, followed by his son Heng Dong and his daughter Fei Chao. The girl was very pleased, and she pointed out to her father that there were not enough beauty pills for everyone. The man smiled and replied that her brother had come up with a good idea. The father of the Yi family frowned more and more every minute, and reproached himself for kicking the young man out of his family. Because of this mistake, he didn't know how to face his relatives. The patriarch couldn't contain his emotions and angrily slammed his fist on the podium, cursing the circumstances and the fact that his feckless relative was able to reach such heights. The Ouyang family was also in the stadium. Xinhui thought warmly of Wutian, happy that no one would dare to underestimate him now. The bidding was finally completed and the spectators left the stadium, where only the empty tent that had recently sold a miracle beauty and body product remained. Chen Kexin happily said that they had sold all the pills so quickly she just couldn't believe it. After all, she used to have to drink with her customers to make deals. Ye Wutian recalled that he had promised to create a business empire for her and said that this was only the first step. He asked the girl to visit Ouyang Xinhui and give her 10% of the shares. A disgruntled Kexin declared that there was no need to postpone her promise and she would get right on it. She turned around and walked away. Ye Wutian said that they had finished their work here and could finally take a break. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaomei's cell phone rang. The girl anxiously picked up the phone. Lately, all the calls were related to something unpleasant. It turned out to be so this time. She kept shouting into the receiver and interrogating the person she was talking to. It turned out that Luo Hongxing was dead, and someone unknown was asking to see Ye Wutian. Wasting no time, they ran out of the stadium and crossed the Tianjin Group's shopping center. Soon, their police crew was already pulling into the parking lot near the station. Li Shuang stood outside the cell where the body lay in a pool of blood. Zhang Xiaomei asked how it happened, and reminded the officer that he should not let Luo Hongxing out of his sight. She shouted what happened, whether someone killed him or it was a suicide. Xiaomei asked if someone could have broken into the station and killed Luo Hongxing. Li Shuang listened to her coldly and calmly replied in an even voice that there was a murder here. His icy calmness gave her goosebumps. Ye Wuqian recalled that he had given information on the phone about the person who wanted to see the young man, and asked who it was. Zhang Xiaomei was standing there worriedly. Li Shuang leisurely reached into his holster for his pistol and retrieved it. He informed the young man that Luo Hongxing's assassin wanted to see him. He cocked the safety and pressed the barrel of the gun to his temple. In a cold-blooded voice, the officer admitted that he was the murderer. Ye Wutian looked at the officer calmly and tried to figure out what was going on. Jiang Xiaomei was really scared for the officer, but she didn't give up hope that he had just lost his head. She asked him to come to his senses, put the gun down, and explain everything. After all, the young man was still so young and had everything ahead of him. It was time to think about a family. Li Shuang did not respond to the girl's arguments. Continuing to hold the gun at his temple, he closed his eyes and apologized for letting her down badly. Jiang Xiaomei boiled up and shouted, demanding that he lower his weapon and explain everything. After all, he had served under her for 4 years and had never disobeyed orders. Li Shuang stated that there was only one reason why he was still alive. The young man was asked to deliver a message to them. Ye Wuqian looked at him perplexedly. He puzzledly asked Li Shuang what message he was referring to. It was all very strange. Li Shuang smirked and said just 2 words. The show had started. Jiang Xiaomei and Ye Wutian looked at each other. They were starting to get bored with this game. Wuqian said that it was a very interesting message, but it wouldn't hurt to know who it was from. The young man was going to die anyway, so he could tell them everything. Li Shuang now looked scared. He replied that if he kept silent, only he alone would die. And if he blabbed, people would die, so he just had no choice. Xiaomei shouted that he himself was a police officer and should know that they would protect him. She demanded that the weapon be put down immediately. Li Shuang couldn't stand it and burst into tears. He confessed that he would have been happy to serve her in the future if the circumstances had been a little different. The officer pulled the trigger, and his blood splattered Jiang Xiaomei's entire face. The captain clenched her teeth tightly and berated herself for not being able to stop her best fighter. The gun fell out of the suicidal man's hand and resoundingly fell to the floor right into the pool of blood. Xiaomei stared at Li Shuang in shock, as if she couldn't believe that this could have happened. The girl moved closer to his body and stood over him for a while with clenched fists, trying to tell him all the things she hadn't had time to say in her lifetime. Xiaomei quietly muttered that Li Shuang had solved many cases together with her for 4 years. And all these 4 years, they had been each other's trustworthy companions. The captain couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. Tears ran down her cheeks in streams. She couldn't believe that her comrade-in-arms Li Shuang had passed away like this. She threw herself into Ye Wutian's arms and cried out that she had to avenge her best employee. The young man looked at her sadly. Jiang Xiaomei was still unable to calm down and continued to sob inconsolably, sobbing incessantly. Wutian felt sorry for the girl, so he stood quietly and waited. Ouyang Xinyue's office. The office is furnished in a high-tech style. At a small glass desk, Xinyue sits across from Chen Kaixin, who has come to see her on business. Kexin took out the contract to transfer 10% of the shares to Miss Ouyang and said that she was here to fulfill Ye Wutian's promise. She asked her to sign the papers. Chen Kaixin was very uncomfortable to be here, because it just so happened that she herself had helped Ye Wutian establish a good relationship with Ouyang Xinyue. The girl didn't pay much attention to her. She carefully reread the terms of the contract and quickly signed all the pages. Handing over the signed contract, Xinyue thanked Kexin for her personal visit. She said she had been to the pill sales site and congratulated them on their success. Chen Kexin tried to smile at the girl and thanked Xinyue. She congratulated Miss Ouyang for being their big auctioneer now. The girls cost each other. Each of them felt that the other was a rival, and they both tried to soften the situation with a strained laugh. When the mutual compliments were over, there was an awkward pause. The girls had nothing more to say to each other's eyes, so they fell silent. Finally, Ouyang Xinyue dared to break the silence, and she asked Chen Kexin if she could ask the girl a question of a very personal nature. Kaixin happily agreed. Xinyue recalled that Ye Wutian wanted to break the engagement with her, but Kaixin still clung to him. This was incomprehensible to Miss Ouyang, because Wutian had caused Chen Kexin a lot of problems. The girl smiled and answered that she couldn't let him go. He had appeared beside her in a difficult moment and supported her, so she could not let him go without finding out the reason. Ouyang Xinyue suspected that this could only mean one thing. Her face immediately became saddened, and the girl assumed that Ye Wutian and Chen Kaixin were happy to be together. Chen Kaixin blushed at the mere memory of the young man. She dreamily closed her eyes and said that she was very happy. Ye Wutian treats her very well. This completely killed Xinyue, but the girl was too strong to show this to her rival, and she mumbled that Chen Kaixin deserved it. The next day, Ye Wutian was riding the transparent elevator up the building. Sales were rapidly gaining momentum, and expansion had to be taken care of. When the elevator arrived on the right floor and the doors opened after a distinctive bell, the young man thought he was on the wrong floor. There were long-legged beauties standing around, one better than the other. Ye Wutian opened his mouth in surprise. After all, one would have thought that he had gone to a paradise full of beautiful girls for his merits while he was still alive. His office was jammed with applicants. The entire lobby was crammed with applicants who wanted to work for him. The young man looked contentedly at the sea of girls and realized that he would enjoy making his way to his office, jostling among the female bodies. Yewutian decided not to waste any time and ran straight ahead while the girls still had time to disperse in different directions. He felt like he was really in paradise. Yewutian shushed the girls and apologized left and right, not forgetting to touch another girl. Sweating from such a temptation in close proximity, Yewutian tried to carefully walk past them. Suddenly, the young man cried out that someone had put their hands on his buttocks and exclaimed that they shouldn't feel sorry for him. They should press harder against him. The embarrassed Yewutian advanced closer and closer to his office, pressing his elbows against his torso so as not to accidentally hurt anyone. His enjoyment was interrupted by Chen Kaishin's appearance. She walked out of the office with a clipboard in her hand and sternly asked everyone to disperse, warning that someone was going to get hurt if this continued. The young man tried to justify that he had to fight his way through the crowd and suffer humiliation because life always prevents lovers from meeting. Such is the bitterness of life. Kexin immediately grabbed his cheek with her free hand and suggested that he hadn't had enough of that bitterness in his life. Chen Kaishin dragged Wu Tian unceremoniously by the cheek, saying that they urgently needed to go to the faiz, and the young man could barely keep up with her. He asked, treating him a little more gently. The young man sat down on the sofa and rubbed his red cheek. He asked Chen Kexin what was even going on under their office. The girl said that the sale was successful and their revenue reached 10 billion in one morning. Therefore, they could no longer cope and had to expand their staff. Yewutian smiled smugly and said that this was to be expected. In the future, the company will expand and it is better to spend another 10 billion on it. Suddenly, he realized something. It turns out that all those beautiful girls came to their office to apply for a job. The young man smiled and said that Kexin had learned his habits well. Kaishin smirked and said in a high-pitched tone that the harem was for him. Wu Tian caught her mood and immediately joked that he had never thought of those girls. The young man added that none of them could match her beauty. Kexin frowned and said that this situation only arose because all their staff members were busy. Kexin added that they should raise the requirements. They need highly educated young girls. In addition, there are very few applications from men, but there are a lot of beautiful foreign women. Yewutian was wary when he heard about the foreign women. He was sure that he had seen one of them before, but he couldn't remember where. A vague suspicion rose in the young man's mind, and he rushed to the desk, not believing his guess. Chen Kaishin looked at him in surprise. Yewutian took out the envelope Old Man Ning handed him and spread the photos of the potential spies on the table. He asked if there were any photos of the female candidates. Kexin showed some photos of the girls who were scheduled for interviews in the afternoon, and confusedly asked why he needed photos of foreign women. Yewutian angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted that they were all spies. He couldn't believe that the sale was only yesterday, and today the office was full of spies. Chen Kexin finally understood the enemy's entire plan, and she felt uneasy. The frightened girl knew what would happen if anyone found out about the recipe and smuggled it out of the country. She said she would order that no suspicious individuals be allowed out of the building. After all, the people they trusted most should be in key positions. Xiao Man, the girl's secretary, knocked on the office door and said that she had come. Chen Kaishin allowed her to enter. The girl said hello confusedly and said that the top managers of the Chaojun group had arrived, along with their head. They insisted on meeting in person. Chen Kexin exclaimed in surprise that the Chaojun group is affiliated with China and they have very strong support from the government. The girl invited the honored guests into the meeting room, and all three representatives took their seats at the table opposite Yewutian and Chen Kaishin. The first to speak was Li Qitao, a representative of the Chaojun group. The man with glasses said that beauty pills are talked about absolutely everywhere, not only in their country but all over the world. He smiled and remarked that he wasn't sure they could sustain such a turnover of the drug. The importance of the pills had increased, and now it intersected with state interests. Yewutian smirked and assumed that Representative Li Qitao meant that someone else wanted to take over the guarding of the medicines besides himself. The representative laughed and said that the young man was very witty. He said that their group had decided to buy all the pills from their company for a large price. Li Qitao paused and folded his hands in a lock in front of him, enjoying the effect he had produced. The representative said that they were willing to give 5 billion. Chen Kexin frowned. Only a fool could agree to give these pills for 5 billion. After all, they would soon have tens of times more. Yewutian smirked contemptuously and asked why he was being offered a measly 5 billion. He wondered why Li Qitao was so undervaluing his pills. The representative realized that the young man was not easy and nodded contentedly. He agreed that it was necessary to bargain for such goods and asked what price Director E set. Ye Wutian immediately raised his hand with two bent fingers and said in a firm voice, looking at his interlocutor carefully, that he was willing to give up the goods for 300 billion yuan. Li Qitao's representative was so outraged that he stood up from the table and shouted that Ye Wutian's entire company couldn't be worth 300 billion. The young man stood up and shouted, proving that it was a fair price. He said that he had deposited 10 billion just this morning, and they were only offering 5 billion. The representative slowed down and explained that he had come here on orders from his superiors. He could throw in a little extra if the young man wasn't rude, or he wouldn't give him $100. Chen Kaishin turned white. If the Chinese elite were pawns in someone else's hands, it meant that the real player was behind the scenes and didn't want to show himself. Ye Wutian contemptuously said that they had 3 seconds to clear the room. Otherwise, they might end up in the hospital for months. The managers and the representatives stood up from the table and looked at the young man with hatred. Li Qitao turned around in the doorway and exclaimed that Ye Wutian had asked for it himself. Chen Kaishin took the young man's hand and fearfully asked if they should have been so impulsive. She added that the room wasn't suitable for fighting either. Ye Wutian explained that the guests simply left him no choice. After all, it was clear that they wanted to buy the pills for nothing. The young man assured the girl that he would personally take care of everything. Chen Kexin thoughtfully suggested that they might have gone to get the raw materials for the pills. After all, whoever owns the raw materials sets the price. Ye Wutian smirked and explained that they would simply stop buying raw materials if the price went up. He added that he had been waiting for this to happen and had purchased enough materials to last another year. On the other hand, they themselves needed raw materials and could not allow others to profit from them. It was necessary to increase the quantity of raw materials. The Situ family villa was located outside the city and was a huge 3-story mansion with several summer decks and an extensive underground parking lot. The head of the Situ Zong family was sitting on the sofa, poring over a rosary. He thoughtfully asked his granddaughter Situ Wei how sure she was that Ye Wutian had told her the truth. The girl replied that she trusted 70%. She recalled that he had created the beauty pills himself, and it was just an incredible level of medical skill. Situ Jie, the girl's father, joined the conversation. He was skeptical that the young man could extend their lives for another 100 years and suggested that they investigate first. Situ Wei broke down into a scream. She was offended that even her own father didn't believe her words. The girl reminded him that the Ouyang family was already 1 step ahead of them and was profiting from it. Jie tried to object that the pills were only shared with Xin Yue. Situ Wei suggested that this was just the beginning. If the Ouyang family got into trouble, Xin Yue would immediately rush to the rescue. Situ Zong thought about it and said that old man Ouyang was not old anymore. He asked Situ Wei if Ye Wutian could cure Ouyang Anan. Situ Wei thought briefly and replied that the chances of cure were very high. Ye Wutian's medical ability could not be evaluated by any means known to them. Jie said he was only interested that the Ye Wutian they knew had changed so much. Wei confessed that she did DNA testing using his hair. It's exactly the same person. Situ Jie weighed the pros and cons. It was unclear where the young man had gotten such skills and why he was hiding. He told his daughter that he couldn't trust such a mysterious guy. The patriarch immediately understood his son's hint. He sighed heavily and politely asked his granddaughter to give them a chance to discuss it alone. Situ Wei wasn't entirely happy with their decision, but she realized that her statement really did sound too fantastic to be believed unconditionally. The girl in the purple dress returned from the lab to the young man in the open shirt. She saw that he was in the room by himself and wondered where the girls had gone. The young man smirked and said that those 2 girls were broken and needed to be replaced. He added that if you had money, you could buy yourself anything you wanted. The young man asked the guest how the tests were done. He wanted to hear the correct result. The girl said that she was not able to perform the analysis and was surprised by it. She remarked that if this happened, Ye Wutian would make a lot of money, and they wouldn't get anything themselves. The girl smirked and suggested trying other methods. The young man looked thoughtfully at his feet and assumed that the girl wanted to set Wuchen up with a honey trap. It seemed like a good idea to him. The girl stared into the young man's eyes for a few seconds, pondering his proposal. She said that Ye Wutian was cunning and unlikely to fall for it. The young man turned red with anger. In all this time, the girl had not helped him in any way. He shouted that she might accidentally burn herself while playing with matches. The girl thanked him for his concern and told him that he should think of himself first, for his family did not share his methods. He snapped back that it was his business. The girl asked fearfully what he intended to do, for they did not know the composition of the pill. She shouted that he would not be able to copy the beauty pill completely. The young man smirked smugly and explained that he was going to launch his product to the masses and discredit Ye Wutian. The girl jumped up from her chair and angrily stated that innocent people would suffer in such a case. The young man cynically stated that people's deaths were a small thing, and he didn't want to miss the chance. The girl turned around and said angrily that she wasn't going to support him anymore. If he wanted to, he could go on, but he could go it alone. The young man sat thoughtfully with the back of his hand against his cheek. He answered that he didn't care whether the girl supported him or not. Chaokan Company responded rather quickly, and within an hour, Tianjin Trading Company was notified to suspend their operations for a thorough inspection. Journalists took advantage of this, telling everyone around them that Tianjin was actually run by scammers. Tests showed that the pills contained harmful substances. By showing Ye Wutian's face with his middle finger in close-up, reporters assured that the unconscious young man did not care about the health of ordinary people. As a result, beauty pills were verified as a drug, and public opinion was divided. Many were now in favor of closing down the Tianjin Company. It was increasingly common to see people with their phones. Most of them were sitting on forums and arguing fiercely about beauty pills. It was worse when opponents found each other on the street and could not contain their emotions. They would argue until they were white-hot, and then get into a fight. Disfigured people who couldn't get beauty pills began picketing the main offices of the health industry in droves, and pelting them with eggs and rocks. They shouted that no one dared persecute perfectly honest people. After all, nothing could help them except these pills. The situation was getting more and more heated. Dongcheng's town governor sat at his desk in his office and watched the reports from the scene. He had a lot to think about. Wang Fengxi, a journalist, burst into her father's office and asked why beauty pills were banned. All the media outlets turned against Ye Wuqian, and now there is a riot outside the window. The mayor sighed heavily and lowered his head guiltily. He wiped the sweat from his face and told his daughter that he knew it himself. The girl began belatedly to guess, but she needed to know the truth, and Wang Fengxi begged to be told that the city mayor was not involved. The town governor grinned and said that she had guessed what the matter was, hadn't she? He asked his daughter why she had come to his office. The journalist almost cried in frustration and asked her father why he had done such a cruel thing, since he had recently admired Ye Wutian and his business acumen. The mayor sadly replied that he was forced into it, and now all he can do is blame himself for being on the wrong team at the wrong time. Due to the recent ban and riots, Tianjin Company was deserted. All the computers were turned on, but not a single employee was on site. Chen Kexin sadly told Ye Wutian that only yesterday, the place was still bustling with work, and the corridors were crowded with employees. A young man sat at one of the desks with his hand resting on his cheek. Ye Wutian said that they had already done their best by sending them on paid vacation. The girl almost roared. Chen Kaixin already understood everything, but it was hard for her to accept it. She clenched her fists in anger and revealed that before the ban she had put everything in perfect order, and their company was in compliance with all the strictest requirements. The young man explained that it was all useless. They would constantly interfere and look for a puncture in their organization. Chen Kaixin confusedly asked what he intended to do. Ye Wuqian smirked and said that their Qinshangshan's lifeline was very long and it wasn't easy to cut it off. He stated that it couldn't last long anyway. The young man smiled and said that they would act differently now. They would have to play their role as weak people. Chen Kaixin began to finally understand what he meant, and assumed that Ye Wutian wanted the people themselves to do everything for him en masse, just like last time. The girl reported that things look different now. Despite the fact that the eastern part of the city is plunged into chaos, the Ministry of Health still does not intend to give up. The young man smiled and said that they just didn't realize who their main enemy was. Not only would they give away the enemy to the public, but they would also give them a strong dose of medicine. Ye Wuqian couldn't help himself and laughed gloatingly. He was happy about his scheme. After all, it was the city's own fault. There was no need to touch his company. The next day, the entire web was buzzing. Tianjin Company hinted that they had been pressured from above, and from that day on, people would have to take care of themselves without their help. At the same time, a certain Ye Wuqian and Chen Kexin, posing as active users, admitted that they allegedly saw Chief Chaokan in Tianjin's office by chance. This news quickly spread and Chaokan Company's website was hacked. Li Qitao was simply furious. The Chaojun Group's stock rapidly began to plummet downward. Soon, a new announcement appeared on the Tianjin website. The company threatened to destroy the entire stock of pills in 3 days because their company had closed down and the expiration date was limited. Ye Wuqian was right here too. The news galvanized the public and soon angry crowds stormed the Ministry of Health and its branches in the city. Dozens of people blocked the entrance to the building. Many people threatened the ministry representatives with death. They were even ready to die themselves if the beauty pills were not returned to them. But they weren't the only ones there. Their opponents came up to the angry crowd and began to assure them that the pills had actually failed the test and that the fake had been created just for the sake of a lot of money. Their argument was getting heated. Each side was ready to prove its case in a fight. The large man in favor of the pills threatened to tear everyone apart with his bare hands. He couldn't stand it any longer and rushed to attack his opponents, dragging all his companions with him. The second man supported him and exclaimed that they would beat the crap out of the enemy. Their opponents were not timid. They did not think of retreating, and also shouted threateningly to their enemies that they were not afraid of them and would deal with them very quickly. Shouting and cursing were heard from all sides. The picketers promised their opponents that they would learn what it was like to be disfigured. After a while, the police arrived. The clash was in full swing and the dust was piling up. The police officers watched the mass brawl with amazement. Captain Zhang Xiaomei took out a megaphone and demanded that the street fight stop immediately. She promised that she would mitigate the punishment if they stopped now. Suddenly, a boulder that came from nowhere hit her in the head, and the girl let go of the megaphone in surprise. Her uniform cap flew to the ground. One of the officers standing nearby timidly remarked that the crowd was ignoring the captain's orders. A huge bump instantly grew on the girl's forehead, and she just went wild. An angry Zhang Xiaomei couldn't get away with it. She pointed at the crowd and ordered to use water cannons and wash away all the hooligans with water. The girl stood back and watched the act of retribution with satisfaction. Several powerful torrents of icy water bound the movements of the crowd, and people shrieked. Not an hour later, the place was empty. The opponents were taken apart, and the fiercest disputants were handcuffed. People began to disperse little by little. The instigator of the fight was being put into a police car. When he turned around, he told Captain Zhang that he had done wrong, but asked to see his disfigured face. The other handcuffed people started yelling that she herself had never been ugly and couldn't understand them. The woman shouted that the people around her were looking at her like a monster. An instigator with a disfigured face said sadly that the advent of pills had given them hope. But the group of people pushing Tianjing would not let them live peacefully. The others shouted that their chance for a normal life had been taken away. Zhang Xiaomei couldn't bear to look at them. After all, she had once been disfigured herself, and knew the value of these pills. Unfortunately, there is absolutely nothing she can do for these poor people right now. A police captain has a duty to maintain law and order. Soon, all police crews returned to the scene. The instigators of the fight were taken to the security bureau and questioned thoroughly. Police Chief Shu couldn't take it anymore and threw a weighty stack of reports on the table. He told Captain Xiaomei that there had been 13 major fights and hundreds of injuries in half a day alone. Shu added that the hooligans hadn't forgotten about Cheokun's company. All of its windows have been broken. Every corner of the company has been pelted with raw eggs, and the smell can be smelled a kilometer away. In addition, the departments of industry and commerce were very badly damaged. Even the Ministry of Health building was pelted with rotten eggs. Shu complained that it was actually worse. Chaokon is pressuring him, and the support of beauty pills nearly 500,000 people came to Dongcheng. Jiang Xiaomei said thoughtfully that there would be more fights, but now involving foreigners. And if they let them come, it would lead to international disputes. Shu got angry and shouted why she still hadn't called Ye Wutian. After all, if he hadn't told about destroying the pills, all this chaos simply wouldn't have happened. Zhang Xiaomei confusedly said that she had already called him dozens of times, but the young man doesn't pick up the phone. Unfortunately, she can't contact him right now. Shu finally realized that Ye Wutian had done this intentionally, and all they could do was keep order as much as possible, and the rest was up to the top. At this time, Ye Wutian was quietly resting in a luxurious room of a hotel with a beautiful view of the forest. He knew that no one could find him here. Wutian rested his head comfortably on Chen Kaixin's lap and smiled contentedly while lying on the sofa. The girl said in surprise that she hadn't expected such a big mess. Ye Wutian was satisfied with his small protest. He smirked and stated that the strength of the people was unbelievable. This was exactly what he had expected. Chen Kaixin thought warmly of the people and offered to raffle off a certain amount of pills for free as a token of gratitude when this was all over. Suddenly, someone knocked insistently on their room door. Chen Kaixin was surprised to think that no one knew their location. As it turned out, Ouyang Xinyue was standing outside the door. Chen Kaixin asked in surprise why the girl had come to visit them. Xinyue was not much of a talker. She warily looked into her rival's eyes and worriedly said that fake beauty pills had appeared on the market. Ouyang Xinyue entered the room and sat next to the couple on the spacious corner sofa. She happily told everything she had learned from her sources. The girl held out a puffy envelope of documents and explained that it contained all the information about the threats from the Ministry of Health and the Kaoken Company. Ye Wuqian smirked and said that during the sales, the advertisement was banned and now suddenly a fake was appearing. He wondered who might be behind it. Xinyue replied that these pills appeared in Shanghai a few days ago, and they are not called Qingchenshan, but Qinggu. The company calls itself Qinggu Tianjing and has sold 1 million doses. It became apparent that customers were mistaking the pills for a product from the Tianjin group and were therefore buying up the product quickly. Xinyue said sadly that she found out too late, and the pills have spread all over the world. Some patients are getting worse. There are even fatal cases. Ye Wuqian instantly decided to issue an official statement that the Tianjin group had nothing to do with Qinggu Tianjin Company's fakes. The young man began to ask the girl where the company was registered and who was its official representative. Ouyang Xinyue thought for a moment and replied that their office was on the island of Guam. They are unlikely to find an official representative. All they know is that he is African. Ye Wuqian said, the small island nation of Guam is a pretty interesting place to register. Looks like they were going to make a fortune and escape. After thinking for a while, the young man got up from the table and said that he should go to Shanghai tonight and personally assess the situation. The girls looked at him with surprise. Both of them actually expressed their desire to keep the young man company at the same time, but in slightly different words. Xinyue realized that they were almost identical and was very surprised. She looked at her rival with undisguised amazement. Chen Kaixin was no less surprised. After all, Ouyang Xinyue was only here as a guest, and she had no business intruding into their personal lives. Xinyue understood the girl's feelings perfectly, and so her eyes immediately drooped and filled with sadness. She knew that Chen would not give up. Chen Kexin also had a lot to think about. She knew that Ouyang Xinyue and Ye Wuqian had crossed paths a lot in the past, and they had a lot to talk about. Chen Kexin felt sad as well. Ye Wuqian solved the matter simply. He said that the girls would both stay in the city and he would take a few of his bodyguard Chen Li's men with him. The events put all the influential people of the city on their ears. The Ning family was no exception. Peng Ning laughed that he liked this youngster more and more. He sat across from his son and said that Ye Wuqian used a great tactic of playing a weak person to gain sympathy and play on people's emotions. The man stated that the matter had taken a serious turn and it would now be very difficult to restore balance. Ye Wuqian may not be able to withstand the battle with the city. The old man replied that he could only blame the young man for choosing the wrong team. Now the fight for the pills had gone very far, and it could not go on much longer. The man told his father that he had gotten news about counterfeit pills called Qinggu. Since Xinyue has her own network, she had to tell Ye Wuqian about it. Ning Peng laughed and said that this was all just for Qinggu pills. The man anxiously asked if they needed to do something about it. The old man asked his son to recall Shiki. Since Ye Wuqian will be going to Shanghai, Peng would like his granddaughter to keep him company. That way, everyone would see their family's attitude towards the case. The man exclaimed that Shiki actually has a fiancé. Recently, the Chen family has some difficulties, and this marriage would help avoid problems. Ning Peng smiled and replied to his son that he was exaggerating too much. After all, his heart was not in the right place, and the final decision would still be made by Shiki herself. A few hours later, the private jet landed at an airport in Shanghai. Evening was coming, and the sun's rays illuminated its shiny wings. The airfield buildings were almost entirely constructed of glass. Despite the popularity of the airport, today the terminal was almost empty. This was due to the outflow of people to Dongcheng. Ye Wuqian went up the escalator with Chen Li and another bodyguard. When leaving the airport, he suddenly saw Shiki beside him and was surprised that the girl was also here. To all his queries, the girl in the short skirt and sleeveless blouse replied that their meeting was accidental. It was just a coincidence. The young man smirked and assumed that Sitsi missed him a lot and started to describe how handsome he was. The embarrassed Sitsi didn't know what to do. She was pounding with anger. A bodyguard whispered to Chen Li that their boss was quite brave. One of his co-workers had once made a love confession to Shiki, and then stayed in bed for a month. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of them and said that Ye Wuqian took too long to get to Shanghai and made her wait. The young man and Shiki were dumbfounded and froze in place. They were surprised. It was the girl they knew well, Situ Wei. She stood in a beautiful blue dress and straw hat, smiling slyly at the young man. Ye Wuqian couldn't understand what Situ Wei was forgetting here. The bodyguards were also looking at the girl with surprise. She coquettishly folded her hands behind her back and winked at the young man. Situ Wei hugged his elbow with both hands and said that they had to go. Ye Wuqian surprisingly assumed that the girl was supposed to investigate here. He wondered if Wei had bugged him. The girl smiled and told him that the investigation was more dangerous than he could imagine. Siki frowned. She realized that Grandpa had asked her to fly to Shanghai for a reason. It wasn't just the Ouyang family behind the young man. The Situ family was also the guardian of the young man. The young people got into their cars. As soon as the traffic light turned green, Wei pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the silver SUV sped off. Ye Wuqian and Shiki Ning were also in the car. Situ Wei handed the young man a map and suggested that he see exactly where they were going. With barely a glance at the map, Wuqian realized that this was Qingguo Tianjing's address. He was surprised that the itinerary was drawn up before he even started checking them out. Wei was glad that she managed to surprise the young man. The girl smiled and said she was amazing. Wu Tian realized that Wei wasn't just doing everything for him. After reaching an industrial area of Shanghai, both cars stopped. Everyone got out of the vehicles and began to look around. There was no limit to their surprise. It was too dirty and cramped to organize the production and storage of medicines, let alone delivery. Ye Wutian looked at the scattered garbage on the floor. Broken glass was all around. He couldn't believe that this was the Qingguo Tianjin company. He asked if Wei was sure this was the right place. It turned out that the girl had thought she was mistaken at first too, but Qingguo's office was really here. Ye Wutian was angry and was ready to trash their office. After all, this phony Qingguo company with their fakes was just an insult to his Qinchengshan beauty pills. The angry young man walked into the office and politely inquired, barely restraining himself, if Qingguo Tianjin Company's office was really here. Both employees were too busy and didn't hear him. They were sitting across from each other and playing online games. Empty bottles and cigarette butts were lying on the table. Ye Wuqian turned black. There aren't many people in this kind of company, and they are also playing at work. The young man raised his tone and asked them to stop playing. He had come to them on business. Without even turning to him, one of them nonchalantly said there were order forms on the table. He would receive the goods within 3 days, if he remembered to pay for the delivery. Situe walked over to the table and thundered with her fist with all her might, drawing attention to herself. She too was fed up with these arrogant young men. Leaning lower on the table, the girl informed them that they actually had a large order and were here to talk business. When they saw the seductive breasts in her cleavage, both employees were immediately stunned. The young man even took off his headphones. He was no longer interested in the game. He immediately said that the guests could sit down on the couch. The young man asked how many pills they needed. Wei smiled and said they needed a lot and they wanted to see the boss. The young man smiled and said that the boss is never here. They have a branch office. The second employee assured that they would organize the delivery of pills in any quantity. Ye Wutian smirked and said that he needed 1 million pills. His eyes burned with sly lights. The young man knew that this would take them by surprise. The businessmen quickly calculated their profits in their minds. At a price of 100,000 per pill, they could make an astronomical sum for 1 million pills. The second staff member looked at Ye Wutian suspiciously. This guy seemed very familiar to him, but the young man couldn't remember where he knew him from. Wei, meanwhile, charmed the first officer and said he could hardly make a decision on such a party on his own, and asked him to contact someone higher up. The young man turned pale and exclaimed that they could do the paperwork themselves. They didn't need a boss. The second employee said that they should either buy the goods or get out of the office. Situe turned to Ye Wuqian and winked at him. The girl smiled and assumed that someone was asking for a little bit of a beating. He was itching to teach the arrogant young man a lesson and show that no one had the right to stand in his way. He grinned and winked at Situe. They didn't even have to intervene. The bodyguards observing nearby shouted with one voice that they understood their master's order. Chen Li and his partner moved toward the insolent men. The noise and rumbling shook the building for a long time. The hapless businessmen screamed so loudly that they scared all the birds on the roof, and they flew away in different directions. Qingguo's staff with bumps on their heads lay on the floor and groaned, making excuses that they were only staff and were not hiding anything. The second asked why the young man was beating them. Yuthian smirked and took a seat beside him. He reminded the young man that he himself had recently recognized his face as familiar, and now he might recognize his guest. Only now did the young man realize what a meat grinder they had gotten themselves into. A smirking young man was reflected in his eyes. The young man cried out in horror that it was Ye Wutian himself. Ye Wutian immediately ran up to the negligent employee and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. He shouted that no one dared to sell beauty pills that were fake. The other 4 of Ye Wuqian's company watched as he beat up the young man. Even they were uncomfortable with the sight, but the boys had asked for it. They started making excuses that they themselves did not know who was behind it. They were contacted each time from a different number, which was then unavailable. Ye Wuqian stepped on one of the guy's head and pressed his mouth to the floor. He demanded to be told immediately where the warehouse of their products was located. The second young man hastily declared that they would do whatever he said, and said he would escort them to the medicine storage place right away. They walked down a long corridor, and the young man swung open the large double doors leading into the production room. The young man assured me that the warehouse was right here. The other kid stood next to him and trembled with fear. Ye Wutian hummed and walked closer. They found themselves inside a large hangar crammed 3 stories high with racks of products. Sitsi quickly estimated that there were at least 1 million fake pills in that area. Situe was amazed that such a large number of pills were produced in a small period of time. Considering that this was only one of many departments, Their opponent acted quickly. Chen-Li said that it would be a big disaster if all these fakes were to go on sale, and asked the chief what his orders would be. Ye Wuqian frowned at the warehouse. At the same second, he shouted that the whole place, along with the pills, should be set on fire. The young man was angry, his eyes flashing like lightning. One of the guys got down on his knees and begged me not to do it. He said his life was not worth that kind of money, and he would obviously be killed if the pills were burned. Wuqian grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and lifted him off the floor, shouting if he knew what would happen if 1,000,000 pills hit the shelves. The young man told him that many people had died because of counterfeits. Now the two young men were tearfully begging not to burn the warehouse with their products and to spare their lives. They knew that the reprisals would be brutal. Ye Wuqian thought seriously. He saw that the two young men were scared to death and they were really of no use. After all, they were just pawns. He decided to do it his way and use magic. The young man looked glumly at the businessmen and offered to start all over again, suddenly scattering white powder in front of their faces. The magic powder worked instantly, and both employees fell to the floor and passed out for a while. Ye Wuqian left the warehouse, remembering to tell Chen-Li that the warehouse should accidentally catch fire in half an hour. The bodyguards reported their readiness to carry out the commander's order. They had to get as far away as possible in half an hour. So the silver SUV and the green security jeep raced through the city at top speed. They calculated everything correctly, and at one of the traffic lights, Ye Wuqian saw in his rearview mirror a huge glow from behind, which was growing larger by the second. He spared those two useless slugs, and they were thrown away from their branch in the middle of the road. When they regained consciousness, their warehouse was already on fire. After the powder, they had completely lost their memory, and none of the former employees could remember either their own or their partner's name. They couldn't even recognize where they were. Ye Wuqian was thoughtfully silent, and Situ Wei asked him why he wasn't happy after all this. The girl assumed that Ye Wuqian was still dissatisfied with the result. Without turning to look at her, Wuqian admitted what was bothering him. Their main enemy had yet to be discovered, so there was nothing to rejoice about here. Sitsi said it was difficult to find him because the office was registered in an island nation, and they had only seen a front organization, and therefore would not be able to prove anything. Situ Wei suddenly stopped the silver SUV and pulled to the side of the road. Ye Wuqian turned around in surprise and asked why they had stopped. Situ Wei, instead of answering, playfully lifted his chin with her finger and said that there were some very good hot spring baths nearby. The girl asked if he wanted to rest. Ye Wuqian smirked and said that it was a very good idea. He suggested Ning to keep her company. The girl immediately turned purple. She thought that Wuqian was suggesting that they go together. The young man immediately started making excuses, saying that she had misunderstood him and that there was nothing to stare at. Zizi got out of the car and exclaimed that she didn't believe a word he said. If he wants to go there so badly, he can go there. But without her involvement. She gave one last shout to Situ Wei that she needed to be constantly on guard, lest that dork eat her whole. Wei smiled when she saw that the girl was angry. She winked at Sitsi and said that she didn't mind being eaten herself. She winked at him and said that she wouldn't mind being eaten. Situ Wei smiled and put her hand on the young man's leg. She said that she would like to visit the spring with him, but she didn't bring her swimsuit with her and asked him to help her pick a new one. Ye Wuqian became embarrassed, and a gambling light appeared in his eyes. The young man said that Wei had come to the right place. After all, he was a professional swimsuit picker. Chen-Li stopped his jeep and the bodyguards ran up to the silver SUV. Chen-Li asked why they had stopped and assumed that his boss was tired and wanted to rest. Ye Wuqian turned to the man and informed him that he had some urgent business to attend to. Therefore, they could be completely free until tomorrow. A gorgeous lady in a blue dress and straw hat attracted everyone's attention, and all the young men turned to look at her, despite the presence of their girlfriends. The bachelors looked at Ye Wuqian with envy. Each of them thought that the young man didn't deserve to be around such a beautiful girl, and he himself was much better. Situ Wei liked being the center of attention, and she closed her eyes in pleasure as she held onto the young man's hand. The pale Ye Wuqian led the girl to the right department. The young man suddenly asked Situ Wei if she was going to seduce him and asked her to answer him honestly. This question caught the girl off guard, and she clapped her eyes in surprise. In fact, Situ Wei had never even thought of such a thing. She let go of his hand at once, and for some time they walked side by side in silence. Ye Wuqian spoiled her cheerful mood with his ridiculous question. The girl reflected that she was just used to being around this guy. She didn't hold hands with anyone or pretend like they were a couple. Situ Wei looked at the young man seriously and asked sternly if Ye Wuqian really felt that way. She was no longer smiling, and all the warmth was gone from her voice in a flash. Now the young man was also puzzled by the change in her face. He noticed that Situ Wei had become too serious, and it was not like her at all. Ye Wutian thought that he would answer positively if someone asked him if he had any feelings for Situ Wei. After all, no one would be able to resist her. The young man looked at his companion's frowning face and decided that in any case, it was hard for her to control her emotions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked such a question. Situ Wei caught the young man's gaze and immediately turned to him. She stared intently into Wutian's eyes and repeated the question of whether the young man really thought she was a seductress. Ye Wutian realized that this conversation had gone too far and grabbed Wei's hand, reminding her that they were going to pick out a swimsuit. The young man assured that he had a good eye. They walked over to one of the racks of women's clothes, and Ye Wutian took the shoulder pads with the clothes. He asked Situ Wei to try on a swimsuit. The fabric wasn't bad, and it should be comfortable. The girl immediately blushed and pointed her finger at the shoulder pads. Situ Wei asked if the young man really wanted her to try on this particular swimsuit. Ye Wutian looked at the shoulder pads. It was a black bikini swimsuit, and the young man blushed, because he hadn't thought of taking this particular model. Out of embarrassment, the young man began to muddle his words and said that they could exchange it for a decent swimsuit, although what he really meant was a sports-type swimsuit. The assistant smiled and said that this swimsuit was a limited edition, and his girl would look just perfect in it. This line magically worked on Situ Wei, and she instantly took the shoulders of the swimsuit, saying that she would try it on. No one could see her blushing face now, and Wei smiled wistfully. Now she was being called someone's girlfriend for the first time in her life. In the fitting room, Wei wondered if she was really acting weird, but then quickly pulled herself together and decided that she needed to calm down first. The girl slid open the fitting room door. The rustling of clothes and Situ Wei's sniffling sounded behind the screen for a while. Finally, the embarrassed girl popped out of the fitting room in her new clothes and asked the young man, winking slyly, if the swimsuit suited her. This swimsuit hid almost nothing, and the flustered Ye Wutian couldn't answer the girl. His nose bleeding immediately opened up. The young man only raised his thumb up. Situ Wei's good mood returned to her, and she pressed herself against the young man, asking if he would buy that swimsuit. Yes, she knows it's expensive, but she would like him to buy it. Seeing the breasts in front of him, barely covered by the black swimsuit top, the young man smiled and told the girl that she was a great help and could afford anything regardless of its cost. They wandered around the city for the rest of the day and did some shopping, only reaching a Shanghai hotel with a hot spring by evening. Ye Wutian sat in the hot tub and cursed himself for acting like a gentleman. As a result, Situ Wei didn't even speak to him, and the young man had to rent 2 rooms and sit alone. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to him. The fact that he had rented 2 rooms didn't change the fact that Situ Wei could break into his room safely, and he just had to wait. The young man vindictively thought that he had made Wei blush all day today. And when she comes over, Ye Wutian will just have to tease her. Another 20 minutes passed. It seemed that Situ Wei wasn't going to come to him, and the spring was incredibly hot. Therefore, Ye Wutian decided to leave, especially since the young man himself couldn't understand why he was even sitting there and acting like a little boy. At that very moment, the door leading from his suite to the hot tub slowly began to pull away. The young man was looking the other way and didn't notice it at first. When the door opened halfway, the seductive silhouette of Situ Wei in her new black swimsuit appeared on the threshold. The girl peeked inside surreptitiously. The young man was tired of exposing himself to excessive heat, and he slowly stood up with his eyes closed, complaining that this heat would surely kill him. Suddenly, someone put tenacious fingers on his shoulder, and Ye Wutian immediately realized that the girl still couldn't stand it, and came to his room. Situ Wei pressed herself against him and whispered in his ear in a languid voice, wondering if he had decided to leave so early. Ye Wutian blushed even more. She was just making him blush with her behavior. Feeling the girl's touch on him, Ye Wutian protested that it was just her imagination, because he was a man and could endure any heat. The young man was glad that Situ Wei had come to him after all. Ye Wutian turned around and saw a girl standing right in front of him. The young man asked what Situ Wei needed in his room. The girl smirked and noticed that he rarely bought her swimsuits, so she decided to come over and show him off. Situ knelt down and pressed her chest against the young man's shoulder and asked him if her swimsuit fit well. The boy replied that he had seen it in the store, but it looked even better on her. Wei slyly showed him her tongue and pretended to pull on her swimsuit top. The girl asked him if he wanted to see what she had hidden under her swimsuit. Ye Wutian blushed. He realized that the girl had decided to go all the way. After all, Situ Wei was always straightforward and said exactly what she was going to do. Struggling to contain himself, the young man pulled away and said that Wei shouldn't trust his self-control so much. He's afraid he might do something unnecessary. The girl snorted contemptuously and pretended to leave. saying that Wutian could continue to dream that she would give herself to him so easily tonight. Situwei immediately lowered herself into the spring, following the young man's example. She said that there was a very strong current of water, and she felt a little unsteady. Wutian was very surprised by the girl's words. He didn't understand what Situwei meant, because there simply couldn't be any flow in closed hot springs. At the same moment, a black object appeared before his eyes, and the young man looked at it perplexed. He moved closer to see what it was. Taking it in his hands, the young man suddenly realized that it was the top from Situwei's swimsuit, and the mere thought of it drove him into a blush. It was hard for him to be here. The young man turned around to Situwei. He wanted to ask if she had really taken off her swimsuit. The girl looked down in embarrassment and explained that the swimsuit top had been swept away by the current. Situwei blushed and asked the young man to come over and cover her. If anyone saw her like that, she would never be able to marry again. Wutian said he would help her, but he couldn't get the thought out of his head why Wei was even doing this, since it was already clear that no strangers could be here. Wutian stepped a couple of steps towards the girl, and suddenly, another black-colored object floated on the surface of the spring. The young man looked at it incredulously, already knowing what it was. His hunch was confirmed. It was a swimsuit bottom. Apparently, Situwei wanted him to bleed to death from a nosebleed here in the first place. Meanwhile, the girl winked at him and bashfully told him that the current had been very strong and absolutely all her clothes had been washed away. The young man walked over to the girl and took her by the shoulders. Situwei covered her breasts with her hands. Wutian said, trying his best to suppress his desire so as not to embarrass her. Wei blushed and told him that he didn't have to restrain his desires. Her eyes showed passion, and Wutian didn't know how to escape it. He let go of the girl's shoulders and exclaimed that Situwei had asked for it. Their faces were now very close together, and the young man was finding it increasingly difficult to control himself. The young man looked at Situwei carefully and asked if she would regret her rash act later. The girl's face had changed a little. She was no longer as cheerful as she had been a moment ago. She looked at him seriously, as if she wanted to say something to him but couldn't. Wutian took another step. Their mouths were so close to each other that they were ready to merge into one. The young man realized that the girl was no longer playing with him but showing her true feelings. A confused Situwei forced herself away from the young man and quietly asked him if he could take care of her since she wanted to be his first wife. This question took him by surprise, for he had never thought of Situwei as a consort. He had never thought of Situwei as a consort nor of marriage in general, for he could not afford it as emperor. The embarrassed Situwei never gave herself a kiss. She quietly asked the young man if he could take care of her since she wanted to be his first wife. Wutian looked at her with undisguised surprise. Not long ago, Situwei had only teased him as much as she could, but now she was already going to marry him. Shamefully covering her breast with her hand, the girl asked if he couldn't take care of her, and said she was ready for him. Wutian turned away, and replied that he wasn't ready yet. Overcome with resentment, Wei said that she is even willing to take the place of the second wife. Of course, she realizes that he has Chen Kaishan in first place. Wutian replied that it wasn't about whether she was first or second at all, just that he wasn't in control of himself and might do something not quite appropriate. A confused Situwei pretended not to understand the young man and playfully asked, closing her eyes, what he would do to her. Wutian was fed up with this and rose to his full height, as he couldn't guarantee that he could continue to restrain himself if he stayed here. The young man realized that he had to be careful with Situ's family, so he had to leave soon. He said goodbye to the girl and told her he was leaving. Otherwise, he would not be responsible for his actions. Situwei followed the young man's back with her eyes and warmly thought that she was becoming more and more confused because of him. The girl shouted back that they meet often anyway, and she wasn't worried. Wei said he didn't have to pretend. The young man just had to turn around. Wutian thought that he would definitely be able to restrain himself from afar, especially since this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The anticipation made him drool. Extremely pleased with the offer, the young man began to slowly turn his head, reminding Situwei that she herself had asked to look at her without her swimsuit. Suddenly, the young man's smile waned. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Situwei had outsmarted him again. He looked at the girl with astonishment. Situwei stood at full height and smiled dazzlingly. It appeared that her charms were hidden by another swimsuit. She assumed that wasn't what the young man wanted to see. Of course, Wutian wasn't happy after all. He had been teased all evening and was so screwed over. He shouted that her swimsuit had been swept away by the current, and there were these stripes. Situwei calmly informed him that she should surprise him a little, but it was actually possible to put on 2 swimsuits as well. There was nothing strange about it. She had the last word. When she had achieved her goal, Situwei proudly said that she was no longer playing with him and left. The bewildered young man remained standing by the spring, Situ defiantly slammed the door so hard that its glass shook and the door almost slid off its rails. Ye Wutian scratched his head in puzzlement. The young man stood in his swimming trunks and absent-mindedly looked at the door behind which Situ had disappeared. He couldn't believe that he had spent so much time in the spring exhausting himself for nothing. The young man's patience was wearing thin, and he shouted at the top of his voice that the devilish Situ had fooled him once again. Ye Wutian was angry at himself for giving in to her. Meanwhile, the girl closed the door of his room behind her and stood pensively in the corridor near the door. She wanted to understand the boy's true feelings for her, and today, she had really almost played around. When she remembered that Ye Wutian had almost kissed her, she was embarrassed again, and absent-mindedly thought about the further development of events. Ye Wutian went back to his room and got dressed. He sat on the comfortable double bed with his phone in his hands, habitually thinking of reading the latest news before going to bed. To his surprise, there were many unanswered calls on his phone. All of them were either from Ouyang Xinyue or Chen Kaixin, and the young man didn't understand what could have happened in 24 hours. Without thinking long, Ye Wutian immediately called Chen Kexin, and worriedly asked what had happened in Dongcheng that was so important that he was constantly getting calls. The girl excitedly replied that fake pills have spread virtually all over the country, and more people are suffering because of it. Ye Wutian thought this was simply unbelievable, and he exclaimed that he had just recently burned one of their warehouses to the ground. They couldn't set up production again so quickly. Kexin's voice was frightened. She said that Qingguo Tianjing owned many outlets, and Shanghai appeared to be the location of their small warehouse of products. Ye Wutian realized that everything had gone wrong and angrily squeezed the sheets so hard that his fingertips turned white. He notified Chen Kaixin that he was leaving right away. The residence of a rich young man with his shirt open. He sits on a couch, placing his foot on his slave's back. A second girl stands beside him. She has a bottle of wine and a glass on a tray. Taking a sip of wine, the young man told the slave in bandages and plasters that he had to spend a lot of money to get her back on her feet. He didn't feel sorry for her treatment, though. The young man laughed and told himself that thanks to Ye Wutian's pills, he was able to earn as much as 8 million in just 2 days, and it was worth the effort. His eyes were burning madly. The young man was simply obsessed with the lust for profit. He exclaimed that this was just the beginning and he needed a lot more money. He had to break away from his far-reaching plans. Suddenly, the telephone rang, and the young man turned his head in displeasure. He picked up the phone and immediately turned white when he saw that his grandfather was calling him. It was not good. The patriarch called him very rarely, and usually not to say warm words. The young man pressed the green button and shyly said hello to his grandfather. The young man's pride was gone, and now he was like an obedient lapdog himself. The patriarch wasn't saying much. He was only interested in whether his grandson was involved in the creation of Qingcheng pills. The young man realized that his grandfather was asking for a reason, and now he was finished. Trying to bring credibility and firmness to his voice, the flustered young man began to justify that he would never do that. The patriarch replied that he is absolutely not concerned about the amount of money his grandson has earned. He just demands that the production of the pills be stopped immediately. The angry caller hung up, and the bewildered young man heard only a long beep. He thought excitedly of his grandfather's demand that he give it all up. The young man was frightened, but he wasn't going to give up so easily, because he had made almost 10 million on this. The young man clutched the phone he held in his hand in anger, and its screen began to crack and shatter. On the other hand, the young man realized that his grandfather was under pressure from above, and he really should obey. These contradictions were driving the young man crazy. After arriving home, Ye Wutian first investigated the sales channels of fake pills and mobilized the media, urging customers to be careful. Ouyang Xinyue tapped her channels and informed Ye Wutian and Chen Kexin that Tianjin Company might reopen soon. The government took timely action. On that day, the fraud associated with fake beauty pills was being discussed across the country. Even on the radio there were calls to reject counterfeit pills. Large TV screens across the city showed a short report on counterfeit pills. The anchorwoman said that it only made patients worse. At the end of the program, the presenter exclaimed that this was absolutely unacceptable. Thus began a campaign to confiscate and destroy counterfeit drugs. Jiang Xiaomei happily participated in catching those involved, who would definitely be punished. In just 1 week, all the production and distribution points were sealed and destroyed. Of course, Ye Wutian knew very well that he was only able to win this war because of Ouyang Xinyue's support. So he had come to express his recognition and look at the old man at the same time. They were walking through the small park inside the manor, and Xinyue congratulated the young man on his victory. He replied that it was good news for her too, since she had their shares. Wutian said that more and more applicants were coming to them, and it was time to think about expansion. The girl asked how much he wanted to invest and what scale of production. The young man said that they would like to build a 30-story building and they have budgeted more than 10 million. Utian said that he had sketches of the design. The girl smiled and promised to use the most appropriate materials for their building. She assured the young man that everything would be at its best. Shin-yue took the opportunity to remind her that it was today that Ouyang Anan should be on his feet, according to the young man. Ouyang said there shouldn't be a problem. He was being looked after. At the entrance of the house, they met Ouyang Xianyu. He immediately shouted that Wu Tian had no business being here and loudly called the guards to have the young man thrown out of the mansion. Wu Tian smirked and said that Elder Ouyang was about to wake up, and some individuals had already lost control of themselves because of this. The girl stepped forward and told her brother that Ye Wu Tian was her personal guest, and he had no right to keep him out of the house or call for guards without her knowledge. Ouyang Xianyu smiled understandingly and asked what this guest meant to her. He wryly suggested that Shin-yue and Wu Tian were close friends, possibly lovers as well. He shouted that Jin-yue has nothing to be proud of. She sold out for 10% of the shares, and if her sister wanted to go out on a date, she should find somewhere else to do it. The girl slapped his cheek resoundingly. Xianyu grabbed the swollen spot in surprise. Shin-yue promised to deal with Xianyu if he didn't shut up and stop talking nonsense. Xianyu was angry and screamed at Shin-yue, saying that she was annoying him and he would deal with her now. The young man raised his fist and was ready to strike hard. Suddenly he was stopped by a strong kick to his stomach. Ye Wu Tian was ahead of the young man and stamped the sole of his shoe into his blue t-shirt. Xianyu cried out in pain and pressed his hand to his stomach. Ye Wuchen told the young man that the Ouyang family was only afloat because of Shin-yue's efforts, and he dared to raise his hand against her. Xianyu's face twisted with anger and pain, and he demanded in tears that the boy and girl both leave the Ouyang family home. At this time, Ouyang Hao came up to them and asked in surprise what was going on here. Crouching in pain, Xianyu was glad that he could take revenge on both of them. Ye Wutian said that his brother insulted Shin-yue and tried to hit her. He thinks that Hao doesn't necessarily have to stand up for his negligent brother in this case. Hao turned to his brother and asked if it was true. Xiangyu began to sling mud at them and shouted that Hao should throw them out of Ouyang's house immediately. Ouyang Hao's reaction followed immediately. Xianyu himself confirmed Ye Wutian's words and had to be punished. Hao slapped his brother on the other cheek with all his might. Humiliated in front of everyone, Xianyu grudgingly clutched his cheek and asked Hao in surprise why he did this. After all, there was no way he was supporting Shin-yue and her guest. Hao admonished his brother that he should never allow himself to treat his sister like that no matter what happened. Ouyang Hao turned to Wu Tian and informed him that that slap was meant for him personally. In any case, Xianyu belonged to the Ouyang family, and Ye Wu Tian had no right to touch him. The young man smirked and asked what would happen if he hit Xianyu. He said that Hao could try to hit him, but in doing so, the two brothers would become his blood enemies. Ouyang Hao struggled to restrain himself. He knew Ye Wu Tian much better than his brother, and understood what the young man was capable of, so he silently resented him. Wu Tian went up to Xiangyu and said that they are making him angry at the wrong time when Anand should be waking up. And the more they make him angry, the less willing he is to help the Ouyang family. With a smirk, he exclaimed that the scheme didn't work and the talented Xianyue had gotten a whipping himself. With those words, he went into the house and called Shin-yue with him. Xianyu immediately took out his phone and called his father. He warned Genren that Ye Wutian had come and was going to his grandfather's house. He failed to stop the intruder. His father replied that he didn't expect Xiangyu to help him, so he asked him to go straight to his grandfather and he would stay by his side. Old Ouyang Anan was lying on his bed with his eyes closed. Uthian crouched beside his bed. The rest of the family was standing in the doorway, watching. The young man thought gratefully of the marvelous Xuan Yuan Qi technique. After manipulating the patient, he said that Anand should regain consciousness no later than tonight. Shin-yue and her father were very grateful. The man laughed and said that it was exactly what they all expected to hear from the wonderful doctor. The brothers were not so pleased. Xianyu turned pale and remarked that the young man had excellent skills in medicine. Ouyang Hao tried to smile and exclaimed that this was great news. Ye Wutian noticed this tension and said that they didn't have to play along. He already understands that the news of the old man's recovery is not equally pleasant for everyone. Suddenly, someone behind him placed a hand on his shoulder. Ye Wutian was surprised by this familiarity and immediately turned around. As it turned out, it was Genren. Smiling awkwardly, he tried to convince the young man that he was mistaken. The news of the old man's recovery is equally happy for the entire Ouyang family. Ye Wutian couldn't understand what the catch was. He realized that the temporary father of the Ouyang Zhengren family would be at a loss if Ouyang Anan couldn't wake up. On the other hand, Zhenren was smiling so naturally that it could very well come off as the truth. Wu Tian was sure that they were up to something, but he couldn't figure out what it was. The young man was sure that he had done everything right, and the old man should wake up by evening no matter what. His physical condition was normal, and there was no need to worry about that. Zhengren seemed to sense the young man's doubt in his sincerity, and asked Xinyue to escort Dr. Ye out. He should rest. They would look after the old man themselves. Ouyang Xinyue and the young man went for a walk along the alleys of the vast estate. There were several comfortable benches near a large fountain, and Xinyue chose one of them. They sat side by side on a bench, and the embarrassed Ouyang Xinyue was very grateful to the young man for curing her grandfather. She warmly thanked Ye Wuqian for his work. This did not seem enough to the young man, and he stopped the girl and said that she should really look at the situation, because in this case gratitude alone would not be enough. The girl was surprised and asked, turning to the young man, what price he considered acceptable. Wuqian was waiting for that, and he closed his eyes dreamily, as if thinking. The young man suddenly pointed his index finger at the girl and declared that he liked pretty girls. Xinyue was stunned. This was too much. The girl angrily assumed that Ye Wuqian had decided to force her to give herself away in such a way. A little more, and she would have gotten angry and left no matter what. Ye Wuqian realized this, and squealed that he was just joking. The young man was simply amazed that Xinyue was taking everything seriously. Situue was easier to deal with in this regard. Xinyue turned away, and quietly said that she didn't like such jokes. Ye Wuqian asked her to forget this conversation, and suggested waiting for news about Anan for the time being. The girl bowed her head and sighed heavily. She was very worried about her grandfather, and here was the object of her affection with his jokes. She knew she couldn't take Kexen's place. The day passed quickly, and evening came. The windows in Ouyang's house began to light up one by one. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the appearance of the Ouyang family elder. Ouyang Xinyue was tired of everything and fell asleep on the young man's shoulder. Ye Wuqian couldn't fight sleep for long either and dozed off, reclining comfortably on the back of the bench. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang and woke them both up. She immediately grabbed the phone, hoping it was Anan's father and grandfather who had finally woken up. Ye Wuqian opened his eyes, trying to figure out where he was, and realized that he and Xinyue were still in Ouyang Manor. Ouyang Xinyue answered the phone call, rubbing her sleepy eyes in passing. She asked what the situation was at the moment. The young man realized that the conversation was about the patriarch. Suddenly the girl squealed into the phone. Tears appeared in her eyes. It turned out that Ouyang Anan still hadn't woken up, contrary to the young man's expectations. Ouyang Xinyue along with the young man came to the old man's room. Zhenren and his sons were standing at his bedside. Ouyang Anan really hadn't woken up yet. His eyes were closed. Ouyang Hao pounced on Xinyu and angrily said that the old man should have woken up by now. After all, it was already nighttime, and he still hadn't woken up yet. Ye Wuqian examined Anan carefully. He couldn't understand what was wrong, for old Ouyang should have woken up in the afternoon, and he had spoken of the evening just in case. Xiang Yu said contemptuously that he didn't make a miracle doctor. If the old man didn't wake up in 12 hours, Wuqian would be in for an interesting surprise. The young man had no time to argue with this arrogant guy. He had to quickly realize what had gone wrong, for he had calculated everything correctly. Wuqian demanded to leave the room. Xiang Yu smirked and wryly suggested that Wuqian just didn't like it when people spoke the truth about him. Ouyang Xinyue couldn't stand it and demanded to be silent immediately. Xiang Yu immediately fell silent. He remembered both slaps well, so he didn't dare to argue with his sister, thinking that he could deal with the two of them later. Xinyue assumed that the night wasn't over yet, and it was worth checking everything again. Wuqian told the girl that he would figure it out for himself and asked to be left alone with the patient. Ouyang Hao demanded to explain to them the reason why the old man was still sleeping since the young man was asking them to come out. Xian Yu smirked proudly behind his brother's back. Now he felt protected. Ye Wuqian raised his head and said that he had nothing to fear. He would have destroyed the old man long ago if he wanted to. And they should go out if they wanted Ouyang Anan to wake up. All four of them left the room, reluctantly obeying the young man's order. Xian Yu glanced at him unhappily and muttered that Ye Wuqian was just making himself look important. Ignoring his words, the doctor slammed the door shut, and now no one could see what was going on in there. After closing the door, the young man returned to the old man and looked at him. Old Anan was lying in the same position with his eyes closed, and Ye Wuqian turned away to the spacious window. Without turning around, he told the old man that Anan could pretend no more. The young man knows perfectly well that he has been awake for a long time. Ouyang Anan realized that he had been declassified and opened his eyes. However, it didn't make much difference, because so far no one in Ouyang's family had guessed his true state of health. The old man admitted that he had overheard the conversations in the room and assumed that the young man was the doctor who had saved him. He asked his name, and the young man answered. Ye Wutian turned his head to the old man and reproached Anan for being selfish on top of everything else. The old man pretended not to understand what he was saying. The young man turned to him and exclaimed that there was no need to pretend in front of him. He had only saved him because of Ouyang Xinyue. But he remembered very well how the old man had humiliated Chen Kaixin at the banquet. Old man Anan looked at the young man and remembered that day. Yes, it was his blunder, and he had thought at the time that the commoner Chen Kaixin was claiming a place in the Ouyang family. The old man sighed heavily and said that he was grateful to the young man for saving him anyway. His pride did not allow him to apologize to the young man for his arrogant act. Ye Wutian realized this and said that he should thank Xinyue. She put a lot of effort into saving Anan. He's leaving. The young man has no business being here now that the old man is awake. Old Anan sat up on the bed in a flash. He begged not to give away his secret, and asked no one in the Ouyang family to tell anyone that he had come to his senses. Ye Wutian turned around and said in surprise that he was still testing his loved ones after being in a coma for a long time. The young man recognized in amazement that Anan was indeed a selfish person. Old man Ouyang looked at the young man sternly and politely asked him to choose his words more carefully. Ye Wutian didn't even turn around. Already at the very door, the young man told the patriarch that he was too lazy to mess around with the Ouyang family anyway, so he could do whatever he wanted. After leaving the room, the young man defiantly slammed the door, leaving the old man alone with his remorse. Xinyue had really gone out of her way to save his grandfather. As soon as Ye Wutian left the room, the family members waiting outside the door flooded him with questions about what was wrong with the old man and whether he would be all right. The young man walked past them and explained that he had done all he could. Now it was up to old man Anan. He wasn't going to open his eyes for some reason. Genrin asked Wutian in surprise what he meant and how long it would take for the old man to finally get back on his feet. Without turning around, the young man said he didn't know. It could be a day or the old man's whole life. In any case, he had done his best, and so he bade them farewell. Leaving the mansion, Ye Wutian sadly thought that a large family was not yet a sign of happiness. Even within it, there could be completely different people. Xinyue and his father were the first to arrive at the patriarch's bedside. The man sighed heavily. He had hoped that his father would wake up earlier. Xinyue fell to her knees in tears and begged her grandfather to wake up. Just then, Genrin appeared in the room. He practically pushed them out of the door, reasoning that it was late, and the old man needed to rest. They could continue tomorrow as well. Genrin smiled kindly at his niece, showing with his entire appearance that he wanted only good for the entire Ouyang family. Once the man realized that Xinyue wasn't looking at him, he turned around and threw a hate-filled glare in his father's direction. Wutian was right. He didn't need his father's awakening. Several hours passed. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Ye Wutian's phone rang, and he immediately answered the call. Situe gave him such information that he did not immediately believe it. It turned out that the Ouyang family's suburban estate had burned to the ground. Apparently the hearth of the fire was in old man Anan's room. A fire broke out in the Ouyang family's estate at 2 o'clock in the morning. When the firefighters arrived, the whole place was ablaze. A terrible rumble could be heard everywhere. The fire marshal quickly gave orders. Genrin ran up to the firefighting crew and shouted that they needed to put out the fire faster because their father of the family was still in the house. Ouyang Xinyue tearfully cried out that her grandfather was still there and needed to be saved. Her father could barely hold the girl back and exclaimed that the fire was too strong. She shouldn't risk herself. After a while, the flames were extinguished, but there were still small fires smoldering in a few places. The once rich Ouyang villa was reduced to ashes. Another hour later, a rescue team was searching for survivors. Despite their intensive search, they failed to find any of the victims. When she finally got to her grandfather's room, Xinyue was surprised to see that his empty bed had been burned to the ground, but the old man was clearly not there. Her father stood there and glanced around the room with a frown. A worried Xinyue grabbed the man's hand and asked what could have happened to her grandfather. Her father couldn't answer her, for he was afraid to voice his assumptions. After them, Ouyang Genrin visited the room. He too carefully examined the room, but could not find any trace of the patriarch of the Ouyang family. Xianyu happily squealed that Wutian had set the arson. Hao frowned at his sister. Xinyue shouted back that this was not his method. He could have killed any of them many times. Xinyue's father shouted that they should just find out who was behind it. It didn't matter who it was. The villain should get what he deserved anyway. Genrin stood back and watched his brother. The man felt his prickly gaze and turned around. The man clenched his teeth in anger and repeated again that he would not let anyone burn down his house. No matter what it took, they would find and punish the perpetrator of the tragedy. Genrin looked at him appraisingly and smirked. He said that the man couldn't be suspicious enough to suspect him, his own brother. Walking past Genrin, the man blurted out that absolutely the entire Ouyang family was under suspicion, and his brother Genrin was no exception. A fire at a famous estate shook up the relatively quiet city of Dongcheng. The pictures of the villa on fire adorned the front pages of all local publications. It wasn't just the police who were pressured by the city's top brass. The mayor himself came to the department and said that Director Shu only had 3 days. Otherwise, it would become a laughingstock for the entire city. Shu turned pale and said that 3 days was too short. After all, there were several million people in the city. He realized that it would be very difficult. The mayor sighed and confided that it wasn't really his own whim. He was being pressured by his superiors and had to confide in Director Shu. Shu didn't hesitate for long. He called Captain Jiang over and ordered her to detain the main suspect in the case. Xiaomei asked why exactly she was the one doing this all the time. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaomei, accompanied by an officer, went to the young man's residence and brought him to the interrogation room. On the other side of the table sat Director Shu himself and Captain Jiang Xiaomei. Shu recalled that 5 hours before the incident, Ye Wutian had been alone with old man Anan. Jiang Xiaomei sternly said that he was the prime suspect in the case. She asked if he had anything to add and suggested that he had witnesses. The young man tiredly explained that he had said this more than once. He had only visited him as a doctor. The young man resented the fact that he had not even received any money for the treatment and was already in a bind. Director Shu said that they would be happy to believe him, but they needed at least one witness. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to prove the young man's innocence. Unfortunately, the guy had no witnesses at all. That night, Chen Kexin had spent the night at the company and could not confirm his alibi. Ye Wutian realized that he was in a serious trouble because the head of a large family had been kidnapped. If he is not cleared of suspicion, the young man will be in serious trouble. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room opened, and a ringing female voice said that they were mistaken about the young man having no witnesses. Shu and Xiaomei turned around in surprise. On the threshold of the room stood Situ Wei in a red dress. Smiling, the girl asked how they could have forgotten about her since she was the witness. Jiang Xiaomei was simply discouraged and wailed that Situ Wei had somehow miraculously managed to bypass the guards. After all, they are in the security bureau. Situ Wei smiled and informed the girl that she had entered here in the normal way, and her method did not include going through the little captain. Jiang Xiaomei became angry. She angrily asked Director Shu what was even going on. The police chief turned pale and admitted that there was an order from his superiors to let Sita Wei in. Wei smiled and said that Captain Jiang might hate her, but this was not the time to air personal grievances. Jiang Xiaomei gritted her teeth in anger and asked how Situ Wei was going to testify in Ye Wutian's favor. Situ Wei leisurely walked around the interrogation room and was right behind the young man's back. She placed her fingers on his shoulder so gently that Ye Wutian froze. Situ Wei leaned over and hugged him with her other arm, bringing it down on the young man's chest. She dreamily closed one eye and informed everyone present that they had been together last night. Xiaomei's heart was ready to jump out of her chest. Situ Wei's words that she had spent last night with Ye Wutian simply threw her off balance. The girl looked at her rival with resentment. Ye Wutian turned to Situ Wei in surprise and mentally asked the girl how she could joke with her reputation like that. Situ didn't seem to care at all. She winked at the young man. Captain Jiang Xiaomei was so stunned that she was unable to conduct the interrogation. Without giving up hope, she asked Situ Wei what they had been doing last night. Situ Wei shamefully faded and raised her head. She smiled faintly and replied to Xiaomei that they were doing what they were supposed to do at night. Jiang Xiaomei couldn't take it anymore and yelled at Wutian that he had Chen Kai-shin and was still having affairs with other women. Shu thought that he wouldn't want to be in Wutian's shoes. Ye Wutian mentally tried to insinuate to Xiaomei that he had never met anyone but herself, but couldn't admit it now because he would lose his only witness. Jiang Xiaomei turned purple, but now from embarrassment. Stammering and struggling to choose her words, she asked Wutian if it was really the two of them and Situ Wei who had done it last night. Wei smiled and said that the captain is so innocent. It would be much better if Xiaomei explained what was meant by that, otherwise Situ Wei didn't quite understand her. Jiang Xiaomei blushed and almost cried out in tears that Wei knew what she meant. Wei smiled calmly and replied that she didn't know what she was talking about at all. Situ Wei had managed to piss Xiaomei off, and she was now just yelling that it annoyed her terribly, and she didn't have to explain anything to Situ Wei. The girl smiled as she looked at Xiaomei. The enraged Xiaomei turned to Ye Wutian and demanded to know whether they were doing it or not. The surprised young man remarked that this was actually beyond the scope of a normal interrogation. Jiang Xiaomei was like an enraged tigress. She simply became furious and started yelling at the young man, demanding her to answer whether they had done it last night or not. Ye Wuqian looked away. The last thing he wanted to do right now was to slander Sita Wei, and until the last moment, he had hoped that everything would turn out to be just speculation. Unfortunately, the captain forced him to make a confession. Hearing the positive answer, Xiao Mei's face immediately sank. An undivided sadness appeared on her face. She looked at the young man in surprise. Captain Jiang Xiaomei tried to pretend that she didn't care at all, and laughed contemptuously in the young man's face. Squinting her eyes, she said through gritted teeth that one of them was intemperate and the other overexcited. Uchan mentally begged her to stop and realize that it wasn't really like that. The young man jumped up from his chair and called out to the girl, trying to justify himself. Without turning around, Xiaomei asked her to call her Captain Chen, or better yet, not to defile her ears with her voice. Jiang Xiaomei turned to Sita Wei and asked her as a witness to detail where the two of them had been last night and what they had been doing. The girl smiled contentedly. An hour later, all four of them were standing at the entrance to the Bureau of Investigation. Shu laughed and said that the young man was very lucky with women, but he was not without problems. Director Shu stated that he was clearing him of suspicion. Ye Wutian hoped that they would detain him a little less often. It was not a place where one wanted to appear often. Director Shu replied that it only depended on how he himself could get into trouble less often. He said goodbye and said that he had too much work to do. Jiang Xiaomei abruptly turned around and didn't even say goodbye. She was very angry and intended to go after the principal so she wouldn't see either of them. Sita Wei ordered her to stop. Jiang Xiaomei was surprised that she, a captain, was being ordered to stop right outside her department. Carelessly turning her head, Xiaomei asked what she needed. She didn't want to talk to either Wuqian or this girl. Sita Wei stepped around the girl and grabbed her by her uniform shirt imperiously, pulling her to her side. The captain turned pale. She had not expected such behavior from the girl at all. Sita Wei reminded the captain that this wasn't the first time they had detained Ye Wutian, and it really annoyed her. Now she was no longer smiling, but could really stomp on Xiaomei. The girl explained that she was just doing her job. If Sita Wei thinks she can do it better, she can try. Besides, she's not afraid of Sita Wei's threats. Ye Wutian couldn't stand it and came running to separate them. He said that they had no special reason to hate each other. The rivals stared at each other. The young man hugged Sita Wei and said that she was mad at the wrong person, for he was indeed the prime suspect. Wei continued to stare at her rival. Grabbing the young man's hand, Sita Wei turned around and dragged him towards the car. She said they should go. There was no point in staying here. They got into the red SUV and Sita Wei drove away from the station. Captain Jiang Xiaomei was still standing at the entrance of the Bureau of Investigation, watching them. Her lips were shaking with anger. She knew very well that she didn't care who Ye Wutian was sleeping with, and there was nothing she could do about it. On the other hand, Sita Wei's arrival had ruined everything, and now she was in a very bad mood. Jiang Xiaomei only let herself burst into tears when she was alone. After the terrible fire, the Ouyang family had moved into one of their residences. Ouyang Xinyue sat on her bed in her room and thoughtfully flipped through the city news. The girl's assistant came into the room and said that Sita Wei had been helped out by Ye Wutian, but she had to sacrifice her reputation to act as a witness. Xinyu felt sad. She realized that Sita Wei had nothing with Ye Wutian, but she felt bad that the girl had helped Wutian. Xinyue wished she could be in her shoes. The assistant understood how she felt and informed her that Sita Wei must have a definite purpose. She advised Xinyue to call Wutian herself and talk to him. Xinyue reproached herself that it was too late. It was because of her that Wutian was in trouble. She had been so busy that she hadn't helped him, and now she couldn't even call him. The distressed girl didn't dare to dial Wutian's number and put the phone aside. She told her assistant that they already had a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, the red SUV that Ye Wutian and Sita Wei were in was slowly driving around the city. The girl wanted to stay close to her passenger for a while longer. Sita Wei was not the least bit embarrassed by the recent incident, and she faintly smiled. The girl turned to the young man and said that he was clearly not in the mood. Ye Wutian kept looking out his side window. He was ashamed to admit that he had to sacrifice a girl's reputation just to get the charges against him dropped. Sita Wei had no problem guessing that he was only helping the Ouyang family because of Xinyue. She didn't even call him when he was in trouble, even though she was aware that the young man had been arrested. Wei continued to press the sore spot and stated that Ye Wutian must be feeling lonely and abandoned right now. Ye Wutian was surprised at how quickly Sita Wei understood everything. That was the way it was. Ouyang Xinyue had never called him once. Naturally, this couldn't help but disappoint him. While the young man was thinking about all of this, Sita Wei suddenly stopped the red SUV and looked at the young man expressively while unbuckling his seatbelt. She instantly climbed onto Wu Qian's lap and asked him not to think about Xin Yue. After all, for the sake of helping her friend, Situ Wei had even forgotten about her good name, and that was worth a lot. Ye Wutian calmly looked at the girl and asked if Wei had come as a representative of the Situ family, or purely of her own free will. Situ Wei affectionately placed her hand on his chest and said that there was no difference. Ye Wutian replied that he could only accept her personal help. Wei closed her eyes and said that he was a real fool and didn't show any weakness at all. If anything, there were a lot of suspicious things about the fire, and she wanted to know something. Situ Wei suddenly opened her eyes and asked the young man if he had managed to wake up old man Ouyang. Her face now looked very interested. Ye Wutian replied that he would not comment on the situation. He quickly moved on to another topic and recalled that Wei had risked her reputation and asked for a reason. The young man took Situ Wei's hands and asked again if the girl had come to his rescue by herself or at the behest of Situ's family. Wei instantly blushed. She realized that she was losing the initiative. She usually played with the young man, but now he was making her blush. Situ Wei closed her eyes and wondered what would happen if she admitted to the young man that she had come to his aid purely of her own volition. Ye Wuqian instantly pulled Situ Wei towards him, and their lips came together in a long-awaited kiss. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. She had not expected this. The young man made her blush very much because before Situ Wei had only allowed herself to play with him. But now he had made her hesitant desires come true. Rejoicing at his spectacular prank, Ye Wuqian immediately jumped out of the car. The young man laughed and thanked Situ Wei for the favor. The girl fell into the driver's seat. The embarrassed Situ Wei looked at the young man with mixed feelings and followed his back with a warm gaze. He really managed to surprise the girl. Embarrassed and a little angry, Situ Wei exclaimed that the little lecher had actually decided to lay his hands on his big sister. Walking into the Tianjing beauty office, Ye Wutian whistled a song cheerfully, realizing that the roles had finally switched. He said hello to the receptionist, thinking that Situ clearly didn't expect this. All around, female employees greeted him, and the young man thought that the more orders he got, the more beautiful girls would surround him. It was time to expand the company. Ye Wuqian turned on the laptop at his workplace and quickly saw that land in Dongcheng City cost a lot of money. But after all, the large availability of beautiful women was worth it. The young man dreamily closed his eyes and exclaimed that to begin with he would set himself a small goal. All the beauties of the city should work for him. By uniting all the beauties of the city, he would conquer the whole country and then the whole world. The young man remembered all the beauties he knew and exclaimed that it would be really very cool. Chen Kexin walked into the office and perplexedly asked what exactly he thought was cool. Rejoicing that she hadn't heard anything, the young man replied that he was looking into the future of pills. Ye Wuqian noticed that Chen Kaixin was in high spirits and inquired about what such a good thing had happened. The girl was indeed overjoyed. Chen Kexin smiled dazzlingly and said that a huge amount of money had been transferred to the company's account a few minutes ago. She asked the young man to guess the amount of money. The young man asked about the amount, and Chen Kexin happily blurted out that the transfer amounted to as much as 87 billion. There was no mistake. She carefully double-checked everything. Even by Ye Wutian's standards, this was simply an astronomical amount of money. He turned around and asked Kaixin if she knew who had transferred the entire 87 billion. Kexin replied that all they knew was that the money had come into their account from a foreign exchange. She assumed that it was another intrigue against the young man. The young man smirked and replied that he couldn't help but accept the money since it had been sent to the company account. They are doing everything right and should not refuse such a sum. Suddenly, an excited Xiao man ran into the room and said fearfully that an official had come to their office. Ye Wutian asked who exactly paid them a visit. The worried assistant Chen Kexin explained that it was a person from the city government. Her eyes fearfully ran in different directions. It was the first time she had seen a person of such rank. As it turned out, the town governor himself had come to join their company and was invited into the negotiation room. Xiao Man obediently stood behind Kaixin, waiting for further orders. Ye Wuqian smiled and asked Minister Wang what business he was here for this time. The young man assumed that the mayor was going to close down Tianjing Company again. Wang turned pale and explained that he didn't make decisions by himself. Especially, beauty pills are important to him, and the mayor himself would like to support such a company in his city. The young man said it makes sense. The company started here, and if it flourished, the city would be better off. The mayor could not but agree with this statement. Ye Wutian looked Dongcheng's city manager straight in the eye and asked what would happen to the city if he built his company's headquarters in a completely different location. Minister Wang immediately realized what the young man was getting at and thought for a moment. He couldn't afford to let such a huge amount of money and tourist inflow out of the city. The mayor sighed and looked at the young man confusedly. He said they needed to have a serious talk. In his head, the city mayor was calculating his options. Chen Kexin took the hint and said that she still had some things to take care of. Taking Xiaoman with her, she smiled and assured the mayor that they could take their time. The girls left, slamming the door firmly behind them. Now the town governor and Utena could discuss business quietly without any more ears. The young man smirked and said that the minister was being overly mysterious, and had decided to talk to him privately. Uchan asked why he had done so. The mayor was not much of a talker. He looked at the young man carefully and asked him to build his Tianjin company headquarters in his city. Uchan recalled that recently, the minister himself had almost bankrupted his company. The mayor turned pale and tearfully promised that this would not happen in the future. The young man stated that he did not need an apology. His company is gaining momentum, and any mayor would welcome him warmly. Wu Tian said that there was no need for him to stay in Dongcheng City. Wang loudly slammed his palm on the table, holding up the map of the city. He said that he was aware of the young man's desire to expand the company, and he knows what Ye Wutian needs right now. Unfolding the map, the mayor shouted that he was ready to allocate an area of any size. He only had one requirement: the headquarters must be located exactly in Dongcheng. Looking at the map, Wu Qian immediately realized that such a huge piece of land was worth a lot of money, and he shouldn't ask for even more. A more generous offer was unlikely to come. The young man laughed strainedly and shook the mayor's hand, thanking him for his support. Wu Qian hoped that Minister Wang would take care of him in the future. The land had cost the mayor a lot of money. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes, recognizing that it was at least a small price to pay to make it up to the boy. In the following days, more and more orders for pills came in. In order to meet the deadline, the young man had to close himself in his room and produce Qingcheng pills around the clock. Despite the monotony of the process, thanks to the strong support of Chen Kexin, who helped in every way possible and brewed coffee, the young man managed to produce 20,000 pills. The exhausted Ye Wutian lay on the sofa and thought that he had almost died for the sake of money, but he still managed to create as many as 20,000 pills. He didn't think he would be able to do it. Ye Wutian realized that in the future, the number of orders would only increase, and he would be even more tired. But the recipe could not be passed on to anyone. Spies could get into the company. Suddenly, someone knocked insistently on his room door. The young man reluctantly opened his eyes and swung his legs off the sofa. Ye Wuqian grudgingly asked who had come to see him. He went to open the door and was very surprised. His old acquaintance Ning Shiki stood on the threshold, and her face was a little sad. Ye Wutian was at a loss as to why Shiki would come to him. The girl looked like she was going to cry any minute. Sitsi pushed him away in tears and went inside. She asked where the wine was. The young man confusedly replied that there was wine in the kitchen. It was strange that she had only come to drink. The embarrassed Shiki turned around and shouted that this was exactly what she had come for and just wanted a drink. Ye Wutian looked at the girl in surprise and scratched the back of his head. Ning Shiki immediately went to the kitchen and started opening all the cupboards in search of wine. Wutian was confused, thinking that she didn't have to come all the way out here. After a short search, Shiki found what she wanted and frowned at the bottle. The young man shouted fearfully that this bottle was too strong. It was for medicinal tinctures. The girl was not going to listen to him and uncork the bottle. The girl didn't want to listen to him and uncork the bottle. The young man stared at his acquaintance stunned. The young man looked at his acquaintance stunned. Wutian was surprised to think that he had underestimated the girl. He didn't expect that Shiki would be able to drink the bottle at all, but she calmly drained it in one gulp. Sitsi walked toward the young man with an unsteady gait. The wine had gone to her head, and she could barely stand on her feet. Ye Wutian asked her fearfully what she wanted. Sitsi walked straight to the young man with open arms. She reeked of so much booze that one could suffocate. The girl reached Uchian and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Her face flushed with alcohol and embarrassment. Sitsi demanded to marry her. The young man was simply stunned with surprise. Not only did Ning Shiki break into his house and drink a bottle of strong wine, but she demanded to marry him. The young man realized that something unusual was going on, since she was generally rude to everyone. He put his arm around the girl's shoulders and asked her to explain what had happened to her. Siki couldn't stand it and roared. Her whole body was trembling. The girl couldn't cope with her emotions. She could barely hold herself back from screaming. Sitsi pushed the young man away and grudgingly asked him whether he agreed to marry or not. Uchan replied in the negative, and asked why she was asking about marriage in such a state. The girl in tears told the truth. As it turned out, her fiancé just wanted to use her and enter Ning's family. She didn't see it and took him seriously. Uchan and Sitsi sat on the steps in the kitchen and talked. The young man reminded her that regardless of his goals, her fiancé was treating her well. Sitsi shouted that everything was different now. Ye Wutian said thoughtfully that it was very difficult to get Shiki, knowing the Ning family's morals. The young man asked how her fiancé had even managed to get the girl's attention to himself. Ning Shiki blushed and replied that she actually only liked men who could defeat her. But her fiancé was among the defeated men. Ye Wutian firmly replied that he didn't want to be a backup anyway. After all, Saisi has actually been abandoned and is looking for someone to comfort, and he can't accept that. Ye Wutian turned to her and exclaimed that Shiki should understand him correctly. The young man said that he too had a sense of dignity, but Ning Shiki could no longer hear the young man. He did not notice that the girl had fallen on her side and was sound asleep on the kitchen floor. Wutian looked at the guest in surprise. He couldn't understand what had gotten into her. She had traveled a long distance out of the blue, drank a bottle of strong wine alone, and fallen asleep as if she were at home. Ye Wutian rightly reasoned that Chen Kai-shin would hardly like it if she saw a drunken woman sleeping on their couch. But the young man couldn't leave Shiki on the street either. He decided that the best solution was to bring her back. The young man bent down and lifted the dazed girl onto his shoulders. After a while, Ye Wutian brought the girl to the Ning family's manor. The girl was terribly sleepy, and she couldn't think of anything at all. Ning Peng was quite surprised to see his young friend in the arms of his drunken daughter. He turned pale and asked the young man what it was all about. He told his father that he did not understand, because Sitsi had first come to him for a drink, and then said she wanted to marry him, and he was now confused. Ning Peng smirked slyly, and asked the young man what he himself thought about all of this. He could care less. Shiki was barely on her feet and could hardly hear them. Ye Wuqian looked at the floor and raised his head. He firmly told old man Ning that he didn't have a bride anyway and didn't care. The only question was whether Ning Peng himself would agree. The old man squinted his eyes, looked at the young man gravely, and replied that he agreed to marry his daughter to him. Ye Wutian didn't expect such a response at all. He had hoped to make a joke again. The young man confusedly asked Ning Peng if he was sure of what he was saying. Peng replied that he didn't look like a liar. Putting his arm around Shiki's shoulders, Ning Peng dragged her behind him to the back of the house and told the young man that he should think about his words. There was no need to rush to answer him. The old man slammed the door shut behind him, signaling that he had said all he had to say and needed to get on with his business. The young man continued to stare dumbfounded at the closed door. Ye Wutian suspected that Ning Peng was up to something, otherwise why would he give his granddaughter away so easily? On the other hand, the old man hadn't hinted at any favors, and it seemed normal. Walking down from the porch of the house, the young man dwells on the fact that nothing in this world is given away for free, much less Ning Peng's granddaughter. However, and just doesn't want to think anything about it. Ye Wutian stood by the side of the road and reproached himself for reaching here in Shiki's car, but didn't think about how he would get back. After thinking for a bit, the young man decided to take out his phone and call his bodyguard Chen Li to pick him up as soon as possible. Suddenly, a yellow cab stopped in front of him as if on cue. The young man was surprised and thought he was very lucky to get a cab by chance. As he got into the car, the young man laughed and told the driver that he was very lucky. They had saved him a lot of time by coming. The door slammed shut and the yellow cab carriage moved off, quickly increasing its speed. The young man paid no attention and relaxed. He got comfortable in the back seat and finally sorted out the contents of his pockets. The driver wore dark glasses and a green jacket. Ye Wutian told the driver that he drove away too fast, and the young man didn't even have time to slam the door behind him. The driver didn't even look at the young man. The young man looked at the serious driver with surprise. He could at least smile and joke, but the driver looked at the road with a serious look and remained silent. Ye Wuqian only now suspected something wrong. The driver didn't smile, didn't say a word to him, and the cab itself looked at least strange in the middle of the night in the middle of nowhere. The young man leaned over to the driver and said that he hadn't told him where to take him. He smiled and said that it was not a good idea to go somewhere unknown. The driver again remained silent as he continued driving. Ye Wutian was now certain that this cab had stopped at the Ning family mansion for a reason. He leaned over to the driver and yelled that the driver should stop the cab now. The young man was quite frightened. He didn't want to be ambushed again. The driver quickly turned to the passenger and lightning fast pulled out a gun, pointing it at the young man. The muzzle of the gun flashed in the cabin, and the young man realized that this guy wasn't going to stop. Ye Wutian was very surprised. Not only that someone was following him and his enemies had brought a car in the form of a cab. The driver was also a trained fighter. The young man reached into his sinus cavity and thought about whether it was worth the risk to use the drug. Anything could happen at such a high speed on the road. It seems the driver was well aware of his talents and recommended that he refrain from any action. At 90 miles, they would not survive. Ye Wutian said thoughtfully that his accent gave away a foreigner, but he couldn't remember anyone with that voice. The young man asked what the driver needed. The chauffeur said carelessly through gritted teeth that someone was interested in meeting Dr. Yi in person. Wu Qian realized that they knew exactly who they were after. Leaning back in his seat and slowly reaching into his pocket, the young man asked who wanted to see him and who they were in general. After a little thought, Wu Qian asked what they wanted. The driver immediately pointed a gun at him and informed him that the young man would find out everything on the spot. Besides, his phone was in his pocket and there was no need to try to retrieve it. Ye Wuqian laughed nervously and said that it wasn't about the phone. He was just needing his arm, because it was uncomfortable to stay in the same position for a long time. The young man tensely reconstructed the events. It appeared that this guy was either constantly following him, or it was all set up by the Ning family. As he pondered who had started hunting for him, the cab parked in front of a large structure that had the appearance of a maze from a bird's eye view. Getting out of the car, the young man saw a tall man wearing green clothes and green shoes. The man had a green cylinder on his head. He was leaning on a wooden cane. Several men of the same height stood in a semicircle near the leader. They all wore gray pants and brown jackets. The caps pulled down over their eyes concealed their faces. The driver turned to the young man, took aim at him, and demanded that he get out of the car. Ye Wuqian was forced to comply. He reluctantly opened the back left door and slowly lowered his foot to the ground, trying to get a good look at as much as he could and buy some time. As soon as Ye Wuqian put both feet on the ground and straightened up, the fighters immediately surrounded him. All 5 guns were now looking at him. The man smirked approvingly. The man with the short mustache said hello to Wuqian and introduced himself. His name was Ichiro Miyamoto, and he was very glad they had met. Ye Wuqian took umbrage and recalled an ethnic swear word that was bestowed on the Japanese by the Chinese living in the northern part of the country. Miyamoto frowned and apologized for the young man having to be forcibly delivered. He asked to be referred to as Japanese and to refrain from making careless remarks. Ye Wuqian wailed that with the level of security in China, so many people could cross the border with guns. He said these guys didn't look like foreigners at all. Miyamoto's team was well trained not to react to any provocation. The fighters stood silently and waited for instructions, taking aim at the young man. Ye Wuqian shouted that he could not believe that there were many traitors in China in peacetime and pointed his finger at them. He recalled that for decades they had resisted foreigners. One of the bodyguards was pissed off, and he listened to the young man's curses unhappily. The young man was ready to shoot him even without the chief's command. Miyamoto asked Wuqian to calm down. Instead of spewing curses, the young man should find out the reason why he was brought to this place. The opponents looked at each other contemptuously. Ye Wuqian thought that the Japanese were still slaves. Miyamoto was sure that the Chinese would sell their country for money. Ye Wuqian exclaimed that they so-and-so knew everything. He had been brought here because of the pills, and immediately refused to cooperate with the Japanese now and then. The young man's insulting remarks about the Japanese cost him dearly. Mr. Miyamoto gave him a good whack on the cheek with his cane. Miyamoto tried to reason with the young man and explained that Qingchen's pill formula could drastically change his life. The bruised areas were quickly turning purple, blurring into bruises. Ye Wuqian warned Miyamoto that he was not in his own Japan and not to be impertinent. Miyamoto laughed and pointed to his fighting team made up of Chinese. He explained that it was the same as serving his country. Ye Wuqian looked at him with hatred and exclaimed that he would remember Ichiro Miyamoto. He made a vow to himself that he would definitely kill this man. Miyamoto smirked and said that the young man could come to him any time, and if Wuqian was still alive, he would entertain him well. The young man tried to persuade Miyamoto's guards, for the chief had insulted their country. Wuqian exclaimed that they were calling themselves Chinese for nothing. Neither bodyguard answered him. They held him scowling at the sight of their weapons. Miyamoto stood behind them and grinned gloatingly. However, not all the guards thought the same. One of them began to hesitate, his lips twitching faintly. The young man pushed his cap lower. Ye Wuqian laughed and said that the bodyguards were not behaving properly, and so they only had themselves to blame. He would not spare anyone. Miyamoto frowned and reminded him that China valued etiquette and he himself had not been rude to the young man. He wondered why Ye Wuqian couldn't be polite. The young man broke off and pointed his finger carelessly at Miyamoto. Wuqian exclaimed that he was not obliged to observe animal etiquette. Miyamoto started to get angry and grabbed the young man by the throat. He asked Ushin to be more polite and not to provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't vouch for himself. In this situation, Ye Wuqian was in a lose-lose situation, and found nothing better than to savagely spit Ichiro Miyamoto right in his face. Miyamoto turned black. This was a very serious insult, especially since it happened in front of his bodyguards. Ichiro Miyamoto lost his temper and shouted that the young man had had enough of life. He slammed his fist into Uchanyu's face with all his might, and his head turned by inertia. Miyamoto didn't think that was enough. and he hit the young man with his other hand for balance. Wutian's head turned the other way. Ye Wutian laughed and called Miyamoto a little Japanese man who can't even hit thickly. It's more like a tickle. Miyamoto growled angrily and lunged at the young man with redoubled force, slamming his fist into him once more. Wutian was barely able to stay on his feet. The young man pondered that he could use the powder, but that would require everyone to get close or it wouldn't work. Meanwhile, Miyamoto continued to beat him methodically, and the young man could only endure in the hope that everything would work out. Soon Ichiro Miyamoto was exhausted and breathing heavily. He no longer had the strength to strike again. Wutian was still on his feet. The young man contemptuously offered to try and beat him altogether. Despite the multiple injuries, it couldn't kill him. Miyamoto said he didn't have time to talk nonsense. All he needs is the formula. After that, he would relieve the young man's suffering. Wutian assured that in the event of his death, Miyamoto would not be able to get the pill. He realized that the formula was his salvation. Miyamoto replied that he did not have to have the formula. It was even enough for Ye Wutian and his pill to disappear from China. The young man turned pale. This option was not part of his plans. So far, all of his enemies had sought to obtain the formula at any cost. Miyamoto turned his back to the young man and ordered the bodyguards to deal with the intractable Dr. E. One of the guards was the first to follow the chief's orders and took the trigger mechanism off the safety. Following him, the rest of the bodyguards instantly put their weapons into a combat state. Wutian froze in place. Wutian was scared out of his wits and tried to explain to Miyamoto's bodyguards that the loss of the pill would be a huge loss to China. The young man who had begun to doubt was now barely restraining himself. It was getting harder and harder for him to make a choice. Wutian exclaimed that he would pay them twice as much. They couldn't let Ching-Chung pill fall into the wrong hands. Ichiro Miyamoto had had enough of all this, and he angrily turned to the guards and ordered them to shoot immediately. The shots rang out one after another. The trembling young man began to sink to the ground, saying goodbye to his life and cursing his fate. Suddenly, Ye Wutian realized that actually no bullet had hit him, and he was still alive for some reason. Feeling his body just in case, the young man opened his eyes incredulously and saw a horrible picture. All but one of the guards were dead. The shooter was on his knees. It turned out that he had managed to kill Miyamoto too. The guy himself had 3 gunshot wounds. His strength was failing him, but he tried to stand up with his last strength. It was hard for him to die with being considered a traitor. With tears in his eyes, the young man cried out that he was not a traitor. Ye Wutian looked at him incredulously. He couldn't believe that this guard had killed 5 people and sacrificed himself. Having spoken, the bodyguard sighed in relief. Now he knew that he was not dying in vain. His breathless body collapsed to the ground. Ye Wutian immediately ran to him, hoping that he still had time to help him and quickly heal all his wounds. I picked up the bleeding young man and dragged him, hooking his arm around his neck. The guard kept saying that he was not a traitor. Wutian asked him to be quiet because of his severe injuries and promised the barely alive young man to help with his wounds. However, he saw for himself that the guard was bleeding heavily internally. None of his organs were damaged, but there is no way to save him. The young man was dying right in Ye Wutian's arms. He wheezed out that he was really sorry and didn't have much time left. Ye Wutian couldn't watch calmly and handed the young man one of the red pills. He said that he had better take the medicine. Before swallowing the pill, the young man asked to tell his family that he had gone abroad and to apologize to his wife. Wutian promised that he would take care of his family and they would never suffer or feel hungry. The dying young man closed his eyes exhaustedly. He whispered words of gratitude. With each passing second, it became harder and harder for him to handle his body, and the young man released his hand from Ye Wutian's hand. The young man wept and told his savior that he was very grateful to him, but didn't even know his name. It turned out that Ichiro Miyamoto was a tough guy. Bleeding, he crawled away from the place. Miyamoto was very angry. He cursed the Chinese man who dared to shoot him and the other bodyguards. Straining his body hard for the next spurt, Miyamoto promised himself that he would definitely kill him next time. Suddenly, Miyamoto wailed in sharp pain. Ye Wutian stepped on his back so hard that the man almost fell face first into a pool of blood. Ichiro Miyamoto turned around fearfully. He knew that this Dr. E would not let him go alive after such a warm encounter. Miyamoto immediately begged to stop and listen to him. All his pride and self-confidence instantly evaporated. The young man had no intention of stopping. The heel of his shoe hit the Japanese between the shoulder blades. Miyamoto almost drowned in his own blood. Ye Wutian continued to stomp on Miyamoto's back with hatred, spewing curses. The Japanese man squealed like an uncut pig. Not 5 minutes later, Miyamoto's strength left him. His arm twitched one last time in a convulsion. Ichiro Miyamoto no longer moved. The avenged Ye Wutian looked at him disdainfully and turned around in the other direction. The bodyguard who had saved the young man was no longer breathing, and Ye Wutian reached into his pocket for his wallet and documents. He sat down next to the young man on the ground and promised Juning that he would definitely find his home and take care of his family. Ye Wutian told himself that everything else should be left to the professionals and pulled out his phone. He called and told the caller that something had happened to him. Life is safe, but he still needs help. The man on the other end of the phone asked the young man if he was joking and assured him that he would come right away. Ye Wutian couldn't tell exactly where he was. From the looks of it, it looked like some kind of abandoned park. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the air, and the connection was cut off. The saber pierced through his phone, and the point was pressed against his cheek. Ye Wutian had yet to be startled when a dark-clothed girl ran up to him and grabbed him from behind by the neck. Jiang Xiaomei was at the station talking on the phone with Ye Wutian in the middle of the night. Suddenly, the phone conversation was cut off. Xiaomei couldn't understand what was going on. After all, the young man had said that everything was fine. The girl suspected that everything was not fine. She asked an employee of Liu's to track the phone's location. The man said it would take some time. Meanwhile, unknown persons took Ye Wutian to an abandoned factory. He was lying unconscious on the cement floor. After half an hour, the young man finally woke up and opened his eyes, looking around in surprise and trying to figure out where he had gotten to. Wuchen felt the back of his head and grunted in pain. Considering that he had been beaten and then knocked out, his nerve centers might be damaged. On the other hand, no one has tied him up, which means his captors simply don't know who they're dealing with. Ye Wutian stepped to the center of the room and shouted, waving his hands, that he should finally be explained what was going on. But there was no response. Not a single light bulb was on. He was disappointed that no one was around. He turned around and said he was leaving. And he has the right to do so, since he was calling for someone, so it doesn't count as running away. Before the young man could even take a step, a saber was pressed against his throat. An unfamiliar voice demanded the Qingchen formula. Wutian smirked and suggested that we just talk. From his voice, he already realized that it was a woman. She might even be stronger than Shiki. The girl with the fiery hair didn't think to bargain. She sternly repeated that the young man must give up the formula. Wuchen looked with an edge of his eye and assumed she was Japanese too, and said he wouldn't give her the formula. The brown-eyed girl didn't hesitate for a moment. She said glumly that it was his own choice and pressed harder. The young man was frightened and shouted that they needed to talk first. If she killed him, she wouldn't be able to get the formula. The girl explained that Ye Wutian wasn't going to give up the formula anyway, so she had to kill him. The spy pressed even harder on the young man's throat. A few more drops of blood splattered on the floor. Ye Wutian realized that the negotiation had failed and squealed that he would give her the formula. Just let her put away her sword first. When the girl put away her sword, Ye Wutian heaved a sigh of relief. First they wanted to shoot him. Now they almost slit his throat. The young man decided that the girl wasn't quite adequate. If he was stubborn for too long, she would really stab him. The warrior in shorts and raglan looked at the young man expectantly. He said he'd check to see if he'd brought her with him. Wutian turned around and smiled at the girl. He apologized that he had the formula left at home, so he should return. No amount of charming smiles worked on this girl. She instantly pressed her sword against Ye Wutian's throat. There wasn't an ounce of friendliness in her eyes. The girl only needed Qingchen's pill formula, and she repeated the demand. Feeling the point near his throat, the young man immediately put his hands up and said he could pay 10 times as much. The girl was finally fed up with this and kicked Ye Wutian in the stomach. She yelled that she shouldn't be played with. She wanted the formula. Groaning in pain, Wutian looked at the girl with hatred and promised himself to kill her as soon as the powder worked. The girl looked at the young man too, and she didn't like the look on his face. She asked what was the matter. The girl kicked him with all her might, and the young man's head turned on inertia. Wutian wrinkled his nose in pain. He grabbed his throat and declared that he would make the girl's life a living hell if she had the nerve to hit him again. The warrior woman raised her formidable weapon upward and exclaimed loudly that another man had found his death. Suddenly, her proud look changed. Her eyes began to run confusedly in different directions. The girl sensed the change. The strength left the formidable warrior, and the sword fell from her hand, hitting the floor with a clang. The girl couldn't even stand. Her legs weakened, and the girl slowly settled to the floor. All her muscles were stiff, and she couldn't even move. Wu Wutian slowly got up from his knees and walked over to the girl. It was his turn. He stepped hard on the girl's ribs. Her mouth bled from the hard blow. The girl coughed violently. It hurt so much that she closed her eyes. Ye Wutian stated that he was not going to forgive the fact that the girl hit him. He advised her to move less. The immobilized girl shockingly stated that she had searched the young man and thrown away all of his belongings, and yet he was still able to hide the powder. Ye Wutian sat down and laughed. He said that the girl was looking badly and the item she needed was in his underwear. It was enough for the young man to be beaten up by Ning Shiki. He learned a lesson and drew the appropriate conclusions. Clasping his neck from which blood was oozing, the young man reminded her that he had promised to make the girl's life a hell of misery. He swung his fist and froze in pain. Ye Wutian had a hard time moving, let alone fighting. The young man only now realized that he was seriously wounded and might bleed out before he killed that girl. Ye Wutian looked at the girl unhappily and promised to deal with her a little later. He needed to heal himself. Ye Wutian could barely walk. His muscles were weakened from the blood loss and damaged organs, and he could barely stand on his feet. He couldn't understand how he ended up here. This wasn't the same abandoned park, and he wasn't sure if Xiao Mei would be able to find him. The young man realized that he had to get out of there anyway, and it was good if the girl was alone, otherwise he would be finished. Ye Wutian could barely move his feet due to fatigue. When he was thinking hard, he didn't notice a boulder on the road and caught his foot on it. Ye Wutian stumbled and flew headlong into the air. While flying, the young man managed to tell himself that this was the absolute end, and he had lost this fight. The exhausted young man did not fall down. Zhang Xiaomei managed to track down the young man's location, and she caught him in her arms. The girl cried with joy that at last she had succeeded in finding the young man. Now she saw that the danger was much more serious. Meanwhile, the warrior, left alone in the abandoned factory, tried hard to crawl to her sword. It was very hard for her. The drug was getting deeper and deeper into the girl's system. With a groan, she reached for her weapon. The girl managed to do it. She crawled to her sword and gripped the hilt of it with an incredible effort. At the same moment, the girl vomited. She started vomiting blood and lost consciousness. Zhang Xiaomei took the young man to the hospital and stood beside his bed. On the other side, Chen Kaixin was sitting on a chair. Ye Wutian started to regain consciousness and opened his eyes. Looking around, he told himself that he hadn't died yet by some miracle. Kexen said that the captain gave him first aid, but he has serious injuries due to excessive blood loss. Ye Wutian said that the girl should be happy that he survived, not show his bad mood. Kexen shouted that he was not good at taking care of his personal safety. After all, he knows perfectly well how many people are after the pill. Ye Wutian said that he had just let his guard down. He couldn't tell Chen Kaixin that he was actually in trouble because of Shiki. Xiaomei turned on the recorder and asked her to tell what had happened. There were many corpses in that place, including 2 Japanese. Ye Wutian shouted that the Japanese had no right to behave like that to him. The young man said that the head's name was Ichiro Miyamoto. The captain only now realized it was all because of the pills, and thought wistfully that the greater the benefits, the greater the risks. Ye Wutian got angry and asked Kexen to put an announcement on the official website that the pills would not be sold to the Japanese. The young man sat down on the bunk in one jerk and lowered his feet to the floor. He asked to also call Chen Li. They need to go together. In response to Kaixin's question, the young man replied that he had some personal matters to take care of. Kaixin gave him a surprised look. Mayor Wang was in the detective bureau. He shouted that the police should strengthen the fight against gang violence. He wasn't interested in whether it was related to foreigners. Mayor Wang ordered to deal with all criminal elements. Director Shu turned pale. He realized that the mayor was asking for too much and delicately hinted that it was too much. Wang wailed that they must not lose Ye Wutian. He was under a lot of pressure from above, and he was personally responsible for the young man. Director Shu finally realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly assured the town manager that he would look into it right away. He did call an urgent meeting and organized a large-scale operation. Many gangs were liquidated. Upon learning of the scandalous announcement that the pills would not be sold to Japanese people, many people protested and the country descended into chaos. Ye Wutian and Chen Li arrived at the abandoned factory to deal with the mysterious girl. But there was only a pool of blood at that place. Ye Wutian said in surprise that she had disappeared. Since the bodyguard didn't know anything in detail, he asked who exactly had disappeared. The young man pondered that he wanted to punish her himself and therefore didn't say anything to Xiaomei. He was curious about where the blood came from. Wutian realized that she had managed to reach the sword and wounded herself. Through the pain, the female warrior stimulated her body and fled. The young man clarified whether Chen Li had found the right person. The bodyguard answered in the affirmative and asked when they would start. Ye Wutian offered to go immediately. He was sorry that the girl had escaped, but now he had a trained fighter named Chen Li with him. The sun was already setting when they reached one of the villages. A woman was washing clothes in front of one of the houses. Chen Li assured his boss that this was the right house. The young man looked at the woman sadly and thought about it. He felt very sorry for her. They approached the woman at a leisurely pace. She noticed them and looked up from her work. Their faces seemed unfamiliar to the red-haired girl, and she wondered if they were looking for anyone. Ye Wutian smiled kindly and asked if this house really belonged to Mr. Zhu Ning. The woman changed in her face and warily replied that they had come to the address and she herself was his wife. Wuchen knelt down and put his hand to his heart. He introduced himself and said that he was a friend of her husband. The woman was surprised to hear a familiar name. All the news only talked about him as the creator of the Chinchin pill. The young man delivered his husband's message and said that he had urgent business abroad. He could not have said before. The young man handed over a bank card purportedly from her husband and a Qingchen tablet in honor of their acquaintance. Wu Tian said that the card had his number on it. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She said she didn't have to lie. Her husband had been doing dangerous work lately, and he calls her no matter what. And yesterday her husband told her that a big case came up and then he would stop doing it. The woman began to sob and threw herself on the young man's chest. She asked him to tell her what had happened to her husband. Wu Tian did not know how to explain what had happened, for nothing could replace her husband to this unfortunate woman. He freed himself from the trembling girl's embrace and placed the pill card on the ground. The young man said Zhu handed them over. The woman couldn't stand it any longer and roared loudly. She now realized that her husband would never come home again. The woman's shoulders shuddered constantly. Her whole body was trembling. She couldn't believe that the last assignment had been fatal. Hearing her crying, an elderly woman came out of the house. She said that she felt very sorry for Xiaohui. She is suffering a lot because of their family. The girl turned to her and assured her that she was just crying with happiness and her mother had misunderstood her. She showed the bank card and explained that Zhu's friend had handed it over, but that he himself had gone abroad and would bring back more money. The woman smiled and told her daughter that it was great news, and she shouldn't sob. Xiao calmed down a little. Looking at the mother and daughter who were without their support, Wu Tian thought that Zhu Ning was also defenseless back then. There was nothing more to do, so the young man and his bodyguard left. Wu Tian stood looking at the house in the distance for a long time. Chen Li sensed his superior's mood and wondered who that person really was. Wu Tian continued to stare pensively into the distance. Without turning to the guard, he informed him that Zhu Ning was his benefactor. Wu Tian turned around and said that it was quite late and they should go back. Chen Li followed his boss. Suddenly, the vigilant bodyguard saw a glint a few meters away from them and reacted instantly. Chen Li shouted that the young man was in danger and immediately pushed him aside. The surprised Wu Tian fell backwards. It turned out that the warrior didn't disappear anywhere, but hid behind a tree. And if it wasn't for Chen Li, she would have stabbed him with her sword. The girl glared with hateful eyes and took a fighting stance. She decided to finish what she had started. The girl lunged. Wu Tian barely had time to jump back, and the sword whistled through the air near his torso. Chen Li had already rushed to his boss's aid and ran up to the female warrior, straightening his leg on the run for a powerful kick. Chen Li's shoe slammed into the girl's cheek. She dropped her sword in surprise and fell to the ground. Wu Tian smirked and said that she had the courage to come to him again. All the worse for her. An expert with him now. Chen Li adopted a fighting stance. He was confident that he would overpower the lady. The female warrior turned around while holding her hand. The girl looked at Chen Li carefully, assessing whether or not he could really call himself an expert. At the same moment, she swiftly launched herself at the bodyguard, holding her hands behind her back and putting her knee forward. Chen Li smirked and stated that the girl simply did not know yet that only Madame Ning was stronger than himself. The girl flew into the air and tried to reach Chen Li's face with her heel, but the young man deflected back in time. The girl's other foot was immediately near his face, but the bodyguard managed to put a block in time. Chen Li counterattacked the maiden and managed to grab her leg a little above the ankle. The girl fell to the ground. The warrior didn't look so confident anymore, but she had a look of concern in her eyes. The enemy was a tough one. Chen Li got into a fighting frenzy and rushed at the girl with redoubled strength. He was sure that a few blows would solve everything. The girl swung her foot again for a kick and hit the young man's neck, catching it. Chen Li grabbed the girl's leg. Taking advantage of Chen Li holding her, the girl jumped up, trying to hit him with her free knee. The young man barely managed to block the blow with his knee, making a fist in time. The girl's agility amazed him. Chen Li had to admit that this damsel wasn't as easy as he had originally thought and would have to be dealt with. After pulling herself up on her arms, the girl jumped onto Chen Li's shoulders and hugged the back of his head. The young man thought that she was very fast. Holding onto the young man's head, the warrior jumped up and delivered a powerful blow to his face with her knees. Blood began to drip immediately. Chen Li's nose was damaged from the strong blow. The young man himself lost his balance and began to fall to the ground. Wu Tian was amazed when he saw her fighting skills. Even the best of the best couldn't defeat this woman. After finishing with Chen Li, the girl rushed towards the young man. Wu Tian shouted fearfully that he was not a fighter but just a spectator. Chen Li was enraged. Clutching his broken nose, he pulled out a gun and shouted that the girl had forced him to do it herself. He took good aim and chose a point to immobilize the girl. Chen Li fired, and the bullet flew straight into the target. Everything turned out exactly as Chen Li had planned. The bullet reached its target and plunged into the girl's arm at high speed. The warrior was a well-trained warrior. Even with a shot arm, she only grimaced and continued on her way. Even though Wu Tian was running away from her, the girl caught up to the young man quite quickly and slapped him on the back of the head. Without wasting any time, she pounced on Wu Tian from behind and grabbed the young man's Adam's apple with her healthy hand. Chen Li demanded that the young man be released immediately if she wanted to live, and pointed the gun at the girl again. The female warrior squeezed her ankles harder and demanded to tell Chen Li to throw the gun away, or else Wutian would die. Ye Wutian shouted to the bodyguard that his life was too expensive and she still wouldn't dare to kill him. Chen Li still had the arrogant lady in his sights. He suspected that they wouldn't do anything to her then. Ye Wutian asked him to put the gun away. He was sure that then he and the girl could have a normal conversation. Chen Li couldn't disobey his boss and hid the gun in his pocket, hoping Ye Wutian realized what he was doing. The young man told the girl that Chen Li had put the gun away, and she was in no danger. The warrior girl demanded that he leave altogether. Chen Li was scared for his master. It wasn't fair at all. After all, she only demanded that he put the weapon away. Ye Wutian smirked and said that everything was fine and Chen Li didn't have to worry. He could handle it further on his own. Chen Li turned around and walked away, looking at the boss perplexedly. After all, there was nothing he could do while the boss was receiving death threats. The young man smiled at the girl and informed her that his bodyguard had left. Now they could talk. She demanded the formula. Ye Wutian asked if she knew any other words. The girl replied that she did, but she had no time to talk. The girl started pushing him forward and warned him that he better not twitch or she would slit his throat. After a while they came to the river, and the warrior threw him straight into the water with his back. The young man landed with his heel in the sand. Trying to stand up, Ye Wutian smiled and asked why they had come here and why the girl didn't want to talk to him. He massaged his neck and wondered why his powder hadn't worked. By his calculations, it should have worked a long time ago. The girl realized what he was thinking and pointed to her mask. There was a filter hidden there, catching the smallest particles. Ye Wutian was surprised at the girl's shrewdness. She had prepared well and didn't let herself be fooled twice. The sun was already setting over the horizon. A hooded girl stood on the shore and insistently demanded the formula. Ye Wutian decided to play with her one more time. He smiled and said that he would return home and make sure to find her a formula. The girl was somehow lightning fast behind him and twisted her arm behind his back. The boy screamed in pain. Dipping his face into the water, the girl warned him to give her the formula. Otherwise, he would simply die. Even though the young man nearly choked, the girl continued to dunk his face in the water, beating out agreement. Ye Wutian started waving back and forth with his free hand, trying to grab the girl's hand. She plunged his face deeper. At last, the young man succeeded in his plan, and he stuck some powder directly into her gunshot wound on her arm. The girl was surprised at his resilience. The young man should have been drowned in the water long ago, but he was still trying to resist. Suddenly, everything was happening again for her. The warrior stared dazedly at the young man, realizing that she was losing her power like yesterday. She could no longer stand and fell to her knees exhaustedly, trying to figure out how this could have even happened. Ye Wutian, meanwhile, climbed out of the water and spewed out all the water he had swallowed during the torture. The young man approached his tormentor and declared that she was a fool. His drug works faster when it enters the bloodstream. The girl was shaking all over. Resisting the drug with all her might, she assumed the young man had poison on his fingernails. The enraged Ye Wutian promised the girl that she would not be able to escape this time and began to beat her methodically. It was late evening. The moon shone brightly in the sky, illuminating a large 3-story house with barred windows. The warrior began to come to her senses. She opened her eyes and looked around, studying her surroundings. It appeared she was tied tightly to a pole and standing without a mask or hood. The girl tried to figure out where she was. Ye Wutian was sitting on a chair with a whip with a scowling Chen Li standing beside him. Wutian explained that he had specially bought a villa for people like her. Chen Li tried to object that it was too good a home for captives. The young man recalled that Li himself couldn't even handle it. He demanded that Chen Li go outside to guard the house, and the satisfied guard headed for the exit with a quick step. Ye Wutian leaned closer and asked the pale girl how such a beautiful girl became a murderer and what her name was. Even the bound warrior didn't want to talk to the young man, and defiantly turned away. Ye Wutian grabbed his whip and wailed that for all that she had done, the girl continued to misbehave. The young man began to whip her with the whip and occasionally asked her questions. The girl remained stubbornly silent. Then the young man decided to at least educate her. He untied her from the pole and tied her hands behind her back. Putting the girl on her knees, Wutian whipped her buttocks. The girl could not bear such humiliation. She blushed with shame and begged the boy to kill her. Ye Wutian was astonished. Even after many lashes, the girl didn't tell him anything. This surprised him greatly. The girl's clothes had become rags from the many lashes and were holding on by her word of honor. The girl moaned in pain. He couldn't get the thought out of his head that it would be a good idea to make this Amazon work for him. He just needed to find a way. He knelt down and told the girl that her country was famous for special movies. So Wutian thought of making such a movie. The girl understood his hint at once. She threw her head up and asked fearfully what the young man had in mind. Ye Wutian lifted the girl off the floor with a jerk. The remnants of her clothes began to crack under the weight of her body. Tearing at the embarrassed girl's clothes, Ye Wutian offered to make her a celebrity. She would become much more famous than she was now. Burning with shame and feeling like she had almost no clothes left on, the girl begged him to stop and make it stop. Ye Wutian hugged the girl's cheeks and forced her to look into his eyes. He smiled and said that the request was not sincere enough. She almost started crying. Remembering that the young man had asked her name, the girl immediately shouted that her name was Shui Ying. Ye Wutian gloatingly said that it was an appropriate name for an actress and suggested that they start their best show. He started to take off her clothes. The girl in tears begged the young man to stop, but he tore even the bandages from her body. All her clothes were lying on the floor. Shui Ying was so disgusted by the whole feeling that she closed her eyes, begging the heavens for it to end quickly. Suddenly, Zhu felt that it wasn't as bad as expected, and she opened her eyes in surprise, not believing her sensations. It seemed very strange, but she wasn't naked. Zhu was wearing a new pair of shorts and a white t-shirt. The girl looked perplexed at her new clothes. It seemed to her that she had remained naked at all. Ye Wutian smiled and said that they would not make a movie this time. So far, the scare tactics had worked without fail. The girl blushed instantly and looked away. The last thing she wanted to do was talk about movies like that. The young man told Shui Ying that from now on, the girl could consider this basement as her new home. He showed the girl the bathroom and toilet and told her that every room was packed with CCTV cameras. In addition, there were 3 massive locks on the door to the basement, and the walls of the rooms were absorbing the signal. Ye Wutian leaned over to the girl and said that he would not stop her if she attempted suicide. His calm tone brought the girl to tears, and she realized she was dealing with a type as tough as herself. Lastly, Ye Wutian asked Shui not to wear white clothes in the basement. It was too boring for him. The girl was surprised. Finally, Shui Ying realized what the young man meant and turned purple with anger. She didn't have the words to scold him. Wutian laughed and said he would stop by to see her in a couple of days. He promised to bring her some gift and said goodbye. The young man closed the door behind him and walked out of the mansion. Chen Li was standing near the entrance. He immediately turned to Ye Wutian. His face expressed genuine interest. The bodyguard grinned conspiratorially and asked his boss how it had gone. Ye Wutian shouted that he was a pervert and kicked his subordinate in the back. Chen Li turned around. A smirk never left his lips. Chen Li indignantly asked why he had to put her under house arrest if he wasn't going to take advantage of his captive. Wutian wailed that it was the wrong wording and his bodyguard should have come up with something better. Chen Li smiled understandingly and assumed that it was a house built specifically for his boss's concubines. Ye Wutian asked him to stop joking and explained that he was only doing everything for business. He had no obscene intentions. Chen Li thought about it and said that in that case, Ye Wutian had really thought of everything, and it looked great. Scratching the back of his head, Wutian said that just in case, no one should know about the girl. Chen Li winked and said that he understood. Suddenly, the phone in the young man's pocket rang, and he was forced to interrupt the conversation. Wutian looked at the phone screen. He got a call from Chen Kexin. As it turned out, the girl had received a notice that people from Huan were coming tomorrow. This news threw the young man into a state of shock, and he asked Kexin several times. The girl confirmed the information. In Chen Kexin's office, she told the young man that the Huan company was responsible for the security of the entire top brass of China. The young man offered to greet the guests properly and asked the girl if what he had asked to do was ready. Chen Kexin absent-mindedly replied that all the people had been warned long ago. The girl realized that he was up to something again. The top 5 female employees each lined up on either side of the elevator. Chen Kaixin and Ye Wutian stood in the center waiting for the guests. Hearing the familiar elevator signal, Chen Kexin told the female staff that the distinguished guests had already arrived, and everyone got ready. The elevator arrived at the floor and its flaps began to open slowly. By now, everyone knew their roles. 3 tall men in suits came out of the elevator. The man in the center in the black suit looked older than the others. Ye Wutian snapped his fingers and drew attention. He asked the female employees to give a warm welcome to their esteemed guests. The guests stepped out of the elevator, and on either side of them, the girls smiled dazzlingly and said they were glad to see them. One of them was surprised to think that there were many beauties working in this company. The other noted the owner's good taste. Even the company representative stunnedly assumed that Ye Wutian had prepared all the girls especially for them. Ye Wutian bowed respectfully and smiled. The young man asked if the honored guests liked his greeting. The man in the suit replied that he shouldn't have bothered with noisy greetings, and suggested getting straight to the point. Ye Wutian didn't seem to be embarrassed by this. He continued to smile dazzlingly and invited the guests to go to his office. Ye Wutian sat down in the chair opposite the representative of Huan Company. The other 2 guests made themselves comfortable on the sofa at the side. Zhang Junsen introduced himself and said that he wanted to report the foreign spies who were trying to enter his company. Ye Wutian said it was internal information and suggested that Hua An had hacked into their correspondence at the company. John smirked and informed the young man that his employee, who had quit a few days ago, was engaged in petty sabotage. Ye Wutian asked Chen Kexin if that was the case. The girl embarrassedly replied that for their company, the staff turnover seemed normal. Ye Wutian turned his head and unhappily suggested that Junzin had infiltrated his company with his spies. John adjusted his tie and smiled. He said that the young man should not underestimate Huan Company's abilities. Ye Wutian asked what the purpose of their trip was, and said he had no intention of thanking the people who hacked his company. The man informed him that the entire country provides an extremely high level of security for the pills. John said he insisted on the continued presence of his people in the Tianjin Group Trading Company. Chen Kexin was dumbfounded by this news. The people from Hua An would represent an extra pair of eyes and ears. Ye Wutian also realized that it was dangerous. He informed John that their company was small and wouldn't be able to accommodate his men. In addition, Ye Wutian knew that they were simply trying to take the company away from him, and the representatives thought they were too cunning. Yunzin said that he would be satisfied with any 2 positions without a salary, and the tablet would be safer with his men. Ye Wutian couldn't stand it and shouted at the guest that the Qingchen pill only belonged to him and he himself could protect himself from spies. The other man wailed back that the young man had no idea how many spies he had in his company, and he obviously couldn't handle it himself. Ye Wutian shouted that he does what he wants with his things and doesn't have to ask anyone's permission to do so. Chen Kexin realized that the conflict had gone far and sat the young man down in a chair. She said that it was better not to quarrel with this company. But the man from Hua An held hostile and asked the young man if he was sure he wanted to go against their organization. Ye Wutian snapped his fingers instead of answering. Someone's heels clattered down the corridor, and the door to the meeting room opened. The guests looked in amazement at the tall and slender female employees in short skirts. They had glasses with drinks in their hands. Ye Wutian laughed and said that he couldn't go against them, and would be happy to welcome the 2 into the company. The man said the young man got it right. The girl placed the drink in front of him, bending seductively lower. The second girl did the same with the second guest, and he thought that it really would be nice to work here. The young man introduced himself and said that from today, they would be colleagues. He asked what the names of his new co-workers were. The man in the blue suit introduced himself as Tao Nansheng. The second young man in a shirt and vest said his name was Liu Feng. Ye Wutian smiled and said that in his company, 2 handsome and promising guys would be worth their weight in gold. Nanshen asked him not to flatter him. Liu Fei said that they were just smart enough to make ends meet. Ye Wutian realized that Junzin was too cunning and difficult to deal with, but these 2 guys were good for nothing. Jian himself was thinking the same thing. His staff had fallen for the unsophisticated bait, and he didn't understand how they had even gotten to Hua An. Ye Wutian came to the door. He invited the new employees to come with him and familiarize themselves with the company from the inside. All 5 of them left the office and walked down the corridor. Chen Kexin was saddened by this news. Wutian behaved confidently. They came to the office, and the guy's eyes began to go wild from such an abundance of long-legged beauties in short skirts. Wutian smirked and informed them that they were girls from his operations department. The guys looked at the female employees with embarrassment. The girls immediately turned around and said hello to the principal in a friendly manner. Their smiles exuded real joy. The guys smiled and said hello to the girls. Nanshen thanked them for a job well done. He was amazed at so many beautiful girls and thought he should spend a lot of time playing with each one. Ye Wutian was satisfied and asked about the guys' preferences. He could find girls to keep them company. Liu Feng objected that they were not as shameless as he imagined. Nanshen smirked and said that Ye was very courteous. Wuchen informed them that he could only try to help, and the rest was up to them, and suggested they contact him if they needed to. The boys for appearance resisted, but after all, their director himself offered, and they cannot refuse his help. Without collusion, they simultaneously pointed at Chen Kaixin. The girl froze in surprise. After all, she is the managing person. Ye Wutian pretended not to understand who they were talking about and asked to clarify which girl they meant. The guys pointed at Chen Kaixin again and smiled. They unanimously asked Ye Wutian to help with this girl. They unceremoniously scrutinized the embarrassed, blushing Kexin, realizing that she compared favorably with the other girls in the company. Ye Wutian frowned. This was too much, and he promised himself that he would definitely teach his employees a lesson for their insolence. The principal smiled and said that they would talk about the beauties later, but for now, as the host, he invited everyone to have lunch. Junsen politely said that he didn't need to work so hard for them. He didn't like it because the report listed Wutian as a cheapskate. Turning around, Ye Wutian smiled at the representative and stated that it was only dinner and he would arrange everything in the best way. It was late evening. Working hours were over for many people, and no one was visible in the windows of the building. The men were sitting at a round table that was set to the fullest. Ye Wutian said he would like to make a toast. The two new employees took a sip of their glasses and assured that they would write well of him in the report and say a few kind words about him. Nanshen, who was flushed with alcohol, drained his glass, and the obliging host immediately refilled it with a smile. Along with the wine, the young man discreetly slipped some of his powder into Nanshen's glass. No one noticed. Turning to the heated Liu Feng, Ye Wuqian refilled his wine as well and said in a friendly manner, "Another glass for him." The young man raised the following toast in honor of the fact that he was very happy to meet his new employees. They smiled cheerfully. Liu Feng laughed and said that he was drinking this wine for the principal's health and would rely on him from now on. Nanshen raised his head and drained the glass in one gulp. He didn't suspect anything because the wine was delicious. After another glass, he felt quite good and relaxed. Nanshen opened his mouth and burped loudly. He felt immense joy, put his arm around Wuqian's shoulders, and promised to deal with anyone who dared to bully him. Jian Junzhen saw that both of his staff members were no longer in control, and he immediately stood up from his seat. He walked over to Nansheng and clapped the guy on the shoulder imperiously. John had strictly forbidden Tao from touching alcohol today. Tao was no longer thinking anything and asked him not to stop today because he was happy to meet Ye Wutian. Liu Feng recalled that he was still without a girlfriend and wouldn't mind finding one in Director Ye's company. Wutian smiled and said that everyone was free to like whoever they liked, and he didn't mind if the guys had fun. Nanshin said that they should call the girls from the company at such a moment and have a good time together. Liu Feng started to persuade Ye Wutian and said that they wouldn't take long to choose, because all the girls in the company were beautiful. Zhang Junzhen realized that the situation was finally out of his control, and indignantly shouted that they had had enough. He pointed at Nansheng and exclaimed that he was ruining the face of the Huan company. Within a couple of drinks, he had turned into an animal. Liu Feng was indignant and said that Jian was not his boss. In the Huan company, they are on the same level. Ye Wutian said in a friendly manner that they were all friends here and having a good time. There is no need to quarrel over nothing. The boys could barely stand on their feet anymore, and Wutian said that they could go rest and sleep. After all, it could be seen that they were very tired. Nansheng's whole body was trembling, and he reluctantly admitted, rubbing his closing eyes, that he was indeed a little tired. At the same moment, as if on cue, the young men's heads collapsed onto the dining table. They could no longer resist. Ye Wutian stood at their backs and smirked, barely hearing their measured snores. They were no longer a threat now. Jian Junzhen looked incredulously at the snoring young men representing his Huan company. After all, he had seen for himself that the guys had only drunk a little. John turned pale and thought that the alcohol was too strong. Ye Wutian turned around to him and stated that both of his staff members were quite amusing young men. Jian blushed for his colleagues and hoped that Ye Wutian had nothing to do with it. He continued to suspect him. The young man smiled and stated that he hoped for more appropriate and polite communication next time. Jian lost his temper and shouted that it was better to stop there. After all, his company represented all of China. The young man raised his hand kindly and said he wasn't going to hurt him, and the boys did have a little too much to drink. He will dispose of and help get them to the hotel, for it is also his duty to help his friends. Chen Kexin noticed that the young man had returned alone and wondered what had happened to their guests. Ye Wuqian replied that nothing bad had happened. He invited them to dinner and gave them a decent level of hospitality. Chen Kexin was seriously frightened and took his hand. She said that they could use the support of the Huan company. The young man pulled out his hand and explained that those two were only thinking about girls. That's why you can't let them in the company. Kexin exclaimed that Huan represents China and they cannot quarrel with them, especially since Huan is interested in cooperation. Ye Wutian scratched his chin and said that the management really helped them. The problem is that they have bad cadres. Chen Kexin fearfully asked what the young man intended to do next. She assumed that he wanted to chase them away. The young man smiled and said that he would take care of them because the Huan representatives were polite guests and would not stay long. Chen Kexin lowered her head. The girl didn't like it, but she knew that Ye Wutian always knew what he was doing and why. She continued to stand silent and twirled her curls thoughtfully. Chen hoped that they would find a way out this time too. Ye Wutian noticed that the girl was confused and cheerfully asked if Chen Kaixin was worried about anything else besides the guests. The girl did not dare to answer and remained silent. At last she replied that her mother was inviting the young man to dinner. The young man smiled and said that the dinner with his parents worried the company president more than Huan. Chen Kaixin instantly blushed and asked the young man, nervously clenching his fists, if he wanted to come to her house. Ye Wutian reached out his hand to the girl and gently took her fingers. He looked at Kexin with warmth in his eyes. The young man assured the embarrassed Chen Kexin that he would gladly come to have dinner with her family. After finishing her work, Chen Kexin pulled a silver SUV up to the entrance and they set off. Ye Wutian was looking at the gifts for the family and was surprised to ask who the new cell phone was for. Kexin replied that her little sister Chen Li, whom she was telling about, demanded a new phone, so the girl bought one. Ye Wutian smiled and said that he was a big celebrity now. He asked what would happen if her sister fell in love with him. Kexen smiled and said that he was just a narcissist. She was the only one who could fall blindly in love with him. The young man leaned closer to Kexen and said that she was undermining his self-esteem. He asked if she wanted a lesson right now. The girl instantly turned red and lost control. Their car began to swerve all over the road, driving into the oncoming lane. Wutian grabbed the handle under the roof and exclaimed that she should drive more carefully, or she would be left a widow. The red traffic light turned on and Chen Kexen suddenly braked. The brakes of the car squealed. A blushing Kexen indignantly said that it was his own fault, and when she was driving, you shouldn't do such a thing at all. Turning her head, the girl stared at the road, waiting for the permissive signal. Suddenly, she saw someone. At the crosswalk, 3 teenagers were having an argument. Chen Kexen said in surprise that her sister was there. Looking at the teenagers' faces and gesticulations, Chen Kexen realized that her little sister was desperately arguing with someone. Some guy was standing outside a blue car yelling that the girl should reimburse him in full. He pointed to the scratch near the headlight and wailed that the girl had dared to touch his favorite car, and she wouldn't get away with it. The girl agreed that they were at fault, but he wouldn't get the 100,000 even if he sold his car. The young man explained that he threw on for moral damage because the girl wounded his heart, and this should be compensated. He smiled and promised to forget about today's incident if the girl would spend some time with him. Chen Li turned to his companion and yelled that his girlfriend was being bullied and he was standing there doing nothing. The guy in glasses was not going to go to the conflict and generally tried his best to avoid his involvement in the incident. He thought for a moment and timidly reminded the driver of the car that laws were enforced in their country. Chen Li covered her face with her hands in shame. It seemed unbelievable that she had such a strange boyfriend who believed in justice. The driver laughed and told the girl that she had better join him. He would quickly show her what a man could do. Chen Li said she's fed up with all this. She's willing to compensate $200. Otherwise, they will call the police. The driver struck her hand and the phone she had been holding before flew out of her hand onto the roadway. The young man said he was not interested in $200. He talked to the girl only because he liked her figure. Chen Li couldn't stand it. She was shaking with anger. This driver is making lewd innuendos in front of her boyfriend. Suddenly, the girl heard someone behind her talking about blackmail in broad daylight and turned around in surprise. To her delight, she saw her sister and her recent fiancé. Yewutian smiled and said that the driver was too bold. Chen Li rushed over to them and grabbed her sister's hand. She was almost crying. After all, things could have ended very differently. Chen Kexen stroked her head affectionately and informed her that Li no longer had anything to worry about. She was by her side. She asked Wutian to deal with it quickly. The young man thought he had quickly slipped from handsome and heroic to a bandit. The driver had his foot on Chen Li's phone, and Yewutian said that that phone looked quite expensive. Chen Kexen asked her sister how much the phone cost her. Chen Li wanted to say that she had given 2,800. Yewutian did not let her finish and happily exclaimed that he understood her. The phone is worth 280,000. Keishin was very surprised. Wutian said the driver stepped on a phone worth 280,000 and must pay for the damage. Chen Li couldn't believe the young man's words and covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. This was a huge amount of money. Her companion's jaw nearly dropped. He was dumbfounded to think that the price of the phone had risen faster than a rocket takes off. The driver's face turned red. He realized that Yewutian was going to teach him a good lesson using his own methods. Chen Li looked at the young man with admiration. She said to herself that little sister's boyfriend is not easy. Her eyes were glowing with happiness. The driver smirked and said he wouldn't even pay 28 yuan. The rival's face seemed familiar to him. Yewutian smiled slyly and asked if the young man was sure he wasn't going to pay him the due amount. This calmness startled the driver, and he shouted that he was sure of it. He clarified whether his opponent was going to hit him. It turned out that he was right. At the same moment, Yewutian lightning struck the guy's cheek with the back of his palm. This was too much, and the offended young man rushed to his abuser, promising that now he would be unfortunate. Yewutian dodged without much trouble and slapped the young man on the other cheek. He recalled that the driver wanted to kill him. Grabbing the young man by the collar of his shirt, Yewutian punched him in the face and exclaimed that his opponent was wrong and he knew how to fight. Chen Li shouted admiringly that the young man had put up a great fight. Kexen looked at her sister sadly. The driver yelled that the young man should wait for him. He would be back in a moment, and he would beat the crap out of him. Yewutian turned around to his car and waved his finger at Chen Li. He said that there was a bit of work to do. Kexen turned around to the silver car as well. She smiled and called out to Sun Feng and Zhang Hongliang. 3 bodyguards jumped out of the car. Chen Li was very happy to be able to stretch out a little. His hands had been itching for a long time. The driver of the blue car was surprised that Wutian called his friends before him and said that they should fight fairly. Wutian smirked and replied that the young man couldn't beat him anyway. He said that he didn't need their help. Wutian smirked and told Chen Li that that gangster had a lot of friends. We should go with him and destroy their entire anthill. Chen Li was only happy to have a new mess. All 3 bodyguards cheerfully barked out that they would gladly do their boss's bidding. Chen Li smirked and asked to be shown the way. They would give him and his friends an explanatory talk. The young man opened the car door and said he was not afraid of them. He thought it was reckless to threaten 3 people. The bodyguards took the empty seats. The young man slammed the door defiantly, figuring they'd asked for it. Ye Wutian contentedly watched the blue car disappearing from sight. He was confident that the procedure wouldn't take long. Soon, everyone was gathered at the dining table. Chen Li turned away from her boyfriend and started making eyes at Ye Wutian. Smiling happily, she hugged the young man's arm. Wuqian hinted that she should spend more time with her boyfriend. Chen Li instantly frowned and said that after today's incident, she didn't want to talk to him. Wuqian smiled and asked in that case to at least introduce them. They would get to know each other better. The girl turned to her friend and said, "This is the famous Ye Wuqian. If he performs well, he can get a job." The young man said his name is He Cheng-Ching. He and Chen Li attend the same university and have been dating for several months. For some unknown reason, this guy gave Ye Wuqian a very unpleasant feeling, even though he looked rather harmless. The girl's mother said that Chen Li was still young and asked Wutian when she and Kexin were going to do something. She smiled and didn't notice that Chen Kaixin's own hands began to tremble. From excitement, she couldn't hold her chopsticks. Ye Wutian and Chen Kaixin looked at each other. The girl was very embarrassed that her parents were asking such a thing. The young man pretended that he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. He smiled and asked the woman to explain more. The parents smiled. The woman said they liked him very much, and she and her husband thought it would be a good idea for them to get married. Chen tried to reason with her mother, and said that they couldn't force a young man into marriage so simply at the table. The embarrassed girl smiled warmly at Ye Wutian and asked if she thought right. Ye Wutian looked serious. Chen Li exclaimed joyfully that her sister was getting married, and she would be the sister-in-law. Ye Wutian frowned even more. He had to think carefully about his answer. He couldn't marry anyone, but he didn't want to offend his family. He said he had never thought of marriage and would not want to make a hasty decision. Therefore, he could not agree now. An ominous silence fell over the table. Ye Wutian realized that he shouldn't stay here any longer, and said goodbye to everyone. Together with Chen Kaixin, they strolled along the alley. The girl walked a little ahead with her hands folded behind her back. She was very sad. Even though her parents were a bit rushed, she was making plans for the future herself. Wuqian smiled and said that she didn't need to be angry, because he really wasn't ready, and there was no need to make hasty decisions. Chen Kexin turned aside and muttered that she wasn't angry at all. A look of sadness froze on her face. Wutian said they were fine together without a piece of paper. He promised to give it some thought and discuss marriage a little later. Chen Kexin turned to the young man and apologized for her parents. Yes, and she herself had some plans for it. The girl angrily gave ducking her hand in farewell, and he exclaimed that she herself must know what he meant. Chen Kexin turned around and said that she was too tired for today. She apologized and left. The young man accompanied her with a glance. He watched the girl walking away down the alley and thought sadly about why things were like this. Ye Wutian was too tired from all this, and so he slept for a long time. Even the high-rising sun didn't wake him up right away. At last the young man began to open his eyes. He yawned sweetly and stretched. He looked around the room and scratched the back of his head. There was no sign of Chen Kaixin's presence on the big bed. Apparently she had slept in another room. Ye Wutian took a shower and came to the kitchen. On the table, Chen Kaixin had left some food and a note for him. The young man looked around the kitchen in surprise. In the note, Chen Kaixin informed him that she had no time to eat and needed to run to work. Ye Wutian reread the note. The young man realized that the girl was still angry with him about last night, and he needed to find a way to mend the relationship. Ye Wutian resolutely did not understand how to placate the girl and what gift to give her. After all, she already had everything she wanted. Suddenly, the young man's path was blocked by a red jeep. It turned out that Chen Li had repainted his jeep from green to red. He lowered the glass and excitedly informed the young man that their murderous captive Shui Ying was eating absolutely nothing. Opening the car door, Wutian smirked and informed her that she was doing it for nothing, and would have to play with her a bit. He asked how everything went yesterday. Chen Ling replied that he had sorted everything out, and the girls went back to Chen Kexin. The young man assumed that Shui Ying would be harder to deal with than the bandits and asked the boss what he was going to do. Ye Wutian smiled thoughtfully and said that he hadn't decided yet. They need to stop by somewhere first. A short while later, a red SUV stopped outside Ye Wutian's suburban villa, squealing its brakes. Barely stepping inside, Ye Wutian noticed the presence of a stranger. It was one of his guards, Wu Dong. The young man reminded Chen Li and that no one must know about the prisoner. He explained that he could not guard both him and the prisoner at the same time. He assured the boss that Wu Dong was a very reliable man. He was the one who set fire to the warehouse in Shanghai and cleaned up all traces. Ye Wuqian said that the fire didn't have to be set. and he would like to believe that it was necessary. Chen Li asked Wu Dong to report back, and the young man faintly nodded to him. He told the boss that he had been watching Shui Ying for 2 days with the cameras. He held out a flash drive and said that all the information was on it. In addition, Wu Dong recorded a photo report on a flash drive, which Ye Wutian can view at his convenience. Wutian greedily reached for the flash drive and said that he would carefully review everything himself, and Wu Dong would take care of the prisoner from now on. Ye Wutian couldn't be happy looking at the flash drive. He was very pleased that Chen Li had found such a reliable person. The young man told his subordinates that this trip should be kept secret. He should go to Shui Ying's house for now. The sad girl sat barefoot by the pole with her arms around herself. There was no trace of her former pride. Ye Wuqian cheerfully asked what had happened to her. He assumed that the girl had lost weight because she missed him. He moved one of the bags closer to Shui Ying and said that he needed to eat better. After all, he liked lush shapes in girls. Shui Ying looked at the young man, and her eyes lit up with evil lights. She decided to get even with him for everything. Shui Ying rushed towards the young man, wishing she could smash him into the wall for everything she had to endure in this basement. Ye Wuqian easily dodged her foot strike and asked if Shui Ying had noticed anything strange in her behavior. He said that he had drugged her before he left, and now Shui Ying had turned into an ordinary girl. Wu Tian gently stroked her leg, and Shui Ying immediately blushed and wailed that he was a fool and had no right to touch her. Young reported that he, as a physician, monitors her physical health and can say that she tolerates hunger well. The girl almost cried with resentment. She blushed even more and demanded to be released immediately. Shui Ying desperately tried to break free and shouted at Ye Wutian to let her go. The young man continued to hold her leg. He smiled and promised to let Shui Ying go if she fed well. Otherwise, he would tie her up and force-feed her. The girl instantly turned purple with anger. She was out of breath from such insolence. The young man had left her no choice. Ye Wutian smirked and said that he likes to practice full-body massage with female patients who can't move. The girl immediately imagined herself strapped to the bunk. In addition, she was gagged and could not even scream. Ye Wutian said that he wasn't sure of her strength and she was unlikely to be able to bear it. He just enjoyed stroking Shui Ying's leg. The girl became more and more resentful. Shui Ying shouted that she would eat since he wanted it so badly, but let him let her go first. Ye Wutian immediately reluctantly let go of the girl's leg and stroked her one last time. He regretted that it was over so quickly. The embarrassed girl immediately sank to her knees exhaustedly. She was really struggling despite her appearance. Ye Wutian meanwhile unwrapped the bag and took out a food kit with vegetables, sweets, and a few pieces of meat. The young man took the cellophane wrapper off the kit and placed it in front of the girl, ordering her to eat it all. She looked at the food confusedly. Shui Ying was really hungry and so she greedily pounced on the food. The sight of the food made her drool. Wuqian smirked. He noticed that the girl was ravenous. The young man said that he had a gift for Shui Ying. The girl immediately broke away from her food and raised her head. She asked in surprise what kind of gift Ye Wutian had in mind. Shui Ying had already studied the young man's demeanor a bit, so she immediately frowned and asked what he was up to this time. Ye Wutian smiled and recalled his words about the girl's 2 plain clothes. He held out a bag of new outfits to her. Shui Ying looked at the bag with interest. She had already forgotten about the food and immediately reached for the bag of new clothes. Barely looking into it, the girl instantly blushed. What was inside she couldn't call clothes. Shui Ying turned to the young man and wailed angrily that she didn't know what he had brought, but she would never wear it in her life. Ye Wutian faintly smiled and said that he would help her change clothes if she didn't want to do it herself, but there was simply no third option. Shui Ying glared angrily at the young man. If she had the strength, she would definitely snap his neck in an instant. But all she could do now was take the bag of clothes and promise the young man that one day she would kill him. A few minutes later, the door of the back room swung open noisily, and Shui Ying appeared in a new outfit. Shui Ying stomped in front of the door wearing a seductive purple-colored dress. She was ready to fall to the ground in shame. Ye Wutian looked at her from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze and recognized that it was not bad. He asked her to try on the next outfit. The girl now appeared in a black leopard costume with a tail and pink bows. She had triangular ears on her head. Ye Wutian found this outfit quite attractive. He dreamily closed his eyes and said that the girl could continue. For the 3rd time, Shui Ying appeared in a rather revealing underwear with flesh-colored stockings that hid little. The young man immediately became animated. Wutian exclaimed with a slight blush that he liked this stunning outfit the best. Covering her clothes, Shui Ying promised to kill the young man. Wutian smiled and said that she would have to come wearing the same clothes. Shui Ying angrily asked why Ye Wutian was humiliating her in every way possible. The girl suggested that it made him happy. The young man smiled and replied that it does make him happy, but there is actually another purpose. Ye Wutian said that he would like to get Shui Ying as a bodyguard and needed a girl to guard him around the clock. Shui Ying frowned. She didn't like the idea of providing security to a person she should kill at all. The girl replied that this was possible only in his dreams. She would kill her tormentor at the first opportunity. The young man turned around and said that he had been expecting such an answer. They have plenty of time, and Xue Ying will agree sooner or later. Wu Tian turned around with a smile and asked him to wear his favorite outfit next time, or else he would help him do it himself. The girl turned purple with anger again. Unfortunately, she was still only a prisoner and almost a slave, and there was nothing she could do. Ye Wutian waved goodbye to the girl. He laughed and promised to bring new gifts next time. The young man walked out of his mansion. Now Xue Ying seemed like a guileless girl who only thought of the goal. He thought that if he were the girl, he would certainly try to let his enemy's guard down and then kill him. The young man saw that Chen Li was about to get into the car, and was surprised to ask where he was going. The bodyguard explained that he and Wudong had had a talk, and some things needed to be bought since the girl had gotten considerably stronger. Chen Li said that it was about Wudong's equipment. Xue Ying moved completely silently, and the young man was no match for her. Ye Wutian said that there was nothing to worry about. He had given the girl a drug. It's enough for 3 days, so you can go home. After arriving home, Wuqian thought about the fact that he might be underestimating the girl. Even in her hungry state, she instills fear in Chen Li. He compared Situ Wei, who was able to impress even Ning Qiki, to Xue Ying. This girl easily defeated a stronger opponent. These people are so strong that Ye Wutian cannot defeat them in a fair fight without the use of drugs. The young man came to the conclusion that he simply needed to perfect Yuan Qi techniques to continue fighting. While meditating, Ye Wutian realized that he had to use the Qihai acupuncture point to go to the 2nd level. He was sweating from the exertion, and at some point he realized that something out of the ordinary had happened. The rhythm of his heartbeat increased in a split second. Ye Wutian even thought it was more like a drum beat. It was hard for the young man to control his relatively weak human body, and he began coughing up blood. At the last moment he realized what had happened. Qihai's acupuncture point had ruptured and caused severe consequences. When Ye Wutian realized this, he collapsed to the floor without feeling. He was still bleeding from his mouth, but the young man didn't notice it. Ye Wutian had been unconscious for several hours. It was already deep evening, and he was still lying on the floor of the room. Finally, the young man began to slowly come to his senses and slowly opened his eyes. He realized what had caused the incident. Apart from the fact that it was very painful, Ye Wutian didn't feel any progress at all. The chi point felt as if it had fallen into the abyss. The young man was not going to give up so easily. He got up from the floor and was determined to do the procedure again. And this time, he coughed up blood and fell to the floor. But now Ye Wutian was ready and recovered much faster. The young man got up from the floor, overcoming the pain, and forced himself to continue his spiritual practices no matter what. The young man didn't even notice that morning had come. He sat exhaustedly on the floor by his bed. Opening his eyes, Ye Wutian was surprised to realize that it was already dawn, and he had actually trained all night. He noticed that thanks to the training, the pain has significantly decreased. However, the desired result is far from being achieved. The young man realized that this goal would have to be achieved long and gradually, and now he needed to take a shower. Leaving the house, Ye Wutian slowly headed out for a walk, pondering what he could placate Chen Kaixin with. Suddenly, a sports car stopped beside him, blocking the way, and the young man looked at the car, perplexed. The door on the passenger side opened, and John Junsen walked out. He asked indignantly if the young man was to blame for what had happened. Ye Wutian looked on with surprised eyes. He said that he didn't understand at all what Mr. John was implying. Representative Han irritably shouted that Liu Feng and his friend had been out since yesterday. The young man asked in surprise how this could have happened. Yunzhen squealed that he was aware of his ability. Ye Wutian smirked and said that to be able and to do were different concepts. They were accusing him for nothing. The door on the other side slowly opened, and the foot of a man in expensive brown shoes lowered to the ground. The elderly man stated that it was not worth wasting time talking. It is clear that the young man does not like to be interfered with. It was Liu Qisong, the deputy director of the Hua'an Bureau. He demanded the return of those people no matter what. Ye Wutian had never encountered this man before. The young man looked carefully into his eyes and inquired who he was. Yunzhen said that it was the deputy director of their branch, and it would be better if Ye Wutian just woke those guys up. The young man worriedly asked if he had correctly understood that Liu Qisong intended to settle his men in any way he could. Qisong said that their Hua'an company represents all of China, and the young man must understand what he is doing. Ye Wutian smirked and said that a company representing all of China had sent those guys to him and wanted to absorb Tianjing. Qisong said irritably, warning Wutian one last time. Those two must attend work tomorrow. Yunzhen started to get nervous and tried to smooth the conflict. Qisong angrily said that talking was useless. They should go. John Junzhen turned pale. He felt like he was between a hammer and anvil right now, but he couldn't change the situation. He turned around and told Ye Wutian in a low voice so that Kuisong wouldn't hear that he shouldn't fight with the Huan company. Ye Wutian frowned. He knew very well that Huan was a serious threat to him. But after all, they just wanted to take away the company. The young man took a quick step towards Huan Company's car, carelessly shoving his hands into his pockets. Junzin rejoiced, hoping that Ye Wutian had changed his mind. He said that the young man could apologize and they would discuss everything. Ye Wutian proudly walked past him and said that he just saw an acquaintance and wanted to talk to him. The young man approached the driver and leaned toward him. A middle-aged man with glasses asked rudely what he wanted. Ye Wutian smiled and said that he was mistaken. The young man offered to work for him. He promised to pay 10 times as much. The driver indignantly said that Ye Wutian did not deserve to be his personal driver. The man signaled that the conversation was over and defiantly slammed the door. Ye Wutian smiled. He had achieved his goal. The Huan representatives got into the car and rushed onward so fast that the airflow lifted the leaves upward. Ye Wutian looked after them, smiling unkindly. He decided it was time for a little warning. A black sports car was speeding along the deserted road. Everyone was angry, and therefore silent. Finally, Kuisong asked Junzin to get some people involved and check the background of their new acquaintance Ye Wutian. Junzin said fearfully, "That guy is dangerous." After all, he himself was there at the time and didn't understand anything. Even the experts can't figure it out. Liu Kuisong frowned and squinted his eyes. He was well aware of the doctor's skills, but he didn't realize that he was so dangerous. Junzin asked driver Qin to be extremely careful with that young man. He suspected that Wutian was up to something. Suddenly, Junzin realized that something had happened to the driver. Qin didn't react to his words at all. He looked closer and was horrified. The driver's head fell to the side, his eyes closed. Qin muttered that he was very tired. The driver could resist no further and his head slumped against the steering column despite the seatbelt. Junzin turned pale and tried to level the car by grabbing the steering wheel from his passenger seat. Qin, even in his sleepy state, swerved to the side of the road, holding the steering wheel tenaciously, and so their car zigzagged along the road. As a result, the car skidded at high speed and crashed into a tree. The impact shattered the windshield. Eyewitnesses called an ambulance and paramedics quickly loaded the injured driver onto a stretcher. Liu Kuisong was only slightly frightened, and Junzin was standing beside him, leaning on a crutch. His leg was bandaged above the knee. Kuisong asked what was wrong with the driver. Junzin replied that the young man was still unconscious and had the same symptoms as the two men. Liu Kuisong began to shake with anger. He shouted that it was Ye Wutian's fault and that they would punish him. Junzin countered that he understood, but they had no clear evidence of Ye Wutian's involvement in the incident. Liu Kuisong was simply out of his mind. The man squealed that he didn't need any proof this time. Meanwhile, Ye Wutian had returned to his office. Chen Kaixin paid no attention to him and worked at her computer. The young man smiled at Kexin and noticed that she was working a lot of overtime. He offered to go home and rest. The girl coldly remarked that he was breaking the chain of command. If he was tired himself, he could afford to rest. Ye Wutian turned pale and realized that this time things were much more complicated. Chen Kaixin doesn't even want to talk to him. Ye Wutian left the office and asked the girl to take care of herself. Chen Kaixin didn't even turn in his direction. It was already evening, and the young man was pondering what he should do next. He could think of nothing better to do than to return to Shuiying. Already near his villa, Ye Wutian encountered a rather unusual phenomenon, and it made him very wary. There was a low whistle, and both of his bodyguards fell to the ground. A gray-haired man with long hair stood beside them with his back to the young man. Turning to Ye Wutian, he smiled and said that he had been waiting for him for quite some time, and invited him to follow him. Wutian immediately reached into his pocket for the drug, and asked what he had done to his bodyguards and who he even was. The man smiled and said that he represented Huan's company, and those two are just sleeping, just like the killer girl. The man said that Ye Wutian himself was also concerned. He smiled and pointed his finger at the young man. A soft whistling sounded again, and Ye Wutian realized that something wrong was happening to him. He was unable to control his body. It turned out that a small needle with sleeping pills had been stuck in his throat. The young man tried to pull it out, but was unable to do so. At the same moment, he slumped to the ground next to his bodyguards. The man watched his attempts to get up. The smiling man was the last image Ye Wutian could remember before he completely lost consciousness. The next day, Ye Wutian himself found himself in the role of a victim. He was sitting on a chair with his hands tied under a powerful lamp. The contents at the end of the needle stopped working, and the young man began to open his eyes and regain consciousness. Seeing that his hands were tied, Ye Wutian started twisting in all directions to realize what had happened and where he was. The same gray-haired man with a lush mustache walked over to him. He was glad that Ye Wutian had finally woken up. The young man had to admit that the man was quite strong. Ye Wutian asked who he was and what he wanted. The man took out a low stool and said that Ye Wutian was disturbing some people. so he had to talk to him. The old man explained that he was actually protecting the young man. Wu Tian was surprised. He was knocked out and tied up, and yet they say it's for his own good. The old man asked what was the young man's motive in putting that girl under house arrest and torturing her in every way possible. Wu Tian asked if the old man had taken Shui Ying away. He was afraid that the girl would clearly not be spared in this company. The old man evasively replied that that girl was a bigger threat. Wu Tian replied that he himself was more dangerous. The man replied that the day after their meeting with the girl, several assassins from Japan had secretly followed him. His 2 bodyguards have the right skills, but those men could have killed them long ago if they wanted to. Wu Tian only now realized that everything was very dangerous and he was constantly being watched by the people behind the girl. The old man assured that they had sorted everything out for the moment and he was safe. Now it was time for them to talk business. Wu Tian asked the old man to leave Shui Ying to him. He said that the girl would not escape from the clutches of the Huan Company alive. The old man was surprised and assumed that the young man wanted Shui Ying because of her beauty. Wu Tian shouted that it was none of his business. The man agreed to leave him the girl if he woke up those 3 guys. His actions had bad consequences. Wu Tian asked what else he needed. The old man promised not to send people to his company, but Wu Tian must bring them back. The young man admitted that he merely wanted to keep outsiders out of his company and asked what the man wanted in return. The old man said he was interested in the share of Qingchen pills sales abroad at the country's discretion. Wu Tian pondered for a while and realized that the top country wanted to gain more influence over other countries with his help. The young man told the old man that he was willing to cooperate with him as long as it didn't affect Qingchen pill sales. The old man closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He thanked the young man on behalf of the Huan Company. Wu Tian said that he would not accept instructions on the operation of their company. In addition, he does not need the protection of the Huan Company. The old man voiced his concern that the young man would not be able to defend himself with his men. Wu Tian replied that it was his problem. The man said that in that case the conversation was over and the young man was free to go. The old man snapped his fingers loudly. The doors immediately swung open, and 2 large men in green clothing and bandages on their faces appeared on the threshold. They grabbed the young man's hands, intending to put the sack over his head. Wu Tian exclaimed that he could just close his eyes. The young man shouted that he was very nervous about the bag and would rather use a blindfold if they didn't believe him. A black van with tinted windows was speeding down the road. No one answered the young man's questions. Finally, the van stopped in front of a large high-rise building. The back doors opened, and the young man was kicked out of the vehicle. While Wu Tian was removing the bag from his head, the kidnappers were already gone. He didn't know which direction they had gone. The young man finally sorted out his sack and breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been a little longer before he would have suffocated. Looking around, Wu Tian realized that something was clearly wrong here. He concentrated on trying to find something familiar. Apparently, the kidnappers had dropped the young man off in another city altogether, and he couldn't figure out where at all. Wu Tian turned to the first woman he saw in a friendly manner and asked her to tell him exactly where he found himself. To the young man's surprise, the woman pounced on him and screamed that he didn't deserve to talk to her. She condescendingly informed me that it was the capital, and that she herself hated foreigners coming into the city more than anything else. Wu Tian remarked that he didn't fully understand her words, but in China, only dogs look at the pedigree. The woman got angry and swung her bag at the young man, trying to hit him. She called him a foreign beggar. Wu Tian in turn showed her a middle finger and informed her that he was in a bad mood today and did not vouch for himself. Suddenly, a yellow sports car stopped by the sidewalk, and the fight ended before it began. A beautiful girl was driving the car. She shouted at the woman to get away and not to embarrass the people of Beijing. The woman had to swallow her resentment. She realized that the car was too fancy, and there could be trouble if she continued. Wu Tian recognized the girl he had once handed the pill to and said that it was fate. He asked if the girl was satisfied with his Qingcheng pill. The girl assumed that he had come to Beijing to have fun. Wu Tian replied that he had been kidnapped and asked how she herself had gotten here. The girl told him she lived here. Since he was all alone here, the beautiful girl offered to give him a ride home. Wu Tian smiled and reminded the girl that she had promised to tell him her name last time if they met again. She smiled and asked if her name was that important. Wu Tian replied that he really wanted to know the beautiful girl's name. Maybe it was fate itself that brought them together. The girl said thoughtfully that his tongue was really well-tongued, and it would indeed be wrong not to give his name. The girl smiled shyly and said that her name was Shu Ying. She asked not to forget it. She wouldn't repeat it a second time. Wu Tian was ready to fall in love with her immediately and vowed that he would never forget the beautiful girl's name. The young man figured that she might belong to one of the top 4 families. He had nowhere to rush, so he decided to see what Shui Ying was up to. The girl offered to stay the night here and promised to bring him home tomorrow. Wu Tian protested that he didn't have the tablet to pay for the overnight stay. Xue Ying smiled contemptuously and was surprised that he still remembered it. She assured the young man that she wouldn't charge him anything this time. Liu Quisong and Jian Junzhen were chatting in the cozy Beijing office of Huan Company. The topic of conversation was a recent incident. Yunzhen tried to convince the boss that he was wrong, and this time Ye Wutian was not guilty of anything. They had better not touch the young man. Quisong irritably stated that he wanted to bring Wutian to Beijing and sort it out, but he was intercepted by their own top brass. Yunzhen advised to ignore it, because Wutian was very important, and the people at the top had asked to protect it themselves. Yunzhen informed his boss that he had some business to attend to, so he would go and stay out of his way. Liu Quisong was mad with anger. This Ye Wuqian was like a bone in his throat, but he was strictly forbidden to touch the young man. Liu Quisong squeezed the empty glass with force. Unable to withstand the brute force, the glass began to crack at the seams and shattered into dozens of shards. Meanwhile, Ye Wuqian didn't even realize that his acquaintances were also in Beijing. He was having a good time at an elite restaurant in the city. The young man was pleased with the huge selection of dishes. While eating, Ye Wuqian asked Xue Ying what she was going to do next. The girl said that she didn't have a partner for tonight and Ye Wutian could go with her and she would provide the costume later. The young man laughed and said it wasn't a bad offer. But he wouldn't go with the girl until he saw his own benefit. Xu Ying was surprised and stated that it should be enough for Wutian to accompany a beautiful girl. Ye Wutian laughed and explained that it was obviously not enough. After all, he wasn't with his girlfriend, so he wasn't interested. Xue Ying lightly blushed and fixed her bangs. She looked at the young man intently, as if assessing him. Xu Ying said that in that case, she was willing to be his girlfriend for the evening. She stroked the young man's cheek, and Wutian blushed. Taking a closer look at the girl, Ye Wutian couldn't escape the thought that Xu Ying seemed a bit similar to Situ Wei. After a while they arrived at one of the famous banquet halls. All the tables were occupied, the girls were in beautiful evening dresses. Xu Ying, wearing a dazzling red dress, entered the hall under the arm of Ye Wutian. The young man was wearing a dark suit with a white shirt. The girl was very pleased with the young man's appearance and remarked that from now on, she would be happy to help Ye Wutian with his choice of clothes. Ye Wutian looked at the female visitors and noticed that Xu Ying's dress was still more expensive than all of their jewelry. Xu Ying immediately realized where he was looking and asked the young man what he thought of those girls, looking at their hairstyles and jewelry. Ye Wutian didn't think for long and immediately said that for some reason, he immediately thought of their vulgar taste, and it annoyed him a bit. Xue Ying rejoiced so much that she even squeezed her eyes shut in pleasure. She said that his opinion was simply excellent. Ye Wuqian was very surprised by the girl's reaction and asked why she herself was coming to this place if she disliked such ladies so much. Xu Ying explained that there are many things in the world that simply cannot be avoided, and cited nutrition as an example. It was as if it opened a new way of looking at the world, and the young man involuntarily wondered how he could not have noticed all this before. Xu Ying gently placed her fingers on his lips and said that there were many business proposals, and Ye Wuqian was only one. As if in confirmation of her words, people unfamiliar to the young man began to approach them and greet the creator of the pill. The smartly dressed man said he was honored to meet Mr. E. The other politely handed him his business card. Ye Wutian stared dazedly at the men holding glasses in their hands. He realized that he had underestimated his influence on society. Xu Ying turned around and declared that the audience was over. Ye Wutian is her companion today and therefore does not intend to talk about business at all. All five of them looked at each other perplexed. Wuqian's name was a household name, and everyone knew that he was having an affair with Ouyang Xinyue, but not Xu Ying. The man in the brown suit hurriedly stated that they were misunderstood, and they were not going to compete with Xu Ying. The girl replied to Chen Dong that she had no intention of joking around today. If he wants to have a word with Wuqian, that's his right. Ye Wutian observed the girl's behavior and understood that Xu Ying had brought him here for a reason, and she must have ulterior motives. In the banquet hall, the lights became dimmer and the music started playing. Xue Ying extended her hand to him and asked what the young man was waiting for. Ye Wuqian smiled and told the girl that she might not believe him, but he had learned to dance during their time apart. Xue Ying headed towards the dance floor, smiling and dragging the young man behind her. Everyone was only looking at her. Xue Ying was a welcome guest here. Wutian smiled and took the girl's hand. He couldn't understand Xu Ying's true intentions and was on guard for any evil joke. Everyone around them was simply amazed to see Ye Wuqian and Xu Ying dancing together. Only one man said that it was just dancing and there was nothing to be surprised about. Ye Wuqian in the middle of the dance had Xu Ying so tightly clasped Xu Ying by the waist that even she was embarrassed, and asked if it was definitely a ballroom dance. Xue Ying blushed and thought that Ye Wuqian was really a good dancer. He must have had a worthy teacher. Ye Wutian was pleased with the impression he made on the girl and asked what the companion thought of his dance. The girl hesitated. Shui Ying was embarrassed to even look the young man in the eye, and she said, lowering her head, that the dance was not bad. Ye Wutian continued his offensive and asked if she had a boyfriend. He saw that the girl was excited but thought it was part of the game. The young man thought that after Situé, no one would be able to confuse him anymore. Especially since Shui Ying seemed even a little innocent. They stood close to each other, and the young man took Shu Ying by the elbow. The girl asked Wutian fearfully what he was going to do. Instead of answering, the young man smiled and hugged his companion tightly. Shui Ying's eyes almost popped out in surprise. There were indignant cries from the other couples on the dance floor. They advised the young man to find a more private place. Shui Ying herself didn't want this to continue. She tried to break free and demanded Ye Wuqian to let her go immediately. The young man smiled and whispered in the girl's ear that he was just doing the same thing his partner should be doing. Shui Ying blushed even more. She was ready to fall to the ground in shame, but the dance was still going on. Meanwhile, Ye Wuqian had gotten a taste for it. Without letting go of his partner, he started rubbing himself against her. Shui Ying desperately tried to pull out. She exclaimed that there was no need to touch her and demanded to behave more decently, for all people were looking at them. Ye Wuqian smiled and said that it should be like that, because doing it in public is even more interesting. It arouses new feelings. Even the girls on the dance floor blushed at Shu Ying's behavior. They thought that even for a couple, their behavior was overstepping their boundaries. Ye Wuqian himself was already sweating a bit from being so close to Shu Ying's luxurious body. He sighed heavily. The young man couldn't resist the temptation and gently bit Shui Ying's earlobe, leaning even closer to her face. This had already crossed all acceptable limits, even for Shu Ying herself, and the girl only flapped her eyes in surprise. Shui Ying was shaking with indignation. She desperately tried to break free from the young man's embrace and indignantly said that this was too much. Ye Wuqian smiled and asked Shu Ying if she had taken on too much. After all, what she's doing is also too much. Ye Wuqian let go of the girl so quickly that she didn't expect it. As a result, Shui Ying just collapsed on the dance floor. The girl was on her knees, blushing with shame and breathing heavily. She was sweating from the exertion and emotion. Ye Wuqian turned his back to her and walked away, irritably saying lastly that he disliked being used the most. Shu Ying looked at Ye Wuqian in confusion and cursed herself for getting caught up in such a scandal in public. Ye Wuqian meanwhile walked out of the restaurant. He managed to catch a yellow cab carriage quite quickly. Ye Wuqian was the only passenger. He asked the driver to look for a hotel nearby. No sooner had the car pulled away than Shu Ying plopped into the seat next to the young man and irritably slammed the door shut. Ye Wuqian wondered why Shu Ying was following him. The young man was sure that the girl was very angry with him. Shu Ying shouted that her reputation was finally ruined, and Ye Wuqian had no idea what those people would say about her. Ye Wuqian turned away after calmly listening to the girl and coldly replied that Shu Ying had provoked him herself and deserved to be treated like this. Shui Ying looked sadly at the young man. Only now did she put herself in Wuqian's shoes and try to make amends for the mistake. Shui Ying turned to the young man and said that she was guilty in front of him. She really shouldn't have used his fame, but there was nothing wrong in her mind. Ye Wuqian smirked and told the girl that he saw it differently. It looked like Shui Ying was trying to capitalize on his fame. Ye Wuqian said that all the people at the banquet were trying to flatter her, and asked if they were worthy of the girl sacrificing her reputation. Shu Ying confessed that she is respected not because she is good-looking, but because she belongs to the famous Shu family. The young man asked about the Shu family in surprise. The girl said resentfully that he should have heard of the Shu family name in the north. Ye Wuqian had to admit that he hadn't actually heard of the Shu family, and asked what the Shu family was all about. Shui Ying stated that this wasn't really the right place to talk and suggested somewhere else to spend time. The girl brought Ye Wuqian to one of the fancy hotels and booked the best room with large panoramic windows. Ye Wuqian sat by the window with a glass of wine and thought about the fact that Shu Ying still hadn't given up on her attempts to seduce him. Shu Ying suggested continuing the earlier theme and recalled the great families of Ouyang and Situ in the south and Wang and Shu in the north of China. The young man surprisingly objected that the four great families of China were considered to be Nangong, Gongsun, Situ, and Ouyang. Shu Ying smiled and said that it was a long time ago. Because of the enmity, the Nangong and Gongsun families are absorbed by the Shu and Wang families. This news simply shocked Ye Wuqian. It would never have occurred to him that one of China's four great families could fall. Shu Ying sadly said that despite the strength, any family would fall if the other families united against it. She reminded him that there were enemies of her own as well, and reminded him of the Ouyang family. If Wuqian hadn't intervened, it would have simply disintegrated in a few years. Ye Wuqian recalled his friend Ning Peng, and suggested that the Ning family should also be part of the great four families. Xu Ying explained that the Ning family's position is special. It is not inferior to any other family, but it mainly works with the military, and their interests do not overlap with other families. Ye Wutian had encountered 3 girls from 4 families, and each was a beauty. He wondered if there was such a girl in the Wang family. The young man told Xu Ying that he couldn't believe that both Ouyang Xinyue, Situ Wei, and herself had turned their attention to him. Xu Ying looked at the young man in surprise, not quite sure what he was getting at, and hurriedly assured him that she had no malicious intent. Ye Wutian asked him to tell him how the girl had disposed of his pill. After all, he could see perfectly well that her skin hadn't changed at all. Xu Ying realized that the young man had figured her out. The girl frowned and asked if she could not answer the question. Ye Wutian said that she might not answer, but he was interested in what the beautiful Xu Ying needed this time. The girl looked into his eyes. Her face reflected mixed feelings. Xu Ying told Wutian that she would like to help him. Ye Wutian indignantly asked what kind of help she meant. He kept waiting for the girl to voice her price for her services. Xu Ying sadly confesses that his trip to Beijing was life-threatening, and someone wants to kill him. But the young man is being looked after and is safe. Ye Wutian confusedly said that in that case, he should thank her for her help, but he was still interested in paying Xu Ying for her help. The girl said thoughtfully that their families had been on equal footing for many years, but with the presence of Wutian and his pill, everything changed. Ye Wutian smirked and assumed that they were all trying to win his favor. After all, in any case, the balance would be upset no matter who he favored. Xu Ying looked carefully into the young man's eyes and said in a serious tone that none of the families were seeking to upset the balance. Ye Wutian said that he had the same goal. He wanted to remain neutral. He thought to himself that he just wanted to accumulate capital without disturbing anyone. The girl smiled and informed him that the young man just didn't understand everything. If even one family took over, another family would definitely be absorbed. Given the size of the 4 main families, the breakup of any one of them would lead to big problems, including unemployment. Ye Wutian now realized that the stakes were very high. He assumed that if he failed, he could be made the main scapegoat. The girl said there was another option. He could become famous as a hero. The young man was interested to hear her plan for a way out. Xu Ying thought for a while and smiled. She tilted her head and gave a sly look, agreeing to tell everything. Suddenly the girl saw a strange movement outside the window. The young man was looking directly at her and therefore did not suspect anything. There was no time to warn, and Xu Ying powerfully leaped beside Ye Wutian and pushed him away. At the same moment, glass rang, and an enemy bullet slammed into the girl a little above her chest. She screamed in pain. Ye Wutian was lying on the floor. He was simply in shock. Xu Ying had sacrificed herself and saved him. The girl's blood splattered on his face. From the painful shock, Xu Ying fell on her side. Astonishment froze in her eyes. Blood spurted from the neat bullet hole. Ye Wutian crawled away in fear. He still couldn't believe that he had just almost been killed in an expensive Beijing hotel room. Ye Wutian couldn't get over the shock. Just 2 seconds ago they were chatting peacefully, and now the girl was lying in a pool of her own blood. The young man realized that she had protected him from the sniper's bullet with her body, but that didn't fit with the fact that Xu Ying was trying to use him. As if only now realizing that the girl was in danger, Ye Wutian immediately rushed over to Xu Ying to inspect her wound. Ye Wutian lifted the girl up, holding her by the waist, and realized that this wasn't exactly the right thing to do on his part. After all, the sniper could still be watching the broken window and should have moved into the blind spot as quickly as possible. Feeling Ye Wutian dragging her, Xu Ying struggled to open her eyes and quietly asked if the young man was injured. Wutian was very surprised at the girl's stamina. Even after losing a lot of blood, she didn't pay attention to it and asked if her ward was all right in the first place. Naturally, the young man had a question on his tongue as to why Xu Ying had sacrificed herself and jumped in front of a bullet to save him. The girl looked in front of her and quietly replied that she wasn't exactly sure. Perhaps it was a natural reaction. Xu Ying closed her eyes, and Ye Wutian asked her not to speak. After the girl saved his life, he was willing to fall into any of Xu Ying's traps. The girl muttered that she had studied martial arts, and so she knows her condition. She knows very well that she won't survive. Ye Wutian shouted for her to shut up immediately, otherwise she might really die. He reminded her that he was a first-class doctor. Xu Ying closed her eyes and muttered in a quiet voice that she felt drowsy. She was already ready to pass out. Ye Wutian started to stir her up and wailed that she had no right to fall asleep. Otherwise, Xu Ying wouldn't wake up at all. Quickly assessing the situation, the young man regretfully thought that he would not be able to remove the bullet on the spot. He had to at least stop the bleeding. Ye Wutian started frantically searching his pockets and finally found a bag of the right powder. The girl was lying beside him. The young man sprinkled the powder liberally on the wound. He needed to stop the bleeding. Shui Ying could have survived in this case. His witch doctor's medicine worked almost immediately. The blood in the wound hissed and began to clot. Seeing the progress, Ye Wutian was encouraged and decided to move on to the next stage of treatment. He began to lift the girl up. Shui Ying couldn't stand on her feet and started to slowly fall to the floor. The girl's eyes were still closed. Ye Wutian suddenly realized that things were actually a bit worse than he had imagined, and he did not own the situation. Gently lowering the girl to the floor, Ye Wutian put his ear to her chest. The young man realized that Shui Ying's heart was about to stop. Besides, the girl's body temperature was dropping rapidly. In the operating room, he could have saved her, but here there was no chance. Ye Wutian took out his phone and reproached himself that he should have called the ambulance right away, and he should contact the hospital as soon as possible. The young man immediately dialed the emergency number. Without explaining anything, he only gave the street and the address, asking to hurry up. Ye Wutian begged Shui Ying to hold on just a little longer, as the ambulance was on its way. There was no way she could be allowed to fall asleep. All the while, the young man continued to listen to the girl's heartbeat, which was becoming less and less frequent with each passing second. Suddenly, Ye Wutian realized that he was too late. The girl's heart had stopped beating and no ambulance would be able to help her. The young man took Shu Ying's hand and noticed that his body temperature was rapidly dropping. He simply couldn't let Shui Ying die. Ye Wutian realized that there was only one viable option left. He had to revitalize his heart with the Xuanyuan Qi technique. The young man summoned all his strength and threw it into restoring the girl's heart function. Shui Ying coughed without opening her eyes. The technique worked, and the girl's heart began to wake up. Her heart rate increased until it reached its previous level. Ye Wutian was glad that he could help the girl. He realized that he would be able to keep her heartbeat up. Shui Ying opened her eyes and coughed. She complained of a strange feeling in her throat, and it was hard for her to breathe. Ye Wutian asked the girl to stay conscious and said that the ambulance was on its way. He asked what Shu Ying would like most. The girl looked at him and thanked him, for she had been making money all her life and didn't even know what it meant to be in love. Ye Wutian assumed that there must be a lot of guys hanging around her. He promised that he would introduce her to a worthy candidate after she recovered. Shui Ying regretfully admitted that all the guys usually ran away when they found out who she was or were simply afraid to approach her. Ye Wutian exclaimed that he wasn't afraid of Shu Ying, and he wasn't interested in the girl's money. He promised to be her boyfriend until she recovered. Shui Ying incredulously asked what he thought of their age difference. Besides, he already has a girlfriend after all. Wutian replied that age was not an issue. The girl whispered her thanks and closed her eyes again. She was very pleased that the boy cared for her. Along with that, the heartbeat became less and less frequent. With one last twitch, Shui Ying's heart stopped again. Ye Wutian couldn't understand why his technique had stopped working. He looked at the breathless girl in surprise. Ye Wutian worriedly tried to think of what could have happened, and why Shu Ying's heart had stopped beating. After all, everything was fine. After thinking for a while, the young man concluded that he had acted correctly. It was just a matter of the amount of qi energy. Previously, qi energy came in through the skin and dissipated along the way, and so one had to supply energy directly inward. This was done by gathering qi energy from your entire body and directing it to your points in the mouth. And already then, controlling his energy, gently transfer it to the girl directly into the heart through a kiss. The young man's idea worked, and the first streams of qi energy began to slowly approach the breathless girl's heart. Ye Wutian injected a powerful stream of qi. After reaching Shui Ying's heart, it began to completely envelop him in a transparent haze. Another stream was able to stimulate the heartbeat, and the young man felt the girl's heartbeat faintly. As he continued to breathe qi energy into Shu Ying, the young man realized that it had an effect, and all of the girl's internal organs were fully functional. However, there was a bad side to it. Ye Wutian had used up almost all of his qi. He realized that it would be better if he could reach the second level of technique. Shui Ying finally opened her eyes and was surprised to realize that Ye Wutian was kissing her passionately, and she liked the feeling very much. Time passed, but there were still no doctors. The young man realized that he was using up qi energy too quickly and would soon lose his strength. After another 3 minutes, Ye Wutian realized that there was nothing more he could do alone, and gently moved the girl to the floor. Suddenly, the door of the room burst open and voices rumbled in the hallway. Luckily, the doctors got there in time. 4 doctors ran into the room with stretchers. One of them kept pushing the others, because the patient was in critical condition. The second doctor leaned over to the young man and said that he was also exhausted. Ye Wutian objected that the girl should be saved first. The doctors quickly went downstairs and rushed to the central hospital at full speed. Shui Ying was immediately taken to the operating room. Ye Wutian was sitting in the hospital lobby not far from the operating room. He was very worried about Shu Ying's health. The young man resigned himself to the idea that he had done all he could. The rest depended on the level of the capital's doctors. Wutian hoped they could do it. Now he had time to think about his technique. At his current level, his chi energy reserve was only enough for 10 seconds. Ye Wutian remembered that Chi Dot broke through at the last moment and supported the girl for 3 minutes. The young man pondered that normally chi circulated throughout the body, but when the Chi point exploded, the chi was almost imperceptible. Ye Wutian thought that he could try to completely fill the Chi point with chi energy. This could give access to the second level. The young man also recalled Shu Ying's words that she practiced martial arts. Wutian realized that her skills were at a high level. Suddenly, 2 men and a woman and a girl who looked very similar to Shu Ying appeared in the hall. Shu Shucheng, the girl's father, asked what was wrong with his daughter. Ye Wutian replied that Shu Ying was in intensive care. The girl's uncle Shu Shuchu frowned at the boy. Shu Shucheng shouted that his daughter had better come back to life. Otherwise, he wouldn't vouch for himself. The man hummed meaningfully, and all 4 of them turned in the other direction. Ye Wutian was surprised that the Shu family had arrived so quickly. The young man turned in their direction and recognized that the Shus were indeed worthy of calling themselves the main family. They were astonishingly quick to learn about everything. Suddenly, his head almost flew back from a hard slap. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out to be the girl's sister. She angrily promised to kill the young man if anything happened to her sister. The girl exclaimed irritably that her name was Shu Shishi, and she asked to remember it. With those words, she retreated after her parents. The young man was shaking with anger. Ye Wutian stood up from his seat, clenching his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. He decided to take his anger out on one of the massive marble columns and lunged at it, swinging his fist at it. Due to the strong impact, a small hole was formed on the column, and cracks spread out in a circle. Ye Wutian continued to hammer the column with his fists and recalled how he had been brought to Beijing and almost killed, and even a girl threatening him. The young man wailed that he was not a weakling who could be easily intimidated. He asked in desperation who he had crossed, and why he was facing all this. Ye Wutian's fist delivered a powerful punch, crashing into the pillar, and shards of stone sprinkled onto the floor. The fists were covered in blood. The young man stood beside a massive column and examined the result of his activity. The column was dented, and the floor was strewn with shards of stone around it. Ye Wutian was breathing heavily. He was finally able to let off some steam and calm down a bit. He could definitely say that he felt better. Suddenly, he saw that his fists were not bleeding. Moreover, it was as if energy was emanating from them. The young man was very surprised. Ye Wutian realized that his chi energy had healed his wound. In addition, his strength had increased significantly. He wouldn't have been able to inflict such damage before. The young man sat down to meditate. He realized that he had used up all his energy and needed to replenish it right now. Shu Shucheng watched the young man and told his brother that he was recovering incredibly fast. Shuchu assumed that Wutian was practicing a martial art. Ye Wutian noticed that his chi energy seemed to be pouring into the bottomless space, and he could feel that there was more and more of it. The young man began to slowly rise from the floor. An interesting thought occurred to him, and Wutian decided to test the assumption. According to his theory, the accumulated chi was much more than before, and if he struck again, the impact would be much more powerful. Ye Wutian pointed his fist at the exact same spot on the pillar, and the dent became even deeper and enlarged several times. The brothers looked at the young man's exercise in amazement. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed anyone. Meanwhile, Ye Wutian had once again assumed the lotus posture. He realized that once his energy reserves came to an end, his cultivation would accelerate. Therefore, more ki energy should have been gathered at the Qihai acupuncture point. The young man let the energy penetrate into all the pores of his body. The Qihai point began to draw energy into its bottomless space like a sponge, and Wutian felt a surge of strength. Suddenly, Qihai's acupuncture point ruptured, just like back then in the inn, and the young man started coughing up blood, almost choking. The Shu brothers, who were watching the young man closely, realized that something had gone wrong with him and rushed over to help. Shu Shuchu exclaimed that they should help him with their ki. They shot a powerful stream of energy into the young man's back. Meanwhile, Qihai's acupuncture point was able to contain even more qi after its breakthrough, and the young man was accumulating it. The qi energy directed by the Shu brothers towards the young man encountered a protective barrier, and they were surprised to realize that they had been thrown backwards. The Shu family members were simply astonished. Xiaocheng had never encountered such a cultivation method before. Shuchu recognized that the young man was doing it a little differently. Ye Wutian turned around and thanked him for his help. He said that he was fine. His Qihai had expanded a little and his health wasn't bad. Shu Xiaocheng was finally able to stand up. He was astonished to think that Ye Wutian was really a martial artist, but no one had told him. Suddenly, the operating room doors opened and doctors in white coats and masks looked out into the hospital hallway. Xiaocheng asked what was wrong with the patient. The senior surgeon replied that they had managed to remove the bullet, and there was no longer any danger to her life. The gray-haired doctor carefully looked around at everyone waiting and asked who the men present had the name Ye Wutian. The young man joyfully threw his hand up and exclaimed that it was him. His face shone with happiness. Shu Cheng looked at him angrily as the young man pushed him away. The surgeon explained that the patient wanted to see this young man. Ye Wutian was slightly surprised. The entire Shu family was also astonished. After all, Shui Ying's first priority was to see the relatives, not this Ye Wutian. Without thinking long, they pushed Ye Wutian away. Shu Cheng exclaimed that they didn't care and should visit the girl first. Seizing the moment, the surgeon asked for an explanation for the fact that the girl's heart stopped beating for a while. Ye Wutian turned pale. He was surprised to think that the surgeon really had excellent skills since he was able to figure it out. The young man turned away and said he didn't know anything about it. He called an ambulance as soon as possible, and then the doctors arrived. The gray-haired surgeon looked at him incredulously and said that in that case, it was all right. He turned and went back to his room. Ye Wutian was satisfied. After all, despite all the events, Shui Ying's life had been saved. In addition, he had learned to accumulate more qi. The relatives crowded around the hospital bed where a scowling Shu Ying was lying, her wounded area tightly bandaged. The girl said in a weak voice that her parents shouldn't worry. Shui Ying asked her sister not to cry. She was fine. Her mother leaned over to Shu Ying and asked her to talk less. Shishi admitted in tears that she had taught Wuqian a lesson for her. Shu Ying glared angrily at her younger sister and asked indignantly what exactly she had done to Ye Wuqian. Shu Shishi did not expect such a reaction at all. After all, she wanted the best. The girl surprisingly replied that she had just slapped him in the face. Shui Ying was ready to cry and closed her eyes. Her stupid sister could ruin everything in one fell swoop without even looking into it. Shu Cheng decided to be alone with his daughter for a while and asked everyone else to come out. He said that he would be right back. Shu Chu and the woman and the girl immediately headed towards the exit of the hospital room. Ying opened her eyes and saw her father standing beside her. Shu Cheng asked the girl what exactly happened to her. Shu Ying quietly replied that someone had tried to kill Ye Wutian and she had saved him. The man indignantly exclaimed that her own life was not worth saving Ye Wutian, even if he was of great value. The girl explained that she had just pushed him on a subconscious level and asked her father if they had been able to find the shooter. Shu Cheng reported that the shooter committed suicide and they were unable to find out anything. The father wondered what Ye Wutian had done after she was wounded. The girl confessed that Wutian saved her life when she was dying. She can't explain it, but that's exactly what happened. It was as if the young man had squeezed her heart with his hand. Shu Cheng was surprised. His daughter's words about the hand clutching her heart reminded him of the young man's martial practices in the hall. Shu Cheng admitted that the young man was able to do this with his inner qi. An ordinary martial artist could not do this. Be that as it may, it became clear that Ye Wutian's methods were too incredible for the common man, and he was truly a master of his craft. At this time, all four of them were sitting on chairs outside the room. Ye Wutian took a seat closer to the door. Each sat by himself. Ye Wutian looked at the girl's mother surreptitiously. He couldn't get the thought out of his head that they might have crossed paths before. Shishi nervously shouted that the young man shouldn't look at her. He was lucky that Ying was alive. Otherwise, Ye Wutian would have been dead by now. Ye Wutian smirked and noticed that outwardly, Shu Shishi looks like a lady. She doesn't have to be rude every time she opens her mouth. The girl replied that she was supposed to be tough on people like him, and elsewhere she would show the young man how to beat people up. Shu Cheng walked out of the ward door and asked his daughter not to mention the past. Right now, Shu Ying's health was safe. As he passed by the young man, he told Ye Wutian that the young man could also go and visit the girl. Shu Ying would like to see him. Ye Wutian walked into a huge room with a lot of equipment and a single patient. He exclaimed that if you had money, you could have a good job. He approached Shui Ying and asked how the girl was feeling. He asked her how she was feeling and asked her if she was in pain. Shu Ying admitted that it wasn't so much the pain that bothered her as the scar on her chest, and asked if he could help her with his Ching Cheng pill. Ye Wutian promised the girl that he would not leave a trace of the scars. Besides, he could get Shu Ying back on her feet much faster. The girl asked not to tell anyone about her healing. Ye Wutian assured that he would not admit to anyone that they had kissed. Shu Ying blushed and pulled the blanket over her face. She exclaimed that there was no need to make fun of her. Besides, Ye Wutian would now be her boyfriend for a whole year. The young man looked at Shu Ying thoughtfully, hoping that she was joking. After all, he had only said it in haste back then so that she wouldn't pass out at all. Shui Ying opened her face and said that she had never been in love, and he should either stay with her himself or find a good man. Ye Wutian turned pale. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. However, many people were willing to give their lives to meet the Shu family. The young man asked why the woman's face seemed familiar to him. Shu Ying replied that Ouyang Shuyun came from the Ouyang family, a marriage between large families. Now the young man understood. He could actually see that woman on one of his visits to Ouyang Xinyue's house. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened, and a nurse and 2 police officers appeared on the doorstep. They went towards the young man. The orderly pointed an exasperated finger at the young man and exclaimed that the guy should not be let go. He was the one who broke the column in the hospital. The policeman inquired whether Ye Wutian had really damaged the column. It seemed to him that it could hardly be true. Shu Ying smiled and said that Ye Wutian was very funny and couldn't even get along with a pillar. She assumed that the young man was competing with someone. The young man blushed and scratched the back of his head. He exclaimed that he could pay for the damage. He was so engrossed that he had forgotten about the column. Needless to say, news of the events at Beijing's finest establishments involving Shu Ying and Ye Wutian quickly reached the ears of the Ouyang family. The assistant asked the sad Ouyang Xinyue why she herself would not call the young man and ask him about everything. The girl asked in her heart what to ask him about and why she even cared. The assistant cautiously remarked that Shu Ying was not easy to deal with. Xinyue closed her eyes and said, "Wutian always finds trouble. First Huan, now Shu Ying has also started talking to him." Xinyue asked for an appointment. She will go to Beijing herself. The assistant realized that Ouyang Xinyue was still worried about the young man. Meanwhile, Ye Wutian himself was sitting on the sofa in Shu Ying's sweet chamber, crumbling apples into small cubes to make it easier for Shu Ying to eat. Shu Ying slyly stated that Ye Wutian was lucky. Girls call him every day. She assumed that Situ Wei was the one who called the most. Ye Wutian replied that he can't do anything about it because all the girls from big families are trying to get his attention. After filling the container with apple slices halfway, the young man stood up from the sofa and offered Shu Ying some food and recovered his strength. The girl opened her mouth and embarrassedly said that her boyfriend should feed her himself. Shu Ying herself blushed at her own suggestion. Ye Wutian sighed and began to feed the girl. Shu Ying made herself comfortable and fixed her hair so that it wouldn't get in her way. Whether the girl was so hungry or whether she enjoyed the process of eating, Shu Ying couldn't tell. In any case, it was delicious. Shu Ying playfully showed her tongue and said that she was now no longer satisfied with a 1-year relationship. The young man replied that she should take a turn. The girl got angry and said that he could return her first kiss. Otherwise, she will announce to everyone that Ye Wutian is her boyfriend. Shu Ying said that she didn't care, but Ye Wutian will have to be as nice to her as he was to Chen Kaixin for a year. Ye Wutian immediately smiled. He said that it wouldn't be a big problem for him, and she would appreciate his efforts. The young man approached the girl's bunk, intending to hug her. Shu Ying tried to stand up and asked indignantly what he was going to do. Ye Wutian replied that he sleeps in Kaixin's arms every night, and expects Shu Ying to do the same. The girl exclaimed that it was not necessary to do so. Suddenly, Shu Ying felt that she urgently needed to go to the bathroom. She endured it with all her might and quickly stood up. The girl pulled away from Ye Wutian and blushed deeply. She didn't know how to make her request more delicately. Ye Wutian looked at Shu Ying perplexed and couldn't understand what had happened. He asked how he could help his girlfriend. Shu Ying was embarrassed to admit it. She blushed thickly and quietly said, hiding her eyes in the floor, that she just drank too much water. Ye Wutian smiled and retrieved the duck. He said that they had everything, and he, as her boyfriend, would definitely help Shu Ying with absolutely everything. The girl did not like the idea. She said, pointing her finger angrily, that the boy should not look at it, and a nurse should be called. Ye Wutian gently removed her hand with the edge of his palm and explained that it wouldn't work that way anyway. Smiling, the young man said that Shu Ying had a boyfriend of her own, and it was only natural that he should take care of her in her time of need. Without waiting for the girl's reply, Ye Wutian grabbed her in his arms. Shu Ying asked indignantly what he was doing. Wutian replied that he was helping his girlfriend. Shu Ying blushed even more and asked him to stop. After all, they weren't that familiar. The young man promised that he wouldn't peek. Ye Wutian recognized that she smelled quite fragrant. Shu Ying indignantly demanded to let her go and stop sniffing her. Ignoring her retorts, Ye Wutian carried the angry girl to the bathroom and sat her on the toilet. He smirked and asked what else he could do to help. Ye Wutian suggested that the girl take off her underwear to make it easier for her. Shu Ying was angrier than ever. Gathering all her strength, she shouted at the top of her voice that Ye Wutian should just stay out of her way. The young man went out and slammed the door behind him. Now he had a little time to think about all his business. Ye Wutian thought of his prisoner Shu Ying. He hoped that the staff from Huan Company would not let her starve to death. His relative peace didn't last long. Someone said in a female voice that Ye Wutian was a scoundrel, and the young man turned around in surprise. Shu Shishi and 2 guards stood on the doorstep. The girl was angry that Ye Wutian had bullied her sister at the party and was continuing to do so now. The young man made a surprised face and informed that he was misunderstood. He was just helping his girlfriend go to the bathroom. Shu Shishi turned purple with anger and threw herself at the young man, spewing curses. She swung and wanted to hit him again. The girl's hand did not reach the target. Ye Wutian had no problem intercepting her and tightly squeezed her wrist. She desperately tried to wrench her hand away. Ye Wutian silently looked at the girl and thought that he had managed to improve his skills. Shu Shishi demanded to let her go. The young man firmly said that he would let her go this time for Shui Ying's sake, and she had better stay out of his sight. Overcome with intense pain, Shishi said there was nothing she could do in this room and offered to go outside to sort things out. Ye Wutian happily agreed. He told the girl that he wasn't afraid of her at all, and she was hoping in vain. Outside, Shu Shishi was joined by 2 bodyguards. They rolled up their sleeves, and Wutian contemptuously said that they wanted to take him in numbers. The girl smirked gloatingly. She replied that in his case it would be called a righteous fight, and sicked the guards on him. The bodyguards didn't mind warming up and immediately attacked the young man from both sides. It seemed like an easy job. Ye Wutian thought that he would have defeated them with powder before, but now he decided to try a martial arts technique. Choosing one of his opponents, the young man watched his actions carefully. The man rushed straight at him, shaking his fists. Without even trying to dodge, Ye Wutian realized that first of all, he needed to gather all his qi and concentrate it in his fist. The men's fists met and there was a terrible crunch. Blood began to drip from the bodyguard's hand, and the bones in his fingers were dislodged. The hard blow caused the bodyguard to fall nearby onto the lawn and get down on all fours, trying to soothe the pain at least a little. Ye Wutian looked at his fist in surprise. He had managed to break his opponent's bones with a single punch without damaging his hand. The second guard struck the young man in the back with all his might. Such a blow would have broken any man's spine. But the young man only fell to the ground and hit his head slightly. It was, however, quite tangible and painful. Ye Wutian immediately stood up and was surprised to realize that he didn't feel any pain at all. Apparently, the key energy was protecting his body. The bodyguard was following the young man again, ready to strike him again. He calculated that the young man would not have survived a single blow. Ye Wutian had gotten into the excitement of fighting and was practicing his new skills vigorously. This time, he decided to concentrate all his energy in his legs. At the same moment, the young man suddenly turned around and kicked him in the stomach with all his might. The surprised bodyguard flew backwards. The guard was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. His dark glasses had slid down his nose, and from the expression in his eyes I could tell he was having a hard time. Shu Shishi turned pale. After all, her bodyguards belonged to the Ning military family. The girl couldn't believe that Ye Wutian had scattered them in different directions. The young man slowly approached the girl and told Shu Shishi that he was giving her one last chance to apologize to him. The girl indignantly said that she would not apologize, and he wouldn't dare to hit her because the girl belongs to the Shu family. Ye Wutian waved his hand with a pre-prepared powder and said that he had beaten up even Ning Shiki, and Shu Shishi was nothing at all. The girl immediately felt a heaviness in her legs and sank to her knees exhaustedly, flapping her eyes in surprise. Shu Shishi fell on all fours and complained that she couldn't move her body at all. She couldn't understand what had happened. Ye Wutian walked over and loaded the girl onto his shoulder. She indignantly started to fight back and tried to break free. Ye Wutian sat down on the wooden bench and placed the girl on his lap with her belly down. Shishi begged him to let her go. The young man advised her to be polite to people. Ye Wutian smirked and said that he doesn't usually punch girls in the face. He prefers to slap them on the buttocks. He began to exert himself on Shu Shishi with obvious pleasure. The girl was unable to move, and the young man spanked her below her back in a measured manner. Shu Shishi was burning with shame. She almost roared with resentment as she gripped Ye Wutian's pant leg tightly with her fingers. Ye Wutian smiled smugly and reminded her that everything was fair, because he had given her a chance to apologize, and the girl just didn't believe that he would touch her. Shu Shishi twisted around and looked at her tormentor. She began to curse him and swore that she would kill him. Ye Wutian smirked and said that she was raising her voice again, and as punishment for that, he would now pull down her skirt. Shu Shishi was getting angrier and angrier. Unfortunately, she was powerless now and could only make idle threats and clench her fists. Ye Wutian laughed and said that her butt was very elastic but too small, and he would now help to make it bigger. Tears came to Shu Shishi's eyes from helplessness. She vowed to make sure to find Ye Wutian later and take revenge on him for everything. When Ye Wutian returned to Shu Ying's room, he heard a rumbling noise in the restroom. The girl was angrily throwing rolls of toilet paper at the door. Shu Ying indignantly asked where he had been for so long. Her legs were already stiff from sitting for so long. Ye Wutian took the girl in his arms and smiled. He explained that he didn't know how long Shu Ying would be busy and couldn't wait for her like a fool. Suddenly, they both heard Shisha cursing. She was cursing Wutian for not even being able to sit up now. Ying wondered in surprise if it was really her sister's voice. Ye Wutian said that Shishi had tried to beat him up, and she as brother-in-law had to teach her a lesson. Shui Ying asked with interest what the young man had done to her sister. Ye Wutian revealed that he had spanked her sister heartily, and now it looked like her buttocks had plastic surgery. Shu Ying angrily said that he shouldn't have done that. Wutian objected that he couldn't just stand there and let himself be beaten to death. Suddenly, the door to the chamber opened wide, and an enraged Shu Shishi appeared on the threshold. She glared angrily at her tormentor. Shu Shishi stood in the room, rubbing her bruises. Her eyes were filled with tears because of the offense. Ye Wutian smirked and said that there was nothing wrong with the girl since she was moving so fast. It was not surprising. She was quite flexible. The offended Shishi rushed to her sister and wailed that she wanted to take revenge on Wutian. Shui Ying affectionately replied that it was a misunderstanding. The door of the ward opened, and Shu Xiaocheng walked in. He brought a bound man with him and asked what kind of revenge was in question. Shu Shishi immediately quieted down. Under no pretext would she tell her father about her shame. It was better to just die. Ye Wutian asked Xiaocheng who the guy he brought with him was. Xiaocheng turned around to see a man wearing a green raglan with a hood. He revealed that he was the man who hired the gunman, but he refused to talk and said that he had a conversation with Ye Wutian. Ye Wutian walked closer to the beaten man and asked what exactly he wanted to tell him. The man looked at the floor. Looking up, he relayed his boss's words about the game becoming more and more exciting. His boss was loving it. Ye Wutian grabbed the man by the collar and told him to immediately tell him who was behind this. He promised to spare the man's life. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the whites of the captive's eyes had rolled back, and he was no longer reacting to anything at all. At the same moment, the captive fell to the floor and a pool of blood began to flow out of his mouth. Ye Wutian looked at the man in surprise. Shu Xiaocheng reproached himself. They didn't realize that he had poison. Shu Shishi asked fearfully if the man was dead. Ye Wutian immediately remembered Jian Xiaomei's associate. He had committed suicide just like that, and it was unclear who was behind it. Xiaocheng assured the young man that the Shu family would find the person behind this. He said he would be the first to leave the chamber. Shu Shishi grabbed his hand and asked him to drive her too. Xiaocheng said in surprise that she had her own car too. The embarrassed girl twisted out of her position and said that she had accidentally fallen and her buttocks were very sore. The young man smirked. Yu Shishi noticed this and flashed her eyes. She swore that she would take revenge on him, just let it heal, and then she would laugh. Shu Xiaocheng walked out of the ward, holding the man's corpse under his arm. Shu Shishi followed him, rubbing the swollen area. Ye Wutian asked Shu Ying if she happened to know who might be behind all this. He asked the girl to answer honestly. The girl replied firmly that she didn't know, and if she was personally behind it, she certainly wouldn't be shot. Ye Wutian was very angry. This was not the first time his life had been attempted. He promised himself that he would make that person's life a living hell. Shui Ying informed him that she would be discharged soon and asked when he was going to return. The young man assumed that she wanted to find a new boyfriend. Shu Ying lightly flicked the young man's forehead and said that it wasn't a bad attempt, but according to the agreement, he can't leave her for a year. The young man assumed that she was fine with it after all. He had just called himself Shu Shishi's brother-in-law, and Shu Ying didn't even mind. He bent toward the girl. She blushed and exclaimed that she wasn't holding him. He could leave. Wutian suggested that we get today's business over with. Suddenly, palm clapping was heard near the front door. Shui Ying perplexedly turned towards the door. Ye Wutian was also surprised and turned around. The young man immediately realized that the guest clearly didn't belong to the Shu family. He was acting swaggering. A young man stood in the doorway and kept slapping his palm against his palm. He grinned and called them a pair of lovebirds. Continuing to smile, the young man entered the chamber and said that they looked very much in love, so he was very jealous. Shui Ying raised her head perplexed and stunned. The last thing in the world she wanted to see was this man. Ye Wutian looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she knew that young man. Shui Ying didn't know what to say. She really didn't want to lie, but she couldn't tell the truth either. It would destroy her. Ye Wutian realized from the young man's smirk that they knew each other well, and assumed that the girl was obviously hiding something from him. Although the man was well dressed for some unknown reason, he gave Ye Wutian a very unpleasant feeling. Shui Ying asked the young man how he ended up here. He smirked and apologized for interfering with her love affair. He noticed that the girl is cold towards him, but that's wrong, isn't it? They're actually friends and allies. Shui Ying started to get angry and assumed that he had come to her hospital just to say those words. The young man objected and explained that he had come to visit her. He was glad that she was all right. Shui Ying said that he could leave. Ye Wutian noticed that those two had an uneasy relationship. It was like that young man was from a good family, not inferior to Shu's family. Deciding that it was none of his business, Ye Wutian stated that he was leaving, and Shu Ying and the man could talk for now. Before he could take a few steps, The guest's overbearing hand fell on his shoulder. Ye Wutian turned around in surprise. The young man assumed that he was Ye Wutian. He said that there was nothing between him and the girl. He will leave on his own. He only needs to say a few words. Feeling an unpleasant chill on his skin, Ye Wutian realized that this man was clearly not a kind person and asked who he was. The man smiled and said that compared to Ye Wutian, he was an ordinary person and his name was not worth mentioning. Wutian didn't care if the man said his name or not. He was going to leave Beijing in a couple of days anyway. The man turned to Xu Ying and said that she had exceeded his expectations. He congratulated the girl for taking her first steps. The young man immediately turned toward the exit and waved his hand. He said he wasn't going to interfere with their relationship anymore. The man loudly slammed the door behind him, and the room was silent for a few seconds. Wutian looked at Xu Ying. The girl finally let out a sigh of relief. Xu Ying's eyes were closed, and her face looked very tired. Ye Wutian realized that the girl was really relieved and afraid of her acquaintance. He asked who the man was. Xu Ying was uncomfortable to make eye contact and turned away. The girl said that it was just an annoying guy, and he didn't mean anything. Suddenly, the young man's cell phone rang in his pocket, and he looked at the display in surprise, guessing who might be calling him. Ouyang Xinyue's number popped up on the screen, and Wutian immediately recalled the image of a slightly sad but bossy girl. The young man was very excited about her call and cheerfully replied that he was now in Beijing. He promised Xinyue that he would come right away. Xu Ying asked in surprise who called him. Ye Wutian coldly replied that the girl didn't tell him who the person was, so he didn't have to tell her either. The young man turned around and said that he needed to leave for a while, and Xu Ying could rest for a while for now. Ye Wutian walked out of the room and slammed the door defiantly. Xu Ying stared at the door in shock, as if she could make a difference. After the young man left, she immediately dialed the number of her acquaintance and asked why he had come to her hospital. The voice in the tube laughed and said that the girl herself knew. Xu Ying said that it was better not to do that. Then things would get much worse. The man laughed and said he wasn't afraid of her threats. He asked her not to forget that they were fighting on the same side. The young man muttered through his teeth that Ye Wutian might accidentally find out about Xu Ying's past. And it was unlikely that he would like that, after all. He wasn't that much in love with her. Xu Ying instantly turned pale. She was very frightened and realized that her entire life now depended on her current guest. Nevertheless, an interesting thought popped into her head. Xu Ying smiled and told the man that he had better not do that. A short beep sounded in the man's phone and he smirked, realizing that he had managed to snag Xu Ying's sore spot and she had hung up. The man tucked his phone into his pocket and reached upward toward the roof of his vehicle he was in. He told Xu Ying pathosally, as if she could hear him, that the girl belonged only to him and no one would dare to take her away. Ye Wutian and Ouyang Xinyue met at an expensive restaurant in the city. Their table was in the distance. There was a grand piano right behind them. Ye Wutian was genuinely happy to meet Ouyang Xinyue. He smiled and thanked her for coming to visit him in Beijing. The embarrassed girl informed that she was not that free and had only flown to the capital to sign a contract. Ye Wutian asked why it was wrong for her to send a secretary. He suggested that she needed something else in Beijing. Xinyue countered that she was only here for work. Ye Wutian's feelings came over Ye Wutian and he couldn't stand it. The young man leaned over the table and gently took the girl's hand in his own. Ouyang Xinyue instantly blushed. She couldn't be completely at ease around Ye Wutian either, but she was very surprised by his impulse. Ye Wutian once again thanked Xinyue for her support and said that she shouldn't worry. He would handle all the matters by himself. Ouyang Xinyue thought for a moment. Ye Wutian is indeed a strong fighter, but he doesn't know about half of the intrigues that are going on between the families. She took her hand back and stated that it really wasn't as simple as it seemed. The young man couldn't trust anyone. Ye Wutian took this as part of the game. He smiled and asked if Ouyang Xinyue included himself among those who couldn't be trusted. The girl didn't respond to the smile and replied absolutely seriously that she was no exception and couldn't be trusted either. Ye Wutian asked her to tell him in advance when she would betray him. The girl replied that she could, but the others could not, and he knew who he was talking about. The young man frowned. He guessed that he was talking about the Shu family. On the other hand, Xu Ying had a high position, and her life would hardly be risked. Besides, Xu Ying actually almost died. Ye Wuchen came to the conclusion that Xu Ying was really scaring him, if everything was really faked. Ye Wuchen decided to keep an eye on Xu Ying and told Xinyue that they wouldn't talk about Shu's family for now. He asked her to tell him about Ouyang Shuyun. It turned out to be Xinyue's own cousin, who had been forcibly married off because of family interests. Wutian smirked contemptuously. Ouyang Xinyue said sadly that one day she might be forcibly married off too. She just doesn't know when it will happen. The embarrassed girl raised her head and timidly asked her companion if he would give his blessing for such a marriage. Without saying a word, Ye Wutian frowned and looked at the girl indignantly. He instantly stood up from his seat at the table. The young man carelessly pushed back his chair with his foot and brought both of his palms down on the table with force, continuing to spew lightning from his eyes. The surprised Ouyang Xinyue looked at the angry young man and fearfully asked him what had happened and why he was acting like this. Without saying a word, Ye Wuqian silently took the girl's hand. He had to kick the door to the room with his foot because he had Xinyue in his arms. Ye Wuqian carried the girl to the bedroom where the huge bed was located. Ouyang Xinyue burst out and begged to be released immediately. Ye Wuqian threw the girl onto the lush bed, and she was even uncomfortable with it. Xinyue looked at the young man with resentment. Ye Wuqian unbuttoned his shirt and said that she shouldn't have said such a thing because Ouyang Xinyue only belongs to him, even if that night was a mistake. Ye Wuqian rushed towards the girl and tightly pinned her hands with his own. Ouyang Xinyue couldn't resist such brute force. The girl seized on the fact that it was a mistake and said that they didn't have to do it again. Wuqian exclaimed that no one dared touch her. Ye Wuqian leaned towards Ouyang Xinyue and rewarded her with a passionate kiss. The girl blushed. Wuqian was surprising her more and more. Xinyue imagined their naked bodies merging, and it made her blush even more. Ye Wuqian said that he can't pretend that nothing happened. Ouyang Xinyue can only be with him, and no one else dare touch her. Ouyang Xinyue lay as if chained to the bed and couldn't even move her arms. It looked like a declaration of love. The girl's eyes began to water from happiness. Xinyue looked away and asked embarrassedly in a low voice if the young man was joking. Ye Wuqian squeezed the girl's hands in his arms even tighter and assured Ouyang Xinyue that he always does what he says. After a while, Ye Wuqian opened his eyes. There was only him alone on the big bed. Xinyue had disappeared without a trace. The young man scratched the back of his head and thought that the girl had left because of his rudeness. However, she slept on the other half, and Wuqian thought it was okay. Suddenly, the young man felt that he was sitting on some object, not unlike a pillow or sheet. He turned around in surprise and retrieved Ouyang Xinyue's purple bra from underneath him. The young man turned pale. He immediately pictured a half-naked Xinyue trying to take his item of clothing away from him, and he was so sweetly asleep that he didn't even notice it. The embarrassed Ye Wuqian thought that the bodice had been under his back all night, and the girl had not been able to take it away. He decided to keep it as a trophy. Holding the trophy in his hands, Ye Wuqian told himself that he would take it with him for now and find a way to return Ouyang Xinyue. Satisfied with himself, Ye Wuqian arrived at Shu Ying's hospital and immediately happily announced that her boyfriend had already returned. Suddenly his smile faded and his eyes widened in surprise. The young man saw his recent rival. Shu Shishi stood in the center of the room and glared menacingly at Ye Wuqian. Shu Ying sat on the hospital bed, frowning at the young man. Shu Shishi ran up to the young man and indignantly asked where he was last night. The young man replied that it was none of her business. Shu Ying quietly said that Shu Shishi wanted revenge last night, but he wasn't at the hotel. And Ye Wuqian didn't answer her calls either. Ye Wuqian yawned and said, lowering his head, he had absolutely no time yesterday, he was busy with something. Shu Shishi wailed that he had just changed hotels and was dating another woman. She angrily shouted that this was too much. Ye Wuqian shouted back that you don't have to change hotels to meet a woman, and Shishi is just bad-mouthing him. Shu Shishi pointed at the bra that was treacherously peeking out of his pocket and shouted where he got the other woman's clothes from. Ye Wuqian buried the bodice deeper and explained that it was just a piece of rope. He asked Shu Ying how she was feeling and if she needed anything. Shu Shishi indignantly rushed towards Ye Wuqian and exclaimed that there was no way she would let him change the subject. The girl reached for his pocket and squealed that it was definitely women's clothing. Wuqian tried to step back and block access to the pocket. Unfortunately, he didn't do it fast enough, and the nimble Shu Shishi grabbed at the bodice's straps, secretly hoping she had made a mistake. Pulling out Xinyue's bra from Ye Wuqian's pocket, Shu Shishi was stunned. She was right, and she had not been in vain to quarrel with the young man. She smiled and defiantly showed the young man an object from his own pocket on her outstretched hand. Shu Ying stared at it silently. Shu Shishi said that she thought so. It was the product of a famous and very expensive brand, and now the young man would not be turned away. Shu Ying sadly thought that she couldn't believe her eyes. She was ready to believe Wuqian, but he was having an affair behind her back. Ye Wuqian suddenly snatched the bra from Shu Shishi's hands, and she was a bit confused and slammed her eyes shut in surprise. The young man said without a shadow of embarrassment that it was actually supposed to be a surprise, and he had bought a bra for Shu Ying. Shu Shishi stated that it doesn't look new. Besides, her sister's breast size is much bigger and this bodice won't fit her. Ye Wuqian said that because of his recent injury, he took the bra at random to see if it would be comfortable. The young man said that he now saw his mistake and promised to bring a different size of clothes. Shu Shishi turned red with anger. She shouted indignantly that she would definitely kill this pervert. Shu Ying asked her sister not to get upset. She would handle it herself. Xue Ying smiled and said that he had just broken her heart with his act and just had to give something to his girlfriend. Ye Wuqian smiled and offered to give her his body in the evening. Xue Ying hid her anger and replied that it couldn't be considered as compensation. The young man sighed heavily and reached into his pocket. Apparently, he would have to accept the loss of his Qingcheng pills. Ye Wuqian stated that he was giving her 2 pills as a token of appreciation, and this time she should consume them herself. Shu Shishi immediately forgot about her hatred. Her eyes lit up with delight. The girl shouted that she also wanted to get the Qingcheng pill. Ye Wuqian asked how a girl from such a family could be bothered with her pill. Shishi indignantly explained that they sell out immediately. The young man replied that there was nothing he could do about it as their production capacity was very limited. Shu Shishi clutched at his arm and demanded that he give her the pill as well. Wuqian reminded her that she wanted to beat him up, and the girl promised not to do so. Ye Wuqian realized that Shu Shishi would not let go of him and reluctantly handed the pill case to her as well. The girl happily stretched out her hands to the cherished box. She was almost jumping with happiness, and by the doorway she laughed happily and exclaimed that she now had Qingcheng pill as well. Shu Shishi wanted to admire the expensive pills so much that she couldn't help herself, and immediately opened the product case. She showed her tongue to the young man and said that she had only promised not to kill him today. The young man frowned. He hoped the girl was joking. The ward doors slammed loudly shut. The stomping of feet could be heard in the corridor for a long time. The girl laughed and shouted that she had hit the jackpot. Ye Wuqian handed the pill to Xu Ying and said that even the Qingcheng pill was unable to rid her sister of many prejudices. Xu Ying smirked and asked the young man how his night with Ouyang Xinyue had gone. She assumed that the bra belonged to her. Ye Wuqian was just shocked that Xu Ying knew everything and asked if she had sent someone to follow him. Xue Ying smiled and revealed that she doesn't need to follow. She just smells the scent of perfume, which is unique and is only used worldwide by Ouyang Xinyue. Xu Ying said that perfumery is one of Xinyue's hobbies. She has invested more than 3 billion yuan in production and created Xinyue's #1 fragrance. The girl laughed and told the dumbfounded young man that he didn't really know Xinyue, and she didn't understand what Ouyang Xinyue saw in him. Ye Wuqian turned pale. Xinyue used to seem the most normal to him. He couldn't understand why he would invest a huge amount of money and have nothing to gain from it. Ye Wuqian smiled and said that there were many different perfumes in the world, and one could not accuse him of associating with Xinyue just because of the scent. Xu Ying said that he doubts her competence for nothing. She knows that Xinyue came to Beijing yesterday. The young man was surprised that she knew about that too. The girl reported that Ouyang Xinyue is not an ordinary woman. Since they are competing, both families have their own spies. Ye Wuqian replied that he was not interested in the showdown between the big families, and he was not going to get involved at all. Closing her eyes, Xue Ying said that it was too late to stay away. She asked how he would react if something happened to Xinyue. The young man frowned and didn't know what to say to her. Ouyang Xinyue really meant a lot to him, and he didn't want to lose her. Xu Ying smiled and said that her family didn't need to have a stake in Qingcheng's shares. They would be fine with distributing pills. Ye Wuqian said that he would think about it. He decided that Chen Kaixin was really too busy working on spreading by herself. Xue Ying informs him that he will have to work for 2 sides from now on. She knows what they had with Xinyue, but he is now her boyfriend. Ye Wuqian smiled and said that they should discuss it in more detail. He's not really decent and therefore not good enough for a girl. Xu Ying sighed and stated that she could only blame herself for finding such a shameless and hypocritical young man. Ye Wuqian blushed to the tips of his ears. He realized that Xu Ying was taking the opportunity to reprimand him for all his sins. The young man realized that he had absolutely nothing to do here and booked a flight home. On the same day, Ye Wuqian took a private flight to Dongcheng. The young man was very happy to be in his hometown. He threw his arms up in the air and shouted loudly that he was back. Ye Wuqian heard the rapidly approaching clatter of heels and did not immediately realize that he was being greeted. Chen Kaixin rushed into the young man's arms with a rush, and the surprised young man immediately realized that the girl missed him and did not hold a grudge. Ye Wuqian smiled and said that she didn't have to worry, he was fine. Chen Kaixin cried with happiness and couldn't say a word. Chen Li and his partner approached their boss, bowing their heads innocently. The bodyguard apologized that they had failed to do their duty. Ye Wuqian smirked and said that it wasn't his fault. None of them could handle such an opponent. The young man asked what was going on in the company. Sen Kexin replied that there were more and more orders and the money in the account was growing fast. But they lack capacity, and soon customers will start to resent it. According to estimates, they need 150,000 tablets. Ye Wuqian turned pale. There was a need to increase production. He said that they should go back to the office first. Taking his workstation, the young man opened his laptop. Too many things had happened, and he had to figure out what to do next. What he was worried about was Xue Ying. The girl clearly didn't want to serve her enemy, and it could take a long time. In addition, the issue of expanding the production of pills was also on the agenda, and the thought of old man Ouyang never left my mind. It was as if he had vanished. Ye Wutian stuck his hand in his pocket and told himself that he had already done everything he could, and old man Ouyang Anan was not his concern now. He carefully took out Ouyang Xinyue's bra and smiled. The young man couldn't afford to lose such a treasure. However, Chen Kaixin could come at any moment, so Ye Wutian decided to hide it in one of the desk drawers out of harm's way. The young man lovingly took out another treasure. It was a flash drive with a detailed account of his captive Shui Ying's life. Ye Wutian was satisfied with the quality of the recording. The captive appeared in different clothes. She ate, slept, and rested. All of this was recorded. Ye Wuqian finally got to the most interesting part of the report. It was the folder with the video files, and he grinned happily. Shui Ying stood by the shower stall and intended to undress. Ye Wuqian couldn't stand it and exclaimed that it was about to start. Suddenly, Chen Kexin entered the office and perplexedly asked what he meant and what was about to start now. Ye Wutian turned off the laptop screen lightning fast. This was the only thing that was still missing was for Kaixin to find out about his captive. The young man smiled and explained that he was just talking to himself about work. Chen Kexin looked at him suspiciously. Ye Wutian turned pale from his beloved's intense attention. She continued to stare at him intently, and the young man was sweating a little. Chen Kexin walked up to the young man and exclaimed that Director Ye had never talked about his work with such excitement before. Meanwhile, the video of the girl was broadcasting further, and Chen Kaixin listened in, surprised to hear the sound of water from the shower. Ye Wutian turned black with anger at being declassified and rushed to the desk. He closed the laptop lid lightning fast, almost breaking it. The young man scratched the back of his head and tried to convincingly explain that the laptop was water-cooled and had a refrigerant leak. Kexin realized that he was hiding something and said that Xinyue came to the office to talk about the construction of the building. She said firmly that she had delivered the message and so she was going back to her work. She had too much to do today. Ye Wutian sat at his desk and looked sadly at the still-smoking laptop. He was sorry that he had to take extreme measures, but there was no way anyone was going to catch him watching the video in the shower with his captive, because he was a decent man. Ye Wutian removed the flash drive and made sure it was all right. It was time to find a more private place to watch it. Suddenly, the study door opened and Ouyang Xinyue appeared on the threshold. She asked what exactly he was going to watch. Ye Wutian explained that he is now on the lookout for advanced technologies that his company could implement, Ouyang Xinyue said, as she finished the blueprints and brought them over. She pulled out a stack of papers from a weighty bag. The girl told him that she hadn't changed much, and clarified that he definitely needed steel plates in every room of the basement. Ye Wuqian said he will have a use for it. The blueprints are fine, and he is asking to do the same. Ouyang Xinyue stopped speaking and stared at the young man, hoping that he would understand on his own. Ye Wutian looked at Xinyue in surprise. The girl got angry and rushed to the door, locking it tightly. Ye Wutian asked what was the purpose of Xinyue locking the door. Ouyang Xinyue frowned and said that there was a private conversation. She left something with the young man one last time. Ye Wutian realized that the blueprints were just an excuse and pretended not to understand. He said that he didn't take any items from Xinyue. The girl lost her temper. She frowned and shouted that Wuqian was just shameless and should return her item immediately. Ye Wutian smiled and said that he didn't know what he was talking about. Ouyang Xinyue turned purple with anger and shouted that he understood perfectly. The young man playfully put his ear up and said he didn't know what she was talking about and offered to tell the girl out loud. Ouyang Xinyue was getting angrier and angrier. It should have been so easy. She could barely restrain herself from hitting him harder. Ouyang Xinyue walked over to the table and slapped her palms on the table with all her might. She shouted that Ye Wutian should give her back the bodice ripper. She shouted her demand so loudly that all the birds peacefully perched on the office building scattered frightenedly in different directions. Moreover, it was heard by female employees who saw Miss Ouyang enter their boss's office and matched one thing with another. Ye Wutian realized that he had made a fool of himself and complicated things. He explained to Xinyue what he had asked her to say, not to shout at the whole office. Xinyue angrily said that he was now ashamed, and narrated that Shu's entire family was crowing about playing with her bra in Shu Ying's payment. Ye Wutian helplessly held his head and began to think about who had set him up. He assumed that Shu Ying herself had done it. The young man said that he deeply sympathized with Ouyang Xinyue, but he couldn't help with the bra as he had thrown it away long ago. The girl clarified if he was lying. Wutian said that there was no point in him keeping an item that he couldn't wear himself. Ouyang Xinyue thought about his words and recognized that they made a certain amount of sense. She decided to believe him. Ye Wutian stared at the girl's chest and suggested with a smile that she was braless today. Xinyue indignantly replied that he was a fool. Ouyang Xinyue said that she had some leads on the case, and it could be related to Xu Ying, including that incident in Country X when they were drugged. Ye Wutian assured Xin Yue that he would stop at nothing and punish the culprits, even if Xu Ying was among them. The girl said that she would start building construction in a few days, and suggested that she would create a big advertisement for Ching Cheng Pill. Ye Wutian offered to put a deposit of 1 billion into their account to start with, and said he would replenish it with any amount. Xin Yue angrily warned the young man that Ye Wutian would be very sorry if she happened to know that he was still playing with her bra somewhere. After signaling that the audience was over, Ouyang Xinyue unlocked the lock and walked out, defiantly slamming the office door behind her. Ye Wutian was sweating as he drew pictures of the massacre. He knew that Ouyang Xinyue did not throw words to the wind and she could really take revenge on him. Ye Wutian was alone in the large office. He thought for a long time about Ouyang Anan's disappearance and the Shu family's possible connection. The only thing that confused the young man was that Shui Ying was risking her life in the hotel. It didn't fit the kidnapping scenario. The steady clatter of heels could be heard in the corridor. Chen Kaishin returned to the study. She no longer looked angry now. The girl smiled warmly and assumed that Director Yi had already finished work. She suggested that we go out for lunch. Ye Wutian immediately realized that he was in for a huge showdown a little later. Trying to hide his panic, the young man agreed. A few minutes later, the two of them left the office. All the female employees were chatting excitedly and discussing the developments. One of the girls couldn't understand what this was about. It was explained to her that Miss Ouyang and her bra were involved. Ye Wutian grimaced angrily when he heard their voices in the background. His position was already precarious, and the female employees continued to gossip. Chen Kexin led the young man to a cozy little restaurant not far from the office. There weren't many customers, so he could sit quietly. The girl smiled and hinted that it was time to clarify something already. Ye Wutian immediately said that he had been working all morning, there was nothing to explain. Chen Kaishin was angry. She said that because of Ouyang Xinyue's bra antics, the honor of the company would suffer and they would no longer be trusted. The young man replied that there was nothing wrong. He was just planning to develop a new breast enlargement product. You can't just sell Ching Cheng pills. Choosing a girl with a good figure, he took Miss Ouyang's lingerie, but didn't tell anything as the project is still in its early stages. Chen Kexin grinned. This sounded really interesting. She thoughtfully repeated her interlocutor's words about having a good figure. Getting even more angry, the girl demanded that they sleep in separate rooms from now on. She sees that her figure is not as good as some people's. In an attempt to calm Kexin down, the young man foolishly said that both girls' figures have their own merits. He knows that. Continuing to be angry, the manager smiled triumphantly. She wasn't wrong. The two of them were definitely connected by something more than a joint project. Ye Wuqian realized that he was trapping himself. If the conversation continued, he might lose both girls. Suddenly, the phone rang in the young man's pocket. A lucky chance helped him to avoid continuing the conversation. The guy anxiously answered the phone. It turned out that Zhou Huzi had come to town. He wanted to see the director. Ye Wuqian slanted his eyes towards the girl and happily announced that he was at a restaurant near the company. After finishing the conversation, the young man stood up from the table. Chen Kaishin angrily asked who was calling. He replied that it might have something to do with lobsters. Zhou Huzi opened the restaurant door unhesitatingly and looked around for his mentor. Seeing the couple, the man walked to their table and bowed politely. Ye Wutian invited his acquaintance to the table. After his greeting, Chen Kaishin visibly warmed up. During the greeting, the young man called her young mistress. The director got straight to the point and asked what had happened. It turned out that their farm had become very famous. Many rich people come to the village. The girl perplexedly suggested that the great popularity must play into the lobster business. Zhou Huzi explained that all the big shots want their lobsters. You can't refuse them, but all the lobsters have long since been sold to the Ouyang family. Ye Wutian asked if the Ouyang family was paying. The man replied that they receive payment in advance for the next month, and suggested expanding production. The young man frowned. He had agreed to add another pond to satisfy the rich customers. In addition, the director demanded to double the purchase price of lobsters for the Ouyang family. He was angry with Ouyang Xinyue. Even Chen Kexin was surprised and said that it was too much. Business was already going well. But the young man firmly stood his ground. Zhou Huzi promised to eat quickly and return to the village right after lunch. He was pleased that the mentor had resolved things quickly. Ye Wutian imperiously put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to take his time. The guy could stay in the city today. They would discuss everything tomorrow. The man thanked the director and said goodbye. He was glad to have a little break himself. After Zhou Huzi left, the girl became cold again. She stated that the guy had such a strange expression on his face, like the principal. Chen Kaishin asked why Ye Wutian himself needed to go to the village because of the lobster pond. The young man explained that it's not just about lobsters. He also wanted to look at the soil in the village. The girl took this as an argument and offered to go together. Yewutian smiled and asked to take care of business in the office. Chen Kexin said that her younger sister will graduate soon. It would be nice to get her a job with the company. The young man stated that he had thought about it himself. Chen Kexin laughed and replied that he can only dream of an alliance with her. By the way, he is going to arrange his sister's boyfriend as well. Ye Wutian asked how well her sister knew He Chung-king. The girl warily asked what his question had to do with. The young man absent-mindedly replied that the boy was acting very strangely and feeling uncomfortable. Perhaps he was imagining it. Chen Kexin suggested that Ye Wutian is just working hard. He Chung-king seems like a perfectly normal person. She got up from the table and waved goodbye. There was still a lot of work left to do. The young man said he had something to do too. On the evening of the same day, Ye Wutian arrived at his country villa and talked to his bodyguards about improving the security system. They began to respond that they had purchased a lot of new equipment, including thermal imagers and night vision equipment. The young man reminded the guards that anyone could be knocked down with bullets, no matter how skilled they were. Chen Li came closer and whispered that it was fine in a frontal attack, but they had both been sneakily knocked out last time. He suggested that they should mine the area. Ye Wutian was horrified at such a thought and hastily replied that there was no need to go that far. They were not at war. After relaying the necessary instructions, the young man with the bag went down to the basement. Sweet Shui Ying lay helplessly on the floor, unable to do anything. The guy gently lifted the captive's head and regretfully said that he regretted that the guys in Huan's company were so cruel. Shui Ying blushed with embarrassment. She regretted that she couldn't kill him right there and demanded that he not touch her. Ye Wutian took out a box of food from the bag. He explained to the surprised girl that she could get seriously ill if she starved herself. The young man handed Shui Ying a package with a picture of a meaty ham. The girl immediately looked away. With a barely noticeable smile, the guy asked her if she was sure she wasn't hungry. Shui Ying fundamentally did not look in his direction. However, hunger was taking its toll. She was indeed very hungry, and so she furtively turned towards Ye Wutian. He had already unwrapped the fragrant-smelling food and took out the chopsticks. The young man said that he would eat this dish himself since Shui Ying didn't want it. Grabbing a piece of fried bacon with his chopsticks, the guy declared that it smelled very appetizing. It should be, he'd cooked it himself. The aroma from the box spread throughout the basement very quickly. Shui Ying was shaking with the urge to eat even a small piece. Ye Wutian moved even closer to her and slid the bacon right under her nose. He offered to take a closer look at the tender and juicy meat. After these words, the girl couldn't stand it. She was ready to starve for a long time, but this divine smell could make her go crazy. The young man noticed that Shui Ying was giving up little by little, and said that the chance to taste the perfect food should not be missed. The girl fought hard against the instincts that came over her and closed her eyes to avoid seeing the delicious food. As soon as she opened her eyes for just a second, the fragrant meat was even closer to her mouth. Shui Ying couldn't bear it and grabbed the entire piece with her teeth. She was ashamed of herself for giving in to temptation so quickly, but the meat was really delicious and crunchy on her teeth. Ye Wutian handed the prisoner a box of leftover meat and scrambled eggs. He stated that she needed to replenish her strength. Trying to muffle her feelings of shame, Shui Ying sat down on the floor and placed the box of food on her lap. The young man had been sitting next to him the whole time. He said that such a beautiful girl should not suffer from hunger while working as a killer. Ye Wutian went back to a long-ago conversation and offered to work as his bodyguard with a decent salary and good food. The girl was just chewing a small piece of meat and almost choked when she heard his suggestion. She looked angrily at her probation officer and angrily declared that he could only dream of such a development. The young man pretended not to hear his captive and asked Shui Ying to repeat her response to his proposal once more. She leisurely licked her fingers, which still had the perfect taste of the flavorful food on them, and repeated her refusal. Ye Wutian got angry and got up from the floor. He angrily asked the captive why she was so stubborn and hinted that he might treat her differently. Rolling up his sleeves, the young man angrily reminded her that he had spared her and not killed her back then. He had also provided her with clothing and food. Shui Ying looked at him coldly and explained that she would remain loyal to her organization, so it was easier to kill her. The guy said firmly that there was no way she was going to escape this basement, and she wouldn't be any use to him dead either. Ye Wutian rushed forward and threw the captive to the floor, pinning her shoulders with his hands. The girl screamed but couldn't break free. The young man was angry and promised Shui Ying that it was her own fault. Today he would show her what he could do. Holding the captive with one hand, Ye Wutian undressed her with his free hand and tossed her shorts and tank top aside, ignoring the cries. The young man forced the girl into a transparent black-colored outfit with hair ears. She said angrily that he could only humiliate people. The boy held his hand up and solemnly declared that he was best at torturing disobedient captives. To her horror, Shui Ying realized that she could no longer stand. She sat down on the floor exhaustedly, her body trembling with tension. At the same instant, the girl felt strange changes in her body. Her temperature rose, her whole body itched. Ye Wutian smirked and advised Shui Ying not to itch. If the girl did, the itching would intensify. As a result, she might scratch her skin. But at the same time, the itching will still intensify, so the captive will either submit or scratch herself to death. Shui Ying tried to endure her hellish torment by clenching her teeth tightly. Only once did a heavy groan escape her lips. The young man smiled. He assumed that the girl would not be able to resist longer and asked to voice a decision. The captive was silent, her head bowed. She clutched her knees, trying to keep her balance and not fall to the floor at all. Ye Wutian smiled and suggested that the beauty finally kneel down and submit, stop wasting time. Shui Ying slowly lowered her hands to the floor as if bowing. The young man rejoiced. Their confrontation was finally over. He was willing to even turn a blind eye to the fact that the captive wasn't bowing quite right, just so long as she relented. Suddenly, the prisoner hit the cement floor of the basement with all her might. Blood splattered in different directions. Ye Wutian couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen such astonishing resilience to his drugs before. The girl leaned on the floor and turned her head toward the young man. Blood dripped slowly from her shattered forehead. She said in a weak voice that she would not give up. Now the guy understood everything. In order not to endure the torture, Shui Ying purposely made herself lose consciousness. Ye Wutian tried to bring the captive to her senses and sprinkled one of his powders on her. He couldn't understand why the girl was stubbornly refusing. Unfortunately, this incident made it clear that getting her to work for herself would be very difficult, if not impossible. In the late afternoon, the young man left the basement. He realized that Shui Ying would not talk to him today. One of his bodyguards, Wu Dong, was quite surprised that the boss had left his villa so quickly this time. Ye Wutian carelessly tossed him a bag of powder and asked him to treat the girl's wound. They were unable to find a compromise. The guard perplexedly suggested that in that case the prisoner should simply be eliminated. The young man explained that he could not give her up. Turning to the bodyguard, he added that the girl's actions were a life sentence, but he wanted to believe that they would find common ground. Suddenly the phone rang. Ye Wutian snatched it from his pocket lightning fast and answered the call. It turned out that he had received a call from the Dongcheng City Police Bureau. The young man asked in surprise what had happened this time. An unidentified caller reported that Zhou Huzi was arrested by an anti-prostitution group in the evening. At this time, the man himself was testifying in the detention room. Captain Jiang Xiaomei followed the interrogation. Green with anger, Zhou Huzi sat in handcuffs and tried to prove that he had done nothing wrong. One of the police officers said that those two women had already confessed to taking 2,000 yuan from him. He only had to confirm. The man shouted that he would not say anything until his master came. He stood firm that he was not guilty of anything. At this moment, Ye Wutian burst into the room. Without saying hello to anyone, the young man asked in a raised tone what had happened. Jiang Xiaomei smiled at her old acquaintance. She kept trying to guess who Zhou Huzi was calling her master. The girl angrily told Ye Wutian that his ward had inherited all of the young man's notable traits, and this had led to his arrest. The guy started to fervently defend Zhou Huzi, and claimed that the man just decided to help the poor girls. The officer frowned and asked since when prostitutes needed help and how many of them Ye Wutian had helped personally. The young man hesitated and admitted that he himself had never used the services of fallen women. He was fine without it. Zhou Huzi shouted that he didn't even have time to do anything. Barely had he negotiated the price and taken off his pants before he was arrested. Ye Wutian cried without hiding his tears. He felt sorry that the man had wasted money for nothing and got caught without enjoying himself. The young man asked to see the pure eyes of this innocent child, and offered to bail him out. Captain Xiaomei was adamant. She loudly exclaimed that bail was not allowed for such a crime. Putting his arm around the guy's shoulders, Ye Wutian exclaimed in surprise, "What crime are we talking about? Zhou Huzi didn't have time to commit anything." The girl screamed that as a subordinate he was a bad influence on his boss and should be re-educated by the bureau. The young man said that Zhou Huzi could remain a virgin under such an upbringing. He dragged the prisoner behind him. Jiang Xiaomei got angry and promised that she would catch him with her anti-pornography group one day, and then the young man would regret his words. Ye Wutian teased the girl at the exit. He said that Xiaomei would have to go to the cell herself. The officers who were conducting the interrogation heard everything perfectly well. They decided that the young man was telling the truth, and their captain might be caught by his group. Jiang Xiaomei got angry and shouted that they shouldn't believe everything they hear. She promised to rip out both of their tongues next time. The staff immediately bowed their heads over the table. They were not happy about the prospect of reprisals for words spoken carelessly. Meanwhile, Ye Wutian and Zhou Huzi left the station. The boy was very satisfied that his mentor had quickly resolved the matter. The young man turned to him and angrily asked him not to call him master. He didn't want subordinates sullying themselves with disreputable actions. Joe Hoosie humbly folded his hands behind his back and admitted that he was wrong. The boy frowned and asked if he realized his guilt. The man sighed heavily and replied that he understood. He really shouldn't have visited that place. Yewuchien kicked him below his back and wailed that it wasn't like that at all. His problem was that he had let himself get caught by the authorities. Joe Hoosie smiled and promised that he would be much more careful next time. He was glad that he got off so lightly. The man recalled that at the time of his arrest, he overheard a conversation about a tip at the location. He assumed he was being set up. The young man promised to investigate the matter later. He suspected that the operation was actually directed against himself. The next day, they left Dongcheng and arrived at the fishing village. Joe Hoosie was glad to be back home. It was safe here. As soon as they reached the lobster pond, the door of the house opened wide. Li Wan-er ran out to greet the guests. The girl rushed into the young man's arms. Yewuchien said that he missed her very much and was happy to see her. The young man hugged his acquaintance tightly around the waist, pulling her close to him. The touch made him a little embarrassed himself. At this moment, Old Man Li came out of the house. Wan-er cheerfully said that Yewuchien was letting himself go too much. The man laughed. Years of experience told him that his granddaughter was falling in love with the boy more and more. The old man knew that the young people would sort out their relationship on their own. Yewuchien told the girl that he was going to climb the mountain to see the soil samples and offered to keep her company. Van-er clapped herself on the chest on the side of her heart and stated that it wouldn't be difficult at all. She had been rock climbing since she was a child. Old Man Li promised that he would do the cooking during their absence. He is a good cook, and his granddaughter knows it. The guy and the girl had climbed the high mountain pretty quickly and were now walking side by side, chatting about all sorts of nonsense. Yewuchien took a closer look at the soil and found it rather mediocre. It was likely that the ground would be better a little farther away. Li Wan-er walked up to the young man and spoke embarrassedly. She had something important to tell him. The boy turned around in surprise. He stated that there is no need for long introductions. If a girl wants to say something, you should just say it. Stuttering with excitement, Wan-er, after a brief pause, worriedly reported that his sister Fei Qiao was in trouble. Yewuchien wondered how Li Wan-er knew Ye Fei Qiao so well. He couldn't even imagine these girls together. She said that they were in the same school. Fei Qiao once told her that Yewuchien was her own brother. The young man admitted that he wasn't too worried about the girl, but he would listen to Wan-er since it was such a conversation. It turns out that Fei Qiao is being hit on by a wealthy man. She can't refuse him because the Ye family is much weaker. The young man thought for a moment. Ye Fei Qiao was indeed the sister of that Yewuchien whose body he was currently in. But he had no desire to help the family. The boy asked Li Wan-er what she herself thought of his sister. The girl smiled enigmatically and began to tell him. Fei Qiao seems very kind to her. She spoke warmly about her brother who fell into disgrace. The Ye family should not treat him like this. Wan-er thoughtfully said that the girl was really worried about him. Yewuchien couldn't decide what to do next. He thanked his interlocutor and promised that he would meet Fei Qiao in person, and then they would discuss everything in detail together. The girl laughed happily and called him her best brother. She was pleased that Yewuchien would take the time to settle the matter with her girlfriend. With an embarrassed smile, the young man asked for permission to hug her and measure her size. She was offended and exclaimed that she would bite him for such an offer. Rezzing along the way, the friends reached the top of the mountain. Li Wan-er asked what the young man had been doing while digging in the ground. Yewuchien said that he was looking for a convenient place to plant medicinal herbs. This mountain is not very high and is quite suitable. The girl was pleased and offered her help in growing herbs. She lives nearby and it is easier for her to manage. Wan-er said that there was 1 semester left until graduation anyway, and then there was work to be done, and she would rather help him. The young man was a little surprised. According to his observations, girls tend to leave the village for the big city and find themselves there. The interlocutor embarrassedly explained that her grandfather was ill, and she could learn medicine, and in general just help a friend. Yewuchien said that he expected to take her back to his company after graduation. He advised the girl to take her time and think it over. Li Wan-er reminded that he would need labor in the process of growing herbs, so she could bring in people from the village. The young man replied that most people are used to fishing by now. He is not sure if anyone would decide to change their activity. The girl said she didn't see a problem. She would inquire about it later. For now, they should go back for a little snack. On the way, Wan-er said that money drives everything in the village. If there was more income than fishing, people would be happy to take up herbs. A little before reaching Old Man Li's house, the young man stopped in surprise. There was a silver car in the courtyard. He worriedly told the girl that he hadn't seen that car when he arrived. She didn't know whose vehicle it was either. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Joe Huzi was convincing a respectable gentleman in a suit that he would only be able to sell him lobsters next month. The man in dark glasses smiled and advised them to cooperate. The head of the county honors them by buying lobsters for honorable citizens. Ye Wutian asked loudly if he could find out exactly which honorable citizens the county chief was going to entertain. The man asked in surprise who he had the honor of talking to. The young man replied that he was the most important person here. The guest demanded to sell him the lobsters immediately. Otherwise, he would be declared an enemy of the Chinese government. Ye Wutian got angry and said that because of a few words you can't call a person a traitor. He kicked the surprised man in the stomach. The angry young man pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. The guest grudgingly followed the guy, trying to get up from the ground. After waiting for a long beep, Ye Wuqian carelessly tossed the man the phone and advised him to talk to the caller about the rest. The guest smiled and picked up the phone. He wondered what kind of patron this brat had. On the other end, the mayor of the city, Wang Lin, introduced himself. It was only now that the man realized he was in for a real treat. Even his boss is under the authority of the Dongcheng city governor. In a timid voice, he announced that his name was Liu Hengli. The receptionist menacingly asked why he was calling from Mr. Ye's number. The man introduced himself as Zhang's assistant secretary from Dongping district. His legs shook with fear of imminent retribution. Secretary Wang demanded to pass the phone to the owner. He wants to personally have a word with Mr. Ye. With shaking hands, Hengli handed the receiver to the young man, saying in a weak voice that the mayor wanted to talk to him. The man's hands were shaking so violently that while handing over the phone simply slipped out of his hands. Ye Wutian barely caught it. The mayor laughed and asked what was going on. The young man explained that he didn't want to sell lobsters to the head of the district and needed help. The man promised to investigate and punish those responsible. The boy sincerely thanked him for his assistance. He turned to Hengli and angrily asked why he still hadn't left yet. Ye Wutian assumed that he wanted to stay for dinner. The man immediately took the hint and ran away, offering regrets on the run for bothering Mr. Ye. All matters were settled. Old Man Li had prepared a lot of delicious food, and all four of them were now enjoying leisurely conversations. Zhou Huzi was all excited about how easy it was to get out of the mess. Smiling, he said that Ye Wutian was an amazing person. The young man frowned. He promised to punish the man very severely if he did bad things in his name. Zhou Huzi realized his mistake. He put his hands forward in a conciliatory manner and shook his head in different directions. Old Man Li stared intently at the ashamed fellow and suggested that he should finally start eating, all the troubles behind him. Suddenly the front door opened. Ye Wutian turned around perplexed at the sound, looking at the uninvited guests. Hengli came back with some fat man. That man smiled in a friendly manner and said that he had come to apologize. The young man stared at him intently. His face seemed unfamiliar. The boy wondered who he was dealing with. The county secretary Dongping introduced himself. His name is Zhang Gong. He sincerely regrets that there was a slight misunderstanding. Ye Wutian angrily replied that he understood. The man just wanted to favor other people at the expense of his lobsters. The secretary explained that some people are willing to invest in the district. To attract them, he had to come up with something special. The young man hesitated for a moment. He thought that if he were Zhang Gong, he would have done the same thing. The man's idea was really not bad. He suggested that the secretary forget the incident and promised to invest in Dunpin County in return for the lobsters. Zhang Gong rejoiced. The name of the famous Ye Wutian could raise the reputation of the county. He asked what the young man intended to invest in. A guy has asked to give him 8 hills in this area. He needs the land to grow medicinal herbs. The secretary reluctantly agreed. In his heart, he expected Ye Wutian to invest a few billion and open the factory. The next day, the young man got ready to leave for the city. Wan said resentfully that he could have stayed in the village for a couple of days. All this time, the girl missed her friend and was glad to be near him for at least a little while, even if it was a short trip. Old Man Li understood perfectly well what she was feeling right now. He regretfully thought that there was nothing he could do to help her. Getting into the car, Wan cheerfully said goodbye to her grandfather and promised to come back next vacation. After seeing the guest off, the man turned to Zhou Huzi and suggested that he start digging the pond. He reminded him that the whole farm belonged to Mr. Ye. The young man assured the old man that he understood everything. He would exactly follow all the orders of his mentor and would not dishonor him. During the ride, Li Wan was embarrassingly silent, squinting at the driver. She was in love with him and tried to give him a hint by interlocking her index fingers. Ye Wuqian calmly drove the car as if he didn't notice anything. He assumed that the girl had something to say to him. Still shy, the beauty turned to the young man and timidly asked if he was free next weekend. They could get together. The guy laughed and said that he would always find free time for a date with Wan. She blushed even more and said it wasn't a date. Ye Wutian stopped smiling and drove with a serious look. The girl looked at him with loving eyes, hoping that they would be together someday. Near the university, Li Wan-er came out and cheerfully said goodbye. The young man decided to stop by his company first. Suddenly, the passenger door opened, and Ningshiki unceremoniously plopped onto the girl's seat. She was wearing a military uniform. Slamming the door behind her, the girl irritably demanded a quick trip. Her grandfather wanted to see him. Ye Wutian exclaimed that one should not get into his car without an invitation. Besides, it was unclear how the girl even knew he was in town. Ningshiki frowned and didn't bother to explain anything. She just knew his whereabouts, that was all. The young man started the engine and thought nervously that the others might only know his approximate location, not that accurately. To amuse himself on the trip, Ye Wutian asked the girl what the old man needed from him and called her wife. Ningshiki immediately lost her temper and grabbed him by the collar. She promised to break her leg if the young man called her wife again. Ye Wutian recalled that the girl then came to his house by herself and asked him to marry her. He would willingly accept her proposal. Ningshiki blushed, ashamed. She shouted that she was drunk at the time and demanded not to speak like that again. The young man smiled and stated that there was nothing wrong with having a few drinks. He asked the girl when they would get married. This couldn't be tolerated any longer. She angrily attacked the driver with fists. He shouted fearfully as he drove the car. Their quarrel caused the car to zigzag all over the road. Ye Wutian called her wife again, and the girl got even more angry. Old man Ningpeng had long awaited the arrival of his granddaughter at the army training ground placed high in the mountains. When they arrived, the man noticed that their faces were bruised and abraded. He asked in surprise what had happened. The girl immediately turned away. Ye Wutian smiled and said that they were just figuring things out during the trip. It was completely normal. The old man turned pale. He couldn't believe that such grown men would risk their lives just figuring things out in a moving car. The young man himself had already forgotten to think about it. He asked Ningpeng what the man wanted to talk to him about. The old man smiled and stated that he had an offer. Ye Wutian rejoiced. Peng's offers were always generous. The man walked over to a thick tree and looked around carefully to see if there were any unwanted witnesses nearby. He held a large octagonal plate with a built-in chip receiving an electronic signal against the tree trunk. Ye Wutian was greatly surprised to see a bifold camouflaged gate smoothly open in the rock near the tree. It was a very big find. A hiding place in a cave could be the perfect secret base that no one knows about. Ningpeng entered the oblong archway first. He looked around and impatiently asked his guests to follow him. The young man looked around and openly admired everything. He said that he had done a great job. The old man had done a great job. Ningshiki angrily said that not everyone deserves to have such a base. Giving it to a guy would just mean wasting time. Ignoring his granddaughter's murmurings, the man smiled and informed Ye Wutian that they had arrived at the place. The young man could not believe his eyes. A whole production facility with workshops and conveyors was unfolding in front of him. Ningpeng stated that he had put a lot of effort into turning this place into a production facility for Qingcheng pills, and asked if the guy liked the place. Ye Wutian immediately squealed with joy that he himself couldn't have found anything better. Security was at the highest level. He turned to the old man and declared with a smile that he would never forget his kindness. Ningpeng smiled. He knew that the base would like the guy. The man said that all that was left was to recruit staff. The young man decided to trust the old man so that spies would not infiltrate the base. Ningpeng promised to provide 10 top female martial arts fighters for security. He gave his interlocutor a sly look and said that none of this was free. For example, the guy could sell him a couple of pills at a discount. Ye Wutian smiled. For the sake of such a production, he was willing to do even more than that. The young man promised to give the old man 10 pills for those women. 3 days have passed. The Tianjin Trade Group gathered a press conference. The journalists prepared for a sensation. Ye Wutian and Chen Kaixin watched the hall from afar. The young man noticed that there were a lot of people. In the hallway, he almost ran into Ouyang Xinyue and her secretary Xiao Man. They were just discussing the future of Qingcheng pills. In one of the rooms, the boy and girl met the city mayor and his daughter. Secretary Wang greeted the young man warmly. Ye Wutian thanked the high-ranking guest for coming to the conference and asked to cut the red ribbon. Wang Fengxi slyly peeked out from behind her father's broad back and took a few pictures. She assumed that the young man would be the keynote speaker. In the hallway, the guy met Ouyang Xinyue and the assistant again. Next to them was an angry Situue. She was not called to the event. Ye Wutian said that there was nothing to be offended about. In fact, they did this project together with Ouyang Xinyue. The young man scratched the back of his head and apologized. He didn't think it would hurt her feelings so much. The girl glanced at the mayor. Ye Wutian stated that he was actually very honored to see Situue at his event. She smirked contemptuously and said that she was acting too formal in the presence of Chen Kaixin and Ouyang Xinyue. For a guy, Situue was indeed in third place after those girls. But she had a very big weight in the society. The girl hugged Ye Wutian's hand and exclaimed that he had done the wrong thing by giving the construction to the Ouyang family. She could have done it herself. Ouyang Xinyue explained that it was a normal business cooperation. She suggested that Situ Wei was thinking too much. The rivals turned to each other. The girl accused Ouyang Xinyue of getting the contract because of her personal relationship with her boyfriend. They stared into each other's eyes, spewing lightning bolts. Each of the big families wanted to get Ye Wuqian to strengthen their dominance. The situation was diffused by one of the employees. He had brought a gift from Shu Ying on a luggage cart, and the girl asked him to send her congratulations. The man moved closer and removed his cloak. Underneath was a large four-masted sailing ship made of green stone. Wang Fengxi didn't hold back her emotions and enthusiastically took pictures of the pure jade ship model, envying the young man and his familiarity. Ye Wuqian thoughtfully said that he didn't know much about jade, but the sailboat was impressive. It clearly cost the girl a lot of money. Suddenly, the young man's cell phone rang. He anxiously pulled it out and looked at the screen. This was to be expected. The call came from Shu Ying. The girl couldn't just hand over the gift. She really wanted to congratulate the young man in person. The first thing she asked was if they had left him a gift. Ye Wuqian replied that he didn't know whether to accept it yet. It was insanely expensive. Shu Ying exclaimed that she sent the ship from the bottom of her heart. Furthermore, she was looking forward to the opportunity to see him. The young man thanked her for her congratulations. After finishing the call, the guy didn't hurry to stash the phone in his pocket. He looked at the screen as if Shu Ying was going to appear there. Turning to the girls, Ye Wuqian saw that they were both looking at him with coldness. He said as he simply thanked them for the gift. Situ Wei put her hand on his shoulder and slyly asked when he had managed to get so close to the Shu family girl. On the stage, 4 tall girls in red dresses were holding a red ribbon. Chen Kexin invited Wang Lin and Ouyang Xinyue to come out to cut it. To much applause and the clicking of cameras, the ribbon was ceremoniously cut by 2 representatives of the honored families. Situ Wei slyly asked the young man why he himself was not on the stage. Ye Wuqian replied that he wanted to keep a low profile. The girl was surprised. She said that the whole world had already known who the owner of Tianjin Beauty Group was for a long time. The guy replied glumly that it wasn't quite like that. All major issues are decided by the board of directors, not him personally. Situ Wei angrily exclaimed that there was no need to make things up. She knew very well that they didn't have any board of directors. Ye Wuqian was embarrassed and asked the girl to keep her voice down. He didn't want to be recognized during the opening. She squawked even more and promised that she wouldn't forgive him for this construction. He purposely put Ouyang Xinyue above her. Meanwhile, a huge truck with a covered body arrived at the venue. The whole audience looked at the new guests in bewilderment. The young man angrily asked why she had brought him to the opening. It turned out that Situ Wei herself didn't know who it belonged to. 3 athletic-looking men jumped out of the cabin. Their arms were decorated with dragon tattoos from fingers to forearms. A man in glasses said hello to the organizers and asked his guys to open the board. They were bringing a gift from their boss. With quick movements, his partners lifted the roller shutter and lowered the left side of the truck. The present was revealed to the guests. The so-called gift left no one indifferent. Chen Kexin turned pale. She couldn't look at it. Ouyang Xinyue still managed to hide his emotions, but the mayor couldn't stand it and cried out. This was too much. Even Situ Wei clasped her hands over her mouth in horror. Ye Wuqian was stunned. He couldn't even imagine that he would be ruined by the ceremony. Under the roof of the truck hung on ropes a slashed pig with multiple wounds. In front of the entire audience, it gave up its spirit. Wang Fengxi immediately realized that this was a planned provocation. If the news spread, there would be a huge scandal. She was right. The journalists immediately shifted their focus to the truck, hoping to cash in on the scandalous news. Ye Wuqian rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go deal with the uninvited guests, but Situ Wei stopped him in time. The event live. Chen Kexin angrily asked the man with glasses who his boss was. Ouyang Xinyue and the mayor stood there, unable to believe their eyes. The courier smiled smugly and told the girl that he couldn't say that. His purpose was only to deliver. Wang Lin seemed to wake up and shouted that he would not let him leave. He demanded that the police arrest everyone immediately. The man pushed his glasses down on his nose and turned around. He arrogantly advised him to do nothing. No one would like the consequences. The mayor of Dunshan thought for a moment. There were very few people in the city who could threaten him. It was unclear who this guy represented. Nevertheless, he couldn't show his weakness. The mayor ordered the arrest of all those involved in the truck incident. Now all the cameras were turned to the guests and the security detail. About a dozen handcuffed men approached the truck. The stranger reported that the mayor could have just been friendly and let him go, but by his actions he forced him on the defensive. With an elusive movement, he turned toward the audience and ran toward the police officers. No one had time to notice what had happened. Wang Lin cried out in horror. This guy was a first-rate fighter and thus could afford to behave impudently. Pouncing on the nearest guy standing with a baton, the man immobilized him with a single blow. The guard started coughing up blood. Another security officer collapsed next to him. His body trembled helplessly. The man could not get up. He saw clearly as the second stranger jumped and knocked out two of his partners at once with a single leg kick. Two more bodyguards fell at the same time, experiencing the impact of the fists of a fighter they had never seen before. A third man from the visiting team sent the remaining police officer to rest with a fist punch to the face. Journalists and reporters greedily filmed every frame, because it is not every day that police officers are beaten in public. Chen Kaixin decided to intervene and sent personal bodyguards Zhang Hongling and Sun Feng. The girls rushed to attack. The man with glasses exclaimed that he didn't even care about the mayor of Dongcheng City, and she especially wouldn't do anything to him. His speech was so firm and self-assured that the girl was frightened. She realized that this strange man was not joking. His words made Chen Kaixin's entire body tremble, and she could barely stand. The girl watched the fight with fear. Ye Wutian didn't waste any time either and shouted to Chen Li to bring his men. He was ready to face any consequences. 10 elite bodyguards led by Chen Li ran towards the man with glasses. The young man shouted that the stranger had angered them. The man had his back to them and didn't even turn as the girls leapt forward, aiming their feet at the back of his head. However, at the last moment, he blocked their leg kicks with his fists. It was quite unexpected. The girls were surprised. They both couldn't believe that there was a man who could smell their movements so quickly and block an attack. Meanwhile, the stranger intercepted the warrior's legs more comfortably and made a quick lunge forward. He shouted smugly that the girls hadn't managed to sneak close enough. They'd both lost the fight. Quickly bending over and taking a knee, the man lowered the bodyguards to the floor. The ground began to crack beneath their bodies. The two martial arts-trained girls were now lying helplessly, coughing up blood. They were powerless against such a fighter. Another group of bodyguards ran toward the man. The girls agreed that only firearms would stop him. Chen Li repeated the girl's jump, aiming his heel at the back of the stranger's head. He was more fortunate. The kick reached the target. The man scratched the back of his head and smiled. He noted that the punch was pretty good. He liked tough opponents. The stranger turned to the boy and delivered a lightning-fast fist strike, claiming the young man dared to hit him. Chen Li realized perfectly well that he wouldn't have time to dodge, so he just put up a block to prevent his opponent from getting hit in the face. A fist of tremendous force slammed into the bodyguard's exposed hands. The young man thought his opponent had fists of steel. A hellish pain distorted Chen Li's face. He clenched his teeth, trying not to scream after the terrible injury. With just one blow of his fist, the stranger crushed the bodyguard's hand in several places, creating multiple fractures. Chen Li could barely stand on his feet, overpowering the pain. This guy was as strong as that prisoner from the basement in the villa. Journalists were discussing the fighter's strength. Before that, they had only seen such fights in movies. Ye Wutian had clearly seen how easily the three men had massacred the squad of elite bodyguards and police officers. He couldn't bear to see his people maimed, but using the powder in a crowded place was also undesirable. Situe noticed that the young man was very angry about the situation and offered to help. She could easily handle it. Ouyang Xinyue and her secretary approached them. The girl said that there was no need to worry. This was the Ouyang family's territory. With a barely noticeable turn of her head toward her assistant, she ordered Xiaoman to deal with the situation. The girl hid her hands in her pockets and after a second pulled them out. Both hands had heavy lead knuckles on them. The secretary rushed forward with a menacing cry. Her heavy shoes kicked up the ground and the ground flew in different directions. The girl ran so fast that Ye Wutian and Situe barely had time to move aside. Xiaoman's fragile appearance could have swept them away along the way. The uninvited guests, meanwhile, were dealing with the bodyguards. The forces were unequal. They fought half-heartedly. With a smile on his face, the man in glasses sent another guard to the ground with a series of punches. The opponents were quickly running out. Suddenly, he felt a hard blow on the back of his head. His smile immediately faded. The man realized that another hero had appeared. He grudgingly began to turn his head to see who else was eager to compete. Just at this moment, Xiaoman leaped forward again, swinging her knuckles. The man only had time to notice an ominous glint. The eyes of the enemies met. Xiaoman was absolutely certain of her superiority, despite the fight she had seen. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He realized that the girl's looming shadow would do him no good. A powerful blow with a brass knuckle struck him in the head. The glasses fell to the floor, the internal injuries causing the fighter to spit up blood. Barely standing on his feet and holding his bruised temple, the man vowed to kill the girl for this behavior. At the same time, the stranger made a lightning-fast lunge with his fist into his opponent's face. Xiaoman smiled. She was prepared for this. The moment the man tried to hit her, the girl simply stepped forward, deflecting her head with a smile. In the same second, the trained assistant quickly turned around and struck back. The stranger barely had time to cover his face. Despite his defense, Xiaoman held a strong punch much faster and smashed his opponent's face. Bones crunched, the man howled and clutched at his face. trying to soothe the infernal pain. The assistant knew her business very well. Without stopping, she ran up to the stranger and broke both his legs. The man was no longer glad he'd messed with her. He cried out in great pain. It was impossible to stand. Every movement was agonizing. The fighter fell to his knees exhaustedly, trying to keep his balance. His whole body trembled with tension. After finishing off the main opponent, Xiao Man ran to his two accomplices who were beating up the bodyguards effortlessly. The first to get caught was a guy in a blue t-shirt and glasses. He was hit in the temple with a brass knuckle and lost consciousness. At the same second, the third member of the team got his share. His glasses came off as a result of the strong impact. As the young men were showing signs of life, the girl knelt down and knocked them both on the back of the head. After returning to Ouyang Xinyue, Xiao Man took a seat beside her with her hands folded humbly behind her back and reported the completion of the mission. Ye Wutian turned pale. He had never imagined that this humble girl was actually skilled in the art of combat. The young man regretted that there was no way Shui Ying would give up. He asked the mayor to leave first and said that he would take care of the uninvited guests. The guy didn't want Wang Lin to see him like this. The town manager agreed. He had his own thoughts on the matter. The mayor preferred to find out who was behind all this first. A siren sounded very close by, and a minute later a police crew pulled up beside the truck. Captain Jiang Xiaomei immediately jumped out of the car and slammed the door of the police car. Her eyebrows furrowed at what she saw. Such a massacre in the center of the city, and with the participation of police officers, is not often seen. Quickly looking around the room, the girl spotted her old acquaintance and realized everything. No big case was without him. Ye Wutian realized the threat of the police captain's visit and asked Chen Li to send all the injured to the hospital and bring him a weapon. The bodyguards began carrying the injured to safety. The young man nonchalantly walked toward the police car. Jiang Xiaomei said she had orders to pick up those three in connection with the attack on the police officers. Ye Wutian laughed and said that those people had made a commotion in his building and insulted Chen Kaixin. They should pay up. Chen Li walked up to them with a large brown suitcase and informed the boss that he had brought what he had asked for. The young man opened the suitcase. It contained about 20 knives with blades of various shapes and lengths. Jiang Xiaomei had goosebumps running down her back. She squealed that she wouldn't let the guy do illegal things. The reporters took close-up pictures of the contents of the brown suitcase. They couldn't believe Ye Wutian would do such a thing. Ouyang Xinyue whispered to the young man that there were reporters behind his back. He replied that he had to do it no matter what. Ye Wutian walked over to the beaten man kneeling on the ground and loudly asked who gave the order to deliver the truck. The mercenary smiled contemptuously. His appearance was not an indicator. No amount of pain could make him give away the secret. Waiting until the enemy came closer, the man spat hatefully on his white shirt. He was afraid of nothing. The young man smiled. He said that he had expected to hear a very different answer, but this one would do for a first acquaintance. Ye Wutian told reporters that many people are trying to know who he is. He can answer them that he doesn't like to cause trouble. Pausing for a moment, the young man reached into his suitcase, thoughtfully selecting a suitable blade for torture. He straightened up and ostentatiously showed a large dagger to everyone. The boy said glumly that he was not afraid of anyone or anything. The mercenary laughed and said that it didn't scare him. If he had the courage, Ye Wutian could kill him right now in front of everyone. The man was wrong. The young man had thought of everything. A few seconds later, blood from his shoulder splattered all around him. The boy drove the dagger into the mercenary's collarbone almost to the hilt. The man cried out in hellish pain. The reporters froze with horror. They had never seen such a thing before. What Ye Wutian did in front of their eyes was too cruel. Xiaomei ran forward and covered the mercenary with herself. She shouted that the young man needed to calm down. "You can't do this!" Chen Kaixin also tried to hold the guy back. She put her arm around his waist and asked him not to kill that type on their opening day. Ye Wutian said he's not going to kill anyone. He's just protecting his business because this person is damaging his reputation. Armed with several knives, the young man promised to show a trick for turning a live man into a hedgehog. The mercenary only now realized he was dealing with a real psycho. His body trembled. The man asked for forgiveness and begged to be released. After a few seconds, the intruder couldn't even scream. He just lay there moaning. His body was bleeding everywhere. One of the journalists tripped out of fear and fell to the floor. Right in front of his eyes, the guy was stabbing the man. Xiaomei rushed towards Ye Wutian, demanding on the run that he immediately stop killing the man in front of everyone. As she ran past Situé, the girl intercepted her hand by the wrist with a smile. The officer turned her head in surprise. Meanwhile, the young man continued to stab his enemy with his knife. His eyes were insane. The boy was smiling bloodthirstily. Wang Fangxi could barely stand. Her legs were shaking from what she saw. Before her eyes, Ye Wutian was piercing the man's body in many places. Xiaomei unhappily turned to Ouyang Xinyue and angrily demanded that she stop the guy. If anything happened to the mercenary, she would also be held responsible. The girl calmly replied that the captain didn't know the guy well. He was never afraid of trouble, so nothing would stop him. C2Y added that with his youth, the young man is extremely arrogant and ruthless to his enemies. Meanwhile, Yewutian moved away from the guy and heaved a sigh of relief. His shirt was splattered with blood. The man was kneeling in a pool of blood and was covered in knives. It really made him look like a hedgehog. The reporters were shaking with fear. Now they saw the real Yewutian. One of them was sure that the guy was not a human at all, but a demon. By evening, everything was over. Specialists arrived at the site. Meter by meter, they cleaned the scene from blood. Chen Kexen said that killing would be bad for his reputation. The young man replied that no vital organs were injured. The mercenary would survive but would be crippled. He explained that this was his way of leaving a message for the guy's boss. He would know that he would suffer the same fate, if not worse. Ye Wutian turned to Ouyang Xinyue and thanked the girl for not stopping him while massacring the guest. She was pleased to hear that. Ouyang Xinyue faintly smiled and said that she was always happy to help. Xiao Mei glumly asked the young man what he intended to do after his cruel performance. Ye Wutian suggested that she do what she was supposed to do, since this wasn't the first time the captain had detained him at the scene. Unlocking the handcuffs, Xiao Mei announced that Ouyang Xinyue and her secretary would also be taken to the station for questioning. The girl replied that her lawyer would be arriving any minute, so the officer would not be able to detain them. That same evening, the injured man was taken to Dongcheng Central Hospital and given the necessary treatment. Due to multiple wounds and severe blood loss, his entire body, except for his hands and legs below the knees, was bandaged. The door of the room creaked treacherously. A tall man with glasses appeared on the threshold. He tried to sneak in unnoticed. Hearing his footsteps, the patient turned his head and cried out fearfully, asking who had come to check on him. Agent number 2 introduced himself. He informed that everyone already knew the details, so the guy could rest. The man frowned. For the first time in his life, Agent number 2 hadn't come to give orders. Something wasn't adding up. The guest pulled from under the patient's head and smiled. He stated that the young man needed a good night's sleep after his injuries. The man covered the former agent's face with a pillow, cutting off oxygen. The patient's arm twitched convulsively. In a few seconds, it was over. The agent was no longer moving and could no longer reveal the organization's secret to anyone. On the same day, an urgent press conference of the Ouyang group was called. Ouyang Zhenren spoke from the podium. His youngest son sat beside him. The man announced that because of the incident at the opening of the Tianjin group, the board of directors decided to suspend Ouyang Xinyue. One of the invitees asked about whether Miss Xinyue herself was aware of this decision and why their stock was declining. Ouyang Zhenren stated that the rest of the questions will be answered by the public relations department of Ouyang Group for everyone. Father and son got up from behind the podium and left the conference hall under the heated discussion of journalists. Ouyang Xinyue was very satisfied. He showed his father a graph of the growth of the stocks. After the conference, they had risen by several %. The stock was rising right before our eyes. The young man said that this move by the company has really paid off. Profits are growing. Ouyang Zhenren laughed and said that one must have a quick reaction time to run a business. He was forced to sacrifice the girl. Suddenly, Ouyang Xianyue stopped smiling. For unknown reasons, their company's stock started to fall down again. The young man exclaimed that he did not understand anything. After a rapid rise, the stock inexorably fell. Ouyang Zhenren turned pale. He worriedly exclaimed that Hao should immediately restore the market position. Meanwhile, Ye Wutian and Ouyang Xinyue were sitting on a bench in the detention room. Opposite them sat Xiao Mei and the director of the police bureau. The man scratched his head in puzzlement. Either of the two detainees could cause trouble, and they were doubly dangerous when paired together. The young man had absolutely no worries about what would happen next. He enjoyed the rare moment of being close to Ouyang Xinyue. The captain gave the latest news. The man Ye Wutian stabbed died of suffocation in the hospital. The young man angrily exclaimed that it had nothing to do with him. There was no way he could have killed that man while he was at the station. Ouyang Xinyue stated that they have answered all the questions and now ask to be left alone at least for a while. The police chief sighed heavily. He had to agree with the girl's arguments. They had nothing to do with the incident at the hospital. When the officers left, Ye Wutian turned to Ouyang Xinyue and asked with interest why she was helping him all this time. The girl turned aside and stated that she didn't know herself. There was no reason, and she asked not to ask about it again. Suddenly, the phone that was lying here on the bench rang. Ouyang Xinyue grabbed the receiver and answered the caller. The girl's voice was joyless. She answered in short phrases. The young man looked worriedly at his interlocutor. In response to his question, Ouyang Xinyue revealed that the board of directors voted unanimously to suspend her. Even her father cast his vote. Ye Wutian said in surprise that it was about time for her family to come up with something new. This was the second time in his memory that the girl had been stripped of her position. The interviewee said that it helped for a while. The stock went up for a while, but then it went back down. The young man laughed. He assumed that many investors had invested money because of their joint project and were now withdrawing money. Ouyang Xinyu agreed. It was like the truth. She said sadly that she didn't expect to be unemployed so quickly. Ye Wutian covered his palm with the hand of his interlocutor, showing his support. The girl looked at him in surprise. The young man offered to work together. In this way, she proves to the family that she can manage without them. Ouyang Xinyu recalled that they all come from the Ouyang family anyway. Nevertheless, she is grateful for the support. Ye Wutian smiled and suggested that he should be less accommodating to his relatives. He stated that he would still win her over. The girl embarrassingly asked to think about getting out of the station first. She can't even call her lawyer. The young man leaned back relaxed, resting his hands on his arms to keep from falling. He said there was nothing to worry about. They would be out soon. Ouyang Xinyu turned to the guy and surprisingly asked what his plan was. He mysteriously replied that the people had great strength. Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Wutian asked what the girl thought of his proposal. The Ouyang family still refused her. The interviewee replied that she would very much like to work with him, but she and Chen Kaishin dislike each other. The young man suggested creating an entirely new company. Ouyang Xinyu could manage a separate project. The girl was surprised. She hadn't even suspected that Ye Wutian might have any marketable goods other than Qingcheng pills. The boy laughed. Of course, beauty pills alone are not enough for him. He asked his companion who spends a lot of money. She surprisingly replied that women. The young man agreed and asked what all women in the world have in second place after their looks. Ouyang Xinyu assumed it was perfume. Ye Wutian became furious and exclaimed that she was the only one who was into perfume. He looked meaningfully at the girl's gorgeous breasts and asked her if she was sure she didn't know what she was talking about. She immediately blushed and shamefully covered herself, saying that there was nothing to look at. Suddenly, Ouyang Xinyu realized what the young man was implying. Ye Wutian promised that when working together, they could release a revolutionary product that would drive everyone crazy. Events during the ceremony shook the balance of China's great families. The Ning family was in full assembly discussing a plan of action. Ning Shiki was outraged that Ye Wutian had carried out the execution in full view of everyone. He should have done it discreetly. Her father declared that this time it would be difficult to save the young man. The whole country saw his brutal massacre of the guest. Ning Peng laughed. He explained to the family members that the young man should have already found a solution on his own. They would soon see for themselves. The man didn't understand his father's words and assumed that Ye Wutian would be able to get out of the mess because he possessed the recipe for making the pill. Old man Ning smiled. It is absolutely correct. Qingcheng pills is the main trump card. He will not be allowed to stop production. Ning Peng was right on the money. 12 hours after the guy's arrest, the company's website posted a notice about stopping production of the pills. Many embassies lost supplies. After a while, protests began around the world demanding the release of the young man. In addition, there were also millions of people in China itself who had not received the promised pills. They also organized demonstrations in all cities. 3 days later, Ye Wutian left the station with Ouyang Xinyu and her assistant. He stretched happily, breathing in the fresh air. The girl wondered what the young man now intended to do after his release. Xiaoman walked sadly beside her. The guy already had a plan mapped out. He realized that the attacks on the company would not stop, so he would announce a reward for information about the attack. Showing the girls a $5, Ye Wutian said that he was willing to give 500 million yuan for valuable information. The assistant's eyes widened in surprise. Ouyang Xinyu said that it was a losing deal. The young man smiled. He understood perfectly well that he would lose a huge amount of money, but the cost was worth it to find the organizer of the crime. Ye Wutian said goodbye to the girls and said that he would return to his company first. He needed to reassure his staff. The female employees were really worried about their boss. He'd been gone for several days, and they were afraid that the company would close down. Despite the director's obnoxious nature, he paid well, and he didn't forget about the bonus. It would be a pity for them to lose this job. Suddenly, familiar footsteps sounded in the room. All the girls turned to the sound, afraid to believe that the principal had returned. Ye Wutian was happy to return to the company and look at all these beauties he had personally selected for his office again. The female employees jumped up from their seats and started shouting excitedly to see the director. Chen Kaishin walked beside him. The young man was very touched by the girl's welcome. He thought that he had not treated his staff well for nothing. Chen Kexin offered to give a speech because the whole company was very worried about the director when he was arrested. Ye Wutian coughed delicately, trying to buy time. He quickly thought of a formal speech for the female employees. Young thanked the staff for their support. He stated that the company will be able to overcome all difficulties and will only grow. The girls clapped their hands joyfully. They liked the leader's speech very much. Their confidence in the future returned to them. Ye Wutian turned pale. This was not at all the reaction he had expected to see. They were acting too familiar. In an attempt to rectify the situation, the young man said he had seen their work and would double each employee's bonus this month. One of the girls stated that she was free today. The second girl said that her colleague should take the cue after her. Chen Kexin frowned more and more with every passing minute. She realized that she had allowed these cute creatures too much. After the end of the workday, Ye Wutian and Chen Kaixin returned home. The young man leaned on the sofa with relief. The girl, as if by the way, stated that Ouyang Hao had come to the company during his absence. The boy was indignant. He had thought that things were long over between them, but the impudent man had dared to come into their office. Chen Kaixin explained that it was due to the construction. Since Ouyang Xinyue was out of the picture, they would negotiate with Hao. Ye Wutian was even more angry because the Ouyang family only received this order because of Xinyue, so he terminates the contract. The girl worriedly reminded him that in this case, he would have to pay a penalty of 1 billion yuan, and builders should be sought. The young man stated that it did not matter. The Ouyang family has made him very sad, and he does not want to cooperate with them. He smiled and said thoughtfully that he had a few construction companies in mind that wouldn't mind doing business with him. Chen Kexin tiredly said that he was free to do whatever he wanted with his money. In any case, they would not starve to death. Ye Wuqian put his arm around the girl's shoulders and said that she understood him. She replied that it would be better if Ouyang Xinyue wasn't involved. The young man asked Chen Kaixin to publicize a large cash reward for information about the incident. The next day, Tianjing Trading Company officially announced a reward of 500 million. This interested absolutely all segments of the population. Many of the assassins realized that one such order would ensure their entire life. Representatives of security structures also paid attention to the ad. Someone would be very lucky. The amount was impressive. Some people thought the guy was just crazy. A normal person would not place an order, given the total control of the population. Rumors of this quickly reached the Huan company that dealt with state security. Chen slammed the table irritably during the discussion. He demanded that the announcement of the award be withdrawn immediately. It could lead to undesirable consequences. Ye Wuqian calmly asked if he wanted to make a little money. For information about the organizer of the incident, he is willing to shell out 1 billion. The man shouted that the law rules in their country. The authorities would never allow a direct order to be placed on any person. The young man recalled glumly that his reputation had been badly damaged that day, and no law protected his company. His interlocutor irritably stated that the guy himself had turned a stranger into a porcupine while still taking offense. Ye Wutian folded his arms on his chest and said that in any case, he would get the organizer of that action alive or dead. Chen shouted that the guy just wouldn't listen to him. China's top brass simply won't allow something like this to happen in the country. The young man smiled. He interpreted it to mean that he should place the order outside of China. Then no one would say a word to him. Ye Wutian asked Chen Kaixin to publish an overseas reward advertisement and raise the payment to 700 million. The man stated that he did not mean that at all. The young man reminded that Huan also had its own improper methods. He said he would not cancel the reward information until he catches the organizer involved in the incident. Chen became furious and pounded his fist on the table. He wailed that the reward should be cancelled by tomorrow. Ye Wutian shouted that there was no need to threaten. He could call his manager Liu right now. It would cause some problems. Chen clenched his teeth in anger. His body began to tremble. The man was well aware that the guy had powerful connections. Trying to portray his disdain as much as possible, he turned around and walked out of the office. Chen Kaixin asked if it was worth it to be so insistent. Ye Wutian explained that their opponent wasn't even afraid of the mayor, and it wouldn't end well. At this time, an assistant came into the conference room and reported that representatives from the Ouyang family had arrived at their company's office. The young man remained silent. Chen Kaixin asked to escort the guests to the conference room. Everything was ready for their reception. Ye Wutian laughed. He hoped that Ouyang Hao would come over. Then he would take out all his anger from the previous days on him. The girl frightenedly reminded that today they had an ordinary business conversation. There was no need to avenge the past on the guy. The door of the room opened. As the young man had expected, Hao had indeed come to represent the Ouyang family. The man immediately asked Kexin why she was breaking the contract. She explained that it was a question better to ask Ye Wutian. Ouyang Hao thoughtfully followed the girl's gaze and as if only now noticed the young man who was sprawled in the chair. He sat down in the chair opposite the guy and asked why he wanted to stop cooperating with the Ouyang family. Ye Wutian angrily replied that he only worked with Ouyang Xinyue. Furthermore, Hao went directly to Chen Kaixin, bypassing the director. The young man said that he was very disappointed. Breaking the contract unilaterally just because of Xinyue is a bit wrong. Ye Wutian replied that he didn't care. He had already instructed his lawyer to take care of all the paperwork. Ouyang Hao will get his billion. The man got angry and slammed the table in his heart. He said that the young man had absolutely no business skills. Ouyang Hao couldn't believe that the young man was willing to forfeit $1 billion just based on his personal dislike for the Ouyang family. The man offered a 10% discount. He was actually very worried about his seat as he took Ouyang Xinyue's seat. The guy laughed. He wasn't even interested in the 50% discount. Ye Wutian said that doing business as he wanted was his business. Hao appealed to prudence and reminded Chen Kaixin that she knows how to do business too. The young man's suggestion was simply insane. The girl blushed and suddenly blurted out that in their family, Ye Wutian makes important decisions. Hao felt like an electric shock. His whole world went out as soon as he heard the words about family. The young man jumped up from the table. He tried to pull himself together and smiled in a friendly manner. It was clear that Ye Wutian would stand his ground. There was nothing else to do. At the exit, Hao paused and hoped that it wasn't a final decision. Perhaps they would change their minds. The young man slammed the glass door unhappily and walked out of the conference room. He was very angry at the meeting and the reception he received. Chen Kexin assumed that the young man had purposely left her present during the negotiations. Ye Wutian said that she did a great job. Hao almost died of anger. The girl stated that his discount was really pretty solid. They could save at least $1 billion on that. The young man replied that he was actually using the Ouyang family to restrain the others. But without Ouyang Xinyue, the others are useless. Chen Kexin said that it looked like he wanted to take revenge on the Ouyang family because of the bad things they did to Ouyang Xinyue. Ye Wutian asked not to discuss the girl's identity. Besides, he had an idea who to entrust the construction of the building to. The young man got up from the table and critically ran his fingers through his hair. He said it was time to tidy up. A few hours later, Ye Wutian was sitting in a cozy cafe across from Situwei, a large red rose in his hands. He asked to accept the flower as a gift and told me that his heart blooms after meeting a girl just like this rose. Situwei took the rose, eyeing the young man with disbelief, as if she was seeing him for the first time. She guessed he wanted something. Ye Wutian stated that the girl must at least react in some way, or else he might be put in an awkward position. Situwei glumly said that she did absolutely everything for him, and he gave all the benefits to other girls. She was also worthy of respect. The young man replied that it was all a coincidence. It was just that Ouyang Xinyue was caught a little earlier, and Xu Ying had saved his life. Situwei pressed 2 fingers to his lips, urging silence. Ye Wutian looked at the girl in surprise. Blushing with embarrassment, she said she forbade mentioning the names of other girls in her presence. The young man froze. He didn't know how to react to this statement. After all, Situwei had actually brought it up herself. The guy gently put her fingers in his hand and said he came on business. He broke the contract with Ouyang's family and wants to give it to her. The girl appreciated his sacrifice and blushed even more. She said that Ye Wutian would lose about $1 billion on such a project. The young man hugged her palm with his hands and admitted that the $1 billion meant nothing. Her affection was more important than any money. Situwei pulled back. She said she got goosebumps after saying those lines. The boy admitted that he felt the same way. The girl smiled. She was very happy to finally get the upper hand over her rival, Miss Ouyang Xinyue. Ye Wutian asked for one more favor. If she helped him find the mastermind of that incident, she would get a license to sell pills in the north. Situwei hesitated for a moment. The offer was very tempting. She might be able to do something about it. She warned the young man that he should fear Xu Ying even more than the organizer of that mess on the stage. He asked the girl how well she knew Xu Ying. Situwei was already the second person to warn about his savior. She replied that she couldn't say anything bad except that they've been in competition with each other for quite some time. At this moment, Ye Wutian's phone vibrated. A new notification had arrived. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He reread the text message again, but it didn't go anywhere. The guy was scared. This was really bad. It turned out that the villa had been attacked during his absence. Wudong wrote that their prisoner Shui Ying was taken away by unknown people. Ye Wutian stood up from the table and turned around. He apologized and informed Situwei that he had urgent matters to take care of. Chen Li arrived in a red SUV immediately after the call and drove the boss to the scene. It was dark in the country villa. Not a single window was lit. All the cars were parked as they should be. At the stairs to the second floor, Ye Wutian's bodyguard Wudong was sitting in the corner and moaning. His whole body was cut to a bloody pulp by something. Opening the door, the young man rushed to his employee and excitedly asked what happened to that girl. The man explained that they were well prepared. Shui Ying's accomplices bypassed all the cells and attacked him. The captive had disappeared. Wudong knelt down and humbly said that he was to blame for the incident and was willing to suffer any punishment. Ye Wutian said that there was no need to blame himself. It was better to go to the hospital and get some treatment. He had already done his best. Chen Li was angry. He said that it was still a mistake for the boss not to listen to him. He should have laid some mines. The young man irritably explained that he would immediately be labeled a terrorist if innocent people were hurt because of the explosive device. Plus, The enemies could watch the villa for a long time, so they would most likely be able to bypass the defenses. Ye Wutian held his head. The worst part was that he had bullied the girl in the basement so openly, and now she would definitely do his bidding. Chen Li looked around carefully for clues. He found an inscription on the wall and immediately informed his boss. A threatening inscription was scrawled in large hieroglyphics beside the clothes closet. The young man was warned that he had not long to live. Ye Wutian turned pale. He realized that he would never be able to sleep properly now. A girl with professional skills took care of him. Unfortunately, there was no other way out. The young man sighed heavily and dialed Chen's number from the security company. The man rejoiced at the boy's call. He hoped Ye Wutian had come to his senses and decided to cancel the reward for the organizer of the attack. The young man wailed without preamble that his praised Huan was good for nothing. Foreign spies had infiltrated his villa. Chen stopped smiling. If his interlocutor wasn't joking, they were dealing with serious professionals. The young man shouted that because of their inaction, the security of all of China was at risk. The man assured that he would do his best. Ye Wutian ended the call, and Chen put the phone down on the table with a squeeze. It seemed simply unbelievable. The guy had just decided to annoy him. Besides, his boss still hadn't given any orders about the young man, and the man didn't know what to make of his announcement. Chen was right. After the call, the young man's mood immediately lifted. He just needed to vent his anger. Ye Wutian went to a secret base for safety, turned off his phone, and got busy developing new pills. Under the young man's guidance, the girls given to him by Ningpeng began to master the production and expand it. Meanwhile, Ningshiki walked nearby the secret base with her grandfather and shared her concerns. Even though the Ning family has been very helpful to Ye Wutian, he still does everything by himself and only allows the soldiers to help him. Ningpeng laughed. He stated that the guy must have his own reasons. It was better to wait for the result of his experiment and see the new pill. Ye Wutian came out of the lab and said that starting next month it would be possible to make purchases for the military. The old man smiled. This was exactly what he had been waiting for a very long time. Ningpeng said that the young man should give him a good discount. The guy didn't mind. He offered old man Ning a 30% discount. Ningshiki listened attentively to the conversation. The man gasped in surprise. He had never imagined that Ye Wutian would be so generous. Ningpeng laughed and clapped the boy on the shoulder. He knew that no one had ever gotten a discount before, and the Ning family was very grateful to the young man. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xinyue was sunbathing at the Ouyang family's villa. Ever since she had been suspended, she had been here almost all the time. One day her father approached her and offered to work for a few days in the branch office of the company. The girl has nothing to do anyway. Frowning, Xinyue turned the other way and waved her hand, making it clear that she wasn't interested in anything. The man sighed heavily and said that no one in this family had a choice. He understood perfectly well that the daughter was still angry. Ouyang Xinyue raised her glasses and said that because of his voice, she had lost all the positions in the group. Now she didn't need anything. Ouyang Gongan explained that it was only a temporary measure. Very soon she would be able to return to the company's main office. The girl reported that she can live without the Ouyang group. She is not going to participate in the family business. Xiaoman's assistant walked over to them. She reported that Ye Wutian was ready to call a press conference. They should go. The man immediately became angry. He angrily asked what it all meant and why she needed a press conference with Ye Wutian. Xinyue explained that she was starting a small company with him from which she would not be fired for no apparent reason. Gongan irritably inquired whether Ye Wutian's daughter liked her. He couldn't believe that Xinyue was refusing to run the family's business. The girl thought for a while. Sometimes she herself did not know what attracted her to this young man. Xinyue replied that she could not answer and asked not to ask her any more personal questions. With a wave of her hand to her secretary, she proudly withdrew with her, and said that it was time for them to leave for Vuyue's company. This time the event was indoors. At a large table on either side of the young man sat 2 female participants in the press conference. The event attracted the attention of many journalists, and the hall was fully packed. The reporters were talking among themselves. Ye Wutian recalled that their trade group is primarily known for Qingchang tablets. Today they intend to introduce a new product. He loudly announced that the pill called Breast Blossom would be produced by Wuyue under the leadership of Ouyang Xinyue. The journalists murmured. The title was laconic and overly evocative, but at the same time easy to remember. Chen Kexin blushed and closed her eyes. She had been asking the young man to change the name of the pill all night, but he refused. Ouyang Xinyue felt awkward as well. She hoped Ye Wutian would come up with a more elegant name for the product. A reporter asked why his product had that name, given that breast augmentation has long been a non-issue. The young man explained that surgery implants 2 implants, while his pills produce the same effect naturally. The female journalists murmured. None of them would like to go to a doctor when there is an opportunity to enlarge their breasts naturally. Ye Wutian realized that the tipping point had arrived. He slammed his fist on the table and asked the men in the audience which breasts they preferred to touch. All the male representatives jumped up from their seats and started yelling that natural is better. Surgery is a long way off. The young man exclaimed that his pill guarantees effective breast growth. The result will be unbelievable. A reporter asked Miss Oh-young what the effect of the pill actually was, and what evidence they could provide. The girl replied that in due time, 100 needy people will get free help. The whole world will know the result. Another reporter asked Chen Kexin why a new product was being produced by a new company. She smiled and replied that it was a trade secret. Another reporter asked if Wu Yue was a subsidiary of Oh-young Group. Ouyang Xinyue stood up from the table and solemnly announced to everyone in the room that Wu Yue Company had nothing to do with Ouyang Group. All the members of the Ouyang family were sitting in the living room watching the girl's performance on TV. Her father smiled. She kept her word. Zhenren became angry. He reproached himself for not finding out about this cooperation beforehand. It could have changed a lot of things. Gong'an laughed. He said that with her abilities, his daughter's new company would soon reach the scale of Ouyang Group. The man got even more angry and ordered to bring the girl back. His brother smiled and said that it was impossible. Xinyue now hated them all. He added that the girl had long ago found her independence, and therefore could safely do without the family business. Zhenren became furious and shouted that he wouldn't just give up. He demanded to go after Xinyue and bring her to the house. Xu Ying was resting in Beijing at this time, resting comfortably on a soft corner. The recent news did not leave her indifferent. The girl reread the news on her phone repeatedly, unable to believe that Ye Wutian had done his own way and publicly supported Ouyang Xinyue. She decided that it would be best to personally go to Dongcheng and sort things out. Otherwise, the balance between the families would be upset. Before the trip, Xu Ying met with an accomplice. He caustically remarked that their acquaintance had chosen Ouyang Xinyue. The girl blushed. The young man in the open shirt and bare torso had managed to hurt her feelings. She said it was her own business. The man stopped smiling and asked if she liked Ye Wutian. He demanded to do his job right this time. Xue Ying jumped out from behind the table and walked towards the exit. Bowing her head, she declared that she didn't need his reminders. The girl left without another word. The boy watched her glumly. She was starting to get out of control. After sitting at the table for a bit, the man stood up and threw off his blue shirt, exposing his muscular torso. He tossed it carelessly to the floor and strode confidently toward the wooden doors. A strange tattoo adorned his entire back. The master pushed the door open with a commanding motion and stopped on the threshold, glancing glumly around the room and its occupants. Afraid to raise their eyes, the two slave girls in collars looked at him in embarrassment. Their faces were very similar to Xue Ying's appearance. The young man walked over to one of them and gently lifted her chin with 2 fingers. He stated that they had plenty of time. After the press conference, men all over the world were vigorously discussing Ye Wutian's new product. Undoubtedly, it was worth the attention. Tianjin Group's stock was rising rapidly. The only thing left to speculate was who would be able to oppose them in the future. Conferences were called around the world to discuss the Tianjin Trade Group. There was a high probability that they would create a third pill and gain supremacy. The Ouyang family was the most concerned. Zhenren proved to his niece that their family was on the verge of collapse. Ouyang Xinyue sat on the sofa and quietly listened to her uncle. The girl asked what the family had to offer, calling her back. The man clenched his teeth in anger and demanded that her Wu Yue company be merged with the Ouyang family, or else they would all be finished. Ouyang Xinyue frowned and remained silent. She remembered very well how much trouble her family had caused her in her time. Zhenren shouted that they just need the girl's help. The Ouyang family has suffered a lot of damage in the field of construction. She firmly stated that she would not give up her company. Besides, appointing Ouyang Hao to that position was a big mistake. The man became even more furious and shouted menacingly that Ouyang Xinyue had no right to advise him on what to do and how to do it. The girl calmly acknowledged his seniority and said that in that case, he shouldn't have bothered talking to her. She got up from the couch and said that she didn't have to give away her possessions. Xinyue asked if Zhenren was willing to donate her possessions to the family. She sadly reported that she would have given all her possessions to save the family if she had been the head of it. The man was foaming at the mouth with anger. He shouted that he didn't want to listen to his niece anymore. Ouyang Xinyue declared that she was tired of this conversation. She said goodbye to her uncle and father and left the room. The door behind the girl slammed shut with a clatter. It clearly showed her feelings. Although outwardly she seemed calm, an ocean of emotion raged inside her. The man shouted to his brother why he was silent. Ouyang Gong'an calmly replied that it was useless to communicate with Xinyue. She would not listen. Today was the first time he thought about the fact that Zhenren was not suitable to be the temporary head of the family. He was making rash decisions. Comfortably nestled in the shade on one of the many benches located in Ouyang Villa, Ye Wutian was browsing the news on his phone. Ouyang Xinyue walked towards him, stamping every step. It was as if she was trying to crumble the pavement in her path with her shoes. With barely a glance at the girl, Ye Wutian understood everything and assumed that the negotiation had not gone well. She sat down next to him and bowed her head, acknowledging that she was. The young man offered to put his head on his shoulder. It would comfort her a little. Ouyang Xinyue immediately blushed. The guy's proposal was very unexpected to her even after everything they had. Closing her eyes, the girl slowly fell to her side until she rested her head on a sturdy shoulder. She decided that would really help. Ye Wutian himself blushed. He didn't know what to do next. He was actually just joking, and Xinyue is independent and doesn't need hugging. The girl herself caught herself thinking that next to the guy she felt protected from all troubles. Suddenly, Ouyang Xinyue's eyes opened. She couldn't believe that she felt safe being around Ye Wutian. Putting a trembling arm around the girl, the young man tried to force himself to kiss her right now. She was obviously expecting it. Just at that moment, Xinyue got up from the bench, dropping the guy's hand from her. He realized that he had taken too long to make up his mind. The girl glumly stated that she had some things left to do. She didn't really want to depend on anyone, a feeling she didn't like. Ouyang Xinyue said that she would stop by Chen Kai-shin's place after noon to talk about the presentation, so Ye Wutian could go home and rest. The young man still couldn't believe the girl had left at the exact moment he gathered his courage, his hand frozen in the air. That evening, a red sports car came to a smooth stop at the sidewalk leading to the bridge. Situe got out of the car and waved cheerfully at the guy, smiling embarrassedly. She was happy to see him. Ye Wutian got into the car and asked the girl what was going on and why she looked like that. She angrily stated that she wanted to look feminine. He had said so himself. The young man scratched his chin in puzzlement. He couldn't remember talking about femininity with her. Situe frowned and said that Chen Kai-shin and Ouyang Xinyue are very feminine, and next to them, the guy behaves completely differently. Leaning toward her interlocutor, the girl reminded him that he had founded a joint company with Ouyang Xinyue. Ye Wutian smiled and stated that there was nothing to be offended about. She herself had gotten a multi-billion-dollar project to build his building. Situe angrily exclaimed that it meant nothing, because he had dedicated his pill to another girl. The young man explained that he and Ouyang Xinyue had a lot in common. She had helped him out of trouble many times in the past. Situe hugged him and embarrassedly declared that she had given him no less in her time and deserved more. At this time, the phone rang in Ye Wutian's pocket. He looked at the screen. The girl looked at the caller's number with interest. As it turned out this evening, the young man was a hot commodity. Xu Ying cheerfully told him that she was now in Dongcheng, and gave him the address. She slyly rebuked the guy for not calling her once after returning to Dongcheng, knowing how badly she had been hurt at the inn. For 3 whole minutes, the girl told him off in a completely serious manner. Ye Wutian listened to her rebuke and his breath caught. The guy belatedly asked how she was feeling. He thought with resentment that Xu Ying had chosen a bad time to call. To his surprise, the girl claims to be standing right under his company's building. She demands to come and get her immediately. After hanging up the phone, the young man turned to the person he was talking to. Frowning, Situe reported that she heard a female voice. It sounded like it was Xu Ying. Ye Wutian realized that he was between a hammer and anvil. He mumbled that he had to get a cab and take his friend to a place. The girl smiled victoriously and declared that there was no need to spend money on a cab. She would take him wherever he needed to go herself. She heard the conversation about his company. The young man turned even more pale. He struggled to disengage from Situe and said that he could handle himself. No need to worry. She gently took his chin with 2 fingers and forced him to lift his head. The girl stared insistently into his eyes. Leaning closer to the guy, Situe curtly stated that she would personally take the guy to wherever he needed to go. Ye Wutian had to agree and thank the girl. He didn't even want to think about what would happen when they met. Situe smiled and started the engine. She drove the red sports car confidently along the busy road. Xu Ying was just browsing the news on her phone when she noticed a guy and a girl approaching her. Turning towards them, she immediately recognized her rival and was a little surprised. The girl was not there by chance. Situe was astonished. It really turned out to be Xu Ying. She didn't want to believe it until the last moment. Xu Ying was the first to extend her hand for a greeting. She decided that the Situ family was close to Ye Wutian. One should behave more cautiously. The girls shook hands with each other, smiling and exuding courtesy. It was impossible to tell that they were in competition. The young man watched their behavior closely and realized that he was a little mistaken. They behaved with the utmost politeness in plain sight. Xu Ying took the initiative and hugged the young man's arm, running her free hand across his chest. She said that Ye Wutian could hug the girl he loved. The guy immediately realized that she was clearly provoking Situe, complicating the situation. The tension made his face evaporate. After reflecting that Kexin and Xinyue weren't around, Ye Wutian decided to play with the girls. He put his arm around Xu Ying's shoulders and pulled her against him. The surprised damsel began to suspect that Situ-wei did not occupy as much space in his heart as Chen Kai-shin and Ouyang Xinyue. Shui-ying immediately became bolder and faintly smiled. She decided to show her rival that she was worthless. The girl politely thanked Situ-wei for giving his young man a ride, but they had business to attend to right now. Situ-wei immediately figured out her game. It was obvious that Ye Wutian couldn't be the girl's boyfriend. They had only recently met. Smiling sweetly at her angry rival, she took the young man's other hand and claimed that he could have warned about the mistress the last time they kissed. Shui-ying dumbfoundedly interrogated the girl. She didn't want to believe that their relationship had gone that far. Ye Wutian stood there, afraid to move. Situ-wei slyly said that she was wrong. Not the last time, but one of the times. Trying not to give away her annoyance, Shui-ying asked how many times they had kissed. The young man's throat went dry. The girl said she hadn't counted. Ye Wutian decided to change the subject and asked Shu-ying why she had called him. He assumed that she needed something. The girl smiled enigmatically and stated that there was indeed something she wanted to do. She had a present for him. Passing by Situ-wei, Shu-ying casually said that there were only 2 seats in her car and they would be better off taking a cab. The girl ran up to them and informed them that her car had suddenly broken down. She asked for permission to go with them in a cab. Shu-ying turned to the young man and smiled faintly. She asked how he liked the idea of a 3-way cab ride. Situ-wei blushed embarrassedly and slyly asked if he had the conscience to leave the little girl alone on the street. Ye Wutian was already not happy about this meeting. He hesitated, and after a short pause, he suggested that we all go together. After a while, the yellow cab stopped in front of a 2-story country villa. The young man looked around. The place was unfamiliar. Shu-ying led the guests inside and pointed victoriously at a man in a suit and glasses who was sitting on his knees in the middle of the room. Ye Wutian took a closer look at the captive-bound hand and foot and wondered what kind of person he was. The girl replied that she would not allow anyone to hurt her boyfriend. It was this man who was involved in the incident during the opening. Situ-wei couldn't believe it. After using all of her family's influence, she couldn't find any traces, and Shu-ying had done everything. Ye Wutian asked if the man was the customer. The girl replied that the man is called number 2. He does not say the name of his boss. The young man smiled and said he would only ask the question once. He was interested in who was behind the organization of the riots. The man stated that he wouldn't say a word, so it would be much easier if the guy just killed him and didn't waste any time. Ye Wutian said that all of this was unnecessary. The master who is behind all this will write him off like the previous one. Agent number 2 was angry. The young man hit the spot. The man screamed that he wouldn't say anything. If he had the courage, the boy might kill him. Ye Wutian took out a red powder bag and regretfully said that he had given him fair warning and a chance. Unclenching the man's mouth, he dumped out the contents of the bag and exclaimed that he had never been merciful to his enemies. From the first second, the prisoner felt sick. He was sweating profusely, and his temperature had risen to an exorbitant level. The young man calmly told me that this powder was burning all his internal organs from the inside out. Soon the man would turn into ashes. Because of the terrible burning inside, the agent couldn't sit up properly and was twisting in all directions. He was already begging to be killed. Both girls, hearing the man's screams, were very surprised. They could not believe that the sachet had such a harmful effect. Meanwhile, the prisoner had little left. The smell of corroded flesh was spreading from his mouth. He was now ready to tell everything. Ye Wutian touched his head and mournfully reminded him that he had only given one chance, and the man didn't take it. After a few seconds, the captive's head and limbs disappeared. The stinking odor grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it was over. All that was left of the man on the floor was a suit and tinted glasses. There was smoke coming from the suit. Situ-wei was astonished. Right in front of her eyes, the man had turned into a mere handful of ashes in a short period of time. Shui-ying couldn't believe her eyes. As far as she knew, even in the ancient martial arts world, there were no such powders. Ye Wutian asked the girls not to look at him. He is shy. He explained that he was forced to walk around with self-defense equipment. His rivals looked at him in surprise. They were thinking the same thing. A man of his level doesn't need to defend himself. Situ-wei ran up to the young man and hugged his arm, asking for some powder. The boy said it was too strong, she couldn't handle it. Ye Wutian turned to Shu-ying and thanked her. He promised to transfer the reward to her. Situ-wei could barely contain her anger. Shui-ying winked at the young man and stated that she wasn't interested in the reward. She would like to see the boy's company. Ye Wutian agreed. He knew the girl had ulterior motives, but he owed her his life and couldn't refuse her. Situ-wei saw it in her own way and decided that her rival had a much better chance of getting close to the guy. Taking a cab, the 3 young men drove to the main building of the Tianjin Trade Group in the same formation. Ouyang Xinyue had just finished negotiating with Chen Kai-shin and was firmly heading towards the exit of their compound. Seeing the young man with two of her rivals at once, the girl was very surprised. There was no reason for them to go out together. All three of them were clearly not expecting to see her here and stopped confused. Both girls frowned at their rival. Ye Wutian felt his heart go into overdrive. Trying not to give away his excitement, he asked why Xinyue was here. The girl glumly recalled coming to meet Chen Kai-shin. She was trying to figure out why all three of them had come here. Meanwhile, Xu Ying herself approached her and extended her hand. Xinyue asked what business she was here for. All three girls were being nice to each other, but the young man knew that all three families were actually rivals. Hugging Ye Wutian, the girl replied that there was nothing important. She came to rest and meet her boyfriend at the same time. Ouyang Xinyu narrowed her eyes to the size of thin slits and frowned at the young man. She felt that she needed this guy. Ye Wutian shrank under her stern gaze. He wanted to hide somewhere so that he wouldn't have to look at her stern gaze. Lowering her head slightly and closing her eyes, the girl stated that she congratulated the couple on their relationship. Xue Ying smiled. The young man realized that things were very bad. He knew very well that Xinyue tended to say very little when he was angry. Ye Wutian suggested that everyone should go out for lunch since they were gathered together. He said that the food and drinks today were on him. Situwei hugged his other arm and said she agreed to go. The young man rarely spoiled them. She offered to take a cab. The boy almost felt dizzy. He had a bad feeling because even the first two he could barely stand. Ouyang Xinyue looked critically at the trio of young people who were having fun with each other and without her. Turning in the other direction, the girl haughtily tossed over her shoulder that she wasn't interested in having dinner together at all. Ye Wutian laughed and said that in that case, he and Xinyue could go together, and Situwei could give Xu Ying a ride. To the rivals, the guy's decision didn't seem very prudent. They didn't even look at each other. Xu Ying was the first to break the silence and frowned, saying that she would rather take a cab alone than ride together. Situwei absent-mindedly muttered that the exact same thought had occurred to her. She was glad that their desires coincided. Already in the car, Xinyue stated that she didn't want to go there. Ye Wutian asked how she could let her man be taken away. The girl turned her head slightly and frowned, informing him that it was his personal business. No need to bring her into it. The young man winked at her and told her that all his business was her business as well, so she had better attend the meeting. Ouyang Xinyue said tiredly, warning him about Xu Ying. That girl is not as simple as she appears outwardly. Ye Wutian moved closer and asked why she was so worried about him and warned about dangerous girls. She turned away to the window and explained that she just didn't want to see him destroy the company with his own hands. The young man assured the girl that there was no need to worry so much. He was quite capable of taking care of himself. In the cafe, Xu Ying chose the seat so that she and her boyfriend were opposite Situwei and Ouyang Xinyue. She immediately leaned closer to the young man, smiling placatingly. Both of her rivals watched silently. Ye Wutian timidly asked Xu Ying if she wanted to switch seats with Xinyue. She stated that she wanted to sit next to her boyfriend. The young man himself moved back a little and asked to keep his distance in public. Xue Ying couldn't understand what had gotten into him. There was a sepulchral silence around the table. No one was even going to start a conversation. The situation was becoming hostile. Ye Wutian broke the pause and asked why no one was eating. He said that the cooking here was not bad, so it was safe to dine. Situwei smiled and said congratulations to Xinyue. The girl frowned and asked if it was something to do with her family. Situwei said thoughtfully that she wouldn't complain about losing a share of the family business if she cooperated with the Tianjin group. Xu Ying added that even she, as Ye Wutian's lover, was deprived of such an opportunity. But Miss Ouyang Xinyue was very lucky. The girl was already fed up with her rival's attacks. She angrily asked Xu Ying why provoke a conflict on purpose. The young man couldn't understand what was going on. He even suspected for a moment that Xinyue's resignation was fictitious, but he immediately dismissed the thought. Situwei watched the events with a smile. She perfectly understood that those words were meant for Ye Wutian. The young man asked to leave Ouyang Xinyue's identity alone and offered Xu Ying a license to sell pills in the capital. Situwei was too relaxed and choked on her wine upon hearing the news. It took her completely by surprise. She said angrily that Ye Wutian had promised to give her the rights to distribute the pills in the north and was now handing them over to others. The young man realized he was in a bad situation. Stammering with excitement, he offered to discuss it all again. Xu Ying leaned back against him and happily said that there was nothing to discuss. Miss Situ could congratulate her. Situ Uwei turned green with anger, but forced herself to smile and politely congratulated her rival on her selling rights. Xu Ying went on the offensive and said that she should be jealous because Miss Situ had gotten a huge construction project. This was too much. Situwei couldn't take it anymore and slammed her fist on the table with her fork clutched in it. She frowned and said she didn't want to be thought of as a bad girl, so she offered to switch places. Xu Ying smiled, hiding her anger. She stated that there was no need for it. The Situ family would do a better job with the construction. While enjoying the wine, Ouyang Xinyue said that the Shu family's construction company is well known in the capital. She should not be modest. Ye Wutian watched the conversation with interest. He realized that the girls had decided to join forces and turned against Xu Ying. Xu Ying replied that the girl was flattering her. In fact, she dare not compare herself in terms of fame to the Ouyang family. Situ Wei smiled triumphantly and said, "You can't be so modest. This way Miss Xu is disrespecting herself." Ouyang Xinyue glanced frowningly at Xu Ying without taking her eyes off of her, and stated that it wouldn't hurt to clarify a few things. Ye Wutian sat next to them and felt like a powder keg. Because of their ostensible politeness, they frightened him even more. The young man got up from the table and said they could socialize as long as they needed to, and he would pay the bill in the meantime. Unfortunately, his ploy didn't work. Even though the girls were busy with each other, Xue Ying's tenacious hand held him back. She recalled that Ye Wutian himself had decided to bring them all together, and now he wanted to run away, and she found it a bit unseemly. Situ Wei smiled and declared that running away was irresponsible. Even Ouyang Xinyue frowned and demanded that the guy sit back down. The young man's whole body was trembling with excitement. He mentally begged for someone to pull him out, or the three demons would tear him apart. By the end of the evening, many more interesting details had come to light. Ye Wutian felt like a squeezed lemon, and he almost lost his breath. On the way back, Xinyue walked separately. The other girls praised the wonderful evening, hugging the young man with both arms. The guy couldn't take it anymore and yelled that it was the worst dinner of his life. He had no idea what crime he had committed that he was so punished by heaven. Xinyue closed her eyes and declared that she was bored. She didn't like Ye Wutian's intemperate behavior. Adding a step, the girl said goodbye to everyone without turning around. She said she was leaving. They could have as much fun as they wanted. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it was over. He said goodbye to his companions and said that he had to go too. Situ Wei immediately grimaced and said that he couldn't just abandon a girl like that and let her walk alone at night. Xu Ying said that she can't walk alone, she might meet bad guys on the way. Ye Wutian realized that the girls wouldn't just let go of him and smiled faintly. He decided to play by their rules. The young man hugged his rivals tighter around the shoulders and said that they had misunderstood him. Of course, he couldn't leave them on the street. He promised to provide security through the night. Now they would go to the hotel and book the largest bedroom. Xue Ying immediately blushed, barely realizing what Ye Wutian was implying. This was completely unacceptable. Situ Wei's eyebrows flew up in surprise. She couldn't hide her embarrassment either. She had never even thought of such a thing. Xu Ying instantly let go of the guy's hand and declared that she was giving it to Miss Situ. She and Ye Wutian have a clean relationship. Situ Wei informed that she can't do it because Xu Ying and Ye Wutian are in love with each other. It's too expensive a gift. The rivals rushed off in different directions, citing urgent matters. The young man watched them calmly. Noticing how quickly the girls retreated, embarrassed by his immodest proposal, Ye Wutian smiled smugly. The next day, Li Wan-er invited her friends to celebrate her birthday at a fancy restaurant. 6 people were seated at the table, with 1 seat left empty. While waiting for the 7th guest, they were chatting cheerfully with each other. The birthday girl took out her phone every now and then and checked her messages. She couldn't understand why Ye Wutian hadn't arrived yet. Wang Jihuang offered to leave this dull restaurant for his uncle's 5-star hotel. He is willing to pay for everything. Li Wan-er smiled and refused. Compared to what she had in her childhood, this place looked simply gorgeous. Che's girlfriend's classmate angrily declared that no one invited him here. His constant complaining irritates the people around him. The young man decided not to continue the argument any further and suggested that he should get to dinner soon. He was quite hungry. The birthday girl replied that there was another important guest. Ji Huang was furious. He thought he was the most important person here. Ye Fei Qiao decided to defuse the situation and suggested that they start the celebration by handing out gifts while they waited for a guest. A little embarrassed, she handed the girl a small roll in colorful paper. Wan-er thanked Fei Qiao admiringly. The other girls got up after her. They all came up to the birthday girl and started wishing her a happy birthday. Li Wan-er was very happy to have such great friends. She sincerely thanked everyone for the gifts. Ji Huang purposefully decided to congratulate last. He winked at the girl and offered to open his gift now. The birthday girl was a little surprised at the request, but agreed. She began to carefully remove the ribbon from a small roll of purple gift paper. At that moment, the doors of the restaurant opened noisily. All the invitees turned their heads in surprise. Ye Wutian appeared on the doorstep. Smiling, he wished Wan-er a happy birthday and announced that her favorite had already arrived. Seeing the young man, the birthday girl jumped up from the table. She was very happy about the boy's arrival. Fei Qiao was surprised to recognize her brother. Without hiding her delight, the girl said hello to him. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, but he was the best brother she had ever had. Ye Wutian smiled and replied to Fei Chao that he was happy to see her here. He remembered what Wan Er had said about her friendship with his sister. Fei Chao herself was overjoyed. Her rude brother had finally started to pay attention to her. Undoubtedly, this was a credit to Li Wan Er. Ji Huang turned black with anger and asked who it was. Che smirked and said, "The birthday girl is in love with him. He better give up on the girl." The young man thought irritably that only the beauty of the birthday girl had made him come here. He would show her how a real man behaves. Ji Huang smiled and wished Wan Er a happy birthday. He asked her to open her present in front of everyone. The girl timidly glanced at Ye Wutian. He smiled and said that she was in charge today, so she should open the gift. The birthday girl opened the lid and gasped in surprise. The blue stones glittered dazzlingly on the golden velvet cushion. The owner of such a platinum necklace with diamonds could outshine any socialite at a party. All the girls looked at the gift with rapt attention. They had no idea that the young man was so rich. His gift was worth at least 100,000. Li Wan Er said that she couldn't accept the expensive gift. Ji Huang stated that he can't take it back now. It has already been gifted. Ye Wutian said that it was nothing special, just an ordinary necklace. The girl obeyed and accepted the gift. Ji Huang was satisfied. He expected that after such a gift, the birthday girl would be happy to sit next to him. The young man suggested to start eating. After dinner, he invites everyone to the Golden Palace. They will have a good time. With a barely noticeable smile, Ye Wutian spat on the very seat beside Li Wan Er that the guy was counting on. Young stated that the birthday girl has a very generous classmate, so he can afford to be a sponger today. Hiding his anger, Ji Huang smiled. This guy was really pissing him off. Couldn't he see that he was the most important person here? Not paying attention to anyone else. Ye Wutian and Li Wan Er sweetly chatted about her studies and future plans after university. The young man praised the birthday girl for her progress and stroked her head in a friendly manner. The girl bowed her head in embarrassment. Ji Huang became even more angry. The guy who dared to come without a gift dared to touch the girl he likes. He smiled and noticed that Ye Wutian knew Li Wan Er well. He would like to see what kind of gift he had prepared for the birthday girl. The young man replied that his gift was still on its way. He suggested that they eat first, and then they could see for themselves. For half an hour, the girl happily offered different dishes to Ye Wutian. He already had a plate full of food. The boy couldn't stand it any longer and exclaimed that he couldn't eat anymore. The birthday girl remarked in surprise that as a man he needed to eat a lot. They continued to chat merrily, and Ji Huang simply became furious. He just couldn't take this bullying anymore. The young man irritably held his chopsticks to the table. All the guests looked at him in surprise. Depicting a look of courtesy on his face, the guy asked why Ye Wutian's gift hadn't arrived yet. He could at least tell him about it. The young man looked up and stated that it was just a small, humble gift. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Ji Huang felt victorious. He was now certain that the guy's gift was very cheap. At that moment, the door to the room slowly opened. A tall woman in a business suit appeared on the threshold. She held one hand behind her back. The stranger looked around at those present and asked which of them was Miss Van Er. The girl got up from her seat and asked in surprise what was the matter. The woman bowed and wished her a happy birthday, asking her to sign for the gift. Everyone was wondering what the gift was. It turned out to be the latest red-colored sports car with a golden radiator. The girls gasped even more than they did at the sight of the necklace. A sports car like that must be worth several million. Ji Huang turned pale. On this car, even the license plate was elite and consisted of only 3s. He realized that he had lost. Ye Wutian smiled and wished the girl a happy birthday. He handed over the car keys with a red bow on them. Li Wan Er froze, not daring to touch the keys. The young man said that it was a small thing, just a means of transportation. The girl bowed her head and embarrassedly exclaimed that she didn't know how to drive. She didn't even have a driver's license. Ye Wutian said that it is not a problem. She will be able to pass the driving test a little later. The birthday girl stood there, afraid to raise her eyes. Even if the gift wasn't so expensive, it would still be the best. Li Wan Er stood on her tiptoes, trying to reach the young man's face, and kissed his cheek, burning with embarrassment. She was very happy about their relationship. Tears were streaming down her cheeks from happiness. The girl confessed that she was very happy. Li Wan Er stood and looked at the man she loved. She didn't care what he gave her. It was a great joy just to be with him. One of the girls exclaimed enthusiastically that she would marry someone who would give her a car like that. Che said they could go for a ride too. Ji Huan was mad with anger. Everyone immediately forgot about him. The young man promised himself that he would not give up and would still conquer Li Wan Er. At this time, a yellow sports convertible stopped squealing outside the restaurant. This car looked as good as Ye Wutian's gift. Shu Ying sat behind the wheel. Today she was wearing a short dress, favorably highlighting her lush form. Ji Huang was simply amazed and didn't know what to be more surprised about. The stranger was very beautiful, and the car suited her status. Ye Wutian asked in surprise as to how Shu Ying managed to find out about his current whereabouts. The girl smiled and said that there was nothing strange about it. The city wasn't very big. She asked what the occasion was. Smiling, the young man hugged Li Wan-er and proudly announced that it was his girlfriend's birthday. He inquired if Shu Ying had a present for her. Wan-er tried to object. Shu Ying smiled and gently stroked the birthday girl's head. She introduced herself and allowed her to be called Sister Ying. The girl said that she had forgotten the gift for her in a hurry, and it would be delivered now. The birthday girl felt uncomfortable and refused the gift. Ye Wutian whispered in her ear that this girl was very rich. Li Wan-er just needed to accept her gift. She heeded the advice. After making a phone call, Shu Ying smiled and kindly informed the birthday girl that her gift would be delivered shortly. Meanwhile, expensive cars were approaching the restaurant from different directions. On the left side, a red Porsche could not overtake a purple Ferrari. On the right side, 2 blue sports cars were racing. The driver of the first car did not let the Ferrari pass. After getting out of the cars, Ouyang Xinyue and Miss Situ glanced at each other frowningly. They did not hide their surprise. Their sports cars pulled up outside the restaurant almost simultaneously, as if they had specifically arranged to meet here. Miss Ouyang Xinyue stepped out of the purple sports car, grudgingly saying hello to Situ-wei. She didn't expect to see her here. However, Situ-wei thought the same thing about her rival. She hoped that only Ye Wutian and her girlfriend would be here. Suddenly, the girls realized that they were not alone here. Shu Ying walked towards them with a smug look. She smiled wryly and declared that her competitors were a little late. She was one step ahead of them both. Ouyang Xinyue pointed at the red Porsche and wished Li Wan-er a happy birthday. The car now belongs to her. Situ-wei winked at the birthday girl and pointed her finger at the blue Ferrari with a convertible roof. A gift from her. Suddenly, there was the roar of an engine. A few seconds later, a purple Lamborghini stopped at the entrance. A girl in a black business suit stepped out of the car. She reported to Shu Ying that she had delivered the gift. Carelessly pointing to the exclusive sports car, the girl declared that everyone else could only be considered copycats. She was the first. Ji Huang couldn't believe his eyes. All the best cars he had long dreamed of, Li Wan-er had received in one day. Furthermore, all 3 stunning beauties came to the restaurant just because of this mystery. Fei Chao said admiringly that the girl had so many cars now, there would be no one to drive them. The birthday girl couldn't say a word out of excitement. Ye Wutian pointed at his red BMW sports car and irritatedly asked why everyone was giving cars. He could have given something else. All 3 girls bowed their heads in embarrassment. Each of them felt that an automobile was the best gift, since Li Wan-er didn't have one. The birthday girl couldn't find a place for herself. She was very uncomfortable that strange girls were giving her such gifts. Ye Wutian smiled and said that it was fine. They had no shortage of money. The girl said that the cars were just dust. The young man bent down and whispered in the embarrassed Wan-er's ear that she could keep his car and sell the rest. She would get a lot of money. The birthday girl approached the gift givers and bowed to them. She thanked the girls warmly for their gifts. Ye Wutian remembered that only Ouyang Xinyue knew about the birthday. He asked how they all knew that today was a holiday. Shu Ying and Situ-wei smiled. Given that the information was not classified, it was easy to obtain. The young man smiled politely. In fact, he could barely tolerate the presence of his rivals. He begged the heavens to give him some privacy. Li Wan-er walked a little closer and motioned for her guests to enter the restaurant and join the others. Shu Ying stroked her head and politely said that she had some things to do, and the others could spend time with her. Situ-wei gently ruffled the birthday girl's hair and referred to the fact that she had an important guest to meet. Shu Ying turned the girl's head to her side, criticizing her rival. Situ-wei smiled as she turned Wan-er's head in her direction, and stated that Shu Ying wanted to escape. They both began to prove their point. The argument became more and more heated. It made Li Wan-er feel dizzy. Ye Wutian got angry and shouted that they could settle their relationship elsewhere. Let them leave tiny Wan-er alone. The rivals seemed to only now notice that each of them was pulling the girl towards her, and began to apologize to her. Ouyang Xinyue stood to the side, watching the intrigue. She turned around and left, saying that they could feel free to enjoy themselves as they wished. Ye Wutian walked over to the others and invited everyone inside. The guests were already a little hungry. It would be good to eat. Li Wan-er pointed her hand at her 4-wheeled gifts and puzzledly asked the young man what she should do with the cars. He offered to sell her 2 vehicles and drive the other 2 cars. The girl said she had nowhere to store them. At this moment, Fei Chao came up to her and asked her to sell her one of the cars. She wanted to change hers anyway. Wan-er got excited. She reminded her girlfriend that it was her birthday next week, so she could choose any car but red. The girl was embarrassed, for these cars were given to Van-er. The birthday girl laughed and said that it was normal. They were like 2 sisters. She turned to Ye Wutian and winked at him, embarrassed to ask what he himself thought about it. The young man replied that Li Wan-er was right. He had to admit that the girl had made a lot of effort to reconcile him with Fei Qiao. The birthday girl cheerfully exclaimed that she was inviting everyone to go for a ride, as they had as many as 4 cars at their disposal. All 3 of her girlfriends squealed with joy. They didn't mind driving around the city in an expensive car. Ji Huang approached Ye Wutian and timidly asked if he could drive the sports car. The young man didn't mind. After a while, the whole company was rushing through the city in 4 sports cars. A black BMW drove ahead of the convoy. People on the street indignantly discussed the expensive cars. They agreed that they were children of rich parents. Once outside the city, Ji Huang added speed. There were almost no oncoming cars, and it was possible to drive very fast. The young man was glad of the intoxicating sense of freedom that came from driving fast. He suspected that this would be the case, but there was no way to check. Ye Wutian and Li Wan-er were following behind in a blue Ferrari. The girl exclaimed that this was her best birthday ever. The young man replied that there was no need to thank him. He just makes her happy when he has the chance, that's all. Meanwhile, Ji Huang was too keen on driving fast and was not following the road faithfully. He realized with horror that a gold-colored sports car was coming straight at him. There was no time to maneuver. Both drivers desperately tried to brake, but the speed was too high. Their collision was inevitable. Ji Huang pressed the brake pedal as hard as he could, even though he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to do anything in time. The other driver managed to swerve the car at the last second, and the BMW hit him in the left side of the bumper. That saved them. The procession stopped. Ye Wutian and the birthday girl ran over to see what had happened to the black car. An exasperated Ji Huang looked up and immediately pelted the other driver with a 5-story mat for violating traffic laws. The door of the golden-colored car slowly opened. The driver grudgingly lowered his feet to the ground and got out. It was a tall man in a white shirt. He warned that the brat didn't realize who he was dealing with. He wouldn't live to see the morning. Ye Fei Qiao initially got out of the car as well. When she saw the man, she was startled and exclaimed that it was Yang Tianhai. Ye Wuchen asked the birthday girl what happened to Fei Qiao. Li Wan-er replied that he was the man who was harassing her. The young man couldn't believe it. The Ye family was very well known in the city, and one had to be very brave to let himself do such a thing. The girl replied that that guy's family's position is more resilient. The Ye family is even going to marry Fei Qiao off to him. Ye Wutian frowned. He had always known that the Ye family was worthless, but sacrificing family members was too much. Meanwhile, Yang Tianhai noticed a familiar silhouette. He recognized his beloved Fei Qiao from afar. Forgetting about the driver, the man moved towards the girl, almost knocking the guy down. Ji Huang shouted indignantly that he should be more careful. The driver with the dragon tattoo above his right eye smiled at the girl. He noticed that fate had brought them together in this accident. Ji Huang angrily clapped him on the shoulder and wailed that he should deal with the accident first before talking to the girl. Yang Tianhai unhappily turned around to the brat and angrily asked what he even wanted and who he was. Ji Huang smiled and proudly introduced himself. His uncle owns a 5-star hotel, so it's best not to mess with him. The man laughed. He said that a 5-star hotel was no surprise to anyone, and slipped his right hand carelessly into his pocket. A second later, he already had a weighty spiked knuckle on his hand. Tianhai grudgingly muttered that this was all for naught. He exclaimed that the kid had scared him to death with his threats and hit him with his knuckles. Ji Huan fell down. The man could no longer stop. He kept beating him with the brass knuckles, shouting that he was really afraid of him. Ji Huang's face was no longer recognizable. He was barely breathing. With a trembling voice, he whispered that he needed help. The 3 girls squealed with horror. It was not a pleasant sight. The girl in the blue dress started calling the police. Tianhai calmly walked over to Fei Qiao and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She was becoming more and more beautiful every day. The girl was trembling with fear. She asked the man not to come near her again. She didn't like him at all. The man was angry and slapped her with a resounding slap. Fei Qiao cried at the insult in pain. Tianhai said that she should actually be grateful to him for the attention. He doesn't lack women. Ye Wutian had been glumly watching the stranger the entire time. Li Wan-er shouted to help Fei Qiao, aka his sister. The young man remembered that he had hated the Ye family, including Fei Qiao, the entire time since his reincarnation. He didn't consider her as his sister, but for some reason his hands clenched into fists. He felt an intense hatred for the man. Tianhai actually stumped the girl and loomed over her. Trembling with fear, she stood by the red car. Ye Wutian could no longer contain his emotions. With a lightning-fast punch, he knocked his opponent off his feet. The man began to fall down, choking on blood. His shameful fall took place in front of many people. Worst of all, Ye Fei Qiao saw it too. He had lost his authority. Tianhai immediately lost his temper. The man jumped to his feet and shouted angrily that no one dared to touch him. Ye Wuchen saw that this opponent wasn't easy. He had to go straight for the trump cards. He applied his knowledge of meditation. A rushing stream of qi rushed into the man's face like a hurricane. He didn't even have time to realize what had happened. He was simply being beaten like a punching bag. Overpowering the unbearable pain, Tianhai flew back a few meters, losing his teeth along the way. As the man hit the ground painfully, he couldn't stand it and roared like a little child. The pain was unbearable. Yewutian frowned at the hooligan roaring in the middle of the road. At that moment, 2 identical cars stopped near them. 4 armed thugs ran up to the man, fearfully asking what was wrong. Covering his broken nose with his hand, Yang Tianhai pointed at the young man. He demanded that his abuser be killed and thrown into the river. A red armored SUV stopped beside the guy at the same second. Yewutian frowned at the man.
Chen Li and his team of elite bodyguards jumped out of the jeep. They assured the boss that they would do everything in no time.
The young man stated that there is no need for that. It is better for them to stay where they are and protect the rest of the people. Summoning Qi energy, he glanced glumly at the bandits running towards him and said that he wanted to practice a bit. A man with a mohawk on his head ran up with a bat and exclaimed that they must destroy the fellow and avenge the lord. The second man leapt forward and swung his dagger lightning fast. Ye Wuchen waited for this and managed to dodge backwards. Without letting his opponent make a second attempt, the young man kicked him in the area around his waist. The bandit's body bent in half as he flew. Things turned out rather sadly for him. As a result of the strong impact, his hip joint was crunched in several places. The punk with the bat got even angrier and with a shriek lunged at the young man who had his back to him. Yewuchen caught him while running and lifted him into the air with his fist. The bully dropped the baton in pain. Several ribs were broken. The remaining 2 were discussing what was happening in a frightened manner. They saw perfectly well what had happened to their comrades. With a smirk, the young man stated that there was no need to be afraid. They wanted to kill him, so he was giving them the opportunity. The mangled ruffians tried to get up from the ground. One of the thugs shouted that they should all attack together. He wouldn't do anything to them. It was not as easy as they had imagined. The bald man was the first to fall to the ground. Called to attack all at once, he received a staggering blow to the head and was unable to stay on his feet. In a minute, it was all over. Only moans and screams could only be heard on the battlefield. Yewutian didn't pay any attention to them. Li Wan-er and Ye Fei Qiao watched the fight fearfully. They had never realized that the guy was so good at fighting before. Chen Li carefully watched every strike. He didn't understand how his boss was able to become so strong in a short time. Ye Wutian walked over to Tianhai and frowned, saying that his men were not as strong as he wanted them to be. The man rose from the ground and straightened up, holding his broken nose. He promised that the young man would pay for it. The hooligans helped each other up and waddled groaning to their cars. The boy watched them. Ye Fei Qiao apologized. It was all because of her. That man had better not be touched. He had a high background. Ye Wutian stroked her head and said that he was cold to her. However, he would not watch her being bullied. The girl threw herself into her brother's arms and cried. He said he could handle that guy, and they should leave quickly. Fei Qiao tried to object, but the young man stood his ground. He demanded to send the boy to the hospital and go home. The girls helped the moaning Ji Huan stand up. All 4 of them looked at the guy who had scattered his opponents so quickly. The girl was still questioning whether to obey her brother now. Wanner said that no one could stop him. He should know what to do. Chen Li worriedly said that these people were very strong. Ye Wutian replied that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. If it wasn't for the children, he would have just killed the opponent. It was evening. A red-armored SUV was speeding down a deserted country highway with its headlights on. Ye Wutian said that there was no one who could offend the Ye family in the city before, and asked Chen Li to check on Yang Tianhai. Suddenly the situation on the road changed. Chen Li realized that there was no more time to do anything and warned his boss of the danger. 2 massive black SUVs were speeding toward them in both lanes. There was no doubt that this was no accident. Moreover, another jeep of the same kind was following them from behind. Ye Wutian saw in the rearview mirror that the distance between them was shrinking. The 2 SUVs in front came close together. The head-on collision caused the hood of the car to lift. The jeep from behind hit the rear bumper. Several men ran out of the front 2 vehicles. All of them were armed with army assault rifles. Men of large build in solid business suits promptly blocked all the doors of the red car. Ye Wutian barely raised his head after receiving bruises from the head-on collision. He was surprised to realize that he had encountered organized crime. Chen Li turned around to his boss and inquired faintly about his well-being. The driver had a couple of windshield shards sticking out of his neck. The young man asked him to move less to heal his wound. He gave the boy credit for taking the brunt of the blow. Unfortunately, the others were wounded and can't help. And he can't handle a dozen armed men on his own. Suddenly, someone's strong hand grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him out of the car. It was a bit of a surprise. A bald man in a dark suit grabbed Ye Wutian by the throat and lifted him up with one hand. The young man asked who he was and what he wanted. The ringleader smirked and reminded him that the young man had carelessly messed with the Tenlin gang this afternoon. It was only now that Yewutian realized everything. This was the only criminal group that openly carried firearms. The man leaned the young man's gun muzzle against his temple and told him that they would now have to visit a good place. Chen Li regretted that there was nothing he could do. Due to the severe blood loss, his entire body was trembling. He almost lost consciousness. Yewutian tried to free himself from the hand that was crushing his throat. Suddenly, someone punched the ringleader in the face. The bald man lost consciousness and fell down. The rescued young man sat down on the ground in surprise. He could not understand what was happening. Armed to the teeth, the shaved, naked criminals looked around perplexed, demanding that the enemy come out and show himself. A man in green clothes with an army dagger in his hand appeared suddenly. None of the bandits could see him beforehand. The young man fluttered like a moth, slashing his armed enemies one by one. His movements were elusive. A few seconds later, it was over. The young man stopped and exhaled. All of his opponents lay without signs of life. One of the surviving bandits grabbed a rifle with a telescopic sight and wailed that now he was definitely finished. From the sudden blow to the muzzle of the rifle, the front of the barrel simply broke off, and the weapon itself sealed itself into the shooter's teeth. The intense pain caused the man's legs to give out. Blood spurted from his mouth. Meanwhile, the young man was at his back. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy in the green uniform was watching the shooter. The man realized what was waiting for him and did not even make an attempt to get up. Chen Li was glad that he had lived to see this moment. Now he was certain that his master was safe. He felt light at heart, a thought that had been bothering him since the accident. The bodyguard breathed a sigh of relief and slumped into the seat. Yewutian was simply delighted by the stranger's strength and beauty. He asked the savior whom he should thank. Turning his head, the young man said his name was Cheng Yang. To make it clearer, he added that he was Ning Shiki's fiancé. Yewutian said he had heard about him as an expert in the war zone. He had an idea to get him as a bodyguard. The young man waddled over to the jeep and said that he needed to take care of the injured. Cheng Yang was surprised to see that he was treating his guards well. After arriving at the hospital, Yewutian quickly ordered to ensure that the boys received decent care. They were left alone with Cheng Yang in the corridor. The young man decided not to postpone the conversation any longer and offered the fighter to work for him personally in exchange for any benefits. To his surprise, Cheng Yang bowed his head and said that he agreed. Yewutian was surprised that their negotiations had gone so quickly. The boy replied that he had come to him himself to discuss the matter. Their meeting on the road had been a mere coincidence. Cheng Yang said that he agrees to protect him on one condition. He wants the young man to marry Ning Shiki. Yewutian couldn't believe it and shouted that he had a very strange desire to marry the boss to his former fiancée. The boy repeated that this was exactly what he wanted. If the pair were together, he would protect his master from all enemies. Cheng Yang sullenly said that his family is going through a bad time. He can afford to marry a girl. The young man gradually began to understand. Ning Shiki needed a worthy groom, and he was a suitable candidate. Cheng Yang expressed his hope that Yewutian would be able to help. He would like to see his beloved happy. The young man remembered that Ning Shiki had not spoken well of her fiancé. He realized that the situation was quite controversial. Yewutian's name echoed loudly through the hospital corridor. His heart sank into his heels as he knew exactly who the voice belonged to. Zhang Xiaomei angrily raced down the corridor, clenching her fists. She had to deal with her boyfriend's cases on a daily basis. Grabbing the young man by the chest, Xiaomei wailed that he could have chosen simpler guys than bandits. He replied that they were the ones who came at him. The captain shouted that it didn't matter. He was going to the station anyway. She grabbed Yewutian and dragged him behind her. This event caused a major uproar. After the shooting, Mayor Wang Lin ordered the capture of every single criminal. A major operation resulted in the capture of many bandits, but the Tenlin gang itself managed to escape punishment. Meanwhile, in one of the unremarkable buildings on the outskirts of Dongcheng City, a not-so-pleasant conversation took place. The delinquent squad leader kneeled on his knees, trembling with fear. The gang leader Yang Lunqi asked why he had fallen silent. Sweating, the bald man stated that his men had done all they could. All survivors are in intensive care. Lunqi smiled and stated that the man had taken the task and now said that the opponent was stronger, so he didn't know what to believe. The fighter tried to justify himself and said that Yewutian has a professional army behind him. He is not easy to deal with. The ringleader grinned gloatingly and said that was not a good enough reason. He demanded that the man break his arm. The bald warrior hoped he'd heard what he heard. He couldn't believe his boss was suggesting he break his arm. The man buried his forehead into the floor and swore it wouldn't happen again. He wouldn't fail next time. Lunqi got up from the sofa and walked over to his guest, smiling gloatingly. The mercenary trembled with fear. He realized that he was in trouble. Without a word, the leader kicked the offending man in the face. The fighter slammed into the wall. Cracks sprouted from the wall in all directions. The mercenary fell face first into a pool of his own blood. Lun Chi told the former employee that he would not have a next time. He turned around and buttoned his jacket. Meanwhile, Ye Wutian himself was in Wei Wei's company and was talking to Ouyang Xinyue. She said that one should control one's emotions. The young man replied that he simply could not act otherwise. He just tries to help other people all the time. The girl stated that this time it was much more serious. There is a very big family behind the Tenlong gang. It's best not to get involved. Ye Wutian asked for more information about the gang members. Xinyue advised to back off. Those people don't accept any rules at all. The young man assumed that his business partner was very worried about him. The girl looked away and remained silent. The guy's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at it warily and reluctantly pulled it out of his pocket. It turned out that Chen Kaixin was calling. Sobbing, she asked Ye Wuqian to come to the company. Something had happened. Ouyang Xinyue volunteered to go along with him. A few minutes later, the black car parked in front of the central office. As soon as they opened the doors of the company, the boy and the girl were stunned. This could not have been dreamed of even in a terrible dream. All the equipment was trashed. Filing cabinets were turned upside down. The girls huddled together fearfully. Chen Kaixin saw the arrivals and immediately threw herself on the young man's chest. She did not shy away from her tears and roared unceasingly. The girl was very hurt that the bandits had trashed the company in which so much effort and money had been invested. Ye Wutian immediately realized whose handiwork it was. His hands clenched into fists. The guy promised himself that he would make the gang pay for this. Chen Li, with a cast on his arm, reported that he could not hold on. There were over 100 attackers. All 8 guards are now in hospital. The young man replied that it was fine. He knew that the bodyguards would not be able to handle so many attackers. At this moment, Ye Wutian's phone rang. The guy angrily grabbed the receiver. It was as if he could sense who was calling him. Lun Qi laughed smugly and asked how the young man liked the surprise he had prepared. Ye Wutian promised that he would make him pay for it. The man stated that the guy had no idea who was talking to him. The young man replied glumly that he wasn't interested. He was going to eradicate the whole gang, and no one would get away with it. Chen Kaixin and Ouyang Xinyue stood side by side. They could clearly hear the laughter of the stranger who was not afraid of anyone. Ye Wutian was fed up with this pointless conversation, so he cut off the call. A short beep sounded in the receiver. Now the young man was even more convinced that he could not leave the Tenlun gang to the authorities. He must deal with them himself. The recent high-profile events in Dongcheng City were being discussed in all the big families. Ning's family was also concerned about it. The man excitedly told his father that Ye Wutian was in big trouble. He couldn't handle the Tenlong gang by himself. Ning Peng said he knew about it. They will give the guy 20 more soldiers. The military can't handle the bandits. The old man smirked and informed his son that the boy's weakness was good for them. The weaker he is now, the more he will owe later. The man said that the Chung family's affairs were getting worse. He asked what Ning Peng intended to do with Shiki. The old man frowned at his son and said that he was not that unscrupulous anymore. The man bowed his head, thinking of his daughter. Ning Peng said he wanted to make the family strong and did not neglect anything to achieve the goal so that he would not be ashamed in front of his ancestors. At this time, Ning Shiki and Ye Wutian entered the room with quick steps. The girl worriedly said that the young man wanted to talk. The boy walked briskly to the table and clapped his hands together. He stated that he was only interested in one question now. With a vicious grimace, Ye Wutian exclaimed that he wanted to end the Tenlong gang most of all. The young man shouted from the doorstep that he didn't want a long introduction. He had come for one reason. He needed help in destroying the Tenlun gang. Ning Peng smiled and suggested that the guy should calm down for starters. His cocky appearance couldn't leave the old man indifferent. Ye Wutian slowed down and said that he was calm. That gang is quite strong. That's why he came to ask the military for help. Ning Peng explained that that gang had very good connections. The troops would only be able to exterminate them superficially, but that would not solve the problem. The young man angrily shouted that he wasn't interested. He only wanted to know if the Ning family was willing to help him now. The old man smiled and said that he would look into it, but that the matter could not be solved at once. He suggested that we sit down and discuss it quietly. The boy flared up and turned to leave. He thought he was only wasting his precious time here. The men looked at the young man as he left. They both couldn't believe that he would leave their villa so quickly. Ye Wutian paused and said that his company was completely defeated, so they couldn't produce Ching-Chung pills. He turned to the old man and said reproachfully that he could not offer a supply of pills for the military. Ning Peng exclaimed that production has not been affected. The defeated company only manages sales. Instead of a coherent response, Ye Wutian said that his own soldiers were also suffering at the hands of gang members, a blow to his reputation. The old man realized what the young man was getting at. He asked him not to provoke him anymore. It wouldn't work anyway. The guy stated that his family just had to take the risk since they wanted to use him, or they wouldn't succeed. Ye Wutian once again turned around towards the exit. Old man Ning bowed his head, his entire body trembling with helplessness. He realized that his interlocutor was right about something. Without even deigning to turn around, the young man waved goodbye carelessly. This time he had said all he wanted to say. Ning Shiki managed to catch up with the guest at the door. She looked into his face and asked him anxiously what he was going to do next. Ye Wutian took hold of the door handle and said that he would go look for people who weren't afraid to stand up against the Tenlong gang. The door slammed shut in the face of the surprised girl. She decided that the boy had really jumped to conclusions. Ning Shiki turned to her father and grandfather. The patriarch thought the same thing. Getting involved is simply unacceptable. The gang has many acquaintances in the government. Ye Wutian felt very resentful towards the Ning family. He didn't think that he would be rejected at the right moment. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it by himself. At that moment, the phone rang. The young man looked at the screen in bewilderment. Jinyue was calling, and she had managed to find out something. It turned out that guy Yang Tianhai was the brother-in-law of Yang Lun-Qi, the leader of the Tenlong gang. Ye Wutian realized that Tianhai was really a big shot. He asked the girl to tell him about the big gangs of China, determined to fight armed mercenaries with their methods. Ouyang Xinyue said that of the big groups, he might be interested in the Tiger Gang. The Situ family is behind it. The young man smiled. This was a pretty good option. Through Sitaway, one could get close to the gang itself. The girl willingly agreed to host him. A few hours later, Ye Wutian was chatting with Sitaway in the shade of the villa's courtyard. She resentfully stated that only once had the young man come to see her, but even now he was only interested in her third uncle. Ye Wuyang glumly asked when her uncle should arrive. He wasn't in the mood to joke right now, and he didn't feel like flirting. A loud laughter was heard from inside the house. A man's voice exclaimed that Sitaway had a thing for the guy. He should look at her. A huge, broad-shouldered big man walked onto the summer playground. He took a closer look at the young man and exclaimed that it was Ye Wutian himself. The boy remained silent. There was something imperious in the man's voice and actions, and the guest realized that it was better not to argue with him. Smoking a cigarillo, the girl's third uncle Situchu sat down opposite the couple. He introduced himself and said that Situwei had told him a lot about him. The man lingered and asked the young man what he had come to the villa for. The big redhead looked friendly. Ye Wutian immediately laid out his plan. He wants to team up with the Tiger Gang and put an end to the Tenlong Gang for good. Situchu realized why Situwei paid attention to this guy. He was different. The man asked why the young man chose his faction. The guy replied that they had a common enemy, and only Tiger's gang could stand up to Tenlin's gang. With a slight hesitation, Ye Wutian said that there was something else. He was willing to do this for the lovely Situwei. When the girl heard her name, she flushed and blushed. She was glad to find a place in his heart for her. Situchu laughed. It looked as if he had asked the guy for help, and the guy had agreed for Situwei's sake. The young man frowned, saying that he was not interested in the methods of accomplishing the goal. He wanted to see the result. The man explained that there would be serious consequences, and asked what the guy himself could do to help fight them. Ye Wutian said he could offer him 4 billion yuan as a businessman. It would be pretty fair. Situchu laughed, almost letting the cigarette out of his mouth. He stated that anyone in the Situ family had a lot of money. The young man said he heard that the man was left without family support because of his underground Tigers gang. He knew that it was because of the lack of material resources that they were unable to reach the same level as the Tenlun gang. Situchu frowned at the girl and assumed that she had told everything. Situwei exclaimed that she hadn't said anything to the guy. After quickly going through the common acquaintances, the girl came to the conclusion that only Ouyang Xinyue could have blabbed. Ye Wutian suggested adding a cure for stabbing and gunshot wounds to the 4 billion. The man stated that the gang would be difficult to deal with. He is too old to fight and wants to enjoy life. The young man stood up and accused his interlocutor of lying. It was enough to join the family business for a calm and quiet life. Situchu quietly puffed on his cigarillo. Ye Wutian slammed his hands on the table, dropping the wine glass, and said that it was up to him whether or not to agree. The man frowned. He didn't want to make any rash decisions, so he asked for 3 days to think about it. The guy smiled and asked why 3 whole days. As far as he knows, the interlocutor has neither wife nor children. He showed Situchu 3 fingers and glumly stated that he wanted to know the final answer in 3 hours. He turned the other way and walked away without a word. The man smoked a cigarillo nonchalantly, thinking about the young man's offer. Situwei and Situchu stared at each other. Ye Wutian's behavior was quite strange and very bold. He acted straightforwardly. The girl broke the silence and laughed. She had warned the third uncle about this conversation, and knew that the young man would talk him into it. Situchu admitted that Ye Wutian annoyed him a bit, but his terms were tempting, so there was no need to refuse. Taking a couple puffs, he thoughtfully asked his niece how much she liked the guy. Situe's eyebrows rose up in surprise. She looked at the person she was talking to and thought it was too much. The girl stated that she didn't like such silly jokes. She might get angry despite the fact that he is her third uncle. Situ laughed and told the disgruntled girl that she could fool anyone but him. He sees what is going on in her soul. Situe suggested changing the subject and asked the man to tell her what he intended to do and whether he would accept the guy's offer. Situ smiled contentedly and immediately replied that he couldn't refuse. Such an opportunity was very rare. For the next week, the city was in a state of lawlessness, with armed clashes everywhere. The crime rate increased tenfold. Many beer bars were burned to the ground. Some people knew what they had in common. All the bars belonged to the Tenlin gang. Wang Lin felt that something serious was about to happen. Because of the internal strife, foreigners could be hurt. Meanwhile, the real culprit lay low. He invested 2 billion in Tiger's gang and never spoke to him again. Ye Wuqian spent a lot of time in the combat training room. Today he was sparring too, making Chen Li wear a helmet and vest. It wasn't bad at first. His opponent was able to dodge a punch that could have easily knocked him off his feet. The young man's second attempt came to nothing. His fist whistled through the air again and passed over his opponent. Angry, Ye Wuqian made a dash and made a straight lunge. Chen Li was already trained enough and dodged the blow to the face. He got cocky and decided to counterattack his opponent, expecting to break through his defense. The young man didn't count on it at all. Chen Li struck his partner with all his might right in the temple. Ye Wuqian was surprised to realize that he had missed the punch. The young man turned red with anger. The young man smiled evilly and said that it was his turn to strike his opponent. Chen Li was a little startled. He didn't like the notes in his interlocutor's voice. He knew his boss too well. Immediately after his words, Ye Wuqian made a direct attack on his sparring partner. The guy didn't have time to get away from the blow. Chen Li pressed his head into his shoulders and crossed his arms, blocking the attack. There was nothing else he could do. The impact was so strong that his body armor simply cracked, and his helmet flew off his head. The guy himself fell to the floor. Chen Li raised his hands and said that he didn't have enough skill level to withstand such strong punches. Ye Wuqian replied that he was training with him precisely to be able to fight a strong opponent. He asked Chen Li's assessment of his progress and suggested that he had made good progress in the past 7 days. The guy was of the same opinion. The shattered equipment on his body was a good indication of the boss's increased physical performance. Suddenly, the door to the training room rumbled open. Chen, representing Huan Company, appeared on the threshold. Without saying hello, he shouted at Ye Wuqian and demanded that he immediately stop cooperating with the Tiger Gang. The man accused the young man of increasing the city's crime rate tenfold because of the deal. The guy pretended not to understand what he was talking about. He had never been a bandit. Ye Wuqian asked not to accuse him without evidence. Chen roared that the Huan security company knew what they were doing and pulled out a couple of photos from his pocket, waving them in front of the young man's face. Barely looking at the photos, Ye Wuqian was horrified. These compromising pictures gave away the guts of his cooperation. One of the photos showed the very same table. Sithu and his niece and the defendant himself were sitting at the table. Tucking the photo into his pocket, the man demanded that he stop sponsoring the Tiger Gang immediately. It was time to stop this chaos. Ye Wuqian shouted that his company was completely destroyed. Huan just doesn't realize how much he has lost. Chen immediately slowed down and tried to smile. He said that Chinese citizens should believe in the law. Criminals will be caught. The young man shouted that he was alive only because he did not follow the law. If he had believed in the government, he would be lying in intensive care. The man realized that it was better to leave it for later, and asked when Ching-Chung Pill's production would be resumed. The guy snidely replied that his company had been completely destroyed, so production was being postponed. Chen mentally praised him for this bluff. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. The agent quickly grabbed it out of his pocket. He knew something important had happened. Barely hearing the caller's voice, he ordered the police to be called immediately and promised that he would now come in person. Ye Wuqian stated that Huan Company now had something to do, so he would not escort the guest to the door. The man said in farewell that it was time to quit the game. China doesn't need people who threaten its security. Already at the very exit, Chen stopped and advised him to behave himself. It would be better for everyone. The young man smirked. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he said softly that it was too late to talk about it. He was already too deep into the gang squabble. Chen Li wondered why the security agent had left their meeting so quickly after one call. Ye Wuqian took out his phone and opened the notifications. He offered the surprised bodyguard to take a look himself. The last text message was from Situ. He succinctly notified the sponsor that their gang had taken the first fight. The next day, the young man met with Ouyang Xinyue at an elite restaurant. The news reported a massive battle on the outskirts of the city. The girl said that more than 600 police officers and a SWAT team were involved in the fight. Although few people know this. Folding her hands on her chest, Ouyang Xinyue asked if this commotion was similar to what the guy himself wanted. With a barely noticeable smile, Ye Wutian replied that this was not what he was seeking at all. The real show was yet to come. The girl said that he had gone too far. The young man asked his interlocutor how things were going with his new product. Ouyang Xinyue smiled, and happily said that the site had already placed so many orders due to the influence of the Qingcheng pill. The guy promised to give her 50,000 pills. He needs to get back the money he spent as soon as possible. The girl remarked that not every tycoon could handle losing 4 billion yuan in one fell swoop. Suddenly a tall man approached them and asked permission to sit down next to them. The boy and the girl were surprised. The hall was almost empty. Approaching the table with the bodyguard, the stranger bowed his head politely and introduced himself. His name is Yang Lunqi. Ye Wutian immediately realized that the culprit behind all his troubles was standing in front of him. He couldn't understand why this guy had come to the restaurant. The man sat down at the table and said regretfully that he wanted to talk. He wished he could be friends with the guy, but it was impossible. The young man wondered why Lunqi even bothered looking for him, given the recent events in the city. The gang leader replied that they are very much alike. They both do what they like to do. That was why Lunqi wanted to see him in person. Ye Wutian stated that he was ashamed of Lunqi. The big gang is doing some tricks behind his back. The ringleader's bodyguard immediately grabbed a gun and put it to the guy's head. He shouted that it was too arrogant a statement. The young man demanded that the guard put the gun away. He did not like being pointed at with a firearm. The bodyguard didn't even move. There was an ominous silence at the table. Ouyang Xinyue turned to look at Lunqi. He smiled and slowly took the guard's gun aside. The ringleader stated that he now understood why Yang Tianhai lost in that battle. He asked what Ye Wutian intended to do next. He admitted that the Tiger Gang would in no way destroy his business. The young man got up from the table and suggested that the girl leave the restaurant. She looked at him puzzled, but obeyed. Lunqi watched the departing couple with interest, carefully memorizing his opponent's demeanor. The bodyguard wondered why they couldn't just eliminate the brash young man. The man continued to stare toward the exit. He said thoughtfully that the underworld had its own rules, too. You can't cross the line, you can be destroyed. Walking down the street with the guy, Ouyang Xinyue asked if Ye Wutian was afraid to engage in a fight with such an opponent. The young man replied that the man was not to be feared. He simply wouldn't dare kill him for no apparent reason. The girl said there are other methods of influence. He could just mutilate the guy in a fit of emotion. Ye Wutian said that Lunqi had pressured him himself and said that the Tiger Gang was nothing to him. So we will have to do things a little differently. The interlocutor asked with surprise what trump cards he still had hidden. She assumed that it was about foreigners. Leaving Ouyang Xinyue, the young man took the road further. He stated that everything depends on money. Anything can be bought. That night, the rioting in the city continued. About 100 members of the Tenlun Gang were killed. 3 important facilities were destroyed. Little did he know that Tiger's gang was hardly involved in this. Situchu was surprised. He had once underestimated this guy's potential. There was unrest in the Tenlun Gang. The bodyguard reported to the boss that because of the heavy losses, many people wanted to leave them. Lunqi angrily said that the opponent was not afraid of death, and wondered if they had managed to find out who they were dealing with this time. Shivering with excitement, the man stated that these were Wild Wolf's foreign mercenaries. They cost a lot, but they justify themselves. The gang leader knew exactly who was involved. He clenched his teeth in anger and angrily exclaimed that Ye Wutian was just crazy. Lunqi wailed that he would destroy those mercenaries at any cost, even if he had to destroy the entire city, and demanded that he convey this to the others. At this time, Ye Wutian was strolling through the city, smiling smugly. He knew that the leader of the Tenlong Gang was clearly not laughing now. The young man was overjoyed to be able to answer his ruthlessness by finding hardened criminals abroad. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Ye Wutian immediately stopped smiling, wondering who could have disturbed him. The same old man Zhang from the Huan Company stood in front of him. He declared that the guy should go to the same place with him. The elderly man took him to one of the abandoned rooms and sat him on a stool. He smiled and said he was glad to see the young man. Ye Wutian only now recognized the old man and asked astonishedly how he had managed to figure out his whereabouts. Employee Chen was sitting not far away from him, so the young man angrily assumed that the man had told his boss about him. The agent referred to the fact that the matter had gone too far, so Mr. Zhang had to be contacted. The guy remembered that the old man also belonged to the Huan organization and angrily asked what they both wanted. Zhang said that he knew about the defeated company, but now things have become very serious, and now it is time to calm down. Ye Wutian shouted that the old man was unlikely to behave calmly if he smashed one of Huan Company's branches. Zhang promised to pay for the company's repairs. The young man exploded and shouted that the Tenlong Gang should be destroyed. It was like a cancerous tumor in China. The guy clenched his teeth and declared that he had a lot more money. If he died, everyone who tried to get it would die the same day. Zhang had never seen Ye Wutian so aggressive before. He realized that the young man really intended to go all the way. About the same thoughts were swirling around in Chen Zhonggren's mind. Lately, he had been panicking about this guy. The old man tried to soften the situation and stated that there was no rush. They needed to discuss the matter in the long run. Suddenly, Agent Chen's cell phone rang. He grabbed it out of his pocket with a disgruntled face and answered the call. It turned out that 20 minutes ago, the members of the Tenlong gang had managed to block the bank account of the Tianjin trading group. Ye Wutian couldn't believe that such a thing could even happen. He angrily questioned Chen angrily, but the man remained silent. The young man couldn't understand what was going on. Chen Kaishin hadn't even informed him that their bank account had been blocked. He pulled out his phone to look at the messages and suddenly realized everything. No one would be able to reach him. The screen was completely dark. Not even a weak signal could get through in this room. His phone was useless here. The boy looked at the agent in surprise. Chen understood his mute question and explained that all the devices were locked here. Ye Wutian stated that he didn't care at all now. He should go back to his company and figure out what happened. Old man Zhang imperiously put his hand on the boy's shoulder. The young man paused in surprise, waiting to see what would happen next. The man made Ye Wutian sit on a stool and stated that he could not return to his company now. The young man angrily shouted that Zhang misunderstood. It wasn't him who made this whole mess, but the members of the Tenlong gang. The two Huan Company employees left the room, leaving the guy inside. The old man promised that he would look into everything. The doors of the mysterious room slammed shut. Ye Wutian sat pensively on a stool with a phone in his hands. He was angry at himself that there was nothing he could do. That old man Zhang was much stronger than him, despite his martial arts techniques. It was more annoying that he was locked in this closet at the worst possible time. And the young man should just wait. The boy's face brightened. He decided to call Ouyang Xinyue. The girl obviously must know something about the company. Unfortunately, it was impossible to make a phone call from this room. Ye Wutian frowned. He had completely forgotten about it. The young man got angry and threw the useless phone at the wall. The device shattered into tiny pieces. After pondering for a bit, the guy calmed down. He believed that Chen Kaishin would be able to find a way out of this situation. There was no hurry. Suddenly, the red light above his head lit up. At the same moment, the alarm system began to ring. The door to the room immediately opened. Chen ran inside and excitedly asked the young man what had happened here. Ye Wutian nervously said that he had just smashed his phone. He couldn't have known that the alarm would go off from a single blow. The man said thoughtfully that the young man was wrong. It wasn't about him smashing his phone at all. He bent down to the shards and pored carefully among them, looking for anything that might set off an alarm. Finding the right element, the agent asked how the guy got the phone. Ye Wutian asked what was wrong with it. Chen showed him the wiretap chip and said the quality was top-notch. It was the one that set off the alarm. The young man quickly replayed the events. Situ Wei had bought this phone for him at the store, but she couldn't put a wire on it. He inquired why in that case the alarm did not go off when he entered the premises. The man explained that it could be because of the protective screen. As soon as the phone crashed, the signal was detected by the system. Old man Zhang asked to think hard about where Ye Wutian could leave his phone for a while. It was very important. The young man stated that this was impossible. The phone is brand new, and he certainly did not leave it anywhere or let it be used. There was only one working theory. Situ Wei had installed the bug in advance of buying the phone, conspiring with the seller. Nevertheless, the boy could not blame her. It was necessary to ask the girl herself carefully first. The next day, Chen returned to the young man and said that the bank account was fine. In addition, he suggested that we have dinner together. Ye Wutian got up from his stool and asked to talk about it later. He was completely in no mood to talk right now. The man put a hand on his shoulder with pressure. The young man frowned. He had no desire to continue the conversation. Chen strongly recommended to share dinner with him. Mr. Zhang would also be present. Ye Wutian sighed heavily and agreed. Perhaps he would be able to find out something new about the Tenlong gang. When he arrived at the restaurant, the young man noticed that their table in the private room was set for 4. He assumed that someone else from Huan was coming. Chen said that the 4th person doesn't belong to their organization. Soon the guy will see everything with his own eyes. The door to the elite hall swung open. The men's heads turned at the sound, watching the visitor. Ye Wutian couldn't believe his eyes. This was the person he least expected to see at the table with Huan's representatives. Lun Qi smiled and said hello to the young man with his hands behind his back. It seemed like he was even happy to see them. The guy immediately lost his appetite. He frowned and glared at the gang leader, cursing Zhang for making him come here. The atmosphere at the table began to build up. Chen stood up from the table and looked helplessly at the men, who kept their eyes on each other. He stated that Huan Company is on the neutral side this time. They propose to forget everything and start a new life. Ye Wutian frowned, asking what to do with his company then. It turns out that it had been trashed just for fun. Zhang recalled that the young man had also caused a lot of damage to Lun Qi. These damages are much more than what it costs to repair his company. He asked to stop for his sake. The ringleader smiled and held out his hand. He admitted his guilt and agreed to pay $1 million in compensation. The guy frowned at him. He thought that Lun Chi was unlikely to admit his mistake. Most likely Huan had forced him to. Ye Wutian reluctantly extended his hand to his opponent and informed him that he was only doing so out of respect for Mr. Zhang. The next day, the young man made an appointment to meet Situ Wei at one of the best restaurants in the city. He chose a comfortable seat near the window. While waiting for the girl, he looked at the phone screen. Over 20 unanswered calls had accumulated during the time of no signal. The guy thought that Chen Kexin and Ouyang Xinyue were obviously worried about him. Now he had a new cell phone. Ye Wutian thoughtfully looked out the window, looking at the tall buildings. He wanted to believe that Situ Wei had nothing to do with this. A few minutes later, a girl in a scarlet dress came to the table. She said that she was very happy that they were having dinner together. Suddenly, Situ Wei saw that the guy holding the phone in his hands was not the phone she had bought him, but a completely different one. She resentfully stated that the young man could have used her gift because the phone was bought with sincere feelings. Ye Wutian replied that that phone had completely broken. He was forced to buy himself a new model of phone. Situ Wei was not happy about the loss of the gift. She said that the young man could have taken better care of the token of her love for him. The guy smiled and wondered why the girl didn't care that his phone was broken. His interlocutor said in surprise that the phone was broken, it happens. She saw no reason to worry about it. Suddenly, Situ Wei suspected that the guy was hinting at something. She took a sip of her cocktail and asked what was wrong. Ye Wutian saw that the girl's reaction to the news of the broken phone was completely normal, but decided to try again. He showed the interviewer his new phone and admitted that he had not been able to choose one as comfortable as the last time. Situ Wei liked this flattery. She smiled and offered to go and pick out another phone sometime. The young man said he had another thought. He asked if the girl could pick up the broken phone and repair it for him. Situ Wei frowned even more and asked for a clearer expression. She didn't like it when the interlocutor takes a long time to hint. Ye Wutian smiled. He stated that phones very rarely worked as well as they were required to. The guy offered to exchange cell phones. He would give Situ Wei his new phone and take his old one in return. The girl didn't understand why it was necessary. The young man kept laughing. He said that the phones were exactly the same, different only in color, and it would be even better for her. Situ Wei perplexedly asked if he was sure they needed to exchange phone numbers. Ye Wutian insisted on his point. The girl perplexedly retrieved a key pin with a heart to remove the SIM card compartment from her pocket. Pulling out her SIM card, she carefully tucked it away in a secluded spot, putting the key with the heart in there as well. Situ Wei got up from the table and tossed her phone to the young man on her plate. She proudly declared that she didn't need his phone. Citing a very urgent matter, the girl left the restaurant. Ye Wutian remained seated at the table with 2 phones. He frowned at the departing girl, hoping that he suspected her for nothing, and the bug had been planted by someone else. The guy's calculation was simple. Since they bought the phones at the same time, Miss Situ Wei's phone must also have a chip. The more Ye Wutian looked at the girl's phone, the more he became angry and suspicious of her. He squeezed the phone hard in rage. The fragile plastic of the phone couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into small pieces. The young man looked glumly at the shards. He scrutinized the pieces of the phone, hoping to find a bug. In that case, Situ Wei would be a victim too. The girl at that moment stood behind a tree nearby and watched the guy through the window. She could clearly see everything he was doing. Seeing that Ye Wutian had mercilessly broken her serviceable phone into tiny pieces, Situ Wei became sad. She realized that the young man's many sweet speeches were lies. In fact, he still didn't trust her. Having failed to find the bug, the young man felt ambivalent. It didn't prove anything. Situ Wei was still the prime suspect. Ye Wutian sadly looked into the distance and tried to guess who the girl really was. She could equally be a friend and an enemy. The triple alliance between the youth, the Tenlong gang, and the Huan Company continued to work. They did not attack each other. Because of this, the crime rate in the city dropped, but some people were convinced it was the calm before the storm. In the Ye family's mountain villa, the living room was buzzing with discussion about Ye Fei Chao and Yang Tianhai's impending wedding. Ye Guang teased her, but at the same time he was happy that he could reach greater heights with the help of the Yang family. Fei Chao herself almost roared as she sat on the sofa surrounded by her family. No one could protect her except her brother Wu Tian. The girl turned to her father and declared that she didn't want to marry Tianhai. She almost begged him not to give her away in marriage. Hendong sighed heavily. He admitted that he didn't want that either. But in their Yi family, Grandpa makes all the decisions. Fei Chao turned to the patriarch and exclaimed that she didn't want to get married. She grabbed her grandfather's hand, begging him not to give her to that man. The patriarch pulled his hand out and angrily shouted that it wasn't up to her. He asked if the girl wanted to betray the family that had raised her. Fei Qiao roared and shouted that her life after marriage would be completely ruined. She would rather commit suicide. Old Man Yi shouted that from now on, she will only stay at home. He forbids her to go anywhere without permission. The girl was genuinely surprised. She couldn't believe that she was forbidden to leave the house. Besides, there was still a lot to do. Fei Qiao's tears flowed. With a sob of resentment, she reminded him that she hadn't even finished high school yet. Her uncle smirked and said she could bring as many certificates as she wanted, even 10 pieces. Any school would do it. Hendong made an attempt to stand up for his daughter and said she hadn't even finished high school. He suggested revisiting the issue in a few years. The patriarch indignantly shouted that the Yang family had proposed this marriage themselves, so it couldn't be postponed. Uncle tried to convince Fei Qiao that she should be happy about such a generous offer. With her marriage, she would save the entire Yi family. The girl replied that she did not wish to be a tool for gain. Now she understands why Ye Wutian left the family. Standing up from the sofa, Fei Qiao shouted that she hated the entire Ye family. Her fingers clenched into fists by themselves. The girl was angry at the whole world. Ye Wuqian was in Ouyang Xinyue's office of their joint company Wuyue at this time. He remembered that he hadn't talked to Situue for a long time. She used to call him from time to time, but lately she stopped. And her third uncle Situ Chu has not been in touch. Ouyang Xinyue brought them both drinks and asked when the second batch of pills would be ready. She has no shortage of customers. The young man replied that he would visit the fishing village and see what could be done there to expand production. The girl asked if their mutual acquaintance Situue had asked him for help lately. Ye Wutian replied that he had no idea what he could do for her. They hadn't spoken to each other for a long time. Ouyang Xinyue was surprised herself. The whole town knew that old man Situ had disappeared, and now the whole family couldn't find a place to live. The girl said that the family's stock had fallen a lot. They lost a lot of money, and competitors were quick to take advantage of this. The young man didn't understand why Situue didn't tell him about it. He suspected that this was the reason why Situ Chu was not talking to him. The guy frowned, saying that a family like Situ's would have no problem surviving any crisis. There was nothing he could do to help them. 2 days later, Ye Wutian and Ouyang Xinyue arrived at the fishing village. Under the young man's guidance, the villagers were cultivating medicinal herbs. After his proposal, almost no one did fishing anymore. The income from growing herbs was higher and much safer. Old Man Li, thanks to the lobster pond and the grass hills, strengthened his authority. Even the county leaders began to respect him. One night, Ye Wutian and Zhou Huzi stole an old man's fishing gear so that he couldn't go to sea. But the man noticed them. The enraged old man Li chased them for almost a whole day, but they managed to accomplish what they had planned. Li Waner could be calm. One day, Ye Wutian was sitting in the kitchen, minding his own business at a low table. The door to the house was open, and he saw a guest from afar. At first, the young man thought he was imagining it. Situue had never been here before, and couldn't have known he was here. The girl grabbed the door jamb exhaustedly. Her whole body was trembling. It was very noticeable that the events in the family had broken her. A little shy, Situue had entered the house and was now standing in front of the young man. She looked worried. Since Ye Wuqian stood like a statue and didn't do anything, the girl herself asked if her master would offer her a seat. The young man seemed to wake up and remembered the rules of hospitality. He pointed to a chair with a confused hand and offered to sit down. The guest sat down on a chair with her legs pressed together. She was very nervous and put her hands on her knees. Not knowing where to start the conversation, Ye Wutian worriedly asked how Situue was feeling lately. The girl bowed her head. Droplets of tears appeared on her face. In a weak voice, the guest asked how she should feel. The young man couldn't look at Situue without pain, seeing her in such a state. Normally, she would start flirting from the first minute. Ye Wuqian stroked the girl's head and expressed regret for what she had gone through. He asked if old man Situ had shown up. The slightly embarrassed guest replied that she wouldn't have been so depressed if Situ's family had managed to find the patriarch. The young man excitedly inquired of the beauty how things were now generally in the family itself. With her head down, Situue admitted that they were in big trouble. They were in worse trouble now than the Ouyang family had been when their old man, Anan, disappeared. Clenching her fingers to the point of pain, the girl declared that Situ's family would simply cease to exist if they didn't find a way to deal with the crisis. Ye Wutian couldn't believe that their family might not be able to endure. The guest said she couldn't explain everything, but it was true. The young man asked why she had come to him in that case. If it was that bad, there was nothing he could do to help. Situue got up from her chair and assured that Situ's family could survive and overcome the hardship if the guy was willing to cooperate with them. She stood very close to her interlocutor. Ye Wutian was a little embarrassed and asked what kind of cooperation we were talking about. The guest's face changed immediately. She turned away, hiding her eyes, which were even sadder now. Her lips were tightly pressed together. Without a word, the girl headed for the exit. The young man watched her in surprise. She could have said a word. To his surprise, Situe had no intention of leaving. She went to the door only to lock it with a massive bolt. Ye Wuqian blushed even more, and fearfully asked why she needed to close the door so tightly. The girl frowned and demanded that the young man give Situ's family the rights to sell all the pills overseas. The young man angrily replied that she was asking for too much. He couldn't let their family own part of the business. Situe excitedly shouted out that she understands everything perfectly. Yes, she is asking for a lot, but there is simply no other way out. Ye Wutian thought that the girl was just trying to set him up. Besides, the suspicions about the bug in the phone were still pending. There was a high probability that the guest was faking it. The young man pulled himself together and said that he could not help her. Burning with embarrassment, Situe bowed her head and said she guaranteed full payment of all the money the family owed. Blushing even more, the guest began to take off her dress and declared that she could do the same things as Ouyang Xinyue. Ye Wutian felt his face just burning with embarrassment. He frightenedly asked the girl what she was going to do. As she continued to undress, Situe embarrassedly said that she understood. He would only help her after she became his woman. It was obvious from her face that the girl didn't want to do this at all, but was willing to do anything to save the honor of the Situ family. The young man demanded that the guest finally come to her senses and realize what act she was about to do. Situe shouted resentfully that she had never offered him less favors than Ouyang Xinyue, not counting Chen Kaixin. Unfortunately, the guy has always been prejudiced against her, so today she simply has no other choice. Ye Wuqian grabbed her hand and shouted that this was not the problem. In fact, he realized that it was a very cunning calculation. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl pulled him toward her. Their mouths came together in a lingering kiss. The young man was very pleased to kiss Sita Wei. He could hardly bring himself to pull away from her soft lips and looked at the embarrassed face of his guest. Tears came to the girl's eyes. Burning with shame, she begged for help for her family. There was only one hope left. Ye Wutian stood with a confused face and frowned at the girl. He suspected that she was very skillfully playing her role. Returning Situe's bra strap to her shoulder, he asked his guest to get dressed, otherwise she risked catching a cold. The guy promised that he would feed her delicious meals. Meanwhile, she could rest a little after a long trip. The girl asked why he didn't want to help her. She wondered if Ouyang Xinyue was the reason. Ye Wutian admitted that it was not about her at all. The export of Qingcheng beauty pills has long been handled by the government. Hugging the young man's arm, Situe said that in that case she would talk to the officials herself and promised to leave him out of it. The young man realized that an assertive girl could achieve her goal. He promised that he would think about the proposal. The guest bowed her head and was silent for a few seconds. It was as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Situe turned to the door and apologized for embarrassing the guy. She wouldn't bother him anymore. Ye Wuqian was surprised that the girl was already leaving. He asked if she wanted to stay and have dinner with him. She unlocked the door and went out. Without turning around, she said that she had a lot of urgent things to do and had to go. The young man remembered that Situe had been trying to bring him closer to her family since the beginning of their acquaintance. She couldn't be trusted. Today she had almost managed to sway him to her side. The guy managed to resist temptation at the last moment. At this moment, Ouyang Xinyue appeared in the doorway. She assumed that the business conversation had ended badly. Ye Wutian was just attending to an important matter, and contemplated the beautiful white clouds floating over the village. Seeing the girl, Ye Wutian asked her opinion on whether he should help Situe solve their problem. Ouyang Xinyue sadly said that it was his personal matter. As far as she knows, the Situ family's situation is quite deplorable. The young man took her companion's words to mean that she was offering to help tonight's guest, and he interrogated her. Ouyang Xinyue stated that she didn't mean anything by it. How to act, he should decide for himself. It has nothing to do with her. Ye Wutian was a little angry at the girl. She had completely confused him. It was like a friendly advice at all. To make up her mind, the young man asked what she knew about Situ's family in general. Ouyang Xinyue replied that AIA family is not as united as it seems. After the old man disappeared, people who run foreign businesses wanted to leave. She assumed that Situe really had no one else to turn to since she had come to the village to see him. The young man realized that the question of cooperation was really worth thinking about. He decided to come back to it later. Suddenly, the phone rang. Ye Wutian automatically reached into his pocket and grabbed his phone without even looking at the caller ID. Sliding the system menu slider on the screen, the guy took the call and hurriedly held the phone to his ear. He remained silent the whole time of the conversation and listened to the caller. His face was getting redder and redder with anger. The young man clearly did not like this conversation. Unable to bear it, Ye Wutian shouted into the phone that he would see who dared to strike. After the conversation, he was simply furious. Meanwhile, at the Ye family's mountain villa, The male representatives continued to discuss Fei Chao's upcoming wedding. Ye Hendong held out a 9 billion contract to his father and said it was a gift from the Yang family. They could make another 2 billion from it. The girl's cousin declared that she was unspeakably lucky. She must have done a lot of good deeds in her past life. The patriarch tore his head away from the promising contract and asked the guy what was even going on with Fei Chao right now. Ye Guang replied that she doesn't eat or drink, but he didn't think it was worth worrying about. The girl is unlikely to starve herself to death. Hendong couldn't stand it any longer and got up from the sofa. He said he would go to his daughter and see what was happening to her. Old man Ye frowned at his son and sternly demanded that he immediately sat down in his seat. Hendong indignantly wailed that this can't go on after all. Fei Chao is his own daughter. He can't remain indifferent. The patriarch shouted that the girl is also his granddaughter. But that doesn't change anything. She has to sacrifice herself for Yi's family. The man offered to seek help from his exiled son. If the Ye family could rise up, Fei Chao would not need to marry. The old man looked at Hendong in surprise and asked if he knew how he could influence his son. After all the events, he did not believe in the successful outcome of the case. The man hesitated and said he would try very hard to do so. Now they had only 2 ways to restore their former glory. Ye Guang laughed and said that Ye Wuqian would still not agree. It was better not to waste time and start preparing for the wedding. At that moment, a strange sound was heard behind the double door of the study. The doorknob mechanism cracked loudly. After kicking the lock with his foot, Ye Wuqian himself appeared on the threshold of the study. He shouted indignantly, demanding to know where Fei Chao was. The young man had never been so aggressive before. His face was like the face of an angry tiger. Guan got up from the couch with a smile and suggested that he talk to the family first. He expected to get his piece of the pie. Hendong said the family was willing to accept any help from him, even if it was beauty pills or shares in the Tianjin group. Ye Wuqian angrily shouted that they should all look at themselves in the mirror and see that they were actually shameless. His cousin got angry and grabbed the young man by the collar of his white shirt. The boy's words were not to his liking. Ye Guang angrily hissed and said that no one in this house is afraid of Wuqian. He still doesn't realize who he messed with. In the same second, the surprised cousin was hit hard on the neck and flew off to the side, spitting blood. Ye Wuqian was so angry that he used strong qi energy on his cousin. The guy was flying around the room screaming. When he came to his senses, Ye Guang shrieked frantically. Ye Wuqian had insulted him badly. In addition, he had lost several teeth. The 3 grown men couldn't believe their eyes. This blow was too strong for a brat like this outcast. Ye Wuqian put his foot down on the guy and said that he didn't come to talk. He was only interested in Ye Fei Chao's whereabouts. The patriarch could not stand it and shouted that no one dared to touch his grandson. He called the guards to deal with the insolent man. There was a clatter of feet. The guards came at the master's call, ready to punish the intruder. The young man frowned at his opponents, summoning the power of Xuan Yuan Qi. He knew that bludgeons wouldn't help the guys. Suddenly, the clinking of glass was heard throughout the hall. Chen Li and his team couldn't wait long and broke in themselves. He was the first to run forward and shouted that no one dare touch his master. Those insolent men should be shown their place. Hendong's brother still didn't realize who he was dealing with. He ordered his bodyguards to kill all the outsiders. Chen Li and his group ran towards the guards. He knew that it would be much easier this time. The 3 young men dealt with their opponents very quickly. The first guard of the Yi family fell from the first blow, and the others did not fare much better. A few seconds later, all 3 bodyguards stood over the defeated bodies of their enemies and scowled at the others. The man couldn't believe that his elite guards couldn't handle ordinary-looking young men. Ye Wuqian decided that it was okay to continue the conversation. He carelessly rolled his cousin over onto his back with the toe of his shoe and pressed on his stomach. He demanded to immediately tell where Ye Fei Chao was. Ye Guang squealed that he was in a lot of pain. Old man Ye clenched his teeth in anger and asked how he had the courage to come into the house and threaten his relatives. The young man under Ye Wuqian's foot muttered that they could very easily find out if the guy was afraid of his relatives or not. Ye Wuqian sincerely wondered how Ye Guang dared to threaten him when his life was in danger. He stepped his foot on his brother's arm, and the other aimed at his groin. The young man asked the old man what would happen to the Yi family if their heir was deprived of their lineage. The uncle's face expressed horror. The patriarch wailed that there was no need to do this. He admitted that Fei Chao was in the bedroom. With his hands in his pockets, Ye Wuqian carelessly kicked Ye Guang. The gentle kick sent the young man flying back against the wall. The boy looked up and said glumly that it would have been better for everyone if they had told him at once where his sister was. Fei Chao sat on her bed in her room, hugging her knees. All she had to do now was wait for the inevitable. From boredom, the girl wiggled her toes and looked at them thoughtfully. Unfortunately, the whole Yi family had turned against her. Suddenly, the double door to the bedroom creaked and began to open slowly. The captive turned her head. She was surprised to see that this time, It was not the nasty cousin Ye Guang who came to see her, but her favorite brother Ye Wuqian. Holding out his hands to the girl, the young man excitedly said that he had come to take Fei Qiao to his place. She didn't need to get married. She couldn't stand it and roared with happiness. All sadness disappeared at once. The girl jumped off the bed and jumped into the arms of the best brother in the world. Sobbing, Fei Qiao complained that her family forcefully wants to marry her off. They won't even let her out of the house. Ye Wuqian promised that she didn't need to worry. As long as they were together, no one would be able to force her to do anything. The furious relatives were already running into the bedroom. The old man shouted that he wouldn't give the girl away. They had already made a contract with the Yang family. The young man wasn't going to argue with his relatives for too long, so he simply sprayed the powder in their faces. All three men simultaneously felt that they were rapidly getting weaker. Their bodies were shaking, and it was impossible to even take a step. They fell to the floor exhaustedly. Ye Wuqian glumly said that if he wanted to, he could kill them all in such a way that no doctor would find a reason. He was getting angrier and angrier at his family of losers and offered to try to kill him. Fei Qiao smiled. She felt safe. But she didn't want to kill the villains, and she timidly reminded her brother that the four men were relatives after all. The young man smiled faintly at his sister and said that there was no need to worry about their fate. He was aware of his actions. The three grown men looked at Ye Wuqian with hatred. The old man would give a lot to get even with the brat right now. He said they can't stop him now, but they won't just leave it at that. They'll find a way to get revenge. Taking the girl's hand, Ye Wuqian left the villa with her. Heng Dong looked at his son for a long time. He was the only one who tried to protect his daughter just like Ye Wuqian once did. But in both cases, the patriarch of the family made the decision. The man faintly smiled. He had seen what Ye Wuqian could do and sincerely hoped that Fei Qiao would find his place in his brother's house. In the meantime, the girl was happily running around the young man's huge house and looking at everything with interest. She couldn't believe that her brother had a whole estate. Fei Qiao delightedly exclaimed that she imagined the house was small and cozy. She really likes it here. Ye Wuqian stated that there are only 2 people living in this estate now. It is very wasteful. He offered his sister to live with them. There were still rooms available in the house. If necessary, he could buy another house. Fei Qiao smiled and waved her hands. She stated that there was no need to change anything. Everything was perfectly fine in this house. Chen Kexin walked over to the girl and firmly squeezed her hand with her own hands, expressing warm feelings. She offered to make the family feel at home. Fei Qiao was very pleased with the warm welcome and thanked her sister-in-law. Chen Kaixin blushed with embarrassment. The girl called her daughter-in-law, so this way she gained the approval of Ye Wuqian's family. Fei Qiao remembered her fiancé and excitedly said that the Yang family would not just leave her alone. The young man assured her that no one would hurt her. He would worry about that. She could live as she wanted and not worry about anything. The girl shrieked with delight and asked if she could go to school then. Ye Wuqian said that it was better not to show her face at school. Fei Qiao immediately stopped smiling. Her brother himself had just promised her that she could do whatever she wanted. Chen Kaixin stroked the girl's head and asked her to let her go. After school, the bodyguards would pick her up. The young man was already a little tired of arguing. Besides, he didn't want to disappoint his little sister, so he agreed to the entreaties. Fei Qiao was very happy to be going to school again. She hugged the couple and sincerely thanked her brother and sister-in-law. The next day, Ye Wuqian came to the kitchen in the morning and was surprised to see Chen Kaixin engaged in cooking while humming songs. The girl was just cutting the sausage into thin slices. The boy said it wasn't often that you could catch her in the kitchen. She blushed and said she actually cooks pretty well. She just usually has a lot on her plate and doesn't have time for the kitchen. Chen Kexin smiled and said that she was preparing a big dinner tonight to celebrate her reunion with Fei Qiao. She noticed that Ye Wuqian always acts cool towards his sister, but at the same time, he cares for her. The young man was pleased to hear the praise from the girl's lips. He confessed that he could not leave her in the Yi family to her fate. Ye Wuqian put on his kitchen apron and said that he would also cook food today. After Fei Qiao came in, they would check to see who had done better. Before the young man could decide where to start cooking, his phone rang. Ye Wuqian looked at the screen in surprise. Li Wan. Called him very rarely. It was most likely something very important. The young man thought that there was a problem in the village. It turned out to be even worse. Wan squealed that Ye Fei Qiao had been kidnapped. Ye Wuqian asked the girl to elaborate. She confusingly explained that a group of bald men broke into the school and kidnapped his sister. They seemed to be from Yang Tianhai's gang. Li Wanner started to roar directly into the phone. She shouted that she didn't know how to go on. She was very scared. Chen Kexin heard everything. Breaking her arms in grief, she apologized for insisting on going to school yesterday. She had never thought that the bandits would dare to do this. The young man replied that it wasn't her fault here. He also agreed. In fact, he didn't expect such brazen actions from the Yang family either. Ye Wutian pulled off his apron and fiercely thought that Yang Tianhai couldn't imagine how far he could go. The young man took a quick step towards the exit. He had to hurry. His little sister was in big trouble this time. Meanwhile, Yang Tianhai himself was still in the city's central hospital. That time, he had gotten hurt on the road. Fortunately, money solved a lot of things. Two tall girls brightened his rest on the large, spacious bunk. One of them complained to the man that he was disrespecting her and hurting her badly. Tianhai swiped at the girl's cheek so hard that she couldn't hold onto the bunk and fell to the floor. The guest looked resentfully and at the same time surprised at the young gentleman, thanks to whom she had money. He stated angrily that he wouldn't let her complain about her pain. His grimace didn't bode well. The girl crawled on her knees to the bed and thanked the man for his love. The girl crawled on her knees on the bed and thanked the man for his love. Tianhai hugged the other girl and laughed. He said that thanks to them, hospital life didn't seem so boring anymore. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man vowed to bury Ye Wutian as soon as he left the hospital. The girl was afraid to even move. A strong kick to the door of the comfort ward nearly blew it off its hinges. The young man walked over to Tianhai by himself. Ye Wutian regretted that the man didn't understand the simple lessons. It looked like he hadn't had enough last time. Young Tianhai was startled. Stammering, he asked why the guy had come to him. In addition, the bodyguards had disappeared somewhere. The young man smiled and replied that those guys would be going to the hospital soon if he meant the bald men at the door. He asked to answer one simple question. Right now, he was only interested in the whereabouts of his sister Ye Fei Chao. Tianhai was trembling with fear, but he couldn't understand what that girl had to do with it. He asked the guy what the question was about. For answering incorrectly, the man was hit hard in the jaw and lost several teeth at one point. Both girls squealed in fright. They couldn't believe that they could just barge into a room and beat a man so calmly. Ye Wutian pulled up his interlocutor's cheeks and repeated that he only wants one thing. He wants a girl named Ye Fei Chao. Yang Tianhai wailed that he didn't understand anything. It wasn't his fault. This time he really had nothing to do with anything. The young man didn't want to believe him. He declared that the interlocutor's ears were completely useless and transferred the key energy into the thumb of his hand. Ye Wutian stuck his finger right into his interlocutor's ear and shouted that the useless organ could be quietly incapacitated. Tianhai's one ear was only ringing. He immediately realized that he could only hear in one ear now. His entire body trembled with fear. The young man kept up with him. He demanded to know where Fei Chao was and threatened to make things worse if he refused. Yang Tianhai realized that he wouldn't last long with this kind of torture. The problem was that he really couldn't tell about the girl. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table rang. Ye Wutian looked at the smartphone screen with interest. It turned out that Tianhai's brother had called. The young man smirked. This guy really knows how to get things done on time. Lun Qi worriedly asked his brother to be careful. His men had recently seen Ye Wutian at the entrance of the hospital. The guy smiled and thanked Lun Qi for his attention. He had no idea that the man thought he was so dangerous. Recognizing Ye Wutian's voice, the caller shouted fearfully that he wanted to know where his brother was and what the young man had done to him. The guy replied that Tianhai is fine, but he himself wants Fei Chao back. Lun Qi asked why he wanted a girl. He hates his family. Ye Wutian explained that he would even thank the interlocutor if he killed Ye's entire family. But his sister was not concerned. The young man said that Ye Fei Chao was living in his house from now on. If the girl is not returned to him, the consequences will be unpredictable. Yang Lunqi was silent for a while, pondering the situation. The guy was right. He had already shown what he was capable of. The man offered to make a new marriage contract with Ye Fei Chao, but now through the young man. He explained that Tianhai was in love with the girl. Ye Wutian glumly asked how Lun Qi would act if his sister was being married off to an animal. The interlocutor fell silent. The young man said that he wanted to hear a call from Ye Fei Chao in half an hour. Lun Qi didn't say a word. He was angry. Ye Wutian pressed the end button of the conversation. Everything was already clear as it was. The girl is in the Yang family. They better make the right decision. The young man turned to Tianhai and frowned at him. The man shook with fear. Stammering, he asked what else the boy needed. Ye Wutian smiled as he sprayed powder on his face and said that he couldn't leave without leaving a gift like a polite guest. Deputy Chief Zhou Gang noticed that his boss was behaving rather strangely and sitting in one place. For several minutes now, Lun Qi had been staring at his phone with hatred, cursing Ye Wutian who had appeared in his path. A scowling deputy with a cross-shaped scar all over his face asked his boss what was going on. Lun Qi sighed heavily. He didn't want to confess, but there was no way out. The man said that Ye Wutian had threatened his family. Zhou Gang got angry and offered to just kill him. He constantly provokes them into conflict with his actions. The gang leader bowed his head and explained that if the guy died, the loss of Qingcheng pills would affect all of China, including his family. The deputy suggested removing people from the young man's entourage. Chen Kexin and Wang Er do not have serious backgrounds. Lun Qi squinted his eyes. He said that for the death of these girls, Ye Wutian would take revenge at any cost. Nothing would stop him. Zhou Gang confusedly suggested to just beat the guy to a pulp since no one in the surroundings could be killed. After thinking for a while, the leader agreed. He reminded him that the young man must survive and ordered Ye Feiqiao to be released. 20 minutes passed. Ye Wutian was happily strolling around the city on his shiny bicycle. Suddenly, the phone rang. The young man looked at the phone anxiously. It was just past the half-hour mark, and it could be his sister. Hearing Feiqiao's joyful voice, the guy asked if the bandits had let her go. The girl thanked him fervently. Ye Wutian walked along the road, leading the bicycle by the handlebars. He promised that things would be different now. No one would touch her anymore now. Feiqiao suggested that he had killed Tianhai. The young man replied that he was a law-abiding citizen and had no such thought. After hanging up the phone, he wondered why his sister thought so badly of him. The boy decided that the problem was in the educational process. Ye Wutian securely chained his bicycle in the bicycle parking lot. He stopped riding a car because the number of car thefts has increased. Glancing at the windows of his office, the young man sighed. He should get back to work. He had already spent the whole day with the Yang family. Meanwhile, Ye Feiqiao and Li Wan-er were standing near the entrance of the school, chatting merrily. They were happy to meet each other. Feiqiao was very happy to be reunited with her brother. For the first time in many years, he began to consider the girl as part of his family. Her girlfriend was also happy for her. She was pleased that Ye Wutian had finally started to appreciate and respect her sister. Suddenly, Wan-er noticed that there was a large silver car parked outside the school. Her smile immediately faded. The girl told her friend that this car looked familiar to her. She asked Feiqiao to take a closer look at it. Barely glancing at the silver car, Wan-er's interlocutor turned pale. It was her father's car. She had not expected to see him here. Meanwhile, Ye Hengdong was coming down the school steps. He approached his daughter and asked how she was doing. The girls walked out to meet the man. Feiqiao asked her father in surprise why he appeared here. What interested her most was that Hengdong was out of school. It was rather strange. The girl suspected that her father was following her. The man said he had formalized a release procedure for her. Starting tomorrow, she may not show up. Feiqiao couldn't believe that her father was at one with everyone. Her surprised eyes were immediately filled with resentment. The girl exclaimed that it wasn't fair. Ye Wutian finally released her and gave her a chance for a normal life. Hengdong sadly said that there was nothing he could do. The Yang family will persecute their family until Feiqiao gets married. He fearfully added that they simply had no chance in this fight. The Yang family had much more options. Feiqiao bowed her head. She realized that she had to submit to the Ye family. Li Wan-er worriedly looked at her friend. The man patted his daughter on the head and explained that they each had to do their part to keep the Yi family together. The girl realized that this was the final decision. She couldn't help but roar with resentment. Even her father had betrayed her. Ye Hengdong felt remorse as he watched the girl. He assumed that his daughter now hated him. Sobbing, Feiqiao exclaimed that she felt his love and knew that it was only because of Grandpa and the others. She stated that she hates being part of a family and is jealous of her brother. No one treats him like a puppet. The man had not expected such a harsh criticism from his always polite and obedient daughter. He froze in surprise. After calming down a bit, Feiqiao declared that she owed her life to all of them. If it suited them, she would get married. Immediately after her words, the girl ran up the stairs back to the school. Hengdong turned around in surprise and called out to his daughter. Li Wan-er rushed past him. She was sorry to hear all this. She had to catch up and calm her girlfriend down. The man looked at them sadly. He realized that he was ruining Feiqiao's life for the sake of his family. Meanwhile, Ye Wutian got off work. He figured that school was over and it was time to go and pick up his sister. He hoped she would like the shiny bike. At one time, Chen Keishan had enjoyed riding it. Suddenly, a huge dark-colored army SUV stopped nearby. The young man approached it in surprise. Ning Shiki jumped out of the car and glumly declared that she had come here to hand over the car to him. Ye Wutian was surprised. Considering their relationship, it was quite strange that the girl had voluntarily come to him to give him the car. Ning Shiki explained that she was giving the car away, but not for free. The young man has to pay 100 million. The car is worth it. The guy could not believe that he had to pay a huge sum. The girl explained that the Jeep had been customized by her grandfather. Opening the lock on the bicycle's wheel, Ye Wutian said that he himself could provide security and would distribute the money to the poor. At that moment, the alarm of an explosive device that was cleverly attached under the saddle of the bicycle sounded. The girl had been in such messes very often, and so she immediately realized what would be left of the bike in a few seconds. Ning Shiki leaped towards the young man with lightning speed and plowed him to the ground. The explosion tore the bicycle apart. Ye Wutian was most unhappy that his favorite bicycle was hurt, not even thinking about the fact that his life was in danger. Ning Shiki got up from the ground and was surprised to realize that her old man Ning was right when he asked to bring the car over. After examining the remains of the explosive device, the girl said that the explosion was not very strong. They only wanted to maim the guy, not kill him. Ye Wuqian turned black with anger. He immediately realized that young Lun Qi was involved in the explosion and promised to find and crush everyone involved. The young man walked up to the SUV and patted the door. He asked the girl how safe it was to travel in this vehicle. Ning Shiki replied that only a missile hit would kill the driver. Ye Wuqian couldn't believe that this Jeep was so reliable. The girl told in detail about the protective technologies. The young man was forced to admit that the car was worth its money. He exclaimed that he was happy to receive such an automobile. In fact, he was just checking up on Shiki, so he spoke in a dismissive manner. Her companion frowned. She could sense a lie from a mile away. But this was Ye Wuqian, and they both knew it well. Meanwhile, Yang Tianhai had to stay in the hospital for a while longer after Ye Wuqian's visit. The man's ear and chin were covered in bandages. He vowed that he would take revenge on his abuser and get Ye Feiqiao. One of the girls lying next to him playfully ran her finger across his chest and told him he didn't need to think about other women. Tianhai laughed smugly and promised that he would give her the opportunity to show off her skills. Anticipating the pleasure, the man blushed slightly. He declared that he would treat the girl well as long as she behaved obediently. Not even half an hour had passed before an irritated Tianhai kicked his guest off the wide bunk. He looked under the blanket, hoping for a miracle. Unfortunately, the irreparable happened. The man's body shook with grief. The girl lifted herself off the floor and in a frightened voice assured me that she had tried really hard, but it hadn't worked out. Yang Tianhai realized that this was Ye Wuqian's pranks and demanded that he call a doctor immediately. He had to find out the truth. The young man arrived at the school when it was already over. Hendong had left, and there were only girls standing outside the school. Ye Wuqian frowned at his younger sister and sternly inquired if she had anything to say to him. Ye Feiqiao bowed her head and was afraid to raise it so as not to meet her brother's gaze. She timidly said that she was very sorry. The young man exploded and shouted that she should feel sorry for herself. She should not marry just to repay her family for their kindness. The girl quietly replied that the Ye family would simply be destroyed if she didn't marry Tianhai. Ye Wuqian continued to shout that in the worst-case scenario, the family would simply lose their possessions. Her personal happiness was clearly not worth it. Li Waner excitedly exclaimed that Feiqiao had better obey. Marriage to Tianhai would ruin her life. The girl was silent. She realized that both interlocutors were right. Nevertheless, her kindness could not put her personal interests above her family. The young man sensed the girl's doubts. He sighed heavily and said that Feiqiao was already an adult. Let her decide what to do next. Turning around to the other side, Ye Wuqian glumly stated that he only wanted one thing. His sister should only live for herself. Li Waner worriedly said that the young man was already angry. She reminded the girl that it was already not easy for them to get close. Feiqiao asked her brother to apologize for her. Her parents have raised her for many years, and she can't leave them alone. The female interlocutor shouted that she was misunderstanding everything. With opportunities like her brother's, Feiqiao's parents wouldn't starve. The girl had to admit that Ye Wuqian was right. The Yang family would only bankrupt her family at worst. Nothing more. She is determined to study hard and work hard. Then she can help her parents, and the young man won't be left out. Without saying goodbye to her friend, Feiqiao ran away from the school. The fine gravel flew in different directions under her soles. On the run, the girl muttered to herself that she didn't care at all about Yi's family, or their possessions either. Li Waner excitedly inquired where Feiqiao was running off to like that. She assumed that the girl had decided to return to the Ye family. Anticipating the pleasure, she shouted that she was going back to her brother's house. Her sister-in-law was waiting. Ye Wuqian hurriedly walked along the sidewalk. Unfortunately, his bicycle was blown up, so he was forced to travel on foot. He realized that he had to deal with the Yang family once and for all, or it wouldn't end. Besides, he had his favorite bicycle blown up. A short while later, the young man was sitting on a comfortable sofa in a huge room opposite his rival Lun Qi. They were separated by a coffee table. The man smiled and said that he wondered how the famous Ye Wuqian had visited his home of his own free will. Squinting his eyes, he stated that the guy dared to come to his house as if he wasn't afraid of being killed here. Ye Wuqian replied that Lun Qi was saying it as if the guest was not in danger outside the manor's territory. The host smirked and said it didn't matter. Now he was more interested in the purpose of his visit. The young man said that there are so many women in the world. He suggests leaving Feiqiao alone, and then they will part peacefully. Lun Qi started to get angry, and angrily said that his guest didn't quite understand that he couldn't order in someone else's territory. The leader snapped his fingers carelessly. At the same second, several armed bodyguards appeared in the doorway. They all wore identical gray suits and dark glasses. Their shaved heads made them look rather menacing. Within a second, they were at the guy's back. The 3 barrels of the guns were unpleasantly cold against the back of the guy's head. Lunchi stated that he would help his younger brother with the wedding, and no one will stop him unless Tianhai himself refuses. The opponents frowned at each other. Ye Wutian did not show his fear in any way. He knew that they wouldn't dare to kill him. The young man smiled. He assumed that the Yang family would break away from Ye Fei Chao if Yang Tianhai refused to marry her. Lun Qi laughed and asked if his guest thought that his younger brother would willingly give up the girl. At that moment, the guy's cell phone rang. The leader made a gesture to the bodyguards and they backed away from the guest, still aiming at him. Ye Wutian looked at the screen and cheerfully announced that the caller ID was hidden. He was sure that Yang Tianhai was calling him. The young man turned on the loudspeaker on the machine, and Tianhai's shriek immediately came out. He shouted that he agreed to give up the marriage. The guy asked in surprise who he was talking to. He doesn't even have a daughter. The man yelled angrily that he had sexual dysfunction. Plugging his ear to avoid going deaf, Ye Wutian declared that he didn't understand anything. He had absolutely nothing to do with this. The phone continued to ring with filthy insults. The young man got bored and interrupted the phone call. He defiantly placed the phone on the coffee table. Lun Qi frowned at him. He realized that the guy had backed up just in case. The ringleader recognized that the voice in the receiver definitely sounded like his brother's. He asked what had happened to him. Ye Wutian spread his hands apart in surprise. He said that he did not do anything. There was no need to slander honest people. The phone on the coffee table vibrated. Someone was calling the young man again. This time he didn't pick up the phone. For a few seconds, the rivals looked at each other glumly. The phone kept ringing, but the guy didn't seem to hear it. Lun Qi asked why he didn't answer the phone. Ye Wutian replied that a man could come up and answer if he wanted to. Lun Qi didn't see it as a big problem. He leisurely reached for the phone and looked at the screen. The caller's number was hidden. The disgruntled ringleader heard his brother's voice. He shouted angrily that he must not hang up, and he would send his men for his head. The man calmly replied to his brother. Tianhai complained to Lun Qi that this guy had set him up very badly. Listening to the conversation between the 2 brothers, Ye Wutian couldn't hold back a smirk. He was pleased to see that he was able to harm a powerful assailant. After listening to his brother, Lun Qi turned black with anger. This conversation made him even more convinced that the young man was to blame for everything. He threw the phone on the coffee table, breaking it in half, and demanded his brother's health back. Ye Wutian calmly replied that his family should forget about Fei Chao. Then he could help cure the guy. He frowned and stated that otherwise the Yang family might just cease to exist. Lun Qi said in surprise that he shouldn't threaten him and snapped his fingers. He assumed that the young man didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. To the bodyguard who showed up, the ringleader said that there was a shortage of white women in Africa. He demanded that Chen Kaixin be kidnapped and sold to the continent. Ye Wutian was just mad with anger. His hands clenched into fists. No one could stop him now. The young man was getting angrier and angrier. The situation was getting out of control. He had hoped to the last minute that he would be able to make a deal. Lun Qi laughed and ordered 10 men to be sent to please Li Wan-er. The man assured that he would do everything. Ye Wutian approached the landlord and warned him that he had a chance to revoke the order. The man reminded him that the boy had something to do. The bodyguard moved toward the door. The boss's orders were to be carried out immediately. To his surprise, the man felt an incredible weakness in his body. He couldn't even stay on his feet and began to sink to the floor. A second later, the guard was already lying on the floor, helplessly resting his hands on the floor and trying to raise himself. The first 3 bodyguards suffered the same fate. All they could do was crawl on the floor. They had no strength to do more than that. Lun Qi became angry and declared that this was too much. He tried to hide his fear, the man's hands trembling with excitement. Ye Wutian stomped the sole of his shoe right between the surprised leader's eyes. The man didn't even realize what had happened. Moaning in pain, Lun Qi tried to crawl away and get up from the floor. The young man frowned as he watched his enemy's movements. He pulled the Tenlin gang leader up by his flap and lifted him higher. The man stared at his rival in a huff. Concentrating all of his qi in his fist, Ye Wutian swung around and declared that actually, Lun Qi himself did not understand the seriousness of the situation. Pulling his opponent closer, the young man swung his fist. Xuan Yuan Qi energy was surging in his bones. The man smirked gloatingly and asked the boy if he would regret later for all the evil he had done to their family. Ye Wutian didn't hesitate for a second. A steel fist slammed into the enemy's face. Lun Qi blood splattered the owner's clothes. When he was hit hard, the man screamed in great pain. Several teeth came out of his mouth. It was a severe insult. Lun Qi sat on his knees and groaned, his whole body shuddering. The young man sat across from him and prepared to strike again. He stated that the man obviously wanted to say something last, but he would not get that chance. Lun Qi looked at his opponent's rapidly approaching fist and realized with horror that there was nothing he could do in time. He smirked and stated that the guy was very much mistaken when he thought he had no support. Ye Wutian asked in surprise at the question. As far as he knew, the ringleader had no trump cards left up his sleeve. Lun Qi stated that Chen Kaixin and Li Wan-er had always been under the care of his men. If something happened, their bodies could be found in Africa. The young man suspected the man was just lying. The only weapons were his guards in the room, so this was clearly a bluff. The man smiled, realizing that the guy was starting to doubt. He stated that Ye Wutian couldn't know for sure and wouldn't want to take any chances. The young man angrily pulled his rival up by the collar to his side, trying to tell from his eyes whether the ringleader was lying or telling the truth. Lun Qi said that there was still room for negotiation now. After he died, the guy would regret it for the rest of his life. Ye Wutian was definitely sure that the man was brazenly lying and was angry with himself that he couldn't prove it for sure. Taking everything into consideration, the young man decided to spare the Tenlun gang leader for now and let go of his collar. He didn't want to risk the lives of his favorite women, even when it was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Lun Qi promised that he wouldn't touch anyone around the guy, including Ye Fei Qiao, and demanded to give him the antidote. Ye Wutian believed the leader, hoping that he would keep his word. He sprayed the powder over the gang leader's head. Lun Qi got to his feet and stretched his arms. He now felt much better than before and could fight. He demanded that the young man heal all the guards. The boy said he would not do that. They might attack him. At this time, the door opened and several bodyguards walked in with important reports that concerned the Yan family. Ye Wutian immediately turned towards the door, determining the degree of threat. The situation was getting worse. They could interfere. The guards quickly assessed the situation as well, noticing the employees lying on the floor and the bloodied boss. The young man rushed to the door. The bodyguards were obviously armed, so they had to be neutralized first. Young Lun Qi was faster. His strong leg kick worked like a barrier. The guy's body bent in half. The young man's back hit the wall. Multiple cracks spread from the epicenter of contact. Falling to the floor, Ye Wutian wailed in hellish pain. Right now, every movement was causing incredible agony. The ringleader ordered the guards to grab the guy immediately. He must not be allowed to move. The bodyguards ran to carry out the order. The 2 bodyguards forcibly brought him to his knees with his hands behind his back. He was in great pain and could not resist. Ye Wutian angrily asked what all this meant. He was surprised Lun Qi was also proficient in ancient martial arts. The ringleader grinned gloatingly and declared that the boy could see everything. It wasn't a big deal, just that he'd broken a promise. He grabbed the young man by the hair and exclaimed that he was very naive to believe the boss of the underground forces. He doesn't shy away from using dirty methods. Ye Wutian laughed and said that he couldn't believe it. The great gang leader turned out to be just a pathetic bandit. Lun Qi suggested that he shouldn't be shy in his expressions. He didn't care at all. He had already achieved the desired goal. The ringleader turned his back and demanded the bodyguards beat the antidote out of the prisoner for his brother. He said gloatingly that one could not be shy in methods. The main thing was that the prisoner should not die prematurely. The bodyguards grabbed the boy by both arms and dragged him in the opposite direction. They knew how to get information out. Ye Wutian smiled and admitted that he also had a backup plan. If Lun Qi doesn't believe it, let him push on his stomach. The ringleader laughed and declared that he would not fall for silly childish tricks like the young man himself and demanded that the prisoner be taken away. The bodyguard stepped outside the mansion with the boy. The door to the room slammed shut. It took quite a long time to get to the enemy camp. So the convoyers and the prisoner set out on their long journey in the late afternoon. After tying up their prisoner, Lun Qi's men tossed him carelessly into the trunk of the car. The young man groaned in great pain. Confidently gaining speed, the black-armored car raced along the deserted highway to the secret villa. It was a huge 4-story mansion located far away from prying eyes. Only a few people knew of its existence. The escort opened the heavy armored door and pushed the surprised captive inside the spacious room. This room would have thrilled any medieval inquisitor. Every instrument of torture known to the world was displayed here like a museum. The guard unceremoniously pushed the boy again. He thought the young man was coming in too slowly. Ye Wutian whistled in surprise. He didn't expect that the gang also had an excellent interrogation room. The man stated that there were many of their men in the villa. There would be no escape. He demanded that the antidote be given immediately while the bones were still intact. The young man smiled. The guard's self-confidence amused him. They simply didn't know who their prisoner was. Xuan Yuan Qi energy traveled throughout the guy's entire body. He liked this feeling of power. He felt much more confident. It was only a matter of tensing his muscles a little as the ropes entangling his arms broke in several places. The guard screamed in terror. We could only guess what this man was capable of, calmly tearing the ropes with his bare hands. Kneading his hands, Ye Wutian smirked gloatingly and said that he would now see who would break whose bones. At this time, Lun Qi was reflecting on the recent events. Undoubtedly, at this point, he had defeated the young man. But there was a good chance that information about this would soon reach the Huan company, and it would be difficult to explain things to them. Common sense suggested that it was better to let Ye Wutian go. On the other hand, Yang Tianhai still needed an antidote. The man remembered that his captor had said something strange before he left. He was sure it was a lie, but he decided to check. Lun Qi sighed after some thought and decided to still touch his stomach as Ye Wutian spoke. A little worried that this might be true, the ringleader slowly pressed 2 fingers into the region of his stomach. His face contorted in piercing pain. Lun Qi's eyes almost flew out of his orbits. He couldn't even stand up straight. Trying to dull the pain, the ringleader angrily shouted that rascal had actually done something. He must be found immediately. A black car was parked outside the villa. There was a light on the first floor. Lun Qi parked the red car next to it. He knew where to look for the guy. Swinging open the door to the room with the torture objects, the man screamed from the threshold that the young man had done something to him. Suddenly he realized that events in the interrogation room had unfolded in a different scenario. It was unbelievable. The 2 beaten guards were lying on the floor. Ye Wutian was just busy with the third man and heard the door creak. Grabbing the guard by the throat, the young man smiled and declared that he could have killed them all if Lun Qi had come a moment later. He let go of the man carelessly. The bodyguard slumped to the floor with a clatter. He didn't have the strength to get to his feet. Barely raising a hand, trembling from exertion, the guard pleaded with the ringleader to save him. At the same second, his head dropped powerlessly. The man no longer showed any signs of life, as if he were dead. Lun Qi was angry. Right in front of his eyes, people who were supposed to obtain a very important medicine were killed. He soared into the air and created a strong, pinkish-colored energy aura as he jumped. The leader promised to avenge his people. Ye Wutian calmly waited for his enemy to approach and summoned the blue-colored Xuan Yuan Qi energy. The moment Lun Qi was about to send his opponent to the dust with one fist strike, the young man was already standing in a defensive stance. At the moment of collision, both opponents remained standing on their feet. Nothing much seemed to have happened. Ye Wutian actually blocked the man's punch. A large red spot formed on Lun Qi's arm at the point of touch. He regretted that he hadn't expected to meet such serious resistance. The guy had seemed weaker at first. Meanwhile, Ye Wutian went from defense to a swift attack. The gang leader was forced to retreat, but the young man was unstoppable. He was determined to go all the way to the end and made a direct strike reinforced with Qi energy. It happened so quickly that Lun Qi barely had time to react and blocked the blow by setting up his elbow. After each new blow, the man's body took more damage. He had to admit that his opponent was much stronger. Moreover, Lun Qi realized that he wouldn't be able to endure for long. A couple more blows like this and his arm would simply break, and then the fight would be over quickly. The protagonist stood in front of the crime boss and prepared to fight. He suggested to his opponent to try to attack him once more. The angry man swung around to strike the protagonist with his hand. The protagonist calmly prepared to send an attack. The boss ran up to him abruptly. He became in a fighting stance to staunchly repel the opponent's attack. The man knocked the guy down with a sudden kick. He didn't see it coming. He was frightened that his opponent had tricked him with his fist. The man bounced back and prepared to attack his opponent further. The protagonist looked up fearfully and prepared to deflect the blow from below. The man decided to slyly use another deceptive strike against the guy. The boss struck the protagonist in the back with a swinging, unexpected blow. Ye Wutian angrily realized that his opponent had used another deceptive strike against him. The man shouted at the guy that he couldn't even understand what a deceptive strike was and he had no combat experience. The boss got ready to hit the man one more time. The battered guy shouted to his opponent that he really couldn't see his attacks. The man punched the guy in the face with all his might. After the punch, Ye Wutian told his opponent that it didn't do anything to him. The guy hit the boss with a swing and yelled that he just wouldn't defend himself. The man said angrily that the protagonist just really wants to die. Then the boss lunged at the protagonist to hit him again. The boss managed to get his elbow in the protagonist's face. The guy was thrown aside. He then kicked his opponent in the groin with all his might. The boss swung his hand at her head. His opponent was thrown aside. He dodged and pounded the man from underneath with all his might. After that, the boss kicked his opponent several times. He and his opponent simultaneously swung around and kicked each other's legs. The protagonist felt very beaten up and tired. He had little strength left. The boss was pretty battered too. He was having trouble breathing and looking at the guy with hatred. The man told the protagonist that he was a great opponent, as he fights him on equal terms. The protagonist replied to his boss not to compare himself with him. The boss said angrily to the guy that they have exhausted their stamina and can't move anymore. They need to end this fight. The protagonist confidently asked his opponent, who said he couldn't fight? After saying that, Ye Wutian calmly slipped his hand into his pocket. The boss watched him closely. The protagonist took out a small bag and immediately consumed its contents. He had his physical and fighting abilities activated dramatically. The man was very much surprised because of the main character carrying medication with him. Ye Wutian explained calmly that as a doctor he had brought several packs of medicine with him. The guy was kneading his hands. He asked the opponent named Yang Lanzi if he was ready for his last word. Suddenly, the boss pulled out a gun and fired several shots. The protagonist shouted fearfully to his opponent that he was playing dirty. The boss cheerfully replied that as the leader of a criminal gang, he carries a couple of pistols. The main character felt very scared. He didn't expect the man to pull out a gun. The boss with a gun in his hand told the guy he couldn't outplay him. Suddenly, the man felt very sick. His body started to malfunction. A violent shiver ran through the boss's body. His joints began to ache all over his body. He happily explained to the man that his blood circulation had accelerated and the poison had spread throughout his body. He asked the boss, "Does the man feel unbearable pain?" The man shouted the protagonist's name very menacingly from the last of his strength. The guy looked calmly at his opponent. He said the boss wasn't close to threatening him. At that time, there was the noise of many people. Someone was approaching the room. Someone opened the door with a sharp kick and a large group of backup appeared. A group of militants ran into the room. The leader asked the boss fearfully if he was all right. The boss explained that the protagonist had poisoned him. He asked his subordinate how did he know his whereabouts. The subordinate replied to the leader that he had received a phone call, but the boss did not answer. The man who arrived also assured the leader not to worry, as many more people would be arriving very soon. He said to his opponent that he was holding a gun and calling for help. One of the bandits kicked the protagonist in the leg. He flew off to the side. After that, several warriors rushed at the guy and pinned him to the earth. The boss demanded that the protagonist give the antidote to his brother and restore his fertility. The boss threatened that he would never see his girlfriends Chung Kai-shin and Li Wan-er again. The guy angrily shouted that Yang Lanzi craved death if he dared to threaten his girls. The boss turned to a subordinate named Zhou Gan and demanded that he contact their men and have them finish the girls immediately. The subordinate picked up the phone and replied angrily to his boss that he would do just that immediately. Suddenly, the bandit noticed drops of blood appearing on his phone from somewhere. Zhou Gan was startled to notice that blood was coming out of him. He didn't understand why he was bleeding. The leader looked fearfully at the drops of blood and realized they were coming from him. The other bandits started to feel bad too. They were bleeding and some were dizzy. The leader of the bandits, completely exhausted, dropped dead to the ground. The boss noticed his subordinates around him begin to fall unconscious. The leader fearfully ran up to the lying subordinate Zhou Gan and called his name. The boss shouted angrily and asked the protagonist what he had done. Wutian said calmly to the man that he had only used a little bit of medicine. The guy explained that he'd spilled a very strong drug on the stairs. It hit everyone who came down the stairs. The protagonist explained to the boss that he was still alive because the poison in his body was very resistant to the cure. The ringleader was very scared when he realized that the guy had killed all his subordinates. He shouted that Wutian is a madman. After that, the protagonist snapped out of his seat and reached out to his opponent. Wutian said angrily to the man that he should not have threatened his woman. He demanded that the boss order his men now and stop. The boss replied that he had been in his business for many years and had seen a lot of things. He added that the boy's threats had no effect on him. Wutian thought excitedly to himself that this was the first time he was seeing such a difficult opponent. The guy realized he can't kill the boss as his girlfriends would be in danger. He needs to find a way out of the impasse now. At this time, the protagonist heard the stomping of a large number of people from behind.
Another group of militants came in. They shouted to the gentleman that they had arrived.
The warriors were surprised to notice the corpses of their predecessors lying around the protagonist. Then the bandits all grabbed guns and pointed them at the protagonist. The boss shouted angrily that Wutian still didn't realize. Whose territory is he on? The protagonist stood surrounded by armed bandits on all sides. He thought to himself that his medicinal powder had already been used up, and that there were still many people. The guy suggested that the man talk quietly. He added that he still had some things to work out. After that, the protagonist stuck his finger in the place where he had a wound on his leg. He stuck his hand into the wound and pulled the bullet out of his leg. He examined it carefully. The bandits were surprised. They realized that the guy was very tough if he could just take a bullet. Wutian turned calmly to the boss and said to start negotiations. The man angrily shouted at the guy to give him the antidote immediately or else he would die today. At that time, someone ran into the room and shouted to the bandits to let go of their guns. The boss was very surprised. A policewoman ran in with the men. Lu sternly told the surprised boss that he'd done enough damage already. The guy told the enforcers who came in that they were very slow, although they have to protect China's security. I asked the girl how she came to be here. The girl replied that she had come here because she had encountered men on her way here. The boss asked unhappily to the deputy director of Lu, why is the latter here? Lu replied sternly that he always came to get a Wutian. The guy is very much appreciated by the higher-ups. The boss shouted angrily that the protagonist had killed many of his men. He added that Wutian must die even if Director Huang arrived here. The protagonist angrily yelled that he wasn't going to leave. He added that the bandits could shoot him right now. One of the militants clicked the bolt of his gun and pointed it at him. Lu demanded that boss Yang Lanzi order his men to lower their weapons. The boss said angrily that the protagonist killed his comrades and the guy can't get away with it. Deputy Director Liu looked around and asked the people present if anyone had seen Ye Wuqian kill someone. The man calmly replied that when he walked in, he immediately saw people already dead. The woman said that this is where the feuds happen and bandits kill each other. The boss was very angry with the woman. He swung to hit her. The policewoman swung her foot with all her might and kicked the ringleader in the head. The woman then put her foot on the lying ringleader and shouted for him to shut up. The thugs ran up to the policewoman and pointed their guns at her. The policewoman told the gunman to look out the window before firing. One bandit was frightened and decided to quickly run up and look out the window. The gunman was very frightened by what he saw on the street. It was full of police. The building was completely surrounded. Tanks were standing around and helicopters were flying. The militants were very frightened. One of them shouted that the army had surrounded them. After that, the girl took the protagonist's hand and told him to follow her. The boss looked sideways at the policewoman and said, "Her family Ning is very majestic." The woman replied to the leader that she was now a soldier, not a member of the Ning family. She asked the man, "Does his behavior today represent the Yang family?" The boss was very angry. He remained silent and said nothing to the policewoman. The main character told the girl that she was his wife and that he wanted to kiss her. The cop shoved the guy away with her hands. The girl threateningly told a duck that if he talked nonsense, she would break something for him. The boss looked at his subordinates. He noticed that the militants were scared of the army. He decided to stop. Afterward, the boss said menacingly that the boy had killed his deputy and many comrades. Their deaths could not be in vain. The protagonist asked the boss with interest, "Did he really kill someone?" The protagonist took some magic powder out of his pocket and started scattering it. Ye Wuqian poured the powder on top of the dead bandits lying on the floor. The powder took effect immediately. There was a very bright flash. The boss was very surprised when he saw the bodies of the bandits start to disappear. The protagonist looked around in amazement and asked, "Where are the corpses of the people he killed?" The boss angrily shouted to a duckling not to fool him so much. The policewoman shouted for Yang Lanzi not to be so shameless. She added that she would have shot him if not for his family. The boss said angrily that the whole building was packed with explosives. He yelled that they could all go down. Lu and the woman were very frightened and worried about the explosives. The boss yelled to the policewoman that she would not make him surrender. He added that they would die together. The man shouted very angrily and called Yang Lanzi's boss a psycho. The leader felt very bad. His mouth was bleeding again. The bandits were very frightened when they saw that their leader was very sick. The boss demanded the antidote from the protagonist. He said that in return, he would eliminate those who were following the girls Wan Er and Chung Keksin. The girl asked that the guy give the ringleader the antidote. She added that it would be difficult to control the situation. Ye Wuqian excitedly thought to himself that he could only stop. The protagonist reached into his pocket and said he would heed his wife's words. A Yudin took a bag of colorful pills out of his pocket. He told the boss that it would be his antidote. The protagonist held out the bag and told his interlocutor to take only one pill. The boss looked closely and said there were 3 pills in the bag. He explained that only 1 pill contains the antidote and the rest are poison. Yan Lanzi has only a 1/3 chance of survival. Boss Formidable shouted back to ducking not to go too far. The protagonist calmly told the man that he could die or get a 1/3 chance at salvation. The boss was silent. He realized that he was now facing a very serious choice. The main character grabbed his girlfriend's hand and said it was time for them to go. The boss shouted after the girl named Nin Siki that he would remember everything. The policewoman replied to the ringleader that she would absolutely not be bothered by him. After which the protagonist and the girl left the room and closed the door. The boss was left almost alone in a room with only the smoking, almost vanished remains of his subordinates. The warrior shouted to the ringleader that they should not let the girls Li Yuaner and Chung Kexin live. The boss explained that killing the girls would lead to endless revenge. As long as the girls are alive, the Yi Wuqian will still be afraid. The head commanded his subordinate to retreat for the time being. He himself was preparing to take the pill. The protagonist at that time got into the car with his girlfriend, Nin. He told the girlfriend that the boss Yang Lanzi had scared him to death. The policewoman asked with interest to the protagonist, "Was the man frightened?" Ye Wuqian replied calmly that he fears death like any man. He added that they need to get rid of the boss. Ning was driving the car. She said that Yang Lanzi is an extraordinary person and his family is very powerful. The guy replied that this is the age of big families. The girl angrily asked the guy, "Is he really making fun of her?" Ye Wuqian said that Yang Lanzi is absolute nothing without the support of the family. The Nin girl hesitated and felt her companion so sour as a lemon. The guy said the boss had a very good father. He added that he himself had been kicked out of the family E. Nin thought excitedly. It hurt a lot to be kicked out of the house by relatives. After that, the girl took her friend's hand and wanted to cheer him up. Nin said with a smile to her friend that eventually he would be able to get what he wanted. The protagonist rejoiced. He was very much affected by his girlfriend's words. Nin smiled at her friend and told him that he would definitely get what he wanted. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise and marveled that she could smile like that. He shouted joyfully to his wife that she cared for him very much and grabbed her hand. Nin replied very sternly to her interlocutor that she didn't care about him at all. He told his girlfriend with a smile that he really liked her a lot. Nin asked angrily at her interlocutor, didn't he really like her before? The girl looked at the guy carefully and said that she believed him like the last fool. The protagonist smiled and told his girlfriend that he wanted to explain things to her. Nin stopped the car and threw the protagonist out the open door. After that, the girl slammed the door behind her. She didn't want to see her again. He stood in the street and begged his girlfriend to listen to him. Nin shouted at the guy to get the hell out. The protagonist asked excitedly, did the girl come to his rescue by herself or was she sent by Mr. Nin? The girlfriend stopped talking. She asked the protagonist, does it really matter to him? Ye Wutian very excitedly told the girl that it was very important to him. Nin told the protagonist to guess for himself. She added that she wasn't his wife. After that, the girl sharply accelerated the car and drove away. Wutian stared at his girlfriend for a long time. The lad walked about and said to himself thoughtfully how he could guess for himself. Then the protagonist arrived at the huge building where the corporate headquarters was located. He thought to himself that he should add more people to protect Kei-shin and Wangner. Suddenly something very abruptly caught the protagonist's attention. He stopped. The protagonist noticed a girl he knew standing near the table named Situ Wei. He called out to her. Then the guy stopped and turned around sharply. He was wary for some reason. The girl asked the main character, doesn't he even want to greet her when he sees her? Situ Wei walked up to the guy and asked, is he afraid she'll ask him for help? Ye Wutian thought that in a short period of time, he had learned that the Situ family had drastically declined. The girl looked at her interlocutor carefully and said that she was just supervising how the construction was going. The protagonist excitedly asked her girlfriend if she was okay. Situ Wei replied calmly that she would be fine and that the guy shouldn't worry about her. Ye Wutian stood across from his girlfriend. A very long and awkward pause ensued. The protagonist with a smile suggested to his acquaintance to go and have lunch together. Situ Wei apologized to the guy and said she had a lot to do. The protagonist looked annoyed as his girlfriend walked away from him. He thought that the girl he knew had probably planted a bug. He decided that he still subconsciously believed her. The main character decided to call Ouyang Xinyue. He decided to ask her about Situ Wei. All of a sudden, the guy noticed he was getting an incoming call. The main character was sitting outside in the park. The weather was clear. There were a lot of people walking around. On the bench next to the protagonist sat his smoking acquaintance. They were both silent. The interlocutor told Yuchin that he knew he was concerned about the state of Wei. He added that he had come to ask a favor. The protagonist asked grudgingly to his acquaintance, why did he think he cared about the girl's condition? The guy calmly said that from now on, the Ten Lone Gang is finished. Wuchin only wants to see him because of the Wei girl. The protagonist turned his head to the side. There was a very long silence. The interlocutor said that the Situ family has been having problems lately. He added that soon the Situ family may not exist at all. The protagonist remembered that the Ouyang family did not fall apart after the accident with the old man Ouyang. He asked his interlocutor why the Situ family would not be able to resist. The guy recalled that the Ouyang Snu family had brought in a Wutian in time to help. As long as he worked with this family, the shareholders did not withdraw their investments. The protagonist sharply questioned when he had helped the Ouyang family. The interlocutor replied that even if Wutian was close to Situ Wei, it had nothing to do with Ching Chung Pil or other businesses. He added that the Situ family remained in danger. The guy reported that the Saichu girl was working tirelessly at the time, and the protagonist had to see her condition. The interlocutor fell silent. The protagonist thought for a long time about the words he had just heard. Yutin told the guy that his Situ family is very large, while allowing the woman to carry the entire load. The lad replied sadly that his older brother was ill, but that he himself could not do the business. The interlocutor said that the protagonist is not obligated to help the Situ family, but he just doesn't want anything to happen to the Wei girl. The protagonist was silent. He wondered what he had to decide what to do now. After a long pause, the guy told the protagonist that the bug on his phone was installed by a non-Wei. He asked his companion excitedly, how does he know about the bug? The guy replied that he has his own intelligence system, but he himself can't say who planted the bug. Ye Wutian asked mockingly and incredulously to his interlocutor. So why should he believe him? The guy got very agitated. He yelled that he swears in the name of the Tiger Gang and the Saichu family that it wasn't the Saichu Wei that planted the bug. The protagonist was very much agitated. He was alarmed by the confidence of his interlocutor. Ye Wutian asked excitedly to his interlocutor, why did the latter think he could help Situ Wei? The interlocutor replied to the protagonist that he was very special to the Wei girl. The guy explained that the girl has very high self-esteem. She can only look to the protagonist for help. Ye Wutian shouted that there was no way that Situe would only turn to him for help. The guy got up from the bench and started to walk away. He said that a Yushin may or may not believe him. The protagonist thought for a moment. He gave his departing companion a long look. At this time, crime boss Yang was in the room with the doctor. He had bloody nausea. The doctor watched intently as his patient lay on the chair with bloody vomit. The medic very excitedly told the young gentleman that they had done the best they could. The boss menacingly asked the doctor, "How did the analysis go and which of the pills is poison or antidote?" The medic explained that there's no poison in the pills, but if you combine them all at once, they can be poisonous. The man shouted angrily for the doctor to tell him which pill to take. The medic sadly told the man not to take any of the pills offered. The boss realized that if he didn't take the pill, he would be doomed to die. He looked at the pills and realized that he couldn't take them all together. At that time, someone's footsteps sounded. Someone was walking very fast through the room. A man named Yang San walked in. He was the chairman of the Yang group. The boss was very surprised. He turned to the man and called him father. Yang San absolutely without any emotion ordered his son to take the blue pill. The son looked at his father with great surprise and disbelief. He wanted to say something to him. Yang San looked at his son, who was kneeling beside the chair, and ordered him to do as he said. The boss was anxiously going over the pill in his hands. After that, he made up his mind and took away the blue one. The man realized he no longer had any other option or choice. After that, the boss very quickly and decisively took and swallowed the blue pill. The protagonist was sitting in his office, staring boredly at the ceiling. Suddenly there was a noise. Shinyue's secretary came to the guy's door. The girl walked into the office of the protagonist and carried a bunch of different documents in her hand. He looked unhappily at the girl who had come and asked what she had brought him. The secretary put the papers on the desk and said she'd brought that flirty girl's financial report. The protagonist asked the secretary in surprise, "What does she mean?" He reached for the documents. The guy opened the folder and was surprised. He realized that before this information on the Situ family, the main character asked Shinyue why she had brought it to him. The girl replied to the interlocutor that it was to help him understand the Situ family better. He slammed the folder shut. He asked angrily, "So why did he need to know about the Situ family?" The secretary smiled and told the protagonist that he should want to help the Situe girl. Yewuchin closed the folder and said grudgingly, "Who is such a girl Situe to deserve his help?" Shinyue's secretary told the guy to listen to his inner voice when he knew exactly what he wanted and what he didn't want. The protagonist was thinking. He looked at his interlocutor with great attention and suspicion. Yewutian grudgingly asked Shinyue, how could she know what he was thinking, and could she really be reading his mind? The receptionist explained that the guy has been frowning and not smiling every day lately. The protagonist realized excitedly that his Sobernitsa is very much intelligent. After that, Yewutian calmed down a bit. He opened the folder and began examining the documents. He said that the situation of the Situ family was even worse than he thought. Shinyue said seriously, "One of the powerful Taino families is leading the attack, and other families are following their lead." The secretary said she was just bringing the materials. It's up to the protagonist to decide. Yewutian asked unhappily at the interlocutor, "Doesn't she like the girl Situe?" The secretary in front of the door answered honestly that she doesn't like Situe, but the main character likes the same girl. The secretary went out and slammed the door behind her. The protagonist was left alone with the documents. The guy thought about it. He decided it didn't matter what the Sitch told him. The phone with the bug was given to him by the Situation Room. The main character looked at the phone and decided to pick it up. Ye Wuqian grudgingly asked his girlfriend Xu Ying, why did she call him? The lady in question threateningly demanded that the guy be a little nicer to her. The guy explained that he was in a bit of a bad mood. The day after tomorrow was her grandfather's birthday. She demanded that the protagonist accompany her. Wutian thought to himself that the Shu family might also be interested in him. The interlocutor asked the protagonist if he would come to her. Wutian replied that Xu Ying was his girlfriend. The girl informed the protagonist to come in the evening. She added that she would pick him up at the airport. Xu Ying girl disconnected the phone. Joyful on the chair sat her grandfather. After that, the girl told the old man that the protagonist had agreed. The old man suspiciously asked his granddaughter if she had great expectations for her Utena. Xu Ying said her boyfriend has great potential. The grandfather asked his granddaughter, can she handle a guy like that? The girl looked carefully at her grandfather and replied confidently that she would try. The old man asked the girl excitedly, how is the Ouyang Xinyue doing? The granddaughter replied to the old man that the Xinyu girl is doing well. The main character trusts her. The girl was worried. She didn't understand why Grandpa was interested in Ouyang Xinyue. The old man said that the Ouyang family put on a good show. He added that the family members pretended to suspend Ouyang Xinyue, but actually sent her to the Tiangxi beauty group and got the support of Wuqian. Granddaughter told her grandfather that they had no proof. She added that the performance for Xinyue was really successful. The old man said thoughtfully that the situation with the Situ family was almost resolved. No need to push them very hard, the girl said excitedly. Now was a very good opportunity. Just a little more and they could absorb the whole Situ family. Grandpa told his granddaughter that even if things are going bad for the Situ family, they are still an old family with their own foundation. The old man reported that even if they retreated now, there was no certainty that the others would surrender. Grandpa said cheerfully that this was exactly what he wanted to see. Ye Wutian arrived by air at Beijing airport to see his girlfriend. The guests at the airport were scrutinizing the girl. Guys were surrounding her from all sides. A girl was walking through the airport and wanted to call the main character on the phone. Suddenly, the guest noticed someone. She turned around and looked carefully in the direction. The protagonist smiled at his girlfriend and asked, "Doesn't she want to hug her boyfriend?" Shui Ying rushed to her acquaintance and hugged him joyfully. Eutian was very pleased. All the guests at the airport were annoyed. They realized that the beautiful Shu Ying already had someone. The main character and his girlfriend were riding in a car over a bridge. He took out a box and said that he had bought a present for his grandfather. The girlfriend drove the car and looked at him carefully. Shu Ying asked the protagonist with great interest, what kind of gift had he prepared? The protagonist replied to his girlfriend that he would give his grandfather a couple of medicinal pills to strengthen his body and prolong his life. The girl asked the protagonist how many years her grandfather could extend her life. Iyuchin explained that if you live the right lifestyle, you can easily extend your life by 5 years. Shui Ying smiled and happily said that this was exactly the kind of gift she had expected from her boyfriend. After that, the protagonist, accompanied by his girlfriend, arrived at the Shu family's mansion. There were a lot of people inside the mansion. There were guests all over the floors. The main character and his companion were approached by guests and asked many questions. The girl was saying with a smile to the guests that the guy was just selling medicine. The main character told everyone with a smile that he makes money by selling some drugs. The guests said with a smile that Iyushin pills are famous all over the world. They said the main character is very humble. The protagonist asked his girlfriend excitedly, "Does she want to tell the world about their relationship?" Shui Ying replied that he was her boyfriend, and she wouldn't hide it. He was happy to hear this response from the girl. He decided to hug her even more. The main character told his girlfriend that he would do to her what a guy should do. Shu Ying angrily asked her companion, didn't he forget anything? The protagonist said he was in the capital, and whatever he did here, his acquaintances in the eastern city wouldn't recognize it. Suddenly, the protagonist was struck. The girl asked him who he thought he knew. Ye Wutian was astonished to see that the Xinyue girl was walking beside him. The guy shoved his companion aside and asked with interest to Xinyue, why on earth was she here? Xinyue explained that she was Shu Ying's niece, and therefore she could be here. The protagonist smiled and calmly replied that there was no problem at all. Shui Ying told the guest that she needed to escort the protagonist to her grandfather's house. Xinyue fell silent and then calmly and meekly replied that she agreed. The protagonist grudgingly noted to himself that the Xinyu girl's attitude towards him had become as cold as ice. The protagonist saw an old man sitting in front of him, and there were more people standing next to the chair. The girl congratulated her grandfather and wished him to live a long and healthy life. The old man told his granddaughter that he wanted to give her a red envelope. Shu Ying thanked him. The protagonist remembered that Old Man Ouyang and Old Man Situ had disappeared. He thought that the grandfather in front of him might disappear too. The old man took a long and careful look at the protagonist and asked if his name was Awuchin. The old man took a long and careful look at the protagonist and clarified his name. He bowed to his grandfather and wished him a long and happy life. He handed him the box. The protagonist realized that the old man was just pretending not to know him. To the girls standing nearby, the very cheap gift the protagonist gave to Grandpa seemed very cheap. Shui Ying looked at the girls sternly and said that they were talking a lot. The girlfriends were silent. They were impressed by Shui Ying's remark. The granddaughter bowed to her grandfather and said the pill could extend his life by 5 years. The old man smiled and told the protagonist that the main gift for him was that he had come to his banquet. The grandfather turned to the girl and told her to go and accompany her. The girl turned grudgingly to the side and walked towards the protagonist. The main character stood in the corner of the room and chatted with his girlfriend Shu Ying. The girl told the guy that her grandfather is happy and really wants to get her engaged to him. Ye Wutian said with a smile that Shu's family was very big, and he couldn't possibly like her. The girl told the main character that he's a big shot now, and his son will be a second-generation rich man. The protagonist's mood improved. He grabbed his girlfriend's hand. Ye Wuchin said to Shu, why does she want a child so badly? He added, they might have a daughter. The girl became agitated. She said grudgingly to the protagonist not to talk nonsense. At this time, a new guy came in from outside. He said excitedly that there was already talk of babies here. The guest clapped his hands and scrutinized the protagonist and his girlfriend. The guy turned to Shui Ying with a smile and asked, would she like to have one child together with him? Shui Ying thought excitedly to herself that she didn't want to see this guy. She asked her interlocutor unhappily what he wanted to tell her. Guy walked up to the woman he was talking to and told her he was really angry right now. After that, the Shu Ying girl grabbed the protagonist's hand and led him along. The guest told the girl afterward that there was still a very important purpose for which he had come. The guy silently consisted and watched as Shu Ying left with the main character. Iwuchin asked anxiously to the girlfriend, "Doesn't she want to know why the guy came to her?" The girl told the protagonist that the guest who came is just crazy. The guy cheerfully said that he asked his grandfather to marry his granddaughter to him. Shu Ying was very much taken aback by such words. She stopped and turned around. The protagonist became agitated. He too looked excitedly at the guest who had come. Shu Ying asked excitedly to the guy, "Does he really think that such a thing is even possible?" The interlocutor smiled and said confidently that his grandfather had not turned him down. After that, the guy approached the main character and said that the guy might have connections in Dun City, but they are in Shanghai right now. He replied cheerfully to his interlocutor that his breath stank and he was on fire. The girl happily realized to herself that the protagonist had a very sharp tongue. Iwuchian told his interlocutor that the weather in Shanghai is dry. For this reason, people are prone to various diseases. The protagonist took his interlocutor by the shoulder and said he would give him a cure for bad breath. The guy got angry. He sharply threw the protagonist's arm away and shouted for him to stop. Yawuchian apologized with a smile and told his interlocutor that he really had bad breath. He took his girlfriend and said they had to go or they would stink too. The guy looked angrily at the protagonist. To himself, he said it was okay. He walked away down the corridor, accompanied by his girlfriend. Shu Ying said that the guy who approached was named Yu Cheng, and he had a very frightening past. She added that the main character did not achieve anything good. Ewutian asked her girlfriend excitedly, "Who is behind Yu Yi if she is so afraid of him?" The main character told the girl that if Grandpa really agreed, she would become Mrs. Yu. The girlfriend excitedly asked the interlocutor, "Will he be sad?" Yawuchin thought that he would feel a little upset. Out loud he replied that he didn't know. The protagonist thought to himself that he was well aware that Shu Ying was getting close to him for a specific purpose. He looked at his girlfriend and knew that she had once saved his life. Shu Ying reached out to the protagonist and said that she wanted a clear answer. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend and thought to himself that she was giving him trouble. Suddenly, someone from the side walked over and grabbed Shu Ying's arm very roughly. Miss Ouyang held the girl's hand and told her menacingly that the protagonist did not have to answer. The guest Xin Yue looked at her interlocutor very unhappily. She was still holding her hand. Shu Ying calmly said that she just wanted to talk to her boyfriend about love. The secretary calmly replied to her interlocutor that she had to take care of the public image of the protagonist. The protagonist looked at Miss Ouyang and realized that she was only jealous of him, but couldn't tell. Shu Ying asked her why she still cares about the protagonist after he had already hurt her once. Does she do it because of her interests? Xin Yue replied that it was an accident, and she and the main character were the victims. Miss Ouyang angrily shouted that she couldn't let others hurt the main character. The secretary took the guy's hand and said the banquet was over and they were going back to Duntown. Shui Ying closed her eyes and thought to herself with interest that Xin Yue was very angry. The protagonist left in the evening with his girlfriend in a car. A guy was walking with his girlfriend and holding her hands. He said that Xin Yue was really cool just now. Awushin told the interviewer that she took good care of him and now she wanted to marry her. The girl told the guy to let her go and not to be pushy. Ayutian thought his girlfriend was jealous. Xin Yue excitedly reminded the protagonist that he had offended Yuki-chan. The protagonist calmly replied that there was no Yu family among the largest families. The girl excitedly said that Yuki-chan's grandfather is the chief of staff of the army. He is in charge of the old man of the Ning family. The main character got very excited. He realized that this time he had really offended a big shot. Ye Wuqian thought unhappily to himself that he had caused a lot of trouble for himself. At this time, someone's voice said menacingly from outside that there was another big problem. The protagonist was frightened and surprised. The last thing the protagonist noticed before he passed out was his girlfriend Xin Yue. The protagonist lay unconscious on earth. Next to him stood a frightened girlfriend. The Xin Yu girl, shocked and frightened, called out the main character by name. Suddenly, an assassin with a knife appeared very quietly behind the girl. After being hit hard, the Xin Yue girl fell unconscious on the ground next to the guy. The protagonist woke up suddenly in a strange place. He couldn't move his body as if he were tied up. Owuchian walked a bit into himself and noticed that he was tied in some obscure room to boards. The protagonist looked around and noticed that he was in the room where he once kept the blood sakura. Owuchian immediately realized that this place was familiar to him. He realized that he had been kidnapped from Shanghai and taken to Dong City. At this time, someone called out from the side of the main character by name very suddenly. The guy couldn't see the pretty red-headed girl in front of him. She had a whip in her hand. The girl told the protagonist in a very innocent voice that she was happy to see him again. Iwuchian realized that he had fallen into the hands of a real killer, and he was now finished. A girl approached the bound protagonist and said that she had found him. She asked him if he was happy. The protagonist replied to the interlocutor that he was very happy. He asked her to loosen the ropes so that he could hug her, after which the girl came up and kicked the protagonist in the groin with all her might. From the strong blow, the protagonist was pierced by intense pain and screamed very loudly. The interviewee asked the guy, "Does he like this kind of hug?" Eutian replied that it is very exciting for him. The guy told the girl that he expected her to get back at him sooner or later. He added that Ouyang was innocent and asked what she had done to her. The girl calmly replied that her target was only the protagonist. She added that she took Miss Ouyang to the hospital. The protagonist told the interviewer that he would spare her. Suddenly, the girl became very angry. She asked menacingly, "What about a ducking should she be spared?" The visitor yelled menacingly that the guy was pissing her off. She swung the whip. The girl suddenly slumped to the floor unconscious. Her mouth was bleeding. The protagonist couldn't understand why the kidnapper vomited blood since he didn't do anything. The kidnapper kept vomiting blood really badly. She couldn't stop. A bloodied Sakura dropped to her knees on the floor, and it was very hard on her. The protagonist excitedly asked the kidnapper what was wrong with her. He yelled it was a serious injury. Ewuchin suggested to the visitor that she untie him and he would cure her. The girl threateningly said she doesn't need treatment. She's in this state because of the protagonist. The guy cheerfully said that he didn't give the girl the pill formula. She failed the assignment and was punished by the organization. The kidnapper angrily said it didn't matter, even if the guy was bullying or humiliating her. The girl shouted menacingly to the protagonist that what mattered was that he saw her face. The protagonist was very surprised to hear the kidnapper say that. The girl swung her whip and sternly asked the boy, "Why did he do that?" The kidnapper hit the guy with a whip and yelled that the organization was after her. The bloody Sakura continued to beat her captive. She screamed that he could catch her, intimidate her, tie her up, and kill her. The girl asked the guy menacingly, "Why did he take off her mask and look at her face?" The kidnapper asked the terrified captive, "Would he have died if he hadn't looked at her face?" After that, the bloody Sakura grabbed the protagonist's hand by his clothes. The girl yelled at the main character to tell her something, otherwise she'll finish him off. The guy mustered up the courage to ask the kidnapper, "Is she really doing all this just because he saw her face?" The bloody Sakura looked at the captive with excitement and said that it was exactly like that. The girl revealed that she was a hired killer and had no relatives since birth. Blood Sakura was raised and educated with other orphans. The kidnapper told me that the assassins had no identity, no liberty, no face. The girl excitedly told the protagonist that only close relatives or dead people could see their faces. The kidnapper asked the boy how he wanted to die. Ewutian reminded the girl that she was an orphan and asked why one had to be a close relative to see her face. Blood Sakura swung her whip and shouted that a close relative could be considered her husband. Ewutian told cheerfully the kidnapper to marry him. He added that his wife could be a bodyguard. Bloody Sakura said she couldn't take that. She swung the whip once more. At that time, Miss Ouyang was in a Beijing hospital. She was still unconscious. In the ward, there were many guards standing around the bed where the girl was lying. Xinye began to slowly come to her senses. A soft groan was heard from her. Shui Ying anxiously asked the girl, "Did the main character knock her out?" Xin Yue stood up on the bed and held her head. She asked Shui Ying, "Did she really bring her to the hospital?" The girl said it was important that she was Jin Yue's cousin, and she should take care of her safety. She added that the patient does not know where Ewutian is now. Miss Ouyang was very scared and worried. She remembered the main character. Xin Yue got ready to get up in bed. She said that she had to quickly find Ewutian. An exhausted patient fell off the bed onto the floor. She couldn't get up. Shui Ying told the girl that she had already sent people to find the main character. She supported her under her arm. Xin Yue said annoyed that she should have brought Xiaoman with her. She asked for the Sabranche to give her the phone. She wanted to send someone to look for it. The girl informed that different forces are looking for the protagonist and the airport. Railway station and other transportation hubs have been cordoned off. Shu Ying said that even the military had been sent to search. Ewutian is very important. Miss Ouyang thought something to herself, at which time the girl in the house shouted loudly to her relative that she couldn't get over the girl was lying frightened on the couch and clutching her pillow. She shouted to her uncle that he should find the main character. The man asked the relative why she wanted to find her Uchin. He added that the protagonist never cared about her life. The relative shouted to the interlocutor that Ye Wutian was even now treating her as a traitor. Situwei went to her uncle with tears in her eyes. She wanted to ask for something. The girl reported that she didn't want anything to happen to the main character. She asked that her uncle help her this time. The man thought to himself that his relative wanted to get close to her, because she saw the value of his business. The uncle looked at the girl studyingly and realized that she just didn't realize that she had fallen in love with her uncle. Uncle closed his eyes and thought to himself that he was sorry for what had happened. At the bureau, the policewoman loudly told her subordinates that the protagonist was no longer in Beijing, or perhaps he had already returned to Dong City. She added that the workers should call all the surveillance services in Dong City. The girl who came in asked the policewoman if everything would be all right with her. The policewoman replied that they had mobilized all resources and would find the protagonist. The policewoman then threatened her subordinate that he would be in trouble if he did something without authorization. In the Nin family, the girl asked her grandfather that she wanted to go with the soldiers to find the main character. The old man angrily told his granddaughter to stay home. He was very unhappy. The girl wanted to object to something. The old man shouted menacingly that he would guarantee the safety of the protagonist. At that time, a strange guy appeared in the room near the door. The girl turned around in surprise. The stranger earnestly told the old man and his granddaughter that he would find her by himself. In the Yui family, the guy shouted excitedly to his father that he had nothing to do with the situation. The man informed the guy that he had a conflict with the main character over the girl Shu Ying Yi immediately afterward. Eutian disappeared. The father shouted that the military government had sent people to put pressure on him. The guy told father that if he really wanted to do something, he would take care of it in advance. The man said grudgingly that now the entire capital city is facing transportation problems and they are conducting massive investigations. He added that if someone dared to kill the protagonist, he signed his own death certificate. The father told his son threateningly that if he was guilty, a harsh punishment would await him. And then the man walked across the room, very angry, toward the exit. The boy thought to himself happily that his father would not live to see the day when he would be punished. At this time, the main character was still in the basement. There was still a girl lying on the floor next to him. Blood Sakura turned around and looked closely at the protagonist. The assassin looked at the guy and realized he couldn't be hurt. She looked at his body. The main character told the girl that she should give up. He added that he's not the same guy he used to be. He said his minor injury and it doesn't compare to his self-recovery rate. Bloody Sakura questioned the captive in surprise about his minor injury. After that, the girl rushed at the guy with big scissors and said she'd cut the thing off and see how he recovered. The protagonist was frightened. He shouted to the girl that she couldn't do it. He suggested that the Bloody Sakura become his second wife or concubine. The kidnapper rushed at the guy with the scissors and yelled that it was retribution.
Afterward, the guy loudly yelled at the girl to stop so they could talk.
Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention. He turned to the side. He saw some kind of green tube stretching out from behind a hole in the wall. The protagonist realized there was no time to delay. He tore with all his might the threads that held him back. After which, the guy freed himself from the boards and decided to rush to the girl's aid. Bloody Sakura was very surprised. She was amazed at how quickly Iu-chan was released. The protagonist saw a sent dart flying across the room toward the girl. He shouted to Blood Sakura to be careful and rushed at her. The kidnapper was very much taken aback. She realized that the guy wanted to help her. The poisoned dart, after flying, hit a standing large box. Bloody Sakura was lying on the floor and asked the guy, did he really want to play with her? Iu-chan, lying on top of the girl, said that someone from her organization had come to silence her. The protagonist and the girl were sitting on the floor of a gloomy room. They were silent for a long time. Yewutian said that he fortunately reacted in time, although it was dark woe-crowned. To himself, he thought to himself that he had used Xuanyuan Qi in time to seal the important veins. The main character asked the girl, what kind of guy was that and was he from her organization? Bloody Sakura replied that assassins of her level were at the bottom of the ladder. The girl said she was born in Japan and grew up in a family of killers. A couple of years ago, for a number of reasons, her family moved to China. She became a member of the Shinmun organization. Bloody Sakura reported that she had only seen the man's face once from afar. She added that the organization is strict, and anyone who fails is punished with death. The main character told the interviewee that she was now homeless. He asked her what her plans were for the future. The woman replied excitedly to the guy that he was going to kill her. He told the girl cheerfully that he had many chances to poison her. But he didn't. He asked the interlocutor, did she really have feelings for him after he spanked her? Bloody Sakura got angry and tapped the guy on the head with her hand. She yelled that if he kept talking nonsense, she would kill her. The girl, frightened, asked the guy why he was protecting her just now. Yushin told the girl that she was his bodyguard, and without her, there would be no one to protect him. Bloody Sakura pondered. She was very much affected by the guy's words. He asked his girlfriend cheerfully if she agreed. The girl replied sadly that they would die soon anyway. At this time, the martial ninjas were carefully watching the house from the forest. Bloody Sakura explained that there was no way the organization would have sent just one assassin. The building was already surrounded. Ye Wuchen cheerfully said that the space inside was very narrow. When the mercenaries came in, he would kill as many of them as he could. The girl explained that she had told that the main character could use poisons. Precautions would be taken. The guy asked unhappily at the interlocutor, why on earth was she telling people everything? The girl asked with interest to the guy if he had a powder that could penetrate through the eyes. The defense of assassins is only in the respiratory tract. The protagonist grudgingly said that he couldn't make powder as there were no materials in the room. Bloody Sakura said thoughtfully that she couldn't tell exactly how many people were sent from the organization. Eiyutian replied that the longer they wait, the more people will come. The girl stood up and said confidently that she had to figure out a way to get out. A Bloody Sakura started rummaging through a pile of trash. She wanted to find some tools. The guy calmly replied to his interlocutor that there's only different NSFW stuff here. The interviewee found an electric and vibrating object. She asked if it could be used. Eiyutian replied that the object was useless for a person who was clothed. Bloody Sakura held the object out to the guy and asked if he wanted to use it against her. The interlocutor calmly replied that he didn't know where it came from. Suddenly, Blood Sakura noticed something interesting from the side. She turned around. The girl grabbed a huge inflatable doll. She shouted that it would come in handy. Eiyutian shouted that he had bought the doll at a great price and hadn't even used it yet. As the assassins quietly made their way to the front door, the ninjas carefully began to open the doors so as not to scare anyone inside. Afterward, the fighters noticed the silhouette of a man standing in front of them in the darkness. The assassins immediately rushed at the human silhouette with blows. The fighters were very much surprised. They looked closely in the dark. A very surprised ninja noticed that an ordinary silicone doll was lying in front of him. At the same time, the protagonist threw himself on top of the assassin. He said angrily to his opponent that he hadn't even used the doll yet, and he had already pierced it. The neutralized ninjas were lying on the floor. The protagonist rushed to the blow-up doll and hugged it with tender affection. He was holding the doll in his arms. He said that everything could still be fixed. Another fighter was sneaking up behind him. The girl approached the ninja stealthily and yelled that she knew his methods. She stabbed him. Bloody Sakura said that only 3 people had gotten in. She added that there were many more assassins outside the villa. The girl took the blow-up doll with her and said she could use it later. The boy shouted to his kidnapper that she was a cruel woman. The villa stood completely silent. The assassins continued to hide in the thicket. The masked ninjas were watching the building carefully. They were waiting for someone to come out of there. There was a sharp creak from the front door. Someone pulled out an inflatable doll. Immediately, the inflatable puppet was hit by metal darts from all directions. The darts that flew up hit the inflatable rubber target from all sides. The fighters continued to throw weapons at the doll from all directions. They decided to get closer to their target. The ninja took a closer look and noticed the rubber doll's head flying off. The fighters were surprised to notice that a silicone doll was lying in front of them. They thought it was a trap. At the same time, the main character and his girlfriend threw themselves out of one of the windows of the building. One warrior shouted menacingly to his minions that their targets were about to flee, while the assassins in a huge group ran after the fleeing people. The protagonist and Blood Sakura were racing through the forest at breakneck speed. The girl yelled that they were being chased by at least 8 killers. There could be more hiding in the dark. The guy yelled that he sacrificed his doll for the girl and demanded that she compensate him later. At this time, the protagonist noticed a poisoned dart flying in his direction. The boy shouted fearfully to his companion to be more careful when a warrior came up behind the girl. He wanted to hit her with the ball. Eiyutian jumped behind the ninja and asked angrily, where was he looking? After which the protagonist struck his opponent full force. Blood Sakura stood with her back to her companion. She shouted that she didn't expect that they could be ambushed even here. Eiyutian explained to the girl that people from her organization could guess the direction of her escape. The protagonist shouted cheerfully that if you can't run away, you just have to fight hard. At the same time, many darts flew towards the protagonist and his companion. The guy realized that it was very dark all around and he couldn't see the direction of danger. The girl shouted to the guy that she would do it all herself. She fended off the darts flying at them with her blade. Suddenly, a sword-wielding fighter came up behind the protagonist. The ninja slammed his sword into the ground with all his might. The protagonist barely had time to bounce aside. The boy saw another opponent rushing at him. He crouched down on the ground. After that, the protagonist jumped up and knocked down the ninja attacking him with a leg kick. He swung around to hit his opponent's arm with all his might. The protagonist swung. After another blow, he felt he couldn't fight now. Then the guy tried to hit the ninja with a powerful leg kick. The ninja defended himself with his sword. The protagonist was able to successfully send one of his opponents flying into a tree with a leg kick. Eiyutian stiffened cheerfully to the girl that there was no need to worry. He himself could handle a few assassins. After that, the protagonist turned to the side and was very much frightened. Eiyutian saw the girl a short distance away from him as she continued to fight off the warriors. Bloody Sakura was very badly wounded. There were enemies with swords standing around her. The protagonist thought angrily to himself that if it wasn't for Sakura's protection, he would have been killed by stealth attacks long ago. Eiyutian shouted to the fighters that he couldn't deal with them with stealthy attacks. For this reason, they decided to massacre the girl first. The guy hugged the tree and shouted to the assassins that it absolutely didn't matter how true their judgments were. The protagonist, holding onto a tree, shouted menacingly to the warriors that they would all die at his hands.
The protagonist ripped the tree out of the ground with great effort. He shouted to his enemies that they would die at his hands.
The fighters were very frightened. They couldn't believe that a man could do such a thing. The protagonist then launched a huge tree at his opponents. The tree launched itself forward and blew everything in its path. Fighters scattered in front of the tree in all directions and shouted for everyone to be careful. The warriors retreated fearfully. Someone shouted that if the tree hit them, it would be all over. Ewutian ran after the rivals and held a tree in his hands. He shouted that he would kill them all. The girl shouted a color to the main character not to chase the assassins. Ewutian continued to run with the tree. Blood Sakura noticed with surprise that the guy was killing enemies like mosquitoes. One of the warriors was sitting on top of a branch. He looked at the protagonist and said that he had lost his mind and could be easily dealt with. The sword fighter told his colleague to get to work. The warrior shouted that he didn't need to be told what to do. The assassin then shoved off the branch and jumped down from the high ground. A group of fighters flew at the protagonist. They decided to finish him off quickly. He realized that he would not be able to repel such an attack. The protagonist noticed that the enemy blades were almost upon him. He shouted. He was still trying to cover himself with a tree. Suddenly, gunfire came from outside. A huge battle tank with soldiers was approaching the battle site. The girl on the fighting machine shouted at the ninjas that they dared to come to China and kill here. Then the girl shouted menacingly to the assassins that she would kill them today. She pointed her gun at them. Indiscriminate gunfire erupted. The warrior was striking her enemies with her weapon. The fighters screamed that the mission was failed, and they began to run away en masse to the side. The girl continued to fire her large-caliber weapon and shouted angrily to her opponents that she would destroy them now. The officer shouted to the girl to stop. Suddenly, the warrior noticed something suspicious. The officer shouted that if his interlocutor almost killed her own husband. She at this time saw the protagonist accompanied by Blood Sakura. The female warrior got very agitated and angry after seeing the protagonist with some stranger. All of a sudden, the warrior accelerated and jumped from the car in the direction of the surprised protagonist. The girl stood in front of the protagonist and told him menacingly that he was very hard to find. Her companion grabbed a duck by his clothes and accused him of fiddling with some girl from the land of the rising sun. Bloody Sakura intervened. She grabbed her rival with her hand. The assassin threateningly told her rival not to be rude to the guy. The disgruntled girl suggested that Blood Sakura start a duel here. The two rivals were bidding against each other. The tension between them grew very high. The main character ran up and motioned for his girlfriends to stop for a while. Ewutian explained to the girls that there were still many killers in the forest. He said they needed to think about how to get out. At this time, a voice came from behind. Some guy said that there was no need to worry anymore. The protagonist turned around in surprise. The stranger told the surprised interlocutors that he had cleared the area. Only those who escaped survived. The guy didn't like it, that so many people from Japan had arrived in China. The guy suggested that the main character and the girls go to a safe zone as soon as possible. He added that he would take care of the rest of the enemies. Ewuchin asked excitedly to the stranger, "What is the stranger going to find out?" The girl Nin said judiciously that it was better to talk to grandfather first. The guy explained that the opportunity must not be missed. If he lost sight of the assassins, they would be hard to find again. He promised his interlocutors that he could handle it. The protagonist promised a joyfully unfamiliar warrior that he would work for him in the future. The guy replied to the duckling not to worry. The stranger shouted goodbye to his companions that he would be back soon. The protagonist looked anxiously at the girl standing next to him. Duck hugged his girlfriend and said cheerfully, not to worry. The main character explained that the guy who approached was his personal specialist and everything would be fine. The Nin girl turned back around. She wanted to see where her rival had gone. Nin asked the protagonist what about the Blood Sakura. The guy stood silent. Ewuchin thought about it and realized that he couldn't transfer the Bloody Sakura home. And he couldn't let her go out with other people. The assassin turned around and told the protagonist that he couldn't tell other people about her. She added that she agreed to be his bodyguard. The girl said from afar that she would be watching the protagonist from the shadows. Ewutian thought that he would make his familiar rise and stand dignified beside him. The guy turned to the girl he knew standing next to him and called her his wife. The companion cheerfully asked the protagonist who his wife was. Ewutian said cheerfully that they should celebrate. Then the lad, accompanied by his companion, arrived at a hotel in the city of Dun. People were feasting at a sumptuous table. One of the guests asked that Ninsiki give details about how the protagonist came back alive. The main character said cheerfully that he had booked the whole hotel. He shouted to eat and have fun. There were many guests sitting at the table. There was a lot of drinking. Ewutian raised and drained his glass. The interlocutor asked the protagonist for him to tell her what had happened. The tipsy guy replied to the girl that she would get the material firsthand. A guest with a glass in her hand told the protagonist that he was back in one piece. The guy took another bottle and shouted for a drink. The girls were surprised that he was drinking from his throat. The guest told her neighbor at the table that if the protagonist drinks like that, it will be bad. The guest replied that a couple of bottles of wine would be nothing for the protagonist. The girl at the table slyly said that the main character wanted to get drunk tonight. She hoped the guy wouldn't secretly take a hangover cure. She reminded him that Van had put up the missing persons notices when she'd been missing. After that, the Van girl sorrowfully said that she couldn't help in the end. The main character, very drunk, ran up to his girlfriends, hugged them, and offered to have a drink together. The next day, the protagonist woke up in his hotel room in a serious condition. The guy was lying on his bed and couldn't get up. He was having a hard time. Ewutian opened his eyes with difficulty. He felt that his head hurt. He could not remember yesterday. The protagonist turned his head to the side and saw a familiar girlfriend. He decided to take his hangover cure now. He saw his red-haired acquaintance sleeping peacefully beside him. The guy stood up abruptly from his seat. He started to remember how drunk he got last night. The main character thought he was treating Van like a younger sister. He remembered that she was still in college. At that time, the girl woke up and called out to the protagonist. Ewutian was very startled. The girl calmly told her interlocutor that she didn't mind at all. She added that, if possible, so it wouldn't be so rough. The guy was really scared. He couldn't understand how he could do it so rudely. The door to the room opened quietly. Someone came into the bedroom. A frightened girl with tears in her eyes came into the room. She was very excited. The shocked guest looked at the protagonist and his companion on the bed. The guy looked at his girlfriend with excitement. He reminded her of Situ Wei. She was standing next to him and thinking about something of her own. The girl reported that the Situ family was in a bad situation because of the disappearance of the head. She added that the Situ Wei had transferred the money anyway. After that, the interlocutor wanted to tell me what she had been told in response to the Situ Wei. Situ Wei said goodbye to the guy. It will be sad when he comes back and sees that the company has fallen apart. The protagonist listened attentively to the words from his acquaintance. He remained silent for a long time. Somewhere the media wrote that the return of the protagonist surprised a lot of people. There was a lot of discussion and rumors. Someone even speculated that the protagonist was dead and his pill would be discontinued. People read the news that Ewutian raised the price of Ching-Chang pills after his return. Because of this, merchants began to feel regret for leaving the Tianchi Beauty Group. There was a meeting going on in the Situ Group. At the big table, one of the subordinates told the girl director that the group's performance was now in decline. The man with glasses said fearfully that the financial chain was collapsing as banks were not lending. The girl said she would find a method to raise the funds. She asked, "Are there any other questions?" A participant in the meeting asked the director, "Where is she going to get the money?" The girl calmly looked at her interlocutor and said that she would find a method to close the hole. The meeting participants were very much displeased. They blamed her for the poor current state of the company. The headmistress sat silently listening to her subordinates' reproaches against her. At that time, the protagonist entered the room. He asked the meeting participants threateningly how dare they talk to his dear Situ Wei like that. The people were very much surprised. They looked at the guest and only repeated his name. People were amazed that the protagonist was still alive. Some couldn't figure out why the guy came through here. Situ Wei told the disgruntled guest to bugger off and they could talk after the meeting. The main character put his foot on the table and told the contestants to piss off. And then the guy slammed his foot down on the desk with all his might. He slammed his foot down on the table once more. The papers flew apart. The protagonist stood on the wreckage of the table and told his girlfriend with a smile that he would take her with him. I asked the guy excitedly, "What's he gonna do?" The protagonist calmly and silently picked up his girlfriend and carried her in his arms. The girl shouted to her friend to let her go. The main character shouted in surprise to the people to keep the meeting going. Someone in the meeting thought the meeting couldn't go on when someone brought a supervisor with them. The main character took his girlfriend to an expensive and luxurious restaurant. Situ Wei looked around and saw that no one was there. She asked the protagonist where the other people were. They were sitting alone at a table. Ewutian prepared to taste the wine. He told his girlfriend that the place was at his disposal.
The companion very excitedly shouted, "That it's all a waste of money!"
The guy told his girlfriend that he was surprised to hear her talk about spending money. The protagonist grabbed his companion's hand and said that she had been through a lot these days. She was having a hard time remembering everything that had happened. The girlfriend was crying quietly. She asked the protagonist why he didn't trust her. The girl said excitedly to the guy that she didn't know exactly who was installing the bug. The protagonist, to calm and quiet his girlfriend, took her and kissed her. Situ Wei was very much taken aback by such an unexpected kiss from her Uchanyu. The guy told his girlfriend very affectionately that it would be quieter in here now. The girl stood up from the table and asked grudgingly to the protagonist, "What does he want from her?" She added that if Uchan wanted a kiss, it was already done. A guy told his girlfriend he had another gift for her besides a kiss. He showed her an envelope. He handed the surprised friend an envelope and told her he was giving her a slimming pill. Situ Wei was very amazed. She looked in amazement at the package where inside was a slimming pill. The girl asked the protagonist with astonishment, "Will the pill really help to lose weight?" Eutian said confidently that if he does something, the effect is absolutely guaranteed. The interviewee excitedly realized that weight loss is a good market for people. If they started mass-producing the pills, the Situ family would be able to get out of their predicament. The protagonist with a smile suggested to the girl to come up with a good name for the new company. Eutian told the surprised girlfriend that the company would be called Yue. The girl voiced another name for herself, Tianxi, Wu Yue, and Iwei. Ona added that the guy is very straightforward about the names. After that, Situe suddenly grabbed her interlocutor's hand. Iwutian asked the girl in surprise what she was doing. The girlfriend cheerfully told the protagonist they were going to a room. She tugged on his arm. Iwuchen was in a hotel in Dun City. He sat on the bed fearfully and thought that things were developing very fast. The guy looked furtively at his girlfriend sitting next to him and realized that she was very shy. Situe asked grudgingly to the guy, was he going to take the initiative or would she? The protagonist was excitedly surprised. He didn't think he would have the opportunity to choose. He flopped down on his back on the bed. He shouted happily that he was a man of good judgment. The girl sat silently beside him. Sita told her friend slyly that she wanted to take matters into her own hands. The girl climbed on top of him. The protagonist shouted to his girlfriend that he could do it. The guy thought to himself that this time he was sober. The girl on top of her shouted to the protagonist that she wanted to start. He thought to himself excitedly, looking at his girlfriend, that everything was about to happen. The guy didn't take his eyes off the girl. He felt very excited that things were getting very close. Situe began to take off her outer clothing. The protagonist was suddenly struck with surprise. The guy noticed with surprise that his girlfriend was wearing sanitary underwear. A frightened and shocked Yutian asked her girlfriend what she was doing in diapers during the day. Situe leaned over to her friend and said she was wearing sanitary panties. Yutian grudgingly asked her friend, does she really want to play with him? Situe said thoughtfully to herself that the guy had pleased her today. The interlocutor said cheerfully that it was very good that he had not had time to take off his pants. After that, the girl smiled at her friend and told him romantically that she would let him molest her next time. At which time the main character's cell phone rang in his pocket. The guy picked up the phone. The caller asked excitedly for Yewutian to come to the Huang Bureau because something important had happened. Yewutian arrived with the girl at the Huang Bureau. There were several bodies lying on the tables there. The protagonist asked Jen why he asked him to come with the girl Kexin. Guy walked over to one of the bodies and prepared to remove the blanket. On the table lay the blue-tinged corpse of a young boy. The body seemed familiar to the protagonist and his companion. Yewutian shouted frightened that the boyfriend of the younger sister of Kaishin was lying in front of them. The girl shouted fearfully that she had seen this guy the other day in company. Jung said seriously the guy died not today but a long time ago. The person who walked into the company was a fake. The main character said the guy he was hanging out with was definitely real. Jeng then pulled the covers off the rest of the bodies and showed them to the guests. On the other tables were the bodies of exactly the same young men. Jeng said that the first discovery of the body was when Huang detained He Chungking at work. The guy said the clones were created with very advanced technology. It is possible that they are mass-produced somewhere. Jen threatened the protagonist that after investigations, they found that Chungking and Shui Ying belonged to the Chen sect, and they were against Ye Wutian. The protagonist thought about it and said excitedly to himself that everything was somehow unsettled. The protagonist and his companions went into the next room. There were bodies lying on the floor. Kexin asked with surprise, why would anyone want to do all this? Jeng explained that under the threat of exposing the cloning experiment, the clone was placed in the Tianxin beauty group. Jeng then pointed at the main character and said that he might be the target of the intruders. The guy explained that the pill created by the main character could drive the whole world crazy. The impact on the industry was huge. Jung explained that the pill had a great impact on the battlefield. People in battles rarely die from severe injuries. The pill created an effect that reduced the death rate of soldiers on the front lines. The guy reported that some of the pills were taken abroad. There, their price was very high. As a result, the pills were considered a wartime commodity. Jung explained that the main character can also create slimming pills. He added that Wutian may create some more heavenly medicines in the near future. The protagonist thought to himself grudgingly that the medicine of the future had a very strong impact on the world. Kexin asked fearfully, did He Chungking die for nothing? Zhang replied that they would trace the source and find out who was behind it. Iwutian replied to his friends that if the intruders had taken cloning to the grand level, it would be impossible to find them now. Iwutian told his astonished friends that if someone found a cockroach in a house, it meant that there were 1,000 more living in the dark. Zhang asked with great interest to his friend, what else do they have to do? The protagonist told his interlocutor to arrange for clones to be sent to his lab. There was a very important meeting at the Tianjin Beauty Group building. There were a lot of people. One of the girls at the meeting was looking for the main character. There were other guests around. Xinyue was sitting on the sofa surrounded by her friends. She asked them why they hadn't seen her. C2Y grudgingly said that she had a lot to discuss with the protagonist about the UA company. Miss Ouyang was very surprised to hear the name of the UA company. She looked at her friend with interest. C2Y told the interviewees that she and the protagonist are like a family now. Kexen remembered how the main character called his company Wu Yue. Xinyue thought about it and remembered all the company names the main character had come up with. C2Y got up from her seat and said that she was only here to meet her naughty brother. The girl told her interlocutors that they all had cold faces, and that was why she looked like a mistress. Kaishin shouted unhappily that Sidu-Wei is third on the list among the mistresses. After that, Kexen explained that the main character has been sitting in a lab lately, where you can't go in without permission. Everyone must wait for Guy to come out on his own. He was sitting in the lab at the time. He was inside all by himself. The researcher sat at a table and scrutinized various materials. He thought to himself that He Cheng-Ching and the warriors who had attacked him were the same people. The warriors were clones who had been raised as children. Wu-Tian thought and realized that our days are not like ancient times. People in modern life value it very much. If the intruders were able to bypass the security bureau, it meant that there were many more clones hiding in Dun City. The guy realized that the entire eastern territory had to be cleared. Yuchen took a small dose of the drug on a spoon. He decided that the clones were not invincible. The guy was mixing ingredients and thought that clones must have some fatal flaw. Eventually, the researcher decided to mix the ingredients and try to produce the effect. At this time in the laboratory under the light of a lamp, the protagonist decided to perform some tests. He stood beside Clone's body. He told himself that the 39th experiment was beginning. A guy in a medical gown walked up to the clone's body and began to gradually conduct an examination. The researcher took a blood sample from the recumbent body from his left arm. Suddenly, Clone's hand began to dry and shrink very quickly. The guy realized he had to grow fast in his infantile state. It takes a lot of hormones to do that. If the hormones are neutralized, they do lethal damage. The agitated Wu-Tian realized that they needed to adjust the dosage and make the drug harmless to ordinary people. In the forest at that time, the soldier continued to fight with the militants. It was dark all around. The Spetsnazov, sitting on a branch, looked carefully at a whole bunch of bandits who were running through the forest. Guy, looking at the fighters, realized that they were so cautious that they had been walking around him for a couple of days. The SWAT team realized the insurgents were afraid to leave a trail. That means there's a huge case behind this. A group of fighters stopped in the middle of the forest. They looked around attentively. The leader of the militants went to one spot on Earth and brought his hand closer to it. As the fighter placed his hand on the ground, a large blue palm scanner appeared there. The secret entrance to the dungeon has opened. All fighters are preparing to descend. The militant leader tells someone inside that the mission has failed and they are going back. Suddenly something startled the leader and the warriors. They heard a noise and turned around. The fighters were very much surprised. They noticed how the commando immediately stabbed their commander. The soldier smiled at his rivals and said that their leader was a wonderful guide. The fighters were frightened. They pulled out knives and shouted that they were being attacked by the enemy. The protagonist drew his knife and prepared to finish off the remaining opponents. The SWAT team quickly used their weapons to take out the rest of the fighters. The soldier stood and excitedly examined the underground passage that opened up before him. The corpses of his enemies were lying around. The guy started to carefully descend. He decided to take a look at what the militant nest looked like. The soldier went down the stairs very slowly and carefully in the dark. It was very long. When the lad came fully downstairs, he was very much surprised. He looked around carefully. He looked around. The soldier stood in some huge room. There were clone pods all around. He couldn't figure out what this place was. The Spetsnaz officer looked around at the science capsules around him in amazement. He realized that it would take a lot of money to stealthily build such a base underground. The guy looked around excitedly and realized it was a giant human creation lab. The soldier looked closer and realized that many of the people in the containers seemed familiar to him. The guest noticed that celebrities and people who run companies were seen in the capsules. There were also high-ranking officials. The guy realized that the containers contained clones, as he recognized some of these people, and they were completely healthy. The soldier realized that there could be disastrous consequences if real people were killed, and personalities then transferred to the clones. The guy pulled out his phone. He decided to start by taking pictures of the evidence and get back to the military. As the ninja warriors began to approach the SWAT team from behind, the soldier calmly drew his knife and prepared to repel another attack. The SWAT officer was holding knives. Armed fighters were coming at him from behind. The guy bounced off to the side real quick. The fighters couldn't hit him. After which the SWAT officer scattered his opponents with a powerful knife thrust. After a brief battle, all enemy fighters were neutralized. The guy told himself that he didn't get the rank of strongman in the army for nothing. The SWAT officer walked calmly through the huge room. Behind him, there was a pile of bodies. Soldier walked over to one huge container. He began to study the papers lying on the table. The guy read the documents about the Chung sect. There was also information about the cloning program. Suddenly, the commando heard some noise in the distance. He turned around sharply and asked who was there. A warrior came up behind him and told the frightened guest that he had killed many people. He also added that he had no name. The warrior wore black clothes and carried a sword. He said that the guest could call him Sect Master. The martial artist stood in front of the SWAT team. The soldier prepared to fight. The guy told the Sect Master that he should catch him since he could be useful. The warrior grabbed his sword and shouted to his opponent to try and defeat him. The soldier dodged the attack sharply and in time. The master almost hit him. After the warrior's attack left several bloody marks on the soldier's body. The SWAT officer swung his knife sideways to strike his opponent. The martial artist bounced to the side and swung around to strike his opponent. The warrior with the sword swung and ran towards the SWAT team. The soldier swung his knife wide to ward off another attack. A SWAT team member used his knife to fend off the martial artist's attacks. The master pointed his sword at his opponent and asked, "How dare he come here with such puny abilities?" The guy realized that his opponent was much stronger than he thought, and he wouldn't be able to catch him alive. A SWAT team member decided to kill the warrior and use his powers to do it. A warrior with a sword would run at his opponent to strike him at once, after which the martial artist struck the SWAT officer in the shoulder with his weapon. The soldier decided to waste no time and strike back as soon as possible. The guy swung around and used his knife to chop the enemy's sword apart. The martial artist was very surprised when he saw that his weapon was broken, after which the SWAT team member very quickly stabbed his opponent in the back. The martial artist could do nothing. He received a fatal blow to his back and could not fight back. The invincible martial artist dropped dead on the floor. The guy looked at him excitedly. The SWAT officer realized that the injury was serious, and therefore an investigation was impossible. He decided to return. Suddenly, the soldier heard someone at his side clapping him. He was scared because there were more people behind him. The boy turned around and saw a huge number of warriors. The leader said that the boy could not cope with such a large number. The ringleader asked the commando if he had any chance of victory. The soldier looked at his opponents and said it was a frightening sight for him. At that time, the main character was waiting for his girlfriends in the building of the Tianxin Beauty Group. Ning was walking from side to side and could not wait for the guy to come out. Kexen replied to the interviewer that the protagonist has important things to do, and cloning is not a simple matter. Ning said excitedly, "Special Forces Chungyang has been tracking down assassins for a couple of days and has not returned yet." Suddenly the doors opened. The girls got excited and looked away. The protagonist came out of the door. He was very happy and held a watering can in his hands. The girl Nin looked at the sprinkler with great surprise and asked, "What is it?" The protagonist took his girlfriend's hand and said that he would show everything. He also added to have Kexen go with him. There were a lot of girls in the office room sitting and working on computers. He ran into the room. He shouted to the surprised female workers to follow him. There were a huge number of surprised girls standing around the guy. He invited them all to relax and play with water, after which the protagonist began merrily pouring water from a watering can on his female co-workers. The girls were very embarrassed. They were all wearing white shirts and the water made them see-through. One of the female employees told the guy grudgingly that she was very embarrassed. Ning asked her friend unhappily, did he still want to show how he amused himself with the female employees? He replied to her friend that she would soon find out. Suddenly, one of the workers fell unconscious on the floor. The others were very surprised and frightened. The main character angrily yelled that they had finally found the cockroach. The red-haired girl lay unconscious on the floor, unable to get up. Her colleagues began to gather around the lying girl. They looked at her carefully. No one could understand what had happened to the worker. Someone suggested that the girl might have fainted because she had been sprayed with water by a wuchin. They couldn't understand what was going on. More girls started fainting. The protagonist looked at his female employees who were lying unconscious. He said that there were a lot of cockroaches, after which the guy meaningfully said that everyone who fainted is a clone. Nin shouted to her subordinates to tie up the lying girls. The guy looked at the bound girls sitting on the floor. He asked if they felt like they were losing their strength. The workers sat bound on the floor and were silent. There were 4 of them in all. One of the female employees asked the protagonist, what did he do to them? He told the girls that he had sprayed a liquid that neutralizes key hormones that affect the clones. The product is completely harmless to normal humans. The guy said he found it hard to believe that there were 5 clones in the company. That's why the public found out about all his moves. The main character told his girlfriend to explain everything in detail to his grandfather Nin. He added that there could be many hidden pests in the army too. Nin picked up the canister and said she understood. She asked, what about the clones? The protagonist told the interviewer that he would hand over all the clones to the Huang. In the following days, he gave a special potion to the girls he knew. It was supposed to help put their business in order. Many clones were eventually discovered. They were all handed over to the Huang. Instead of real bodies, only corpses were found. There was no way the Huang organization could get useful information out of the clones. Many clones have been infiltrated into the Situ group. Many of them have held high positions. At the meeting, the girlfriends told the protagonist that clones had been found in their families. Kexin said excitedly, the clones could have infiltrated the government, and the country would have fallen into chaos. Ewutian decided to find out how things were with Chan Xiaomei. He sent a message to the girl, but she did not reply. The protagonist thought he had a bad feeling, but he had nothing to worry about. At this time, the girl came to her superior. He asked Xiaomei what she wanted to tell him. The girl excitedly told the chief that the matter was very important, and he must not tell nobody. In the office, the subordinate gave the supervisor a document and told him not to show it to the outsiders. The man excitedly said he couldn't believe clones could have gotten into government buildings. The guy yelled excitedly to the man that they needed to clean everything from the inside out and get rid of the cockroaches. The chief explained to the guests that he couldn't tell the city's population that there were clones and everyone needed to be sprayed. The guy suggested calling the remedy disinfectant water against influenza. The man said thoughtfully that they didn't have much time, but he would arrange it. A state of emergency began in the city of Dun. The sanitation campaign continued. The entire population of the city had to be strictly disinfected. The announcer informed people that because of the severe flu epidemic, people should return precautions. All the clones were taken out by Huang workers who were disguised as medical personnel. The operation spread to all China. The guy pointed to a report on TV and told the protagonist that thanks to the protagonist's suggestion, they had found over 100 clones in the city. Of them, there were even officials and executives. The interlocutor told the protagonist that he had done a tremendous job. Yutian asked the guy how the clone investigation was going. The guy said that no progress was made during the interrogation of the clones. Quite a few of them committed suicide. Yewutian said thoughtfully, all clones are brainwashed from childhood. The meaning of their lives is to work in the organization. The interlocutor excitedly asked if there was nothing they could do about the organizer. Yushin replied grudgingly that their opponents had taken a step forward. The protagonist said that the cost of producing one clone cannot be underestimated to replace the original in a leadership position. A lot of data must be collected about the victim's daily life. It takes a lot of time and money, Ye Wuqian said cheerfully. Now the precious clones would be destroyed. Eventually, the organizer would want to attack him and reveal himself. At that time, someone's footsteps sounded. An excited girl ran into the room. A secretary shouted to her boss, Chung Kexin, that someone had brought a coffin into their company building. Kexin asked her subordinate very fearfully, what exactly happened? The main character got up off the couch and told his girlfriend to go and calm the staff down. The guy said seriously that he would go with Chung Lei and then carry the coffin to the storeroom. The protagonist and his companions descended into the basement. There was a huge wooden box on the floor in the storeroom. People were crowding around it. An excited, pumped-up guy yelled out to open a drawer. The guy took the top cover off. Inside was the body of some military guy. The surrounding people noticed that in the coffin lay the body of a mutilated soldier. The soldier's body was badly beaten, but it looked very familiar. The Nin girl looked very carefully at the corpse lying in front of her. The girl fully recognized the body. It was the body of Chung Yang, a SWAT officer she knew. Ning said with tears in her eyes that Chung Yang was her former fiancé and the pride of their military. The guy was very upset. He was kneeling by the box and couldn't figure out who killed Chung Yang. After that, the girl Nin walked up to the protagonist and grabbed him with her hands. The girl tearfully said that Chung Yang was a good man and he had done a lot of good things for China. She shouted that she should take revenge. The main character held his girlfriend close to him. He wanted to comfort her. Ewutian said with confidence to his interlocutor that they would spare no one. Xinyue told her friends to control their emotions. Situe explained that they were sent a corpse to trap them. Suddenly the guy looked closely and noticed something interesting in the box. The subordinate handed the protagonist a piece of paper he found in the coffin. The note told Yewutian to come to a deserted area 300 kilometers southwest of the city. The author of the note said that if the protagonist didn't come, he would receive a big gift. The protagonist was excited. He decided the big gift would be Chan Xiaomei. The girlfriends told the protagonist that he couldn't fight unprepared. Yewutian said without turning around. He still lacked key clues. The guy said that Chan Xiaomei's life is at stake. For this reason, even if he is not very prepared, he must fight. Ning shouted annoyed. The main thing was that she couldn't believe that Chung Yang had died in vain. The girl said sorrowfully that for soldiers the mission was more important than life. She added that her friend could have left behind something more valuable than life. Nin looked at the body of the commando. She noticed that his hands were clenched tightly, as if he were holding something. The girl and her companion stood near the coffin, inside of which was a soldier. Nin tried to unclench the corpse's hand. She said excitedly that something must have been left behind. The girl opened the dead soldier's hand and noticed 2 deep cuts on his palm. The surrounding people were very much amazed. They looked at the soldier's body with excitement. The guy couldn't understand what the 2 horizontal lines meant. He added that there was no such cipher in the army. The protagonist yelled out that the word on the corpse's hand was probably half-written. A special forces officer on the verge of losing his life had a lot of information, but he didn't have much time. He needed to pass it on. Judging by the condition of the SWAT officer's body, he had been impaled many times by guns before anyone died. Then the enemy was very angry. Most likely the information the soldier received was very important. The protagonist said that the information Chungyang got might point to some person's name or surname. One of the girls said that only the most noble families can create clones, but none of them have a last name like that. Sinue thought and said that the incisions on the palm could mean half a word. It could be the Yu family. The protagonist angrily said that he could have been attacked by the Yui family, with whom he had no grudges. Kaixin said to her friend, "Why would his enemies risk bringing Chungyang's body here to them and setting up a meeting place?" Ye Wuqian explained that first Chungyang learned a lot of important information and then he personally found a lot of clones, so the enemy began to rush. The protagonist told his friends that it would be easier for them when they knew who the enemy was.
Afterwards, the guy and his friends put their hands up and shouted that everything was going to be okay.
At this time in the Yu family in Beijing, a man made a chair in a large room in the dark. Suddenly, the man thought of something and got very angry. Yu Qicheng thought unhappily to himself that the protagonist would not live to see tonight. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The man was distracted from his thoughts and turned around. After calming down, the man told his guest to come in as the door was unlocked. A girl ran in. She shouted menacingly for Yu Qicheng to immediately stop what he had done. The man sternly asked Shui Ying, "Doesn't she think too highly of herself?" He added, "She can't tell him what to do." The female interlocutor shouted to man that the protagonist was a very important person. She added that nothing could save Yu Qicheng's life if he attacked Ye Wutian. The girl menacingly shouted to her interlocutor that she was researching his work on clone creation. Shu Ying said the man collaborated with the island nation and used the data to create cloning and rapid growth technology. After that, the girl shouted that Yu Qicheng collaborated with China's enemies. She added that even Uncle Yu will never forgive him. The man asked his interlocutor with interest, did she really mean his father? After that, Yu Qicheng pointed his hand in the direction. The excited girl looked over there. Shu Ying was surprised to see a man who was barely Chagall and kept on his feet. The shocked girl shouted that the man was able to clone even Uncle Yu. Yu menacingly told his interlocutor that even his father could not disobey. The frightened girl saw the man glaring menacingly at him. She decided to run away. Shu Ying ran away with all her might. She wanted to get away quickly. The man menacingly ordered his subordinates to catch the girl as soon as possible. Shu Ying ran and kicked the door in front of her at breakneck speed. A ninja with a sword in his hand ran after the girl. He was about to catch up with her. After that, the girl turned sharply and noticed that the warrior was almost beside her. Some guy suddenly appeared and swung a punch at the warrior who ran up, after which the guy and his companions ran up and kicked in the front door. The guest angrily shouted at Yu Qichen for daring to offend his daughter. Xu Ning asked threateningly at Yu Qichen, did he really think she would come alone? A large group of his fighters rushed to the aid of the man, Yu Qicheng. The man asked his rival, what would be the point of taking a couple of old men with him? He shouted to the fighters to go on the attack. Warriors with different kinds of weapons prepared to attack Shu Ying and her friends. The girl and her co-workers prepared to fight off the attackers. A mass brawl broke out in the room. Shu Ying's friends gradually beat up the militants. The girl stood and watched as her colleagues disarmed the militants from Yu Qichen's group. The man angrily realized that it would be a bad idea for him to fight his opponents now. He decided that he needed to go back and call for help. The man then ordered his subordinates to retreat as quickly as possible. Yu commanded his subordinates menacingly to pursue the fugitives. The Yu man grudgingly listened to his subordinates' report that the opponents had escaped. After calming down a bit, Yui told his ward that the members of the XU family were not important to them at all. The man told the warriors that they needed to go and face a real worthy opponent. After Yu Qicheng left the Yu family, the Shu family reported the information about the clones. The people in the office sat and listened attentively to everything. After the information about the colons was made public, the authorities became furious and ordered the arrest of all members of the Yu family. The different families united to kill the Yu family. The military surrounded the Yu family's estate. In the end, it turned out that Yu Qicheng had replaced almost all of his main family members with clones. He himself had disappeared somewhere. No one was found inside the building. The main character was driving a jeep through the woods. He decided to drive himself to the rendezvous point. A Wuqian was driving a large military vehicle through the forest at night. The main character got out of his car wearing a mask. He started looking around. Then Guy stepped on some rock and there was a noise from the side. He heard and saw a secret passage in the ground. A ladder led down to the bottom. The guy was coming down the stairs. He thought to himself that now he would finally meet an unusual creation. He looked around and saw many clones in special containers. He thought that such a base was worth a lot of money. Suddenly, the protagonist heard some suspicious noise behind him. He decided to turn around. The guy got the hose. He yelled to the clones that if you want to fight, let them come out. He opened the water pressure through the hose. He shouted that he would take the initiative. The main character was completely dousing the entire room around him with water. Ye Wutian saw many bodies around him. He said joyfully that he would destroy them all. At that time, a ninja with a sword suddenly rushed at the protagonist from above. He swung his leg and struck his opponent with all his might. The ninja flew aside from the powerful blow and smashed a huge pipe with himself. The protagonist grabbed a water hose and opened the pressure against the next opponents. He used a hose to pour water on the knife-wielding militants who ran up to him. The water would hit the clones very hard and they would start falling right away. The main character's goggles were equipped with thermal imaging. No one could sneak up on him. At that time, darts flew towards the protagonist from all directions. The darts hit his clothes and flew off to the side. They did not harm him. The guy's clothes were impregnated with a special compound that could block even bullet hits. The protagonist Grozny shouted that he would clean out this nest of pests. The protagonist accelerated from his seat and ran forward against the clones. He turned the water onto maximum pressure. He shouted to his opponents not to even think about getting up. The clones were swept aside by the powerful force of the water. They couldn't hold on. He shouted angrily to the clones that no one could stop him now. A dangerous warrior suddenly appeared. He ran up the wall and prepared to jump. A dangerous warrior with a sword prepared to attack the protagonist. The boy spotted him. After the first blow, the protagonist's glasses flew off his face. He became worried. The protagonist realized he couldn't beat this boss so easily. He prepared to fight back. The warrior menacingly told the protagonist that he had some skills if he ducked. He shouted menacingly to his opponent that he should know martial arts. The protagonist opened the water pressure to maximum power to hit the main boss. The boy shouted angrily to his rival that they were about to have a little scientific enlightenment. At this time, the warrior was calmly rushing around the room and the water had no effect on him. The guy realized he wasn't a clone. He was a real person. It would be dangerous for him. The warrior ran up and hit the protagonist with all his might. He flew aside. Owuchin realized fearfully that the main boss was very strong. He was still lying on the floor. The main character thought excitedly that if he had a few more days, he would be able to crush the boss. After that, the warrior ran up and swung his sword to strike the guy. The main character got up from the floor and prepared to attack the main boss. Ye Wutian watched as the warrior very cleverly dodged his attacks. There was no way he could hit him. The protagonist excitedly felt that his opponent was getting faster and faster. The guy realized fearfully that the boss wanted to hit his second water container behind his back. Some other warrior suddenly appeared and repelled the main boss's attack. A red-haired girl intervened. She stopped the master from hitting the protagonist. The girl bounced to the side and prepared to fight off the master. The boss looked at his rival and said angrily that Sakura had passed on to the cult. He added that she should catch Yu-chan alive and atone for her sins. The girl covered the guy with her and yelled that her life belonged to him. The chief boss got to his feet and leisurely made his way towards his rival. The master grudgingly told the girl that he had raised her, but now she wanted to fly already with others. The boss prepared to attack Sakura and yelled that he would cut off her wings. The blood Sakura startled at the last moment as she noticed her opponent swinging his sword. The protagonist hit the girl and she flew far away. The head boss laughed evilly. He realized that he could hit the girl without any problem. The warrior continued to swing his sword in all directions. Sakura barely had time to fend off his attacks. The girl concentrated fully and prepared to attack the boss. Bloody Sakura tried to hit her opponent with her sword, but he kept dodging. The girl grabbed her sword with both hands to finish off her opponent. Then the girl struck the boss with her sword with all her might. He managed to defend himself. At this time, someone ran up behind the master and prepared to kick him. At the last moment, the warrior turned around and noticed someone kicking him in the head. A very powerful blow sent the big boss flying sideways into the wall. The protagonist angrily asked his rival how dare he cut his Sakura. The boss told the guy that his moves were hard to predict. He added that after a couple of training sessions, the guy would be invincible. Ye Wutian stood next to the girl. He shouted to the boss that he could praise him all he wanted, but it wouldn't change the result. The warrior angrily shouted at his opponent that the result had already been achieved, at which time his water container cracked on the protagonist's back. A duckling turned around frightened and wary and noticed that the rest of the water had spilled out of the tank. The protagonist realized that the container had been smashed by the warrior when he attacked it. The guy realized that he could heal his wounds, but there was nothing he could do if there was no container. At this time, a lot of people showed up. The leader said calmly that the biggest threat to the clones had been eliminated. There were plenty of warriors around. The ringleader tells the terrified protagonist that he has no way out now. The protagonist stood and saw before him a great number of dangerous warriors. The clones all looked menacingly at their opponent. They were ready to attack. Sakura said excitedly that it would be difficult for them to deal with so many enemies. Ayutian replied that it was now clear why Chungyang was killed. The ringleader shouted that Boss Yui ordered to capture the protagonist alive. He swung his sword. Then the clones all drew their weapons and prepared to attack. He told his opponent that he is not the only one with trump cards. He added that he does not go into the fight unprepared. The protagonist confidently told his opponents that times have changed. Then suddenly gunshots rang out from outside. They started mowing down the clones. Warriors fell to the ground struck by gunfire. The girl Nin walked ahead of the troop of soldiers. She shouted menacingly that she had waited a very long time for this. Those hit by the weapons of war fell to the ground en masse. They had no time to defend themselves. The ringleader commanded his subordinates to move away quickly. After that, a female warrior suddenly appeared behind the leader. The girl shouted angrily at the ringleader not to think of escaping. She swung around to hit him. The ringleader dropped his sword and tried to run away, but the girl rushed after him. The protagonist shouted to his girlfriend Sakura to stop the beautiful bodyguard Shinyu from stealing everyone's attention. The two of them ran off together. At this time, the bloody Sakura reached the warrior and stabbed him in the back. Sakura's bloody Sakura struck the master in the face before he could escape. The girl's knife went through the ringleader's body. A lot of blood spattered. The master could no longer stand after being mortally wounded. He could barely stand on his feet. In a dying voice, the headmaster told the girl that Boss Yu would still rule over everyone. The exhausted master fell to his knees. It was his last moments. The main boss was lying on the ground and saw the protagonist and his girlfriends in front of him. Ning girl threateningly told her companions that they had finally avenged Chungyang's death. The protagonist Grozno suggested that his companions go and meet their latest adversary. At this time, Yu Qingcheng was sitting at his lavishly set table. He was himself. A man was sitting at a table. There were drinks and snacks on it. He was quietly waiting for someone. Yu told the past protagonist that he didn't ask him to bring so many people to the meeting. He asked his rival, is he afraid of not being able to entertain his companions? He asked his rival, is he afraid that he will not be able to entertain his companions? The man with a smile offered the protagonist and the soldiers a seat and a drink. Ye Wutian angrily shouted to Yu Qichen that he had already lost and didn't understand the situation. The protagonist explained to his rival that the top brass had sent people on a massive search to destroy the Yu strongholds. He added that the Yu family's property had already been transferred to him. Wuchen asked suspiciously of the man, why is the man so relaxed, and does he still have trump cards? The man said cheerfully to the interlocutor that he would send a message over the phone, and the latter would never see his mistress Chan Xiaomei. He added that this was his trump card. The protagonist shouted to his rival that there was a person who knew Yu Qichen well and was willing to help him, at which time the girls, accompanied by men, were walking through the corridors of the prison. There were screams from the prison cells. Someone was demanding his release. One of the prisoners shouted that he was willing to give up his possessions to be helped. The guests walked down the corridors of the prison. One of the girls said angrily that the people in the cells were high-ranking officials. Apparently, Yu Qicheng did not have time to kill them. The guy said excitedly that the prisoners were important too and had to be rescued. The girl told her companion that the two of them would be enough for Chan Xiaomei. Two girls were running through the underground corridor of the prison. They were looking for a special cell. Gradually, the girlfriends approached their desired destination. They slowed their pace. Xue Ying looked carefully in front of her and told her companion that they were in the right place. A guy near the camera with a baton in his hands. He said cheerfully that Xu Ying is standing in front of them. Saitue asked her companion if she knew the guys near the entrance. Xu called the guards by number. The girl explained that the guards were Yu Qicheng's most trusted men. Yui had even invited a master to train these guards in martial arts. The guard said angrily to the Xu Ying girl not to speak ill of people when introducing them. The prisoner in the cell heard someone coming. She crawled to the door and listened. The prisoner shouted to her friend Shida Wei to call the police as soon as possible. She added that she would need a weapon to deal with the guards. One of the boys shouted angrily that they could catch two beauties at once. Situ Wei looked at her rivals with a romantic look and asked, would they like to play with her? Afterward, the girl menacingly told the guards that she would play with them if they could save their lives. After which the gunman rushed towards the girl with weapons at a great speed. The boy swung his baton to strike his opponent. The Shitue girl dodged a baton blow very quickly and in time. Then Sita swung her leg to strike the guard. The guy dropped his baton from the powerful blow and flew far to the side. Another guard with a knife lunged at the girl and shouted that she was going to die. Situe pulled out one of her daggers and prepared to attack. The girl used her dagger to repel the guy's attack and prepared to finish him off. The girl's powerful punch sent her opponent flying far away. Situe launched a few daggers in the guy's direction. The battered guy woke up behind the girl and prepared to attack her again. Afterward, the girl noticed one of her opponents slumped to the floor. Situe looked back and saw that the fighter had regained consciousness and was already rising to his feet. The guard looked angrily at his rival and asked if she was a martial arts master. The girl planted her knife and told the guard that not only was she a martial arts master, but she was also very strong. Situe stabbed her opponent. He was stunned. The gunman fell dead on the floor after the stabbing and never got up again. Situ said cheerfully that she has the best figure in all 4 main families. Also, she is the best fighter. At that time, Shu Ying was picking the lock of the cell. She disagreed with her friend's assertion. At which time, another gunman appeared with a weapon and pointed it at the girl near the door. The prisoner shouted loudly to warn of Shui Ying's danger. The man in the uniform pointed his gun at the girl. He prepared to shoot her. When Shitawei ran up in time, she shouted threateningly to the guard that he had brought death upon himself. The guard's gun fell apart from the force of the blow, and the man collapsed wounded on the floor. At this time, Shu Ying was able to pick the lock of the cell and open the door. The girls looked in amazement at the prisoner sitting inside the cell. She continued to cry. The prisoner tearfully kept calling for the chief. Shu Ying said excitedly to the captive that the real chief she knew was already most likely dead. The protagonist and his companion stood in front of the male Yuya. He was sitting on a chair. A Yutin received a message that his girlfriend had been rescued, with guards number 1 and number 3 killed. The protagonist turned off the phone and turned to his rival. He asked angrily to Yuki Chen, what else could the latter offer? The man asked his rival very angrily, what on earth had he done to his guards? The protagonist went to the man. He said that if the man confessed to his crimes, he would be kept alive. Yu Qicheng angrily shouted to his opponent that he never loses, after which the man decided to activate his last option. Yu pulled out the fuse button and shouted angrily to the main character that they were now all going to hell together. There was a very powerful explosion. The protagonist barely had time to cover himself before he was hit. A massive explosion hit the building very hard. It started to collapse. Bloody Sakura shouted fearfully that the room was about to collapse. The protagonist shouted fearfully that he didn't expect that Yui had decided to commit suicide. Ning's girlfriend said excitedly that they wouldn't get out before the collapse started. He turned to his companions and told them not to scatter and to stay close to him. Gradually, the building began to collapse. Huge stones fell from the roof onto the people. The girls were very frightened. Someone shouted that everyone run downstairs as fast as possible. The protagonist stretched out his arms and prepared to catch a rock flying from the ceiling. A huge shard of the ceiling came down from above on top of the men and almost crushed them. The protagonist managed to grab a huge rock and protect his companions. A haggard and exhausted duck with the stone on his back asked his friends if they were doing well. The girls looked at the protagonist in surprise and very frightened. The main character told his friends not to move. He explained that a large boulder could serve as a shelter for them. The guy asked that the girl contact via satellite phone and ask for help. The girl Nin grabbed her phone fearfully and started dialing a number to call for help. The main character was holding a huge block above him. Rocks were still falling on top of it. It was very heavy. He could barely hold the huge rock above him. Around the protagonist sat his friends, who were frightened. The guy was thinking about something of his own. The exhausted Yi Wuchen thought that the explosion in the lab had brought him back to this era. He thought he might make the same mistake he had made then. The protagonist tensed up and held the rock above his head with all his might. The guy looked at his frightened friends and realized that now he was not alone at all. The protagonist is completely and utterly aware that he has people he wants to protect. After that, Yawutian tensed up with all his might and began to lift the stone above his head. The protagonist and his friends continued to be hit by huge rocks from above. Stones gradually piled up on top of the huge block of rock that Yewutian held above him. A search and rescue team arrived at the building after an hour. Helicopters flew in and an excavator was brought in. After a full day of searching, rescuers found people in the underground ruins. Rescuers believed they would only find the bodies of the victims, but suddenly, a miracle happened. Under the rubble, rescuers found the main character, who was holding a rock on his back. Next to him lay his unconscious friends. 3 days after being rescued from the rubble, the protagonist woke up in a hospital. Ewutian felt a headache. He thought it was a concussion. To himself, he was glad he was alive. The protagonist remembered that he had held the stone thanks to his efforts. Ewutian said excitedly that this was not the end. His girlfriends came to visit the protagonist in the hospital. They were happy that he was finally awake. One of the girls shouted happily that nothing had happened to the main character. Wuchen was wrapped in bandages. He said cheerfully that nothing could happen to him because there were many beautiful girls around him. The girlfriends stood around the protagonist in confusion and looked at him. The guy sitting on the bed said sadly, he's afraid that Yu Qicheng might also be all right. Bloody Sakura told excitedly that Yui couldn't be alive. The Ning girl added that the man had exploded and was definitely dead. The main character said slyly that the whole problem was the first explosion. Wuchen said that if he wanted to drag others with him to death, he would have wanted to die later. It was important for him to see his enemy die. Then he himself would have died happy. Kexen's girlfriend was really affected by the main character's words. She thought about it. The Situe girl said that Yuki-chung didn't just decide to die before everyone else. He must have had a purpose. The protagonist asked his girlfriends if they had found the body of Yuki-chung. The girl replied that they had not found even a particle of flesh. Ye Wuchen said thoughtfully, the man might have completely blown himself up so they wouldn't find his body. Miss Ouyang said the deceased could have been a clone. It could be that the clone was afraid of being exposed. That's why he blew himself up. He said thoughtfully that Yu was very fond of hiding in the dark. So the real Yu may still be hiding and preparing a new strike. The boy asked the girl, "What is the situation with the Yu family now?" The girl said that all the main members of the Yu family had been killed, and only the clones were left. Nin reported that many people have been sent to comb the city to find key figures, but no results yet. Ye Wutian said grudgingly, "The trail is completely cut off. They now don't even know exactly when Yui escaped." She asked thoughtfully, "Where could Yuki-chung be hiding now?" The friend replied that the man had many murders to his credit and would not dare to stay in the country. One of the female interlocutors shouted excitedly that Yui might be hiding abroad. Bloody Sakura said that their target might be hiding in Japan since most of the killers were from a Japanese sect. One of the girls said that there are more people in Japan who want to kill Yuki-chen than in China. The protagonist told his girlfriends to contact foreign channels. "We need to put out a worldwide manhunt for Yuki-chen." Wuchen said that anyone who finds Yuki-chen will be rewarded with exclusive pill rights in the country and neighboring states. The girl was very surprised. She said that the rights to sell in the country were the biggest reward. Miss Ouyang added that the Qingchen pill is currently the world's most popular product. The protagonist was pleased with his proposal. He smiled to himself. Wuchen said very cheerfully that they would definitely find Yuki-chen. After the protagonist publicized the award announcements, the whole world went into a frenzy. After a month, the search yielded no particular results. The main character was in the office and he was not happy. Ye Wutian told his interlocutor that his reward could drive any army crazy. But so far, no trace of Yuki-chen has been found. The girl said grudgingly, there was no way that they couldn't achieve their goal. She said that it was most likely that Yuki-chen was really dead. Kexen came in. She said that Yuki-chen wasn't crazy enough to clone himself. Sita replied that the man's real body had probably exploded last time. The protagonist Grozno shouted that a man who was willing to kill his entire family wouldn't go crazy over the death of two of his subordinates. Yudian added that the man was a psychopath, but by no means a fool. The protagonist suggested that Yui was now lurking somewhere in the darkness looking for opportunities. He added that he wouldn't rest until he was rid of him. The girl told the protagonist that so far they hadn't found their purpose anywhere in the world. Miss Ouyang added that you may be hiding in a small country. Such a country may be insignificant and backward, and may not even know about Qingcheng pills. Suddenly a hunch struck the protagonist. He decided to share it with the others. The main character was sitting at the head of the table. The girls he knew sat next to him and listened to him attentively. Iwutian said importantly that he had a small and insignificant country in mind. Miss Ouyang asked excitedly to the guy, "Does the guy mean Guam?" The protagonist replied menacingly and cheerfully that he really meant Guam. Situ Wei said that there are many small and backward islands and countries in the world. Shuning asked the guy, why this particular country called Guam? Miss Ouyang said that at the time of the fake pills incident, the company that manufactured them was registered in Guam. The interviewee said excitedly that someone should investigate Guam. The protagonist unfolded the map. He said excitedly that they needed to look. The guy pointed on the map to Guam, where there were many large and small islands. Wuchen excitedly reported that the uninhabited islands of Guam would be the best choice for Yuki-chan. The protagonist told the girl to use military force to send to investigate. He added that there was no need to look for Yuki-chan. It's enough just to find traces of human life on the island. The interlocutor asked fearfully, what should we do if Yuki-chan is really on Guam? The girl remembered that Yu had already trained militants and set up illegal bases in China. There could be even more lawlessness on the desert island of a small country. Ning said Chinese authorities would not allow troops to be sent to another country. It could damage the international image. Keishin replied excitedly, the Wayou family is very wealthy, but they cannot establish a powerful base in another country. Xu Ying replied calmly to her girlfriend that Yu's family could do anything. The clones that Yu Qicheng created had infiltrated the business, scientific, and political circles. For this reason, Yu could obtain many assets. The main character said confidently that if Yui can buy something, he can buy even more and better. Yujin told the girls to scale up the company and increase pill production. He added that they needed to make money. The protagonist menacingly said that in 6 months he would kill his rival with money, after which the guy and his girlfriends happily threw their hands up in the air. In the days that followed, the protagonist and the others got into action. They made many deals. Several families banded together to sell the pills around the world. Thanks to his large earnings, Iyuchin was able to buy a lot of equipment and recruit even more people. Very soon the protagonist was able to create his own naval force in 6 months. Ewutian held a reunion with his friends and girlfriends in the harbor near the ship. Kexen asked excitedly to the protagonist to take her along. The guy replied to the girl that this was a war, not a child's game. He advised the girlfriend to stay more in the company. The interlocutor told the guy to be careful. Ewutian added that no one can beat him. Miss Oyoung excitedly wished her friend to come back alive. The other girl told the protagonist excitedly that she would be waiting for him. Shuiyang smiled and said that she believed in Ewutian. She said that her boyfriend is the strongest. The protagonist looked at his girlfriends with excitement and admiration. He said goodbye to his friends not to worry because he would be back soon. The main character arrived on a boat to the island of Buki near Guam. This island was uninhabited. He was scrutinizing the landscape of the uninhabited island through binoculars. The protagonist with binoculars said to himself that this was the way to take over the island and become the local emperor. Nin's girlfriend reported that everyone on the island is a clone. Even if they were caught, there would be no useful evidence. The protagonist thought angrily to himself that no one could live a better life than he did. The protagonist jumped up and menacingly commanded that the battle of the island must begin. The protagonist from his ship scrutinized the island in front of him. It looked completely lifeless. Ewuchin decided to land on the island with a landing craft. The protagonist arrived on shore and islands in a special landing craft with soldiers. The protagonist menacingly shouted that according to the battle plan, we should surge forward. Then the landing craft opened up and military vehicles began to move out. Battle tanks were leaving the ship en masse and heading down the island. Ye Wutian saw the enemy soldiers in the scope. He shouted that the assassins had been spotted from the front. The guy realized that the enemies were well aware and took precautions. He shouted that he would crush the enemies with his arsenal. The protagonist has commanded the tankers to give the enemy a good beating. Battle tanks drove around the island and fired cannons at the militants. The tanks were followed by armored cars. They were carrying soldiers inside. The armored cars opened their hatches and the soldiers got ready to run out. The girl Blood Sakura participated in the battle with the others. She had a weapon in her hands. The protagonist shouted to the soldiers to not hold back and shoot at the enemies. The soldiers mowed down the enemies with firearms. Ewuchin shouted to ensure that no enemy was left untouched. The powerful weapons hit the militants immediately. They fell dead to the ground. The soldiers continued to advance and defeat the enemy all along their route. The girls also participated in the battle and shot at their opponents with firearms. The protagonist shouted to his subordinates to keep firing. Battle tanks continued the offensive. They fired cannons and supported the infantry. The battle tanks shattered the enemy target and advanced. After the battle, everything was destroyed. There were a bunch of dead clones on the ground. The protagonist stood surrounded by his friends. One of the guys asked, "Should we advance?" Nin replied that because of the island's difficult terrain, it would be difficult to make a large-scale advance. The main character yelled to his girlfriend that he wanted to buy an aircraft carrier, but she wouldn't let him. The interviewee recalled that although they wanted to buy an aircraft carrier, they did not want to sell it. She also recalled that battleships could not be bought by individuals either. Iyutian told his subordinate named Chung Lei that he would be in charge of the main means of transportation and logistics. He added that it was necessary to attract the enemy's attention now. The guy replied that he understood everything. The protagonist told the girl that she should set up a light rifle team. He also added that an investigation team should be set up to find Yuki Chen. Ewuchin added that they need to create an elite team that supports him at all times. The girl replied that she would do so. The main character told the Shitue girls and Sakura to go with him and form a squad. He added that one now was to find and kill Yuki Chen. The girlfriend asked incredulous at the protagonist, "Are 3 of them enough?" Ye Wutian replied with confidence that the 3 of them would be more than enough. There were warplanes flying in the sky. Ye Wutian said they had sealed off the coast and no one could escape. The guy reported that Yuki Chen would try to destroy their main force and then try to escape. Situe put the backpack on her back. She told the protagonist that if she had known about it before, she wouldn't have told him she was good at martial arts. The girl looked at her companion and said that she would take care of him now. He yelled unhappily to his girlfriend that he had asked her to bring a special ration. He asked the girl unhappily what kind of ration she had. Situe replied calmly that all men are careless. The girlfriend said that she was carrying her makeup and clothes. She explained that women should take care of themselves when they went out. Iyuchan grudgingly reminded her that they had come to fight, not to rest. Situe replied to her friend that she was very strong and could even carry him on her back. The protagonist and his companions took refuge in a tent in the evening. Iyutian showed on the map where the main battle is taking place. He added that there are many more enemies than expected. Sakura reported that they brought in 3 times the amount of ammunition they expected. This enemy can't be countered by anything. Ye Wuchen replied seriously that ammunition was limited, and they couldn't handle a war of attrition. The girl replied that they would try to decapitate the enemies. Came out to Situe. She said that they should go to bed early since the offensive would continue tomorrow. The protagonist and Sakura looked at her girlfriend in surprise. The girl was dressed in seductive pajamas. Ayutian was very amazed and displeased. The bloody Sakura looked at her companion unhappily and silently. Situe looked at her companions and said romantically that someone should share a tent with her. The main character was very angry. He angrily asked the girl what she had said to him. A duck reminded her friend that she had taken a huge bag but forgot the tent. Situe explained that her makeup and clothes took up a lot of space. That's why she refused to share the tent. She asked again who would share the tent with her today. At this time, a bloody Sakura intervened in the conversation. She approached her companion. Sakura told the girl that she wanted to share a tent with her today. She said in a playful voice that she has trouble sleeping. She won't fall asleep with a stranger next to her. Sakura offered her companion to take her tent. She added that she would sleep outside. Sita asked excitedly, how on earth could she let her girlfriend sleep in the middle of the wilderness? Bloody Sakura replied without any emotion that she had experienced sleeping outdoors. The girls stood across from each other and looked at each other very hatefully. The protagonist looked at his girlfriends. He knew exactly what was going on here. Ye Wutian immediately realized that his Saichu girlfriend had a very clear and specific plan. The guy excitedly realized that the girlfriend wanted to get his body. He realized it's wartime, and he's the leader of the team. He can't waste his energy on a girl. Situe looked at the main character and said she had another set of pajamas. The girl showed another set of underwear and asked the guy if she liked it. The main character was very startled and excited. He had difficulty speaking. Ye Wutian. As calmly as possible, he told his girlfriend that they should first assess the overall situation. The guy looked at his companion unhappily and thought that he couldn't trust her since she had deceived him before. Sita calmly replied to her friend that she would not force him. The girl informed him that she had another habit. Situe looked romantically at her partner and said she could sleep naked. Afterward, the girl whispered to her friend that she wasn't getting her period this time. The protagonist decided not to waste the opportunity and immediately snapped out of it. Yawutian shouted excitedly that no one would stop him this time. Sita looked at the boy and told him affectionately that he was her little brother. He was running at full speed towards his girlfriend. Sakura stood silently to the side. After that, Sakura decided that she wasn't wanted here. She turned around. The girl headed for the exit. She told the guy and his girlfriend to rest. She'd go out and take watch. He turned around. Near the entrance, Sakura turned around briefly and looked at her companion. The girl went outside. She walked through the dark forest around the huge trees. Bloody Sakura was very angry. She kicked the tree with all her might. The girl felt really bad that a shameless girl like Situe had appeared. Sakura tapped her foot on the wood once more. She didn't like that the main character could be seduced so easily. The girl stood looking silently at the tree she had battered. She was thinking of her own. Sakura angrily decided that if she had known everything beforehand, she would have gotten her pajamas ready. The girl turned around and looked at the tent her friends were inside. Sakura looked at the tent and thought that she had never seen anyone do that. At which time the protagonist inside the tent was standing in front of his girlfriend. Situe got really close to the guy and called him a bad brother. The girlfriend asked with a smile to the guy if he wanted to look up or down first. The main character was very horny. He told his girlfriend that she cheated him a lot, so he knows how to treat her. The guy grabbed the girl and yelled that he wouldn't give her a single loophole to maneuver. The protagonist put his arm around his girlfriend and shouted cheerfully that he wanted to see all of her. The girl got excited. Situe told a friend that you can't have a temper. Something bad could happen. Ye Wutian grabbed the girl's hands and asked, does she still want to resist? The protagonist tied his girlfriend's hands using the Yuan Qi technique. The guy yelled to the bound girlfriend not to resist even though she was a martial arts master. He added that they wouldn't get up until dawn. He was on top of his girlfriend. He was very horny. Situ answered her friend joyfully that she would not refuse. The girl slyly said that today was the first time she was doing a full broadcast. The main character was very scared. He couldn't believe he was now live on air. The protagonist turned to the side and noticed that there was a small camera standing there. He was very amazed. The guy noticed that he was being followed live on air non-stop by his girlfriends. Kekson told a friend on the video link that they were ready to watch his show. Miss Ouyang said happily that she was recording everything that happens on the screen. Tomorrow, everyone will see the glory of the great Yi Wuchen. The protagonist was very scared and realized that there was no way he could justify himself. The guy shouted loudly to his girlfriend Situe that he would get back at her sooner or later. It was night around their tent. The main character was walking with his girlfriends in a big forest. Awutian was very frightened and displeased. The girls walked beside him and laughed. The guy angrily shouted to his girlfriends that they could laugh if they wanted to. The girls laughed very loudly. He was very angry that Situ-Wei had seduced him yesterday, but didn't say anything about the video call. He decided that he would take revenge on the girl. At that time, there was a loud explosion up ahead. The guy and the girls were very scared. The protagonist jumped aside in fright. He noticed the shards falling beside him. The guy commanded Sakura to go and see what was going on. The girl skidded very quickly along the branches at the top of the tree. She peered carefully ahead. Sakura looked carefully and saw a large battle taking place up ahead. The girl shouted that Chung Lei and his men had arrived in Zone B. They now had a real advantage. They should break through tonight. Ye Wutian asked excitedly, "How are things going in Area A, and is there any redeployment?" Sakura replied that Yuki-Chang was completely scared. The guy told himself that the whole island was very simple and could be divided into 3 zones. Zone A is the core. The outermost zones are indexed B and C. The protagonist knew that the most protected bases were in the east and center. That's where Yuki-Chang should be. Chen Li led his soldiers in a head-on battle towards the central base. If Yuki-Chen wanted to survive, he would have to choose the other 2 bases to hide in. The girl asked what base they should choose for penetration. The main character asked Sakura which base had more reinforcements for the main battle zone. The girl replied that there were more reinforcements in the west. The protagonist confidently commanded that they should head east now. Sakura jumped down from the tree. She said that if there were more forces on the west side of the island, then there were more troops there. That was probably where Yuki-Chang was hiding. Ewuchin replied that their enemy was very clever. Yui could deliberately lead them to such thoughts to get himself time to escape. After that, the protagonist once again commanded the girls to head east. The protagonist sneaks the girls inside the base. They notice the guards at the door. The girls snuck in very quietly and stabbed the guards in the back with knives. The fighters dropped dead. They didn't see the girls and couldn't defend themselves. Situ-Wei merrily flipped her knife and said that these sacrifices wouldn't be enough for them to stretch. The main character was holding the vessels. He told the girls that there were enough people on the base for them to stretch out. He started up the glass vessels and shouted to his girlfriends to be on the lookout. The glass vessels hit the wall and the green liquid spilled out. Eventually, the wall in front of the people collapsed. The main character shouted joyfully that the door had crumbled into crumbs. The guy told his companions that they should put on their protective gear and he would go on killing. The girls listened to their leader and put on gas masks with him, while the protagonist and his companions were being watched by someone on a video link. Yu-Man realized unhappily to himself that he couldn't hide. He didn't understand why the protagonist had come here. There were plenty of fighters around the man. Yui shouted that there were plenty of people who would take her in, at which time someone from outside threw 2 metal smoke bombs. The soldiers looked at the kegs in amazement. They thought they were smoke grenades. Suddenly, the metal vessel exploded and green smoke came out of it. The soldiers screamed. They were suffocating because of the copious green smoke around them. Ye Wutian shouted menacingly to his opponent that no one would save him today. He added that there weren't enough people in the enclosed space to kill him.